I clearly possess the world's only innate double full mana. Yet in this era where strength is paramount, I awakened as a humble healer. Faced with various mockeries, I am not flustered. Instead, I am even more excited. This is because I have been reborn with a drop of ancient god's blood back to the day of my awakening, not only transforming my previous life's ordinary healing mage into an SSS recovery mage but also gaining the god-level bug talent of the healing hero. Healing others not only allows me to copy their talent and skill attributes, but I can even trigger true damage skills through healing critical hits, thus becoming an unparalleled powerhouse who can heal and deal damage. At this moment, I was staring at the god-level talent attributes, my eyes shining brightly, when a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind me. I stopped in my tracks, puzzled, and turned around to find that it was Su Jiner, whose talent was second only to mine and who had awakened the SS-level profession of Flame Soul Mage. Having lived again, I naturally know that her coming to find me now is just to team up with me, wanting to leverage her SS-level profession to help me out. However, in my previous life, I let my ridiculous pride get in the way, and after awakening the support profession, my mindset completely collapsed, filled with inferiority and resentment, mistakenly believing that she was here to laugh at me. Thus, I spoke harshly to Su Jiner, who was full of concern for me. Looking back now, how foolish I was back then. Chen Feng, are you okay? Su Jiner's caring voice rang out. I opened my mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. Don't listen to what those people say, even as a support profession. You are an indispensable presence in a team, she comforted. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, I won't be knocked down by a few mockeries. Jiner, thank you for still being willing to say these things to me. At this moment, Su Jiner finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Chen Feng, are you planning to go to the novice secret realm to level up later? I have that intention. I nodded and answered truthfully. Su Jiner bit her lip, seeming a bit shy. I also plan to go to the novice secret realm. My team is still short one healing warlock. Are you interested? Her bright eyes held a hint of expectation. At this moment, a warm current surged in my heart. Su Jiner was actively helping me. With her SS-level profession, it would be easy for her to form a team, especially since she is the young lady of the Su family. With just one word, countless people would probably rush to join her. She had no need to invite me, a waste who had become a laughingstock. In my past life, I had seen the malice of human nature many times, and now this simple kindness actually moved me a bit. The young lady Su took the initiative to invite me. I couldn't ask for more. Right now, I'm just a useless support. I hope you won't mind me dragging you down. Upon hearing this, Su Jiner quickly waved her hand. You are a genius with a talent value of 200, even as a support. You are a genius support. Seeing this, I laughed heartily. I'm just an ordinary little support now. In the future, I will trouble you, this great genius, to take care of me, this little support. Su Jiner was first taken aback. Then the corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc, and we agreed to meet half an hour later at the entrance of the secret realm. Watching Su Jiner leave happily, a faint smile crept onto my lips as I stepped forward towards the dungeon hall, thinking about how I needed to gear up before tackling the dungeon. If I remembered correctly, a young master would be seriously injured here today. As long as I could heal him, I wouldn't have to worry about the cost of a full set of equipment. Just as I was pondering this, a desperate voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Is there a healer? Please, any healer, save my young master. The voice was filled with a sobbing tone, full of urgency. Seeing this, my eyes lit up, and I quickly looked towards the source of the voice, where a group of people was carrying a frail young boy, who was even afflicted with several negative statuses. It was clear that if he wasn't saved soon, it would be too late. I naturally couldn't miss this opportunity, so I raised my hand, and a green light instantly entered the boy's body, followed by a dazzling light bursting forth from within him. Effect of the healing hero triggered. Talent A-level duel casting successfully copied. Congratulations, you have gained 6 spirit points. A series of mechanical system prompts exploded in my mind like thunder. It was true. I had really copied someone else's talent. At that moment, an indescribable excitement surged to the top of my head, and I seemed to see myself standing at the pinnacle of the world in the future. However, at this moment, a noisy sound instantly pulled my thoughts back to reality. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw the young master I had saved earlier. At this moment, his health bar was completely full, and the gruesome wounds on his body had vanished. Not only that, but all negative statuses such as poisoning, bleeding, and weakness had also disappeared without a trace. At this time, the young master had come to stand in front of me, with a pair of slightly immature yet inherently proud eyes, like a noble looking down on a humble commoner. Are you the one who saved me? The boy spoke, his voice clear but laced with doubt and uncertainty. I naturally understood the confusion in the boy's eyes. After all, I looked like nothing more than a newly promoted novice who had just completed my job change and didn't even have any equipment. My name is Chen Feng, and my profession is a healing mage. Chen Feng, the one with a talent value of 200, yet only awakened as a healing mage. What a waste. At this moment, one of the boys' attendants instinctively exclaimed, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. At this moment, the atmosphere around us suddenly became somewhat subtle, as more and more people stopped with great interest, focusing their attention on me. No wonder the healing magic is so powerful. It turns out to be that genius with a talent value of 200. It seems that all 200 points of talent were directly poured into the healing spell, betting everything to prove that he is not useless. Someone said as if suddenly realizing, with a hint of sourness in their tone. What a waste. 200 points of talent actually awakened a healing mage. Truly a squandering of resources. At this moment, the discussions around grew louder, yet I seemed to hear nothing. My expression remained calm, only my eyes held a barely perceptible coldness, while the boy's expression also instantly turned icy. I didn't expect to be saved by a useless person like you. It's really nauseating. Today, this young master is in a good mood, so I'll give you some money. Hurry up and get lost. Don't let me see you again. The attendant quickly responded, took out a money pouch from his pocket, and casually tossed it to me. Here, take it. This is a reward from my young master. I shook the money pouch, seeing that this amount was enough to buy a whole set of basic equipment, plus the unexpected A-grade talent of dual casting I just copied. This round was truly a big profit. As for the mockery and humiliation from this group of guys, I really didn't take it to heart. The top priority now is to buy equipment to level up by running dungeons, and then settle the score with them. After half an hour of shopping, I have equipped a brand new set of whiteboard gear, which has provided a basic increase in defense and added a layer of safety. I then checked the new talent I just copied, and the system panel appeared before me. Dual casting, a rank once activated. Every time you use a skill, it will be released twice in succession without any interval, and the second skill will have its cost reduced by 50%. Cost, none. CD, 30 seconds. Looking at this talent that I just copied, I felt a sense of relief in my heart. It truly is an A-level talent. Just the ability to release continuously without intervals is enough to make me stand out among my peers. Not to mention I also have the incredible critical hit bonus from the Healer of Courage. Once a critical hit is triggered, my healing effect can directly multiply by 10. Just as I was immersed in joy, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out, Chen Feng. Sorry to keep you waiting. I looked up in the direction of the voice and saw Su Jiner walking gracefully towards me, followed by two girls and a boy, all with a hint of youthful innocence on their faces. They should be students from various universities in Yang City, likely members of the team that Su Jiner temporarily assembled for this expedition. At this moment, the three of them looked at me with curiosity and inquiry. After all, I have gained a bit of fame, albeit just the fame of being a waste. I was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Let's think about how to get through the novice secret realm. Upon hearing this, Su Jiner revealed a confident smile. It's just a novice secret realm, with me, Su Jiner, here. How can there be any difficulty? The three people behind her immediately echoed in agreement. Of course, Sister Jiner is an SS-level profession. A mere novice secret realm is definitely not a problem. The speaker was a pretty girl with a ponytail, holding a delicate short bow. Who should be the archer in the team? Jiner is strong and definitely can lead us to clear the levels easily. Another petite girl quickly said, dressed in tight leather and holding two daggers, seemingly an assassin. The only male in the group, besides Dustwind, was a tall, burly teenager wearing a slightly bulky formulated armor, with a broad-bladed greatsword and a heavy shield in each of his left and right hands, which should be a warrior profession. He also laughed nervously and scratched his head. Sister Su is right. With Sister Su here, there's definitely no problem. Listening to the three people's unstinting rainbow farts, Dustwind raised his eyebrows and subconsciously looked at the three people. And these three are? When the three saw Dust Breeze ask, they hurriedly introduced themselves. Lu Yi, B-ranked professional. Occupation Elf Archer. From Yangcheng 3rd Middle School. Wang Wei, A-ranked professional. Occupation Shadow Killer. From Yangcheng No. 2 Middle School. My name is Wang Tong, A-ranked professional. Profession Sword and Shield Warrior. From Yangcheng 2nd Middle School. I blanch? Wang Tong? I blanched a great emperor awe. Dustwind subconsciously exclaimed, and after seeing Wang Tang's confused eyes, he hurriedly smiled awkwardly. Ahem, you should all know very well who I am. Dusty Wind, B-ranked professional. Profession Reparative Warlock, same as Jiner are from the first school, so please teach me more next. Chapter 6, Entering the Secret World. After a few simple pleasantries were exchanged, the atmosphere of the team became much more cordial. And after the five of them had completed the teaming operation, Su Jiner smiled sweetly. Let's go to the novice secret realm first. With that, she lightly led a few people towards the depths of the replica hall. The replica hall is extremely spacious. A glance cannot be seen at the end, the surrounding walls, carved with ancient and mysterious patterns, emitting a faint light, the entire hall illuminated as if it were day. The hall was bustling with people, and all sorts of noisy voices were mixed together, deafening. This was one of the core areas of Yang City, the Hall of Replicas, connected to countless secret realms and replicas, and was an important place for all professionals to enhance their strength. The secret realm for newbies, on the other hand, was one of the most special areas in the replica hall. Unlike other naturally occurring secret copies, the novice secret is a man-made secret. It was the forefathers of mankind who had teamed up to open it up in order to provide a safe and stable environment for budding professionals to grow. Each main city is equipped with a novice secret area. It's not too difficult and has moderate rewards, making it the best choice for newbies who have just completed their transitions, to gain experience and familiarize themselves with combat. Of course, just not too difficult. For those professionals who had a clear perception of their strength, even the novice secret realm was still full of challenges. At this moment, although the transfer ceremony had only just ended not long ago, quite a few people had already gathered at the entrance of the novice secret realm. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, either talking in low voices and discussing the secret realm's strategy, or recruiting each other to form a team. Everyone's faces, with a look of excitement and anticipation, leapt to their feet. Dust Breeze's group, led by Su Jiner, soon arrived in front of the entrance to the novice secret realm. It was a huge door of light, emitting a soft glow, and on top of the doorway, complex and arcane runes were inscribed, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. Su Jiner stopped her steps and looked at the portal in front of her with slight excitement. Ready? Her clear voice rang out with a hint of leaping anticipation. All 3 of their gazes converged on Su Jiner, nodding in unison to indicate that they were ready and waiting for her next instructions. Dustwind looked at the slightly excited faces of a few people and laughed in his heart. It's just a novice secret realm. Is there a need to be so excited? It's just a newbie secret. In his previous life, he'd been in and out of it I don't know how many times, and he'd long since lost any sense of it. However, his face was unmoving, and he nodded slightly, indicating that he was also ready. Seeing several people answering at the same time, Su Jiner nodded with satisfaction. Well, off you go. Before the words left her mouth, she took the lead and took a step into the secret realm teleportation gate with her slender legs. As the group entered the portal, the crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, as if they had passed through an invisible film, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original bustling and noisy replica hall instantly disappeared, and in its place was a lush, vibrant and flourishing forest. The sunlight filtered through the canopy of the trees, shedding dappled spots of light on the ground. The leaves rustled in the breeze, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Everything seemed so real and strange. At the same time, the crisp and pleasant system beep sounded synchronously in Dust Breeze's ears. Ding! You have successfully entered the ordinary secret realm, Crow Wolf Forest. Wow! This is the secret world. Li Wei let out an exclamation of surprise, her clear and bright eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as she looked around at the surrounding scenery. It's beautiful. Wang Wei also couldn't help but softly sigh in admiration, and a rare hint of delight appeared on her cool face. Although Wang Tang didn't say anything, he also stared wide-eyed, his naive face filled with astonishment. Although the knowledge related to secret realms and copies had been studied in the school textbooks, for them who had never been out of Yang City and had always lived under the protection of the main city, this was the first time that they had truly stepped into the wilderness and seen such a real secret realm scene. Everything seemed so fresh and inviting. Dustwind stood at the very back of the group, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings, but there weren't too many ripples in his heart. In his previous life, he had long been accustomed to secret realm copies, and had experienced even more difficult perils countless times. The Kang Wolf Forest was nothing more than the most basic novice secret realm. It is not very difficult and the benefits are extremely limited. With Su Jiner's occupational strength, coupled with herself, she could easily deal with even the highest difficulty novice mysteries, not to mention the normal difficulty novice mysteries. However, after all, Li Wei and the 3 of them were only newcomers who had just been transferred, and their actual combat experience was almost zero. It would be a good choice to let them start with the normal difficulty secret realm to get used to the real battle. Looking at the slightly agitated appearance of the 3, the corner of Dustwind's mouth slightly hooked up a hint of a smile, took out the wooden staff from his backpack, and gently knocked on the ground. Don't just look at the scenery, the monsters are about to refresh. All stay alert, he reminded with a smile, his tone lighthearted but with a hint of undeniable seriousness, instantly pulling a few people back from their sense of novelty about the secret environment. A few people sniffed and then snapped back to their senses, hastily collecting their minds and withdrawing their attention from the scenery around them as they drew their respective weapons. Su Jiner also retreated to Dustwind's side at a rapid pace, and a red staff that looked like it was priced well appeared in her hand. Just at the moment when a few people had just prepared for battle, two faint lights suddenly flickered in the woods not far ahead. With a flash of light, the two robustly built pale wolves, covered in gray fur, appeared out of thin air in front of the group. The pale wolf's eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty, its fangs exposed, a low growl emanating from its throat, and its limbs slightly bent in a stance ready to pounce. Seeing this, Dustwind didn't hesitate for a second and directly flung a scrying technique at one of the Tsong wolves. The light blue light instantly disappeared into the Tsong wolf's body, and a line of information panel then surfaced in front of Dustwind's eyes. At the same time, he also flew and shared the information of the monster panel obtained from the scrying technique into the team channel. Name, Coyote, Grade, White Plate, Level, LV1, HP, 100, MP, 60, Power, 5, Agility, 12, Spirit, 6, Physical Fitness, 10, Skill, Biting, Talent, Swift Pace. The crowd looked at the monster information panel that suddenly appeared in front of them. I didn't expect Dustwind to react so quickly and to share the monster's attributes with them in the first place. Without waiting for a few people to open their mouths to inquire, Dustwind had already continued. These two pale wolves aren't strong, they're just a bit faster. His gaze landed on Wang Tong and his tone was affirmative. Wang Tong, you turn on the stances and resist one at random. Afterwards, his sight swept over Li Wei and Wang Wei. You guys try not to use skills, just focus on one in seconds with normal attacks. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly with a hint of confidence. Don't worry about dropping blood, I'm here, and I'm a good milker. Listening to Dustbreeze's well-organized instructions, several people were slightly stunned. Su Jiner's beautiful eyes even flashed with a strange luster. However, facing such a vicious pale wolf for the first time, nervousness instantly took over. The few people could not afford to think too much and immediately acted according to Dustwind's instructions. Wang Tang took a deep breath, forced down the fear in his heart, and let out a low gulp, and a layer of faint golden light instantly lit up around his body. The heavy shield in his hand was also clenched, and he took up a defensive stance. Warrior skill, stance. A faint layer of light instantly covered his body, enveloping his entire being in it and making him seem indestructible. Li Wei and Wang Wei also quickly pulled away. One bent his bow and arrow, the other gripped his dagger, ready to strike. Su Jiner, on the other hand, retreated to Dustwind's side, the light of her fiery red staff flickering in her hand, ready to support at any time. The two pale wolves didn't care what these humans in front of them were doing. They let out a low roar and their limbs snapped into action, like arrows off the string, lunging towards the crowd. The gray figure cut through the air in a stump. Its speed was incredibly fast. Bang! One of the pale wolves directly crashed into Wang Tang's body. Wang Tang stifled a grunt as his body swayed slightly and A-3 damage number floated above his head. What low damage! Wang Tang's heart rejoiced, and his original nervousness instantly dissipated for the most part. He was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to carry the Crow Wolf's attack, but now it seemed that he was completely over-worried. At the same time, the arrow in Li Wei's hand also came out of the string. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whine, hitting the body of another pale wolf with precision. 12. A bright red damage number floated up from the top of Tsong Wolf's head. Wang Wei also saw the right time. Her body flashed, appearing at Tsong Wolf's side like a ghost. The dagger in his hand, flashing with a cold light, viciously stabbed at Tsong Wolf's vitals. 18. Another damage number floated up, and Tsong Wolf's blood level instantly dropped by a large amount. Su Jiner wasn't idle either. She waved her staff and a fireball spell instantly coalesced. However, she didn't release the fireball spell out immediately, but waited for the best time. Dustbreeze stood at the very back of the group and didn't rush out. His gaze was always locked on Wang Tang's body. Once Wang Tang's blood level dropped to the danger line, he would be the first to step in and heal. However, given the current situation, Wang Tang could completely resist the attacks of the two pale wolves. With the cooperation of a few people, the blood levels of the two pale wolves, both of them, were falling by leaps and bounds. Soon, the blood level of one of the pale wolves dropped below 10%. It's now! The light in Su Jiner's eyes flashed, and she made a decisive move. The fiery red staff in his hand swung violently, and the fireball spell that had long been condensed instantly whistled out. Boom! The fireball spell hit the bloodied pale wolf with precision and a loud bang. The fire was blazing and the heat waves were rolling in. 66. A huge damage number floated up from the top of Tsong Wolf's head. The Tsong Wolf wailed and his body fell to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a white light and disappearing. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Tsong Wolf. Experience value plus 10. A system beep sounded in Dustwind's ears. At the same time, the other Tsong Wolf, too, had already been beaten to a crippled blood by Wang Tang's trio. Wang Tang, prepare to mend. Dustbreeze was the first to warn. When Wang Tang heard this, he immediately understood, and with the broad-bladed greatsword in his hand, he raised it high and ruthlessly slashed at the bloodied pale wolf. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the body of the Tsong wolf was split in half by Wang Tung's sword. Ding! Your teammate Wang Tung has killed the Tsong wolf. Experience value plus 10. The system beep sounded again. Dust Breeze's experience value, consequently, increased by a little. It's very little, but it's the first step to finally getting stronger. Chapter 7, Upgrading, Secret Bosses. Looking at the several people who had managed to kill the Tsong wolves, their faces all brimming with excitement, Dust Breeze smiled faintly. All very nice, settling the battle so quickly. He didn't mince words when he complimented I have to say, Jiner, your profession is really powerful. A most basic fireball spell can deal such high damage. The crowd laughed at his words, and the smile on Su Jiner's face became even more intense. No, Dustwind, you're the one who surprised me the most. Su Jiner's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Dustwind with a hint of curiosity. I really didn't expect you to be so talented in commanding, and to be able to command so well the first time you went down to a copy. How about you take command of the follow-up? Then, she turned her head to a few of the others for their opinions. The three of them, Lu Yi, Wang Wei and Wang Tong, had already changed their impression of Dust Breeze drastically at this moment. I don't have a problem with that. Yui Lu was the first to state her position. Wang Wei also gently nodded. I think it's okay. Wang Teng nervously scratched his head. I'm the same. Listening to Brother Dusty Wind is definitely right. Just now, Dust Wind's calm and clear command, as well as his quick reaction, had completely conquered them. Both entering the secret realm for the first time, Dust Wind's performance was simply not like a novice. Dust Breeze looked at the gazes of a few people and laughed lightly, and did not push back. Now that everyone has said that, I'm not going to be rude. Dust Breeze paused, a hint of a joke in his tone. But I'm just talking on paper, so if I don't command well, you guys don't mind if I'm just messing around. How? The four of them voiced out, obviously truly recognizing Dust Wind's commanding ability. Seeing this, Dusty Wind guffawed. Okay, let's keep going then. Let's see if we can speed through a wave. With that, he casually lifted the simple wooden staff in his hand. A soft green light instantly shot out from the top of the staff and landed precisely on Wang Tang's body. After all, in the battle just now, only Wang Tang, who acted as a meat shield, was attacked by the pale wolves and lost some of his life value. As the green light flashed, a large green number floated up from the top of Wang Tang's head, plus 255. Seeing this exaggerated healing figure, several people, including Su Jiner, instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and incredulity. This is too much milk? Yui Lu cried out in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Even if you add up the three of us, we don't even have that much blood right now. Wang Wei couldn't help but marvel as well. Dust Breeze, are you really only a level 1? Su Jiner's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange luster. She was also a bit skeptical. Was Dustwind really an ordinary B-ranked professional? The amount of milk, it's outrageous. Just as a few people were shocked, Dustwind himself froze. The system beeps that rang out in his head one after another caught him a bit off guard. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. Skill repair technique copied successfully. Ding! Healing Bravery trigger. You have gained 2 power points. The system prompt sounded in Dustwind's ears, catching him a little off guard. Didn't it say that the probability is less than half? How did it trigger again so quickly? But why was the replicated repair skill? This Wang Tang guy even learned an equipment repair skill? Repair technique can be used in a non-combat state, and will restore 30 durability points to your equipment after use. Consumption, 100 MP. CD, none. Although he had doubts in his mind, Dusty Wind quickly suppressed them before noticing the shocked eyes of the others and realizing that he had accidentally exposed the abnormality of his healing amount. Ahem. He broke the slightly quiet atmosphere by coughing lightly, a small helpless smile on his face. No way. Who let us skill points more it? After upgrading skills, the effect is naturally stronger, so billion point. After all, you also know that my profession is too common. Always have to give yourself a little more advantage. Dust Breeze explained in a pretense of relaxation. A flash of realization flashed through the eyes of several people, and their expressions became relieved. Also, skill upgrades, they know all about it. Skill points, who hasn't heard of them? Just the difficulty of obtaining skill points is extremely high. The early stage is a scarce resource. In addition to the self-transferring, each time only to kill elite and above monsters, there may be a very small probability of obtaining. I didn't expect Dustwind to be so extravagant as to use it directly on top of the basic skills. Really, have enough waste. However, on second thought, Dustwind's profession does pull crotch. And if the skills are not a bit more powerful, then how can we play? When you think about it that way, it seems to make sense. There was some lamentation, but it didn't go any deeper than that. Su Jiner was the only one whose beautiful eyes were still staring at Dust Breeze. For some reason, she always felt that Dustwind wasn't telling the truth. But instead of pursuing the question, she quickly pushed it to the back of her mind. The most important thing now was to pass through the secret realm. Move on, Su Jiner said softly, taking the first step. Dust Breeze smiled faintly and hurriedly followed. The group continued to go deeper into the Kangwolf forest. Under Dusty Wind's command, the team worked well together and moved forward smoothly and efficiently all the way. Many pale wolves were also encountered during this time, but under Dust Breeze's methodical command, they were all easily taken care of. At the same time, in order to better trigger the effects of the talent, Dust Breeze also deliberately made a few command errors. It left Li Wei and Li Wei slightly hungover as well. He took the opportunity to heal both of them himself. It's just a shame that this time the luck won't be as good. It only replicates to a point of agility and a point of strength. Skills and talents are just completely missing. As for Su Jiner, Dust Breeze had certainly thought about it. It's that the intensity of this one's career is just a bit outrageous. Even if Dust Wind accidentally allowed the 3 pale wolves to run past Wang Tang's defenses and head straight for Su Jiner, all of them were instantly secured by Su Jiner's raised hand. The blazing fireball spell was as easy to use as if it had no CD and no blue consumption. Each strike was incredibly accurate, and the damage was even more explosive. Not to mention healing, even Dusty Breeze thought, as long as Su Jiner was willing, she could have pushed through the secret realm all by herself. The team had a thrilling ride and advanced extremely fast. Soon, the crowd arrived at the depths of the Kangwolf forest. At this moment, deep in the forest, as Su Jiner's last fireball shot out, a golden light flashed on all 5 of them at the same time. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Cthulhu leader wolf. Experience value plus 50. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50. Gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV3. As the system beep sounded, Dusty Wind let out a light breath. It had only taken less than half an hour of work to rise to level 3. As expected, the upgrade speed of having an SS level professional with you is much faster than following a normal team in your previous life. The golden light dispersed, yet joy had not yet fully bloomed on the faces of the crowd. Ow dash! A wolf howled, shaking the forest. The waves of sound rolled as if they were going to tear the eardrums apart. The crowd's hearts shook and their smiles froze. Dust Wind's face changed slightly and he shouted lowly, "Be careful!" Before the words fell, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Bang! The ground trembled and dust flew. A giant wolf whose size far exceeded that of an ordinary pale wolf appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It had a sturdy body, hair like ink, and a pair of wolf eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. Above his head, the word boss stood out. The feeling of oppression that comes over you. Dust Breeze's gaze froze and the scrying technique was unleashed. The information of the Crow Wolf King was instantly presented. Name, Coyote King Boss. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV5. HP, 800. MP, 200. Power, 25. Agility, 30. Spirit, 15. Physical fitness, 35. Skills, Bite, Pounce, Wolf Punch, Ear-splitting Howl. Talents, Swift Pace, Bloodlust Instinct. As the data came into view, Dustwind's eyes narrowed slightly. Black Iron Rank, LV5 Boss. Attributes were a huge step above ordinary Tsong wolves, especially in terms of strength and agility, which far exceeded that of the previous head wolf. Shouldn't be a problem for them though. Boss! Exclaimed Wang Tang, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Li Wei and Wang Wei's faces also turned slightly white as they gripped the weapons in their hands. Su Jiner's beautiful eyes slightly condensed as she stared at the Tsong Wolf King, her expression calm, but with a hidden hint of excitement. Only Dust Breeze, looking as usual, seemed to be recalling something. Chapter 8, Replicating Again. Is this the kind of damage a milkmaid can do? Everyone be careful. Dusty Wind spoke in a low tone, his gaze quickly sweeping over everyone in the group as he emphasized once again. This is a Black Iron Boss Crow Wolf King. Level 5. The tension spread instantly. The sense of ease that he had just killed the head wolf of the Tsong wolves was gone, replaced by gravity and wariness. Wang Tang, Dust Wind named him. You mean T. Remember, stabilizing the hatred is the priority. Li Wei, Wang Wei. He turned to the 2 long-range outputs. You guys fire away? Prioritize attacking the boss's weak points. Don't hold back. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Jiner. His tone slightly softened, but still carried an unquestionable sense of command. Jiner, you're free to output. Pay attention to keeping your distance. Safety first. Dustwind methodically laid out his tactics. It was as if what was in front of him was not a powerful boss, but a slightly stronger wild monster. When several people heard this, their expressions immediately became grave, and the relaxed writing just now instantly disappeared, and they prepared for battle. Li Wei and Wang Wei, on the other hand, quickly pulled away to find a suitable output position. Su Jiner silently retreated to the side of Dustwind, her delicate pretty face, The relaxed smile from before had disappeared and was replaced by concentration and seriousness. The fiery red staff in her hand once again flashed with a dazzling light. Blazing fire elementals gathered rapidly around her, and the air around her seemed to be distorted by the heat. Howl! A deafening roar exploded like a flat thunderstorm, rudely interrupting Dust Breeze's tactical arrangement. Waves of sound rolled in, rattling one's eardrums, even vaguely painful. Everyone's hearts were shaken, and it was as if the battle spirit that had just been gathered was shaken apart a little by this roar. The next moment, a dull vibration came from the ground. The Tsong Wolf King's limbs snapped into action, suddenly leaping up like a spring. Its huge body, like an arrow off the string, lunged towards the front of the team with an astonishing momentum. The speed was so fast that it far exceeded everyone's expectations. Wang Tang's pupils suddenly contracted. The speed of the boss completely exceeded his reaction limit. He tried to raise his shield to block, but found that his body simply couldn't keep up with his consciousness. Striking skills are even more of a non-issue. Bang! The dull crashing sound, like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, shook one's heart. The steel-like body of the Tsong Wolf King ruthlessly crashed into Wang Tang's body, a heavy impact that exploded instantly. Wang Tang stifled a grunt as a fishy sweetness welled up in his throat. He only felt as if his chest had been hit head-on by a giant truck traveling at high speed, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted, with intense pain spreading instantly throughout his body. The body was thrown backward uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground. 160. A bright red damage number suddenly floated up from the top of Wang Tang's head, eye-catching and piercing. His blood level instantly dropped by more than half. If it wasn't for the fact that he had risen to the 3rd level, he would probably have been directly killed in seconds with this blow, worthy of being a boss. Just one normal attack, and the attack power was so strong. Wang Tang struggled to get up, but he felt sore and weak, and the sharp pain in his chest caused his eyes to go black. Whoosh! Almost at the same instant that Wang Tang was hit, Su Jiner's fireball spell had also struck. The blazing fireball, cutting through the air, headed straight for the Tsong Wolf's head wolf. However, something unexpected happened. In the face of Su Jiner's instantaneous fireball spell, the Tsong Wolf King, who was moving at a high speed, surprisingly displayed an extremely amazing reaction speed and agility. It twisted its massive body hard as it ran, with an extremely bizarre angle. He avoided Su Jiner's fireball spell by a hair's breadth. The fireball spell fell short and hit the ground with a muffled thud. What? Su Jiner's beautiful eyes opened roundly, her face full of disbelief. This boss is so powerful? Even her instantaneous fireball spell can be dodged? Although this Tsong Wolf King was a boss, it was too outrageous to be able to dodge her attacks. In Su Jiner's heart, for the first time, a trace of true gravity rose. Before Su Jiner could fully recover from her surprise, a sudden change in the world. Once again, the Tsong Wolf King, who had just dodged the fireball spell, seemed to be completely enraged. It raised its head to the sky and whistled, and its whistling was filled with bloodthirsty violence. In the next moment, the pale Wolf King lowered his body and let out a low hiss from his throat. The body leapt up violently. Skill, pounce, suddenly launched. The huge figure, cutting through the air with a blur of residual shadows, was ridiculously fast. Like a ghost, it instantly crossed a distance of several meters, and its target, surprisingly, was not Wang Tang, who had just been knocked away by it, but Su Jiner. Seeing this, Su Jiner was not the least bit panicked. The staff in her hand suddenly lit up, and a layer of flame shield instantly wrapped her up. The blazing firelight, reflecting on her delicate face, did not show the slightest fear, but instead carried a hint of eagerness to try. In the next moment, the Tsong Wolf King's attack arrived, his sharp claws tearing through the air and slapping hard on top of the flame shield. Bang! A shattering sound suddenly rang out, like glass shattering, and fiery red light scattered and splashed in all directions. Su Jiner let out a muffled grunt as her petite body was instantly slapped away like a kite with broken strings. The body hit the trunk of a tree not far away heavily with a dull thud. At the same time a bright red damage number slowly floated above her head. 90. The bright red numbers stung. Although it was only 90 points of damage, it was already considered a fatal wound for an already brittle mage. If it wasn't for the flame shield that resisted most of the damage, I'm afraid that this hit would have killed her a dozen times. Dustwind's pupils suddenly shrunk at the sight. His heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis instantly surged through his heart. There was no hesitation, not even time to think. The body had already reacted before the consciousness. Dust Breeze double casting suddenly opens. Above the staff, a green glow instantly skyrocketed. In the next moment, he only saw the Dust Wind staff suddenly traverse an arc at an extremely fast speed, his movements flowing without the slightest bit of stagnation. Two green ons, one after the other, whistled out from Dusty Wind's staff at almost the same time, carrying a soft yet vibrant aura, instantly hitting Wang Tang and Su Jiner. Although the introduction of double casting means releasing two skills without an interval, In reality there still exists an extremely small sequence of order. With a skillful enough technique, one can utilize this slight interval to treat two targets at the same time. Dusty Wind in his previous life possessed a similar ability, and this move had long since become comfortable. The green aura entered the body and instantly transformed into a stream of warmth, moisturizing the injured bodies of the two. Plus 275. Wang Tung only felt a tremor in his body, and the pain in his chest instantly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. And although the flame shield on Su Jiner's body was shattered, the light of the healing technique was like spring rain, instantly soothing the injuries on her body. Plus 1375. In the next moment, as a string of even more astonishing healing numbers surfaced from the top of Su Jiner's head, an extremely dazzling green glow lit up on her body in response. Ding! Afterglow shock triggered. Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant system tone ringing in Dustwind's ears, a green shockwave instantly centered on Su Jiner and violently erupted, sweeping wildly in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, the blades of grass on the ground were instantly bent, and the air all seemed to be torn apart, emitting bursts of sonic booms. It instantly bombarded the Tsong Wolf King's body. The Tsong Wolf King was about to ride on his victory, but he didn't expect to be suddenly attacked so violently, and his huge body instantly stiffened in place. In the next moment, a white font representing real damage surfaced above the Tsong Wolf King's head. 688. In an instant, the blood bar on top of the pale Wolf King's head plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and what was originally still a full-blooded it instantly bottomed out, nearly being emptied out directly. The Tsong Wolf King let out a mournful wail, and his huge body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, landing heavily on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. In Dustwind's ears, system beeps once again sounded one after another. Ding! Heal the Brave triggered. The SS-ranked talent, Heart of the Law God, has been successfully copied. Congratulations, you've gained 6 points of spirit value. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. The A-ranked talent block has been successfully copied. Congratulations on gaining 3 power points. Heart of the Law God, each point of your mental energy will be equal to 200 points of magic power. Block, when you parry an enemy attack at the perfect time, you will be immune to 100% of the damage. Chapter 9, Boss Mutation. Air, unchanged again? Several people instantly froze in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. If they're not mistaken, that green light just now, it should be Dust Breeze's healing spell, right? It was fine for him to have a high healing amount as a reparative warlock, but when did this healing spell attack as well? Moreover, this attack power, it's too outrageous, isn't it? Almost giving the boss a second? Are you still human? What a joke. We're all obviously level 3. What makes you so good? A group of 4 people, even including Su Jiner, felt that their worldview had been violently impacted, as if their cognition had been completely subverted. At this moment, Dust Breeze was also a bit confused. Of course, he wasn't shocked at the amount of healing he was doing, and the exaggerated amount of real damage. What really shook him to his core was the 2 gifts that you copied to yourself. SS-ranked talent, Heart of the Law God. This was the ultimate talent that many mage professions could only dream of. With it, one's magic power value directly soared to over 2,000 points. And that A-ranked talent, blocking, perhaps, in the hands of a newcomer, it's just an optional skill. However, in the eyes of Dustwind, a reborn person who had fought many battles, this was definitely a divine skill. Even though in his previous life, he was only an auxiliary healing warlock, the skill of blocking enemy attacks had long been honed by him. Countless life and death battles had long since incorporated blocking into instinct. After all, even without this talent, as long as one can fend off the enemy's attacks through superb blocking skills, one is immune to a great deal of damage. What's more, now with this gift added, as Dust Breeze thought of this, an unspeakable excitement surged in his heart. Ow dash! Just as the crowd was shocked, an extremely angry wolf howl once again resounded throughout the entire secret realm space, bringing a few people back to reality from their shock. Dust Breeze instantly returned to his senses. Only the body of the Tsong Wolf King was currently convulsing violently. Every inch of muscle spasmed, as if something was about to break out of his body. Moreover, its body seemed to expand a tiny bit with each twitch. Seeing this scene, Dust Breeze's face suddenly changed. Retreat! Without any hesitation, Dust Breeze immediately roared out, his voice filled with anxiety and gravity. This Wolf King is going to mutate. He stared dead on at the Tsong Wolf King in front of him, whose body was convulsing violently. His face hardened to the extreme. Mutation. These 2 words struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. This was an extremely rare situation, and generally only had a very low probability of occurring when the boss's blood level dropped below 15% in one breath. I didn't expect them to come across this first brush with the secret realm. This luck. Really do not know whether to say good or bad. Dust Breeze cursed in his heart, but it was too late to think about it. No one knew what the boss would become after its mutation and how much its strength would increase. But one thing is for sure. It was definitely not something they could fight against right now. Once the mutation is complete, I'm afraid that what awaits them is only death. Several people also instantly reacted when they heard Dustwind's roar. One by one, their faces turned white, their blood seemed to freeze instantly, and their eyes were filled with panic. Although they didn't know what a mutation was, just looking at the Tsang Wolf King's expanding body and the terrifying aura emanating from his body was enough to make their hearts tremble. The shadow of death looms large. Withdraw. Retreat. Su Jiner's silver teeth clenched, and she made an immediate decision and let out a delicate cry. There was a hint of imperceptible trembling in the cool voice. Her profession was strong, but it wasn't much better than a normal mage until she grew up. It was equally powerless against a mutated boss. She's not stupid. It's a stupid thing to do when you know you can't do it. If they try to be brave, it is even possible that none of their group will be able to escape. Run away and there might be a chance of survival. If you don't run away, you're bound to die. However, just the moment Su Jiner's words fell, a green light suddenly whistled out from Dustwind's hand and instantly disappeared into the pale Wolf King's body. Buzz. Next moment, what happened to Su Jiner was directly repeated on the Tsang Wolf King. A green light flashed, plus 1375. A huge green number surfaced above the Tsang Wolf King's head, instantly pulling its already bottomed-out blood bar straight to full. The Tsang Wolf King, who was originally on the verge of death, instantly recovered its life value to its peak state. Seeing this scene, the few people who were about to escape instantly froze in place. The step out of the way came to a hard stop. One was as immobile as if he had been cast in a fixation spell. Their eyes were wide and their mouths were open enough to stuff an egg. Shock and written all over his face. Clueless. What's the situation? People's bosses are going to mutate, and you're giving it back blood? Is this too much for them to die fast enough? A few people were spitting madly in their minds, almost breaking down inside, practically freaking out. They even wondered if Dust Breeze had been scared silly. How else could you make such a stupid move? That's just like asking for trouble. Su Jiner was also in disbelief. She stared blankly at Dust Breeze, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. She really couldn't figure out why Dust Breeze was doing this. Doesn't he know the consequences of this? Just when a few people were speechless, the Crow Wolf King's originally expanding body unexpectedly calmed down in an instant. That terrifying aura dissipated. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. Healing spell, altered when your healing spell has a blast. It will remove all buffs from the target. In Dust Breeze's ears, the system's crisp beep sounded, clearly explaining the bizarre scene that took place in front of me. Apparently, this mutation counts as one of the everything buffs. Looking at the situation in front of him, Dustwind was also a bit dumbfounded. He did want to stop the Wolf King's mutation, but the process didn't seem right. It's a good one? The reason why he had just given the Tsang Wolf King his blood back was not because he was crazy. Rather, it was because he had heard a saying in his previous life that as long as a monster's blood level was returned to full before it completely mutated, the mutation would have the probability of stopping. They're running away. Anyway, might as well take a chance and beat a dead horse. As it turns out, he made the right bet. The process was a bit outrageous, but the result was good. Looking at the Tsang Wolf King that stopped expanding, several people looked at each other in disbelief, all of them somewhat unable to react. Just now I thought I was going to die, but now I'm. It's so surreal to be in the aftermath. What is this? This? Wang Tang was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying a hint of trembling, not yet fully recovered from the shock he had just experienced. The mutation stopped? Yui Lu's tone was uncertain, as if she was inquiring, but also as if she was talking to herself. It's like, right? Wang Wei blinked, still a little confused and unable to comprehend what was happening in front of her, just as the four were wondering. Next moment, ding! Afterglow shock triggered. A green wave of light reappeared, violently erupting with the Pale Wolf King at the center. However, the snow-white numbers still rose above the Pale Wolf King's head. 688. Real damage. Again. When the crowd saw this, their eyes almost stared out. You're stuck here with a bug? Ding! Healing Brave triggered. The B-rank talent Fury Strike has been successfully copied. Fury Strike, after using this, your next skill will surely strike violently. Consumption, 100 MP. CD, 30 minutes. Listening to the system tone ringing in his ears, Dustwind froze. The probability of copying doubled in the case of a storm, and he could understand being able to copy the talent. But this Coyote King doesn't seem to have this talent, does he? How did this come about? It's hard not to. Duplicated its mutated talent? Dust Breeze's eyes widened as waves of shock rippled through his heart. Can you still play with your talent like this? He felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. What the hell is going on here? Su Jiner's voice, with a hint of doubt, pulled Dust Breeze back to reality from his shock. She was also at a loss at the moment, completely confused. The few people who were already prepared to wait for death had also stopped in their tracks at this moment, and they were all dumbfounded. Dust Wind hemmed and hawed and explained, "The talent I awakened is rather special, allowing me to blitz all of my support and healing skills. My healing technique is also different from normal healing techniques. This skill removes all buffs from the opponent when it storms, and this variation of it belongs to a kind of buff, so it's also removed." Chapter 10. Does repairing equipment count as healing? Listening to Dusty Wind's explanation, Wang Tong, Li Wei and Li Wei only felt their brains buzzing and completely lost their ability to think. Healing can blast? It also removes all buffs? This had completely exceeded their knowledge of the profession of healing warlock. Even those top SSS class healing professions? I'm afraid they can't do this, right? Su Jiner quietly stood aside and did not show excessive surprise like the others. She just gazed deeply at Dust Wind with those clear eyes. It seemed to want to see through all the secrets in him. What about that real damage? Su Jiner's voice broke the brief silence. She pointed at the shocking wounds on the Tsong Wolf King's body and continued to ask, healing warlocks shouldn't have an attack skill before level 5, right? Moreover, that damage is too high. It's catching up to my 3 or 4 fireball spells. Dust Breeze was a bit uncomfortable by Su Jiner's look. He rubbed his nose, eyes flickering as he tried to avoid the question. Well, he stammered, not knowing how to explain. Seeing Dust Breeze in this state, Su Jiner was even more convinced of her suspicions. On Dust Breeze, there must be some secret hidden. And, the secret, most likely, had to do with his unusual talent. Well, that's an ability that comes with my gift. Dust Wind eventually chose to confess. He took a deep breath and said slowly, my talent that allows my healing spells to deal real damage equal to half of the healing amount to the enemy when I storm. Real damage? Wang Tong exclaimed in shock. His eyes glazed over. That's damage that ignores defense. Dust Wind, your talent is too heaven-defying. Li Wei and Li Wei also had a look of envy and jealousy on their faces. How come they didn't awaken such a powerful gift? This is really a B-grade talent? Li Wei's voice trembled a little. She really couldn't believe that a B-ranked talent could possess such a terrifying effect. It's even more perverse than SSS grade talent. Wang Wei muttered, her eyes filled with shock. The corners of Su Jiner's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. She knew that Dust Wind was definitely not an ordinary healing warlock. There must be more surprises in him for her to discover. If Dust Breeze knew what Su Jiner was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be very helpless, because in his previous life, he was really just a healing warlock who had transmuted into an extremely common healing warlock. Just as several people were talking and marveling at Dust Wind's talent. Dash! A mournful wolf howl cut through the short-lived clamor. The hearts of the crowd tightened, only to see the Tsong Wolf King rise up in the air once again, like a silver lightning bolt, wrapped in an overpowering killing aura, and coming straight at Dust Breeze. Those scarlet beast pupils were filled with anger and madness, as if they wanted to tear Dust Breeze into pieces. Look out! Su Jiner let out a cry of surprise and subconsciously tried to block in front of Dust Breeze, but Dust Wind's reaction was faster as he pulled Su Jiner behind him. Almost at the same time, the sharp claws of the Pale Wolf King had already arrived in front of him. The sharp wolf claws were wrapped in a strong wind and were about to tear Dust Wind's chest. In the nick of time, the staff in Dust Wind's hand incredibly crossed in front of his body, precisely blocking the Pale Wolf King's fatal blow. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the open forest. Ding! Perfect block triggered. Dust Breeze only felt a huge force coming from him, and his arm was slightly numb. He let out a light humph, a flash of coldness in his eyes, and drank lowly. Gather fire. Kill it in seconds. Su Jiner reacted extremely quickly, and almost the instant Dust Wind's words fell, a blazing fireball whistled out from the top of her staff. With an aura that burned everything, it hit the Tsong Wolf King with precision. Boom! The fireball exploded and flames splashed everywhere. 300. Blitz! A huge damage number floated up from the top of the Pale Wolf King's head. The Tsong Wolf King, who was already bloodied, was instantly emptied of its life value. Ouch! It let out an unwilling wail, and its massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, completely lost the breath of life. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Tsong Wolf King boss. Experience value plus 100. The system beep sounded in Dust Wind's ears. Dust Wind let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He turned his head to look at Su Jiner with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This girl, not only was her talent amazing, her battle sense was also terrifyingly strong. That moment just now was a seamless match. Without Su Jiner's timely remedy, he was afraid that he would have to go through a lot of trouble. Su Jiner's cheeks were slightly flushed, and as she was being looked at by Dust Wind like this, she moved her eyes away somewhat uncomfortably, but in her heart, an unspeakable joy welled up. It's nice to have that feeling of being side by side. It was only at this moment that Wang Tang, Li Wei, and Li Wei came back from their shock. They looked at the corpse of the Tsong Wolf King that had fallen to the ground, and then looked at Dustwind and Su Jiner with disbelief in their eyes. This is the end? Wang Tang's voice trembled a little. He felt like he was dreaming. Lu Yi and Wang Wei also nodded vigorously in agreement. Everything that happened just now was too fast and too sudden, making their brains somewhat unable to react. From Dusty Wind's healing blitz, which cleared the Crow Wolf King's mutation, to the Crow Wolf King's rage attack, to Dusty Wind's block, and Su Jiner's mending, everything happened in a flash of lightning. The fight was over before they even had a chance to strike. That's too much to believe. The eyes of the few people looking at Dustbreeze had completely changed. If before, they had only treated Dustwind as an ordinary healing warlock, then now, Dustwind had turned into an unfathomable monster in their eyes. A super monster that can fight, resist, and nurse. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points, current level LV4. There was another flash of golden light, and everyone present rose to level 4. The sensation of being saved from a disaster made everyone let out a long breath, and their tense nerves could finally relax a little. Phew! Wang Tang sat on his butt on the ground, breathing heavily. Louis and Wang Wei also had a palpitating look on their faces. Their faces were pale, obviously not yet fully recovered from the thrill they had just experienced. Only Su Jiner still maintained that coolness, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth betrayed her mood at this time. Dustwind looked down at the staff in his hand. Durability, which was already down to a pitiful 1 point. That perfect block just now had blocked the Tsong Wolf King's fatal blow though, but it also used up almost all of the staff's durability. If it happens again, I'm afraid this staff will be completely scrapped. Even though it's just a white plate weapon, I really don't have any money right now. Just then, Dustbreeze suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Right, didn't I just copy a repair spell? Just in time to try it out. He remembered that when he had healed Wang Tang earlier, he had triggered the Healing Brave as talent effect and copied one of his skills. Thinking of this, Dustbreeze immediately focused his mind and communicated the magic power within his body. With a thought, a warm energy flowed out from his fingertips, slowly wrapping around the deadwood healing staff in his hand. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The equipment effect healing effect has been increased by 5% and has been permanently copied. The system's beep sounded in Dustbreeze's mind. What the hell? Dustwind froze. This triggers Heal the Brave? Does repairing equipment count as an act of healing? He was a little puzzled. Not. What the heck is this copying? Equipment effects? Dustwind was even more confused. He was a human. Can equipment special effects be used for people too? He did not expect that the repair technique could also trigger the Healing Brave talent, and it also duplicated an inexplicable equipment special effect. Just as Dustbreeze was confused, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. Does it consume 5 healing points to sublimate the equipment? Aha! Healing points? Sublimation gear? Dustbreeze's heart fluttered. That sounds like it would make the gear stronger. Without any hesitation, Dustwind immediately chose to agree. Yes. Ding! Healing Valor trigger. The Staff of Deadwood Healing, Whiteplate, has been sublimated. Congratulations on obtaining the Staff of Living Wood Healing, Black Iron. Chapter 11, Post-War TLC. Eating soft food. Just as Dustwind was looking at the staff in his hand, which had already been sublimated to black iron quality, and secretly pondering over the possibilities of the Healing Brave talent, Su Jiner had already walked up to his side. Her cool gaze fell on Dustbreeze with a hint of imperceptible concern. What's wrong? The voice was still cold, but it had a touch more warmth than usual. Dustbreeze's heart jumped slightly as he subconsciously put the staff away in his backpack. The movement carried a hint of imperceptible panic. He turned around, a smile on his face as if nothing had happened, and looked at Su Jiner. It's nothing. I just blocked the boss's attack and the staff durability seems to be gone, Dustwind said gently. Su Jiner's delicate frown slightly stretched out. I thought what was wrong. Her tone lightened up a bit, as if she was relieved. It's just a blank staff. I'll give you a better one when we get out of the secret realm. Su Jiner's tone was natural, as if she was just saying something that was taken for granted. Dustwind froze. Don't bother. He subconsciously tried to refuse. After all, no credit is due. Dustwind. However, before Dustwind could finish his sentence, Su Jiner directly interrupted him. Her cool eyes looked fixedly at Dustwind. Have you forgotten what you promised me before? Su Jiner's voice was soft, but it carried an inexplicable pressure. If I'm going to give you something, you're not allowed to refuse. She paused slightly, as if to give Dustwind time to think. Besides, you get the most credit for this copy. Su Jiner's tone became serious. Just that healing technique you just did. If you put it on the hiring market, 300 gold coins would be considered a small amount. Dustwind looked at Su Jiner's serious expression, and the words of refusal were ultimately swallowed back. He knew that Su Jiner was not being polite. She truly believes that she deserves this reward. And, as Su Jiner said, he did need a new staff now. Although one's talent was able to enhance the quality of equipment, the base of a white plate weapon was too poor. Even when it was upgraded to black iron, it was just barely functional. What's more, he was now so shy that it was impossible for him to buy equipment. Thinking of this, a helpless smile appeared on Dustwind's face. Then, I'd like to thank Senior Miss Jiner in advance. He accepted Su Jiner's kindness. Seeing that Dustbreeze had agreed, the corners of Su Jiner's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. You're welcome, you deserve it, Su Jiner said softly, a hint of imperceptible joy in her voice. Dustbreeze looked at Su Jiner's smile and his heart moved slightly. In his previous life, the relationship between himself and Su Jiner was full of misunderstandings and disconnections. It wasn't until the end that he realized what he had missed. It was an irreparable regret. Living again, he didn't want to repeat his mistakes. He wants to cherish the people in front of him. Come on, let's get out of here first, Dustwind said softly, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere. He took the first step. Aha, Su Jiner answered. Her voice was soft, but with a hint of a leap. She turned around and gestured for Wang Tang's few people to follow. Then, she quickly followed Dusty Wind's pace. Gone. Su Jiner's cool voice came and interrupted their thoughts. It was only at this moment that Wang Tang, Yi Lu, and Wang Wei completely came back to their senses from the shock. Hastily, he got up and followed. The joy of the aftermath and the excitement of the upgrade washed away the previous tension and exhaustion. The atmosphere of the team, once again, became relaxed. Dusty Wind and Su Jiner walked side by side, chatting with one another. Wang Tang and a few others followed behind them, interjecting a few words from time to time. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation portal that appeared after the boss fell to the ground. It was a vortex emitting a faint white light, slowly rotating as if it was connected to another world. Dustwind took the first step into the portal. There was a flash of light in front of his eyes. The surrounding scene instantly changed, returning to that glorious replica of the Great Hall. Ding! Congratulations that you have successfully passed the normal secret realm, Kangwolf Forest. Time spent, 57 minutes. Rating, S. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Tsum Wolf Treasure Chest *1 and experience value plus 150. The system's beeps rang in their ears, announcing that they had successfully cleared the Crow Wolf Forest secret realm. I don't know if it was because Su Jiner wasn't familiar with the other few people, but this time when the group was formed, the drops were set to the captain's distribution mode. This is the reason why you didn't see any drop hints along the way. Just as soon as she left the secret realm teleportation gate and returned to the splendid hall, Su Jiner began to distribute the loot, although Dustwind was refusing in his heart. After all, Su Jiner had already said that she would give herself a staff, so it would seem a bit insatiable if she asked for more loot. Nay, unable to argue with Su Jiner's insistence, he finally accepted a dozen gold coins, and the loot is divided. Next, Su Jiner turned around, her cool gaze sweeping over the several people behind her. Wang Tang, with a hint of imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth, she softly asked, "Are you guys interested in taking on the challenge? With me, of a hellish level novice secret realm?" Her voice was still cool, but with a hint of anticipation that, Wang Tang, Ilu and Wang Wei instantly froze in place. They were wide-eyed, their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, disbelief written all over their faces. Inferno? Wang Tang's voice changed tone, with an obvious trill. They had almost lost their entire army in just the ordinary level Kangwolf Forest. If it wasn't for Dustbreeze saving the day in the end by performing that divine healing technique, they would probably be dead by now. Now Su Jiner was actually proposing to challenge the hell level secret realm? It's not a joke. It's a joke on life. Sister Jane, are you serious? Louis E also couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly, carrying a trace of worry and fear that was hard to hide. Wang Wei also panicked and chimed in, clearly disapproving of this proposal in a million ways. Jiner's sister, let us forget about it. Hell level, our strength of this point, go really no different from sending death. They didn't want to experience that horrible feeling of struggling frantically on the brink of death again, and being torn apart by wolf claws at any moment. That feeling of your life hanging in the balance is memorable enough once to last forever. Su Jiner looked at the horrified looks on their faces, and a quick flash of disappointment passed through her eyes. She also understood that with her own battle strength and equipment, she might be able to give it a try, but with Wang Tang's and their current strength, challenging the hell-level secret realm was indeed a bit of a stretch. Looks like it's finally time to give up? Su Jiner let out a slight sigh in her heart. A trace of despondency flashed across her delicate face. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something to dispel this thought, a calm and bland voice suddenly resounded. I'm fine with that. Chapter 12, Inferno Level Secret Realm? New skill Crow Wolf Light Shield. I'm fine with that. Dustwind had a faint smile on his face, his eyes gazing calmly at Su Jiner as he said softly, "If they're scared, then we'll both just go alone." Dusty Wind added another sentence, a hint of imperceptible flirtation in his tone, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, evoking an arc of confidence. "Who is afraid?" When Wang Teng heard this, he instantly exploded like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He strained his neck, reddened, and braced himself to say, "I just don't see the point in taking that risk. Yeah, we've only just transferred and are only level 4. It's better to play it safe." Li Wei also hastened to find a way to make up for it, for fear of being mistaken for cowardice. Hell-level copies, there will be plenty of opportunities to challenge them later. There's no rush. Wang Wei also hastily made her attitude clear, and as if the three had found a common excuse, their tone became firm. Dustwind looked at their slightly comical appearance, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up a smile, gently shook his head and said nothing more. He knew that they just needed to step down. Su Jiner also understood this, and her cool eyes once again turned to Dusty Wind with a hint of inquiry in her eyes, as if she was asking for his opinion. "So, we're both going? Good." Dust Breeze let out a light laugh, his tone relaxed and casual. "It's not bad to be idle anyway, so there's nothing wrong with going to see a hell-level secret realm." He spoke lightly, as if the hell-level secret realm was just an ordinary excursion location. Even if it's a hell-level novice secret realm, it's just a novice secret realm. With the strength of our professions, we definitely won't have any problems. Su Jiner looked at the confident expression on Dustwind's face. An inexplicable joy surged in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "Yes." Su Jiner nodded heavily, a hint of a leap of faith even in her cool voice. "Then let's go now." She turned around and looked at Wang Teng's several people. Her tone restored calmness, and her eyes carried a hint of unquestionable firmness. "You guys go back first. Dusty Wind and I will go challenge the hell-level novice secret realm." "Sister Su." Wang Teng wanted to say something else to dissuade Su Jiner, but he was directly interrupted by Su Jiner. "There's no need to say more. With your current strength, you'll be dragging your feet if you go." Su Jiner's tone was direct, without the slightest bit of politeness, as if she was stating a fact. Wang Teng opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but in the face of Su Jiner's cool eyes, he eventually swallowed his words back. He knew that Su Jiner was telling the truth. Cruel but true. "Then, Sister Jane, you guys be careful," Li Wei said softly, a hint of worry in her eyes, her tone filled with complex emotions. "Well, don't worry." Su Jiner nodded, signaling that they didn't need to worry, and watched a few people leave the replica hall before turning her head to look at Dustwind with a hint of impatience in her tone. "So we're going now?" When Dustwind heard this, a hint of tears and laughter flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "At least let me rest for a while. I just come out of the copy, and I haven't opened the Crow Wolf treasure chest yet. Besides, hasn't Miss Su forgotten that my main weapon has already been gloriously sacrificed in battle and completely shattered into crumbs?" And rightly so. When Su Jiner heard this, she realized that she seemed to be a bit hasty, and a faint blush surfaced on her pretty face as she spat out her tongue in slight embarrassment. Then rest while I have the staff brought over." With that, Su Jiner got up and walked to the side, dialing a communication request. As Dustwind looked at Su Jiner's slightly flustered back, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly and a hint of a smile flashed under his eyes. It seems that this Su family's eldest miss doesn't seem to be as cool as she appears on the surface. Dusty Wind laughed lightly and sat directly on the sofa not far away, taking out the Tsong Wolf treasure chest that had been gifted by the novice secret pass. The surface of the metal case was engraved with the head of a rugged wolf, and it glowed with an eerie sheen in the dimly lit room. Dustwind rubbed his fingers over the cold lines of the box and opened it in his mind. "Ding! You have opened the Crow Wolf treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Crow Wolf Light Shield, Black Iron." A soft light burst out from the cracks of the treasure chest, dispelling the shadows in the room, and an ancient scroll lay quietly in the treasure chest. The scroll takes on a deep, inky blue color, with a wolf's head meticulously outlined in silver thread around the edges, mysterious and powerful. Dustwind picked up the scroll. A faint magic fluctuation came from his fingertips. He unfolded the scroll and the information of the skill came into his eyes. Coyote Light Shield, a black iron rank skill that, when used on a target, attaches a 150% spirit value shield to the target. Lasts for 60 seconds. Consumption, 100 MP. CD, 10 minutes. A black iron grade shield skill. Dustwind whispered, his eyes quickly scanning over the skill's description. This skill was moderately effective and was a good defense for him at this stage. In particular, the 150% spirit value shield bonus, with his current 110 points of spirit attribute, could provide 165 points of shield value for 1 minute, which might be useful at a critical moment. Not bad, better than nothing, Dustwind said to himself, and with the thought the scroll directly turned into a stream of light and surged into Dust's body. Ding! Congratulations on your written skill, Coyote Light Shield. Seeing that Su Jiner hadn't returned yet, he closed his eyes to check up on his current state. Character, Dust Breeze. Occupation, Reparative Warlock. Level, LV4. HP, 290-290. MP, 25150/25150. Power, 17. Agility, 14. Spirit, 125. Physical fitness, 14. Special effect, healing effect plus 5%. Skills, scrying, healing, repair, Coyote Light Shield. Talents, Healing Brave. Talent, Healer's Brave. Mage's Heart, SS. Block, A. Fury Strike, B. Skill points, 200. Not bad, but I'll have to think about where to put my 200 skill points. At this moment, Su Jiner hung up her communication and turned around. Then she saw that Dust Breeze was leaning on the soft sofa, resting her eyes. The sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding his body with a faint golden glow and setting off his already handsome side face in a more three-dimensional way. She eased her footsteps and slowly walked over to Dustwind, looking at him quietly. A few strands of broken hair fell down in front of his forehead, trembling gently as he breathed, adding a few points of lethargy and spontaneity to him. Ahem. Seemingly sensing Su Jiner's gaze, Dustwind coughed gently and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Dust Breeze open her eyes, Su Jiner smiled faintly. What did the treasure chest open? Chapter 13, Star Staff, Silver to Gold? Dustwind said truthfully. Not bad. Opened a black iron level shield skill. Crow Wolf Light Shield. Crow Wolf Light Shield? Su Jiner's eyes brightened slightly when she heard this, and the corner of her mouth curved into a nice-looking arc. Then our next trip to the Hell-level secret realm will definitely be more secure. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of imperceptible flutter. Dust Breeze shrugged his shoulders. Non-committal. After all, who would mind a secondary that can resist and fight? Just then, Su Jiner suddenly took out a staff from her backpack and handed it to Dust Breeze. The staff was a deep inky blue color, with intricate magical patterns carved on the body, and a gemstone glittering with starlight set at the top, emitting a faint magical fluctuation. For you. Su Jiner's tone carried a hint of not being able to refuse. From now on, this is your staff. No refusal allowed. Mine? Dustwind was a bit surprised as he subconsciously took the staff, which was cold to the touch. Before he could refuse, Su Jiner added, Take it. This is what you promised me. You will definitely take what I give you, and this staff should be able to be of considerable help to you. Looking at Su Jiner's unquestionable eyes, Dust Breeze had no choice but to give up. The words of rejection in his heart were swallowed back. Alright, then thanks to Miss Su. Dust Breeze shrugged helplessly. With a thought, his scrying technique was activated, and the information of the staff instantly surfaced before his eyes. The next moment, Dust Breeze froze, an incredulous look on his face. Star Staff. Grade, Silver. Level, LV4. Spirit, plus 20. Durability, 200-200. Skill, Star Power, active consume 50 MP points to gather the power of the stars, inflicting 150% of spirit value magic damage to the target, and a 10% chance to cause the target to fall into a stun state for 2 seconds. CD, 30 seconds. Equipment effect, magic increase, magic consumption of all skills is reduced by 10%. Surprisingly, it was a silver level equipment? This was an extreme piece of equipment that was a dream for newcomers who were generally still using white plate equipment. It was important to realize that there was a huge difference in the quality of equipment, and a single piece of silver equipment was enough to increase a player's strength by several times. Dustwind took a deep breath and his gaze toward Su Jiner was filled with complex emotions. How is it? Still satisfied? Su Jiner looked at Dustwind's shocked expression, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. There was also a hint of playfulness on the cool face. It was as if giving away this valuable equipment was a trivial matter to her. Satisfied. Of course. Dust Breeze let out a bitter smile and nodded. When eldest Miss Su makes a move, it is truly extraordinary, he exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. This is no longer extraordinary to describe. It was simply trenchant. After all, low-grade, high-quality equipment could be more expensive than high-grade ones. That's good. Su Jiner hummed lightly, seemingly satisfied with Dustwind's reaction, and on her delicate face, the smile grew even wider. However, this equipment is too expensive. I can't take it for nothing. Dustwind frowned and said seriously, although he needed this equipment, he didn't want to accept Su Jiner's kindness for nothing. After all, he wasn't one who liked to owe people favors. Especially, it was Su Jiner's favor. Who said to give it to you for nothing? Su Jiner blankly glanced at Dustywind and said without a trace of humor, consider it as your payment for protecting me next. How about it? Protect you? Dustwind froze for a moment and looked at Su Jiner with some confusion. With Su Jiner's strength and background, she needed her own protection? What about making a scene? That's right. Su Jiner nodded and rightfully said, The secret realm of hell isn't a good place. It's full of dangers. I need a reliable partner to protect me, and you are the best choice for me." Su Jiner's tone carried a hint of trust and dependence. Hearing Su Jiner's words, Dustbreeze was also silent. He knew that Su Jiner was giving herself a reason to accept this equipment. She didn't want to feel indebted to her, so she said it on purpose. "Don't worry, Miss Su." The corners of Dustwind's mouth curled into a confident smile. "With me here, I definitely won't let you suffer any harm." Su Jiner smiled faintly and nodded. "I believe you." Dustbreeze smiled faintly and picked up the star staff. Since Su Jiner trusted herself so much, he absolutely could not let her down. "Miss Su trusts me so much, it really flatters Mr. Dust." Dustwind let out a light laugh, his tone carrying a few hints of snark. Su Jiner sniffed, her delicate chin lifting slightly, a hint of pride in her expression. "That's natural. My vision can't be wrong." After she finished, she stretched her waist, her delicate figure on display, her movements natural and casual. Without avoiding suspicion, he sat beside Dusty Wind, and the faint fragrance of the young girl's body drifted into the tip of Dusty Wind's nose. Then he said in a lazy tone, "All right, let's rest for a while, and then we'll go and try out that hell-level secret realm later." Aha! Seeing this, Dustbreeze subconsciously pulled away a bit, not caring about Su Jiner's reaction. And, once again, his eyes fell on the star staff. Fingers gently rubbed the cool lines on the surface of the staff, a strange tactile sensation coming from his fingertips. Right at this moment, a system beep that only he could hear suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! "Will you use 100 healing points to sublimate this equipment?" The corner of Dustwind's mouth twitched slightly. Sublimation? Silver to gold sublimation costs 100 healing points? That's 100 healing spells. He only had 20 healing points at the moment. "Are you kidding me?" Dustwind decisively chose to reject it. Can't afford it. Better to wait until later." He shook his head, putting the idea of sublimating his equipment behind him, and turned to repair arts. With a thought, he attempted to use the repair technique. However, there was no response from the skill, as if it had dropped like a stone. System alert, durability value is full. No need to repair. As expected, the repair technique could not be used in a state of full durability. Dustwind sighed slightly helplessly. It seemed that for the time being, it was impossible to directly copy the effects of the equipment. He put away his star staff and his eyes fell on his skill points. 200 skill points lay silently in the skill bar, as if silently tempting him. Those 200 skill points had to be used slightly. You can't really wait until the later skills, can you? After thinking about it for a while, Dustwind clenched his teeth. Since his healing spells had an alienation effect, he might as well add it all to his healing spells in one breath. This gives yourself a bit more of an advantage up front as well. Without saying a word, Dustbreeze's mind moved, and his heart murmured, "Deep Blue, add some points." Chapter 14, Level 5 Healing Technique. As Dustwind's mind moved, 200 skill points disappeared instantly. A wave of warmth rushed through his body and quickly converged in his mind. He felt that his understanding of healing arts had instantly risen to a whole new level. Countless epiphanies surfaced in the mind. It's like an enlightenment. His understanding of the healing arts was instantly elevated to a whole new realm. The information on the skill panel changed with it. Cure, LV5. Immediately restores the target's 300% spirit plus 500 fixed points, life value after use. Alienation effect. 1. When your healing spells hit hard, they will remove all buffs from the target. 2. If the healed target has less life than you have healed, the overflow will be converted to magic damage, dealing magic damage equal to the overflow value to all enemies in range. CD, 5 seconds. Consumption, 150 MP points. Dustbreeze looked at the skill description in front of him and his breath stuttered slightly. 5th level healing spell. The effect was surprisingly horrible. Base healing is increased dramatically. The spirit bonus also went from 200% to 300%. The fixed value is even more directly tenfold. From 50 points, it skyrocketed to 500 points. And that's just scratching the surface of the boost. The enhancement of the alienation effect was what truly shocked Dustwind. The alienation effect, which was originally just a buff removal effect, now actually had a new additional effect added to it. Overflow healing is converted to magic damage. Also, it's ranged magic damage. This was simply a pure healing skill that had been hardened and transformed into a super divine skill that could be used both offensively and defensively. The cooldown has been cut in half. Consumption, however, went straight up several times over. However, for the current Dustbreeze, this amount of consumption was completely negligible. After all, he now had a terrifying 25,000 blue points. It's a little consumption, a sprinkle. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Now that's a top-notch healing profession. Can milk and fight? Who says AIDS can only paddle in the back? he was about to prove it with his actions. Reply warlocks, likewise, can become the most dazzling existence on the battlefield, or even, the strongest existence. Su Jiner, who was beside her, looked at the unpredictable expression on Dustwind's face and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you thinking about? So absorbed?" Dustwind returned to his senses at those words, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled confidently. "It's nothing, I just feel that. This time, the Inferno level secret realm should be very interesting." Su Jiner's beautiful eyes flowed as she gave Dustbreeze a deep look, as if she wanted to see through his inner thoughts. "That's good," Su Jiner said softly, and a light smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It's almost time, we should set off as well." Dustwind nodded and stood up with him. Side by side, the two of them walked towards the secret realm teleportation portal. The replica hall of the novice secret realm was still bustling with people. Various yells and conversations mingled noisily. Soon, the two once again arrived in front of the secret realm teleportation gate. The secret realm teleportation portal emitted a faint glow, as if it was waiting for their arrival. Su Jiner turned her head to look at Dusty Wind with an inquiring look in her eyes. "Going to set off? Are you ready?" Dustwind smiled slightly and nodded. "You can start any time." Just as the two of them were about to step into the secret realm teleportation gate, a sharp voice, filled with undisguised mockery and disdain, suddenly sounded from the side. "Yo, isn't this our dust great genius? What? It's only just been transferred and you're ready to go to your death?" The voice was eerie and provocative. Dustwind and Su Jiner simultaneously frowned at the sound and turned their heads to follow the sound. Only a youth wearing a slightly ostentatious mage's robe and holding a staff inlaid with inferior gems was looking at them with a mocking expression. His face, with a sickly pallor, his eyes were beady, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, tracing an arc of malice. Both Dustbreeze and Su Jiner recognized this person. Third on the Yangcheng talent list, Li Wei. At the same time, it was also someone who had always looked at Dustbreeze in a bad light, especially after learning that Su Jiner and Dustbreeze were on good terms. Li Wei was filled with jealousy and hostility towards Dustbreeze. He had always prided himself on being the number one person in the younger generation of Young City, believing that only he was worthy of Su Jiner. Previously, the news that Dustwind and Su Jiner were preparing to challenge the Hell-level secret realm had somehow gotten to him. He naturally wouldn't let go of this perfect opportunity to mock, trying to do everything he could to discuss Dustbreeze as well. Li Wei walked with a slightly flippant stride to Dustbreeze and Su Jiner. He swept Dustbreeze with contempt and his tone became even more caustic. "I say Dustwind, you really don't know how to die. A B-ranked auxiliary and you dare to think of challenging a hell-ranked secret realm? Really not afraid of death? Or are you trying to drag Su along to her death?" Levi's voice was loud, purposely so that everyone around him could hear it. Many of the surrounding players, who had heard his words, turned their gazes this way, with a look of watching the show on their faces. In their opinion, although Dusty Wind had once been number one on the talent list, after the transfer, even if his talent was high, he had only been transferred into a mediocre B-ranked auxiliary, whereas Li Wei was an A-ranked talented mage who was number 3 on the talent list. The difference between the two is like the difference between clouds and mud. It seemed only natural for Li Wei to taunt Dustbreeze. Dustbreeze looked at Li Wei's face that was filled with malice without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he had long since looked down on these boring provocations and taunts. In his previous life, he had experienced taunts and suppression countless times worse than this, and had long since developed a heart of steel. This level of provocation from Li Wei was like a clown jumping in his eyes. He didn't even have any interest in hitting on Levi. Directly ignoring him, turning her head to look at Su Jiner, she asked softly, "Shall we go?" Dustwind's attitude was completely out of Li Wei's expectation. He had originally thought that Dustbreeze would be angry, retort, and even become irritated. However, he never expected that Dustbreeze would be so calm and even directly ignore him. This kind of disregard made him feel worse and angrier than any taunt. Li Wei's face instantly turned iron blue. His eyes stared at Dusty Wind sinisterly, and his tone became even more vicious. "What? Scared by what I said? Dustwind, you're really a waste. You don't even dare to say a word. What a coward." Levi's mocking voice became even more reckless. The surrounding players followed suit, letting out bursts of jeers. "Ha ha ha, it seems like Dustwind is really scared and doesn't even dare to let out a single fart. A B-ranked assist is a B-ranked assist. It's true that it's a bucket that can't be helped, and it still wants to challenge the hell-level secret realm. It's really laughable. Miss Su is really pitiful. How could she team up with this kind of trash? This time, I'm afraid that the hell-level secret realm is going to be very dangerous." All sorts of mocking noises were heard. When Su Jiner heard these taunts, her face instantly became cold to the core, and frost covered her delicate pretty face. A cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she glared angrily at Li Wei, her voice suddenly rising and, "Levi, that's enough." Chapter 15, Gambling? The noisy jeering around them came to an abrupt end as if the pause button had been pressed. Everyone was shocked by Su Jiner's sudden anger. They had never seen Su Jiner so angry. As far as I can remember, this Su family's eldest young lady is always a cool and indifferent appearance, as if everything in the world is difficult to stir up waves in her heart. At this moment, her delicate face was however slightly distorted by her anger, and her beautiful eyes were burning with fury like substance. Li Wei was also startled by Su Jiner's reaction. The smug smile on his face instantly stiffened, replaced by a hint of panic and dismay. How could he not have expected that Su Jiner would reprimand herself so harshly for the sake of Dust Breeze? One must know that he had always regarded Su Jiner as his goddess, dreaming of obtaining her favor. In his opinion, he was the one who was most worthy of Su Jiner. And so what if Dust Wind was even more talented? It still wasn't a direct transfer into a wasteful B-ranked auxiliary that wasn't worth mentioning at all. However, now, the goddess was glaring at herself for this trash, which caused the jealousy and anger in his heart to erupt like a volcano. Su Jiner, are you as far as that for such a loser? Li Wei's voice was a bit colorful, but it was still hard to hide the resentment in it. He's nothing more than a B-ranked auxiliary. Going to a hell-ranked secret realm will only drag you down. How dare you yell at me for such trash? What is he? A B-ranked auxiliary. Not even worthy of your shoes. Li Wei's chest rose and fell violently, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Dust Wind, the jealousy in his eyes almost overflowing. The surrounding players were once again in an uproar. No one had expected Su Jiner to be so disrespectful to Li Wei for the sake of Dust Breeze. It was important to know that Li Wei was the third most talented mage on Yang City's talent list, and he had been pursuing Su Jiner for more than a day or two. Although Dusty Wind was once number one on the talent list, nowadays he was just a B-ranked healing waste, completely incomparable to Li Wei. Li Wei, I'll say it again. You've had enough. Su Jiner's voice got colder and her delicate face was covered in frost, and anger rose in her beautiful eyes. Su Jiner was really angry. Su Jiner, you. Li Wei was shocked by Su Jiner's aura and was momentarily speechless. His face reddened like a pig's liver. He wanted to retort and curse angrily, but under Su Jiner's icy gaze, it was as if he had been strangled, unable to say a single word. He couldn't afford to mess with Su Jiner's strength and background. He is bullying and arrogant, and only to those who are less than him. Truly facing an existence like Su Jiner, he instantly wimped out. Li Wei was colorful and his eyes flickered. He didn't dare to meet Su Jiner's eyes again, and could only transfer his full of anger to Dusty Wind once again. Humph, trash is trash, only hiding behind women. Li Wei roared at Dust Wind, trying to save some face. Dust Wind, are you still a man? What kind of skill is it to only hide behind a woman? Li Wei's voice was full of provocation and disdain. He was certain that Dust Wind would not dare to answer the battle. Li Wei was trying to provoke Dust Wind with his words and make a fool out of Dust Wind as a way to prove that he was stronger than Dust Wind and more worthy of Su Jiner than Dust Wind. The surrounding players also looked at Dust Wind once again, with different eyes, ranging from mockery, to gloating, to the anticipation of watching a good show. From their point of view, Dust Wind was afraid that he would lose face this time. In the face of Li Wei's provocation, Dust Breeze remained calm, as if he hadn't heard it. He just slightly sidled his head and looked at Su Jiner beside him. Su Jiner's beautiful eyes burned with rage. The magic elements around her began to stir, and the star staff in her hand vaguely lit up. A powerful wave of magic began to coalesce in her body. Su Jiner is really going to do it. Seeing this, Dustwind sighed helplessly. He knew that Su Jiner was standing up for him, but he didn't want Su Jiner to make things worse because of himself. After all, it really didn't make much sense for him to get angry with a clown like Li Wei. Dustwind gently grabbed Su Jiner's wrist and stopped the magic she was about to release. Su Jiner looked at Dust Breeze suspiciously, with inquiries in her beautiful eyes. Dustwind shook his head slightly at her, signaling that there was no need for her to be angry. Afterwards, Dust Breeze stood in front of Su Jiner and faced Li Wei directly. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly, a faint smile on his face, his eyes calm and indifferent, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. I said Levi. Dust Breeze slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. I told you to eat less in general. Look at you. Your mouth still stinks. Dustwind's tone was calm, with a hint of faint mockery. Besides being full of, what else do you know? As soon as Dustwind's words came out, the surroundings instantly quieted down. Everyone froze, including Su Jiner. No one expected that Dust Breeze would respond in such a way. Laughing without anger, calmly mocking, understating, yet killing. You. Li Wei was so angry that he was trembling, his fingers trembling, pointing at Dustwind. You half a day, but could not say a word. You what you? Dust Breeze let out a light laugh, his tone even more casual. Am I not right? Take a piss and look at your face. Do you look like a jumping clown? Dustwind's words were unforgiving, poking Li Wei right where it hurt. Dustwind, you seek death. Li Wei finally exploded, no longer able to care about anything else, and roared at Dust Wind. He waved his staff in his hand and was about to charge at Dust Wind. What? Annoyed and want to make a move? Dust Wind remained calm, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Dust Wind's tone was contemptuous and full of disdain. Li Wei was infuriated by Dusty Wind, and his anger was so intense that he couldn't wait to immediately rush up and tear Dusty Wind into pieces. However, he still had his sanity left and knew that this was the replica hall of the novice secret realm, where private fights between players were forbidden. Moreover, Su Jiner was still watching from the sidelines. If he really wanted to make a move, I'm afraid that the one who would suffer would only be himself. Li Wei gritted his teeth and forced down the anger in his heart, glaring viciously at Dust Wind. Dust Wind, don't be complacent. Li Wei's voice was hoarse, like the low roar of a wild beast. If you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Let's fight one-on-one. Li Wei knew that he was no match for Su Jiner, but he was still confident in dealing with Dust Wind. Single combat? When Dust Wind heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Are you sure you want to fight me one-on-one? Dust Wind asked rhetorically, a hint of teasing in his tone. Of course, Li Wei replied without hesitation. He wanted to teach Dust Wind a hard lesson in front of everyone, letting him know what would happen if he offended himself. Fine, a single fight is a single fight. Dust Wind let out a light laugh and said in a casual tone. However, it's too meaningless to fight one-on-one. Why don't we have a bet? How about it? Bet? Li Wei froze for a moment and looked at Dust Wind with some confusion, not understanding what kind of medicine Dust Wind was selling in his gourd. That's right, a bet. Dust Wind nodded, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Since you don't think I can do it, let's make a big bet. Dust Breeze spoke in a calm tone and, I'll be on a team with Jiner to enter the hell-level secret realm, and I won't take advantage of you. Jiner's strength is such that she can stand up to 10 people by herself, so you'll form your own 10-person squad and enter the hell-level secret realm as well. Dust Wind pointed at the secret realm teleportation portal behind him and looked at Li Wei with a burning gaze. Let's just race to see who gets through first, shall we? Chapter 16, 2v10, Hellish Secret Realm. Bat? Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted as if he had been stabbed by a needle. His eyes flickered, a flash of panic fleeting but deftly concealed. Li Wei stared at Dusty Wind, his mind racing like a storm as he weighed the pros and cons. A hellish secret realm? Is this guy crazy? He, a recognized B-ranked auxiliary, was presumptuous enough to challenge the hell-ranked secret realm with Su Jiner as two people? That's just asking for trouble. Li Wei laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face he put on a puzzled look, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Dust Wind, you're not mistaken, are you? Li Wei's voice carried obvious mockery and skepticism, and he purposely raised his volume in an attempt to use his words to sway Dust Breeze to know better. Hell-level secret realm. That's a forbidden place that even a 10-member elite squad wouldn't dare to try easily. Are you sure you want to bet with me on this? He purposely paused and aggravated his tone, emphasizing the danger of the hell-level secret realm. What? Are you afraid? As Dust Wind looked at Li Wei, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile, like a cat playing with a mouse. He shook his head gently, a hint of disappointment in his tone, as if he were looking at a jumped-up clown. I thought you had a lot of skills, but it turns out you're just a bully too. Dust Breeze's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every player in the surroundings, like an invisible slap that viciously smacked Li Wei in the face. Only hide in the shelter of the family and flaunt their power against the weak. Every word of Dusty Wind was like a sharp knife that viciously stabbed Li Wei's pride. When the surrounding players heard this, many of them revealed a look of contempt. The way they looked at Li Wei also became somewhat disdainful, and whispers rose and fell. Li Wei's face instantly turned ironic, a burst of red and white. He felt his cheeks burning, as if he had been slapped dozens of times. Losing face. Who says I'm afraid? Li Wei raised his head fiercely, the veins on his neck bulging, and roared at Dust Wind, his voice a little hoarse. He was like an enraged beast, his eyes red and deadly as he stared at Dust Breeze. I just think you're too out of your depth. A hell-level secret realm. Is it not a challenge for trash like you? Li Wei said through gritted teeth, each word as if it was squeezed out of his teeth, full of resentment and anger. Since you have to seek death, then I will fulfill you. He had been completely enraged by Dust Breeze and lost his mind, only wanting to teach Dust Breeze a hard lesson and make him pay. Oh, Dust Wind raised his eyebrows, a hint of teasing in his tone, as if he was looking at a dying prey. So, you agree? Of course, Levi replied without hesitation, decisively. He just couldn't believe that a well-equipped 10-man squad of his own was still no match for the two of them. Dusty Wind and Su Jiner? It's a pipe dream. Okay, since you agree, let's set the color. Dust Wind nodded, and the smile on his face grew even wider, as if everything was under control. Colorful? Li Wei froze for a moment and looked at Dusty Wind with some confusion. He didn't understand what kind of medicine Dusty Wind was selling in his gourd. That's right, since it's a bet, it's natural to have a colorful bet, so it's more interesting, isn't it? Dusty Wind spoke slowly, a hint of seduction in his voice, like a demon that lured people to fall. How about the loser kowtows and apologizes to his opponent and gives him the best set of equipment he has on him? Dust Wind's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap that exploded within the replica hall. The surrounding players all sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard this, shocked by Dust Breeze's crazy actions. The stakes, no less, to kowtow and apologize. This was a great insult, especially in full view of the public. It was worse than killing the other party. And giving away the best equipment you have on your body is even more heartbreaking, like cutting meat. It is important to realize that a good piece of equipment is crucial for players, and can even be considered a second life, not to mention a whole set. That was worth a lot of money, enough to make an ordinary player instantly rise to become a party expert. Li Wei's pupils contracted violently, and a trace of imperceptible panic flashed in his eyes, but it was then forcibly suppressed by him, and replaced by an even more sinister sneer. He stared at Dust Wind, his mind racing like a storm, weighing the pros and cons, calculating the gains and losses. Li Wei laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't believe that Dust Breeze could win at all. Dust Wind, you're not mistaken, are you? Li Wei's face also became a bit ugly. He didn't expect Dusty Wind to propose such a ruthless bet. He was a bit hesitant. His mind began to drum, and for a while he was surprisingly unsure of how to respond. He was well aware of the difficulty of the hell-level secret realm. What? Don't dare? Dust Breeze looked at Li Wei. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile as if he was laughing at his cowardice. Or do you have no confidence in yourself at all? Dust Breeze pressed on, unflinchingly exposing Levi's hypocrisy. Who said I wouldn't dare? Li Wei was stimulated by Dust Wind's words, and he slammed his chest, letting out a muffled bang sound. I just think you're too arrogant to propose such a bet, Levi said aloud, trying to hide his inner turmoil. Yes, I promise. Li Wei gritted his teeth and said, his eyes filled with madness. He had been pushed to the brink by Dust Wind. There was no way back. Okay, it's a deal. Dust Wind laughed. A glint of essence flashed in his eyes. He was waiting for this moment. He knew that Levi was completely hooked. You'll see, I'll make you lose. Li Wei glared viciously at Dust Wind and turned around. He had to hurry to get ready. He must not lose to Dust Wind. Su Jiner didn't pay any attention to Li Wei. Her beautiful eyes rested on Dusty Wind in front of her, and the light in her eyes flickered. This confidence of Dust Wind's was the thing that attracted her the most, as if everything was under control, making people want to get closer. At this time, Dust Wind also turned back to look at Su Jiner. Su Jiner looked at Dusty Wind, and a faint smile flashed through her clear eyes, like a spring breeze warming the heart. She naturally understood Dusty Wind's meaning, which was nothing more than worrying that she would be implicated by him. After all, this bet, once you lose, the consequences are quite serious. Not only do you have to kowtow and apologize, but you also have to pay for a whole set of the best equipment. Don't worry, Su Jiner smiled faintly. Her voice was clear and firm, like a clear spring in the mountains, refreshing the heart. A mere A-rank mage, I really don't put it in my eyes. Her tone of voice was flat, but it carried a powerful confidence, as if everything was under her control. You can't lose with me. This confidence was not blind arrogance, but rather stemmed from her absolute trust in her own strength, as well as her trust in Dust Wind. As the brightest genius of the Su family's current generation, Su Jiner had the backbone and the strength to do so. As Dust Wind looked at Su Jiner's confident appearance, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a relaxed smile. He knew that Su Jiner was using her own way to express her support and trust in him, putting him at ease. Then I'll wait to hug Jiner's thigh. Dust Breeze deliberately flirted, his tone relaxed with a hint of a joke. But take me flying. Dust Breeze blinks in an amused, begging for a belt manner. Su Jiner was amused by Dust Breeze and couldn't help but laugh out softly, as pleasant as a silver bell. Yeah, she proudly raised her delicate chin like a high-flying queen. This hell-level secret realm, leave it to me. Su Jiner's eyes glittered with excitement and she was eager to give it a try. She had long wanted to see the power of a hell-level secret realm. About 20 minutes later, Li Wei returned to the replica hall with his 10-man squad in a furious manner. 10 men, perfectly matched in lineups, well-equipped, all leveled above 5. At first glance, it was a well-trained elite team with good coordination and strength. Li Wei walked to Dust Wind in large strides. His eyes were gloomy and as deadly as a poisonous snake. The corner of his mouth hooked into a sardonic smile, as if he had already seen Dust Wind's miserable state on his knees begging for mercy. Dust Wind, are you ready to die? His voice was low and provocative, and every word felt as if it had been squeezed from between his teeth. A hell-level secret realm is not for trash like you to get your hands on. The players behind Li Wei also had contemptuous smiles. The way they looked at Dust Breeze was like looking at a dead man. full of disdain and mockery. In their view, for two people, Dustwind and Su Jiner, to challenge the hell-level secret realm was simply asking for death, and there was no way they could have any chance of winning. Oh, yeah? Dusty Wind smiled lightly, not the least bit intimidated by Li Wei's aura. His eyes were still as calm as water. He slowly stood up and swept his gaze calmly over Levi and his crew as if he was looking at a bunch of jumping clowns. Then we'll see. Dusty Wind's tone was flat, but it was characterized by an unquestionable confidence, as if everything was under control. Humph. Still talking tough at the end of your life? Li Wei snorted coldly. His eyes became even more grim. He couldn't wait to see Dustbreeze's miserable state. I'll show you what it means to be desperate. With a wave of his hand, he led his team towards the entrance of the hell-level secret realm with an aggressive and murderous air. Just at the moment when Li Wei took a step and was about to step into that deep entrance, the staff in Dustwind's hand, the tip of the staff shimmered with a flash of light, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. A stream of light, like a stray arrow, cut through the air and landed precisely on Li Wei's body, disappearing. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. Chapter 17, Terrifying Healing Technique, Group Instantaneous Seconds. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. The A-rank talent Thunderbolt power has been successfully copied. Power of Lightning, all attacks and skills come with additional lightning damage, dealing 5% of the target's current maximum life value, unaffected by the target's magic resistance. Assistant Profession Modification, if the skill is a healing or assisting skill, increase the target's movement speed by 20% and reduce the skill CD by 20% for 10 seconds. The system beep sounded in Dustwind's mind, crisp and ethereal. Li Wei's footsteps lurched as he felt an inexplicable warmth surging through his body. But he didn't care about it and just took it as some kind of special fluctuation from the entrance of the secret realm. He turned back, his eyes swept Dustwind grimly, and the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Playing God, Li Wei cursed in a low voice. Then without looking back, he led his team into the entrance of the hell-level secret realm, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Dustbreeze looked at the direction where Levi had disappeared, his eyes calm. Su Jiner stood beside Dustbreeze and watched his mysterious actions, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. What are you doing? Nothing, just buffing them up. Dustbreeze smiled faintly and didn't explain too much. He knew that although Su Jiner was powerful, he was not aware of some of his special abilities. Buff? Dustwind smiled and nodded, just trying out the feel of the pale wolf-light shield a little. Don't worry about it. Buff? Try your hand at it? Su Jiner blinked. Of course she wouldn't believe that Dustbreeze was simply testing his hand, but since Dustbreeze wasn't willing to say more, she wouldn't pursue the matter. After all, everyone has their secrets. Go. Su Jiner looked at Li Wei and the others who had already disappeared into the darkness and said softly. She opened her slender legs and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Dustbreeze smiled faintly and followed Su Jiner's footsteps. Side by side, the two walked into the deep, dark entrance of the secret realm, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness. With a flash of light, the surrounding scenery instantly changed. A cold, damp scent came over the room, accompanied by a sickening, putrid odor that made you cringe. The surrounding area was dim, with minimal visibility, and only a few twisted trees and strange, rocky ground could be vaguely seen. The air was thick with the scent of death, as if they were in a dead cemetery. The secret realm of the undead? Dusty Wind's brows furrowed as a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. This seemed a bit different from the hellish secret realm he remembered from his previous life. The first hellish secret realm he entered in his previous life wasn't this hellish. Could it be that his rebirth has led to some unknown changes? Dustbreeze pondered in his heart and looked around vigilantly. Ding! You have successfully entered the secret realm of hell, Phantom Recabus. The system beep sounded in both of their minds at the same time. Su Jiner immediately raised the staff in her hand, the tip of the staff flickering with a faint light of fire, shielding her petite body behind her and blocking Dustbreeze's body. Be careful, it's not the same here anymore. Su Jiner's voice was clear and cold, but it carried a trace of imperceptible tension. Around the original twisted trees and rocks, slowly stood up a skeleton. Hollow eyes flickered with ghostly blue flames, and the bones rubbed together with a toothache-inducing clicking sound. Dustbreeze looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was clear. Sure enough, it was just as he suspected. The effects of his rebirth are already beginning to show. With a thought, the scrying technique was instantly activated. Name, Skeleton Soldier. Grade, White Plate. Rank, 1. HP, 150. MP, 50. Power, 10. Agility, 5. Spirit, 3. Physical Fitness, 8. Skills, Bone Shield. Talent, Skeletal Rejuvenation. The most common skeleton soldiers with pathetically low attributes. However, there are quite a few of them. It was so dense that it filled almost the entire field of vision. So many? Su Jiner frowned slightly, obviously also a bit surprised. Even with her strength, facing such a number of skeletal soldiers would be tricky. What's more, This was only the entrance to the secret realm. Who knows what more terrifying existences are hidden in the depths. Seeing this, Su Jiner was about to swing her staff and chant a spell. However, he saw Dustwind take a step faster and raise the staff in his hand. That speed, so incredibly fast that it even surpassed her. ISS rank hidden profession Flame Soul Warlock. Double casting. Fury Strike. Dust Breeze murmured in his heart, and both talents activated at the same time. Almost instantly, a soft green light shot out of the top of the staff, followed by another. 2 green lights, one after the other, landed precisely on Su Jiner's body. Plus 4910. Plus 4910. Right at this moment, 2 huge green numbers floated up from the top of Su Jiner's head in a shocking manner. Su Jiner froze. She looked incredulously at the numbers floating up above her head for a moment. It was important to realize that her current life value was only a few hundred points, and this one healing spell from Dustwind had directly added almost 5,000 points of blood to her. This is simply, ding, afterglow shock triggered, ding, alienation effect triggered. System beeps sounded one after another, just as Su Jiner froze, with her as the center, for invisible energy fluctuations spread out violently. The surrounding skeletal soldiers that had just climbed up were instantly reduced to pieces under the impact of this energy fluctuation. 2455, 4610. Dense red damage numbers floated up like rain. The originally crowded entrance to the secret realm instantly became empty, leaving only ashes all over the place. Ding! Healing Bravery trigger. Spirit value +1. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The skill Flame Soul Fireball has been permanently copied. Flame Soul Fireball summons a huge fireball and launches it at the enemy, exploding for 350% spirit damage with a burning effect for 5 seconds. Consumption, 200 MP. CD, 5 minutes. Dustwind looked at the copied skill and couldn't help but smack his lips. It was a pity that he didn't copy the other SS rank talent on Su Jiner's body. As a reborn person, he was very clear that Su Jiner had these 2 incredibly powerful SS rank skills, which were the top priority for Su Jiner in her previous life to reach the top of the world. And at this time, Su Jiner also came back to her senses. She looked at the empty scene in front of her, and then looked at Dusty Wind who had a calm face beside her. Did you make this? She asked with some uncertainty, a hint of shock in her voice that was hard to hide. Although she knew that Dust Breeze was strong, she did not expect that he would be this strong. This was completely beyond her knowledge. Hearing Su Jiner's voice, Dust Breeze snapped out of his own thoughts. Aha! Dustwind nodded and didn't explain too much. He knew that with Su Jiner's intelligence, he could definitely guess something. Your healing spells. Su Jiner wanted to say something. She wanted to ask why Dustwind's healing technique was so strong, but felt that the question was a bit abrupt. After all, everyone has their secrets. Dustwind seemed to have seen Su Jiner's doubts and took the initiative to open his mouth to explain. My healing technique, it's a bit special. Chapter 18, is Dust Breeze really just a baby daddy? Special? A trace of eccentricity flashed in Su Jiner's eyes. Dusty Wind smiled faintly. Yeah, after all, my profession isn't an ordinary healing warlock either. Su Jiner gazed at Dust Breeze. The doubt in those clear as water eyes increased, but at the same time, a hint of intense curiosity rose. This man always brings her unexpected surprises. You should know that all healing spells can be used as attack skills to inflict damage on undead-type creatures. It's just that my healing spells are more effective against them. As he spoke, he raised the staff in his hand once more, the tip of the staff flickering with a faint green light. After all, a skill full of vitality is a deadly poison to these long-dead undead. Dust Breeze added, gently. Before the words fell, a green light shot out from the tip of the staff and landed precisely on a skeletal soldier not far away. 4910. Healing strikes again. A huge green number floated up from the top of the skeleton soldier's head. Immediately afterward, the body of the skeleton soldier, like ice and snow thrown into a blazing fire, rapidly melted and turned into a pile of ashes. An even bigger red number floated up from where the skeletal soldier had originally been, shocking to the eye. Ding! Afterglow shock triggered. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. The system beep sounded in Dustwind's head, just as the red numbers drifted away. With the skeletal soldier as the center, an invisible energy fluctuation spread out violently. The surrounding skeletal soldiers that had just climbed up were instantly reduced to pieces under the impact of this energy fluctuation. 2455, 4610. Ding! Healing Bravery trigger. Physical strength +2. Ding! Healing Brave triggers. Strength +2. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Strength +3. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. The Su talent Skeleton Rejuvenation has been successfully copied. Skeleton Resurrection, 10% chance of resurrecting when you die, restoring 20% HP. System beeps sounded one after another. It echoed in Dustwind's mind. Dust Breeze was slightly stunned. I didn't realize the effect of the healing spells working on the monster's attack. Surprisingly, It counts towards the treatment, which is a surprise. Although this treatment does not give cure points, but you can get attribute values and natural skills. It would have been far more than he expected. After all, these 2 waves of attacks alone, his strength and constitution values then went up by 15 points each. This rate of enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. Only when he heard the last message, the corner of Dustwind's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. Skeleton resurrection? You're not a skeleton. If this really triggers, you won't turn into a skeleton after you're revived, right? Although he was a little worried, Dusty Wind didn't bother to think about that much. He had already died once. He didn't want to do it again. See, it's that simple. He turned his head to look at Su Jiner, his tone relaxed with a faint hint of smugness. Su Jiner was silent, her delicate face full of shock. She looked at the empty landscape in front of her. He also looked at Dustbreeze, who had a calm face beside him. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. Is this really a healing art? Su Jiner felt that her worldview was strongly impacted. She had never seen so overbearing a healing art. Not only does it heal amazingly well, but it can also deal devastating blows to your enemies. This simply overturned her knowledge of healing arts. Ding! You have killed the skeleton soldier. Experience value plus 20. Ding! You have killed the skeleton soldier. Experience value plus 20. The system beeps kept ringing. Not long after the golden light flashed, Dustbreeze and Su Jiner's bodies lit up with upgrades at the same time. Both went up a level. Only then did Su Jiner come back to her senses. She looked at Dustbreeze, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. She naturally didn't believe what Dustwind had just said. After all, earlier in the Pale Wolf Forest, he had also attacked the enemy with his healing technique. But the coyote wasn't an undead creature. How does that explain it? Su Jiner's heart was filled with doubts, but she didn't ask. She knew that on Dustbreeze, there must be a lot of secrets hidden. And these are secrets that perhaps he would rather not mention. Pursuing it will only affect their relationship. Go! Su Jiner took a deep breath, calmed her heart and said softly. She took the first step towards the depths of the secret realm. Dustbreeze smiled faintly and followed Su Jiner's footsteps. The two walked side by side, their figures fading into the darkness. The phantom wreck abyss, deeper into the darkness. The coldness was even more intense than at the entrance. The putrid smell, too, was more pungent. The visibility is so low that you can barely reach out. There was only the faint firelight emanating from the staff in Su Jiner's hand. It barely illuminated a small area around it. Just then the dense sound of footsteps, coming from all directions, was eerie. It was as if there were countless undead creatures, lurking in the dark. Be careful. Su Jiner's voice, resounding in the darkness, carried a hint of gravity. The staff in her hand, emitting a faint firelight, illuminated a small area around her. The monsters here seemed to be stronger than outside, Su Jiner said with a frown. She had sensed that there were countless pairs of ghostly blue eyes all around them, staring them dead in the face. Dustbreeze didn't say anything and just silently followed behind Su Jiner. His eyes were as calm as water, as if he was indifferent to everything around him. But Su Jiner could feel it. Underneath Dustbreeze's calm exterior, hiding a hint of imperceptible caution. Just as the two were about to move on, a residual shadow suddenly sprang out of the darkness, like an arrow from a string, towards Su Jiner. He lunged straight at her. Dustbreeze is quick on the eyes. The trajectory of the black shadow was instantly captured. Look out! He exclaimed in a huff. Before the words fell, the staff in his hand had already thrown out a stream of light once again, landing precisely on Su Jiner's body. The Crow Wolf Light Shield was suddenly activated. A light gray shield, which instantly enveloped Su Jiner, was tough and thick, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, several fine electric awnings suddenly appeared around Su Jiner's body. Her speed, in this instant, violently increased by a large margin, and like lightning, she retreated backward sharply. That black shadow's attack almost grazed the corner of Su Jiner's coat and landed in the air. Su Jiner dodged the fatal blow with incomparable ease, her body floating and unharmed. Seeing this, Dustbreeze sighed in relief, and with a gaze, the scrying spell was instantly unleashed, and at the same time, a healing spell followed suit, flinging itself towards the black shadow. Name, Carrion Dog. Grade, Black Iron. Rank, 3, HP, 300, MP, 30, Power, 18, Agility, 12, Spirit, 5, Physical Fitness, 15, Skills, Bite, Carrion Charge, Talent, Rotten Body. Dustbreeze instantly acquired information about the monster in front of him, and his heart was clear. At the same time, the green light landed precisely on the Carrion Dog's body. 980. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the Carrion Dog's head. The Carrion Canine didn't even have time to send out a miserable scream, and its body quickly dissolved into a pile of ashes as if it was being burned by a blazing fire. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. In the next moment, The overflow damage, directly into a circle of green light as ripples scattered out in all directions. The surrounding skeleton soldiers that had just gathered together, as well as the other carrion dogs hidden in the shadows, instantly turned into pieces under the impact of this energy fluctuation. A series of damage numbers followed. -680, -680, -680. Dustwind looked at the damage numbers in front of him. This carrion canine's blood level, which was more than double that of the skeleton soldier, still couldn't withstand a single blow of his healing spell. It seemed that in the hell-level secret realm, his healing technique still possessed a strong suppressive power, and if he triggered a blitz, he was afraid that the boss would be able to directly kill him in seconds. Right? In an instant, the group of monsters in front of them was left with nothing but ashes and carrion remnants all over the ground, emitting a sickening stench. Su Jiner looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes filled with surprise. She didn't expect that not only was Dustwind's damage amazing, but even the Crow Wolf Light Shield that she had just learned possessed the effect of increasing her movement speed. And that's not a small increase in speed, by any means. It certainly gave her a crucial extra level of responsiveness in the face of any unexpected situations that might arise next. Thinking of this, the doubts in Su Jiner's heart intensified. Dusty Wind, is it really just a healing doula? This situation doesn't even look like it. Ding! You have killed the carrion dog. Experience value plus 50. Ding! You killed the skeleton soldier. Experience value plus 20. System beeps continued to ring out, and a large amount of experience value, like a tidal wave, surged into Dustbreeze and Su Jiner's bodies. The two had clearly only just upgraded not long ago. However, under the speed of brushing monsters like a raging wind and rain, the experience bar is almost as fast as the eye can see. It's growing by leaps and bounds. Just for a few moments, it was then nearly half filled. That's a fast upgrade. It was like riding a rocket. It's unbelievably fast. It simply breaks the conventional perception. This upgrading speed was like riding a rocket, so fast that it was unbelievable. Only, this time Dustwind's luck seemed to run out. Killed so many monsters. He had merely gained only 4 or 5 points of strength attribute value, skills and talents, and yet none of them were copied. It couldn't help but make him feel some slight regret. Su Jiner stood in place, looking at the empty scene in front of her, and then looked at Dusty Wind, who had a calm face beside her. A complex look flashed in her eyes, obviously said yes in the beginning. It was up to himself to lead Dusty Wind to explore the secret realm of this phantom Recubus, but now it seems, he seemed to have become a dispensable liability instead. This perception, let the always proud Su Jiner. The heart is more or less in the wrong place. Let's go. We're competing against Li Wei. I don't want to kowtow to that guy. Dustwind let out a light laugh and took the lead in taking steps towards the depths of the secret realm. Su Jiner took a deep breath and tried to calm her slightly complicated emotions as she silently followed Dustwind's footsteps. Chapter 19, The Panicked Su Family. Yangchang, the Su family split. Inside family head Su Mingan's study, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Su Mingan sat behind the wide mahogany desk, his face somber. In his hand, the piece of emerald green jade that he was originally playing with was currently being tightly clutched, his knuckles turning white. Jiner went into the hell-level novice secret realm? Su Mingan's voice was low. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth with an overwhelming anger. Standing across from him were his inner circle of men. At this moment, the henchman was hanging his head down, his body trembling slightly, not even daring to breathe. Yes, House Master, he answered with difficulty, his voice almost faintly audible. Su Mingan's face didn't ease up because of his men's confirmation, but instead became more gloomy. Just get in. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. With Jiner's profession and equipment, plus those people we've arranged, there shouldn't be any major problems. Su Mingan tried to comfort himself, but there was a trace of imperceptible trembling in his voice. But, the henchman gulped, as if he had something to hide. Su Mingan raised his head violently, his eyes sharp as knives. But what's it like to stutter? The underling's body shook, and he hastily sped up his speech. That, Missy went in with just a 2-person squad. What? Su Mingan's pupils suddenly contracted and his face instantly turned pale. He stood up violently, and the jade in his hand fell to the ground with a snap and broke into pieces. A 2-man squad? Su Mingan's voice was sharp and piercing, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Didn't I tell you 1,000 times to send more men to protect Missy? He growled, his chest heaving violently, clearly enraged to the core. What he feared most, still happened. A hellish secret realm, even at the novice level, was not something that 2 people could just break into. Su Jiner's well-being made him anxious. What made him feel even more fearful was that if something really happened to Su Jiner in the secret realm, the side of the main family of the capital city would definitely not let him off the hook. At that time, the entire Yangchang Su family branch would be doomed. Who did Missy go with? Su Mingan asked in a hoarse voice as he stared dead at his men. He wanted to know who, exactly, dared to be so bold as to take Su Jiner on an adventure. Family master. The one who is with Missy is Dusty Wind, the henchman answered in a shaky voice. Su Mingan was violently stunned, as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning, and his entire body froze in place. The teacup in his hand, no longer able to hold, clang fell to the ground, shattered. Tea splashed everywhere, soaking the expensive carpet. What did you say? Su Mingan's voice became sharp and twisted, as if it was a harsh ghost hissing from hell. Dust wind? Which dust breeze? He stared his men dead in the face, his eyes filled with blood as if he wanted to eat him alive. The henchman was scared out of his wits by Su Mingan's appearance, and he shivered and replied, just that. Talent value of 200. B ranked. Reply warlock. A B rank repo warlock? Su Mingan only felt a surge of hot blood rush to the top of his head, and his eyes blackened for a while. His body swayed and he nearly fell head over heels. A B rank reply warlock? What right does he have? How dare he take Missy into a hell-level secret realm? He's looking for death. No, he's trying to get Missy killed. Su Mingan's voice, which had gone completely out of control, became hysterical. He couldn't imagine what kind of help a B-ranked reparative warlock could provide to Su Jiner. In a hell-level secret realm, a B-ranked reproduction warlock, I'm afraid, would have problems even defending himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, the more fearful he became. If anything happened to Su Jiner, he could not absolve himself of the blame. Prepare the car. Get the car ready. Su Mingan slammed the table and roared at his men. I'm going to the replica hall. I'm going to stop them. I'm going to get Missy out. His voice was hoarse, his eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was on the verge of collapse. His only hope now was to be able to forcefully teleport Su Jiner out of the secret realm through the replica hall's authority. Even if it cost him more, he had to do it. At the same time, in the secret realm of the spectral wreckage abyss, Dustbreeze and Su Jiner had already penetrated deep into an ancient castle. Inside the castle, darkness was like sticky ink, slowly swallowing the light. The staff in Su Jiner's hand, with its flickering firelight, could only illuminate a small area in front of her. The twisted carvings on the walls seemed to come to life in the flickering light. Flailing and clawing, the scent of decay, mixed with a chilly dampness, continued to assault the senses of both men. Su Jiner followed closely behind Dustbreeze, not daring to take a step away. Her gaze, from time to time, fell on Dustwind's back. The eyes were filled with complex emotions. From the entrance to the secret realm, to this ancient castle, it took just over 20 minutes. The speed of this was so fast that it made her wonder. One should know that the record for the fastest passage of a hell-level novice secret realm was more than an hour, and they, in less than half the time. Su Jiner had originally thought that she had teamed up with Dustwind to protect him. A B-ranked reparative warlock, in most people's eyes, was just a dispensable aid, but now it seems that everything is reversed. It wasn't her protecting Dustwind, rather, it was Dustbreeze, who was taking her all the way to crush. This knowledge made Su Jiner's heart feel a pang of loss. She used to think that she was the center of the team. It's the key to leading the team through. But now, she realized that she seemed to have become a dispensable presence. Even without Dustbreeze, she might not even be able to enter this castle. What's wrong? Dustwind's voice, which suddenly rang out, broke the silence within the castle. He turned his head, looked at Su Jiner, and asked with a smile, "There's a boss fight coming up. What are you thinking about?" Su Jiner returned to her senses and looked at Dustwind's face with a faint smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but didn't know how. The original self-confidence, at this moment, had actually produced a hint of shaking. "I thought I'd be able to surpass you after the transfer, and was going to help you." Su Jiner's voice, very light and low, carried a trace of imperceptible loss. "I didn't realize. You were still better than me, and I still need you to take me." Dustbreeze was slightly stunned. It was then that he realized that he seemed to have stood out a bit too much along the way, so much so, that it made the proud young lady self-doubt. It wasn't the result he wanted. "It's just a professional match this time." Dustwind let out a light laugh and said in a relaxed tone. He walked over to Su Jiner and stood side by side with her. "If it wasn't for undead creatures, my healing skills couldn't have been this powerful. When we go to other copies in secret realms in the future, we'll have to rely on you for the main attack." His voice, echoing through the empty castle, carried a hint of comfort, a hint of encouragement. "Don't think so much. Let's go. Let's go and finish the boss first. After we pass the secret realm first." After Dustwind finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped towards the door that led to the final boss room. Su Jiner looked at Dusty Wind's back and took a deep breath. Trying to calm her emotions, she followed closely behind, the two of them, one after the other, into the unknown, thick door. The heavy door, in the creaking sound of friction, slowly opened. Dustwind and Su Jiner entered side by side and stepped into the room where the final boss was located. A strong putrid odor came in like a dike-breaking flood, instantly drowning the two. The cold aura of death, as if an invisible tentacle, tightly wrapped around their bodies. Su Jiner subconsciously held her breath and took half a step backward. With the staff in his hand, the firelight danced violently, reflecting a huge shadow that twisted and writhed against the walls. It was a bone dragon. It was so large that it took up almost the entire room. The white bones, glowing with an eerie cold light in the darkness, were like countless sharp pointy knives. Two turquoise ghostly fires burned in the empty sockets, staring dead at the two who had intruded, as if they wanted to devour their souls. Bone dragon. Su Jiner's voice slightly trembled. She wasn't in awe, just shocked. Any novice secret realm where the final boss was a giant dragon was enough to make people feel shocked. Even if it was just a novice secret realm, it should never be like this. Dragons, no matter which world they were in, were synonymous with power and existence above countless creatures. Even if it was just a bone dragon made up of skeletons, its strength should definitely not be underestimated. Dustwind's expression, however, remained calm. He only frowned slightly, as if he was slightly surprised by the appearance of this bone dragon. Scrying, Dustwind read softly. Abyssal Bone Dragon Boss. Rank, 10. Quality, Silver. HP, 3000. MP, 500. Physical Fitness, 150. Agility, 20. Spirit, 50. Power, 200. Skills, Dragon's Breath, Withering. Skeletal Storm. Family Summoning. Talent, Dragon Suppression. Immortal Skeleton. In front of Dustwind's eyes, the Bone Dragon's attribute panel instantly appeared. Silver Level Boss. The attributes were more than several times higher than the previous carrion dog. Skills, and a few more. But, the corner of Dustwind's mouth slightly arched. To him, this bone dragon still wasn't enough to look at. This bone dragon's attributes are so high. Su Jiner looked at Dustbreeze with a hint of worry in her tone. Also, it has 3 skills. With her strength, the chances of winning against this bone dragon alone were extremely low. It's okay. Dustbreeze smiled faintly. His tone relaxed. Leave it to me. He didn't even wait for Su Jiner to react before he already raised the staff in his hand. The staff shimmered with a faint light, as if it was building up some kind of powerful force. Fury Strike. Healing. A green light, bursting out from the top of the staff, landed precisely on the bone dragon's body like an arrow off a string. The light instantly exploded, enveloping the bone dragon's massive body. 4650. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the bone dragon's head, bright red and blinding. Roar! The bone dragon let out a hiss of pain, his voice mournful and desperate. The huge body shook violently and collapsed as if all its strength had been drained from it. The blood bar above his head instantly emptied without a single trace remaining. Ding! You have killed the Abyssal Bone Dragon, boss. Experience value plus 1600. Ding! You have triggered the Healing Brave talent effect. The B-rank talent Immortal Wreck has been successfully copied. Immortal Wreck, immune to instant death effects. Defense doubles when HP is below 20%. Ding! You have triggered the Healing Brave talent effect, with a strength value of plus 3. Ding! You have triggered the Healing Brave talent effect, with a physique value of plus 3. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points, current level LV8. System beeps, one after another. The smile on Dustwind's face became even more intense. The talent was copied and 2 attributes were added one after the other. Was this the difference between bosses? Far stronger than ordinary monsters. Su Jiner stood in place, looking at this incredible scene in front of her, completely frozen. Her mouth dropped open and her eyes rolled back in her head as if she had seen some unfathomable sight and her mind went blank. Seconds? A silver level boss was actually killed by Dustwind with a single healing spell? How is this possible? Su Jiner felt that her worldview was strongly impacted. She even began to wonder if she was hallucinating. Before those small monsters were killed in seconds, even if it was, how even the boss was killed in seconds. This was a silver level bone dragon. Even if it's only level 10, that's still a dragon. It is in existence above countless creatures. How can you be killed in seconds so easily? Su Jiner felt like her perception was completely turned upside down. She couldn't understand or accept it. Done. Dustwind put away his staff and turned his head to look at Su Jiner with a faint smile on his face. Let's go see what kind of goodies this bone dragon has exploded. His voice pulled Su Jiner back to reality from her shock. Su Jiner took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner shock and calm herself down. She looked at Dustwind with complicated eyes. This man, how many secrets are hidden? How strong is he? Really? Su Jiner realized that she could not see through Dustbreeze more and more. Is he really just a repo warlock? How is he more of a combat class professional than he is? The two walked over to the body of the bone dragon. Moory white bones, which had lost their luster, were scattered all over the place. Several items that shimmered with different rays of light lay silently among the pile of bones. Dustwind bent down and picked up those items one by one. Ding! You have obtained the Bone Dragon's spine. Ding! You have obtained Bone Dragon's sharp claw. Ding! You have obtained the equipment Ring of the Dead, silver. Ding! You have obtained the Dragon Soul Fragment. Ding! You have acquired the Bone Dragon Staff, silver. That much? Su Jiner looked at the item on the ground that was emitting a faint glow with a hint of disbelief in her voice. One should know that normally, when killing a monster, it would be good to pop out 1 or 2 items, which was already considered extremely lucky. This Bone Dragon actually exploded 5 pieces in one breath, and there were 2 silver-level equipment in it. This is simply... Su Jiner felt like she was dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal. Well, it was okay. Dust Breeze spoke lightly, as if it was just a trivial matter. There was a natural reason why he was so calm. Dust Breeze explained with a slight smile. The explosive rate of the dropped items is related to the speed of the kill and the number of attacks received. If it is a one-hit kill, the number and rarity of the dropped items will be increased to a certain extent. We've been quite lucky this time. Su Jiner nodded slightly as she listened to Dusty Wind's explanation. So it was like that. However, even if she knew why, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. One strike. What a horrible strength it would take to do that. She asked herself that with her own strength, she would never be able to do it. Chapter 20, Hidden Copies. Dust Breeze picked up the scattered items one by one and stuffed them into a dusty cloth bag with a sharp movement, as if he had long been accustomed to such an operation. Let's go. He was just about to greet Su Jiner and leave, but he suddenly let out a light eep and stopped in his tracks. The line of sight crossed over the messy skeleton and landed on the place where the Bone Dragon's corpse was originally perched. Su Jiner froze and followed his gaze. The area that was originally obscured by the Bone Dragon's massive body was now unobstructed in front of the two. What's wrong? She asked suspiciously, a hint of curiosity in her cool voice. Instead of answering directly, Dustwind raised his hand and pointed in that direction, asking rhetorically, "Is there a door before there?" His voice was low, with a hint of uncertainty. Su Jiner's gaze once again fell to that location and scrutinized it. Only there, a half-hidden stone door stood silently. The stone door was covered with traces of age, mottled lines like the wrinkles on an old man's face, ancient and mysterious. It stood in stark contrast to the morose white bones around it, as if it were an out-of-place presence. Su Jiner's pupils contracted slightly. She could be certain that there was definitely no such door here before. Her mind raced as countless thoughts flashed by. A possibility came to mind that made her heart skip a beat. It's hard to believe that this is the legendary hidden copy? Her voice trembled a little, a mixture of surprise at the unknown and excitement at the adventure to come. Dust Breeze slowly approached the stone door, looking extra cautious with every step. He reached out his hand and gently touched the rough lines on the stone door. A cold touch came from his fingertips, as if he could feel the passage of years and the settling of time. Crunch! He gently pushed, and the stone door made a dull scraping sound and slowly opened a crack. An airy scent poured out of the crevice, very different from the previous putrid odor. This aura was even purer and colder, as if it came from the 9 abysses, carrying the silence of death. Hidden copies, Su Jiner murmured, her voice containing both suppressed excitement and wariness of the unknown. Hidden copies are a special kind of existence. They are not labeled on the map, nor do they have any hints, and only appear when certain conditions are met. It's like a hidden egg waiting to be discovered by a lucky person. It appears under a myriad of conditions, some requiring specific props, some requiring a specific time, and some requiring the completion of a series of complex tasks. The trigger condition for the hidden copy in front of him was clearly related to the bone dragon that had just been killed, related to Dustwind's unbelievable strike. Hidden copies, which often mean greater risk, also mean greater rewards. Each hidden copy is like an unknown treasure waiting to be explored by the transmogrifier. It may contain rare equipment, powerful skills, or even an opportunity to change your fate. Su Jiner was also very excited at this time. How could she not have expected that she would be so lucky as to encounter a hidden copy at the novice stage? It was like a gift of fate, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dustwind looked at Su Jiner's excited appearance, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved up in an arc. He asked softly, "How about it? Any interest in going in and breaking in?" His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of seduction. "Now that I've come across it, of course I'm going," Su Jiner replied without hesitation, her tone firm. There was a gleam of excitement in her eyes, a desire for adventure, a yearning for the unknown. "Go!" Dustbreeze nodded and took the lead in stepping through the stone door. Su Jiner followed closely behind, and the two of them disappeared into the darkness, one after the other. The stone door slowly closed, shutting out all the clamor, leaving only endless darkness and silence. Passing through the stone door, what presented itself to the two was a long dark corridor. The walls on both sides of the long corridor were inlaid with a crystal that emitted an eerie green light. The faint glow, which provided a glimpse of the dark space, added a bit more eeriness. There was a faint smell of sulfur in the air, mixed with a hint of decay that was oppressive and unsettling. It was as if this was the entrance to hell, leading to a world of danger and the unknown. Click, click. A sound of metal clashing came from the depths of the long corridor, breaking the dead silence. The voice, like a hypnotic charm, made people's hearts tighten. Dust Breeze and Su Jiner glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. They moved forward cautiously, taking each step with extra care. Beneath his feet, there were cold stone slabs that echoed slightly with each step. As they went deeper, the sound of metal clashing became clearer and denser. It was as if there were countless metal monsters waiting for them at the end of the long corridor. Finally, at the end of the long corridor, they saw the source of the sound. It was a group of skeletal soldiers clad in tattered armor. They wielded rusty weapons and swung them mechanically, lifelessly. It was as if they were engaged in some kind of never-ending drill, or as if they were puppets being manipulated by some kind of power. Behind the skeletal soldiers, four figures dressed in black robes were chanting something in a low voice, an obscure incantation that echoed through the air with a hint of evil. As they chanted, a black mist gushed out from them and merged into the bodies of the skeletal soldiers. The skeleton soldiers that were originally moving slowly became swifter and more powerful after absorbing the black mist. In their eyes, there was an eerie green light, as if they had been given life. It's skeleton warriors and undead summoners, Su Jiner said in a low voice, a hint of gravity in her tone. She instantly recognized the types of monsters. In front of Dustwind's eyes, the attribute panels of these monsters appeared. Skeleton warrior, rank, 8, quality, whiteboard, HP, 800, MP, 50, physical fitness, 40, agility, 10, spirit, 5, power, 40, skills, none, talent, none, undead summoner elite, rank, 9, quality, black iron, HP, 1000, MP, 500, physical fitness, 50, agility, 15, spirit, 50, power, 30, skills, skeleton summoning, skeleton strengthening, talent, affinity for the undead. These skeleton warriors, with average attributes, were numerous and densely packed, and could not be seen at a glance, and those four undead summoners were the real threat. Their skill, skeleton summoning, allows them to summon a constant stream of skeleton warriors. If they weren't dealt with soon, the number of skeleton warriors would grow and eventually overwhelm them. These summoners summon skeletons so fast, we have to take care of the summoners first. Su Jiner frowned as she looked at the skeletal warriors that kept rising from the ground. More and more skeleton warriors joined in wielding their weapons, and the scene became more and more chaotic. I know. Dustwind nodded. He naturally understood this. He took a deep breath and swept his gaze over the four undead summoners, already having a plan in mind. It was necessary to fight quickly and not be dragged down by this sea of skeletons. There was a sense of guilt and goodwill towards Su Jiner. Chapter 21, An Intelligent Monster? Without the slightest hesitation, Dustbreeze raised the star staff in his hand at the first opportunity. Whoosh, whoosh, two emerald green rays of light, like arrows off the string, shot out from the tip of the staff, and with a sound that broke through the air, instantly disappeared into the group of skeletons. Buzz! The light landed on the ground and instantly burst apart, transforming into two huge waves of green light that spread in all directions at an astonishing speed, quickly covering half of the promenade. Wherever the light waves passed, the skeletal warriors were like snowflakes baked by the hot sun, rapidly melting away and turning into piles of scattered skeletons. Ding! You have killed the skeleton warrior. Experience value plus 40. Ding! You have killed the skeleton warrior. Experience value plus 40. Ding! You have killed undead summoner elite. Experience value plus 135. The system beeps came in like a tidal wave, echoing continuously in Dustbreeze's ears, almost connecting to one another. Dustbreeze's brows, however, wrinkled slightly. He clearly heard that there was only one hint of killing an undead summoner in the system beep. Only killed one? Surely that's still not enough range. Dustwind gripped his staff tightly, ready to put a shield on himself first and wait for the CD of the next healing spell, though he had other attack skills he could use as well. But Su Jiner was still here, and it was better not to expose the copied skills for the time being. Just as Dustwind was thinking this, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. Dustbreeze subconsciously looked back, only to see Su Jiner standing at the entrance of the long corridor, the staff in her hand constantly waving. A huge fireball fell from the sky like a meteor shower, landing precisely in the skeleton group and exploding. The flames rolled over, and the entire long corridor seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. The skeleton warriors struggled in the sea of fire and let out chilling hisses, but they were soon engulfed by the flames and turned into ashes. Su Jiner's face was overflowing with excitement. Her eyes were bright as if they were burning with two flames. Her skills, like a machine gun, poured out fire like crazy, with no intention of stopping at all. Each fireball could take away the life of a large swath of skeleton warriors. Dustwind looked at Su Jiner's back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. SS rank hidden professions. Really powerful. Although Su Jiner kept saying that she was the one who was leading her. But how could Dustwind, who was a reborn person, not know that Su Jiner had not been using her full strength all along? As an existence that stood at the peak of the world in her previous life, Su Jiner had two extremely powerful SS grade talents. One of them was the heart of a mage god that she had copied herself to, which could bring her tons of magical power value. And another talent called Gift of the Heavens, which allows all her skills to be CD-less. With these two talents stacked together, she could unleash her skills with impunity, not having to worry about magic consumption or skill cooldowns at all. Totally a walking magic Gatling. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed Undead Summoner Elite. Experience value plus 135. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed Undead Summoner Elite. Experience value plus 135. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed Undead Summoner Elite. Experience value plus 135. 3 consecutive system beeps sounded, announcing the death of the last 3 undead summoners. Dustwind looked at Su Jiner, who was full of excitement, and asked with a hint of a flirtatious tone as the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Finally not hiding your strength? Su Jiner froze, then a playful smile appeared on her face as she winked and explained in a light tone. I'm not hiding my strength. It's just that. Only just learned a group attack skill. Dustbreeze naturally didn't believe Su Jiner's explanation. With her 2 heaven-defying SS grade talents, even if she didn't have a group attack skill, just with the fireballs that poured out like machine guns, it was enough to rival any group attack skill. What's more, Dustwind clearly remembers that Su Jiner in her previous life had shaken the entire world with the title of Flame Queen, although she had only just awakened. How could she be weak with 2 SS rank talents? However, Dustbreeze didn't point it out and just smiled and shook his head. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and Su Jiner naturally had her reasons for being willing to hide her clumsiness. He turned his head and looked deeper into the gallery. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and raised the star staff in his hand once again. Let's get on with it, Dustwind said softly. Aha! Su Jiner nodded and responded obediently. Following closely behind Dustbreeze, the two continued along the promenade, one after the other. The long corridor wasn't too long, and under Su Jiner's CD-less bombardment, the two of them soon reached the end. At the end, a huge palace came into view. The palace was grand in scale and lavishly decorated, but the erosion of years had made it look dilapidated, and an unspeakable sense of decadence filled the air. In the middle of the palace, a throne made of some kind of red crystal was placed, and on the throne, a figure clad in black armor sat silently. The cracks in the armor let out wisps of blackness, as if a dark shadow from the abyss was hidden inside. Su Jiner's footsteps slightly lurched, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Even the always calm Dustwind felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. It was a kind of trembling from the depths of their souls, as if the existence on the throne possessed the power to easily obliterate them. This is, Su Jiner spoke softly, a hint of doubt and caution in her tone. Dustwind didn't reply, his gaze locked tightly on top of the throne. In the next moment, Dustbreeze's mind moved, and the light of the scrying technique instantly enveloped the figure on the throne. Shadow Monarch, Projection, Elite Boss, Grade, Crimson, Odd Item Grades, White, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Crimson, Dazzling Color, Immortal Spirit, Sacred Destruction, Divine Mystery, Heavenly Jedi. Rank, 10, HP, 20,000/20,000, MP, 5,000/5,000, Power, 800, Agility, 300, Spirit, 500, Body Mass, 600, Skills, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Save, Shadow Swap, King's Domain, Gift, Power of the Dominator. Dustywind's pupils shrunk violently. What the hell? A Crimson Grade Elite Boss? Are you kidding me? Is this what a ING novice secret should be? And, Shadow King? Seriously? Isn't this the main character from some anime? If memory serves, this thing should be a summoning system, right? Is this really a monster that should appear in the novice secret realm? It's not like the level is 10. It's just that a level 10 professional can deal with it okay. What's more, it was only a projection. It already has such a terrifying attribute. How terrifying would it be if the real body descended? Crimson Rank, or Elite Boss. Su Jiner had obviously seen the monster's message as well, and there was a hint of disbelief in her voice. They are just newbies who have just switched off, and the monster in front of them is a level 10 Crimson Rank Elite Boss. The gap between them was like a heavenly rift. Can we beat that? Su Jiner turned her head to look at Dustwind with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Although she possessed 2 heaven-defying SS grade talents, the difference in attributes was just too great. so great that it made her feel a bit powerless. Dustwind gulped. The knot in his throat rolled involuntarily, and his dry voice carried a hint of bitter laughter. You have to fight even if you can't. Look behind you. Su Jiner sniffed as if she realized something and turned back violently. The door where he originally came in had disappeared. Su Jiner sucked in a mouthful of cool air, shock written all over her delicate face. The way back is gone? Isn't the beginner's secret realm not going to close? She remembered clearly that the novice secret realm was meant for newcomers to try out, and in order to ensure safety, traps that could not be returned would not be set at all. But now, not waiting for Su Jiner to come back to her senses from the shock, a click-click-click sound of armor friction broke the silence. On the throne, the black armor, which was originally stationary, slowly moved. In the helmet, two crimson flames suddenly lit up like two burning eerie stars, emitting a haunting glow. Immediately after that, under the nervous gaze of the two, the black armor, surprisingly, slowly stood up from the throne. Each step was like stepping on the heartbeats of both of them, heavy and depressing. Dustwind and Su Jiner simultaneously gripped the staffs in their hands, their bodies slightly tensed as if they were on the verge of an enemy. An invisible pressure filled the air, weighing people down. Dustwind took a deep breath and forced down the fear in his heart, trying to make his voice sound calmer. Don't panic, Jiner, it's just a projection. Although his mouth said so, Dustywind's heart was not calm at all. I really didn't expect this copy to be activated. Interesting. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Dustwind's mind, like ice rubbing against ice, carrying a creepy gloominess. Dustwind's heart was startled, and he subconsciously looked at Su Jiner beside him with a question in his eyes. Jane, did you hear anything? He asked, lowering his voice, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Su Jiner frowned slightly and shook her head, indicating that she didn't hear it. No, why? She looked at Dustwind suspiciously, her clear eyes filled with worry. Right at this moment, that morose voice rang out again with a hint of teasing. Oh, you actually heard me? Dustwind's body trembled slightly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He jerked his head up to look at the Shadow Monarch on his throne, only to see that in the Shadow Monarch's helmet, two crimson flames, like two burning bizarre stars, were currently staring at him with a deadly stare, as if they wanted to devour his soul into them. This is not an illusion. Dustbreeze could be certain that the voice was coming from the Shadow Monarch, and only he could hear it. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 22, Facing the Shadow King Alone. Dustwind gazed at the Shadow Monarch on the throne, each word seeming to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat with an uncontrollable trembling. Is it talking to me? Su Jiner, who was beside him, subconsciously responded. I didn't say anything. Why? The words just fell. It was only then that Su Jiner suddenly realized that Dustwind's line of sight was not looking at herself at all. Instead, it landed on that throne, the boss that emitted a terrifying aura. Su Jiner's pupils instantly contracted into the size of a needlepoint, and on her delicate and absolutely beautiful face, the color of blood faded, pale as paper. She even wondered if she had misheard or, perhaps, hallucinated. Will, the talking boss? Really? Su Jiner's heart, beating violently, as if it was going to pop out of her chest. Shock, horror, disbelief, all sorts of emotions, like a flood that broke the dike, instantly drowned her. Weren't monsters of this level only found in the top-tier replicas and the Divine Demon Battlefield? How come? How did it end up in a tiny novice secret? This is completely out of character. The Shadow Monarch's face, which was as black as ink, actually moved slightly under the cover of his helmet. That subtle movement fell in the eyes of Dustbreeze and Su Jiner, but it was like a thunderous explosion. It gives the impression as if is smiling. Meh. Immediately afterward, Dustwind's mind once again resounded with the Shadow Monarch's voice that was eerily cold and with a hint of teasing. That voice, as if it resounded directly in the depths of the soul, could not be shielded or avoided. You're the only one who can hear me here, so naturally I'm talking to you. It's been a long time since I've met a human who could hear my voice. Dang, it's funny. The Shadow Monarch's voice was like a piercing wind that blew through the cold winter months, and like an icy viper that climbed upwards along Dustbreeze's spine. It made the sweaty hairs on his body stand up. An unprecedented sense of crisis, like an invisible giant hand, had a death grip on his throat, causing him to almost suffocate. Dustbreeze was clear. The more intelligent the monster, the more terrifying its strength. Like the Shadow Monarch, a monster that possessed an extremely high level of intelligence and could even communicate with people. Not to mention this life, even in his previous life, he had never encountered it before. This unknown existence was far more terrifying and elusive than those monsters that only knew how to kill. What to do? Dustbreeze's heart, beating wildly, almost broke through his chest. His brain, racing at an unprecedented speed, frantically thought of a response. However, in the face of such a powerful enemy, yet he felt a deep sense of powerlessness that, as if sensing Dustwind's nervousness. The two red flames under the helmet of the Shadow Monarch on top of that throne pulsed slightly. Meh, what are you so nervous about, little one? Do I look that scary? The Shadow Monarch's voice once again sounded in Dustwind's mind. Low, husky, with a hint of laughter. However, this laughter, when it fell on Dustwind's ears, was more chilling than any threat. Hearing him say that, Dustbreeze nearly cursed directly in his heart. Not to mention your name and that horrible attribute. Just this aura on your body is enough to scare ordinary people to death 10 times over. Okay, and ask me if I'm nervous? Dustwind spat madly in his mind. However, on his face, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, and even the slightest change of expression, he tried his best to control. He forced down the fear inside him and tried to make his voice sound calm. The Shadow Monarch looked at this increasingly nervous appearance of Dustwind. The red flame under the helmet pulsed even more violently, as if it was silently mocking Dustwind's timidity, and as if it was admiring its prey's dying struggle. Ha, the king is in a good mood today. Seeing as you're still interesting, how about this? If you accompany this king to chat for a while first, this king can promise you a condition. How about it? The Shadow Monarch's voice rang out again, carrying a kind of condescending charity. Hearing these words, Dustwind's eyes immediately lit up. Really? He asked subconsciously, a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Su Jiner, who was on the side, was originally distracted by the boss that would speak. At this moment, when he saw Dustwind's reaction, a strong uneasiness surged in his heart. What kind of things is this boss discussing with Dustwind? Why? She couldn't hear their conversation at all? What's the conspiracy here? Her delicate eyebrows, tightly furrowed together, her clear eyes filled with worry, anxiety, and a hint of unspeakable fear. She opened her mouth to say something, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to speak, and could only watch Dustwind, step by step, walk towards the unknown abyss. The Shadow Monarch nodded slightly. The two red flames in the helmet seemed like two miniature suns, emitting a palpitating light, and like the eyes of two abyssal beasts, staring at Dustbreeze with a deadly gaze. Sure, but you can't go. Shadow Monarch added a condition. Dustbreeze also stalled. After all, one has to talk with him before he's willing to give himself terms. What's the point of talking if you're gone yourself? Su Jiner looked at this picture of Dustbreeze being thoughtful, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The feeling of uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger, like wild weeds, almost devouring her. Dustwind, don't you let him compel you. She couldn't help but open her mouth and cry out, a hint of anxiety and worry in her voice, as well as a hint of imperceptible trembling. She knows it well. A monster of this level was definitely not something they could deal with right now. What's more, this boss could talk and possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. This added countless more variables, making the already slim chances of victory even slimmer. However, Dustwind did not pay attention to Su Jiner's dissuasion. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and as if, again, he was giving himself a pep talk. And please send my friend out of this hidden copy. Dustwind raised his head and looked at the Shadow Monarch on the throne and said in a firm tone, each word, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. He knows, it's his only chance, one that would allow Su Jiner to leave safely. He couldn't let Su Jiner stay here and risk her life. Hearing these words, Su Jiner's expression changed violently, and her already pale face instantly became even more unsightly. What are you babbling about? I'm not leaving, she cried out excitedly, with a hint of trembling in her voice, and even, with a hint of sobbing. Where this kind of boss can be dealt with by you alone. Su Jiner was anxious. How could she let Dustwind stay here alone and face such a terrifying monster? Not waiting for Su Jiner to finish her sentence, the red flame under the Shadow Monarch's helmet pulsed violently for a few moments, as if expressing his pleasure, and as if, at the same time, it was mocking Su Jiner's insouciance. Yes, as you wish. Then, the Shadow Monarch's voice rang out once again, carrying a hint of unspeakable teasing, as well as a hint of, well, creepy coldness. Next moment, with a flash of black light, Su Jiner's silhouette instantly disappeared in place, leaving not a trace behind, as if it had never appeared. Dustwind deadpanned at the squad panel on the side, seeing that Su Jiner's life value hadn't changed, and it also showed that she had returned to the safe zone. Dustbreeze then took a long breath of relief. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally released, as if a huge stone that had been pressed on his chest had finally been moved away. Confirm that Su Jiner has left safely. Only then did Dustwind focus all of his attention on the Shadow Monarch in front of him, without a single distraction anymore. At this point, inside the Yangchang replica hall, a white light flashed, like a bolt of lightning appearing out of nowhere, instantly illuminating the dimly lit hall. Su Jiner's figure appeared abruptly in front of the teleportation door of the novice secret realm. She stumbled and nearly fell, a trace of shock still lingering on her delicate face. Miss Jane, Almost instantly, a group of people surrounded them, surging towards Su Jiner like a tidal wave. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man. The face was serious, with a hint of anxiety between the brows, as well as a hint, hard to hide, of worry. It was none other than the Su family's branch head, Su Mingyan. Behind him, followed by a group of Su family guards. Each one of them wore black power suits and wore swords on their waists. Their eyes were sharp, like a group of cheetahs ready to pounce on their prey. Miss Jane. There was a tremor in Su Mingyan's voice. He quickly rushed to Su Jiner's front and looked her up and down, his eyes full of worry, fearing that Su Jiner would be hurt in the slightest. Are you okay? Chapter 23, The Discovered Blood of the Ancient Gods. Are you okay? Su Mingyan's urgent voice came. He quickly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Su Jiner, fearing that she might have made a half-hearted mistake. Where's that asshole who snubbed your challenge to the hell-level secret realm? Su Mingyan's voice steeply raised an octave, burning with rage, as if he wanted to eat that originator alive. How dare you deceive our Su family's eldest miss? I, Su Mingyan, want him to look good. He gritted his teeth and sobbed at every word, wishing to cut Dustbreeze into 1,000 pieces. In his opinion, Su Jiner must have been under Dustwind's spell and mistakenly entered a dangerous situation. Now that Su Jiner can get out safely, I am afraid that she has paid a huge price, even in exchange for Dustwind's life. Thinking about this, Su Mingyan's hatred for Dustbreeze grew even more like wild grass. Su Jiner hung her head low and was silent, her face as pale as paper, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, hiding the emotions that tumbled under her eyes. He may not get out. Su Jiner's voice was as light as a gnat, but it was like a thunderbolt that boomed in Su Mingyan's ears. Su Mingyan was first stunned, then the corner of his mouth hooked into a quick sneer. Serves you right. He didn't hide his gloating. This kind of person who is so self-absorbed and dares to deceive Miss Jiner deserves what he gets. He snorted coldly, as if Dustbreeze's death was just what he wanted. Su Jiner raised her head violently, and a cold aura appeared in her eyes, stern as a knife. Su Mingyan. Her voice grew steeply shrill and harsh, anger blazing in her chest. Do you want to die? She glared angrily at Su Mingyan, disgust and anger intertwined in her eyes. It's this young lady's intention to challenge the hell-level secret realm. What are you babbling about here? Su Jiner's voice echoed within the empty replica hall. He's my savior. If you dare to say one more word of nonsense, you should not be the head of the young Chang branch family. Her words were like a cold sharp knife, piercing hard into Su Mingyan's heart. Su Mingyan's face turned white, his lips opened and closed, but he couldn't make a single sound. He never dreamed that Su Jiner would rebuke him so harshly for an outsider. What made him even more incredulous was that Su Jiner had said that Dustbreeze was her savior. How is this possible? Su Mingyan had doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to make another move. He knew very well how esteemed Su Jiner's position in the Su family was. It simply wasn't something that he, as a small branch family head, could afford to offend. He could only hang his head and bury all his dissatisfaction and doubts deep in his heart. If he hadn't taken you into such a dangerous place, miss, you wouldn't have been in danger. So where would he have needed him to save you? Su Mingyan's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of resentment and contempt, and wasted so much time. He tried to defend himself, and before his words could fall, he was interrupted by a loud and clear system beep. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Feng and Su Jiner's squad, refreshing the record for clearing Fihao level novice secret realm spectral recabis. Completion time, 38 minutes. Rating, SSS. The system prompt sounded like thunder, exploding deafeningly in the replica hall. Everyone froze in place, as if they had been cast in a fixation spell, not moving a muscle. Their faces were filled with shock, doubt and disbelief, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Meanwhile, inside the hidden copy, your conditions have been fulfilled by this king. Next, can you have a good chat with this king? The Shadow Monarch's voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression that made people shiver. Dustbreeze looked grave as he slowly took a deep breath and tried to calm his frantic heartbeat. What would you like to talk about? He looked up at the Shadow Monarch on the throne with a trace of imperceptible trembling in his voice, knowing that he was now like a lamb to be slaughtered. With life and death completely in the hands of this terrifying existence, the Shadow Monarch was silent for a moment. Immediately after that, he actually beckoned directly towards Dustbreeze. Come here. The Shadow Sovereign's voice was cold and short, not to be questioned, as if he was the master of this world. Dustwind's body stiffened. He wanted to refuse. He wanted to escape this place, but he wouldn't dare. An unprecedented sense of crisis overwhelmed him like a raging tide, making him unable to breathe. He knew very well that if he dared to disobey the Shadow Sovereign's orders, he was afraid that he would instantly be ashes and not even dregs would remain. However, just at the moment when Dustwind hesitated, his breath hitched, because, beside him, at some point, two bizarre soldiers covered in pitch black appeared. Like ghosts, They appeared there silently, without making a single sound, but exuding a creepy, eerie aura. Dustwind didn't even notice when they appeared. They just seemed to appear out of nowhere, which made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Facing such a powerful existence, he had no room for resistance at all, and even escaping was a luxury. Unable to do anything else, Dustwind could only harden his head and slowly walk towards the Shadow Monarch. Each step was like stepping on the tip of a knife, and each step weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. Finally, Dustbreeze walked to the bottom of the throne. He raised his head and looked at the towering Shadow Monarch, his heart filled with despair. He didn't know what would await him. Just then, the Shadow Monarch slowly stepped down from his throne as well. His huge body was as lofty as a mountain, giving off an indescribable sense of oppression, as if a great mountain was pressing down on Dustwind's body. Dustwind was even able to feel, emanating from the Shadow Monarch, the suffocating aura of death, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. The Shadow Monarch took a step in front of Dustwind. Then, he actually put his head in front of Dustwind's face. The pitch-black helmet was almost close to Dustwind's face, and the distance between the two was close. Dustbreeze was even able to clearly see the two crimson flames in the helmet, like two burning bizarre stars, flickering with a palpitating ethereal light, as if they were trying to suck his soul in. At this moment, Dustbreeze felt like his soul was going to be frozen, and he even forgot to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, as if it was as long as a century, the Shadow Monarch's low and hoarse voice once again resounded in Dustwind's mind, breaking the deathly silence. The blood of an ancient god? In the Shadow Monarch's voice, there was a hint of surprise, a hint of doubt, and a hint of unspeakable excitement. Hearing this, Dustwind's pupils suddenly contracted. How does he know? Dustwind's heart, beating violently as if it was about to pop out of his chest, felt like all his secrets were being seen through. How did he know he had the blood of an ancient god? This was something he had brought with him from his previous life. It had long since merged with his soul and become his greatest secret. Why, he knows. Was he going to die again because of this ancient god's blood? Chapter 24, Unable to start a war. The blood of an ancient god? Dustbreeze's voice, as if it had been rubbed hard by sandpaper. Each word carried an undisguised tremor, as if it had been squeezed out with difficulty from the depths of a parched throat. He stared at the Shadow Monarch in front of him with a deadly stare, his body tense like a drawn bow, his eyes intertwined with panic, wariness and a trace of imperceptible despair. I can't understand what you're saying. Dustwind forced down the fear in his heart and tried to make his voice sound calmer, but the slightly trembling tail end of his voice mercilessly betrayed his inner panic. He tried to hide it with words, but the fear, which was deep in his bones, followed him. In the Shadow Monarch's helmet, the two crimson flames were slightly pulsating, as if they were two eerie eyes, discerning all of Dustwind's disguises. The throbbing flames were like the mockery of a demon, causing Dustwind to feel a pang of heart palpitations. Ha! A low, soft laugh came out from the Shadow Monarch's helmet, echoing in this empty and dead space, appearing particularly eerie, as if it was a murmur from the depths of hell. The laughter made Dustwind's nerves tense up even more. Do you really not know? The Shadow Monarch's voice, still low and hoarse, carried a penetrating power that pierced through everything, as if it was able to strike right into the depths of Dustbreeze's soul and ruthlessly reveal all of his secrets. Every word was like a sharp knife that pierced into Dustwind's heart. Dustwind felt as if he had been stripped naked and stood naked in front of the Shadow Monarch, with all his secrets hidden from view, without even the last bit of room to struggle. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his lips almost bled and his teeth cackled, trying to control himself from losing his temper, from letting the fear consume him completely. Since you don't know, the king will take it himself. The Shadow Monarch's voice suddenly became cold and merciless, as if declaring Dustbreeze's fate, like the judgment of the god of death, which could not be questioned and could not be resisted. Before the words fell, a huge, completely darkness-condensed palm stretched out from behind the Shadow Monarch, and with a suffocating sense of oppression, it grabbed towards Dustbreeze's face. The palm was immense, covering the sky and the sun, as if it wanted to swallow Dustwind's entire being into it, along with his soul, and crush it together. No good. Dustwind's pupils contracted violently. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly attacked his entire body, and the aura of death came over him, causing him to almost suffocate. Almost out of instinct, he tried to step backward to avoid the fatal blow. However, the instant his body had just made a move, a surge of electricity violently ran up from under his feet and instantly flowed throughout his body. Coyote Light Shield. A layer of light gray light shield instantly surfaced around Dustbreeze's body, wrapping his entire body in it, like a fragile egg protected by a thin layer of shell. At the same time, Dustbreeze felt that his body, as if being pulled by an invisible force, instantly retreated backwards, at an extreme speed. This sudden acceleration allowed Dusty to narrowly avoid the Shadow Monarch's deadly grasp. The giant palm of darkness almost grazed Dustwind's body and landed. bringing up a strong wind that caused the robes on his body to hunt and make a tearing sound. Dustwind only felt a chill that ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, every cell screaming danger. Almost, it was so close that he was caught by this giant palm of darkness. If he was really caught, Dustbreeze had no doubt that he would be instantly pinched into a ball of mush, without even a single chance of resistance. Double casting. Dustwind didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and immediately opened his active talent, dual spellcasting. Almost at the same time, 2 emerald green rays of light shot out from the top of the star staff like 2 bolts of lightning, cutting through the darkness and instantly landing on the Shadow Monarch's body. Cure! Cure! 2 consecutive healing spells hit the Shadow Monarch with precision. This was the only means that Dustwind could think of at the moment that might pose a threat to the Shadow Monarch. Although he knew that his healing technique might be insignificant to an existence like the Shadow Monarch, he still wanted to give it a try. At the very least, buy yourself a little time. However, the next scene that occurred caused Dustwind's heart to completely sink to the bottom. The 2 emerald green rays of light, after landing on the Shadow Monarch's body, turned out to be like a mud cow entering the sea, without stirring up the slightest ripple. Even the top of the Shadow Monarch's head didn't have any damage numbers popping up. This, Dustywind's face, instantly became as white as paper, without a trace of blood. How could he not have expected that his healing technique would be completely ineffective against the Shadow Monarch? How is that possible? Could it be that one's own attacks couldn't even break through the Shadow Monarch's defense? In Dustwind's heart, a deep despair welled up, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Feeling the green light that fell on his body, the Shadow Monarch froze for a moment. Not an attack? Is this healing? Healing? In the Shadow Monarch's voice, there was a hint of incredulous amazement, and a hint of playfulness. He looked down at the 2 emerald green rays on his body that had dissipated, as if he had seen something incredible. How dare you use a healing spell on this king? The Shadow Monarch's voice, once again, sounded, and this time, in his voice, there was a hint of mockery, as if he was laughing at Dustwind's stupidity and naivety. Dustywind's face was already hard to see. He gripped the star staff in his hand so tightly that his knuckles were white from the exertion, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He knew that this time, he was afraid that he was really in trouble. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't defeat them, he could at least delay them for some time, but now it seemed that he couldn't even cause the other party a bit of trouble. This deep sense of powerlessness caused Dustwind to feel a wave of despair, as if all the struggles were futile. Little one, do you think that this king is one of those lowly undead creatures? The Shadow Monarch's voice, once again, rang out, breaking Dustwind's thoughts. Each word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Dustwind's heart hard. Who told you that the king is an undead creature? There was a hint of teasing in the Shadow Monarch's voice, as if he was mocking Dustwind's ignorance and self-righteousness. Dustbreeze was struck by lightning. He jerked his head up and looked at the Shadow Monarch, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had heard something heavenly. You're not an undead creature? Dustwind's voice, all of it, trembled a little, with a hint of shock that he couldn't hide. The ancient god's blood is actually in the hands of an auxiliary profession. What a waste! The Shadow Monarch's voice carried a hint of regret, as if he was commenting on a precious treasure being casually discarded. His tone was more like he was mocking Dustwind's ignorance. Dustwind's heart, pounding violently. This ancient god's blood, it's better to leave it to this king. The Shadow Monarch's voice turned abruptly cold, carrying an unquestionable dominance, like an emperor who was at the top of the world, proclaiming his decision. The next moment, he moved, without the slightest warning. Like a ghost, it instantly disappeared from the spot. Almost the instant the Shadow Monarch's figure disappeared, the sweaty hairs on Dustwind's entire body stood up. It was an omen of extreme danger. He didn't even have time to think about it. His body had already reacted first, and the star staff in his hand subconsciously crossed his chest. Ding! A crisp metallic clang echoed through the empty area. Perfect block triggered successfully. Dustwind only felt an indescribably huge force coming from the staff, shocking his tiger's mouth and causing his arms to ache. However, he clenched his teeth with a deadly grip and held onto the force without taking half a step back. A hint of determination flashed in Dustwind's eyes. Since we can't run away, let's fight, he roared angrily in his heart, and all the emotions that had been pent up since he was reborn completely erupted at this moment. What's so scary about someone who's died once? He himself had earned even one more second of life. Even a god would have to bite a piece of flesh off of him. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and forced down the fear and despair in his heart, trying to calm himself down. Since it's a boss, it must have a bloodstain, and with a bloodstain, there's a possibility of killing it. A flame of hope rekindled in Dustwind's eyes. He gripped the staff tightly, feeling the magic contained within, and prayed silently in his heart. Even if there was only a slight chance, he had to grab it, no matter how. This is just a hidden copy of a level 10 secret realm. Even more outrageous, that's still a hidden copy of a novice secret realm, then there must be a possibility to pass. Thinking of this, Dustwind's demeanor changed. His previous fear was swept away, and the star staff in his hand was instantly raised. The next moment the flame soul fireballs were instantly unleashed, and the 2 fireballs headed straight for the Shadow Monarch. The 2 flame soul fireballs carried a blazing aura, cutting through the air and heading straight for the Shadow Monarch. Wherever the fireballs passed through, even the air seemed to be set ablaze, leaving behind 2 distorted traces. Immediately following them were 2 beams of light condensed from the power of the stars, which were like meteors passing through the night sky, carrying a brilliant light, closely following the fireball. When the Shadow Monarch saw this, he indeed did not flash or evade, obviously not placing Dustwind's attack in his eyes at all. 10, 10, 1, For insignificant damage numbers floated up from the Shadow Monarch's head, almost negligible. Dustwind's face slightly changed, but was not too surprised. After all, the other party was a hidden boss. It would be strange if they were defeated so easily. He had mentally prepared himself for what was destined to be a tough fight. Kind of. The Shadow Monarch's voice, with a hint of playfulness, seemed to be somewhat surprised by Dustwind's attack. I didn't expect that a support professionist would actually have an attack skill, and it doesn't match his own skill at all. He chuckled softly, as if admiring an interesting toy. Is this the power that the blood of the ancient god brings you? The Shadow Monarch's voice suddenly became a little low, with a hint of inexplicable meaning. But he turned his words around, a hint of contempt in his tone. If you only have this level of attack, I'm afraid it's unlikely that you'll be able to defeat this king. Chapter 25. Do you want to become a Shadow Monarch? The Shadow Monarch's figure moved again, quite different from the ghostly speed before. This time, he paced slowly. Each step was like stepping on the heartbeat of the dusty wind, heavy and depressing. He didn't directly strike at Dustwind, but slowly walked back to the throne. Under Dustbreeze's puzzled gaze, the Shadow Monarch slowly sat down. That stance was as if a monarch had returned to his territory and had everything under control. Dustwind's brows were locked and his eyes were filled with vigilance. He stared dead at the Shadow Monarch. The star staff in his hand was gripped tighter, and the starlight on the staff flickered erratically, as if responding to the nervousness and uneasiness within him. What do you mean by that? Dustwind's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of suppressed anger. He asked in a cold voice, trying to detect a break in the other man's words. The Shadow Monarch did not answer immediately. He raised his head slightly, and a playful smile seemed to appear on his face that was hidden in the shadows. His gaze swept over Dustwind as if he was admiring an interesting toy. A less than level 10 auxiliary mole cricket, facing this king even has the courage to struggle. No wonder you can obtain the blood of an ancient god. This king appreciates you. The Shadow Monarch's voice was light, as if stating a fact. However, the contempt and condescension contained therein caused Dustbreeze to feel a wave of humiliation. Hearing this, the doubt on Dustwind's face increased. What the hell does this guy want? Could it be that you want to let your guard down? However, it shouldn't be such a big deal to deal with a newbie like yourself who had just recently switched over, right? Dustwind's mind was filled with doubts, but he didn't let his guard down. Instead he watched everything around him even more vigilantly, afraid of missing any detail. Looking at Dustwind's shocked expression, the Shadow Monarch laughed out loud. The laughter echoed in the empty space, and it was eerie. Suddenly, he raised his palm. A drop of bright red blood appeared in his hand. The blood emitted a faint glow, as if it was a miniature sun, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this drop of blood, Dustwind's pupils shrunk violently. The blood of the ancient gods? Could it be that he had taken the blood of the ancient god from his body? As soon as this thought flashed by, Dustbreeze immediately realized that something was wrong. Although this drop of blood was somewhat similar to the ancient god's blood that he possessed, upon closer inspection, he could discover the difference. This drop of blood was purer and more powerful, as if it contained endless energy. No need to be surprised. The Shadow Monarch's voice sounded again, interrupting Dustwind's thoughts. This king also possesses the blood of an ancient god. Only, he paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Nowadays, this ancient god's blood is no longer of any use to this king. The Shadow Monarch's voice was low and hoarse, as if he was recalling something. Immediately, the Shadow Monarch's pitch-black shadowy face seemed to reveal an extremely exaggerated smile. That smile was eerie and hideous against the shadows. Kid, I appreciate your courage and commitment. Would you be willing to inherit my profession and transfer to Shadow Monarch? The Shadow Monarch's voice sounded again with a hint of compulsion, as if it was luring Dustbreeze towards an unknown path. Hearing this, Dustbreeze froze. Shadow Monarch? Make yourself a Shadow Monarch? I blanch? Where is it? What a joke. This must be some kind of conspiracy, right? Countless thoughts instantly flashed through Dustwind's mind, and his vigilance was at its highest point. He didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. much less that this temperamental shadow monarch would have any good intentions. What the hell is this old man selling? Can a monster's profession be transferred too? Various speculations flashed rapidly through Dustwind's mind, but he could never find a reasonable explanation. Not waiting for Dustwind to regain his senses from this sudden surprise, the shadow monarch's raspy voice once again sounded, with a hint of inscrutable laughter. What? You don't want to? As long as you're willing to transfer. How about this drop of ancient god's blood, which the king will also give to you together? The shadow monarch's voice was full of temptation, as if it was luring Dustbreeze towards a path full of unknowns. The drop of ancient god's blood in his hand emitted a dazzling light that seemed to be calling out to Dustbreeze. The blood of the ancient gods. This is a treasure that can change destiny. One's ability to be reborn this time is most likely due to the blood of the ancient gods that he obtained in his previous life. And if he gets another drop, Dustwind, however, stiffly suppressed the fluttering in his heart. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The more tempting something is, the more dangerous it tends to be. This truth, Dustbreeze knew better than anyone. Transitioning to Shadow Monarch, Dustbreeze repeated these words in a low voice, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. He raised his head and looked to the Shadow Monarch on his throne, trying to see something in the other man's expression. But the face, hidden in the shadows, remained blurred and elusive. Dustwind was silent for a moment. He spoke slowly, his voice low and husky. Why should I trust you? Trust me? The Shadow Monarch seemed to be amused by Dustbreeze's question, and his laughter echoed in this empty space, making it seem particularly bizarre. You don't need to trust me, you just need to trust yourself. Trust me. Yourself? Dustwind's brows were furrowed as he repeated the Shadow Monarch's words, seemingly thinking about something. The Shadow Monarch didn't speak again, just sat quietly on his throne, waiting for Dustwind's answer. His gaze, which always remained on Dustbreeze, was as if he was admiring an interesting toy. Time passes by. The entire space was plunged into a dead silence. Only the drop of ancient god's blood was still emitting a faint glow, attracting Dustbreeze's gaze. He gripped the star staff tightly in his hand, feeling the cool touch coming from the staff as he tried to calm himself down. Phew! Dustwind exhaled a long breath, his eyes gradually becoming determined. He looked to the Shadow Monarch on the throne. He spoke slowly, his voice low but full of determination. I refuse. Although Dustwind's voice was low, it carried an unquestionable firmness. This sudden rejection caused the entire space to freeze. The originally fairly calm aura on the Shadow Monarch's body suddenly changed. Like a volcano erupting, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire space. That powerful pressure, as if it had materialized, transformed into an invisible giant wave that swept towards Dustbreeze, as if it wanted to crush him into pieces. You dare to reject this king? The Shadow Monarch's voice was cold and piercing. Each word was like a sharp blade, piercing hard into Dustwind's heart. Facing this sudden pressure, Dustwind only felt that breathing became difficult. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest, leaving him breathless. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the discomfort, the magic power in his body surging wildly. The star staff radiated a dazzling light. Almost subconsciously, Dustwind swung his staff, healing. A soft white light shot out from the tip of the staff and landed precisely on the Shadow Monarch's body. A soft white light, like a warm sun piercing through the clouds on a winter's day, poured out from the top of the star staff and landed precisely on the Shadow Monarch on the throne. The moment the white light touched the Shadow Monarch, it was as if the snow and ice melted, and the originally stagnant and oppressive space was slightly loosened as a result. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The power of the gifted Dominator has been copied. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Strength +6. The system's beeps, one after another, rang out in Dustbreeze's mind, crisp and pleasant. Dustbreeze froze slightly. Talent triggered? Also right. The Shadow Monarch had been bled out by his own attack just now, so this time the healing spell took effect. Just, this replication of the gift, of Dominion power? Can this be copied? There's also this strength value, which adds 6 points straight away. This wave of, is not bad, even blood money. In Dustwind's heart, an uncontrollable ecstasy welled up, but on his face, he remained calm and did not show the slightest bit of it. Above the throne, the Shadow Monarch felt the warm power on his body, and his original expression, which was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, miraculously eased by a few points. He looked down at himself, and the black mist on his body that had been constantly rolling around seemed to have calmed down a bit. Looking up at Dustwind again, the face hidden in the shadows, it was impossible to see the exact expression, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Oh, kiddo, dang that's funny. The Shadow Monarch's voice was no longer as cold and piercing as before, but instead carried a hint of appreciation, as if he was looking at a toy that interested him quite a bit. Just as well, since you don't want to transfer, then leave. The Shadow Monarch spoke slowly, a hint of unquestionable majesty in his tone. Before the words left his mouth, he gently waved his wide palm, and a pitch-black portal appeared out of nowhere in front of Dustbreeze. The portal slowly rotated like a black hole that swallowed everything, in which strange black energy surged, as if connecting to another unknown world, full of danger and mystery. Step out of this portal and you'll be able to return to the secret realm you were just in. The Shadow Monarch's voice sounded once again, his tone flat and no emotional fluctuations could be heard, as if he was just stating a simple fact. Dustwind froze. You're letting me go? He couldn't believe his ears a little, a hint of doubt and caution in his voice. This Shadow Monarch, what kind of drug is in his gourd? First, he had tempted himself to transfer, and after being rejected, he had shown a strong pressure, but now he was letting himself go? That's too quick a reversal. Dustwind's heart was filled with doubts. He didn't believe that this temperamental Shadow Monarch would be so kind. I don't think I ever said I was going to kill you, did I? The Shadow Monarch laughed lightly and asked in return, a hint of teasing in his voice. Go away, go away. I have to pass on this profession. It can't be consumed on you. The Shadow Monarch waved his hand again, a hint of impatience in his tone, as if he didn't care about Dustwind's departure. A strange force instantly acted on Dustwind's body, a force that was very different from the Shadow Monarch's previous pressure. Softer, yet with an irresistible power of control. Dustwind only felt as if he had lost control of his body, just like a puppet on strings. The whole person was lifted up by an invisible force and slowly floated towards the pitch-black portal. This force, Dustwind's heart was startled. He seemed to have thought of something. This power was extremely similar to the description of the talent he had just copied. Dominator's power. Could it be that the Shadow Monarch hadn't intended to kill himself from the start, but wanted to test himself? Test yourself to see if you qualify to be his successor? The moment before he was thrown into the portal, a hint of determination flashed in Dustwind's eyes as he violently swung the star staff in his hand, and the starstone at the top of the staff shone with a brilliant light. Coyote light shield. Dustwind let out a low roar, and a light gray light shield, like an inverted bowl, instantly appeared on the Shadow Monarch on the throne, enveloping his entire body. This light shield was the very skill that Dustwind had copied from the Tsong Wolf King earlier. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. Skill Shadow Extraction copied. It's a done deal. Dustbreeze was delighted in his heart. This was a skill that he had coveted for a long time. Then, he felt a blackness before his eyes, and his entire body was sucked into the portal, disappearing into this bizarre space. The Shadow Monarch gazed at the direction where Dustwind had disappeared with interest, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a playful arc. Oh, did you use the ancient god power on me again? He laughed softly, his low voice echoing in the empty hall with a hint of inscrutability. The powers that this kid possesses, it's really powerful. Even my exclusive skills and the power of the ancient gods can be copied over. Interesting, really interesting. The Shadow Monarch rubbed his chin, his eyes glittering with a fine light, as if he was quite satisfied with Dustwind's performance. He had originally thought that the young man would succumb to his power and choose to turn into a Shadow Monarch. However, he did not expect that Dustwind would not only reject his offer, but also utilize that mysterious healing ability to copy his skills at the last minute. This unexpected reversal caused the Shadow Monarch to take a keen interest in Dustwind. In that case, the Shadow Monarch pondered for a moment and seemed to have made some sort of decision. Even if it's not the Shadow Monarch, it doesn't seem like a big problem, does it? He murmured, his voice low and magnetic, as if he were talking to himself and to some unknown being. As the words fell, the black dark shadows that were as thick as ink on the Shadow Monarch's body quickly receded like a tidal wave. The dark shadows dissipated, revealing an incredibly handsome face. It was a face that was enough to make any woman go crazy for it, with sword brows and starry eyes, a high nose, thin lips pursed, and well-defined features that were as perfect as a knife and axe chisel. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if they could penetrate everything, with a faint hint of cynicism, compared to the previous Shadow Monarch who was emitting a terrifying pressure. At this moment, he was more like a graceful noble gentleman. Jägermeister, the Shadow Monarch called out softly, his voice low and magnetic. Take this drop of ancient god's blood and give it to that kid. He flicked his fingertips, and a drop of black blood that flickered with a strange light appeared in front of him out of nowhere. This drop of blood, which contained the power of a powerful ancient god, seemed to possess a different kind of power. As soon as the words fell, a tall knight in blood-colored armor slowly emerged from the shadows. The knight's stout figure was more than 2 meters tall, and his body exuded a strong bloody aura, as if he had just come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He knelt on one knee, his head lowered, and bowed respectfully to the Shadow Monarch, moving neatly without making the slightest sound. Yes, my king. The knight's voice was low and raspy, as harsh as metal rubbing against metal. He received the blood of the ancient god and carefully put it away. Then with a sway of his body, he merged into the shadows once again and disappeared. The whole process, swift and bizarre, left no trace. The Shadow Monarch quietly watched what was happening in front of him, the smile on his face growing stronger. let's hope that this step will bring some variation in the future. Really don't want to keep reopening, he murmured softly, his voice ethereal, as if he was expecting something, and as if he was feeling something. Chapter 26, Dead Again? Correction of the King's Power? Ouch! Dustwind felt like his butt was going to crack as he fell heavily to the ground. Grimacing in pain, he subconsciously rubbed his ass and stifled a low curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dusty Breeze struggled to his feet and raised his eyes to look around. The surrounding area was filled with an eerie aura of death. White bones were visible all over the place, and the gusty wind was chilling. It's the phantom wreck abyss. Seeing his surroundings, Dust Breeze was slightly relieved. Compared to the suffocatingly terrifying pressure of the Shadow Monarch, this hellhole instead seemed much safer. At least, there wasn't the kind of presence here that could rub itself against the ground. However, before this breath was completely loosened, a strong sense of crisis, like a viper spitting, instantly struck his heart. Almost out of survival instinct, Dustwind's body shuddered violently, and without even thinking about it, he directly rolled on a lazy donkey. Whoosh! A dark shadow, almost grazing his scalp. Dust risked and narrowly avoided the sudden blow. He looked up in shock, only to see a tall figure clad in blood-colored armor, at some point, like a ghost, appear where he was originally located. The blood-colored armor, as if solidified from blood, wrapped the knight's entire person tightly, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes in the cracks of his helmet. Those eyes, glittering with bloodlust and cruelty, as if they were two ghostly fires, danced in the darkness. The rich smell of blood came to the surface, almost suffocating Dust Breeze. Dust Breeze subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, alarm bells ringing in his heart. What the is this monster again? Where did it come from? He hastily activated the scrying technique. The results, however, left him in an iceberg. Not to mention the specific attributes. Even this guy's name was displayed as a series of question marks. Name, rank, the screen was full of question marks, as if mocking Dustwind's ignorance and weakness. Dust Breeze almost didn't cry. What kind of bad luck did he have in this life? First, a Crimson-level boss popped out of the novice secret realm, and a hidden copy was made. It's not easy to get out of a tiger's mouth, but this is another one of those things. Just standing there made one's legs go weak, and at a glance, it was not a master to be messed with. What's the point of this? Big brother, let us have a good conversation. Don't make a move, okay? Dusty Wind forced down the fear in his heart and squeezed out a smile worse than a cry on his face as he tried to communicate with the other party. He tried to make his voice sound less shaky. However, the blood-armored knight acted as if he was deaf, turning a deaf ear to his words. He was still standing there silently, his scarlet eyes staring at Dust Breeze in death, as if he was looking at a dead man. Again, it was like admiring a piece of prey that was about to arrive. Silence, deadly silence. The oppressive atmosphere almost made Dustwind collapse. Suddenly, the knight in blood armor moved. He slowly raised the arm covered in cold metal. The movements were slow, but carried an unrivaled force. Dustwind's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body reacted faster than his brain. Almost as a reflex, he jerked backward, trying to pull away. He had to escape. However, it was too late. The speed of the blood-armored knight was incredibly fast, faster than Dust Breeze could imagine. Almost instantly, that arm crossed the distance between the two of them, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it ruthlessly penetrated Dust Breeze's chest. Intense pain instantly swept through Dust Breeze's entire body like a tidal wave. He didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream, and could only feel his life force, which was draining away at a terrifying speed. The vision began to blur, everything around them became distorted, and Dustwind's consciousness gradually lapsed. It was as if he had seen the scene from his last life, where he had died tragically under his teammates. Again, despair, resignation, anger, all sorts of emotions flashed through his mind like a walking light. No way. Dustwind's insides were roaring madly. I've only been reborn for one day, and this is how I'm going to die again? Are you kidding me? A rebirth experience card? Endless darkness began to erode his consciousness, and Dustwind's body gradually lost its strength, slowly falling backwards. He had even felt the icy breath of death. However, just in the nick of time, a cold mechanical beep sounded suddenly in Dustwind's mind, like a ray of light in a desperate situation. Ding! Unknown energy detected. The power of the king has begun to correct. As the system beep sounded, Dustwind's consciousness, which had originally begun to dissipate, miraculously returned again. His eyes snapped open. What the eye saw was an intact chest. There was no imagined blood and flesh, not even a hint of pain, and the blood-armored knight who was supposed to kill him with a single blow disappeared without a trace as if he had never appeared. Around them, there were still skeletons all over the place, and the gloomy wind gusted in the phantom wreck abyss. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a nightmare, an illusory bubble. Dustwind stood frozen in place for a long time, He reached up and touched his chest and looked around again. After making sure that he really wasn't injured and that he didn't see that terrifying blood-armored knight, he then took a long breath of relief. The celebration of the aftermath made his whole body a little weak. What the hell is going on here? Doubt and incomprehension were written all over Dustwind's face. He was completely confused as to what had just happened. This is so weird. Ding. Monarch's power correction. Shadow save acquired. Ding. Monarch's power correction. Shadow swap acquired. Ding. Monarch's power correction. Shadow realm acquired. A series of system beeps, like a cold mechanical torrent, reverberated wildly in Dustbreeze's mind, shaking him to the point of dizziness. What the hell? Dustwind froze. Isn't this the Shadow Monarch skill? How did you get it all yourself? It's clear that only one, Shadow Extraction, was copied. Dustbreeze hurriedly opened his character panel and his eyes flew across it. Sure enough, at the end of the skill bar, there were 3 brand new skills. Character, Dustbreeze. Occupation, Reparative Warlock. Level, LV10. HP, 880/880. MP, 53050/53050. Power, 60. Agility, 27. Spirit, 243, plus 20. Body mass, 43. Spell strength, 526, plus 50. Special effect, healing effect plus 5%. Skills, scrying, healing, LV5. Repair, Coyote Light Shield. Shadow Extraction. Shadow Preservation. Shadow Swap. Shadow Realm. Talents, Healing Brave. Talents, Healer's Bravery. Heart of Mage God, SS. Block, A. Fury Strike, B. Skeleton Rejuvenation, C. Dominator's Powers? Dustwind was a bit confused as he rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he hadn't misread it. This skill, how the hell did that come about? Could it be the power of the king? Dustbreeze recalled the cold mechanical beep just now, which seemed to mention the king's power modification. Could it be that this so-called king's power is the power of the Shadow King? But why would this king's power correct these on its own? What the hell is going on here? Dustbreeze felt like his brain was a bit underused. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down as he began to check out his newly acquired skills. Shadow Extraction extracts power from the body of an inanimate creature, turning it into a shadow soldier. The higher the power of the extracted creature, the longer it takes to die, and the more likely it is to fail. Consumption, none. CD, none. Currently extractable, 3. Shadow save, shadow soldiers are kept in the caster's shadow, allowing them to be summoned or saved again, depending on the caster's needs. Consumption, none. CD, none. Current number of saves, 0/3. Shadow swap, the user can swap places with a designated shadow soldier. Consumption, none. CD, 30 seconds. Shadow field, shadow soldiers fighting within the caster's shadow field will have their abilities increased by 30%. Consumption, 500 MP. CD, 10 minutes. Dominator's power, physically affects things without direct contact. Consumption, none. CD, none. Chapter 27, The Su Family. The helpless Su Jiner. This king's power. What the hell is it? Dustywind's tightly locked brows almost twisted into a pimple as he stared dead at his skill panel. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He desperately recalled the thrilling scene just now, trying to find a hint of clues from the fragments of his memory, and the cold mechanical beat that appeared out of nowhere, as if it was some kind of mysterious incantation, echoed in his mind over and over again. Unknown energy. King power correction. Dustwind muttered, each word as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. He vaguely felt that this so-called king's power was definitely related to the towering and majestic Shadow King. It was even highly likely that it was the power of the Shadow Monarch himself. However, why did this breathtakingly powerful force appear in a tiny repo warlock like himself for no reason? And why would they be so kind as to take the initiative to correct and help themselves to those incredibly powerful skills? The more Dustwind thought about it, the more he felt a splitting headache. This was completely beyond the cognitive scope of him as a reborn person. It was like an elementary school student suddenly getting a college textbook, recognizing every word, but connecting them together made it completely unintelligible. Could it really be related to that drop of ancient god's blood? Dustwind's gaze became deep as he subconsciously touched his chest, as if some mysterious power still remained there, and he tried to recall that all the bizarre events that had happened to him since he was reborn seemed to be inextricably linked to that mysterious drop of ancient god's blood. Whether it's the inexplicable rebirth, or the mysterious hidden profession and powerful talent obtained during the transfer, or the Crimson-level boss that suddenly popped up in the secret realm of the novice, as well as the thrilling escape from death scene just now. All of this was as if there was a large invisible hand manipulating it, and the source of this large hand was most likely that mysterious and unpredictable drop of ancient god's blood. Forget it. If you can't think about it, you can't think about it. After a long time, Dustwind sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly. He decided not to dwell on this issue for the time being. After all, With his current strength and insights, trying to figure out the mystery was tantamount to a fool's errand. Forget it, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. Let's get out of the secret realm first. Dustwind let out a long sigh and put the chaotic thoughts behind him as he stepped towards the exit of the secret realm not far away. Those profound and difficult things were not something he should consider for the time being. Shadow extraction is available. I wonder how effective it is. Dustwind was secretly calculating in his mind, but his footsteps did not stop. As he took one step, the surrounding scenery instantly changed. The blinding light dispersed, and he had already returned to the empty replica hall. Phew! Before Dustbreeze had a chance to look around, a faint fragrance hit his face, followed by a soft body crashing into his embrace. You finally came out. I thought you'd never come back. Su Jiner hugged Dusty Wind tightly. Her voice carried a hint of trembling, and seemed to be mixed with a few moments of crying, and her warm tears soaked the lapels on Dusty Wind's chest. Dusty Wind's body instantly stiffened. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex. For a moment he was at a loss for words. His hands and feet were powerless and he froze in place like a wooden stake. He could clearly feel the softness and trembling of the young girl in his arms, and with the faint fragrance of her body lingering on the tip of his nose, his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and a strange feeling surged to his heart. I'm not out here. You let go first. There's someone else. Dustwind stuttered, his voice a little unnatural and his ears slightly red. He tried hard to break free, but he was afraid of hurting the other party, so he could only stand there stiffly and let Su Jiner hold him. Only then did Su Jiner react, letting out a cry of shock, her pretty face instantly turning red. She panicked and let go of Dusty Wind, lowering her head and twisting the corner of her clothes with both hands, not daring to look into his eyes. The faint fragrance of the young girl's body still lingered on the tip of his nose, causing Dustwind's heart to still beat a little fast. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner agitation, but his gaze unconsciously glanced to the side. Su Jiner hung her head low, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her white neck tinted with a layer of tantalizing pink, her entire person exuding a charm that was hard to resist. It was in this awkward atmosphere that an untimely footstep broke the silence. Miss Jane, watch the impact. Su Mingyu grimaced and led a group of people to walk quickly, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Su Jiner and Dustwind with a hint of scrutiny and displeasure in his eyes. He was followed by a dozen or so black-cloaked bodyguards, all of them with sturdy builds and tough breaths, not good at first glance, obviously brought by Su Mingyu. When Su Jiner saw Su Mingyu, she hastily organized her emotions and resumed her usual high spirits, saying faintly, I know what's in my heart, I don't need you to specially remind me. Su Mingyu seemed to have long gotten used to this attitude of Su Jiner towards himself, and his gaze fell directly on Dusty Wind with a few hints of contempt and disdain in his eyes. You're Dustwind, aren't you? I've heard Miss mention you. Su Mingyu's voice was low and cold, and his tone carried obvious detachment and dissatisfaction, as if he was deliberately emphasizing the status gap between the two. Dustwind frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the hostility in the other party's words, but he didn't show any displeasure. He just responded lightly, I'm Dustwind. May I ask who you are? Although his heart was somewhat disgusted by Su Mingyu's arrogant attitude, Dustwind still maintained basic politeness. After all, the other party was Su Jiner's elder, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Su Jiner. Su Mingyu snorted coldly, carrying his hands behind his back with a lofty stance. I'm Su Mingyu, the head of the Yang City Su family branch. He paused, his tone growing colder. I know you were gifted and famous before your transfer, but that's all in the past. The current you is nothing more than an ordinary auxiliary occupation, and for people like you, I advise you to come and bother our Su family's young lady less. Su Mingyu's words were unforgiving and word for word. For the sake of the young lady's face, I won't bother with you about the secret realm this time. However, if you still dare to be so ungrateful and continue to pester our Su family's miss, then I won't blame our Su family for being impolite to you. Su Mingyu's voice rose steeply with a strong warning tone, and his eyes became sharp as if he wanted to see through Dustwind. The dozen or so black-clothed bodyguards behind him also took a step forward with him, all of them showing a ferocious face, staring intently at Dustbreeze, as if they would not hesitate to pounce on him as long as Su Mingyu gave the order. Dustwind faced Su Mingyu's threats and warnings, but his face remained unchanged. He just softly his tone was as flat as a wave, as if everything the other party said had nothing to do with him. This light-hearted response from Dustbreeze was tantamount to a provocation when it fell on Su Mingyu's ears. Su Mingyu's face instantly grimaced as a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't immediately snap. He only gave Dustwind a deep look, as if he wanted to memorize his appearance. After all, as the head of the Su clan's branch, he wasn't yet so common as to talk to a young man who had just switched jobs. What's more, this young man is also Su Jiner's nominal friend. Humph, young man, I hope you remember what I said. Su Mingyu let out a cold snort with a hint of warning in his tone before turning his gaze to Su Jiner. Su Jiner, however, didn't even pay attention to Su Mingyu's warning and instead spoke coldly. Su Mingyu, if you're tired of sitting in this position as the head of a branch family, you should have said so earlier. The young girl's voice was as cold as ice, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Who gave you the right to taunt my friend? Su Jiner's words exploded in Su Mingyu's ears like thunder, causing him to instantly freeze in place. He never expected that Su Jiner would rebuke herself so unmercifully for an outsider. One must know that on weekdays, although Su Jiner had a cold attitude towards him, she at least maintained a superficial respect. He took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and barely squeezed out a smile. Miss, you misunderstood. I just what? Su Jiner coldly interrupted. Just that you think I'm easy to fool, or do you think everyone around me can be judged by you? Fine beads of sweat oozed from Su Mingyu's forehead as he hurriedly explained. Miss, I have absolutely no such intention. I am just worried that you have been hoodwinked by some people with ulterior motives. An ulterior motive? Su Jiner's tone was filled with mockery. Su Mingyu, you'd better figure out your position. Su Mingyu opened his mouth, but realized he couldn't say anything. Those black-clothed bodyguards behind him were also silenced at this moment, not daring to breathe a single breath. They knew very well that Su Jiner's position in the Su family was far from being comparable to those of them who were part of the family. Su Jiner no longer paid attention to Su Mingyu and turned her head to look at Dustwind with a hint of apology in her eyes. However, before she could open her mouth, Su Mingyu suddenly raised his hand and waved it, and an illusory light screen appeared in front of Su Jiner. The light screen flashed with densely written words that seemed to be some sort of communication message. Su Jiner's gaze landed on the light screen and her face changed slightly. She quickly skimmed through the message, then raised her head and looked at Dustwind with apologies in her eyes. Sorry, Dustwind, I won't be able to practice with you next. Dustwind looked at Su Jiner. He could sense that Su Jiner seemed to have something difficult to say, but since the other party was not willing to say more, he would not force himself. It's fine. Dustwind gently shook his head. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Work hard. See you in 3 days for the big exam. Don't be overtaken by me too easily. After saying that, he directly walked out of the replica hall with large strides. Chapter 28, The Miserable Li Wei. Su Jiner looked at his departing back, her eyes complex, as if she had 1,000 words she wanted to pour out, and as if she had endless grievances she couldn't express. She sighed softly, seemingly helpless, seemingly regretful, wanting to go after them to explain, but the foot that stepped out eventually stopped in place, and just at the moment when Dustwind was about to walk out of the replica hall, not far away, the light of the secret realm teleportation portal flashed once again. This time, it wasn't the white light that represented the normal level, nor was it the yellow light of the difficult level, but the piercing and eye-catching, dark red light that symbolized the difficulty of the hell level. This sudden movement instantly attracted Dustwind's attention, causing the footsteps he had already taken to be stiffly retracted. He subconsciously stopped and looked back, only to see a group of people stumbling out of the portal, like fleeing victims or defeated deserters. The group was in a state of disarray. The equipment on his body was tattered and torn, with a piece missing from the east and a piece missing from the west, and his originally shiny armor was now covered with cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. On their faces, panic and despair were written all over them, like evil spirits that had just crawled out of hell, with the fear of death still lingering in their eyes. At the same time, the system's beep echoed throughout the replica hall, cold, merciless, without a trace of emotion. Ding! Hell-ranked novice secret challenge failed. This voice, like the death sentence, declared the group's defeat and sounded the last hope in their hearts. Dust Breeze's gaze swept over the group of people and finally landed on their leader, Li Wei. It was the captain of the team that had made a bet with him and Su Jiner earlier. Only, at this moment, Li Wei no longer had his previous arrogance. No more of that condescending stance with no one in sight. He sat paralyzed on the floor, like a puddle of mud, breathing heavily, trembling like a sifted chaff, like a quail that has been frightened out of its wits. Scared to death, scared to death. Levi's voice was tinged with sobs as he repeated the words over and over again, like a frightened child seeking comfort. He slowly raised his head and looked around. The original 10-member squad was now left with only 3 or 4 people, and the empty spot reminded him that those teammates who had once fought side by side had already stayed in the secret realm forever. An unspeakable sadness and fear came over him like a tidal wave, completely drowning him. I'm sorry, this time I'm the one who got ahead of myself. Levi's voice choked, but there was no guilt in his tone, only fear of death and remorse for his own mistakes. He lowered his head, not daring to look those surviving teammates in the eye. But don't you worry. Li Wei suddenly raised his head violently, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes, like a wounded beast looking for a target to vent on. So many of us can't get through. Then and must be dead in there too, he said through gritted teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed through his teeth, full of hate and curses, as if that would shift the blame away, as if that would make you feel better. However, as soon as his words fell, two icy cold voices sounded in his ears at the same time, like two sharp knives, stabbing straight into his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Bitch? Who are you cursing? The voices of Dustwind and Su Jiner were like two sharp swords that cut through the air and pierced Li Wei's eardrums with an endless chill. He jerked his head up and saw Dusty Wind and Su Jiner standing in front of him like two insurmountable mountains, blocking all his paths. The two were intact, not even a speck of dust on their bodies, a stark contrast to their wretchedness. Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted as if he had seen a ghost, and an incredulous look appeared on his face, as if time had stopped at this moment. He opened his mouth wide, but could not make any sound, as if he had been strangled, and could only make a strange ho-ho sound. How can you all still be alive? Li Wei's voice, hoarse and trembling, carried deep fear and unwillingness in every word. He stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs covered in blood as if they were about to jump out of their sockets, and stared dead at Dustbreeze and Su Jiner. It was as if he saw two evil spirits crawling out of hell to drag him into an endless abyss. No way. This is absolutely impossible. How could they possibly get through the hellish secret realm, and out so soon? Li Wei's heart roared madly, unable to accept the facts in front of him. He would rather believe that he was dreaming than believe that it was true. The corners of Dustwind's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dying ant. What? Disappointed? He slowly walked up. Each step was like stepping on Levi's heart, making it harder and harder for him to breathe, making his heart almost stop beating. You're surprised we're alive? Su Jiner also opened her mouth coldly. Her voice was like ice, without a trace of temperature, just like the bitter cold wind in winter, scraping across Li Wei's face. Li Wei, do you think that only you elites can pass through the hell-level secret realm, and we're just going to die in there? Her words, like a sharp knife, mercilessly stabbed into Levi's heart, tearing his pitiful pride to shreds. Li Wei's face was a shade of green and a shade of white, like a palette of colors, changing. He opened his mouth to retort, to argue, but realized he couldn't say anything at all and could only let out a meaningless groan. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Bitch? Who are you cursing? Dustwind repeated the previous question again, his voice a few degrees colder. Li Wei's body trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted. He felt the icy cold killing intent emanating from Dusty Wind, the killing intent that was true and real, the killing intent that wanted to put him to death. He stammered, unable to speak, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and dripping to the floor, where they fell into 8 pieces. It's over. It's all over. These two guys really passed the hellish secret world. Li Wei's heart was filled with despair. He knew that he had really kicked the iron plate this time, and it was still a red-hot iron plate. Right. It must be because you guys just went in and went out. Didn't really start breaking into the secret realm. Otherwise, how could you be fine at all? Much less come out ahead of me. Levi suddenly screamed frantically as if he had grabbed a life preserver, his voice sharp and shrill, like the sound of fingernails scratching through glass. That must be it. You two must be trying to trap me. I'm not going to believe it. He pointed at Dustbreeze and Su Jiner and hissed, the muscles on his face twisting with a hideous expression, as if that would cover up their fear and weakness, as if that would give them back their pathetic self-esteem. Yeah, that must be it. They must have been scared. That's why they came right out like that. It came right out without a fight. Levi was frantically making excuses for himself in his mind, trying to convince himself, and trying to convince others, that he needed an excuse that would allow him to accept this fact. However, as soon as his words fell, a loud slapping sound echoed within the replica hall. Crisp, loud, and deafening. Pop. Su Mingyu's figure, at some point, appeared in front of Li Wei, as silent as a ghost. His face was iron blue, and his eyes flashed with anger, as if he wanted to eat Li Wei alive, and without hesitation, he slapped Li Wei's face. The slap, which was full of force, directly jerked Li Wei around in place 3 times before he fell heavily to the ground. You dare to scold our young lady? Su Mingyu's voice was icy cold, like a judgment coming from hell. Every word carried an endless pressure, making Li Wei feel suffocated. The sudden pain froze Levi, and he covered his punched face as a burst of fiery pain coursed through him. He looked at Su Mingyu with a bewildered expression, his eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. He just wanted to swear, but when he got a good look at Su Mingyu's face, all his anger instantly went out, and was replaced by endless fear, as if he was doused with a basin of cold water from his head to his feet, which instantly sobered him up. Su family master, me. Li Wei's mind was in chaos. He didn't understand what was going on at all, why Su Mingyu would appear here and why he would hit him. Su Mingyu didn't pay any attention to Li Wei at all. he didn't even bother to look at him at all. He turned around and respectfully said to Su Jiner, "Miss, are you okay?" His tone was filled with concern and worry, and it was a far cry from the way he treated Li Wei just now. Su Jiner gently shook her head, signaling that she was fine. She looked at Li Wei, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes as if she was looking at a pile of trash. "Well, that's the end of the matter." Su Jiner's voice was clear and cold, without a trace of emotion. "Honor the bet, Li Wei. We don't want your garbage equipment either. Kowtow and apologize. Admit your mistake and the matter will be over." Her words were like a command, not to be questioned, not to be resisted. Li Wei's face instantly turned pale and bloodless, like a dead man. He knew that he had really planted himself this time, and he had planted himself completely. In front of Su Mingyu, he didn't dare to resist at all, and he didn't even dare to say a word in defense. Su, I was wrong." Li Wei's voice trembled with sobs, and his head hit the cold ground hard with a dull thud, one after another. Chapter 29, Out of Town. Dustbreeze indifferently gazed at the farce in front of him, and deep in the bottom of his eyes, there was an inextricable dislike. He'd seen too many people like that. In his previous life, those so-called friends and teammates who betrayed him and framed him had also shown such ugly faces when they were at the end of their rope and needed his help. Humble, pathetic, tail-wagging. But so what? Betrayal is betrayal and hurt is hurt. It won't go away with a few cheap confessions, and it won't change with a few crocodile tears. The past has long since congealed into an unhealable scar in his heart, always reminding him of the complexity and viciousness of human nature. "It's no fun." Dusty Wind coldly spat out 3 words with a hint of impatience in his voice, not even bothering to look at Li Wei more than once. He turned and walked away without a second thought. To him, there was no pleasure in crushing such goods. A jumping clown like Li Wei didn't deserve to be his opponent at all, and didn't even have the qualifications to make him do it. What is there to brag about when you step on an ant? Su Jiner looked at Dust Wind's departing back, her lips slightly opening and closing as if she wanted to say something, but when she came into contact with Su Mingyu's eyes that were full of warnings, all of her words turned into a barely audible sigh. She knew Su Mingyu, this Yangcheng branch family head, although he was respectful on the surface. In his bones he was a villain who would do anything to achieve his goals. Su Jiner wasn't afraid of Su Mingyu. However, she was worried that Su Mingyu would be unfavorable to Dusty Wind after she left Yangcheng. After all, Dustbreeze's talent and potential were too dazzling, but this was only known to himself, and a genius with no background and no dependence would often become prey in the eyes of certain people. Alas, in the end, Su Jiner could only helplessly suppress the worries in her heart and silently stood beside Su Mingyu. She secretly resolved to raise her strength as soon as possible, strong enough to shelter Dustbreeze from any harm. Dustbreeze left the replica hall with large strides, not stopping for a moment, and walked straight towards the outside of the city. While duplicates and secret realms are certainly treasures for upgrading, the duplicates in the city, while having a higher safety factor, have many limitations. Having to form a group to enter was undoubtedly a constraint for the current Dustbreeze, and it was lowering his upgrading speed. What's more, what he needed most right now was to fight. Before gaining the ability to fight, Dustwind had no choice but to seek refuge in the replica hall and rely on the strength of others to survive. But now, he had gained even more power and possessed the capital to make his way alone. If that was the case, why should he condemn himself to remain in that place of bondage and calculation? He needed a freer, broader world to hone himself and improve his strength. The wilderness area, the wild copies, was his true stage. It was a place of crisis, but also of opportunity. Higher experience, more generous drops, more brutal fights. Those are the keys to his rapid growth. He has to prove himself. He would make those who would look down on him pay dearly. Even more so, he avenged his former self, and also to survive that future extinction, with the people they care about. Dustwind opened his backpack while speeding up his steps, checking out the harvest from this trip to the secret realm. Although you didn't defeat the Shadow Monarch, the final boss in the hidden copy, there is a reward for clearing the secret world itself. What's more, they had set a new record for clearing the secret realm, which was an added bonus. A gold-level treasure chest, a silver-level treasure chest, lying quietly in the backpack. It glows seductively. The golden glow represents rarity and preciousness. The silver lining, on the other hand, symbolizes opportunity and challenge. This was undoubtedly a great fortune for the current him, enough to create a qualitative leap in his strength. Dusty Wind's heart was filled with anticipation for the surprises contained in the treasure chest. He quickened his pace and ran towards the outskirts of the city, his figure gradually disappearing into the bustling crowd. At the city gates, the guards routinely checked the people leaving the city, scrutinizing every detail that went in and out of the gates. Dustwind showed his identification without expression and passed the inspection without any problems. There were no extra words, no excessive lingering. The moment he stepped out of the gates, he took a deep breath, feeling the air, the smell of blood if anything. The breeze, unique to the wilderness and with a hint of rust, brushed his face gently, bringing a touch of coolness and a hint of excitement. A glint of excitement flashed under his eyes, like a predator that had finally caught a whiff of its prey. Wilderness, here I come. After leaving Yang City, Dustbreeze's footsteps did not pause in the slightest as he walked straight towards the southeast. The monsters in the vicinity of Yang City were too low level to satisfy his need for rapid upgrading. He needed a stronger enemy, a more dangerous environment, to stimulate himself and inspire his potential. Based on the memories of his previous life, Dustwind knew that a brand new spatial rift was about to be refreshed 30 miles southeast of Yang City. In his previous life, the appearance of this spatial rift caused quite a stir. Countless professionals flocked to the game, wanting to be the first team to clear the level and receive the generous first pass reward. Dustwind remembered that the level of that spatial rift wasn't that high, only around level 15. Its difficulty, however, far exceeded that of copies in secret realms of the same level. Spatial rifts, unlike copies in secret realms, the secret realm was quite safe, with retreat paths, so if you couldn't beat them, you could return the way you came and escape directly. The duplicates can even be forcibly teleported out by abandoning the challenge directly through the system. Crack, on the other hand, is a road of no return. Once you enter, you either pass or die. There's no going back. Also, only one team can enter the rift at a time. After a successful challenge, the rift is transformed into a secret realm or replica for other professionals to continuously challenge. It's dangerous, but the opportunities and risks go hand in hand. Dustwind's goal was precisely this upcoming spatial rift. He was going to be the first one to pass through this rift and get the most generous reward. Moreover, it would take a day or two for this spatial rift to be refreshed. The location where it was refreshed was also in a wilderness area of level 15 monsters. This just gave Dustwind a buffer time, enough for him to level up. Just as well, he wanted to try out his newly acquired abilities. Dustwind quickened his pace and sped towards the southeast of Yang City. A journey of 30 miles might be a long trek for an ordinary person, but for Dustbreeze, who had already been transferred, it was only a few hours of footwork. He sped along, his figure like the wind, and soon he was far away from the hustle and bustle of Yangchang and entered a desolate wilderness. The surrounding scenery gradually became monotonous, with sparse trees and exposed rocks. On the ground, there was dried dirt and debris, and the occasional skeleton of some unknown creature could be seen scattered everywhere. The air was filled with an even stronger odor of blood and a hint of decay. Everything signaled that this was no longer a safe zone. Dustbreeze slowed his pace and began to pay attention to his surroundings. He knew that monsters could appear here at any time, and he had to be on his guard at all times. Sasha. Suddenly, a slight rattling came from the grass not far away. Next moment, it was accompanied by a hissing sound. A huge black shadow instantly lunged out of the grass. It instantly appeared in front of Dustbreeze. It was a huge wild wolf, covered in thick black fur, with roots standing up like steel needles. It lurks in the grass like a ghost in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. The eyes of the coyote, flashing scarlet, were bloodthirsty cravings, the harbingers of death. Sasha. The breeze brushed by, the grass blades swayed, a subtle sound, but could not escape Dusty Wind's keen perception. Dustbreeze instantly activated the scrying technique. Name, Black Wind Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Rank, 12. HP, 1500. MP, 300. Power, 80. Agility, 50. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 70. Skills, Bite, Pounce. Talent, none. The attribute panel of the Black Wind Wolf was clearly presented in front of Dustbreeze's eyes, with each number representing its strength. Black Iron class. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, outlining a cold arc. Just in time to practice on you, he whispered to himself, not the slightest bit of nervousness in his voice, but instead a hint of excitement. This was the first time he had actually fought since he was reborn. As if the Black Wind Wolf had sensed Dustwind's contempt, it let out a low growl, its voice filled with anger and violence. Fiercely, its limbs fired, and its huge body was like an arrow off the string, instantly pouncing out of the grass, aiming straight for Dustbreeze's throat. Sharp claws, glittering with a cold light that was the scent of death. The air, as if it was all torn apart by this sudden attack. The Black Wind Wolf's pounce was swift and ferocious, like lightning. Dustwind, however, was unusually calm. He didn't even move his feet, just slightly sidestepped. A millimeter dodge. Swish, the Black Wind Wolf's attack fell short, and its sharp claws cut several deep traces on the ground, splattering debris. Amidst the dust, Dustwind's figure appeared even more ethereal. After missing with one blow, the Black Wind Wolf did not pause for a moment as it quickly adjusted its stance and lunged at Dustwind once again. This time, its speed was even faster and its attack was even more severe, as if it was a black whirlwind. However, just at the moment when the sharp claws of the Black Wind Wolf were about to touch Dustwind. Clang! There was a crisp ringing sound, like metal clashing, clear and loud. The sharp claws of the Black Wind Wolf were unexpectedly blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch. Ding! Perfect block triggered. A system beep sounded in Dustwind's mind. It was a fighting instinct, a skill honed from countless life and death struggles. At the same time, the huge body of the Black Wind Wolf was unexpectedly shaken back a few steps by an invisible force. A trace of surprise and doubt flashed through its scarlet eyes, clearly not anticipating such an outcome. This seemingly weak human in front of him was able to block his own attack. Dustwind's eyes were cold and did not give the Black Wind Wolf any chance to catch his breath. With both of his hands, he began to rapidly gather magic power. Two huge fireballs appeared out of nowhere, pulsing with blazing flames. The fireball exuded an astonishingly high temperature, and the air around it, as if ignited, became distorted. This was Dustwind's initial skill, Fireball. Although it was the most basic skill, in Dustbreeze's hands, it possessed amazing power. Go! Dustwind gulped softly, his voice low and cold. The two fireballs, like two burning meteorites with long flaming tails, whistled towards the Black Wind Wolf, cutting through the sky. That's the track of death. Boom! Boom! -920, -920. Two deafening explosions rang through the wilderness. The fireball accurately hit the Black Wind Wolf and instantly exploded into flames. Flames splashed in all directions and heat waves rolled over, completely engulfing the Black Wind Wolf, and the ground was blown out into two deep scorched craters. Two bright red numbers floated up from the top of the Black Wind Wolf's head, shocking to the eyes. That's the value of the damage. The announcement of death. The Black Wind Wolf didn't even have time to make a wailing sound, before instantly collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Ding! You have killed the Black Wind Wolf LV-12. Experience value plus 144. Chapter 30, Stand Up. Looking at the Black Wind Wolf that had fallen to the ground, Dustwind was expressionless. It was as if he had just casually swatted a mosquito to death instead of slaying a ferocious beast. A 12th level Black Iron monster? But so, it was just a warm-up for the man who had returned from his post-apocalyptic rebirth. What he had faced was an overwhelming monster frenzy, an apocalypse of despair and death. What's more, today's him was no longer that weakling who was at the mercy of others. Dustwind slowly stepped forward and bent down to pick up the item dropped by the Black Wind Wolf. The movements were casual and natural, as if these trophies were supposed to belong to him. Ding! Acquired items, Black Wind Wolf's Sharp Claw *2, Black Wind Wolf's Fur *1, Gold Coin *3. The system beep sounded, crisp and pleasant. Dustwind didn't pay much attention to that. The drops of Black Iron level monsters were no longer very attractive to him. His gaze resettled on the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. In his eyes, there was an imperceptible flash of excitement. That's the hunter's instinctive reaction when he sees his prey. It's like, again, an artist, admiring the work he's about to finish. He held out his hand slowly and, gently touching the cold fur of the Black Wind Wolf. The touch from his fingertips was rough, cold, with a hint of death's afterglow. Stand up! Dustwind's low voice echoed across the empty wilderness. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable command, as if a king, commanding his subjects. The skill, Shadow Extraction, was suddenly activated. Ouch! A low hissing sound came from the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. The voice, hoarse and low, as if it were a whisper from hell, sent shivers down one's spine. Wisps of black shadows, as if they possess life, slowly spread out from the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. They were like evil spirits crawling out of the depths of hell, greedily devouring everything around them. The black smoke, rapidly converging above the Black Wind Wolf's body, tumbled, twisted, and deformed. In just a few seconds, the black shadow coalesced into a wolf-shaped creature with a pitch-black body. It stood still. It appeared to have no entity, as if it was just a shadow made of pure darkness. This shadow Black Wind Wolf was almost identical in appearance to the Black Wind Wolf that had been killed by Dustwind earlier. The only difference was its empty eyes. There was not a single glimmer of light, only endless darkness. It was as if two deep, bottomless black holes were swallowing all light. At the same time, in front of Dustwind's eyes, the information panel of this shadow Black Wind Wolf appeared. Name, Shadow Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV-12. HP, 1800-1800. MP, 600-600. Power, 90. Agility, 75. Spirit, 30. Physical fitness, 70. Skills, Ripping Claw Strike. Shadow Assault, Talent, none. Dustwind looked at the attributes of the Shadow Wind Wolf and his eyes lit up slightly. Even though the level hadn't increased, the attributes of this wolf, however, had been increased across the board. More power, more speed, more defense. There's also an extra Shadow Raid skill, although it still wasn't considered powerful. This was after all just the shadow of a level 12 ordinary wild monster. To have such an attribute, Dustbreeze was already quite satisfied. What's more, the true value of shadow servants didn't lie in the strength of their attributes, and in their near immortality, and the potential that can grow indefinitely. This was what made the skill, shadow extraction, truly terrifying. It was also Dusty Wind, who dared to venture into the wilderness alone. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable excitement surged in Dustwind's heart. It was as if he could already see it, in the near future, a scene of himself leading an army of countless powerful shadow creatures, sweeping away all enemies. The monsters that had once struck fear and despair in him would all tremble before his legions of shadows. The once high and mighty will also prostrate and tremble at his feet. It's a feeling of being in control, a thrill of being above the crowd. It was a power and confidence that he had never experienced in his previous life. Maybe then, he could really become a brand new shadow monarch himself. Go ahead and hunt. Show me what you can do. Dustwind looked at the shadow wind wolf in front of him and ordered in a low voice. With Dustwind's command, the black holes in the eyes of the shadow wind wolves in front of them rotated slightly. It then turned into a black lightning bolt and instantly rushed out, disappearing into the vast wilderness. The speed is staggering. Dustwind nodded in satisfaction, the corner of his mouth curving up into an imperceptible arc. Everything is under his control. He was going to see if he could get experience from the monster that this shadow hunted. And is it true that it grows on its own as well, as described? Also look to see if there is a distance limit on the control of shadows. What happens if there is beyond the limit distance? All of these, he needs to verify one by one. Thinking of this, Dustbreeze's eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for his next target. He needed more subjects to test his conjectures. He needed more shadows to grow his power. Soon, his eyes locked onto the two wandering black wind wolves. These two black wind wolves were strong and had oily fur. At first glance, it's one of a kind. Excellent material for experiments. Without the slightest hesitation, Dustbreeze raised his hand and fired two flame soul fireballs. This was one of the few attacking skills that he had mastered. So far, it was also his most familiar and powerful means of attack. Two blazing flames that cut through the sky. With a long flaming tail, like two meteorites, it whistled, precisely hitting those two black wind wolves. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion echoed across the wilderness. The flames instantly engulfed the black wind wolf's body, emitting a gust of charred odor. The ground, all of it, was blown out into two deep, charred craters. 1840, two bright red bludgeoning damage numbers floated up from the top of the black wind wolf's head, striking and chilling. With just one strike, the two black wind wolves were reduced to corpses. There wasn't even time for a scream. Seconds, Dustwind walked over to the corpse of the black wind wolf with an expressionless face. Once again, the shadow extraction skill was activated. Skillful, smooth, without a pause, wisps of black shadows spread out from the corpse of the black wind wolf. It quickly coalesced into two new shadow wind wolves. These two newborn shadow wind wolves were the same as the one before. The body was pitch black, the eyes were hollow, and it gave off an eerie aura. Dustwind ignored the two newborn shadow wind wolves. Instead, they left them in place to guard their sides. This was his shadow guard, his most loyal servants. Now, it's time to look at the previous harvest. Dustwind whispered to himself, a hint of anticipation in his voice. With a thought, he opened his system backpack. Inside the storage space, there were two treasure chests lying quietly. One gold, one silver. This was the treasure chest that the system had rewarded him with when he had previously cleared the hell-level secret realm and broken the secret realm record. Only all the way over here, he didn't even get to open it. Now, finally, there's time to reveal the surprise. Dustbreeze's gaze first landed on that golden treasure chest. Gold treasure chests, which represent higher quality and rarer rewards. It was also the harvest he, by far, was most looking forward to. He took a deep breath and reached out to gently touch the treasure chest. Feeling the cold touch coming from the treasure chest, his heart was filled with anticipation. Turn it on. With Dustwind's command, the golden treasure chest slowly opened. There are no flashy special effects, no flare. There was only a brilliant golden light that burst out from the treasure chest, instantly illuminating the surrounding wilderness. The golden light dispersed, and an ancient skill book lay quietly in the treasure chest. It gave off a faint glow and was full of mystery. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill book, Soul Link. Chapter 31, Testing Skills? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Soul Link. The system prompt was as clear and pleasant as heavenly music. An ecstatic smile instantly bloomed on Dustwind's face. It's almost as if someone gave me a pillow when I dozed off. He had just obtained Shadow Extraction, a powerful summoning class skill, and was worried about how to improve his survivability. After all, Reply Warlocks also belonged to the mage class of professions, and a weak body was a common problem, especially in this crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world. The slightest mistake can kill you, and now, with the Soul Link skill, all problems are solved. Soul Link, as the name suggests, connects the owner's soul to the summon, causes the summon to take all damage for its owner until the summon disappears. What's more, while this skill is on, when the summon's life value is reduced, the owner's life value is not affected by any damage. What does that mean? This meant that as long as Dustbreeze's shadow servant didn't die, he would be an almost invincible existence. Who else could hurt him? Even if the shadow servant was injured, Dustbreeze didn't have to worry. Don't forget, he's a reply warlock. The best thing about it is the treatment. As long as the shadow servants weren't instantly killed, he could quickly restore them to full blood through his healing skills. It's simply a perfect combination. A shadow legion with near immortality and a reply warlock with powerful healing abilities. The two complemented each other well enough to allow Dustbreeze to run amok in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Without the slightest hesitation, Dustwind immediately chose to learn Soul Link. Ding! Skill learning successful. The system beep sounded again, and Dustbreeze felt that in his mind. He had gained some more knowledge and insights about soul linking. After the skills were learned, Dustbreeze directly struck while the iron was hot and grabbed the remaining silver treasure chest. He reached out and gently touched the treasure chest. Turn it on! With Dustwind's command, the silver treasure chest slowly opened. A dazzling light burst out from the treasure chest. The light dispersed, and a piece of equipment that emitted a faint glow appeared in front of Dustwind's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining your equipment, the Chain of Healing. Dustbreeze fixed his eyes on the necklace and realized that it was a necklace. The pendant of the necklace, a teardrop-shaped blue gemstone, was crystal clear and gave off a soft glow. He hastily checked the attributes of this equipment. Name, Chain of Healing. Grade, Silver. Level, LV10. Spirit, plus 30. Physical Fitness, plus 10. Equipment effect, Healing. Your single healing skill can take effect on multiple targets at once, and for each additional target, the skill consumption is boosted by 2 times. Durability, 100-100. What a powerful effect. A hint of surprise flashed in Dustwind's eyes. This piece of equipment was practically tailor-made for him. His healing spell, originally, could only work on a single target. While the healing effect is powerful, it is inevitably a bit overwhelming when dealing with multiple injured targets. And now, with the Chain of Healing, his healing spells could take effect on multiple targets at once. It definitely greatly increased his healing efficiency and made his role in the team much more important. Though for each additional target, the skill consumption is boosted by 2 times. But for Dustwind, who had a massive amount of MP, this consumption was nothing. What's more, he also had the talent Heart of the Law God, which could reduce the magic consumption of skills. Stacking the two was enough for him to use his healing skills with impunity. Combined with the alienation effect of his own healing technique, he could even turn this skill into a mega range group attack skill. The effect, though, made Dustbreeze very happy. However, Dustwind did not equip the Chain of Healing immediately, but instead held it in his hands thoughtfully, as if he was pondering something. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he gently placed his hand on the Chain of Healing. In the next moment, a system beep suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Does it consume 100 healing points to sublimate this equipment? Listening to the system beeps ringing in his ears, Dustwind stroked his chin and secretly calculated in his heart. It seems that this equipment sublimation mainly looks at the rank and has nothing to do with the equipment level. As long as a silver grade equipment was sublimated to gold grade, 100 healing points would need to be consumed. Although he had gained quite a few healing points in the previous secret realm, it was only 100 or so points at full capacity. But the problem now was that he had 2 pieces of silver level equipment on him. In addition to the Chain of Healing in his hand, there was also the Star Staff that Su Jiner had given him earlier. The Star Staff was also very powerful, which made it a little difficult for Dustbreeze to choose for a while. Not knowing which one was better to upgrade first, Dustwind was in deep thought. Upgrading Chain of Healing can greatly improve his ability to assist in the team, making him more comfortable when facing multiple injured targets. Upgrading the Star Staff, on the other hand, would further enhance his output ability, giving him a stronger means of attack when facing enemies. Dustbreeze hesitated for a moment, still feeling that the Chain of Healing was a higher priority. After all, he was a reply warlock, and healing was his job. Moreover, the special effect of Chain of Healing was able to allow his healing spells to take effect on multiple targets at the same time. This would not only increase the efficiency of healing, but would also allow him to accumulate healing points more quickly in preparation for the subsequent equipment upgrades. Thinking of this, Dustwind no longer hesitated and made a decision in his mind. System, sublimate, Chain of Healing. Ding! 100 healing points consumed. Chain of Healing in sublimation. As the system beep sounded, the Chain of Healing in Dustwind's hand began to emit a dazzling light. The light grew more and more intense, illuminating the entire room. Dustbreeze could clearly feel that the Chain of Healing was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. The blue gemstone, originally in the shape of a water drop, became more crystalline and emitted a softer light. The body of the necklace's chain, too, had become more refined, with some mysterious runes faintly emerging on it. Throughout the necklace, it exudes a haunting aura. After about a few minutes, the light gradually dispersed, and the sublimated chain of healing appeared in front of Dustwind's eyes. Name, Eternal Healing Chain. Grade, Gold. Level, LV10. Spirit, plus 50. Physical Fitness, plus 20. Equipment Effect 1, Healing. Your single healing skill can take effect on multiple targets at the same time, and for each additional target, the skill consumption is boosted by 2 times. Equipment Effect 2, Healing Increase. The effect of all healing skills is increased by 25%. After each successful healing, there is a 5% chance that the cooldown time of this healing skill will be reset directly. Durability, 200-200. Looking at the equipment in his hand that had been sublimated into the Eternal Healing Chain, Dustwind's eyes suddenly lit up. After sublimation, the Eternal Healing Chain not only had its attributes greatly improved, but also added an additional special effect called Healing Increase. Not only did it increase the healing effect by a full 25%, but it also had the probability of directly resetting the cooldown. This is like a tiger with wings. It's worthy of being a gold-level equipment. Dustbreeze couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Simply sublimating to the gold level had caused the Eternal Healing Chain to undergo such a drastic change. If the sublimation continues, there is no telling how powerful it will become. Looking at the Eternal Healing Chain in his hand that was flickering with the unique light of the gold grade, Dustwind did not equip it immediately. He turned around and his gaze fell on the 2 Shadow Wind Wolves next to him. The 2 Shadow Wind Wolves were tilting their heads and looking at him suspiciously, as if they didn't understand what their master was trying to do. Dustwind grinned, revealing a smile that made the 2 Shadow Wind Wolves feel uneasy. He placed the Eternal Healing Chain gently on the ground. He then copied the Star Staff and slammed it down towards the Eternal Healing Chain. Clang! A crisp crash sounded. The 2 Shadow Wind Wolves were startled and subconsciously took a few steps backward. Dustbreeze hurriedly checked the durability of the Eternal Healing Chain. Durability, 199/200. Hey, sure enough, it's dropping durability. Dustwind smiled in satisfaction as he picked up the Eternal Healing Chain again and chanted in his mind, Repair Magic. A soft white light surged out from Dustwind's hands and enveloped the Eternal Healing Chain. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The equipment effect Healing Increase has been copied. The system's beep sounded in Dustbreeze's head. He was pleased that it was just as he thought it would be. Immediately after that, another series of system beeps rang out. Ding! Similar effects detected. Merging and upgrading. Ding! Congratulations on your new special effect, Healing Increase Plus. Healing Increase Plus. The effectiveness of all your healing skills is increased by 30%. Each time you successfully heal, there is a 10% chance that the cooldown of that healing skill will be directly reset. Dustwind froze. Merging and upgrading? Still? Dustwind blinked to make sure he hadn't misread the situation. He had originally thought that it was just a merger of the previously copied 5% healing increase special effect onto the original 25% of Eternal Healing Chain. I didn't realize that the probability of resetting skill cooldowns had been raised along with it. It's an effect that's just a little too strong. It was important to realize that the cooldown time of healing skills had always been a major factor in restricting the play of Repo Warlocks, especially when facing a powerful enemy. Often an opening in a healing skill was enough to decide life or death. And now, Healing Increase Plus directly gave him a 10% probability to reset the skill cooldown. What does that mean? Meaning that at critical moments, he might release his healing skills 2, 3, or even more times in a row. It was enough to turn the tide of battle in an instant. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Dustwind directly equipped this necklace before picking up the Star Staff at hand and using the repair technique again. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The equipment effect Magic Increase has been copied. Seeing this, Dustbreeze smiled with satisfaction and then repeated the previous process. After copying all of the 2 remaining special effects on the 2 equipments, healing, as well as Star Power. This was done. Chapter 32, Target Lord Boss. Dustbreeze's gaze flickered slightly as the system's crisp beep echoed in his ears. Ding! Shadow Wind Wolf killed Black Wind Wolf. Experience value plus 120. Ding! Acquired items. Black Wind Wolf's Sharp Claw *2. Black Wind Wolf's Fur *1. Gold Coin *5. He gently stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth curving thoughtfully. This Shadow Wind Wolf, which had clearly run out a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, was still able to be precisely controlled by himself. It seems that this Shadow Legion, indeed, has no distance limit. Dustbreeze whispered to himself, a hint of undisguised excitement in his voice. He then opened the attribute panel of that Shadow Wind Wolf. Name, Shadow Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV12. HP, 1800. MP, 600. Power, 91. agility, 76, spirit, 30, physical fitness, 70, skills, ripping claw strike, shadow assault, talent, none. The level didn't change, but all the attributes got a small boost. Dustwind nodded in satisfaction, directly increasing attributes. This type of reinforcement, it's not bad. In that case, with a thought of his mind, the shadow wind wolf, which was 1,000 meters away, instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared. In the next second, it appeared at Dust Breeze's feet, rubbing affectionately against his pants leg. Dustwind leaned down and gently stroked the shadow wind wolf's head, feeling its silky fur. He then slowly stood up, his eyes casting into the depths of this wilderness area. Since he was able to summon an enhanced version of the monster, it was only natural to create a truly own, powerful army of shadows. A mere black iron ranked shadow wind wolf would be far from enough to satisfy his ambitions. Let's go and meet the lord of this area, Dustwind said softly, a hint of unquestionable firmness in his voice. He took a step and walked slowly towards the depths of the wilderness area, his figure gradually disappearing into the blanket of grass. The wilderness area looks endless though, as if it's connected, but in reality, it was strictly divided into different areas according to the level of the monsters. Within each area, there would be a corresponding level of lord, or a more powerful boss. Dustwind's target was none other than the lord of this area. He was going to take this lord and make him one of his own shadow army. The only way to. Dustywind's eyes became deep as those tragic memories of his previous life came to mind. He gripped the star staff tightly in his hand, his knuckles slightly white from the force. In this life, he would never make the same mistake again. He was going to get stronger, strong enough to control his own destiny and protect everything he wanted to protect. The breeze whipped by, blowing the corners of Dustywind's coat and dispersing the flash of gloom under his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm his agitated feelings and continued to walk towards the depths of the wilderness area. As Dustwind continued to go deeper and deeper, the surroundings began to change subtly. The grass, which had been fairly lush, gradually became sparse, and some bare rocks began to appear on the ground. In the air, a faint odor of blood filled the air, causing a pang of unease. Dustwind's brows furrowed slightly as he could feel that the level of the monsters around him was gradually rising. He slowed his pace and raised his guard, ready for any danger that might arise. Sasha! A slight sound came from the grass ahead. Dustwind's gaze instantly became sharp as he stared tightly at the direction the voice came from, and the star staff in his hand began to flicker with a faint glow. A large-sized black wind wolf slowly walked out of the grass. Its scarlet eyes stared deathly at Dustbreeze, and a low hissing sound came from its throat. However, before Dustwind could do anything, the other 3 shadow wind wolves directly pounced on it, instantly tearing that black wind wolf into pieces. Ding! Shadow wind wolf killed black wind wolf. Experience value plus 120. Ding! Acquired items, Black Wind Wolf's Sharp Claw *2, Black Wind Wolf's Fur *1, Wolf Tooth Dagger, Gold Coin *5. Listening to the system beep that sounded in his head, a satisfied smile appeared on Dustwind's face. It's pretty cool to have soldiers under your hands, without having to do anything themselves. They only needed to move their thoughts, and these monsters were taken care of by their own shadow soldiers. It's a feeling that just can't be beat. He smiled and was about to walk forward to pick up the items dropped by the Black Wind Wolf. Phew! A black wind blade suddenly came whistling from the side, fast to the extreme, instantly hitting Dustwind. Boo! Dustywind's entire body was directly blown away and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, a shadow wind wolf beside him let out a mournful wail and instantly disappeared in place. The sudden change caused Dustwind's heart to tremble. Luckily, before he set off, he discreetly used a soul connection to link his life with that of one of the shadow wind wolves. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have been directly killed in seconds with that one hit just now. What the hell is going on here? Dustwind quickly rose from the ground, not caring about the pain on his body, and hurriedly took the star staff in his hand and looked around vigilantly, only to see a giant wolf, which was several times larger than an ordinary black wind wolf, was slowly walking out from the grass not far away. Its fur was as black as ink, and under the sunlight, it glowed with a ghostly cold luster. A pair of scarlet eyes, like 2 blood lanterns, stared deathly at Dustbreeze, filled with bloodlust and brutality. At the corner of the giant wolf's mouth, there was still a trace of blood that hadn't dried up yet, and it was obvious that the wind blade just now was the one that it had sent out. Name, Blizzard Demon Wolf Elite. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV 15. HP, 2500/2500. MP, 800/800. Power, 120. Agility, 105. Spirit, 40. Physical fitness, 90. Skills, Wind Blade, Wind Blast, Ripping Claw Strike. Talent, Wind Blast, 20% increase in movement speed and attack speed. A hint of excitement flashed in Dustwind's eyes, and through the scrying technique, he clearly saw the attribute panel of this giant wolf. Good timing. I didn't expect this to be a black iron ranked elite monster. Since you killed one of my shadow soldiers, populate yourself. Dust Breeze's mind moved. The other two shadow wind wolves, like arrows off the string, charged directly towards the blizzard demon wolf. At the same time, Dustwind mouthed the words and instantly activated the dual spellcasting talent, Coyote Light Shield. Two light blue rays of light fell on the two shadow wind wolves almost simultaneously, attaching a tough shield to each of them. Ding! Healing Brave triggers. Strength +3. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Strength +3. Seeing two of its own kind rushing towards it, the Scarlet Devil Wolf's scarlet eyes immediately burned with the flame of anger. It let out a long whistle to the sky, its limbs fiercely stomped on the ground, and its huge body, like a cannonball, ejected out. Rip! The sharp claws of the wolves fiercely grabbed onto the shield of one of the shadow wind wolves, making a piercing friction sound. However, under the protection of the crow wolf light shield, the shadow wind wolf was unharmed. The other shadow wind wolf took the opportunity to pounce and took a bite on the blizzard demon wolf's hind leg. Ow! The blizzard demon wolf let out a mournful howl as it suffered pain. It threw its head violently, its sharp wolf teeth, biting fiercely at the shadow wind wolf that had attacked it. Just in the nick of time, Dusty Wind Staff swings, Flame Soul Fireball, two human head-sized, blazing fireballs shot out from the top of the staff at almost the same time, cutting through the sky, carrying a scorching hot aura and overriding might, and fiercely blasting towards the blizzard demon wolf. Facing the four rapidly approaching attacks, the blizzard demon wolf was unable to avoid them. Boom! Boom! The two attacks hit almost simultaneously. A huge explosion resounded throughout the valley. Fire and starbursts. The huge body of the blizzard demon wolf was directly lifted out by the shockwave of the explosion and fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. 1096. 1096. At that moment, the body of the blizzard demon wolf, which had only lost a little bit of blood and skin, stiffened violently, and it was left with only a little bit of blood and skin. Ouch! It let out a low wail, as if it was in great pain. Seeing this, the corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. It's a good thing it wasn't a direct blitz spike, or it would have been a huge loss. He quickly adjusted his breathing, and his staff swung once more as Fury Strike activated. Immediately afterward, two emerald green rays of light shot out from the top of the staff like lightning, and instantly disappeared into the body of the blizzard demon wolf. Cure! Double casting. The green light flashed, and the blood bar on top of the blast demon wolf's head, at a speed visible to the naked eye, first surged up a cut, followed by instantly bottoming out. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The skill Wind Blade has been copied. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. The C-Rank Talon Wind Blast has been copied. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Strength +6. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Agility +6. Ding! Afterglow Shock triggered. A series of system beeps echoed in Dustbreeze's mind like a beautiful musical movement. +2878. +2878. -486. -2878. Four huge numbers floated up from the top of the blizzard demon wolf's head. The first two green numbers represented the amount of healing from the healing technique. The last two red numbers were the real damage dealt by Afterglow Impact, and the overflow damage triggered by the second healing spell. The huge body of the Gale Demon Wolf trembled violently under this series of blows. It was half killed by two fireballs, followed by two healing spells that forced it to nurse itself to full strength, and before it could enjoy a moment of comfort, it was then mercilessly taken away by Afterglow Shock and overflow damage. This roller coaster of an experience killed it. Boom! In the end, the blizzard demon wolf could no longer support itself, and its huge body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! You have killed Blast Demon Wolf Elite. Experience value +450. Skill points +15. The system beep sounded again, announcing the end of the battle. Chapter 33, Elite Shadow Soldiers. Dust Breeze slowly got up, his gaze moving away from the massive corpse of the blizzard demon wolf, an indescribable feeling of satisfaction welling up in his heart. This elite monster is, indeed, generous. Not only did it allow him to successfully copy the skills and talents, but he also gained an additional 12 points of attribute value, which was undoubtedly a great fortune. Pity, Dustwind murmured softly, a hint of regret in his tone. I wasn't able to copy Blast Spike. Otherwise, it would have been good to at least have a displacement skill to save my life. He shook his head, putting the regret behind him. After all, the Healing Brave's talent effect was meant to be triggered probabilistically, and it was impossible to have everything go your way. Dustwind bent down, his fingers gently groping over the corpse of the Blast Demon Wolf, as if he was searching for some precious treasure. See if you can pop any equipment or materials. This is. Dustwind suddenly touched something hard. He took it out and realized it was a black token. Blast token. Effect, with this token, You can freely enter and exit Blast Canyon. Remarks: Blast Canyon is the lair of the Blast Demon Wolves, in which live a large number of Blast Demon Wolves, as well as even more powerful beings. A pass to Blast Canyon? Dustwind's pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers gently rubbed the surface of the token. The memories of his past life came to him like a tidal wave. Although he hadn't personally entered the Blast Canyon, all the rumors about this place had long been heard. This was a hidden secret realm, and only by holding the appropriate token could one open the passageway into it. The Blasted Wind token, on the other hand, was the key to entering the Blasted Wind Canyon. Dust Breeze's heart began to beat violently. Secret realm, these two words, possessed a fatal attraction for any player. There, it often means great experience, rare resources, and unlimited opportunities. Dusty Wind clearly remembered that among those rumors about Blast Canyon, nothing was more exciting than the unique output of the secret realm skill points. Skill points, which can directly raise the level of skills, are the most coveted treasure for all players at this stage, and the deeper secrets are even more tantalizing. It was said that in the deepest part of Blast Canyon, there was a Blast Sword Saint transfer scroll hidden. Blast Sword Saint, a hidden profession that is incredibly powerful. Whether you're transferring them yourself, training your heart and soul, or selling them at a high price, they're all excellent choices. Thinking of this, Dustwind's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. He held the token in his hand tightly, as if he was holding a key to the door to a new world. However, he wasn't overwhelmed by the surprise in front of him. Dustbreeze took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the excitement within his heart, and put the token away in his backpack. Now is not the time to enter Blast Canyon. He needed to be stronger, more prepared. Dustbreeze bent down once again and continued to grope the corpse of the Blizzard Demon Wolf. Let's see, what else is good? He whispered to himself, anticipation in his tone. Ding! A crisp ringing sound, like a beautiful musical movement, reached Dustbreeze's ears. He quickly fumbled for an item that was a pair of black boots. On the surface of the boots, there was a faint wind pattern flowing, emitting a faint luster. Gale boots. Grade, black iron. Level, LV10. Agility, +10. Durability, 50-50. Skill, Gale Steps, active consumes 50 MP points to instantly move forward a distance of 5 meters. CD, 60 seconds. Equipment effect, movement speed +5%. Oh, I can't believe it's a shoe that comes with a displacement skill. Dustbreeze's eyes lit up. Although it was only a black iron grade equipment, the attached, Gale Step, skill was a short-range instantaneous movement skill. This was a blessing in disguise for Dustwind, who lacked displacement skills. With this skill, his survivability, undoubtedly, would be greatly increased. Dustwind didn't hesitate to change the Blizzard magic boots into them, and immediately felt that his body was a few points lighter. He tried to activate the Gale Step skill. Swish! Dustbreeze's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared 5 meters away. Not bad, not bad. Dustwind nodded in satisfaction. This, blistering wind step, skill, whether it was used to rush or to avoid attacks, was excellent. He continued to fumble with the corpse of the Blast Demon Wolf and soon fumbled out some more materials. Fur of the Gale Wolf, X3. Gale Wolf's Claws, X4. Gale Wolf's Fangs, X2. These were materials for crafting equipment or potions, and although they weren't particularly precious, they were still worth quite a bit of money. Dustbreeze put these materials away one by one, and finally, his gaze landed on a crystal-clear bead. Wind Magic Core, Intermediate. Effective use, contains 1000 points of magic power value, and can instantly restore 1000 points of magic power after use. Introduction, can be used for forging equipment, refining medicines. Direct use has a very low probability of acquiring wind skills. There's even a magic core. Dustbreeze was a bit surprised. This was a good thing, worth much more than those materials. A magic core, which is condensed from the magic power in the body of a magical creature after it dies. Magic cores of different grades contain different amounts of magic power. The magic power contained in this intermediate level wind magic core was already quite considerable. Dustwind carefully put away the magic core. This was a treasure that might come in handy at some point. In addition to these, Dustbreeze also touched out dozens of gold coins. This Blizzard Demon Wolf, it's really a big fat goat. Dusty Wind stood up with satisfaction, looking at the harvest of a backpack with a pang of emotion in his heart. Sure enough, killing elite monsters is the shortcut to getting rich. Stand up. Without hesitation, Dustbreeze walked to the corpse of the Blizzard Demon Wolf, his low voice echoing in the valley. As his words fell, a cloud of black mist rose up from the corpse and quickly coalesced into a brand new shadow soldier, the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf. Shadow extraction successful. The attribute panel of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf appeared in front of Dustwind's eyes, and unsurprisingly, after being strengthened by shadow extraction, its attributes were even better than its original body. Name, Wind Shadow Demon Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV15. HP, 2800/2800, MP, 900/900, Power, 132, Agility, 115, Spirit, 44, Physical Fitness, 99, Skills, Shadow Wind Blade, Blast Shadow Surge, Shadow Ripping Claw, Talent, Wine Blast, 25% increase in movement speed and attack speed. Dustwind nodded in satisfaction as the attributes of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf were fully upgraded, and the skills were all transformed into enhanced versions with the Shadow attribute. In particular, the talent Wind Blast, which added an additional 5% to its effect, made the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf's speed even more terrifying. Dustwind looked at the brand new Shadow Wind Wolf in front of him, calculating the next plan in his mind. With this stronger Shadow Soldier, the rest of the quest would be easier. Dustbreeze took a deep breath, and the air was filled with the faint scent of blood and the fragrance of earth. "Depart," Dustwind ordered in a low voice, and the 3 Shadow Wind Wolves immediately followed him towards the depths of this area. Their footsteps were light and swift, barely making any sound as they silently followed behind Dustwind. In the hinterland of the Wind Wolf Valley, sunlight spilled dapplingly onto the ground through the gaps in the dense forest. A giant wolf with a greenish-colored fluctuation all over its body was lying on its back in a slightly open grassy area, sleeping soundly with its eyes closed, its rough breathing echoing in the valley, its chest rising and falling rhythmically. Not far from the giant wolf, space was rippling like water, constantly fluctuating and twisting, as if something was trying to tear through space and descend from another world. The giant wolf opened its eyes vigilantly, its ghostly blue pupils flickering with uneasiness and vigilance as it stared at the bizarre space, a low whimper emitting from its throat as if it was warning, but also as if it was guarding. Above the giant tree, Dustwind stood quietly. He had completely restrained his aura, and his entire person seemed to be one with the surroundings. He stood tall and took in the scene in the valley's hinterland. Should have guessed that this particular spatial rift must have a guardian, Dustwind whispered to himself. His voice was soft and inaudible. A hint of realization flashed in his eyes, and his brow furrowed slightly, as if he was somewhat chagrined. "I didn't realize that this guardian is the lord of this area. I should have known that I wouldn't waste so much time looking around the valley for bosses." There was a hint of helplessness in Dusty Wind's voice, but it was more of an excitement. After all, Lord-level monsters meant more lucrative rewards. "Whatever, let's go and clean up the boss first." Dusty Wind's eyes flashed with an exquisite aura, and he made a decisive decision. His figure shifted, and he leaped down from the tree like a ghost. Without making the slightest sound, he began to meander, carefully avoiding possible traps and patrolling minions as he stalked over in the direction of the boss. Each step was taken with exceptional caution, his body tense and ready for the unexpected. Soon, Dustbreeze arrived at a hidden bush near the boss. He held his breath and watched the sleeping giant wolf through the gaps in the branches and leaves. At the same time, a scrying technique struck noiselessly, and a light blue light flickered. Name, Gale Wolfking, Lord. Grade, Bronze. Level, LV20. HP, 5000. MP, 2000. Power, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 78. Body mass, 120. Skills, Wind Blade Dance, Wind Blast, Wind Wolf Roar, Wind Guard. Talent, Blessing of the Wind, 50% increase in the effect of wind skills. 5000 blood? It's okay, let's try to see if we can copy the talent first. Dustwind muttered to himself as the star staff in his hand gently swung, and a flash of ghostly blue light silently landed on the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's body. Coyote Light Shield. The skill hit with precision, applying a thin layer of light shield to the sleeping Lord Boss, and a faint starburst flowed on the surface of the light shield, which seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. Dustwind held his breath and quietly waited for the effect of the Healing Brave talent to trigger. At the same time, in the dense forest not far behind Dustwind, 3 black shadows were quietly approaching. "Big brother, is that kid out of his mind? He's actually putting a shield on the boss?" One of the dark shadows lowered his voice, his tone filled with doubt and disbelief as he looked at the back of the one in front of him who was putting a shield on the monster. Unable to figure out what kind of operation this was, the black shadow in the lead snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and low. "Whatever, our mission is to finish him off anyway, don't worry about the rest." But, this kid did us a big favor. Not only did he lead us to the Lord Boss, but he also gave us a spatial rift that was about to open. A hint of greed and excitement flashed in the eyes of the person in charge, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile. "Seeing as he's so sensible, I'll let him die a quick death later." The dark shadow that spoke earlier laughed in agreement, shaking his fists and clapping his hands, already impatient to tear Dustbreeze into pieces. The 3 of them exchanged a look, unspoken to each other, and like vipers lurking in the shadows, they slowly approached towards Dustbreeze, ready to unleash a fatal blow. Dustbreeze's entire attention was focused on the Blizzard Demon Wolf King at the moment, and he was completely unaware of the danger approaching behind him. Chapter 34, Sneak Attack? Ding. Healing Brave triggered. The skill Wind Blade Dance has been copied. Ding. Healing Bravery trigger. Strength +1. Ding. Similar skill Wind Blade detected. Merging and upgrading in progress. Skill Wind Blade Chaos, LV2, has been copied. With the system's crisp beep echoing in his ears, the corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly as a wave of joy surged through his heart. It didn't replicate the expected talent, but this turned out to be pretty good. After all, Wind Blade Dance is one of the core skills of the Lord Boss. The power should not be underestimated, and now that it has been directly raised to LV2, it is even more like a tiger with wings. Dustbreeze took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and prepared to unleash a thunderous strike. He intended to slam all of his skills into the Blizzard Demon Wolf King in a brainwave, striving to kill it in seconds in the shortest amount of time without giving it any chance to resist. However, just in the nick of time, a sudden change occurred. An arrow that flashed with a cold aura suddenly shot out from another direction, cutting through the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the Blastwind Demon Wolf King. This sudden change caused Dustwind's pupils to shrink violently, and the alarm bells went off in his heart. Before he could make any reaction, a black shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. Its speed was incredibly fast, and in almost just a blink of an eye, it bullied its way to his heels. Immediately afterward, a dagger that shimmered with an ethereal light ruthlessly slammed into Dustbreeze's head. Ding! Lu Nong has used a smothering attack on you. You have been stunned for 3 seconds. The system's ice-cold beep sounded in Dustwind's mind. His vision instantly became blurry, and the entire world seemed to be spinning. This sudden situation caused Dustwind's face to instantly darken, and a trace of icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. How dare someone sneak up on him? It's a death wish. In the stunned state, Dustbreeze could not move, could not use skills, and even his thinking became sluggish. He could only watch as the arrow hit the Blizzard Demon Wolf King. -10. As an extremely weak number surfaced, it instantly enraged the Blizzard Demon Wolf King, who was originally still a bit confused. The Scarlet Beast pupil of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King stared at Dustwind with a death glare, which was filled with anger and bloodlust. Dustbreeze, as the closest human to it, naturally became its primary target of attack. However, Dustbreeze had expected this. He had soul connection and also possessed the skill Shadow Swap. His life-preserving ability was first-rate, so he wasn't afraid of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's attack. What really made Dusty Wind feel angry were the guys who were hiding in the shadows and sneaking up on him. In his previous life, he died from the betrayal and sneak attack of his teammates. That feeling of being stabbed in the back was still fresh and etched in his memory. I didn't realize that in this life, someone would try to pull the same trick again. A trace of icy killing intent flashed in Dustwind's eyes, and he secretly vowed in his heart that he would make these guys pay a painful price. He knew very well that the only reason why this group of people dared to strike at him so recklessly was because they thought that he was low-leveled, weak, and easy to deal with. Even more, they might want to use the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's hand to get rid of Dustbreeze, faking an illusion that Dustbreeze had been killed by the boss, thus covering up their crime. At the same time, they were able to utilize Dustbreeze's previous actions to deplete the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's status, creating favorable conditions for their next hunt. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone is a good move. Unfortunately, the one they encountered was Dustwind, and this calculation was considered a mistake. The corner of Dustwind's mouth curved up in a cold arc. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his eyes lingering for a moment in the direction where the arrows had come from and the direction where the dark shadows had disappeared, and in his mind, he had already roughly locked in on the location of these 2 people. Since you guys want to play, then I'll have a good time with you. Dustbreeze snorted coldly in his heart with killing intent. Right at that moment, the Blizzard Demon Wolf King had already rushed to Dustbreeze's face. It opened its bloody mouth, its sharp fangs flashed with a cold light, and its huge claws wrapped in a powerful wind, fiercely slapping at Dustwind as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. Dustbreeze's stun status was also lifted at this moment. In the nick of time, he quickly put a Crow Wolf Light Shield on himself. Coyote Light Shield. A light blue light shield instantly enveloped Dustbreeze, emitting a soft glow but giving off an indestructible feeling. Bang! In the next moment, the huge claw of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King slapped fiercely on top of the light shield, emitting a dull thud. The light shield trembled violently and shattered instantly. The attack power of this Blizzard Demon Wolf King was unexpectedly so high. Dustwind was slightly shocked in his heart. He had still underestimated the strength of the Lord Boss. However, what made him feel fortunate was that even though that Song Wolf Light Shield had shattered, it had ultimately blocked the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's strike. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. Overflow damage has been resisted. The system beep sounded, causing Dustwind to be slightly stunned. Why was there another alienation effect? This pale wolf light shield didn't seem to be alienated in the beginning, right? He subconsciously looked at the Crow Wolf Light Shield's skill description. The original ordinary skill description had a new line of ability added to it at this moment. Coyote Light Shield, alienation effect. If the shield is broken by a single blow, then any overflow damage that exceeds the shield's maximum limit will be fully resisted. Dust Breeze's eyes instantly widened, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. This skill is actually really alienated? An ecstasy welled up in his heart. Did it mean that all his skills could be alienated? Or can all support skills be alienated? If that's true, wouldn't one? Dustbreeze didn't dare to continue thinking about it because the possibility was just too tantalizing. He forced down the excitement in his heart and returned his attention to the battle in front of him. At that moment, the Blastwind Demon Wolf King seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Dustwind's disregard, and it roared once again, its voice deafening. The huge wolf claws wrapped in the harsh wind pressure and once again came at Dusty Wind, as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. Dustwind frowned and whispered impatiently to himself. Noisy. The star staff in his hand casually lifted upwards, his movements seemingly careless, but with unparalleled precision. He blocked the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's attack. Bang! With a dull thud, the staff collided with the wolf's claws, sparks flying in all directions. At the same time, the jewel at the top of the staff shone with a brilliant light, and the firelight intertwined with the power of the stars, instantly exploding. Boom! With a loud sound, the energy exploded, and the powerful shockwave lifted the Blizzard Demon Wolf King directly out of the air. The huge body slammed heavily into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dustwind's strike, seemingly random, actually contained the power of both the Flame Soul Fireball and Star Power skills. The two skills stack and multiply their power. 1096, 1096, 470, 470, coupled with Dustwind's ultra-high spiritual attribute. The power of this strike directly took away more than half of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's life value, and the Pale Wolf King even fell into a stunned state under the effect of the power of the stars. Dustbreeze slowly lowered his staff, his eyes glaring icily at the Blizzard Demon Wolf King that had fallen to the ground. He didn't feel the slightest bit of relaxation because he had repelled the Blizzard Demon Wolf King. On the contrary, his mind became more alert, because he knows that the real threat is not this head but those hiding in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to move. Dustbreeze's gaze swept across the surroundings, trying to identify those enemies hiding in the shadows. His eyes were sharp as knives, as if they could penetrate all disguises. Since you guys like to play dirty so much, then I'll have a good time with you, Dustwind muttered under his breath, and the star staff in his hand was once again aimed at the fallen Blizzard Demon Wolf King, and the light of the healing spell lit up once again. Brush! Soft white light poured over the Blast Demon Wolf King, and the hideous wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of Lord Boss, it would be a bit too wasteful to simply kill it. It's still more cost-effective to brush up on your skills and get some attribute points along the way. Dustwind was adding blood to the Blizzard Demon Wolf King while secretly calculating in his mind. Although he was focused on healing the boss in front of him, his mind was long gone. Dustbreeze instructed his 3 shadow soldiers to silently feel their way over in the direction that those 2 had left earlier. The shadow traveled through the dense forest like a ghost, without making the slightest sound. Meanwhile, not far away in the bushes, 3 figures were closely watching Dustwind's every move. The Lu Rong, who was holding the dagger earlier, had doubt written all over his face at the moment. Boss, this kid, life value is so thick boss a claw down. He actually did not do anything at all? Lu Ren's voice was lowered, but it was still hard to hide his surprise. He's really a B-rank reply warlock? This is a level 20 boss. The more Lu Ren said, the more incredible he felt. A level 20 boss. That attack power was no joke. Even these 25 level professionals of theirs didn't dare to fight against it. But Dustwind, a 10th level reparative warlock, had carried it off hard, and by the looks of it, he was still unharmed. It simply turned his perception upside down. On the other side, the bow and arrow wielding Silky Gray followed suit and nodded in agreement. Yeah, and it looks like he blocked the boss's attack with his staff just now. See, Elk Gray's tone was filled with the same doubt. That seems like a difficult blocking technique to master, right? Is he really just a normal level 10 brat? See, Elk Gray recalled Dusty Wind's lighthearted block just now, and his heart was even more astonished. Blocking skills, that required an extremely high reaction speed and precision to master. Even for experienced professionals like them, they wouldn't dare to say that they could block perfectly every time. However, Dustwind, a level 10 newcomer, was able to cast it so easily, which was really out of character. Gua Ku, who was in the lead, was currently staring at Dustbreeze with gloomy eyes. He slowly drew out the huge axe he was carrying behind him and let out a cold grunt. What's there to be afraid of? Gua Ku's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of disdain. The 3 of us are all level 25 professionals. Are we still afraid of a little kid? He paused, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Even if he's really capable of killing the boss, so what? The corner of Gua Ku's mouth hooked into a sardonic smile. Let's keep an eye on it here, and when the boss is bloodied, we'll just grab it and be done with it. Guoku's words were full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. In his opinion, Dustwind was just a 10th level brat. Even if he had some skills, he couldn't make any big waves. Couldn't the three of them, level 25 professionals, still not be able to deal with a tiny reply warlock? As for Dustbreeze being able to block the boss's attacks, and perhaps even mastering blocking techniques, all of this was irrelevant in Guoku's opinion. The difference in rank, the disparity in strength, was enough to crush any skill. Guoku gripped the huge axe in his hand tightly, his eyes flashing with greed. He couldn't wait to finish off Dustbreeze and the boss together and take all the loot for himself. As soon as Guoku's words fell, Lu Ren and Si Elk Grey glanced at each other, both seeing greed in the other's eyes. Boss is right. No matter how powerful this kid is, he's just a 10th level reply warlock. The three of us are still afraid of him? Lu Ren licked his lips as the dagger flipped in his hand, cold light flashing. As soon as the boss is bloodied, we'll do it. Elk Grey also drew his longbow, arrow aimed at Dustwind, poised to fire. In the middle of the dense forest, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and a scene in which the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow was about to be staged. However, they did not realize that their every move had long fallen into Dustwind's calculations. Chapter 35, Killing. Dustwind appeared to be concentrating on healing the Blizzard Demon Wolf King, but in reality, he had already listened to the positions and conversations of these three people through the Shadow Soldiers. Dustwind appeared to be carelessly treating the Blizzard Demon Wolf King, but in reality, he had already listened to the conversation between Guoku's three people through the Shadow Soldiers lurking in the shadows. Sure enough, they're targeting me. Dustwind sneered in his heart, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, outlining an imperceptible arc. How could anyone, in general, be interested in a newbie who just transferred? It is nothing more than coveting the equipment on him, or being instructed by someone. Who could it be? Li Wei? Or Su Mingyu? A few names flew through Dustbreeze's mind, but he didn't look deeper. It's too early to think about that. It was imperative to get rid of the immediate trouble first. The corner of Dustwind's eye glanced at the three people not far away, and he already had a plan in mind. The movements of his hands were unceasing, and the light of the healing spell flashed continuously, alternating between life and death on the Blizzard Demon Wolf King's body. One by one, huge green numbers floated up above the head of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King, each one instantly bringing its life value back up from the bottom. But immediately after, Dustbreeze would add another attack, causing its blood bar to bottom out once again. So on and so forth. The Blizzard Demon Wolf King was just like a puppet on strings being played in the palm of his hand, trying frantically on the edge of life and death, but never being able to get rid of Dustwind's control. In the dense forest, the wind whistled, interspersed with the desperate wails of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King. The sunlight spilled dappled light through the gaps in the leaves, casting light and dark shadows on Dustbreeze's cold face. His eyes were as calm as water, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Only the constantly pulsing numbers could prove his concentration at the moment. Finally, after a lot of dead and alive torture, the system beep came as expected. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. This target's attribute point acquisition has reached its limit. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. This target's skill and talent has been completely copied. It cannot be copied any further. Dustbreeze smacked his lips as he listened to the system beeps ringing in his ears. Is 20 points the limit? Thought I could brush it indefinitely. What a shame. He whispered softly to himself, a hint of regret in his tone. Still, it's enough. Dustwind's mind moved, and Windblade Chaos was quietly launched. Windblade Chaos unleashes 10 wind blades within a range of 5 meters, each blade dealing 200% spirit value magic damage to the target. Consumption, 500 MP. CD, 10 minutes. In an instant, 10 powerful wind blades appeared out of nowhere, drawing a trajectory in the air that was visible to the naked eye, heading straight for the Blizzard Demon Wolf King. Each wind blade contained powerful magical energy, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Ow dash! The Blizzard Demon Wolf King let out a mournful wail as it felt the threat of death. It struggled desperately, trying to avoid it, but it was all in vain. Under Dustwind's precise maneuvering, none of the 10 wind blades fell short, and all of them hit their targets. 6430. A huge red number floated up above the head of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King, instantly emptying its blood bar that had just been filled back up by Dustwind. Seconds, the huge body of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. In its eyes, a trace of resignation and fear remained. It didn't expect to die at its death, that it would die at the hands of a 10th level reproduction warlock. Ding! You've killed the Blizzard Demon Wolf King boss. Experience value plus 2000. Ding! Acquired items, Heart of the Wolf King *1, Blood of the Wolf King *2, Blast Short Blade *1, Wind Magic Core, Intermediate, *3, Gold Coin *213, Dust Breeze slowly withdrew his staff, his face devoid of any expression. To him, it was just a game with a long-destined ending. In the distance, Guoku's three people all froze when they saw this scene. They had originally thought that even if Dust Breeze was more powerful, it would be impossible to kill a level 20 boss in single combat. But now, the truth hit them hard in the face. Dust Breeze not only managed to single-handedly kill, but he also killed him in seconds. How is this possible? Lu Non's eyes widened with disbelief. Is he really just a 10th level repo warlock? See, Elk Gray's voice trembled a little. He had been shocked by Dust Wind's strength. Guoku's face was terribly gloomy as he stared at Dusty Wind closely, a complex light flickering in his eyes. There was shock, doubt, and a hint of fear. He suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake, a fatal mistake. They, it seems, have taken on a very scary mission and have incurred someone they absolutely cannot afford to incur. Sorry, it's not 10, it's 12. Dusty Wind's voice suddenly sounded behind the trio, with a hint of teasing, as if it was playful before a cat plays with a mouse. Guoku, Lu Ren, and See Elk Gray stiffened, as if they had been cast in a fixation spell, and cold sweat instantly soaked through their clothes. This voice, like the whisper of the god of death, made them cool from head to toe. They jerked around, their movements stiff as rusty machines, horror and disbelief written all over their faces. Before they could get a good look at the visitors, three huge-sized black shadows pounced out of the shadows like vicious dogs crawling out of hell, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Those were three huge wolves with pitch-black bodies, each one the size of a small calf, their scarlet eyes flashing with bloodlust, and their sharp claws and teeth glowing with a cold light under the moonlight. What is this? Lu Ren screamed in horror, his voice changing tone. He had never seen such a horrible creature before. See, Rodeer Gray was even so scared that his legs went weak and almost collapsed to the ground. He desperately wanted to back up, but found that his legs were no longer at his command. Guoku's face also turned pale, but he was after all the leader of the three, and forced himself to calm down and roared, "Don't panic, isn't it just 3? We are level 25. His words ended abruptly before he could finish them. This was because two powerful wind blades had already cut through the air with ear-piercing whistling sounds, heading straight for his and Lu Ren's necks. It's too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't react in time and could only watch the two blades of death approach. Put, put. Two muffled sounds and blood spurted out, coloring the night sky red. Lu Ren and See Elk Gray's heads flew up high, expressions of shock and unwillingness still lingering on their faces. Their bodies collapsed helplessly, twitching a few times, and then they were no longer moving. Seconds, two level 25 professionals were killed in an instant. Weiko's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be viciously clutched by a large invisible hand, almost stopping beating. As he looked at the bloody scene in front of him, he only felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, sending chills through his body. Fear, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed him. He had thought that even if Dust Breeze was powerful, he was only a level 10 or so replied Warlock, so even if he sneaked up on them, he couldn't possibly pose much of a threat to them. But now he realized how wrong he had been. Where is this a reply Warlock? This is clearly a demon in sheep's clothing. You. Guoku trembled his voice, wanting to say something, but found that his throat felt like it was blocked, and he couldn't say a single word. He wanted to escape, but his legs were like lead, too heavy to move. The three giant wolves surrounded him in a triangular position, eyeing him intently, ready to launch a fatal strike. Dusty Wind walked slowly, his face devoid of any expression, his eyes terrifyingly calm, as if what he had just killed were not two people, but two ants. It's a bit of a waste, but doesn't matter. He whispered softly to himself, a hint of indifference in his tone. Indeed, for the current Dust Breeze, attribute points and skills were precious but not indispensable. After all, there was less of everything on the blue planet but a lot of people and monsters, and one wasn't that far off. When Dust Wind's mind moved, the three giant wolves lashed out and bit Guoku's limbs to death. Guoku only felt a sharp pain coming from him, as if his bones were about to be bitten to pieces. He couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. HP 210, HP 235, HP 208. A series of damage numbers floated up from above Guoku's head, and his life value was like a faucet with an open gate, dropping rapidly. Dustwind slowly walked up to Guoku and looked at him condescendingly, the star staff in his hand gently resting against his head, emitting an icy cold light. Say, who sent you? Dustwind's voice was cold and piercing, without a trace of emotion, as if he was interrogating a dead person. It is advisable that you better tell the truth, or else those two just now, that's what you'll end up with. Guoku was trembling with fear in his eyes. He had no doubt that as long as he said one wrong word, his head would fall to the ground in the next second. He opened his mouth, just about to speak, but then stopped abruptly. He seemed to think of something terrible, and his face became paler. Humph, old man. Guoku clenched his teeth, seemingly determined and ready to fight hard to the end. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his right arm. Ka-ching! -500. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible, and one of his right arms was actually bitten down hard by one of the shadow wind wolves. Blood spurted out, instantly staining the ground. Ah! Guoku let out a pig-killing scream, in so much pain that he almost fainted. Oops, sorry, Dustwind yelped in mock surprise, but there was a hint of teasing in his tone. This little wolf of mine doesn't know what's important. I'm sorry, you'd better speak quickly or... He purposely stretched his voice and didn't continue, but the threat was unmistakable. Guoku was convulsing in pain and cold sweat was pouring out of his eyes as he looked at his bloody broken arm with despair in his eyes. He knew that he was really planted this time. The seemingly harmless young man in front of him was simply a demon in human skin. I say! Without waiting for Dustwind to finish his sentence, Guoku couldn't hold on any longer and broke down, shouting, Stop it! Stop it! He felt his legs and left arm begin to ache violently as well, as if they might be torn off at any moment. The fear of death completely destroyed his mental defenses. It's the Li family. It's the Li family's second youngest master, Li Wei. Guoku used all his strength to hiss out these words, his voice hoarse and desperate. Chapter 36, Extracting the Shadow of Man? The Li family? Levi? A trace of icy killing intent flashed in Dustwind's eyes. It was really him. Looks like there's a way to get rid of this Levi early. Dustbreeze was secretly calculating in his mind. Thanks for your cooperation. Since that's the case, I'll let you off the hook. Dustwind's voice was still cold, but it carried a hint of imperceptible playfulness. Guoku sniffed and was like an amnesty, his taut nerves finally relaxing a bit. He thought he got away with it. However, he didn't realize that this was just the beginning of Dustbreeze's bad taste. Swish! An emerald green light shot out from the star staff and landed on Guoku's body. HP plus 6944. Guoku, who was already on the verge of death, had his life value instantly returned to full and even overflowed a lot. He froze, not understanding what Dustwind meant by this. Guoku took a long breath, the fear in his heart receding slightly, but the next second, the sharp pain struck again. Ow! The three shadow wind wolves attacked again, their sharp teeth biting hard on Guoku's body. HP 215, HP 228, HP 241. Guoku's blood bar, like a roller coaster, dropped rapidly, but soon, it was pulled back by one of Dustwind's healing spells. Guoku let out a heart-rending scream as he finally understood Dustbreeze's intentions. It's a torture worse than death. He became the first being to experience the sensation of dying and living at the hands of Dustwind. It's a feeling that's worse than death. Please, kill me, kill me. Guoku's voice was already hoarse as he desperately struggled, but he couldn't get away from the shadow wind wolf's bite. Again and again, the sharp pains completely broke him. He would rather die immediately than endure this inhuman torture again. Dustbreeze watched all of this quietly without any expression on his face. He was like a cold god of death, manipulating Guoku's life and death. Time passed by, and Guoku's screams faded. His eyes began to go slack and his breath of life grew weaker and weaker. After about 5 minutes, Guoku's body collapsed heavily on the ground, completely losing its life. He died, with endless fear and despair. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. Talent B Melee Mastery copied. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. This target's attribute point acquisition has reached its limit. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. This target's skill and talent has been completely copied. It cannot be copied any further. A series of system beeps sounded in Dustwind's mind. Dustwind frowned slightly. Is it surprising that humans can only copy 2 skills and 2 talents? He was a bit surprised by this restriction, but it was something he hadn't thought of before. It seems like we have to hurry up and copy Jiner's other talent. It won't be easy to copy it if she gets another one. Dustwind secretly pondered in his heart that Su Jiner's talent was vital to him. He had to copy all 2 of her SS rank talents as soon as possible, just in case. What bad luck to be so poor. Dustwind looked at the less than 100 gold coins scattered on the ground, as well as the lone piece of silver equipment, and couldn't help but spit. He originally thought that these guys should have some oil on them if they dared to take on an assassination mission, but he didn't realize that they were even poorer than him. How dare you come out to kill with this kind of strength? No wonder it takes 3 people to kill a newbie like me at such a high level. Dustwind shook his head, feeling disdain for the strength of these few people. He turned around and prepared to leave. After all, there was still the corpse of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King still waiting for him to see if he could summon it. Just as Dustwind took a step, he suddenly stopped, and a thought flashed through his mind. Can shadow extraction be used on humans like this? A glint flashed in Dustwind's eyes as he thought of an interesting possibility. He immediately turned around and walked over to Guoku's body. With a thought, one of the 3 shadow wind wolves that were originally guarding him instantly dissipated into a black mist. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on top of Guoku's body. Stand up, Dust Breeze let out a low gulp, a hint of anticipation and nervousness in his voice. This was his first attempt at using shadow extraction on a human corpse, and he wondered if it would work. As Dusty Wind's voice fell, a black shadow emerged, but it fluctuated twice and then stopped moving. No? Dust Wind frowned slightly, a little disappointed. He had thought that since shadow wind wolves could be transformed from monster corpses, human corpses should be able to as well, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Could it be because he's not qualified? Dust Wind suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He remembered that shadow extraction seemed to require a certain level of strength from the target. The ones he extracted before were boss-level monsters, while Goku was far less powerful even though his level was higher than his. Try again. Dust Wind didn't give up. He once again placed his hand on Goku's corpse and chanted in his heart, "Stand up." This time, Dust Wind's voice was filled with majesty and unquestionable power. It was as if he was the god of death who controlled life and death and could manipulate the fate of the dead at will. As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku's body shook violently. Immediately afterward, a black mist gushed out from his corpse and quickly coalesced into a blurry human form. The figure gradually became clearer and clearer, and eventually, a black shadow that looked exactly like Goku appeared in front of Dust Breeze. Only, this black shadow's eyes were empty and lifeless, without a trace of life, as if its intelligence had completely disappeared. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The system beep sounded in Dustwind's mind, announcing his success. It worked! An excited smile appeared on Dustwind's face as he managed to transform Goku's corpse into his servant. Although it was only a black iron level servant, it was already a huge breakthrough. This meant that he could not only extract the shadows of monsters, but also of humans. It certainly opened up a whole new path of possibilities for him. Name, Giant Axe Warrior. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV25. HP, 4800/4800. MP, 1000. Power, 210. Agility, 100. Spirit, 45. Body mass, 160. Skills, Earth-Splitting Heavy Axe, Shocking Slam, Raging Wave Chop, Splitting Air Chop. Talent. Melee Mastery, you can use all melee weapons flexibly, and melee weapon damage is increased by 20%. Power Burst, boosts one's strength by 70% for a short period of time, and increases the damage of the giant axe skill by 25%. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Dust Breeze raised his eyebrows slightly. Surprisingly, is it just a black iron level waste? What trash! Forget it, it's better than nothing. Dust Wind shook his head and pushed down the dissatisfaction in his heart. He knows that you have to eat your food one bite at a time and take the road one step at a time. The ability to successfully extract human shadows now is a huge step forward. As for the strength of the servants, they could be slowly raised later. Originally, I also wanted to raise my grief that the other two shadows were also extracted, but after seeing Goku's attributes, Dustwind gave up. If this guy was this weak, the other two certainly weren't any stronger, so it would be better to extract the corpse of that boss. Go ahead and get rid of all their bodies. Dustwind gave the first order to the Giant Axe Warrior. He didn't want to leave any traces here so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. The Giant Axe Warrior didn't react and just mechanically carried out Dustwind's orders. His movements were quick, and in no time, the bodies of the other two were disposed of by him cleanly, without even a trace of blood left behind. Dustwind nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze turned to the massive corpse not far away, the Blizzard Demon Wolf King. This was a Lord-level monster, with attributes far beyond Goku's kind of goods in life, and the extracted shadows were certainly not bad in terms of strength. Just thinking about it made Dustwind look forward to it a bit. He slowly walked over to the corpse of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King and took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Stand up. Dustwind let out a low gulp and pressed his hand onto the corpse of the Blast Demon Wolf King. The black mist, as if it had a life, surged out from the body of the Blast Demon Wolf King, tumbling and surging. However, a few moments later, the black mist slowly dissipated again and everything returned to calm. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining count, 2. The system's ice-cold beep sounded in Dustwind's mind. Failed? Dust Breeze frowned, a little surprised. He then remembered that the skill description mentioned that the longer the time of death, the lower the extraction success rate. Damn it, I blame those three losers for wasting my time. Dust Breeze cursed in his heart, somewhat chagrined. He had thought that with the strength of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King, he should be able to extract it successfully with ease, but he didn't expect it to fail. Again, unwilling to do so, Dust Breeze let out a low cry once again. Stand up. This time, his voice was even lower and more powerful, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. The black mist surged again, even denser and more violent than the last time. But eventually, the black mist dissipated. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining count, 1. The system beep sounded again, and Dusty Wind's mood, with it, sank to the bottom. There's only one last chance left. If he failed again, He would have no choice but to watch this lord-class corpse go to waste. Dustbreeze took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and with his full concentration, he once again drank low. Stand up. With all his strength, he let out a deafening roar. The voice was filled with unquestionable majesty, and a desperate determination. As soon as the words fell, the corpse of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King trembled violently, as if a powerful force was awakening. Black mist, like a volcano erupting, surged out crazily from its body, instantly enveloping the entire valley. The mist tumbled, surged, coalesced, and, in the end, transformed into a huge wolf-shaped black shadow. The black shadow slowly stood up, with a stout figure and imposing aura, exactly the same as the Blizzard Demon Wolf King from before, only, its eyes were empty and lifeless, without a trace of life, only endless coldness and deadness. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The system beep finally sounded, announcing Dusty Wind's success. Phew! Finally made it. Dustbreeze let out a long breath. It would be a shame if this was gone. He managed to transform the corpse of the Blast Demon Wolf King into his own Shadow Soldier. This was a Lord-level Shadow Soldier, whose strength far exceeded that of the previous Giant Axe Warrior. Dustbreeze calmed his excitement and began to check the attributes of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King. Chapter 37, Opening of the Space Rift. Name, Shadow Wolf King, Lord. Grade, Bronze. Level, LV 25. HP, 7000/7000. MP, 2500/2500. Power, 250. Agility, 180. Spirit, 100. Physical fitness, 150. Skills, Dark Blade Dance, Blast Shadow Stab, Shadow Roar, Wind Shadow Guard. Talent, Shadows Kill. Each time you kill a target, you have a chance to teleport yourself behind the target with the lowest life value, and your next attack is bound to be a bludgeon. Blessing of the Wind increases the effect of wind skills by 50%, and causes all wind skills to have 30% shadow damage attached to them, as well as increasing damage to shadow creatures by 25%. I'm going to call you Wolf King from today onwards, so please teach me more, Dustwind said with a smile, looking at the giant wolf in front of him, which was a head taller than himself. His heart was filled with joy, looking at the Shadow Wolf King's attributes that far exceeded the previous ones. Dustwind was smiling from ear to ear. This wave was simply blood money. The Shadow Wolf King seemed to sense Dustbreeze's joy as it lowered its huge head and rubbed Dustbreeze's cheek affectionately with its furry head. Woo! A low whimpering sound, not like the fierce and violent before, but with a hint of meekness and submission. Dustwind happily rubbed the Shadow Wolf King's head, feeling the soft fur, his heart bursting with relief. As expected, this powerful monster, even after turning into a shadow, its intelligence was still very outstanding. Dustbreeze suddenly remembered something, and his mind moved. Swish! A dagger with a cold, flickering light appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was none other than the Black Iron Quality Level 12 equipment Wolf Tooth Dagger that had dropped when he had killed the Black Wind Wolf earlier. Wolfsbane Dagger. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV 12. Power, plus 15. Agility, plus 20. Durability, 250-250. Skill, Wolfsbane Raid, active. Consumes 60 MP points to quickly launch a single stabbing attack at the target, dealing 250% of agility value physical damage to the target with a tearing effect. The target will continue to take bleeding damage equal to 20% of the character's attack power for the next 6 seconds. If the target is in the bleeding state, the movement speed is reduced by 20% for 4 seconds. CD, 25 seconds. Equipment effect, Wolf's Wildness, increases the character's bludgeoning rate by 10%. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Dustwind directly put away his staff and held the wolf-tooth dagger tightly. The equipment did not fall directly. Dustbreeze looked at the wolf-tooth dagger in his hand with a look of incredible surprise on his face. It was surprising that he could actually equip this dagger. You should know that reparative warlocks are typical law professions, and by definition can only equip equipment such as staffs or robes. And this wolf-tooth dagger, it was an actual melee weapon. The gifts of this world are quite overbearing. Dustwind secretly sighed in his heart. He had vaguely had this speculation when he copied Guiku's melee proficiency talent earlier. The talent description at the time said that it was flexible enough to use all melee weapons. Dustwind wondered if this flexible use also included ignoring occupational restrictions and forcing equipment. Now it seems that his suspicions were correct. This talent was more powerful than he had ever imagined. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He put away the star staff in his hand and turned to tighten his grip on the wolfsbane dagger. The dagger was cold to the touch, and a cold light flashed at the blade, giving it a stern feeling. Although it was the first time he had used the dagger, under the melee proficiency talent, Dustwind felt as if the dagger had become one with himself, and wielded it exceptionally smoothly. He casually waved his hand a few times, and the dagger drew a trail of shadows in the air, emitting a swish-swish sound that broke through the air. It's a bit shorter, but when you use it, It seems to be smoother than a staff. Looks like he'll have to get a whole talent similar to staff proficiency in the future. Dustwind muttered, a satisfied smile on his face. Although the staff is the standard equipment of the legal profession, for Dustwind, who has many powerful skills, the staff's bonus instead seems a bit ribald. Instead, this wolf-toothed dagger not only provided additional attribute bonuses, but also allowed Dustwind to have a stronger combat power in melee combat. However, the most important thing now is to upgrade. First, Dustwind forced down the excitement in his heart. Whether it was for the big exam in 3 days or for the extinction crisis in a few years, he needed to raise his power as soon as possible. He patted the Shadow Wolf King beside him, and the Shadow Wolf King rubbed against his palm affectionately, then raised his voice to the sky, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Let's go, Wolf King, start brushing the monsters. When the spatial rift opens, let's go in together. A sharp light flashed in Dustwind's eyes and his tone was firm. Ow! The Shadow Wolf King let out a low growl, as if responding to Dusty Wind's call, and took a sturdy stride, walking into the valley once again with Dusty Wind. Time passed like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours passed quietly. As night fell, the sky was drenched in ink, and the valley was filled with a light mist that made visibility extremely low. Dustwind once again returned to the territory of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King. This place was originally the boss's lair, and unusual monsters didn't even dare to approach, but the original lord had already been killed by Dusty Wind, and according to the rules of the game, it would take at least 3 days for the new lord to be refreshed. Dust Breeze was just about ready to rest here for the night and recuperate. After 2.5 hours of frantically brushing monsters, Dustwind's level had also increased from level 12 to level 16. The experience bar grew at a rate visible to the naked eye, and this feeling of upgrading at a rapid pace made him addicted to it, making it difficult to extricate himself. However, as they leveled up, the experience value provided by the monsters in this area was already a bit of a drop in the bucket for Dusty Wind. Dustwind returned to the valley's hinterland with a slight frown on his face, and began to ponder whether or not he should change to a more advanced map in order to gain more experience value. Just as he was hesitating, the space crack in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently. The space that was originally as calm as a mirror was now as if a huge stone had been thrown into it, rippling with layers of ripples. Immediately afterward, it was as if a large invisible hand reached out from the void and violently tore at the spatial crack. Click, click, click. The ear-piercing ripping sound echoed through the valley, making people's hearts palpitate. The spatial crack was forcibly torn open, revealing a dark hole that seemed to lead to another unknown world. A spatial rift opened? Seeing this scene, Dustwind's eyes instantly lit up, and his original hesitation instantly dissipated. He gripped the star staff in his hand tightly, his eyes glittering with excitement and anticipation. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and forced down the urge to rush in immediately. The prolonged battle had left him slightly mentally exhausted, and although the joy from the upgrade had dulled that feeling, he knew that staying in top form was the key to dealing with unknown dangers. He turned his head to look at the Shadow Wolf King beside him, who seemed to have sensed Dustbreeze's exhaustion as well, and quietly crouched down at his feet, gently rubbing his head against his leg. Dustwind gently stroked the Shadow Wolf King's silky fur as a warm current surged in his heart. He preferred this absolutely loyal beast pet to his teammates who could not be seen. Wolf King, you're tired too, aren't you? Let's take a rest and refresh ourselves before going in. Ow. The Shadow Wolf King responded in a low voice, with a hint of lethargy in his voice. Ha! Just then, a soft eep suddenly rang out and the sudden sound broke the tranquility of the valley, making Dustwind instantly alert. He spun around violently, his star staff pointing straight in the direction the voice had come from, the tip of the staff glinting dangerously. In the field of vision, a petite figure slowly stepped out, and through the color of the night and the faint light emanating from the spatial rift, Dustbreeze was able to see the appearance of the visitor. It was a young girl, not very old looking, around 20, wearing a black leotard and holding a sharp dagger in her hand. The young girl's appearance was clear, and her large eyes were filled with curiosity, but at the moment, there was a hint of surprise and vigilance in her eyes. What a guy! Dustwind snapped, his voice echoing in the empty valley. Instead of letting his guard down because the other party was a young girl, he became more wary. In this world where the game descends into reality, anyone can be an enemy, let alone near this space rift full of danger. Hearing Dustwind's heckling question, that young girl, however, did not have a trace of fear. Instead, a trace of excitement surfaced in her eyes. However, soon after, this color of excitement was converged, and he immediately said with some disappointment, "What the heck? I saw that this crack just appeared and thought I was the first to discover it, but it turns out that someone has already come." Without waiting for Dustwind to continue speaking, the young girl directly walked near Dustwind, stopping her pace 5 meters away and rushing to greet Dustwind. "Hello, my name is Xiao Xiao. Are you interested in brushing this spatial rift with me? The young girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of self-acquaintance, as if she and Dustwind were old friends who had known each other for many years. Dustwind frowned slightly, not letting his guard down because of the other party's enthusiasm. He looked the young girl in front of him up and down, trying to find a break in her words and demeanor. Sure Xiao also seemed to notice Dustwind's wariness as she blinked her eyes and said with an innocent expression, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a bad person. Look, I'm so cute. How could I be a bad person?" she said and spun around playfully, showing off her petite figure and clean-cut features. Dustwind still didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, but the star staff in his hand was gripped tighter. The shimmering light at the tip of the staff was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. When Sure Xiao saw that Dustbreeze was unmoved, she couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. Really? Are all boys nowadays so insensitive? This young lady took the initiative to invite you to form a team, and you actually put on a face of refusal. It's really heartbreaking. Chapter 38, Assassin Girl. Sure Xiao. Really? Are all boys nowadays so insensitive? This young lady took the initiative to invite you to form a team, and you actually put on a face of refusal. It's really heartbreaking. Sure Xiao crossed her hands on her slender waist and muttered in exasperation. Her originally clear and lovely face looked even more delicate and cute because of this action, like a small cat with fried hair. Seeing that Dustwind was still clutching the staff that was glittering with starlight and staring at herself with a guarded face, Sure Xiao sighed helplessly, like a deflated ball of leather, and her originally straight waistline collapsed slightly. She casually threw the dagger in her hand to the ground with a dang sound, making a clear ringing sound, and the blade of the dagger reflected a ghostly cold light in the night. "Allah, little brother. I'm not some kind of perverted murderer. I just came over to practice. Don't be so nervous. Look at me putting down my weapon." The young girl's clear and pleasant voice sounded again, with a hint of helplessness, mixed with a hint of petulance, as if she was coaxing a small child who was in trouble. Dustywind's brows frowned slightly. His eyes were still sharp as a falcon, and he didn't completely let his guard down because of Sure Xiao's actions, but he still slowly sat down and placed the star staff in his hand across his lap. The starlight on the staff was still flickering, but Dustywind's posture showed that he could react at the first opportunity to unleash a thunderous strike at the slightest breeze. After all, as someone who had struggled to survive in the end times, only to end up dying a tragic death of betrayal, Dustywind knew better than anyone else that in this world where games descended into reality, the hearts and minds of the people were, and always will be, much more terrifying than those monsters with their teeth and claws. Monsters are powerful and ferocious, their behavioral patterns are ultimately traceable, and there is always a way to deal with them as long as you grasp the pattern. The human heart, however, is the most complex and elusive thing in the world, especially in this world where games descended into reality and the original moral and legal systems were shaky. No one knew if a seemingly harmless and even a few cute and naive young girl would reveal her fangs hidden under the innocent exterior in the next second and deal you a fatal blow. Dustywind had seen too many dark sides of human nature, so he didn't dare to trust anyone easily, especially near this spatial rift that was full of unknown dangers. However, Dustwind wasn't the type of person who suffered from severe persecution paranoia, and he knew that he couldn't be hostile to everyone just because of his past experiences. That would only make him more isolated and crazy. Besides, within the Dragon Kingdom, blatant killings, this kind of heartlessness was still a minority after all. One should not have any problems as long as one remained vigilant enough and dealt with it carefully. One could not refuse all possible cooperation just because one was afraid of danger. In that case, what difference was there between oneself and those cowards who hid in the safe zone and lingered on? Dustwind's mind quickly weighed the pros and cons as various thoughts crossed his mind like lightning. He knew very well that in this cruel world, a touch of caution was certainly important and could allow you to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. But excessive caution could cause you to miss a lot of opportunities and even put yourself in an isolated situation. Many friends make light work, and while this saying no longer fully applies in this world of the weak and the strong, it is at least necessary to remain somewhat open to trying to make connections with others until you are sure that the other person is an enemy. And since he himself was going to copy other people's attributes and skills, teaming up with other people was also a necessity. What's more, the young girl named Sure Xiao in front of him didn't seem to show any malicious intent from what he had seen so far. Instead, he took the initiative to put down his weapon and expressed his willingness to cooperate. Thinking of this, the guard in Dustwind's heart relaxed slightly, although he couldn't completely trust the other party yet, but at least, he was willing to give the other party a chance to see what she really wanted to do. He slowly moved the star staff that was resting across his lap, but still maintained a posture that was ready to attack at any time, leaning his body slightly forward, his gaze fixed on Sure Xiao's every move. "Well, I'm sure you're not a bad person." Dustywind slowly opened his mouth, his voice still carrying a hint of indifference and detachment, but his tone had eased up a lot and was no longer as hostile as before. When Sure Xiao heard this, Her original somewhat dejected expression instantly became bright, and she smiled cheekily, revealing a row of white and neat teeth, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. That's right, little brother. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was light and pleasant, with a hint of mischievousness. Although there are a lot of bad people in this world nowadays, there are even more good people. If you're so wary of everyone, you won't be able to find a girlfriend. She tapped her cheeks with her fingers as she said. The corner of Dustwind's mouth twitched slightly twice. He really couldn't understand this young girl's brain circuits. Obviously one moment he was discussing about teaming up, and the next second he got involved in finding a girlfriend. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes and simply ignored the thinking thinker. Don't ignore me. Seeing that Dusty Wind did not pick up his own stubble, Shi Xiaoxiao could not help but toot her own horn, with an aggrieved expression on her face. Nah, little brother. Do you want to team up with me to brush this spatial rift, sister? I'm a very powerful one who can definitely take you flying. As she spoke, she also patted her breasts, and although she couldn't see much through her tights, she could still feel the confidence and pride. When Dustwind heard this, he looked at her with a cold expression, not impressed by her enthusiasm, and he asked indifferently, why should I team up with you? This was a very real problem, and it was also Dustbreeze's main concern. He needed to know Shi Xiaoxiao's true purpose before he could decide whether or not he wanted to work with her. When she heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter, and she said with a smile, because the spatial rift can only enter one team at a time. If you don't form a team, you can only enter one person, but there are two of us here now, so there's a share for everyone who sees it. How about it? She winked in a I'm being reasonable kind of way. Dustwind was silent for a moment as he heard the words. He knew that what Shi Xiaoxiao said was the truth. The rules of the spatial rift were indeed like that. If one did not form a team, one could only enter alone. And since both he and Shi Xiaoxiao wanted to enter this spatial rift, then a conflict was bound to arise. What if I have to single out myself? Dusty Wind continued to ask. He wanted to see Shi Xiaoxiao's reaction and test her bottom line. When she heard that, she smiled heatedly, showing a look of you really would ask that as she said. Then it depends on who is fast. My sister's agility points are 500 points. Her words were full of confidence, even with a hint of provocation. Hearing this, Dustbreeze closed his mouth and stopped talking. 500 points of agility. This kind of value is really not something he can fight against now, not to mention running. Even if he wanted to resist, I'm afraid he wouldn't even see a shadow of himself before he was gone. Dusty Wind quickly calculated in his mind that if he and Shi Xiaoxiao clashed, what percentage chance of victory did he have? The answer is 0. After all, what a nurse like him was most afraid of was an assassin. With this kind of terrifying agility value, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to finish chanting his skills before the person was gone. Dustwind pondered for a while, weighing the situation, and finally decided to give up the idea of soloing. So you came here specifically because you knew a spatial rift would appear here? Dustwind raised his own question, wondering why Shi Xiaoxiao would so coincidentally arrive just as the crack was opening. Shi Xiaoxiao raised her willow eyebrows, seemingly not surprised by Dusty Wind's question. She said lightly, it's none of your business. I have my abilities and intelligence. Ask you one last time, group or not? If you don't, then I'll just go in on my own. There was a hint of impatience in her words, as if she no longer wanted to waste time with Dustbreeze. Hearing Shi Xiaoxiao's urging, Dustwind knew that he had no more time to hesitate. He took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. Group. Shi Xiaoxiao heard, face immediately bloomed a bright smile, like a blooming sunflower, bright and dazzling. She a smile, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. This is right. Introducing myself again. Level 15 Space Assassin, Shi Xiaoxiao. Saying that, Shi Xiaoxiao stretched out her white and slender palm at Dusty Wind, palm upwards, fingertips slightly bent as if she was waiting for something. Seeing this, Dusty Wind hesitated for a little while. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he looked at the small white hand in front of him, but in the end, he still extended his own hand, gently shook Shi Xiaoxiao's fingers, and then quickly withdrew his hand. The 16th level. Reply Warlock. Dustwind. Dustbreeze's voice remained cold and, 16 levels? You're even higher ranked than me. When she heard Dustbreeze's rank, Shi Xiaoxiao froze. Her eyes widened as she looked Dustbreeze up and down, as if she was looking at a rare animal. You even upgraded faster than Sister Me. A trace of surprise flashed in Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes, and then she resumed that smiling look. She gently patted Dusty Wind's shoulder with her hand, with a look of I'm very optimistic about you. Not bad, not bad. A higher level than me, at least it won't hold me back. For your information, I've beaten a level 30 professional in single combat, Shi Xiaoxiao added, with a hint of bragging in her tone, as if hinting at her own talent and strength. Upon hearing this, Dustwind glanced at Shi Xiaoxiao in surprise. Single-handedly defeating a level 30 professional? In a world where levels represented everything, to overcome an enemy across a dozen or so levels was indeed very impressive. and although he himself could do it, it was because of his own special ability. And this guy can have 500 points of agility value at level 15. That also means her talent is definitely not simple. Sure Xiaoxiao seemed to enjoy this surprised gaze from Dustwind and said very happily, "Don't just look shocked, quip a couple quips," she said, with a look that said, "Come on, compliment me." Dustbreeze gave her a breathless blank look and said in a cold voice, "So much for that." He really didn't want to have too much interaction with this self-centered young girl, because he always felt that there seemed to be some secret hidden in this young girl's body. "You're no fun for a little guy." Sure Xiaoxiao was speechless, and she skimmed her lips with an "I'm disappointed" expression on her face. Dustbreeze didn't bother with her and directly launched a group invitation to her. Chapter 39, Team Up. Space Rift. Ding. Team Up successful. With a crisp system beep, the two people's team application passed, and the team was officially formed. The corners of Sure Xiaoxiao's mouth lifted into a smug smile, as if she had already seen the rich rewards that would come with clearing the spatial rift. Her entire body looked extraordinarily excited. "Let's go," Tim said impatiently, with a hint of a leap in her voice. She didn't even wait for Dustbreeze to make any response before she directly took a step toward the depths of the spatial rift, with that impatient look as if she was afraid that Dustbreeze would back out. Dustwind looked at Sure Xiaoxiao's back and helplessly shook his head. This young girl, she was really an acute person. He didn't rush to follow, but stood still, silently observing his surroundings. After all, as an experienced old player, Dustwind knew that before entering an unknown environment, maintaining sufficient vigilance was a necessary condition for survival. The moment the two entered the spatial rift, the light around them suddenly changed. Sure Xiaoxiao subconsciously raised her arm and blocked it in front of her eyes. Originally, it was still a pitch-black night outside the space rift, but here, it was already a bright sunny day. The strong sunlight made Sure Xiaoxiao's eyes feel a stinging pain, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes, and it took her a while to get used to it. Dusty Wind was not too affected, and his gaze quickly swept around, taking in his surroundings. It was a huge plain with an endless, open view and no cover. The grass on the plains took on a yellowish color, sparse and somewhat desolate looking. In the distance, some vague black shadows could be vaguely seen, moving slowly, seemingly some kind of creature. Dusty Wind's brow wrinkled slightly. From the sight in front of him, this spatial rift wasn't a mode that required the player to go all the way through and defeat the guards of a few levels in order to pass the level, as in the case of the Novice Mystery Realm. Instead, it's guard mode. In other words, they needed to be here, waiting for wave after wave of monsters to refresh, and then destroy them all in order to pass the level. This pattern was actually quite unfavorable for an oddball career pairing like Dusty Wind and Sure Xiaoxiao. After all, monsters in guard mode usually appeared in groups, were numerous, and tended to come from all directions. If there wasn't a strong meat shield profession in front to hold the monsters' attacks, then brittle professions like Dusty Wind and Sure Xiaoxiao would easily be overwhelmed by the monsters and be directly killed in seconds. Although Dust Wind could summon Shadow Wind Wave, that was after all one of his bottom cards, and he didn't want to easily expose his strength in the presence of outsiders. I didn't realize it was guard mode. At this time, Sure Xiaoxiao on the side also finally adapted to the change in light. She opened her eyes, saw her surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. There was a hint of surprise in her tone, as if she hadn't expected this to be the case. However, her face didn't show any worry, but instead carried a hint of excitement, as if she was looking forward to the upcoming battle. Sure Xiaoxiao's gaze turned to Dusty Wind, looking him up and down before she opened her mouth and asked, "You seem to be a healing auxiliary, right? Is there enough milk?" Her voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of flirtation, as if she was testing Dust Breeze's strength. Dustwind nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He knew that the reason why Sure Xiaoxiao asked this was because the role of the healing profession was crucial in the guard mode. A healer with plenty of milk can greatly increase the survivability of the team and even turn the tide of battle. Then you must milk yourself. Don't die directly in the beasts. When she saw Dustwind nodding, she immediately patted Dustwind's shoulder, with a hint of concern and a hint of gloating in her tone. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Dusty Wind's frown tightened as he felt as if there was some hidden message in Sure Xiaoxiao's words. "Literally." Sure Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and said with an innocent look on her face, "I have a high agility value. They can't touch me. Don't worry. I'll find a way to save you. If you can hold out until I come to save you." Her words were full of confidence, and she seemed to be completely unconcerned about the danger she was in. The moment Sure Xiaoxiao's words fell, an icy system prompt sounded in the ears of the two. The first wave of monsters begins to invade. Black Wind Wolves, number 30. As the system tone fell, 30 black wind wolves appeared out of thin air and ran wildly towards the two of them. Without waiting for Dustwind to use his scrying technique, the monsters panel appeared directly in front of him. Name, Black Wind Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Rank, 12. HP, 1500. MP, 300. Power, 80. agility, 50, spirit, 20, physical fitness, 70, skills, bite, pounce, talent, bloodlust. Passive attacks are accompanied by a bleeding effect, dealing 5 points of damage per second for 5 seconds. Stackable. As the system prompt fell, 30 black wind wolves appeared out of thin air, wrapped in a fishy wind, and ran wildly towards the two. Without waiting for Dustwind to use the scrying technique, Toki had already shared the monster's panel information. 30 level 12 black wind wolves. The difficulty isn't too high. I'll get rid of them as soon as possible. Milk yourself and don't worry about me. This kind of monster can't hurt me. Sure Xiao spoke quickly, her tone revealing a powerful confidence, as if these black wind wolves were nothing more than a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered in her eyes. Before the words fell, she rushed out like an arrow off the string, the dagger in her hand flashing with a cold light, heading straight for the wolves. When Dustwind saw this, his sword brows slightly raised. This Sure Xiao, as expected, was a battle maniac. He quickly chanted an incantation. His fingertips flickered with light, and a pale blue light shield instantly appeared on Sure Xiao's body. Coyote Light Shield. The moment the light shield appeared, wisps of electric light immediately surrounded Sure Xiao's body, and her speed once again increased, so fast that she could almost only see a residual shadow. Feeling the change in her speed, a hint of surprise flashed in Sure Xiao's eyes. Obviously that totally didn't expect Dustwind's assisting effect to be so strong. She grinned, a hint of excitement in her smile, and instantly charged into the wolves. The dagger swung, cold light flashing, each attack precisely hitting the vitals of the black wind wolf. Dusty Wind, on the other hand, stood still and didn't rush out. He calmly gazed at Sure Xiao's figure, looking at the information that had been copied over with a somewhat odd expression. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Agility +3. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. The SSS class talent Extreme Divine Speed has been copied. Extreme Divine Speed draws on the speed of space, increasing your agility value by 500 points for 10 minutes after use. During the duration, all your physical attacks will deal real damage to the target at 50% of your agility value. Consumption, 500 MP. CD, 15 minutes. Passive effect, +10 agility for every level you gain. Waves rippled in Dustwind's heart. Is one's luck that good? Directly copied the SSS ranked talent over? He was a bit incredulous, knowing that SSS grade talent, that was an extremely rare existence, and every professional with SSS grade talent was a figure standing at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, this talent, surprisingly, increased the agility value. This made Dustwind even more curious about Sure Xiao's identity. Who the hell is this time Xiao? How come I've never heard of such an SSS ranked professional in my previous life? He could be certain that in his memories of his previous life, there was definitely not an SSS ranked professional called Sure Xiao. Could it be that it was because he had been reborn that certain trajectories of this world had changed? Thoughts tumbled in Dustwind's mind, and various thoughts flashed continuously. Hey, what's on your mind? So lost in thought? Sure Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Dustwind back from his thoughts. Only then did Dustwind come back to his senses, looking at the curious-looking Sure Xiao in front of him, and faintly asked, "It's nothing. Is it hurt? A mere 30 coyotes and you still want to injure this young lady? Doesn't exist." Sure Xiao dejectedly raised her chin, her tone full of confidence, as if those black wind wolves were not worth mentioning in her eyes. Listening to Sure Xiao's condescending words, Dustwind did not say anything more. He turned his head towards the place where the black wind wolf had been earlier, and at that moment, there was only a field of corpses left there. The drops were automatically divided into two, and were included in the backpacks of the two, which was also set up by the two when they were in the group. The drops were divided in half, so as to save them from pulling their hair out after the fight. That's efficient. That's pretty fast. Dustbreeze secretly sighed in his heart, and at the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Sure Xiao's strength. Just as the two of them were chatting idly, the system beep sounded again. The second wave of monsters is coming. Dustwind looked toward the front and raised his eyebrows slightly. 50 tin wolves? He instantly recognized the species of these monsters. Tin wolves, known for their defensive prowess. Name, Tin Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Rank, 13. HP, 2500/2500. MP, 200/200. Power, 120. Agility, 50. Spirit, 10. Physical fitness, 150. Skills, Bite, Punch. Talent, Ironhide. Passive physical damage taken is reduced by 30%. This wolf's defense can be high. Dustbreeze glanced at Sure Xiao with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Could this kind of monster be beaten? Who are you looking down on? Watch this. Sure Xiao glared at Dusty Wind in displeasure, with a hint of annoyance in her tone, as if she was displeased with Dusty Wind's questioning. Before the words left her mouth, she once again transformed into a residual shadow and rushed towards the wolves. Chapter 40, the difficulty of the difficulty of the difficulty of the difficulty of the difficulty. Like a bolt of lightning, Shi Xiao instantly rushed into the group of tin wolves, her figure so fast that she could barely be seen. He wanted to continue copying Shi Xiao's talent, but the pale wolf-light shield was still on cooldown, and Shi Xiao wasn't injured enough to use a healing spell. Ugh, just have to watch her perform. Dustwind sighed and stood in place rather bored. Unlike the black wind wolves they had encountered before, these tin wolves were even more terrifying in terms of both life value and defense. There was no way that Toki could manage to kill them all in a single shot. She was like a butterfly wearing flowers, weaving in and out of the wolves, each dodge just right, precisely dodging the attacks of the tin wolves. That dodging skill is textbook level. Dustbreeze muttered in his heart as he looked at Shi Xiao's figure. Ghost shadow steps? Not only is his profession and talent awesome, but he even has such a good grasp of combat skills. This guy, what the hell is he? He felt more and more that Shi Xiao's identity was mysterious and unpredictable, completely beyond his previous life's knowledge. Just as Dustwind was speculating in his mind, Shi Xiao's voice suddenly rang out with a hint of deliberate reminder. Little Dustbreeze, watch out, a monster ran past. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and Dustwind froze, and in the next moment, he saw a tin wolf running wildly towards him with its teeth and claws open. That speed, although not worth mentioning in front of Shi Xiao, was still a great threat if it was for a support profession. Dustbreeze looked at the tin wolf and a hint of speechlessness flashed in his eyes. This guy, does it on purpose? He was almost certain that Shi Xiao had definitely let this tin wolf over on purpose. Dustwind shook his head helplessly. Of course he knew what Shi Xiao was playing at, nothing more than wanting to see his own strength. After all, a support profession would usually look powerless when facing such high defense monsters. The power of the dominant. Dustwind's mind moved, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the furiously running tin wolf. Ow! The ironhide wolf let out a wail, and its huge body unexpectedly stopped hard in midair, as if it had been pinched by a big invisible hand. It struggled desperately, its limbs stomping about, but it was simply unable to break free from this force. Dustwind casually copied the star staff and struck a blow at the tin wolf. Bang! With a muffled thud, the staff slammed hard into the tin wolf's head. 168. A bright red number floated up from the top of the tin wolf's head. Dustbreeze skimmed. Although the damage wasn't high, it was at least a break in defense. After all, his main attribute right now was still spirit, and his strength wasn't really high. Moreover, the star staff was only a silver-ranked equipment, providing limited attack power. Immediately after that, the starlight on the staff flashed, and a stream of light instantly struck the tin wolf. Star power, 623, a huge damage number floated up, and the tin wolf's blood bar instantly dropped by a large margin. Dustbreeze looked at the tin wolf's blood bar, and a glint of essence flashed in his eyes. In that case, the corners of his mouth rose slightly in a playful smile. Healing. Dustwind raised his hand and a green light instantly enveloped the tin wolf. Plus 1742. A shocking green number floated up from the top of the tin wolf's head, and the blood bar that had already been crippled by the power of the stars instantly returned to full strength. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. Gain 2 power points. Ow! The tin wolf froze. It didn't understand what was happening at all. It was obvious that he was about to die, but why was he suddenly full of blood again? This, not far away, Shi Xiao, who was originally preparing to make a move to rescue her, also froze. Her eyes widened as she looked at Dustwind with an incredulous expression. Isn't this guy a milkmaid? How come there are still attack skills? Shi Xiao's mind was filled with doubts, and that's too much power for him, isn't it, to be able to hit a monster this far? According to common sense, a level 16 support profession should not have learned attack skills yet. Moreover, the skill that Dustwind had just used was clearly not a normal healing attack skill. Could he be bi-professional? A thought flashed through Toki's mind, but she quickly shook her head again. Dual careers are rare, but not unheard of. But the problem was that Dustbreeze's level was only 16. How is it possible to have 2 professions at the same time at such a low level? Shi Xiao was puzzled. She couldn't figure out how Dustbreeze did it at all. Just as Shi Xiao froze, the tin wolf, which had been milked full of blood by Dustbreeze, unexpectedly flew towards her once again. Shi Xiao let out a cry of surprise and hastily dodged to avoid it. Boo! The tin wolf fell heavily to the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. It struggled to get up, but realized it could no longer move. Silver light flashed around Shi Xiao's body, and her dagger stabbed out violently. Pust, 5520. A huge damage number floated up, and the tin wolf in the air instantly perished. Shi Xiao casually flung her hand, and an impact directly killed all the remaining tin wolves in seconds. She quickly ran back to Dustwind and circled around him with great curiosity. Aren't you a milkmaid? Toki blinked, curious. Level 16 shouldn't have learned an attack skill yet, right? That skill of yours doesn't look like a normal healing attack skill either? Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of doubt and inquiry. Dustwind looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's inquisitive eyes and secretly laughed in his heart. Secret, Dustbreeze said indifferently, deliberately selling out. Che, don't say never mind. Shi Xiaoxiao skimmed her lips, and although she was a little disappointed, she didn't continue to pursue the matter. That was quite a move you just pulled. Though, Timothy turned the conversation around and smiled again. I can't believe I was able to milk the monster to full blood before having it fly over and attack me. What kind of tactics are you using? There was a hint of flirtation in her tone, as if she was hinting at Dustbreeze's insidiousness. Dustbreeze rolled his eyes and did not ignore her. Che, what's with the mystery? Seeing that Dusty Wind refused to say anything, Shi Xiaoxiao skimmed her lips, and although she was a little reluctant, she didn't continue to pursue the matter. After all, everyone has their own secrets. The third wave of monsters begins to invade. Inferno Wolves, number 50. The system beep sounded again, interrupting the conversation between the two. Dustwind's brows instantly furrowed. Inferno Demon Wolf? This seems to be a silver-level monster, right? How could a silver-quality monster appear here? He was a bit surprised in his heart. According to common sense, a copy of this level shouldn't have silver-level monsters appearing. Just as Dustbreeze was thinking this, a hissing sound resounded in all directions. Unlike earlier, this time the monsters didn't appear from the same direction, but spread out and surrounded them from all sides. Shi Xiaoxiao's face turned serious with it, and it was clear that the difficulty this time had been raised by more than just one notch. Looks like there's a bit of trouble this time, Shi Xiaoxiao said softly, a hint of gravity in her tone. Can you still handle it? Dustbreeze looked at Shi Xiaoxiao and opened his mouth to ask. A small one, but it will take a little while. Shi Xiaoxiao smiled confidently. Although the monsters had leveled up, she wasn't the slightest bit intimidated. Dustbreeze nodded and didn't say anything else. He believed in Shi Xiaoxiao's strength, and since she said she could handle it, there must be no problem. Just then, a giant wolf bathed in flames appeared in Dustbreeze's field of vision. The giant wolf was tall, more than 2 meters tall, and its fur was like a burning flame, emitting a fiery aura. Its pair of eyes, moreover, were like 2 balls of burning fire, full of rage and bloodlust. Name, Inferno Wolf. Grade, Silver. Rank, 15. HP, 3500/3500. MP, 1000. Power, 180. Agility, 100. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 150. Skills, Flame Bite, Flame Punch, Inflammatory Explosion. Talent, Inferno Body. Passive flame damage received is reduced by 50%. Attacks come with a scorching effect that deals 20 points of flame damage per second for 5 seconds and can be stacked. Dustwind casually threw out a scrying spell, and the panel of the Inferno Wolf appeared in front of him. Sure enough, it's a silver-level monster. Dustwind looked at the attributes of the Inferno Demon Wolf and sighed in his heart. The attributes of this Inferno Demon Wolf were more than a notch stronger than the previous Black Wind Wolf and Ironhide Wolf. Not only are the lifesteal and attack power dramatically increased, but the skills and talents don't look weak. Ow! The Inferno Demon Wolf let out a long whistle to the sky, its voice filled with violence and bloodlust. It lunged towards Dustbreeze, as fast as lightning. Dustwind did not panic and gently raised the star staff in his hand. Clang! A crisp crash rang out as the staff precisely blocked the Inferno Wolf's flaming bite and even shook it back 2 steps. The block worked? Not far away. Shi Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes opened roundly. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she exuded a look of disbelief. Is this guy really a support system professional? Waves of shock rose in her heart, knowing that a skill like blocking required an extremely precise grasp of timing and force, and even experienced warriors might not be able to achieve such perfection. A support profession that could have such skillful blocking techniques? This completely overturned Shi Xiaoxiao's perception. What's all the fuss about? Dusty Wind saw that Shi Xiaoxiao was frozen in place and urged somewhat breathlessly. Do it! Oh hoo! Only then did Shi Xiaoxiao come back to her senses and hurriedly brandished her dagger, her body flashing like a ghost as she rushed towards the Inferno Wolf that had been shaken back. Swish! 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out, and Shi Xiaoxiao's dagger was as fast as lightning, leaving several deep and bone-deep wounds on the Inferno Wolf's body. 785, 897, 864, 1400. One by one, bright red damage numbers floated up from the top of the Inferno Demon Wolf's head, and its blood bar was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge bludgeoning damage number floated up, and the Inferno Wolf's blood bar instantly emptied. Boom! The huge body of the Inferno Demon Wolf collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a charred black corpse. Ding! Your teammate Shi Xiaoxiao has killed the Inferno Wolf. Experience value plus 600. Chapter 41, Terrifying Group Attack from Healing Technique. As the monster fell to the ground, the experience bar jumped up a notch. He looked at the corpse of the inferno demon wolf on the ground and sighed in relief. Although Shi Xiaoxiao's strength was very strong, these inferno wolves were after all silver-level monsters and there were many of them, so he was still a little worried that Shi Xiaoxiao would not be able to cope with them. You'd be exposing your fighting ability. Now it seems that one's worries are redundant. This experience, it's awesome. Dustwind looked at his experience bar and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to rise to level 17. Hey, little Dustwind, who did you learn this blocking technique from? After Shi Xiaoxiao finished resolving the inferno demon wolf in front of her, she quickly walked over to Dustbreeze and asked with a curious look on her face. There was a hint of probing in her tone, as if she wanted to figure out Dustbreeze's bottom line. Talent. Dustbreeze faintly returned 2 words and didn't explain too much. Talent? Shi Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied with this answer. What talent could give you such strong combat skills for a support profession? She trailed off, a hint of resignation in her tone. I mean, I have an otherworldly talent for learning about combat techniques. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao bristled, obviously not believing Dustbreeze's words. However, the curiosity in her heart towards Dustbreeze was growing stronger. This guy, how many secrets are hidden in his body? Shi Xiaoxiao muttered secretly in her heart, and the look she gave Dustwind became more and more complicated. Just then, more infernal demon wolves poured in from all directions. Ow, ow, a deafening wolf howl rose and fell, echoing throughout the challenge space. As one looked around, densely packed inferno demon wolves came like a tidal wave and surrounded the two. Each of the inferno demon wolves was covered in burning flames, exuding a fiery aura as if it wanted to burn everything to the ground. That's quite a number. Dustwind looked at the surrounding inferno wolves and said, "Go for it. I'll keep an eye on your blood level. Don't worry. These little wolf cubs are not enough for this young lady to stuff her teeth with." Shi Xiaoxiao smiled proudly, and with a flash of her body, she rushed into the wolves. Swish, swish, swish. Her figure was like a ghost, quickly weaving in and out of the wolves, and her dagger brought up a cold aura as she waved it around. 855, 792, 1358. One by one, bright red damage numbers continued to float up from the top of the inferno demon wolf's head. Although these inferno wolves were silver-level monsters, they were somewhat inadequate in front of Shi Xiaoxiao, a top assassin. However, as Dustbreeze expected, although Shi Xiaoxiao was able to kill these inferno demon wolves with ease, she was not very efficient. After all, the defense and life value of the inferno wolves were far superior to the previous black wind wolves and iron skin wolves, and Shi Xiaoxiao needed multiple attacks to kill one. This is definitely a bit of a stretch for explosive assassins. On the other hand, Dustbreeze appeared to be much more laid back. He didn't take the initiative to attack. He just kept dodging through the wolves, dodging the attacks of the inferno wolves. Ow! An inferno demon wolf lunged at Dustwind, opening its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and biting towards his neck. Dustbreeze did not panic. His body slightly sidestepped and aptly dodged the inferno wolf's pounce. At the same time, the star staff in his hand gently swung and impartially knocked on the inferno wolf's head. Clang! With a muffled sound, a minuscule damage number floated up on the inferno wolf's head. Dustwind didn't expect the star staff to do much damage. He just used it to block. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his strength too early. Dusty Wind knew that in this unfamiliar copy, hiding one's strength was the way to go. What's more, he didn't trust Shi Xiaoxiao as a temporary teammate. This guy's stance, not far away. Shi Xiaoxiao was killing the inferno demon wolves while observing Dustbreeze. The more she watched, the more she was shocked. Dustwind's stance was just too exquisite. There were no superfluous movements, and every dodge was just right, as if it had been practiced 1,000 times. It was even a few points more subtle than the ghost shadow step she was so proud of. Was this really a stance that a paraprofessional could possess? Shi Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with doubts. Hey, watch out! Just as Shi Xiaoxiao froze, Dustwind suddenly shouted. Shi Xiaoxiao snapped back to her senses, but she felt a sharp pain in her back. Boo! Her entire body was viciously swatted away by an inferno demon wolf, and she landed heavily on the ground. 423. A huge damage number floated up from the top of Shi Xiaoxiao's head, and her blood bar instantly dropped by a large margin. Hiss! Shi Xiaoxiao sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel a sharp pain all over her body, as if her bones were about to fall apart. She struggled to get to her feet, but realized she could no longer move. Ow! The inferno wolf that had succeeded in its sneak attack let out a triumphant howl and once again pounced towards Shi Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Shi Xiaoxiao was about to lose her life to the wolves, a green light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped her. Plus 1742. A shocking green number floated up from the top of Shi Xiaoxiao's head, and her blood bar, which had already bottomed out, instantly returned to full. Phew! Shi Xiaoxiao let out a long breath, a pang of fear in her heart. If it wasn't for Dustwind's timely intervention, she was afraid that she would have to explain herself here. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly as he watched Shi Xiaoxiao's blood level instantly return to full. The reason he felt happy was not because he saw Toki's mistake. Rather, it was because he validated one thing. That is, the afterglow impact effect in the healing brave talent can be turned on or off by human control. This was undoubtedly good news for Dustbreeze. This meant that he could hide his abilities better. As for the damage caused by the healing technique mutation effect, Dustbreeze hadn't found a way to eliminate it yet, but it wasn't too much of a problem to slightly let Toki discover a little bit about her own abilities. Ding! Healing bravery triggered. Agility +6. Ding! Healing valor triggered. Skill space assassination copied. Space assassination, after briefly building up strength, instantly teleport behind the enemy and deliver a fatal blow, dealing 200% agility plus 100 strength true damage. Consumption, 100 MP. CD, 5 minutes. The system's beep sounded in Dustbreeze's head. Space assassination. Dusty Wind looked at the newly copied skill and a glint flashed in his eyes. This skill, it's strong. Not only can you instantly move behind the enemy, but you can also deal a high amount of real damage. It's like a magic trick for assassins. At this moment, Shi Xiaoxiao incredulously looked at the blood bars of the surrounding inferno demon wolves, which were originally full, but at this moment, they had all strangely dropped by a small amount, especially the inferno demon wolf that had crashed into her earlier. Its blood level was directly reduced by nearly 1/3. This, Shi Xiaoxiao looked around incredulously. The originally aggressive inferno wolves, but at this moment, it was as if they had been harvested by an invisible scythe, and their bloodstains fell by a hair's breadth in unison, especially the inferno demon wolf that had knocked her away earlier. Its blood level was directly reduced by nearly 1/3, and a hint of fear actually showed in its originally ferocious eyes. Healing still does damage? Shi Xiaoxiao felt like her worldview had been shocked. She turned her head violently and looked at Dustbreeze, her eyes filled with shock and doubt. This guy, is he really a support? Dustbreeze was still weaving through the wolves, his body floating and dodging attacks. He didn't seem to notice Shi Xiaoxiao's gaze at all, only occasionally waving his staff and releasing a stream of starlight. Hey, what are you pretending for? When she looked at Dustbreeze's uncontested demeanor, she was furious, obviously having such a strong means of attack, yet he had to hide it and watch himself being surrounded by wolves. This guy, definitely on purpose. Isn't your healing spell able to attack? Why don't you strike together? Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shout out, a hint of annoyance and questioning in her voice. Dustwind glanced at her and said lightly, my healing spells can only be used on people with less than full life. You're already full of blood and can't use it. His tone was calm, as if he were stating a simple fact. Shi Xiaoxiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Not enough life? Which of these inferno wolves all over the ground didn't have a full life value? Doesn't any random healing spell go down and do damage? This guy, he was clearly teasing himself. You, Shi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, itching to rush up and punch Dustwind. That's not the way to hide it, is it? Really think she's a cutie? What? Dusty Wind seemed to sense Shi Xiaoxiao's anger, but he didn't explain. Since Shi Xiaoxiao had already discovered her attack ability, there was no need to hide it anymore. Swish! Without waiting for Shi Xiaoxiao to continue ranting, Dustwind casually waved his hand, and the star gem at the top of his staff flashed out 2 soft green lights. The 2 green rays of light were like arrows that left the string, instantly failing to enter the bodies of the 2 inferno wolves beside Shi Xiaoxiao. Plus 8725. Plus 8725. 2 huge, bright red recovery numbers floated up from the top of the inferno demon wolf's head, appearing particularly eye-catching. Apparently, the healing spell triggered a blast this time. The 500% healing effect instantly filled up the 2 inferno wolves' already crippled blood bars. Immediately afterward, an even more amazing scene occurred. Buzz! 2 circles of emerald green light waves centered on these 2 inferno wolves, spreading out rapidly in all directions like water waves. Wherever the light waves passed, the air seemed to be distorted. 7500, 7500, 7500. A series of terrifying, neatly organized damage numbers, like rain, crazily emerged from the heads of the surrounding inferno wolves. These damage numbers took on an eerie green color, mirroring the previous healing numbers to form a very impactful picture. Almost instantly, the inferno wolves that were still surrounding Shi Xiaoxiao with their teeth and claws were swept away by these 2 circles of light waves. It was like a wheat field that had been harvested by an invisible giant scythe, leaving only a scorched black trail. The originally crowded space instantly became empty. Only 3 or 4 inferno wolves that were farther away and had managed to escape the impact of the light wave were still standing alone. The original ferocity and violence in their eyes had been completely replaced by fear at this moment. These few inferno demon wolves clamped their tails and whimpered, their bodies trembling slightly, no longer daring to take a step forward. Shi Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, looking at this sudden change in front of her. and for a moment, she was actually somewhat unable to react. She was originally still seething with anger and was ready to question Dustwind properly. But now, looking at this empty scene around her, all her anger felt like it had been doused with a pot of cold water, instantly disappearing without a trace. All that was left was a heart full of shock and doubt. What the hell is going on here? Sure, Xiaoxiao's voice trembled a little, and she even wondered if she was hallucinating. She turned her head to look at Dustbreeze, her eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, those 2 hits just now, were they really healing spells? Dustwind ignored Sure Xiaoxiao's shock as he just lightly swept a glance at the surrounding scene. He was not surprised by the result, although that wasn't the intention at first. I just didn't realize it triggered a quintuple blast, or it wouldn't have been such a stretch. Chapter 42, Alienation Crystal. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points, current level LV 17. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered, Spirit value plus 1. Ding! Healing Bravery trigger, Agility plus 1. Ding! Healing Valor triggered, the Gift of Inferno has been copied. Ding! Healing Valor triggered, the skill Inferno Blast has been copied. A series of crisp system beeps sounded in Dustwind's mind. He raised an eyebrow slightly, the corner of his mouth curving up in an imperceptible curve. It was worthy of being the space rift with the highest danger factor, and just the third wave of monsters had allowed himself to directly level up. This feeling of growing by leaps and bounds is fascinating. This experience value, it's faster than riding a rocket. Dustwind sighed secretly in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction as he swept his gaze over the newly acquired talents and skills. Just then, Sure Xiaoxiao's figure rapidly approached like a cheetah, and she had already killed the few remaining inferno wolves. She stopped sharply in front of Dusty Wind, her originally fair cheeks flushed with a blush due to the intense movement, and her chest rose and fell slightly, showing her inner unrest. You, Sure Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she stared dead at Dustwind, her eyes filled with shock, doubt, and a hint of disbelief. You're really a healing revert warlock? She asked, word for word, each word as if it had been squeezed through her teeth with a heavy dose of skepticism. Isn't your damage and attack range a little outrageously high? Sure Xiaoxiao's voice trembled slightly, and she felt like her worldview had been shocked. This guy in front of him, was he really the support profession that he perceived that could only hide in the back and add blood? This attack power, this range, was simply more terrifying than those mages who specialized in attacks. Dusty Wind looked at Sure Xiaoxiao's expression of having seen a ghost and secretly laughed in his heart, but he continued to maintain a clouded appearance on the surface. It was just a fluke that triggered the blast, he said lightly, his tone calm, as if he were merely stating an insignificant fact. A fluke? The corners of Sure Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched and she almost couldn't hold back her foul mouth. You call that a fluke? If this is a fluke, then what's the point of practicing so hard? This is too scary, Sure Xiaoxiao muttered, her eyes still filled with shock. I thought at first that you, the reply warlock, were just a variant of the healing warlock. She paused, as if organizing her words. Now it seems that this should be some sort of hidden profession for you, right? Toki asked tentatively, a hint of anticipation in her tone. How come I've never heard of it before? Dustbreeze shrugged his shoulders, a look of I don't know on his face. Of course he wouldn't tell Sure Xiaoxiao the secret of his rebirth, much less reveal the true bottom line of his profession. Sure Xiaoxiao looked at Dusty Wind's look of asking questions and was speechless in her heart. This guy, does he really not know, or is he playing dumb? Although she wanted to curse, Sure Xiaoxiao still forced herself to hold back the anger in her heart. After all, the strength that Dustbreeze had just displayed had completely overturned her perception. Such a powerful existence was definitely not something one could easily offend. You'll be along for the next wave. Sure Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. You fight faster than me and are most efficient against this kind of spatial rift. She looked at Dustwind with a hint of pleading in her tone. Dustwind still had that casual look as he nodded lightly. Oh, all right, he said lightly, seemingly indifferent to it all. When Sure Xiaoxiao looked at Dustwind's indifferent attitude, her heart became even more irritated. This guy, who clearly possessed such a powerful strength, was acting as if it was none of his business. It's really getting people fired up. Just as Sure Xiaoxiao was secretly slandering in her mind, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flickered with a hint of cunning. Hey, Dustwind, she spoke suddenly, a hint of inexplicable meaning in her voice. Seeing as you're so strong, she paused and deliberately stretched her voice. Any interest in playing a big game with me? Toki's voice was lowered, with a hint of seduction and a hint of excitement. Dusty Wind looked at Sure Xiaoxiao's mysterious look and raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy, he must be up to something again. Although Dusty Wind wasn't really interested in what Sure Xiaoxiao was proposing, he still patiently asked, what do you mean? He wanted to see what kind of drug Sure Xiaoxiao was selling. Sure Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed and did not directly answer Dustwind's question, but instead stretched out her hand, palm up. a dark purple glow slowly condensed, and eventually, a walnut-sized crystal appeared in Shi Xiaoxiao's hand. The crystal was dark purple in color. Its surface was covered with bizarre lines, and it emitted a haunting aura. The moment he saw this crystal, Dust Breeze's pupils contracted violently and his face became grave. Alienation crystals? Dustwind's voice was low, with a hint of surprise, and a hint of caution. Of course he recognized it. In the future, the alienation crystal was a sought-after item, and countless guilds and strongmen fought over it, even triggering a bloody storm. Yo, not bad, you know your stuff. Xiaoxiao raised his eyebrows in amusement, satisfied with Dusty Wind's reaction. She nodded proudly, as if showing off her baby. This is something I had a hard time stealing. Ahem, getting out of my house. Xiaoxiao tossed the alienation crystal in her hand, her eyes glittering with excitement. How about it? Want to play a hand together? She renewed her invitation to Dustwind, her tone filled with anticipation. Alteration crystal, a special prop that can cause certain specific copies, secret realms or spatial rifts to undergo an alteration. Xiaoxiao began to explain the role of the alienation crystal. Upon use, the monsters inside will gain substantial reinforcement, and an alienated boss is bound to appear. She paused, a flash of fervor in her eyes. Monsters that have been strengthened don't just have more experience, the drop items will also be more abundant. And there's also an alienation boss. That's a special existence that drops exclusive profession equipment. Upon hearing this, Dusty Wind said with an odd expression, exclusive equipment. If I remember correctly, it seems that only the person who kills the boss in the last hit can get it, right? See Dustwind so say. When Xiaoxiao also is embarrassed to smile, original a cough. This depends on we have to luck chant. Who get is whose? How about it? Dusty Wind quietly listened to Shi Xiaoxiao's explanation, but his mind was thinking fast. He was naturally aware of the value of the alienation crystal, but at the same time, he knew that the risks associated with the alienation crystal were also enormous. The monsters are substantially strengthened, and the alienated bosses, these are not something that the current ones can easily deal with. One slip up and the group could die here. Dustwind sighed in his heart as he looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's look of eagerness to try. This guy, he's really a restless master. But, a glint of essence flashed in Dustwind's eyes. Risks and opportunities go hand in hand. Although the alienation crystal was dangerous, if one could successfully kill the alienation boss, the rewards would be absolutely amazing. And, Dustbreeze glanced at his attribute panel and had a hint of confidence in his heart. Occupation, Reparative Warlock? Level, LV 16. HP, 1670/1670. MP, 83750/83750. Power, 120. Agility, 55. Spirit, 345, plus 70. Physical fitness, 72, plus 20. With his far superior attributes and the powerful effects brought about by the healing brave phrase, he might not be without a fighting chance. What's more, he had the experience of being reborn and knew the weaknesses and fighting styles of various monsters like the back of his hand. Thinking of this, a hint of wariness was also ignited in Dustwind's heart. Good. Dustbreeze nodded and agreed to Toki's proposal. But, he paused, his eyes sharpening. In advance, if the situation is not right, I will retreat immediately. Dustbreeze wasn't the kind of cutie who would risk her life for a treasure. He knows exactly where his bottom line is. Don't worry, don't think you're the only one who's hiding something. This lady has a lot of cards too, okay? Shi Xiaoxiao patted her chest with an air of confidence. With me, absolutely no problem. If you're not sure, how about we wait until there's only one last monster left in this spatial rift before turning on the alienation effect? She was still confident in her strength. What's more, there was also this unfathomable fellow, Dustwind, present. Shi Xiaoxiao believed that as long as the two of them teamed up, they would definitely be able to successfully kill the alienated boss and get a generous reward. Dustwind was slightly silent for a while and said, no need, just open it directly. The difficulty is only the boss. Some of the reinforced small monsters are not as difficult. Hey, that's right. Toki smiled and raised the alienation crystal in her hand high. In the next moment, as Shi Xiaoxiao moved, the alienation crystal erupted with dazzling purple light, coloring the entire spatial crack into a demonic purple. Purple light filled the air like a demonic mist, quickly engulfing the entire spatial rift. Dustwind only felt that the air around them had become sticky, and vaguely, there seemed to be countless pairs of eyes peering at them in the dark with greed and bloodlust. Ding! Special energy fluctuation detected. Alienation begins. The fourth wave of monsters begins to invade. Abyssal Demon Wolf Pack. Number 15. While listening to the system beep that sounded again, a flash of incomprehension surfaced on Shi Xiaoxiao's face. What's going on? After the alienation, the number of monsters has become less instead? Only 15? She blinked, a little incredulous. It's only logical that the alienation should make the monsters stronger and more numerous. Dusty Wind's face, however, became grave at this moment. He didn't answer Shi Xiaoxiao's question right away, but stared dead ahead. Demon Wolves of the Abyss. Dustwind's voice was low, with a hint of caution. Although they're the same level 15 monsters, they're a special breed from the Abyss, and every one of them is an elite. That means, Dustwind took a deep breath. What we're facing now are 15 level 15 silver-ranked elite monsters. 15 of them? And all elites? A flash of shock instantly appeared on Shi Xiaoxiao's face. She was well aware of the strength of the elite monsters. Normally, when you encounter one, you have to be careful how you deal with it. Now it was surprising to have to face 15 of them in one breath. The effect of this alienation is not too horrible. Just as the two were talking, a low wolf howl broke the silence around them. Ow! The voice came from far away, carrying an aura of bloodlust and brutality. Dust Breeze and Shi Xiaoxiao looked up at the same time, only to see that in the depths of the spatial rift, a group of giant wolves covered in black scale armor, with eyes flashing with scarlet light, were slowly approaching them. These demon wolves were huge, more than 2 meters tall, with thick and powerful limbs, and their sharp claws cut a deep trail on the ground. Their hairs stood up like steel needles, each of them flashing with an icy cold light. The most striking thing was the hideous bone spikes on their backs, which were like sharp blades and exuded a chilling aura. Is this the abyssal demon wolf? Timothy was a little excited. Dustwind didn't say anything, just silently raised the staff in his hand, scrying, name, Abyssal Demon Wolf Elite, grade, silver, level, LV 15, HP, 5000, MP, 2000, power, 300, agility, 200, spirit, 150, physical fitness, 200, skills, ripping claw strike, shadow assault, abyssal roar, talent, bloodthirsty berserker, passive. The lower the life value, the higher the attack power. For every 1% of life value lost, the attack power is increased by 1%. Abyssal magic armor, passive. All damage taken is reduced by 20%. Well, seeing that Dusty Wind had finished reading the attributes of the demonic wolf, Shi Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked. Dust Breeze directly shared the panel with Shi Xiaoxiao without saying a word. Hiss. Timothy sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a bit of a tough attribute. Dustwind looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Shi Xiaoxiao and directly said, "Don't be dumbfounded. Take it seriously. There's no way back from the spatial rift, so don't hide if you really have a bottom card. Be careful that you won't even be able to see the alienated boss." He didn't want to cause both of them to be accounted for here because of Shi Xiaoxiao's negligence. After all, this is no joke. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao coldly grunted in displeasure. "Don't underestimate my lady. Seeing as you're not bad at all, let me tell you, this young lady is an SSS ranked professional. It's just 15 elite monsters in the district. This young lady is not afraid." Upon hearing this, a hint of realization flashed in Dustwind's eyes. Is it really an SSS ranked professional? That's something I'll have to see how many SSS ranked talents I can copy down from you. Chapter 43, The Difficulty Soars. Wait. Dusty Wind suddenly pulled back Shi Xiaoxiao, who was about to rush out. Shi Xiaoxiao snapped her head back, her pretty face full of displeasure, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. "What are you doing?" Before Shi Xiaoxiao could ask a question, Dusty Wind had already pointed ahead. Following the direction of Dusty Wind's finger, Shi Xiaoxiao's gaze landed on the back of those abyssal demon wolves, behind those tall and powerful elite demonic wolves. In the shadows, there was actually a large group of relatively shorter wolf-like monsters. Although these wolves were smaller in size, they were incredibly numerous, densely packed around the spatial crack, their scarlet eyes flashing with bloodlust in the darkness, as if they were a surging red tide. Shi Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and her original expression of excitement due to the upcoming battle instantly froze. Didn't this system say there were only 15 elite monsters? How? Why did so many ordinary small monsters pop up again? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice trembled a little, obviously stunned by this sudden change of heart. Although she prided herself on her strength, she was inevitably a little frightened in her heart when faced with such a number of monsters. Dustwind didn't answer immediately. His face was horribly gloomy. He had encountered this situation in his previous life, but that was just a copy of the. At that time, they struggled for a long time, and finally chose to quit. "I did not expect to meet this time again. The other normal monsters, they should be refreshed indefinitely." He slowly opened his mouth, his gaze deadlocked on the ordinary demon wolves that kept pouring out. "Only by killing those 15 elite monsters can we terminate this wave of monster attacks." There was a hint of determination in Dustwind's tone. He knew very well that the current situation no longer allowed them to retreat in the slightest. The nature of the spatial rift doomed this to be a fight that would not end in death. Unlimited refreshes? Shi Xiaoxiao's face became even more ugly. She had originally thought that with her own strength, dealing with 15 elite monsters would be a bit of a challenge, but not impossible. But now, with the addition of these infinitely refreshed normal monsters, the difficulty of this battle was simply increasing geometrically. What should we do? So many monsters, can we beat them? There was a rare hint of panic in Shi Xiaoxiao's voice. She was jumpy, but not stupid. Faced with such a desperate situation, she also felt great pressure. Dustwind did not directly answer Shi Xiaoxiao's question, but silently raised the star staff in his hand. Don't panic yet, we still have a chance. Although Dustwind's voice was low, it carried an inexplicable firmness that seemed to be able to give people a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath, and the magic power in his body began to surge wildly. Scrying, Dust Breeze gulped softly, and an invisible fluctuation spread out from the top of the staff, enveloping the smaller normal demon wolves. Name, Abyssal Wolf. Grade, White Plate. Level, LV 13. HP, 1500. MP, 500. Power, 100. Agility, 80. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 80. Skill, biting. Talent, none. Dustwind quickly swept a glance at the attributes of these ordinary demon wolves and let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. The attributes of these ordinary demon wolves were quite a bit weaker than the elite monsters. There were a large number of them, but as long as they were dealt with carefully, they shouldn't pose too much of a threat. These ordinary demon wolves don't have high attributes, but there are too many of them. We must fight quickly and not be dragged down by them. Dustbreeze shared the information that he had detected with Shi Xiaoxiao. Got it, Shi Xiaoxiao nodded, and the panicked look on her face subsided quite a bit. She gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, her eyes sharpening back up. In that case, let me try to see what these guys are made of first. Swish dash. Shi Xiaoxiao's figure instantly disappeared in place, leaving only a residual shadow behind. She'd wanted to do something big for a long time, and she hadn't been able to let go because of Dustbreeze. But nowadays, in this crisis situation, if they were to hide their clumsiness again, they were afraid that the only thing waiting for them would be death. Seeing that Shi Xiaoxiao just rushed out, Dustwind hurriedly turned on dual casting and activated the Crow Wolf Light Shield. Swish, swish, two light blue rays instantly enveloped Shi Xiaoxiao. The shield, which was already thick, had now become as substantial, emitting a reassuring luster. Timothy looked back and was shocked. This shield is too thick. Her original blood bar was already very long, but now, the thickness of this shield was even more than twice as thick as her blood bar. This is unbelievable. What kind of skill is this? Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her voice filled with disbelief. Dustwind didn't reply, but only smiled slightly, signaling her to hurry up. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoxiao did not ask any more questions, took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and turned around to rush towards the wolves. With this thick shield, she no longer had any worries and could exert her strength to the fullest. Extreme divine speed, Shi Xiaoxiao drank, and her natural skill was instantly activated. Buzz. A dazzling light flashed across her body and her speed suddenly increased. The figure that was already as fast as lightning, at this moment, it even turned into a stream of light, rapidly weaving through the wolves. Put, put, put. Wherever they passed, countless ordinary demon wolves fell down and turned into corpses. The attacks of these ordinary demon wolves were unable to break through the shield on Shi Xiaoxiao's body, and could not even leave a trace. And with every attack, Shi Xiaoxiao was able to take away the life of a demon wolf. It was a one-sided massacre. Although the abyssal demon wolf was a bit stronger than the ordinary demon wolf, in front of Shi Xiaoxiao's terrifying speed and attacking power, it was only able to support itself for a little bit longer before it stepped into the dust of the ordinary demon wolf. Looking at Shi Xiaoxiao, who was in the midst of the wolves with her shield, as if she had turned on her peerless mode, Dustbreeze also sighed a bit. It's really worthy of being an SSS-ranked professional. This strength, it was simply terrifyingly strong. However, Shi Xiaoxiao's attack method was ultimately a single damage, and although the killing speed was fast, she was still a bit overwhelmed by the infinitely refreshing monsters. There were still countless monsters that bypassed Shi Xiaoxiao and rushed towards Dustbreeze. When Dustwind saw this, his eyes stared and the star staff in his hand was raised once again. Healing. He let out a soft gulp and a green light shot out of the tip of his staff and landed in a clearing in front of him. Buzz. The green light instantly spread out, forming a huge circle of light. At the same time, Dustwind's talent, Healing Brave, was triggered passively. Afterglow impact. Boom! Two immense and incomparable waves of green light spread out in all directions with Dusty Wind at the center. Shi Xiaoxiao, who was originally still killing her enemies freely, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. What is this? This? She stared blankly at the two sweeping waves of green light, her eyes filled with bewilderment, only to see that where those two waves of light passed through, the originally dense swarm of monsters was instantly emptied of a large area. Only 15 bloodied abyssal demon wolves remained, standing alone and shivering. This is too much. Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but swallow. a hint of trembling in her voice. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Dusty Wind did not pay attention to Shi Xiaoxiao's exclamation of surprise and only spoke faintly. What are you fuming about? Don't wait for them to get their blood back up. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao snapped back to her senses and hurriedly raised the dagger in her hand, rushing towards those bloodied abyssal demon wolves like a ghost. Her figure weaved in and out of the wolves, each flash bringing up a bloody light, her daggers slashing precisely through the vitals of the demon wolves, harvesting their lives. Your teammate, Shi Xiaoxiao, has killed Abyssal Demon Wolf Elite and gained experience value. The system's beeps kept ringing in Dustwind's ears, but he had no time to care. His gaze swept over the corpses of the fallen Abyssal Demon Wolves, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Pity. These are the corpses of elite monsters. Although it wasn't as good as the shadow of the Blizzard Demon Wolf King, it was definitely much stronger than the Shadow Wind Wolf from before. If one could extract their shadows, one's strength could be raised another notch. But now that Shi Xiaoxiao was right next to her, there was no way she could do it herself. Dustbreeze sighed helplessly and could only give up on this tantalizing idea for the time being. Shi Xiaoxiao's movements were quick, and it wasn't long before the last Abyssal Demon Wolf also wailed and fell under her dagger. Phew, done. Toki jumped back lightly, a hint of triumph on her face. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points, current level LV 18. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 4th wave of the monster attack. The 5th wave of monsters has begun to invade. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Dustwind Gay's eyes narrowed slightly. This spatial rift is really not coarse. Don't give a minute's rest. At this time, Shi Xiaoxiao also came over and asked curiously, what did you say the 5th wave was? It should be a boss. After all, it's only a level 15 space rift. There won't be too many waves. Soon. A fluctuation came from the spatial crack once again. Unlike the previous wolf howl, this time, it was a low and hoarse sound, as if a demon from hell was whispering. Coming, Dusty Wind said softly, a hint of gravity in his tone. Shi Xiaoxiao also put away the relief on her face, gripping the dagger in her hand tightly and staring ahead vigilantly. Under the gaze of the two, a tall figure slowly walked out of the spatial crack. It was a humanoid creature, but with features very different from those of a human. Its skin took on a bizarre dark red color, and it was covered with dense black lines, as if it were some sort of ancient runes. Its head looked like a skull that had been skinned, and its 2 scarlet eyes burned in their empty sockets with a haunting glow. Its limbs were thick and twisted, covered in sharp bone spikes, and in its hand it held a huge bone staff with a black gemstone emitting an ethereal light. 5th Wave, Abyssal Sentinel Boss, Number 1. Chapter 44, A Powerful Boss. Can't hide anymore. Sentinel? Dustwind's face also became grave as he took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner fluctuations. A beast sentinel, as the name suggests, is best at driving various monsters into battle. Trouble. Dustbreeze muttered that he was most worried about this type of boss. Unlike those reckless people who only rampage, the Imperial beasts often possess a high level of intelligence and are able to summon a wide variety of monsters to aid in battle. This also meant that not only did they have to face a powerful boss, but they also had to deal with a group of difficult little monsters at the same time. Thinking about this, Dustbreeze's frown tightened. He used his scrying technique once again, wanting to see the exact attributes of this Abyssal Imperial Beast Master. Name, Abyssal Sentinel Boss. Grade, Gold. Level, LV 20. HP, 20,000/20,000. MP, 50,000/50,000. Power, 300. Agility, 200. Spirit, 600. Body mass, 400. Skill, Talent, Gold Level Boss. Dustbreeze sucked in a breath of cool air. He didn't expect that a gold-level BOS would appear in this mere level 15 spatial rift. It was important to realize that monsters, like equipment, were strictly graded. There is a world of difference between each of the grade levels. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of a monster of the same level, the stronger its attributes. Normally a level 20 gold-level boss would require a full 10-man squad of level 30 to do the job. Now it was just him and Shi Xiaoxiao, and although both of them were far more powerful than normal, Dustwind still had no bottom in his heart when faced with this most difficult of bosses. At this time, Shi Xiaoxiao also detected the attributes of the boss in front of her, and although she, who was always calm, was not afraid, her face became ugly for a while. Gold level. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice also changed tone a bit, and she slightly turned her head sideways to look at Dusty Wind, with a hint of shock in her eyes that was hard to hide. Just because she's jumpy doesn't mean she's a cutie. On the contrary, as a top-notch assassin, Shi Xiaoxiao's perception of danger was far beyond normal. The sense of oppression brought to her by this abyssal sentinel in front of her was even stronger than all the monsters she had encountered before combined. What to do? This guy seems a bit too strong. Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, a rare hint of anxiety in her tone. Dustwind did not reply. only staring closely at the abyssal imperial beastmaster in front of him, his eyes flickering. He was thinking, weighing, do you have any more crushing tricks? Dustwind suddenly opened his mouth and asked, his voice low and hoarse. Sure Xiao sniffed and froze slightly, then shook her head with a bitter smile. I would like to have, but as you can see, I'm just an assassin. What I'm best at is single combat, this kind of group combat. I'm really not good at it. She paused and added, it's true that I still have skills that I haven't used, but I'm an assassin after all, and it's impossible for me to directly kill a level 20 gold level boss in seconds even if my skills are strong. Dustbreeze was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering over Toki's words. And, that's something I should be asking you, right? Sure Xiao suddenly asked rhetorically. She looked at Dusty Wind with a lot of dissatisfaction in her eyes and, you guy, you used 2 skills from start to finish, a healing spell and a shield. You don't think that's all you can do you? If you really only have this ability, then I'm afraid we really have to account for it here today. Just as the two of them were here pondering how to deal with this boss in front of them, a roar suddenly rang out. Roar! The abyssal sentinel raised his voice to the sky. His voice was hoarse and low, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat, carrying a creepy shocking power. In the next moment, 4 dark purple magic formations slowly emerged on the ground, their light flickering and pulsing like ghostly flames. Swish, 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 swish. 4 black shadows scurried out from the magic formation and landed into 4 huge demonic wolves. Their fur was as black as ink, their eyes were scarlet, their fangs were exposed, and their mouths were dripping with foul-smelling saliva, emitting a sickening odor. Seeing this, Sure Xiao frowned and subconsciously took a step back. Another abyssal demon wolf? There was a hint of disgust in her tone. Obviously not much for these guys. Dusty Wind did not respond to Sure Xiao, but instead gripped the star staff in his hand with a grave expression. Scrying, he gulped softly, and invisible fluctuations spread out, enveloping the 4 demonic wolves that had just appeared. At that moment, Dusty Wind's frown tightened. This is the gold-level abyssal demon wolf elite. These 4 demon wolves were a notch stronger than those elite monsters that they had encountered before. Not only that, the demonic wolves summoned by the abyssal imperial beastmasters had even higher attributes than the ones from the previous spatial rift. Sure Xiao also saw the attributes of those demonic wolves and her face became even more ugly. Although she prided herself on her strength, it was inevitable that she was a bit beaten up in her heart when faced with 4 gold-level elite monsters. What's more, there was an even more terrifying abyssal beast royalist watching from the side. How does this fight? There was a hint of panic in Sure Xiao's voice as she turned her head to look at Dustwind, hoping that he would have something to do. Dustbreeze didn't answer immediately, but instead silently calculated. 4 gold-level elite monsters, plus a gold-level boss. It seems like there's really no way to keep hiding it. When Sure Xiao saw that Dustbreeze kept silent, she became even more anxious. Hey, why don't you say something? What do we do now? She couldn't help but prod, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Dustwind took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Don't worry, if we can't play 2 against 5, then we'll play 5 against 5. If we can't play 2 on 5, then we'll play 5 on 5. Dusty Wind's voice was low and strong, carrying an unquestionable confidence. When Sure Xiao heard this, she was first stunned, then her eyes widened with incredulity. What do you mean? Aren't there just 2 of us? You can't have 3 battle pets, can you? She looked Dustwind up and down, as if trying to find a few hidden magical beasts from him. Dustwind didn't reply, but only smiled slightly as the star staff in his hand gently tapped the ground. Dang! There was a muffled sound that seemed to strike at the heart of everyone. In the next moment, 3 dark purple shadows spread out from under Dustwind's feet, rapidly twisting and expanding as if they possessed life. Swish, swish, swish. 3 black shadows rose up from the ground and transformed into 3 hideous figures in Sure Xiao's horrified gaze. On the left, a human warrior with a huge battle axe and iron armor, with ghostly blue flames burning in his hollow eyes and a chilling aura of death emanating from his body. In the center, was a huge shadow wind wolf, its fur black as ink, flashing with a metallic luster, its scarlet eyes staring dead ahead at the enemy, its mouth emitting a low hiss. On the right, there was an even taller and more powerful shadow wolf king, which had a dense black mist wrapped around its body, and the unicorn horn on top of its head was flashing with an intimidating cold light, as if it was a king who was reigning over the world. In a slight movement of his mind, Dustwind summoned all 3 shadow soldiers that he had extracted and saved earlier. Giant Axe Warrior, Shadow Wind Wolf, Shadow Wolf King. Sure Xiao's eyes almost didn't stare out of their sockets as she opened her mouth wide, half unable to speak. This. She pointed at the 3 hideous shadow soldiers and stammered, completely losing her usual jumpiness and pride. Isn't this guy a reply warlock? How How does he still have summoning spells? Sure, Xiao felt like her worldview was about to collapse. A support profession that not only possessed a terrifying healing ability and an impenetrable shield, but now could actually summon 3 such powerful helpers? This simply subverted all her knowledge of the auxiliary profession. Dustwind looked at Sure Xiao's shocked to the point of utterance look, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. They're not of the same quality as these guys, though. He pointed at the 4 gold-ranked Abyssal Demon Wolf elites summoned by the Abyssal Sentinel. But at least we can resist for a while. Let's just focus on the boss. When Sure Xiao sniffed, she barely managed to come back to her senses, and she took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner shock. What are they? Why can't I detect their properties? She asked curiously, pointing at the 3 shadow soldiers. Dustwind was also stunned. He didn't expect that the others would be unable to detect the attributes of the shadow soldiers. Detection. He tries to use scrying on his shadow soldiers and it comes up blank. That's good news. Dustbreeze was secretly happy in his heart, which meant that his own shadow soldiers were, in a way, invisible. This is a special skill I learned unintentionally, similar to necromancy, so don't worry about them. It doesn't hurt to lose them. Dustwind smiled and explained. Naturally he would not expose his biggest secret. Sure Xiao glanced at Dusty Wind in disbelief. Although there were still many doubts in her heart, the situation at hand did not allow her to ask more questions. Roar! The Abyssal Sentinel let out another roar, interrupting the conversation between the two. It seemed to feel a hint of uneasiness towards the shadow soldiers summoned by Dustwind, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in its scarlet eyes. Swish! 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 The 4 gold-level Abyssal Demon Wolf elites, under the command of the Abyssal Sentinel, simultaneously lunged towards Dustbreeze and Sure Xiao. They were extremely fast, like 4 streaks of black lightning, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Look out! Dustwind let out a low gulp, and the star staff in his hand was raised once again. The top of the star staff shone brightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly activated double casting, Flaming Soul Fireball, Star Power. 2 huge fireballs, with a scorching wave of air, whistled out. At the same time, 2 streams of light condensed from the power of the stars followed closely behind, cutting through the air and emitting ear-piercing whistles. Boom! 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 For loud bangs rang out almost simultaneously as the fireballs and streams of light accurately hit the 4 Abyssal Demon Wolf elites. The tremendous impact sent their huge bodies flying directly out, ruthlessly crashing into the ground in the distance, smashing out a deep pit. Sure Xiao was dumbfounded as she completely did not expect that Dustbreeze would be able to unleash 2 skills at the same time, and with such amazing power. Is this guy really a support profession? Sure Xiao's mind was filled with doubts, but the situation at hand didn't allow her to think much. Kill! Dustbreeze gave a low shout, and the 3 shadow soldiers beside him rushed out like arrows off a string. The giant axe warrior wielded his huge battle axe with the sound of whistling wind and ruthlessly slashed at an Abyssal Demon Wolf elite. The Shadow Wind Wolf and the Shadow Wolf King then pounced on the other 2, their sharp claws and teeth tearing into their flesh and blood without mercy. For a while, a 3-on-4 melee formed on the field. Dustwind did not join the battle, but instead turned his gaze towards the Abyssal Imperial beasts. He knew very well that this boss was the biggest threat. Roar! The Abyssal Sentinel seemed to sense Dustbreeze's threat and once again let out a roar. The bone staff in its hand swung violently, and a black light shot out, heading straight for Dustwind. Look out! Sure Xiao exclaimed in shock and tried to rescue her, but it was too late. Dustwind's eyes stared as he did not dodge, but raised the star staff in his hand. Coyote Light Shield. A light blue light shield instantly appeared in front of Dustbreeze, blocking the black light. Boom! With a muffled sound, the light shield trembled violently and instantly shattered. But Dustbreeze didn't lose a single drop of blood. The Abyssal Sentinel was slightly stunned, his huge skeletal head slightly askew, scarlet flames pulsing violently in his empty eye sockets. It seemed to have completely failed to anticipate that this tiny human in front of it would be able to block its own attack. One must know that strike just now, although it wasn't its full strength, it was still enough to kill any gold-level monster of the same rank in seconds. This guy. Sure Xiao also froze. She was all ready to dodge, but she didn't expect Dustbreeze to defuse the crisis so easily. She looked at Dustwind's bland expression, her heart filled with doubt and shock. I'll interfere with him, you take the main offense. Dusty Wind's voice rang in Sure Xiao's ears, pulling her back from her shock. He glanced at Sure Xiao beside him, his tone calm and firm. Sure Xiao opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. She knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. The most important thing was to solve the immediate crisis. Wind Blade Chaos. Without waiting for Sure Xiao to respond, Dustwind raised the star staff in his hand once again and let out a soft cry under his breath. In an instant, the wind howled, and a green-colored wind blade appeared out of nowhere, sweeping towards the Abyssal Imperial beasts like a torrential downpour. Chapter 45, The Disappeared Shi Xiaoxiao. Each wind blade flashed with a sharp light, cutting through the air and emitting ear-piercing whistles. When the abyssal Imperial Beastmaster saw this, a trace of gravity flashed through his scarlet eyes. Roar! The abyssal sentinel roared in anger, and the bone staff in his hand swung violently. A black light shot out from the bone staff and collided with those wind blades. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The wind blades and the black light annihilated each other, and the berserk energy raged in all directions, blowing out a crater in the surrounding ground. Seeing this scene, Dustwind eyes but a slight light, did not expect to be able to offset the skills of others in this way. However, he had accomplished his goal. Although it didn't cause any damage to the boss, the 20 wind blades brought by the double casting were enough to distract the boss' attention. The abyssal imperial beasts were held back by his attacks and were unable to attack them for the time being. It's now! Dustwind let out a low gulp in his heart, knowing that this was Shi Xiaoxiao's best chance to attack. Shi Xiaoxiao did not let him down, and almost at the same time that Dustbreeze launched her attack, her figure had already disappeared into thin air. Swish! A black residual shadow flashed by, and Shi Xiaoxiao appeared behind the abyssal imperial beastmaster like a ghost. The dagger in her hand flashed with a cold light and stabbed the back of the abyssal sentinel's heart without mercy. Put! The sound of a dagger entering flesh rang out, and Shi Xiaoxiao's attack hit the target with precision. 5520. However, her face did not show the slightest bit of joy, but instead showed a hint of shock. It was because she felt as if her dagger had pierced into a hard rock, unable to move an inch at all. Roar! The abyssal sentinel let out a hiss of pain as it violently turned around and slapped at Shi Xiaoxiao. The huge palm carried a whistling wind sound and pressed down like a mountain. Shi Xiaoxiao's face changed. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shi Xiaoxiao's body flew out like a kite with broken strings, ruthlessly hitting the ground far away. Put! She sprayed out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Yet Toki was only in pain for a moment. 2 strands of rich green light filled with the breath of life then surged into her body, and the original fiery pain instantly disappeared, and her life value was pulled up to full in an instant, as if she had never been injured. At the same time, 2 waves of light followed and impacted the body of the abyssal imperial beastmaster. Wrapped in a huge force, the abyssal sentinel's huge body was directly shaken back several steps by this sudden force, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground. 3000, 1500, 3000, 1500. Instantly, 2 big and 2 small 4 damage numbers instantly surfaced above the boss's head. The bright red numbers were shocking to the eyes, directly shattering nearly half of the boss's life value. When Shi Xiaoxiao saw this scene, her entire body was dumbfounded, her brain went blank, and she even forgot to breathe. Is this really a healing spell? She muttered, her voice filled with disbelief. How was this damage so terrifying? It was simply more exaggerated than her own full-strength strike. However, before she could recover from her shock, the abyssal imperial beastmaster once again let out a deafening roar. The roar was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if it was venting his pent-up frustration, only to see an abyssal demon wolf not far away. Its body suddenly burst apart and turned into a thick blood mist, which merged into the body of the abyssal sentinel at an extremely fast speed. The abyssal sentinel's life value, which was originally only about a quarter of its life value left, instantly recovered a large portion after absorbing this blood mist, and its wounds were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scarlet flames in its eye sockets danced violently once again, as if mocking the two for their powerlessness. Dustbreeze's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched this scene. This guy, he's pretty tough. He knew that this should be some kind of special skill of the abyssal sentinel, which could restore his life value through his own summons. Ho! The abyssal sentinel wielded his staff once again, and in the skull set at the top of the staff, ghostly green flames danced madly, as if brewing some terrifying attack. Instantly, countless complicated magic formations emerged around its feet. The formations flickered with a weird red light, and a palpitating magic fluctuation spread out from it. Shi Xiaoxiao had just regained her senses from the shock when she noticed the scene. Her large, soulful eyes instantly widened and her pupils plummeted. Countless silver-level abyssal demon wolves roared out from the magic formation, so numerous and dense that they surged towards Shi Xiaoxiao like a tidal wave, their sharp claws and teeth flashing with a cold aura under the moonlight. Each of the abyssal demon wolves exuded a powerful aura that far surpassed those encountered before, and had obviously been strengthened by the abyssal beast royalists. So much, Shi Xiaoxiao's face suddenly changed. Although she was strong, she also felt a numbness in her scalp when faced with such a number of silver-level demonic wolves, especially since these demon wolves had also been strengthened by the abyssal beast royalists. Their strength was not to be underestimated. She instinctively tried to dodge, using the space assassin's amazing speed to avoid the siege of these demonic wolves. However, the moment she was ready to act, a warm green light suddenly descended on her body. The green light was so familiar that it made Sure Xiao subconsciously think that it was Dust Breeze's healing spell again, but immediately after, she realized that on the surface of her body, a layer of solid green shield emerged, emitting a powerful wind attribute aura and protecting her firmly. It was Dustwind's Wind Guardian. Sure Xiao froze slightly and looked down at the shield. A faint halo of light flowed on the surface of the shield, and some mysterious runes could be seen flickering in it, giving it an indestructible feeling. She tried to mobilize the magic power in her body and sensed the strength of the shield, and her beautiful eyes were immediately filled with shock. 8,000 points. The value of this shield is surprisingly high at 8,000 points. Sure Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her voice filled with disbelief. Knowing that her own life value was only a little over 1,000 points, this 8,000 point shield was almost equivalent to 7 or 8 of her lives. Dusty Wind, who was not far away, saw Sure Xiao frozen in place, seemingly stunned by the sudden shield, and hurriedly spoke out to remind her, "This shield of mine only lasts 10 seconds. Run!" At the same time, a crisp system beep sounded in Dustwind's ears. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Agility +3. Ding! Healing Brave triggered. The SSS ranked talent Instant Kill Truth has been copied. Instant Kill Truth instantly blinks behind the target to unleash a surefire chop, dealing 300% agility plus 200% physical attack power, true damage. Consumption, 500 MP. CD, 120 seconds. CD decreases by 1 second for every 100 points of agility value. Passive effect, your physical attacks will be tied to your agility value. 1 agility equals 4 attacks. Upon hearing these two beeps, Dustwind was also slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Instant Kill Truth? Dustbreeze was shocked in his heart. The name of this talent was extraordinary on first hearing. He subconsciously looked at Sure Xiao with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. This guy actually has such a powerful talent? Why doesn't it look strong? Dustbreeze frowned slightly, a little puzzled in his heart. Could she still be hiding? As soon as this thought surfaced, it was temporarily suppressed by Dustwind. No matter what, that strike that Sure Xiao had just made did deal over 5,000 damage, which was already very impressive for a novice. By this time, Sure Xiao had also returned to Dustbreeze's side. She let out a long, heartfelt breath and patted her chest. Phew, good thing I have your shield, or else this would have been dangerous. Sure Xiao turned her head and looked at Dustwind with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Dustwind, for saving me again. Dusty Wind heard this, but he shrugged his shoulders and said with a disinterested expression, "With your power, you can't die even without me, right?" He didn't believe that a space assassin with SSS rank talent would be so easily taken down by a pack of silver rank demon wolves. When Sure Xiao sniffed, she playfully spat out her tongue and laughed lightly. "I'm not as good as you think I am." She blinked, a wry glint in her eye. Dustwind did not say anything either, and he could probably guess why Sure Xiao did not go all out. Guess I'll try to grab a tailblade. Dustbreeze secretly guessed in his heart. After all, it's hard to get career-exclusive equipment for hidden professions like them. He thought of his previous life and nodded with deep understanding. Looking at the abyssal demon wolves that covered the sky in front of her, Sure Xiao's face was a bit gloomy. What are we going to do with all these wolves? She turned her head to Dustwind with a hint of worry in her eyes. Dustbreeze narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the surroundings before speaking slowly. Wait for my CD. He paused, a cold flash in his eyes. When the CD is ready, we'll even spike this boss together. Sure Xiao froze at her words, and then a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. Yes. As soon as Sure Xiao's words fell, the surrounding abyssal demon wolves came in like a tidal wave, their sharp claws and teeth flashing coldly under the moonlight, and their fishy odor poured out. The abyssal demon wolf boss in the distance also raised the staff in his hand once again. The eyes of the skull at the top of the staff flashed with a ghostly green light, and his mouth was reciting words, obviously brewing up some spells again. Facing this overwhelming attack, Sure Xiao's face was grave. She gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, her body slightly crouching down, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. Soon countless abyssal demon wolves surrounded the two of them, while Dustwind and Sure Xiao were constantly dodging and counterattacking amongst the beasts, slaughtering the nearly endless abyssal demon wolves in front of them. As for Dustwind's 3 shadow soldiers, they had long since died in the wolves' attack. Only Dustbreeze was not in the least bit vain. This place lacked everything but monster corpses, and when one died, one was summoned. His shadow soldiers had all changed 3 or 4 times now, and if it weren't for the fact that he could only leave 3 of them behind in one breath right now, Dustwind would have hated to take all the wolves here. Soon 10 minutes had passed, and looking at the healing spells and windblade flurries that were once again lit up, Dustbreeze took a deep breath. The magic power in his body surged like a rushing river, and he raised the star staff in his hand high, the staff glittering with a bright light. Get ready, I'm going to start. Dustwind's voice was low and strong, carrying an unquestionable determination. When Sure Xiao heard this, her spirit was lifted, and a glint of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. She gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, her body leaning forward slightly, like a cheetah poised for action, ready to pounce on its prey. The other hand, silently hidden behind his back, seemed to be brewing some secret means. Dustwind did not notice Shi Xiaoxiao's small movements. His entire attention was focused on the battle in front of him. Fury strike, wind blade chaos, healing. In an instant, several waves of green light roared out, accompanied by countless wind blades just directly sweeping through the entire space. However, right at that moment, Shi Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly disappeared and just appeared out of thin air behind the abyssal Imperial Beastmaster. At the same time, there were two extremely gorgeous daggers in his hands, stabbing straight towards the abyssal Imperial Beastmaster's neck. Chapter 46, Robbing the Tailblade? It doesn't exist. Terrifying waves of green light, like an announcement of death, wrapped in countless sharp wind blades, inflicted devastating damage on the abyssal Imperial Beastmasters almost the instant they appeared. Those minions around them that were summoned by the abyssal Imperial Beastmasters were even more so. They went up in smoke under the impact of this force, not even having a single chance to struggle, and completely disappeared. The abyssal Imperial Beastmaster's blood level was dropping rapidly like a dike flood, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in jeopardy. Swish! Shi Xiaoxiao's attack followed closely behind. The dagger in her hand flashed with eye-catching splendor, carrying a chillingly terrifying might as it stabbed straight at the abyssal Imperial Beastmaster's neck. This strike had gathered all of Shi Xiaoxiao's power, and once it hit, the abyssal Imperial Beastmaster would definitely be instantly decimated. However, just in the nick of time, a sudden change occurred. Another green light whistled in, like a divine stroke, instantly enveloping the abyssal Imperial Beastmaster. The timing of this green aura's appearance was perfect, right at the moment when Shi Xiaoxiao's attack was about to hit. Not a fraction of a second later, bang! Shi Xiaoxiao's dagger viciously pierced the green shield with a dull crash. Immediately afterward, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, like a giant invisible hand, directly blowing Shi Xiaoxiao out. Her ambitious strike had fallen short, and all her efforts had come to naught. This sudden turn of events caused Shi Xiaoxiao's figure to sway in the air for a moment, and she did her best to control her balance before she barely managed not to fall. After landing, Shi Xiaoxiao raised her head violently, her gaze filled with dismay and incomprehension as she stared dead at Dustwind. That green shield was none other than Dustwind's skill, Wind Guardian. Only, this time, with the double casting of the spell, the value of the shield directly soared to 16,000 points, which was simply solid. Not to mention Shi Xiaoxiao's all-out strike. Even if all of those abyssal demon wolves that had been purged just now were resurrected and swarmed up, within a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to shake this layer of tough shield in the slightest. Shi Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned iron blue. The original excitement and anticipation all turned into irritation and incomprehension at this moment, as if she had been poured a pot of cold water. She clenched her lips, her silver teeth almost crunching, and her beautiful eyes burned with a blazing rage, as if she wanted to burn Dustbreeze to the ground. What are you doing? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was sharp and harsh, questioning with an uncontrollable anger. Dusty Wind, however, was calm, not affected by Shi Xiaoxiao's anger in the slightest. He didn't even look at Shi Xiaoxiao and just said lightly, "That's something I should be asking you, isn't it?" As he spoke, the star staff in Dustwind's hand flicked once again. A rich green light fell into the abyssal sentinel's body like sweet rain. Plus 9175, plus 9175. Two huge green recovery values floated up from the top of the abyssal sentinel's head. The abyssal Imperial Beastmaster, who was originally left with only a sliver of blood skin and was about to die, unexpectedly had his life value returned to full in an instant. This amazing amount of recovery is simply jaw-dropping. Shi Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned iron blue, and her face, which was originally quite cute, now looked a little twisted due to her anger. She stared deathly at Dustwind, as if she was going to eat him alive with her gaze. "You!" Shi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and squeezed a word out from between her teeth, her chest rising and falling violently, obviously infuriated. "I'm ending this, boss. What are you stopping me for?" She practically growled the words, her voice so shrill it seemed to pierce her eardrums. Dusty Wind, however, let out a light laugh and looked as if he had not felt Shi Xiaoxiao's anger at all. He slightly tilted his head sideways and swept a glance at Shi Xiaoxiao from the corner of his eye, a hint of teasing in his tone. "My wind blade is enough to finish this boss off. Isn't your behavior just trying to grab the tail blade? Do you really think I can't see that?" As he spoke, Dustwind's gaze fell on the daggers in Shi Xiaoxiao's hands, the two daggers that were clearly more ornate and sharper than the ones she had used before. The gears all changed to something better, hasn't it? Dusty Wind's tone was light, but it was like a sharp knife that accurately stabbed into Shi Xiaoxiao's heart. Hearing Dustwind's words, Shi Xiaoxiao's face also changed slightly. This guy really saw it coming. It seems that teaming up with someone too powerful isn't all good. It's not easy to play it safe. Sure Xiao secretly slandered in her heart, but on the surface, she remained strong and refused to show weakness. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and grunted, "Now that you've seen it, my lady won't hide it." There was a hint of brokenness in Sure Xiao's tone, and she simply said all the thoughts in her mind. "Then it's every man for himself next. There's no point in pretending anyway when you've already been discovered." Dusty Wind let out a light laugh and didn't pick up on Sure Xiao's words. He hadn't thought he could resolve this spatial rift peacefully with this woman. From the very beginning, he knew that this woman's approach to him was definitely not because of some so-called group challenge. She must have her own purpose, and that purpose, definitely not simple. "In that case, there's no point in being wishy-washy," said Dustwind. Gaze then fell on his system information. Ding! Healing bravery triggered. Spirit value +6. Ding! Healing bravery triggered. Spirit value +6. Ding! Healing brave triggered. The S-rank talent Bloodline Connection has been copied. Bloodline Connection, your summoned object will provide 20% of its own attributes to the summoner. No quantity limit. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The skill Soul Resonance has been copied. Soul Resonance, LV1 allows the summoned object to fuse with the summoner, and the attributes of both are added after the fusion. Consumption, 500 MP/minute. CD, 30 minutes. Bloodline Connection? Soul Resonance? Dustwind looked at the two newly copied skills and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These two skills are simply divine skills tailor-made for summoners, especially the Bloodline Connection, which surprisingly allowed the summon to provide 20% of its own attributes to the summoner, and there was no limit to the number. This meant that as long as Dustbreeze had enough summons that were powerful enough, his attributes could be stacked indefinitely to an unimaginable degree. Soul Resonance is just as powerful, allowing the summoned object to fuse with the summoner, and the attributes of both are added after the fusion. Although there was a time and magic value consumption limit, it could definitely be a card that could turn the tide of battle at critical moments. No wonder this Abyssal Sentinel is obviously a mage-type boss with such strong melee attacks. So it's because of this talent. A realization dawned in Dustwind's mind. Earlier, he had wondered how a mage boss could have such high melee damage. It all seems to make sense now. The Abyssal Sentinel must have relied on the talent of Bloodline Connection, gaining a large number of attribute bonuses from the summons, to have melee combat abilities that far exceeded those of ordinary mages. Then the next step must be to directly kill this guy in seconds. Otherwise, once he uses his Soul Resonance, it won't be easy to kill again. Dustwind's eyes became sharp, and his mind had already made up its mind. He knew very well that once a boss like the Abyssal Imperial Beastmaster, who possessed a powerful talent, found an opportunity to launch a counterattack, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best way was to directly kill him in seconds before he unleashed his skills, not giving him any chance to turn the tables. Thinking of this, Dustbreeze no longer wasted any more time and directly charged towards the Abyssal Sentinel. His figure was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Abyssal Sentinel. Sure Xiao, who was on the side, was also dumbfounded when she saw this scene. This guy is crazy, isn't he? He's a milkmaid rushing out to kill monsters like that? Sure Xiao's eyes widened with disbelief. In her opinion, Dustbreeze was a supporting profession, just responsible for adding blood. Something like this charging into battle should be left to a combat-oriented profession like hers. A milkmaid who dared to rush in front of the boss was simply looking for death. Could it be that he's betting that he'll save him? Sure Xiao guessed in her mind. She felt that Dustbreeze must be relying on his healing ability, so he dared to charge up so recklessly. He must have been gambling that he would step in and save him. After all, she didn't want to fail this Space Rift challenge. Just when then Xiao thought so, the next moment, she saw a scene that she would never forget. Only Dustwind casually swung the star staff in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it against the body of the Abyssal Imperial Beasts. Bang! A muffled sound came. -875. A huge damage value floated up from the top of the Abyssal Sentinel's head. Sure Xiao's eyes were instantly rounded, and her mouth was open so wide that she could almost stuff an egg in it. This hurts, she stammered, her voice full of shock and incredulity. A Repo Warlock who used a staff and slammed out over 800 damage? It simply turned her perception upside down. One should know that even she, an SSS-ranked space assassin, would find it difficult to deal such high damage without using her skills. And that was even if the Abyssal Imperial Beastmaster had the defense attribute. If it was a brittle profession with no defense, I'm afraid it would be directly killed by Dustwind with a staff. Sure Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and asked directly, "You guys, are you really a reply warlock? Isn't this damage a little too high crooked?" She almost growled, her voice sharp and harsh enough to express the shock she felt inside. Dustwind sniffed and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "A nanny who doesn't want to play melee isn't a good assassin," he said in a relaxed tone, as if the amazing damage he had just dealt was just a trivial matter. Hearing this, Sure Xiao's face darkened. What a mess. I don't care if you're a melee nanny or an assassin. Humph. Shi Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and looked away, no longer paying attention to Dust Breeze. She secretly decided in her heart that she must find an opportunity to teach this arrogant fellow a good lesson. How dare you pretend to be a bully in front of yourself? You are simply tired of living. However, she also knew that now was not the time for infighting. It was imperative that the boss of this spatial rift be resolved first. As for Dust Wind, there would be plenty of time to clean him up after the challenge was over. Chapter 47, Bloodline Connection, Soul Resonance, a Tribute Soaring. Just as then Xiao Xiao was spitting in her mind that Dusty Wind didn't know the sky and was ready to watch him laugh, a sudden change occurred. Dust Wind's figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing next to the corpses of the 3 gold-level abyssal demon wolves that he had previously killed with his wind blade. He mouthed a low, "Stand up." The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable majesty. Before the words left his mouth, a bizarre scene occurred. Only next to the corpses of those 3 originally dead abyssal demon wolves, pitch-black shadows surged up like living creatures, rapidly expanding and morphing. In just a few seconds, the 3 abyssal demon wolves, which were made up of dark shadows, unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. Their bodies were even taller than the original entities, glowing with a dark light, and their scarlet eyes flashed with bloodlust, as if they were demons crawling out from the depths of hell. Shi Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and her cherry mouth opened into an O shape, enough to stuff down an egg. "What the hell is this?" she exclaimed, disbelief in her voice. At the same time, the attribute panels of the 3 shadow wolves surfaced in front of Dustwind. Name, Abyssal Shadow Wolf Elite. Grade, Gold. Level, LV 15. HP, 9000/9000. MP, 3000/3000. Power, 450. Agility, 350. Spirit, 250. Body mass, 300. Skills, Shadow Claw Strike, Shadow Raid, Shadow Roar. Talents, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Abyssal Armor, Shadow Rejuvenation. Dustwind looked at the attribute panel that surfaced in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Gold-level monsters, their attributes were really powerful, especially this blood level, which was as high as 9,000 points. It was important to know that a normal gold-level monster would only have a blood count of around 5 or 6,000. These 3 shadow wolves were simply natural meat shields. Moreover, they also possessed 3 powerful skills and 3 talents, and their strength far exceeded that of normal gold-level monsters. This made Dusty Wind feel confident about the next battle. It's not bad, this attribute. It's much stronger than a normal gold-level monster, he muttered to himself, a hint of excitement in his tone. Immediately afterward, 2 red rays of light once again lit up on Dustwind's staff. Soul Resonance, instantly activated. Under his control, one of the abyssal shadow wolves let out a low hiss and transformed into a cloud of dark shadows, soaring towards Dust Breeze. The dark shadows flowed rapidly in the air and eventually coalesced into a pitch-black cloak that was draped over Dust Breeze's body. At the edge of the cloak, the shape of a wolf's head was faintly visible, lifelike, as if it would come to life at any moment. Dust Breeze only felt a powerful force surging into his body, and his body was filled with explosive power. He could clearly feel that all of his attributes had been greatly improved. Is this the fusion that comes from soul resonance? It feels pretty good. Dustwind raised an eyebrow, feeling the changes in his body with some novelty. He had thought that after fusing the shadow wolf, he would take on a werewolf-like form. I didn't realize that it was attached to the body in this equipment-like form. However, this format seems to be more convenient and practical. Dustwind rubbed his hands together excitedly and looked at his character panel. Character, Dust Breeze. Occupation, Reparative Warlock. Level, LV 18. HP, 1850/1850. MP, 100850/100850. Strength, 140, plus 270, plus 450. Agility, 75, plus 210, plus 350. Spirit, 430, plus 70, plus 150, plus 250. Physique, 80, plus 20, plus 180, plus 300. Hiss. Dustwind sucked in a breath of cool air, stunned by the exaggerated attributes on his panel. Is this the bonus that comes from bloodline connection combined with soul resonance? This property. It's also too strong, isn't it? It's simply a little too strong. He couldn't even help but gulp, an unspeakable excitement welling up in his heart. With this body attribute, not to mention the abyssal imperial beastmaster in front of him, even if there were a few more higher level bosses, he would still have the confidence to kill them. Shi Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the changes that had occurred in Dust Breeze's body, and for a moment, she actually forgot to speak. Her mind went blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of her. A repo warlock who summoned 3 gold-ranked monsters? And it's fused with one of them? Was this still the support profession she knew? That's even more outrageous than those combat professions. What kind of monster is this guy? Tim murmured, her voice filled with shock and doubt. She felt that the worldview she had built up for more than a decade had completely collapsed at this moment. The boss Abyssal Imperial Beastmaster not far away also seemed to have sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Dustbreeze, and it violently let out a deafening roar, with a hint of agitation and uneasiness in its voice. Along with this roar, countless dark purple magic formations once again surfaced in front of it, densely packed and layered as if it were a bizarre nebula, emitting a palpitating wave of magic power. However, just before these magic formations were about to take shape and unleash a devastating attack, Dustwind made a move that was completely incomprehensible to Shi Xiaoxiao. He actually copied the star staff in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it down towards his head. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bright red damage number popped up on Dustwind's head. At the same time, the two abyssal shadow wolves beside him also seemed to have received some sort of instruction, and without hesitation, they opened their bloody mouths and bit down hard towards their own bodies. Ow! Two low hisses were heard, and the same damage numbers emerged from the bodies of the two shadow wolves. Shi Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted violently. Her brain was in a state of confusion, completely unable to understand what Dustwind was doing. Self-harm? Is this guy crazy? Just as Shi Xiaoxiao was filled with doubts, Dustwind and the two abyssal shadow wolves moved at the same time. They leapt up violently, like three streaks of black lightning, cutting through the air and instantly appearing beside the abyssal imperial beasts. The speed was so fast that it was beyond the range of Shi Xiaoxiao's dynamic vision to capture. How is this possible? Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cry out in shock. Her speed that she was so proud of actually seemed so unbearable in front of Dustwind. In the next moment, 6 dazzling green lights suddenly lit up on the star staff in Dustwind's hand. These rays of light were like 6 agile swimming snakes that surged towards the bodies of Dustwind and the two abyssal shadow wolves. Plus 16,000. Plus 16,000. Plus 16,000. In an instant, 6 huge to suffocating reply numbers jumped out from the heads of Dustwind and the two shadow wolves respectively. This horrifying amount of healing simply overturned Shi Xiaoxiao's perception of the profession of reparative warlock. It dawned on her that Dusty Wind's skills could only be used on targets that had lost blood, which was why he had injured himself before healing himself. This guy actually utilized the skill mechanic to such an extent. Waves of shock rippled through Shi Xiaoxiao's heart as she finally realized how foolish she had been in belittling Dusty Wind earlier. This seemingly harmless reply warlock was actually a monster with a meticulous mind and devious methods, but now it seems too late to understand. The 6 green waves of light, the moment they came into contact with Dustwind and the two abyssal shadow wolves, were like 6 miniature suns that suddenly erupted with blinding light. Immediately afterward, these rays of light swept towards the abyssal imperial beastmaster at an incredible speed. 15999. 15999. 15999. Another series of scalp-numbing damage numbers jumped out crazily from the top of the abyssal sentinel's head. Each number represented the rapid flow of the abyssal sentinel's life value. With this terrifying damage, not to mention the abyssal imperial beastmaster, even if there were a few more bosses of the same level, I'm afraid that they would only be killed in seconds. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing an icy smile. He was tempted to keep the abyssal sentinel for a little while longer, using its life value to trigger more skill effects, but Shi Xiaoxiao was right next to him, watching intently, and he didn't want this space assassin to steal his tailblade. After all, the reward for killing the boss was the most generous. Ow! The abyssal sentinel let out a mournful wail, its voice filled with pain and despair. It could never have imagined that it would die at the hands of a reply warlock. It's just a strange shame. Boom! With a loud bang, the abyssal imperial beastmaster's huge body collapsed to the ground, turning into a cold corpse. Those magic formations around it that had yet to take shape also dissipated, turning into bits of starlight. Dustbreeze slowly landed on the ground, his gaze calm and cold, as if everything just now had nothing to do with him. Not far away, Shi Xiaoxiao's face was cloudy. Her heart was filled with shock, doubt and a hint of unwillingness. She hadn't expected Dustbreeze to be so powerful at all. For a repo warlock to have such a terrifying output ability, it simply overturned her perception. She had originally thought that she had disguised herself as an ordinary member of the team and followed Dustwind just to prevent this nurse from getting in her way of grabbing the tail blade, but now it seems that he is the one being used. This guy has been counting on me from the beginning. Shi Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth as a strong sense of frustration welled up in her heart. She prided herself on being extremely intelligent, but she never thought that she would be fooled by a seemingly insignificant reply warlock. It was a feeling that irritated her. Very upsetting. I'm not counting on you. I've just been on the defensive. Especially when you took out the alienation crystal. I guess that it's this tail blade you're after. Dusty Wind's voice drifted in, his tone flat, but it was like a muffled blow to Shi Xiaoxiao's heart, making her already upset mood even more irritable. This asshole. He was even defending himself from the start. Shi Xiaoxiao clenched her silver teeth, and a hint of annoyance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She prided herself on being smart, and she was always the only one who counted on others. When was it someone else's turn to count on her? What's more, the one who counted on her was a harmless-looking replied warlock. What are you talking about this now? Come to show off to my lady. There was a hint of suppressed anger in Shi Xiaoxiao's voice. She admitted that she had indeed been set up by Dusty Wind, but she didn't want to admit defeat just like that. At least, you can't lose in terms of momentum. Dust Wind, however, laughed softly with a hint of disdain in his tone. Showing off? What's there to brag about? It's just a level 20 gold level boss. It's not enough for me to brag about. He looked at Shi Xiaoxiao with a slight sideways glance, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Seeing as you contributed the alienation crystal, the drop, you take it first, it's a way of compensating you. Dust Breeze's tone was casual, as if he was giving charity. When Shi Xiaoxiao heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This guy, how could he be so generous? It was important to know that the drops from the alienated bosses were extremely precious, especially the exclusive equipment, which was even more unattainable. Dust Breeze would even voluntarily give up? Aren't you afraid that I'll take the exclusive equipment dropped by the alienated boss for you? Shi Xiaoxiao asked tentatively, wanting to see what Dust Breeze was playing at. Dusty Wind heard this but shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested look. Are you ignorant of how exclusive equipment drops? This thing is something that appears directly in the hitter's backpack. With that, Dust Wind's mind moved and directly took out a scroll. The scroll had a light golden color throughout, with intricate patterns drawn on it, exuding a mysterious aura. It is the forging drawings that create exclusive equipment. Chapter 48, Shadow Commander. Talent Crystal. Dustwind played with the forging drawings in his hand, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile, as if he had anticipated Shi Xiaoxiao's reaction. And this is my exclusive equipment, so it's useless even if you take it. He put the drawings away and his tone turned with a hint of teasing. Or do you not want the drop? If you don't want it I can. Shi Xiaoxiao was originally surprised by Dustwind's generosity, but when she heard his intentionally long ending, she immediately realized that this guy was clearly teasing herself. Who says the old lady doesn't want it? Shi Xiaoxiao glared viciously at Dust Breeze with a hint of annoyance in her tone. She walked quickly towards the corpse of the Abyssal Sentinel, vowing in her heart that she would take everything of value and make this abomination regret it. I'm going to get all the drops. As she spoke, Shi Xiaoxiao quickened her pace as if she was afraid that Dust Breeze would backtrack. Dusty Wind looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's huffing and puffing back and didn't say anything, only shaking his head slightly. With a thought, he lifted the state of soul resonance. Soul resonance lifted. In an instant, Dust Breeze felt as if his body had been drained, and his originally powerful strength quickly faded, and his attributes dropped by a large margin. This feeling of falling from the clouds caused Dustwind to frown slightly, but he quickly adapted. After all, this was his original state. Dust Breeze's gaze landed on the corpse of the Abyssal Sentinel, and a hint of thought flashed through his eyes. Although the Abyssal Sentinel was dead, its massive body still exuded a powerful aura. Especially the shadowed Abyssal Demon Wolf beside it made Dustwind feel a hint of threat. Certain attributes of the darkened Abyssal Demon Wolf exceed this boss. If this boss is darkened, Dust Breeze muttered, a glint in his eyes. This attribute is afraid to reach an even more astonishing value. He rubbed his chin as if something interesting had occurred to him. Dustwind's eyes fell on his skill bar, and his gaze finally settled on the Shadow Field skill. Shadow Field, shadow soldiers fighting within the caster's Shadow Field will have their abilities increased by 30%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Consumption, 500 MP. CD, 10 minutes. Dustwind looked at the skill introduction and raised his eyebrows slightly. It lasts for 10 minutes, and the CD is only 10 minutes, so it looks like it can be used without any gaps. So let's see if it can be used with Bloodline Connection, a talent set. He muttered, and with a thought, the Shadow Domain was instantly activated. Instantly, a pitch-black wave of light roared out from Dustwind's body, instantly enveloping the three abyssal shadow wolves beside him. In an instant, the attributes of the three wolves suddenly rose, and at the same time, Dust Breeze felt that his own attributes climbed quite a bit as well. Dustwind's eyes lit up. Sure enough, just as Dust Breeze was getting excited, Shi Xiaoxiao slowly walked back as well. Nothing good. The rest is yours, Toki said with an irritated look on her face. So soon? Dusty Wind glanced at the disgruntled Shi Xiaoxiao, turned around, and headed towards the boss's corpse. Just then, Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her mouth. Hey, this time it is considered that this lady has fallen into your way. Seeing as your profession is so special, is there any interest in hanging out with this lady? Shi Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly. Proudly, my lady is not as strong as she seems, and our clan is powerful, she added, as if trying to increase her leverage. Dusty Wind's footsteps slightly lurched when he heard this, but he didn't turn around. He just said faintly, not interested. Are you kidding me? Hanging out with her? He was a born-again person with memories and experience from his previous life. so how could he possibly stoop to the level of a subordinate? What's more, Shi Xiaoxiao's purpose was unknown, so who knew if she was up to any tricks? Dust Breeze didn't want to get himself into trouble. Hearing Dusty Wind's dry refusal, a trace of imperceptible helplessness flashed in Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes. Shay, what's the big deal? She skimmed her lips, as if she had expected Dust Wind's reaction. After all, how could someone like Dust Wind, who possessed a special profession and strong potential, easily submit to others? In her heart, Shi Xiaoxiao knew very well that Dust Wind was definitely not the type of character that would willingly serve as a little brother to someone. Humph, this lady doesn't see you yet, Shi Xiaoxiao muttered in her heart, but on the surface, she pretended to be indifferent. She looked at Dust Wind's back as he walked quickly towards the Abyssal Imperial Beastmaster's corpse, and the corner of her mouth suddenly curled into a playful smile. Dust Wind, I'll see you again. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, so soft that only she could hear it. Before the words fell, the space behind her rippled with a silver-colored ripple, and immediately after, Shi Xiaoxiao's figure disappeared as if it had never appeared. Only spots of silver light were left behind, slowly dissipating in the air. Dust Wind seemed to have sensed something as he jerked his head back, but he only caught the fleeting silver point of light. Gone? Dust Wind frowned slightly. He could sense that the way Shi Xiaoxiao had left was very special. It was by no means through a normal teleportation portal. Team disbanded. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in Dustwind's ears, confirming that Shi Xiaoxiao had indeed left the group. How did she get out? Isn't the portal still open? Dust Breeze muttered, a trace of doubt flashing through his mind. However, he quickly put the matter behind him. Forget it, leave her alone. Dust Breeze shook his head and returned his attention to the corpse of the Abyssal Sentinel. To him, the most important thing at the moment was still the corpse of this boss. Stand up. Dustwind walked quickly to the corpse of the Abyssal Sentinel and pressed his palm on the cold corpse, his low voice echoing in the empty area. As soon as the words fell, a wisp of black mist slowly rose up from the corpse of the Abyssal Imperial Beastmaster, as if it was alive, lingering around the corpse. Stand up. Dustwind walked quickly to the corpse of the Abyssal Sentinel and pressed his palm on the cold corpse, his low voice echoing in the empty area. As soon as the words fell, a wisp of black mist slowly rose up from the corpse of the Abyssal Imperial Beastmaster, as if it was alive, lingering around the corpse. Suddenly, the black fog contracted violently, as if it was clutched by a large invisible hand, and all of it surged madly towards the Abyssal Imperial Beastmaster's corpse. Immediately after that, a black light rose up to the sky, coloring the entire area with a layer of ink. Shadow extraction successful. Name, Shadow Sentinel Boss. Grade, Gold. Level, LV20. HP, 25,000/25,000. MP, 60. 000/60. 000. Power, 600. Agility, 500. Spirit, 1000. Body mass, 800. Skills, Shadow Summoning, Grip of the Abyss, Perpetual Summoning, Soul Resonance, Shadow Shelter, Shadow Rebirth. Talents, Bloodline Connection, Dark Mastery, Shadow Power, Absolute Loyalty. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Dustwind's throat rolled involuntarily and his mouth watered. This guy, after being enhanced by the shadow, is just strong as hell. What made Dustwind even more excited was that the Shadow Beastmaster actually had the talent of Bloodline Connection. If you get yourself some more summons and do a crazy condom, wouldn't you just be invincible? It's exciting to think about. The smile on Dustwind's face grew wider and wider. He couldn't wait to take this big guy under his wing. Click. Dust Breeze directly dissolved a Shadow Soldier, freeing up a Shadow Save spot. He walked slowly over to the Shadow Sentinel and pressed his hand against its massive body. Ding! Shadow Commander has been saved. Shadow Save level up. Current number of saves available, 3/5. The system's beep sounded in Dustwind's ears. Dustwind froze. Is the boss the commander? System, you said earlier to upgrade. He was a bit chagrined. Had he known, he wouldn't have had to waste that wolf. Forget it, just have this guy summon another one later. Slaughter it and extract another one. Dusty Wind quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, upgrading was the most important thing. He put all the shadows away before he looked at the fallen objects on the ground. System alert, congratulations on killing the gold level boss Abyssal Beastmaster and obtaining the following rewards. Equipment, Abyssal Summoner's Set, Gold level. Gift Crystal, Absolute Loyalty, Gold, 50, 000. Skill points, 500. A series of system beeps made Dust Breeze's mood even more pleasant. Unfortunately, I can't use the Summoner's Set, so I'll have to take it and sell it. Dustwind shook his head with some regret. However, that Absolute Loyalty talent crystal had caught his eye. It's a good thing to have a summon that is absolutely loyal to you and won't betray. Dustwind pocketed all the loot and swept his gaze around to make sure there was no more missing. With a thought, a portal emitting a ghostly blue light slowly surfaced in front of him. This was his unique spatial ability. Dustwind stepped forward without hesitation, his figure disappearing into the air along with the portal as if he had never appeared. However, not long after Dustwind left, a silver light once again flickered from the place where he was originally standing. Shi Xiaoxiao's figure appeared out of thin air, her soulful eyes gazing at the direction where Dustbreeze had disappeared. Can you even extract the corpse of a boss? Shi Xiaoxiao whispered softly to herself, a hint of surprise and curiosity in her tone. Truly an extraordinary skill. She stretched out her slender palm upwards, only to see countless purple points of light converge from all directions, slowly coalescing into a crystal-clear crystal in her hand. The alienation crystal previously used in this spatial rift was once again back in her hands. Shi Xiaoxiao played with the crystal in her hand, a hint of regret on her face. It's a pity. I had thought that this reopening could be intercepted, but I didn't realize that Dustwind had still seized the opportunity. She sighed softly, as if regretting that she hadn't gotten a head start. But, what exactly is this Dustbreeze? Shi Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Why didn't this character exist in his previous life? It's really strange. She mumbled something that seemed to recall something, but was clueless. Shi Xiaoxiao's figure disappeared from the spot once again, leaving only a faint silver spot of light in the air to prove that she had been here before. At this time, Dustbreeze had already returned to the place where he had entered the rift earlier. The sky was turning fish belly white, and the pale morning sunlight pierced through the thin clouds and spilled down into the empty valley. Dustwind casually found a fairly flat rock and sat down. After continuously fighting with high intensity for a whole night, both his mind and body were a bit tired. He rubbed his brow, ready to rest a little. Thanks to my buddy's high mental strength, or else I wouldn't have been able to top it. Dustbreeze muttered to himself, with a hint of celebration in his tone, as well as a hint of imperceptible smugness. After all, his current profession was that of a reparative warlock, and mental strength was a key attribute. He fished a few pieces of dry food and a jug of water out of his pack and simply refueled. The food tasted bland as it entered the mouth, but Dustwind ate it with gusto. For him, being able to fill his stomach was enough for now. Dustwind looked at the talent crystal in his hand and, this stuff wasn't common, and like the alienation crystal, it was a rare resource. The talent crystals, in particular, had a market price. After all, there was a limit to the number of talents and abilities that each professional could awaken. Influenced by the rarity and strength of the profession, talent crystals, on the other hand, can directly ignore career restrictions and access the talents of other careers. This kind of heaven-defying effect was enough to make any professional go crazy. Dustwind carefully raised the talent crystal in his hand to his eyes, and the morning sunlight refracted the seven-colored light through the crystal, flowing beautifully. Dustwind no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and fiercely exerted his 5 fingers. Ka-ching! A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the talent crystal in his hand instantly turned into bits of starlight and dissipated into the air. At the same time, a warm energy surged into his body along his fingertips and quickly flowed throughout his body. Absolute loyalty has been acquired. Absolute loyalty. Your pets and summons will always be 100% loyal to you. So it is. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. With a thought, he tried to summon the shadow soldiers he had extracted earlier. Come forth, my shadows, Dustwind whispered. As soon as the words fell, the shadows under his feet began to wriggle, and 3 pitch-black figures slowly rose from the ground. The very same shadow soldiers and shadow commanders that he had extracted earlier. Very good. Dustwind nodded in satisfaction and gave the first command to the 3 shadow soldiers. You guys, go guard the perimeter to prevent any other monsters from approaching. The shadow soldiers didn't respond in any way, just silently turned around, blending into the shadows around them and disappearing. Dustwind looked at the direction they disappeared in, and an unprecedented sense of security surged in his heart. He knew that from this moment on, these 3 shadow soldiers would be his most loyal guards and would never betray. After solving his worries, Dustwind then took a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Chapter 49, Returning to Yancheng, Brother Zhang Kai. The sky turned fish belly white, and the morning sunlight gently sprinkled on his body, dispelling some of his fatigue, but unable to completely remove Dustwind's weariness after fighting all night. He rubbed his sore temples and let out a long breath. Finally, returned to Yancheng, Dustwind whispered to himself, a hint of relief in his voice, and a hint of unspeakably complex emotions. After all, this was his former home, the place that held countless memories for him. Despite his physical exhaustion, Dustbreeze managed to gather his strength and circled into Yang City through the remote paths outside the city. The wilderness area was full of crises, and he didn't want to encounter anything untoward when he was exhausted. Back in Yangchang, Dustwind's taut nerves relaxed a little. He needed to get some rest, regain his mental and physical strength, and get rid of last night's loot in the meantime. It was getting closer and closer to the day of the big exam, and he had to seize the time to improve his strength. Although with his current strength, it was more than enough for him to take a provincial exam. Dusty Wind's goal was far more than that. What he wants is to be number one in the country, to stand at the top above everyone else. Dustwind's footsteps were light and firm as he walked in the direction of his home. Crossing a few familiar streets, Dustbreeze finally returned to the front of the humble but cozy hut. Phew! He took a deep breath to calm his excitement and slowly pushed open the slightly old wooden door. The moment Dustbreeze pushed open the door, a familiar and unfamiliar figure barreled into his sight. Seeing this person, Dustwind's pupils suddenly contracted, as if his heart was being viciously clutched by a large invisible hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You son of a, you still know to come back. The man broke into a loud, booming voice, full of energy, shocking Dustwind's eardrums. I've been worried sick about your father. Do you know that, Grandma? Didn't you agree to come back to celebrate no matter what profession you've changed into? Do you know how worried I am about you as a life faculty professional? The other party roared incoherently, each word hitting Dustwind's heart like a heavy hammer. Dustwind's eyes instantly moistened, and tears poured out uncontrollably. He rushed forward and hugged the fat man in front of him, who was a head taller than himself, his body trembling slightly. Fatty. Dustwind's voice was choked with a thick nasal tone, and he could barely speak complete words. This sudden embrace made the fat man freeze, and he stood a little handcuffed. Dustwind? What happened to you? Did something happen? Fatty came back to his senses, his tone filled with concern and worry. Don't feel bad. Talk to brother. Even if brother is just a life profession, I will definitely help you take revenge. Fatty patted Dusty Wind's back with a firm tone, as if he would not hesitate to rush up and fight for him as long as Dusty Wind gave him a word. Listening to this familiar voice and feeling this familiar temperature, Dustbreeze forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart and slowly raised his head. Yes, the extinction had not yet begun. How could one forget that one's best brother was still alive? The fat man in front of him was named Zhang Kai, Dustbreeze's sworn friend that he grew up with, and the person he trusted the most in this world. Although Zhang Kai was only a life profession with no combat power, his brotherly love for Dusty Wind was more genuine than anyone else. In his previous life, when the tribulation of extinction descended, it was Zhang Kai who used his own life to fight for a ray of life for Dusty Wind, allowing Dusty Wind to linger on and live for a while longer. Now, seeing the living Zhang Kai again, the emotions in Dustwind's heart surged out like a flood that broke the dike, and it was hard to suppress them. Dusty Wind hurriedly let go of Zhang Kai and squeezed out a big smile on his face, grinning. It's fine, it's fine. It's just that I had a nightmare yesterday when I was resting outside of the city, and I dreamed that you were hanging. Seriously, Dusty Wind added, with a hint of heartbreak in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Kai instantly looked offended and raised his hand to slap Dusty Wind on the back of his head. I'll you up. Can't you wish your father well? Zhang Kai cursed, obviously very unhappy with Dustbreeze's nightmare. Dustwind laughed and rubbed the back of his head. Just kidding, liven things up, he said playfully, trying to ease the awkwardness. Zhang Kai glared breathlessly at Dusty Wind before he collected his anger and moderated his tone. You're so dashing. You went straight to leveling after transferring. Tell me, what career did you switch to? As Zhang Kai spoke, he looked Dustwind up and down, as if he wanted to see something from him. Seeing that Zhang Kai asked, Dustwind did not intend to hide it from him. After all, this was his best brother. Reply Warlock. He shrugged and made light of the situation. Upon hearing this occupation, Zhang Kai instantly widened his eyes and his mouth opened so wide that he could stuff an egg in it. What the heck? Nurse profession, he exclaimed, his voice breaking a little. You're the person with the highest talent value in the entire young city. Why did you only switch to an auxiliary profession? Zhang Kai's voice was filled with disbelief and regret, as if Dustbreeze's transition into a reparative warlock was such an incredible thing. Dustwind spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. I can't help it. It's my destiny, he said in a relaxed tone, not seeming too upset about his profession. Looking at Dustbreeze's calm demeanor, Zhang Kai also sighed, his face overflowing with disappointment. Hey, the healing department is also available. He paused, as if struggling to find words to comfort Dusty Wind. At least it's better than me, a life class professional who can't go into battle. I was going to let you protect me, but now it seems we can only keep each other warm. Zhang Kai's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation and helplessness. Looking at Zhang Kai's expression that wanted to complain but was afraid of hurting his pride, Dustbreeze but laughed. Seeing this, Zhang Kai immediately asked with some uneasiness, what's wrong with you, kid? It's not like you've gone crazy from the excitement. He looked Dustbreeze up and down, his eyes filled with worry. Dustbreeze gave him a breathless blank look. You're the one who's crazy. Can you talk? Dusty Wind disliked back without any good reason and smoothly gave Zhang Kai a slap on the back of his head, returning the slap that Zhang Kai had hit himself with earlier. Zhang Kai suffered pain and covered his head, showing his teeth and glaring at Dustbreeze, but he didn't say anything else. The smile on Dust Breeze's face grew even wider as he looked at Zhang Kai's look of daring to speak. He reached out his hand and put it on Zhang Kai's shoulder, patting it gently, and his tone became softer. Seriously though, my profession is really different from other milkmaids. It's combat capable. And, combat capable no less. Dust Breeze deliberately lowered his voice, a hint of mystery in his tone. Zhang Kai's expression also became a bit odd as he sniffed. Battle nurse? Is there still such a profession? He looked Dust Breeze up and down, his eyes filled with doubt, as if he was wondering if Dust Breeze had really been stimulated silly. After all, in his perception, a nurse was supposed to be a supporting profession that hid at the back of the team and was responsible for adding blood. A milkmaid who could fight was unheard of for him. Dusty Wind looked at Zhang Kai's expression of disbelief and did not get annoyed, but just smiled and said, "Sure, this reply warlock of mine is a hidden profession." He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words hidden profession, with a hint of smugness in his tone. Hidden professions? Zhang Kai exclaimed out in shock, his voice breaking a bit. Of course he knew what a hidden profession meant. That was an existence that was rarer and more powerful than ordinary professions. In the entire young city, the number of people who had switched to hidden professions could be counted on one hand. I didn't expect that this best brother of mine would have switched to a hidden profession as well. Zhang Kai pondered for a little while and also felt that Dusty Wind had a point. That's right, your talent value is a full 200 points. It's normal to transfer into a hidden profession. I think the normal milkmaid is called a healing warlock again. You're really different. He nodded, a hint of realization in his tone. All right, more than I can say. Zhang Kai patted Dusty Wind's shoulder and his tone became relaxed. Since you're fine, I'm relieved. I assume you've been brushing up all night for the big test in 3 days? He looked at Dust Wind with a hint of concern in his eyes. Get some rest first. It's all about the body. I'm going to go ahead and get to work, so feel free to contact me if you need me. After Zhang Kai finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Dust Wind looked at Zhang Kai's slightly obese back and a warm current surged in his heart. That's the best brother he's ever had. No matter what he becomes, he will support him and care for him unconditionally. Wait, Dust Breeze suddenly spoke up and called out to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai stopped and turned around, looking at Dust Breeze suspiciously. Anything else? Zhang Kai's tone of voice with a hint of inquiry, but the eyes revealed a kind of you kid again want to engage in what moth look. As Dust Wind looked at Zhang Kai's expression, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He walked slowly to Zhang Kai, reached out his hand, and gently placed it on his shoulder. This action made Zhang Kai even more puzzled. He frowned slightly as he waited for Dust Breeze's next words. Didn't we all have an appointment before? Dusty Wind opened his mouth, with a hint of flirtation in his tone, as well as a hint of imperceptible smugness. If I switch to a combat class profession, you'll be my logistics. I've been brushing monsters all night but there are so many things I need you to help me with. Dustwind opened his backpack as he spoke. Claptrap. A crisp ringing sound came, and countless equipment and materials, like a tidal wave, poured out of Dustwind's backpack, instantly piling up on the ground. Various rays of light intertwined and flickered, and one of them, a summoner's set that glittered with a dazzling gold-colored light, was even more eye-catching, almost blinding Zhang Kai's eyes. Holy! Zhang Kai exclaimed in shock, his eyes glazed over and his mouth opened wide enough to stuff an egg. He looked at the mountain of items in front of him, and his entire body was confused. Did you not go and rob a warehouse? Zhang Kai stammered as he asked, his speech a little sloppy. How did brush up so much in one night? His voice was filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Dust Breeze looked at Zhang Kai's shocked look and was secretly pleased in his heart. He hemmed and hawed, a hint of pride in his tone. I'm a very powerful hidden professional. This point is simple for me. He purposely paused, then approached Zhang Kai and lowered his voice. Alright, now these are in your hands. Since you're a forger, if you think there's materials you can use, take them and use them, and sell the ones you don't use. I'm going to rest first. When Dustwind finished speaking, he turned towards the bed, ready to get some rest. After all, he had been brushing monsters for the whole night, and his body had long been exhausted. Zhang Kai looked at Dustwind's slightly tired back, and the shock in his heart was gradually replaced by worry. He hurriedly took a few steps forward, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't make a sound and just looked at Dustwind silently. Zhang Kai looked at the equipment and materials all over the floor, and then looked at Dusty Wind, who was already lying on the bed, closing his eyes, and had mixed feelings in his heart. He took a deep breath and began to get his hands on the items on the floor. While organizing, I was mentally calculating the value of these things. That number is too much, isn't it? That's not a lot to brush up on in one night. Even if Dust Breeze was a hidden profession, it couldn't be so exaggerated, could it? Zhang Kai's heart was filled with doubts, but he didn't go after Dusty Wind. He knew that since Dust Breeze had done this, he must have his reasons. He just needed to do what he had to do and support Dustwind. Chapter 50, Trouble at the Door. After Dust Breeze gave all the drops to Zhang Kai, he himself fell straight onto the bed and huffed and puffed. Zhang Kai looked at the piles of equipment and materials in front of him, and then looked at Dusty Wind, who was already lying asleep on the bed, but a pleased smile appeared on his face. He knew that this was Dust Breeze's trust in himself, and in today's apocalyptic world of the weak and the strong, this kind of absolute trust was extremely rare, which also made Zhang Kai's heart feel a bit gratified. He's also been transferring for over a year now, and even though he's in the living profession, he's seen a lot of people's hearts. There were too few people who could remain true to themselves and not belittle their old friends who would switch to life-type professions after acquiring a powerful profession. Although Zhang Kai was happy, he didn't realize how rare this absolute trust was for Dust Breeze. After experiencing countless betrayals and deceptions in his previous life, he had long since stopped trusting anyone so easily. But even so, he was still able to trust Zhang Kai without reservation. This was undoubtedly Dust Breeze's greatest respect for Zhang Kai, as well as the best interpretation of their friendship. Time flew by in Dust Breeze's slumber, and as if it was just a blink of an eye, an entire morning had passed. And just then, a clamor suddenly resounded outside the door, breaking the silence in the room. Although Dustwind was still immersed in sleep, he, who was always vigilant, opened his eyes at the first opportunity. A sharp light flashed in those deep eyes, as if they were able to see everything. He listened with his ear to the side, only to hear the sound of Zhang Kai arguing with the others from outside the door. "What the hell are you doing?" Zhang Kai's voice was filled with anger and disbelief. "Since you guys are here to ask Little Wind to team up, you should at least wait until he's free. He practiced late yesterday and is still resting." Zhang Kai tried hard to keep these people out and protect Dustwind's break. Just then, an unfamiliar man's voice rang out, his tone filled with arrogance and disdain. "It's his honor that Our Lady is willing to find him a team. How is he entitled to rest? Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you." These arrogant and domineering words caused Zhang Kai's anger to increase. "Who are you going to be rude to?" Right at this moment when the swords were drawn, Dusty Wind's voice suddenly rang out, as cold as ice, instantly causing the surrounding air to freeze for a few moments. The door to the room had been opened at some point, and Dustwind was leaning against the doorframe, coldly looking at the few people in front of him. His deep eyes shone with an icy cold light, as if they were able to penetrate the heart. "Do you still dare to make a move against life-class professionals within the main city?" Dust Breeze's voice was not loud, but it was full of intimidation. "You're afraid you've lived a long life?" At this moment, outside the door, the two men in heavy armor, hearing Dustwind's icy words with questioning in them, their faces immediately became even more ugly, as if they had been greatly insulted. One of them was even more furious. His fists were clenched tightly, and the bone joints made a clicking sound because of the force, as if he was going to rush up and tear Dustwind into pieces in the next second. "So what if it's the main city? You think we're afraid of you? Believe it or not, we." The two men gritted their teeth, their voices low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from the depths of their throats, full of threats. However, before they could finish their words, they were interrupted by a clear female voice, as pleasant as a clear spring, but with an unquestionable majesty. "Shut up. If you scare him off, I'll throw you out to the beasts." This voice was like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the two men, causing them to instantly come to their senses, and their original arrogance was instantly extinguished, as if they had been doused with a pot of cold water. It was then that the two men snapped to the realization that the teenager in front of them, who appeared to be lazily leaning against the doorframe, was the target of their trip. A flash of panic flashed in their eyes, and they hastily collected the anger on their faces and replaced it with a stiff smile. Only the smile looked worse than crying. Zhang Kai stood at the side, looking at the dramatic scene in front of him, his heart filled with worry as he stared closely at the two heavily armored men, fearing that they would suddenly rise up and lash out. "Crazy, watch out. These guys are afraid that they're not coming from a good place." Zhang Kai lowered his voice, his tone filled with vigilance and worry. He knew that Dust Breeze was strong, but the other party was after all outnumbered and none of them seemed to be good. Dusty Wind nodded slightly, signaling Zhang Kai to rest assured, and his deep eyes flashed with a hint of essence, as if he had long since gained insight into everything. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Dustwind's voice was calm and indifferent, as if everything was under control, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Afterward, Dustwind's gaze fell on the young girl who had spoken out to stop the two. The young girl stood behind the two of them, wearing a long lavender dress that outlined a delicate figure, and a head of long black and shiny hair like a waterfall draped over her shoulders, lining her skin even more than snow. Her features were delicate and picturesque, with a hint of a young girl's delicacy between her eyebrows, but more than that, she had an innate nobility and arrogance, as if she were a queen high above the world. the moment she saw Dusty Wind, a dazzling light instantly bloomed in the young girl's originally fairly calm eyes, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky, bright and moving. It was an undisguised admiration and interest, as if he had found some rare treasure. Dustwind frowned slightly, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. He was certain that he didn't know this young girl, but the other party's eyes made him feel a little uncomfortable. That kind of naked gaze, as if they were trying to see through him. He withdrew his gaze, his voice still cold with a hint of questioning and impatience. So, what's the deal with all this commotion? There's no way it's coming to me specifically, is there? There was a hint of mockery in Dustwind's voice. He didn't believe that these people would come here for no reason and put up such a big show. The young girl didn't get angry when she heard Dustwind's questioning. Instead she smiled slightly, with a hint of cunning and smugness in her smile. She slowly stepped forward and walked in front of Dustwind, slightly tilting her head and looking at Dustwind with a condescending stance, with a hint of rightful arrogance in her tone. Of course I'm here for you, or what do you think? The young girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, but the content of her words caused Dustwind's brows to furrow even tighter. He didn't like the feeling of being treated like prey, and even more so, he didn't like the feeling of being in control. I don't think I know you, do I? Dustwind's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a hint of caution in his tone, he asked rhetorically, I'm not exactly famous, so what are you looking for me for? The corners of the young girl's mouth rose slightly, as if she had expected Dustwind's reaction. It's true you don't know me, but I know you. She stepped forward slowly, each step like a step on Dusty Wind's heartbeat. And you're famous, not to mention the fact that you brought that guy surnamed Su to set a new record for clearing the hell-level novice mystic realm. Just your 200 talent points that broke the talent record within 100 years in the Jiangnan province was enough to make a lot of people take notice of you. The young girl's voice was clear and pleasant, but carried an unquestionable sense of oppression, as if everything she said was a matter of fact. Dustwind frowned. This guy actually really understood himself, but Dustwind naturally would not admit it so easily. 200 talent points I recognize, but setting a new clearance record is none of my business. Dustbreeze's tone was flat, as if he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. Jiner is an SS-ranked professional, and she's the one who brought me to refresh my chances. I'm just an ordinary milkmaid. Hearing Dustwind's intimate name for Su Jiner, the young girl's face, which was originally quite calm, slightly sank at this moment and seemed to be a bit ugly. She grunted, a hint of disdain and jealousy in her tone. Su Jiner doesn't have that kind of strength. It's not like Flame Soul Warlocks haven't been around before. It's impossible for their strength to be that exaggerated. The young girl's words were filled with questions about Su Jiner, as if she didn't believe that an SS-ranked professional would be able to lead Dustbreeze to set a new record for the Hell-ranked secret realm. Listening to the young girl's argument, Dustwind was a bit impatient for a while. He wasn't interested in arguing about these meaningless things with a stranger here. So who the hell are you? Dustwind directly interrupted the young girl's words, with a hint of impatience and urgency in his tone. Just say what you have to say, okay? I don't have that much time to spend with you. All he wanted to know now was the true purpose of this young girl and what she really wanted to do. When the young girl heard this, her willow brows slightly knitted, obviously extremely displeased with Dustwind's insensitive attitude. She snorted coldly, a hint of oppression in her voice. This young lady isn't like that trash Su Jiner, who doesn't even know about the particulars of your profession. I know the peculiarities of the reply warlock, and that little trick of yours can be hidden from others, but not from me. The young woman paused, a glint of shrewdness in her eyes, and a confidence in her tone that she was in control of the situation. There is naturally a reason why this young lady has personally come to find you. The purpose is to give you a chance to soar. With that, the young girl gently clapped her hands, signaling the guards beside her to come forward. The two guards beside her immediately understood. One took out a set of flowing equipment from his backpack, while the other took out a scroll that emitted a faint glow. The equipment was a dazzling golden color, with intricate patterns carved on it, and at a glance, it was no ordinary item, and it faintly emitted a powerful fluctuation of magic power. The scroll, moreover, was permeated with a mysterious aura that made people unable to resist wanting to find out what was going on. This is a gold-grade healing warlock set, each of which comes with a powerful healing increase effect. The young girl pointed at the set of golden equipment with a hint of bragging in her tone. There's also this one, a ranked skill scroll, Fountain of Life, capable of significantly increasing your healing ability and comes with a group healing effect. She paused, her eyes locked on Dustwind as if she was trying to see through him. I know, the reply warlock has the ability to alienate all support skills though, and even has a chance to give birth to an attack effect after alienation. However, as far as I know, reply warlocks don't automatically acquire any secondary skills in the later stages, except for the healing skill they comprehend at the very beginning. There was a certainty in the young girl's voice, as if she was extremely confident in her source of information. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Dustwind with a condescending stance. So, it's undoubtedly a huge waste for you to have an empty powerful talent but no skills to match it. As long as you join this young lady's team now, you'll never go help Su Jiner again, and obediently be this young lady's subordinate. The young girl's voice carried an unquestionable tone of command. This young lady will then provide you with countless auxiliary skills and equipment, and give you glory and riches that you will never earn in your lifetime. She paused, a smug smile curling the corners of her mouth. Oh yeah, plus introduce yourself. My name is Lin Yikan, the Lin from the Lin family in Kyoto. Chapter 51, You're a nanny who wants to fight me alone? Oh yeah, plus introduce yourself. My name is Lin Yikan, the Lin from the Lin family in Kyoto. Lin Yikan deliberately emphasized the words Kyoto Lin family, with an undisguised sense of superiority and arrogance in her tone. It was as if just reporting the name was enough to make everyone bow down to her. The Lin family in Kyoto? Dustwind's eyebrows twitched slightly. This name was as good as thunder. In the entire Dragon Country, the top two families, the Su family and the Lin family, were facing each other. However, the Su family has always been steadily over the Lin family, which also makes the Lin family to calculate, just to surpass. And Su Jiner is the pearl of the Su family in Kyoto. Dusty Wind's gaze fell on the haughty young girl in front of him, and he softly repeated, The Linihan of the Kyoto Lin family? This name, he had also heard of it in his previous life. It was just that, very different from Su Jiner who had ascended to the top of the Blue Star. Linihan, and even the entire Lin family, had chosen to betray when the tribulation of extinction came. They defected to the other world and became the target of the Blue Star humans' verbal attacks, being nailed to the pillar of shame. Never would I have thought that, reborn in a new life, this Lin family's eldest lady would personally come to his door and presume to take him as her subordinate? It's just a big joke. Whether it was Lin Yikan's lofty stance or his bone-deep loathing of the Lin family, it was all destined that he would never become a traitor to the Lin family, much less be associated with it. Dustwind gazed at the confident Linihan in front of him, but a cold smile spread in his heart. She may actually know about the specialness of replying to warlocks, but she doesn't know herself. Even if this profession couldn't automatically acquire skills, with his talent, wouldn't it be easy to copy other auxiliary skills? Why would he need charity from others? Excuse me. Dustbreeze didn't even think about it and bluntly refused. I'm not interested. It's crisp and clean, without the slightest hint of a drag. Linihan obviously did not expect Dustwind to refuse so dryly. A trace of dismay flashed across her delicate face, which was then replaced by annoyance. Her willow eyebrows rose up, and her eyes, which were already a bit arrogant, were even sharper like knives at this moment. You. Linihan took a deep breath and forced down the anger in her heart. She tried to make her voice sound calmer, but the slightly trembling tail end of her voice still gave away her mood at the moment. You. How dare you reject this young lady? Linihan's voice was so sharp that it almost pierced her eardrums, and she stared at Dustwind with a deadly stare, her delicate face twisted with anger, as if she was an enraged lioness. In her knowledge, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, no one had dared to refuse the good intentions of her Lin family's eldest daughter. No one in the Dragon Kingdom dares to reject this lady yet. Linihan gritted her teeth. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a bone-chilling chill. She waved her hand violently, pointing at the two men in heavy armor beside her, and snapped, You too. Give me a hard lesson on this guy. Let him know what happens when he disobeys the Lin family. Linihan's voice echoed in the empty streets, carrying an unquestionable majesty and cruelty. Those two men in heavy armor stood behind Linihan like two iron towers. They were stout and muscular, exuding a brawny aura all over their bodies. Hearing Linihan's order, a bloodthirsty glint flashed through the eyes of the two men, and they answered in unison. Yes, miss. Before the words fell, the two of them were like two fierce beasts out of their cages, taking heavy steps and charging towards Dustwind. Each step seemed to step on the earth, emitting a dull sound that shocked the heart. Seeing this, Zhang Kai's face instantly turned white. He knew deep down that although Dustwind was gifted, but after all, he was only a reparative warlock. Where would he be a match for this kind of battle-hardened, heavily armored warrior? 3 bits. There's something to talk about. Let's talk about it. Zhang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and tried to dissuade them, a hint of trembling in his voice. He stretched out his hands and tried to block in front of those two heavy armored warriors, anxiety and worry written all over his face. Don't hurt the peace. However, those two heavy armored warriors simply ignored Zhang Kai's dissuasion, and they only had dust breeze in their eyes, as if he was their prey. One of them even showed no mercy, directly lifting up his big feet wearing heavy combat boots and viciously kicking towards Zhang Kai. If this kick was solid, with Zhang Kai's small body, I'm afraid that he would be seriously injured without dying. Just in the nick of time, Dustwind's brows instantly tightened as a cold aura flashed across his eyes. His figure shifted, and his entire body appeared in front of Zhang Kai as abruptly as if he had moved in an instant. Swish! Almost at the instant that the heavily armored warrior's foot was about to kick Zhang Kai, Dust Breeze's hand had already steadily grabbed the opponent's ankle. That heavy armored warrior only felt a huge force coming from him, making him unable to move at all, as if he was firmly clamped by an iron vice. His face changed, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. "What are you doing?" Dustwind's voice was cold and low, as if it was a demonic voice from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. He raised his head and his gaze was like a sword, staring deathly at the heavily armored warrior. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you guys?" Dust Breeze's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable intimidation. That heavy armored warrior was intimidated by Dustwind's aura, and for a moment, he was actually a bit speechless. He had originally thought that Dustwind was just a weak and bullying milkmaid, but he did not expect his opponent to be so tough. You milkmaid, are still not afraid?" The heavy armored warrior forced himself to calm down and tried to hide his inner panic with words. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, a hint of mockery and disdain in his smile. "Do you really think you're already invincible just because Miss said you're special?" The heavy armored warrior spoke as he tried to break free from Dustwind's bonds. However, the harder he pushed, the more he felt Dustwind's hands were like iron hoops, firmly locking his ankles, making it impossible for him to move the slightest bit. The heavy armored warrior's face gradually turned red. Veins rippled on his forehead as he struggled desperately, but he was never able to get out of Dust Breeze's control. A wave of fear began to well up in his heart, and he realized that this seemingly harmless milkmaid in front of him was not as simple as he thought. Dust Breeze looked coldly at the heavily armored warrior without a ripple in his eyes. "We are still in the Dragon Kingdom today, so it's best to follow the rules of the Dragon Kingdom." Dustwind's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you." With that, Dust Breeze violently let go of his hand. The heavily armored warrior was caught off guard, and his entire body lost its balance, falling backward and landing hard on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the heavily armored warrior fell in a sorry state. He struggled to get up, but he felt a sharp pain all over his body, and was unable to move for a while. At the same time, Dustwind's mind moved, and the system panel instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Without hesitation, he selected an option, and in the next moment, a battle invitation was sent out. "Invitation to battle sent. Please wait for confirmation." This sudden scene caused the three people present to freeze. Invitation to battle? This is the only legal way to engage in combat in the main city. Battles could only be fought if both parties agreed. Even the brutal rule of unlimited life and death can be set. The two heavy armored warriors looked at the battle invitation panel that suddenly appeared in front of them and froze for a moment, then burst into earth-shattering maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Their laughter was filled with mockery and disdain, as if they had heard the world's funniest joke. "You milkmaid, even want to fight me one-on-one?" One of the heavy armored warriors laughed so hard that he could barely catch his breath. He pointed at Dust Breeze and laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. "It's so funny. Ha 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 ha." Another heavy armored warrior also bent over in laughter as he slapped his thighs as if he had seen a great joke. "You really don't know how to spell death. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being a special profession," reply Warlock. "I'm so scared." Oh, scared? Don't you dare?" Dusty Wind asked with a cold smile, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. "You said who wouldn't dare? A mere auxiliary professionist. How dare you be arrogant with us warrior class professions?" One of the heavy armored warriors roared angrily, spittle almost spraying onto Dustwind's face. As he spoke, he was about to click to accept the battle invitation. However, his finger stopped just before he touched the accept button. He stared wide-eyed and deadpan at the battle invitation panel in front of him, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Another heavily armored warrior also noticed something was wrong and came over to take a look, and froze as well. "This is a squad challenge?" the two heavily armored warriors exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock and doubt. The street, which was originally quite lively, became somewhat quiet because of this sudden scene. Even Xiao Xiao, who was on the side, slightly raised her eyebrows and looked at Dusty Wind with interest. She wanted to see what this guy was up to. Seeing that the three of them looked surprised, Dustwind then slowly opened his mouth with a hint of teasing in his tone. "It's too troublesome to fight one by one. I can guess that no matter who I beat, you guys won't be convinced, so why don't the three of you go together?" Dusty Wind's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. These words were arrogant to the extreme. A milkmaid who was going to challenge all three of them in one breath, and that too in a small group. This was no longer a simple provocation. This was naked humiliation. The two heavy armor warriors were even more furious and trembling. Their teeth clenched and cackled, hating to directly chop up this guy in front of them and feed him to the dogs. Especially Linihan. At this moment, she was even more furious. Her face flushed red, her chest rising and falling violently. She had originally thought that Dust Breeze was just a milkmaid with a bit of special ability, and was not to be feared at all. However, he did not expect that the other party would be so arrogant and cocky. This was simply an insult to her, to the entire Lin family. Good, yes. Linihan laughed back in anger and said 3 good words in a row, each one as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Since you want to die, then we'll fulfill you. Linihan's voice was cold and sharp, as if it was a sharp knife that viciously stabbed at Dustwind. All of you accept it for this lady. All give me a hard beating, straight to death. Linihan snapped at the 2 heavily armored warriors, a frantic light flashing in his eyes. She had been completely enraged by Dustwind, and at this moment, she only wanted to see Dustwind being ruthlessly stomped on and begging for mercy on her knees. The 2 heavily armored warriors immediately clicked the accept button without hesitation. Invitation to battle confirmed. Fighting is about to begin. The system's beep sounded in Dustbreeze's head. At the same time, a huge circular light screen appeared in front of the crowd, enveloping Dustwind and Linihan with her 2 guards. This was the battle boundary, within which both sides could fight to their heart's content without any impact on the outside world. Kid, you'll pay for your arrogance, a heavily armored warrior said with a sardonic smile, moving his wrists with a clicking sound. I'll show you what it means to be a true warrior. Another heavily armored warrior also said viciously, drawing a huge battle axe from his back, the blade of which shone with a cold light. Dustbreeze looked at the 2 imposing heavy armored warriors in front of him, but there was no trace of fear on his face. He slowly raised his right hand, and the star staff in his hand emitted a faint starlight. Come on, show me what you can do. Dustbreeze's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was describing an insignificant matter. His eyes were deep and dark, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. But under this calm appearance, what is hidden is incomparable confidence and killing intent. Chapter 52. Do you give pair of gloves a shield? The movements of the 2 heavy armored warriors did not pause for a moment, and the moment the battle boundary was formed, they were like 2 furious rhinoceroses, one on the left and one on the right, charging towards Dustbreeze. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps shook the ground slightly and rolled up a gust of dust. One of the heavy armored warriors leaped high into the air, and the huge axe in his hand carried the sound of harsh winds as it slashed down on his head, as if it was going to split Dustbreeze in 2. The other man swung his fist, which was wrapped in thick metal gloves, and with a sharp whistling sound, he headed straight for Dustbreeze's face. Linihan stood at the edge of the boundary, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel sneer, his eyes filled with pleasure. As far as she was concerned, Dustwind was dead. Faced with 2 heavily armored warriors in a pinch, it was impossible for any of the milkmaids to survive. What's more, these 2 heavy armored warriors were experts carefully trained by the Lin family, specially sent to protect her and bring him to practice, with a level as high as level 15, and their strength and equipment far exceeded those of the same professionals of the same level. Die, punk! Linihan cursed viciously in her heart. In the face of this ferocious attack, Dustbreeze's expression remained calm. He didn't even blink. Just at the moment when the giant axe was about to strike the top of his head and his fist was about to hit his face, Dustbreeze moved. He gently raised the star staff in his hand. The star staff gently swung, drawing an elegant arc in the air. There are no brilliant light effects or deafening booms, but it was the seemingly light swing that blocked the heavy armored warrior's huge axe and fist with unparalleled precision. Clang, clang, 2 crisp sounds of gold and iron striking each other echoed in the air like music. The 2 heavy armored warriors only felt a huge force coming from their weapons, shocking their tigers' mouths. Their arms trembled, and their bodies involuntarily stepped backward. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. How is this possible? A milkmaid who had used a staff to block the full force of 2 of their heavily armored warriors? And it shook them back? This simply turned their perceptions upside down. The smile on Linihan's face also froze. The curve of her mouth still maintained its upward posture, but her eyes became stunned and blank. What did she see? She saw 2 heavily armored guards she was so proud of, being blocked with a staff by what she saw as a waste of a milkmaid? This is impossible, Linihan muttered, her voice filled with questions and disbelief. She couldn't accept the fact that what was in front of her was completely beyond her comprehension. Dustbreeze wouldn't give them time to be shocked. The moment he blocked away the attack, the star staff in Dustwind's hand was like a spirit snake coming out of its hole, transforming into a trail of shadows and slamming towards the 2 heavily armored warriors. No skills were used, just purely physical attacks, but it was this seemingly ordinary physical attack that contained a terrifying power. Bang! A muffled sound. The star staff slammed hard into the chest of a heavily armored warrior. 1500. A bright red number floated up from the top of the heavily armored warrior's head. The damage. It's shocking. Ha! Asterisk. This nigga. The commotion they made had long drawn many people's microscopic attention. After all, cutting PKs within the city was too rare. Seeing this scene, the few onlookers from other departments were all dumbfounded. A nursemaid, smashing people with her staff and dealing 1,500 points of damage? That's still a heavily armored warrior. What a heavily armored warrior with super high defense. This This is simply higher than the damage of these output professions of theirs. Is this still a ing milkmaid? It's like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The heavy armor warrior who was smashed was even more like a lightning strike. He felt as if his chest was hit by a high-speed truck, and the pain was incomparable. He looked down, only to see that the heavy armor on his chest had dented down a large chunk, and his blood bar, even more so, had instantly dropped by a large margin. If he wasn't a heavy armored warrior who was long on defense and blood, he was afraid that this stick would already be gone. How is this possible? The heavy armored warrior's voice was filled with horror and disbelief. He couldn't understand how it was possible for a milkmaid to have such a terrifying physical attack power. The other heavy armored warrior also reacted, and he roared with fury as he wielded his giant axe to slash towards Dustbreeze once again. Go to hell! He poured his entire body's strength into this axe, vowing to cleave Dustbreeze in half. Dustwind's eyes went cold, and the star staff in his hand swung once again. Bang! Another muffled thud. The star staff accurately smashed into the side of the giant axe, bringing the attack trajectory of the giant axe directly off course. The giant axe grazed Dustwind's body and cleaved down, leaving a deep gully on the ground. At the same time, Dustbreeze's star staff landed on another heavily armored warrior once again. 1400. Another bright red number floated up. This heavy armored warrior's blood bar also instantly dropped by a large margin. The two heavy armored warriors were completely dumbfounded. The defense they were so proud of was as unbearable as paper mache in front of Dustbreeze's staff. They couldn't even touch the corner of Dustwind's coat. How else is this going to play? Is this still human? There was despair in the voice of a heavily armored warrior. He had completely lost his confidence in fighting. Linihan also finally came back to her senses from the shock. Her face turned ironic as she looked at the scene in front of her. How could she not expect that the two heavily armored warriors she had brought with her would be overwhelmed by a milkmaid? It was worse than killing her. Dustwind had completely ignored the two heavily armored warriors beside him who still had a sliver of blood skin left, and with his star staff in hand, his gaze was like a torch as he walked straight towards Linihan. The footsteps were steady, and every step felt like it was stepping on Linihan's heart. He didn't use any skills. On the one hand, he didn't want to expose his bottom card too early. On the other hand, it was also because in his opinion, these few jumping clowns in front of him weren't worthy of letting him use his skills at all. You two losers, what are you doing? Looking at the approaching Dustbreeze, Linihan instantly panicked. She screamed shrilly, her voice filled with fear and anger, and her originally delicate makeup was distorted due to extreme panic. Get him dead! Get him dead! Don't let him near my lady! Linihan could no longer care about any elegant demeanor. She took her own longbow from behind her back with her hands in a hurry and pulled the bow and arrows. Her movements were hasty and messy, obviously already in disarray. The longbow was emerald green in color, with exquisite patterns carved on the bow, faintly emitting faint magic fluctuations, and was not a mortal product at first glance. As a possessor of an S-rank profession elf hunter, Linihan's archery skills were naturally not bad. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows flew towards Dustwind with a sharp cracking sound. However, Dustwind only gently raised his eyebrows, seemingly unconcerned about Linihan's attack. He didn't even pause for a moment as he casually shook the star staff in his hand, and all of the arrows were blocked by Dustwind while a dazzling light lit up above the staff. Rather forgetting that you're an S-rank elf hunter as well. Dustbreeze's voice was still calm, but it carried a faint hint of mockery. In the next moment, a stream of light shot out from the star staff, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture it with the naked eye. Linihan only felt a flash of light before her eyes, and the stream of light had already arrived in front of her. Ah! Linihan closed her eyes in shock. She was already prepared to endure severe pain. However, the expected pain did not appear. She only felt a faint layer of gray light on her body, like a thin shield that protected her firmly. The original clamor around them seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a dead silence. What's this? Linihan slowly opened her eyes and looked at the gray shield on her body. Obviously an enemy, but Dustbreeze put a shield on her? This operation, it's unbelievable. The surrounding onlookers were also dumbfounded. They had never seen such a bizarre fighting style before. This guy shouldn't be out of his mind, right? Putting a shield on the enemy? What kind of operation is that? I can't understand it, but I'm blown away. Could it be that he's actually afraid of the Lin family's power, so he's doing this on purpose, trying to show goodwill? It's possible. After all, the Lin family is a hegemon in our Qingyan city. Who would dare to offend them so easily? The crowd was buzzing with all kinds of speculation. However, more people still felt that Dusty Wind's behavior was purely brain-dead. And at that moment, in Dustbreeze's ears, there was a series of system beeps. Ding! Healing Valor trigger. Successfully copied the target's S-rank talent Archer's Focus. Archer's Focus, all of your attacks will gain a 100% distance bonus, or 10 meters of attack distance if the distance is 0, and are sure to hit. Ding! Healing Bravery triggered. Agility +1. The system's voice was crisp and pleasant, and Dust Breeze's mood was also pleasant. Good luck with the one shot. That copied her S-rank talent. Dust Wind looked at Linihan, who was full of doubts, and once again flew forward and, whoosh, Dust Wind's figure was like electricity, and almost in the blink of an eye, he closed in on Linihan. Linihan's eyes widened with disbelief, and before she could even react to what was happening, she felt a huge force come upon her. Ka-ching! It was the sound of breaking bones, wrapped in 1,000 pounds of force. The star staff ruthlessly smashed into Linihan's body without the slightest bit of mercy. Put! Linihan's mouth sprayed blood wildly, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Her body traced a poignant arc in the air and eventually fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The battle is over and you are out of the battle space. The system's beep sounded, announcing the end of the battle. Linihan's body was forcibly teleported out of the battle boundary. The other two heavily armored warriors, who had also been taken care of at some point, were sent out of the battle boundary together. Only Dust Breeze was left behind, standing still. There was silence around them. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Their mouths were open, their eyes wide, in total disbelief of what they were seeing. This is the end? One stick? Just one stick? I didn't see it wrong, did I? That's the Lin family's eldest miss, the S-rank professional elf hunter. What kind of monster is this guy? The voices of the onlookers gradually changed from initial shock to incredulous exclamations. Everyone's gazes were focused on Dust Breeze, as if they wanted to see through him. They really couldn't understand how a seemingly mediocre auxiliary profession could possess such terrifying combat power. It completely turned their perceptions upside down. Could it be that he's hiding his strength? It can't be, can it? There has to be a limit to hiding your strength. This is simply crushing. This guy shouldn't be a great genius secretly cultivated by any big family, right? The crowd was filled with speculation and chatter, but no one can give a definitive answer. Dust Wind's strength was beyond their comprehension. At this moment, however, Dust Breeze's mood was exceptionally calm. He slowly put away his star staff without any smugness on his face. To him, it was just a trivial fight. Done and dusted. With that said, Dust Wind intended to turn around and leave. However, the moment he turned around, accompanied by a cracking sound, a sharp arrow suddenly went straight towards Dust Wind. Chapter 53, The City Lord is Coming? Whoosh! A sharp cracking sound tore through the silence, and a sharp arrow that flashed with cold light, like a viper spitting out its letter, went straight for Dust Wind's back heart. Crazy man, watch out! Not far away. Zheng Kai's eyes widened in anger as he let out a terrified growl. He wanted to rush over to rescue him, but how could he be that fast for a life profession? Dusty Wind snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. Guardian of the Wind! Almost at the instant the arrow reached his body, a layer of green-colored wind shield appeared out of thin air, enveloping Dust Breeze's entire body in it. Ka! The arrow hit hard on top of the wind shield, making a crisp cracking sound as the arrow body broke apart inch by inch, turning into pieces and dissipating into the air. Immediately after that, under the effect of the special effects of Wind Guardian, an air wave visible to the naked eye, centered on Dust Wind, violently spread out in all directions. This wave of air was precisely the damage bounced back by the Wind Guardian, and this rebounding airwave, at an even faster speed, whistled towards the direction the arrow had come from, which was where Linihan was. Ah, no! Linihan, who had already collapsed to the ground. At this moment, her pupils suddenly shrunk as she let out a mournful scream. How could she not expect that her sneaky arrow would be bounced back? What made her even more desperate was that because of the PK loss just now, her current state was extremely poor, her life value hadn't recovered much, and she simply couldn't withstand the attack that bounced back. This one would definitely kill her if it hit. Dust Wind, how dare you? I'm the eldest miss of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, the entire Yang city will be buried with me. Linihan's voice was sharp and twisted with deep fear and threat. She tried to use her family's power to shock Dust Wind and buy herself a chance at survival. However, Dust Wind's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest, and were as cold as a 10,000-year-old piece of ice. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the figure that was about to be engulfed by the airwave. Just in the nick of time, a black shadow flashed like a ghost and blocked Linihan's body. The black shadow reached out his hand, and with a flick of his hand, he slapped the raging wave of air away. Phew! The airwaves dissipated and calm returned to the surroundings, leaving only the sound of Linihan's violent gasping and the sound of the surrounding people sucking in cool air. Miss, are you okay? A low, husky voice rang out with a hint of concern. Linihan raised her head in shock, and when she saw the visitor, a flash of ecstasy sprang up on her originally pale face. Uncle Wang, you're finally here. There was a sob in her voice as if she had grabbed a lifeline. The one who was called Uncle Wang was a middle-aged man wearing a black power suit, tall and sturdy, with a cold face and eyes as sharp as a falcon. Alright, how can it be fine? Uncle Wang, if you hadn't come, I would have been killed by him. You must help me kill him. Take it out on me. Lin Yihan's voice was sharp and twisted, with a sense of celebration and strong resentment after the robbery. She tugged at the corner of Uncle Wang's coat with a deadly grip, as if she was afraid that he would leave. The man who was called Uncle Wang gently patted Lin Yihan's head, his eyes full of favor. Okay, I'll help the lady out. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about something trivial. The middle-aged man slowly got up. His tall body was like a tower of iron, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He turned around and faced Dusty Wind, his eyes instantly becoming cold as a falcon staring at its prey. To make a move against my Lin family's eldest miss, you already have a path to death. Pay the price for your recklessness. The middle-aged man's voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed like it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat, carrying a strong killing intent. At those words, Dusty Wind's complexion, however, did not change in the slightest. No matter how small Yang City is, it's still the main city of the Dragon Kingdom, so it's fine to make a move. Do you guys really dare to kill someone? Dust Breeze's expression was calm and his tone indifferent, as if he was stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. He slowly raised his head and swept his gaze over the group of people in front of him. There was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, only an indifference that saw through everything. Humph, it's just a mole cricket, so kill it. Yang Chang isn't so bad as to offend our Lin family for a mole cricket like you. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. His eyes were grim, as if he had already viewed Dust Breeze as a dead man. In his opinion, Dust Breeze's life and death was just a matter of his words, not worth mentioning at all. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. The air around them seemed to have frozen, and all eyes were focused on Dusty Wind and the middle-aged man, waiting for the clash that was about to break out. Right at this moment, a neutral voice suddenly rang out, breaking the grave atmosphere. Wang Xing, you've taken yourself too seriously, haven't you? It's just a dog of the Lin family. The voice was loud and majestic, carrying an undeniable aura. Do you guys really think that there is no one in my young city, let alone Dust Breeze, even an ant? It's not something you can kill just because you say so. Before the words fell, an old man wearing a tang suit, with a stout body and a tough face, his hair white but meticulously combed, walked over like a dragon walking in a tiger's footsteps. Every step he took was like stepping on one's heartbeat, making one feel involuntarily nervous. As soon as the old man's words fell, the originally tense atmosphere instantly underwent a subtle change. Wang Xing, that is, the middle-aged man in the black power suit, whose eyes were originally as sharp and full of killing intent as a falcon's. At this moment, it was as if the flames had been doused by a pot of cold water, and he instantly collected all his sharpness. His tall body leaned forward slightly, and his original stance, which was as upright as a javelin, became somewhat stooped. Greetings to City Lord Gu. Wang Xing respectfully bowed to the old man, his voice low and humble, a far cry from his previous arrogant and domineering behavior that regarded human life as if it were grass. Although he was an expert hired by the Lin family, he was usually considered to be a bully in Yang City, and no one dared to mess with him. But he knew in his heart that he was ultimately just a helper of the Lin family, and to put it bluntly, a dog. He could rely on the Lin family's power to lord it over others. He could even disregard some of the smaller clans in Yang City, but he had to bow his head in the face of City Lord Gu, because what City Lord Gu represented was not just him personally, but the official power of the entire Yang City, a reflection of the will of the nation. Not to mention that he was just a helper of the Lin family. Even if the Lin family's family head was present in person, in front of City Lord Gu, he would have to be respectful and would not dare to show the slightest bit of impudence. Humph, Wang Xing, do you still have me in your eyes as the City Lord? City Lord Gu snorted coldly, his eyes like knives, looking straight at Wang Xing, his tone filled with majesty and dissatisfaction. Although his hair was white, he was hale and hearty, his gaze was like a torch, and the aura emanating from his body made people dare not look directly at him. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Wang Xing's forehead, and he knew that City Lord Gu was truly angry. Gu City Lord, rest his anger. The villain never had such intentions. It's just that this kid made a move on my Lin family's missy, and I was in a momentary hurry, which is why, Wang Xing hurriedly explained, trying to put the blame on Dust Wind. Anxious? I think you're used to being a bully because of the Lin family's power. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? City Lord Gu interrupted Wang Xing without mercy, his tone even harsher. Not to mention Dust Breeze, even if it's an ordinary person, it's not something you can kill just because you say so. City Lord Gu's voice was loud and clear, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Wang Xing's heart, causing him to feel a wave of suffocation. Yes, City Lord Gu is right to teach me a lesson. I know I'm wrong. Wang Xing nodded his head repeatedly, his attitude humble to the extreme. He knew in his heart that if he couldn't give City Lord Gu a satisfactory explanation for this matter today, He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get out in one piece. Know your mistakes? If you know you're wrong, then you're right. City Lord Gu's tone was slightly slower, but his eyes were still sharp. He turned his head and looked at Dustwind, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Dustwind, right? You're very good. You're not humble in the face of power. You have guts and courage. Thanks for the compliment. City Lord Gu. Dustbreeze smiled faintly and said in an unassuming manner. His expression was calm and his tone bland, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Humph. City Lord Gu, what do you mean by that? Are you going to make an enemy of my Lin family for the sake of a mole? Lin Han, who had been left out to dry, finally couldn't help herself at this moment, and she screamed shrilly, her voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. She had originally thought that when Uncle Wang came, he would be able to take revenge for her and break Dustbreeze into pieces, but she didn't expect that a City Lord Gu would come out halfway and defend Dustwind in every way. Lin Han, watch your words. City Lord Gu frowned, his eyes looking coldly at Lin Han. I'll say it again. Yang City is not a place where your Lin family can run wild. No one can be above the rules and laws of the land, let alone the fact that you're merely a little girl of the Lin family. Even if your Kyoto Lin family head personally came, it wouldn't work either. Lin Han was intimidated by City Lord Gu's aura and instantly didn't dare to speak anymore, but only stared at Dustwind with spiteful eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Seeing this, Wang Xing hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Lin Han's body. He knew that although Lin Han was the eldest miss of the Lin family, she was after all young and impetuous and did not know how to hold back. If she was allowed to continue, I'm afraid that she would completely enrage City Lord Gu, and by then, things would be even harder to end. City Lord Gu, miss, she's young and ignorant, don't be ignorant with her, Wang Xing said in a low voice. Humph, young and ignorant? I think she's so arrogant and spoiled that she really thinks she can be lawless. City Lord Gu snorted coldly, clearly having an extremely bad impression of Lin Han. City Lord Gu, this matter today, it's our fault. I apologize to you on behalf of the young lady. Wang Xing took a deep breath and bowed. However, it is also true that this boy injured the young lady. You see, what do you want? City Lord Gu asked indifferently. This, Wang Xing was momentarily speechless. He originally wanted City Lord Gu to punish Dusty Wind, but now it seemed obvious that this was impossible. City Lord Gu, not only did this brat injure me, he also spoke out of turn and insulted my Lin family. You can't just let it go. Seeing that Wang Xing didn't speak, Lin Han couldn't help but interject again. Shut up. Wang Xing let out a low gulp and glared fiercely at Lin Han. He really wanted to slap this idiot to death. Couldn't she see that City Lord Gu had no intention of pursuing Dustwind? City Lord Gu, what do you think about this? Let this brat apologize to the young lady and let this matter be settled. Wang Xing thought for a moment and proposed a compromise. Apologize? Dusty Wind's voice was not loud, but it carried an unspeakable contempt, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. If you're going to apologize, she should be the one to apologize to me, right? Other than that, it seems like she was the one who made the first move, right? I just used a shield skill on myself. What? When is protecting yourself a mistake? Wang Xing's face stiffened. He didn't think that Dustwind would really not give their Lin family any face at all. In front of City Lord Gu, he didn't dare to make a move, but he couldn't bow down to a mole cricket. Chapter 54, Making a Scene? I'm not afraid. Dustwind looked at the two men's appearance and didn't bother to continue to tangle with them. I'm not interested in your apologies, and insincere apologies are meaningless, so just leave me alone in the future. Dusty Wind spoke lightly, without the slightest ripple in his tone, as if everything just now had nothing to do with him. He didn't even bother to glance at Lin Han and Wang Xing. This kind of jumping clown was not worth his time. When Wang Xing heard this, his taut nerves finally relaxed, as if relieved. He was originally worried that Dustwind would be unforgiving, but now it seemed that he had been overly concerned. In that case, we'll take our leave. Seeing that Lin Han was about to open her mouth again, Wang Xing hurriedly interrupted her. City Lord Gu, we'll leave first and come back to visit another day. After saying that, he didn't give Lin Han any chance to react, directly pulling her and leaving without looking back. That speed, it was faster than running for your life. Lin Han struggled all the way, but she simply couldn't break free from Wang Xing's constraints, and could only let him drag herself away, with sharp cries and curses coming out of her mouth, only for the sound to become more and more distant, and ultimately disappear into the crowd. Dustwind looked at the backs of the two fleeing in a sorry state, and the corners of his mouth curved up into a faint arc. Only then did he turn around and look at City Lord Gu, who had been standing on the side, silent. He had to admit that this City Lord Gu's aura was very strong, and although his face was amiable, he exuded a kind of superior's majesty between his hands and feet, so that no one dared to underestimate him. Even though there was some doubt in his heart about City Lord Gu's act of coming to his aid, Dustwind still expressed his gratitude. Many thanks to City Lord Gu for relieving the situation. Dust windowed his body slightly, his tone sincere. Regardless of what City Lord Gu's intentions were, at least he did help himself out of trouble just now. It's not considered a relief. This group of worldly children are really getting more and more licentious. We'll have to give them a good beating some other day. City Lord Gu waved his hand, a warm smile on his face. Dustwind didn't answer and just listened quietly. He knew that City Lord Gu's words were not just for Linihan, but also for upstarts like him. He turned his head and looked at Dustwind with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. On the contrary, you, at such a young age, have such guts and vigor. Not simple. Dustwind scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassed. The City Lord is flattering. I'm just not afraid of shadows. May I ask what is your business here? He didn't think that a big shot like City Lord Gu would come to him for no reason. Came to see you. Of course. City Lord Gu looked at Dustbreeze with a smile and a hint of cordiality in his tone. You have set a new record for our Yang City's novice secret realm yesterday. I wanted to find you to talk to you at the first time. But who knows that you even left the city at the first time. But when I heard the news that you came back, I came here at the first time. City Lord Gu's words caused Dustwind to be a bit surprised. He didn't think that he would startle this young city's handful of people by breaking a record. It's just a broken record. There's no need for you to make a personal trip, right? A hint of caution flashed in Dustwind's eyes, though he didn't just think that this kind of big shot could get anything out of him. But in this world of the weak and the strong, it's better to be careful in everything. The smile on City Lord Gu's face grew even wider, and undisguised admiration flowed from his eyes. That's a hellish level copy you've passed through, and you're almost 30 minutes ahead of second place on a cliff, not to mention a team of only 2 people. A glint of essence flashed in City Lord Gu's eyes as he continued. Don't you dare try to use that girl Su Jiner as an excuse. I'm still clear about how strong Flame Soul Warlock is. SS-ranked professions are indeed powerful, but even with the top-tier equipment, it's not possible to pass through that secret realm in such a short period of time. Dustwind was slightly stunned, not realizing that City Lord Gu knew so much about himself. He had originally wanted to use Su Jiner's strong strength to cover it up, but it seemed that he couldn't hide it from this shrewd City Lord. From that perspective, the only thing that brings variance, then, is you little guy. Although City Lord Gu's words were plain, they carried an unquestionable certainty. Dustbreeze's heart fluttered. He knew that he had really caught the attention of this young city powerhouse this time. City Lord is too kind. I'm just a bit lucky. Dustwind responded modestly, while secretly observing City Lord Gu's reaction. He didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble for himself because of a momentary windfall. Luck? City Lord Gu smiled meaningfully. Luck is also a part of strength, but more importantly, you possess the potential hidden behind this luck. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Young man, I hope you understand that in this world, talent and strength are important, but what's more important is how to use them. Dustwind nodded in agreement. City Lord Gu's words were both like a caution and an expectation. City Lord, I understand everything you said, and I will keep it in mind. Dustwind responded, with a sincere attitude. City Lord Gu nodded his head in satisfaction, and then his words changed, with a few moments of consideration in his tone. The big exam will start tomorrow. Can you be sure to strive for a provincial scholar? When Dustwind heard the words, although he had complete certainty in his heart, he couldn't fill his mouth with words. He laughed nervously and scratched his head. You're joking, City Lord. I'm just a healing auxiliary. This first prize, how can it not be my turn? Dustwind's modesty, on the contrary, caused the look of satisfaction on City Lord Gu's face to increase. He stroked his beard and a glint flashed in his eyes. If that group of people from the Lin family can know the special features of the Reply Warlock, how could an old man like me not know? City Lord Gu paused, his gaze fixed on Dustwind like a torch. Moreover, I'm afraid that this profession of yours is even more special than those Reply Warlocks in the records. Dustwind was slightly stunned. He didn't expect City Lord Gu to be able to tell so much. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I'm not sure what the City Lord means by that. City Lord Gu laughed out loud, his voice so loud that it shook Dustwind's eardrums slightly. Come with me, little one. When City Lord Gu finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, with a steady gait that didn't show any signs of old age. Dustwind looked at City Lord Gu's back as his thoughts raced in his mind. What is this handful of Yang Chang trying to do? Was it a blessing or a curse that he had sought himself out this time? One question swirled in Dustwind's mind, but he still took a step and followed closely. Now that people are the chopping block for me, I can only take one step at a time. Dustbreeze took a deep breath, forced down the uneasiness in his heart, and quickly followed. The two men walked forward and backward through several corridors to a spacious room. The room was simply furnished with a table, a few chairs, and a huge map of Yang City hanging on the wall. City Lord Gu walked over to the table and gestured for Dustbreeze to sit down. Dustwind sat down as he was told, but his gaze never left City Lord Gu. He wanted to see what kind of drugs this City Lord was selling. City Lord Gu poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one of them in front of Dustwind. Try it. It's Yang Chang's special cloud tea, refreshing the mind. Dusty Wind picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. The tea was fragrant, slightly bitter in the mouth, with a sweet aftertaste. Spirit value +1. A prompt suddenly appeared in front of Dustwind's eyes, and he was slightly stunned. This tea, it can even increase mental attributes? Dustbreeze was surprised in his heart, but his face didn't move. He put down his teacup and looked at City Lord Gu, waiting for his next words. As City Lord Gu looked at Dusty Wind, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Good tea, Dustbreeze commented lightly in response. City Lord Gu laughed and didn't continue to dwell on this topic, directly turning his words around. Little fellow, do you know that this year's grand examination is different from previous years? Different? Dustwind raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Of course he knew that this year's big test was different, because he was reborn back from the future. But at the moment, he had to pretend he knew nothing about it. City Lord Gu nodded, and the smile on his face tightened for a few moments, replaced by gravity. That's right, this year's big test is very different from previous years. He paused, as if organizing his words. I can't tell you exactly how it's different right now. It's the rules. City Lord Gu's voice was low, with a hint of mystery. But what I can tell you is that this year's big test is going to be even more brutal and important. Dustbreeze listened quietly without interrupting. He knew that since City Lord Gu had taken the initiative to mention it, he would definitely finish his sentence. Sure enough, City Lord Gu took a deep breath and continued. This big test is not only about your personal future, but also about the future of our Yang City. His voice rose steeply with a hint of unspeakable pressure. Even the future of the entire Dragon Kingdom is at stake. The future of Yang Chang? The future of the Dragon Kingdom? Dustwind muttered, his brows locked, his eyes filled with doubt and shock. He really couldn't connect a big exam for high school students to the future of Yang City or even the entire Dragon Kingdom. This was too much of an exaggeration, wasn't it? How did he not know about this in his previous life? Was he too trashy to be exposed to it at that time? City Lord Gu seemed to have seen Dustwind's doubts, and instead of directly explaining, he continued. I know that you have a lot of questions right now, but there are some things that are not suitable for you to know right now. I can assure you, however, that everything I've said is true. City Lord Gu's voice was low and strong, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Dustwind was silent. He knew that with City Lord Gu's status and position, there was no need to deceive himself. Just what is the secret hidden behind this? Jiner is an SS-class professional. Is she not even considered a top talent? Dustwind couldn't help but ask, trying to probe for more information from City Lord Gu. The Jiner in his mouth, whose full name was Su Jiner, was the eldest young lady of the Su family, the #1 family in Yang City, and was also the recognized strongest genius of this term in Yang City. At the mention of Su Jiner, a helpless bitter smile appeared on City Lord Gu's face. That little girl from the Su family is indeed gifted, and in time, her achievements will be unlimited. It's just a pity. Gu's City Lord shook his head inside. She is a member of the Su family in Kyoto and is not considered a member of our Yang City. Dustbreeze froze, then remembered that although Su Jiner had grown up in Yangchang, she was indeed from the main lineage of the Su family in Kyoto. So, old man, I'm worried. City Lord Gu slapped the table with a hint of anxiety in his voice. In this term of Yang City, apart from you, it's surprising that I can't find a single one that can hold a candle to you. So, will you help me? City Lord Gu stared at Dustwind with a burning gaze, anticipation in his eyes. This help won't make any difference to you. You'll be doing all you can to deal with the big test anyway whether I ask for it or not. But I'd still like to invest a little in you as a rising star. Thoughts raced through Dustbreeze's mind. City Lord Gu's meaning was obvious. He hoped that Dusty Phone would be able to win glory for Yang City in this great examination. His so-called investment was obviously a gesture of goodwill towards Dustwind, and a kind of solicitation. Investment? Dustwind raised his eyebrows, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You mean if I accept your investment, I have to join the Gu family? In Dustwind's perception, a big shot like City Lord Gu was bound to have a huge family power behind him. When he proposed investment, it was mostly because he wanted to recruit Dustbreeze under his command. When City Lord Gu heard this, he first froze, and then laughed out loud, his voice so loud that it shook the entire room. You kid, you don't know anything about our Dragon Kingdom. City Lord Gu's laughter withdrew as he looked at Dustwind, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Those of us who are city lords have no family or power. We represent only one, and that is the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 55, a team arranged by the City Lord? Dust Breeze's pupils contracted slightly as his eyes moved away from City Lord Gu's face with a faint smile and landed on the cup of tea in front of him that had cooled slightly. On the surface of the tea, a circle of tiny ripples gently swept away, resembling the waves within his heart at the moment. Since you have no thoughts of recruiting me, is there something you've come to see me about specifically? Dustwind's voice was soft, but every word seemed to be well thought out, carrying a composure that did not fit his age. What kind of drug is this Lord Gu selling? If you don't have anything to offer, you're either a traitor or a thief. I've never heard of this in my previous life. Thoughts raced through Dustwind's mind as he tried to find clues from City Lord Gu's words. City Lord Gu did not answer immediately, but instead picked up his teacup and gently took a sip, seemingly savoring the aftertaste of the tea and seemingly weighing his words. It's just a matter of trying to improve your record. City Lord Gu put down his teacup, his tone casual as if he was talking about today's weather. But Dustbreeze knew that things were definitely not that simple. Improving political performance? Dustwind raised his eyebrows slightly and repeated himself, a hint of doubt and probing in his tone. You mean the big test? Dustwind's mind flashed, instantly connecting City Lord Gu's words with the future of Yang City and future of the Dragon Kingdom mentioned earlier. Ha! City Lord Gu let out a light laugh and nodded, a hint of bitterness that was hard to hide in the smile on his face. The results of each main city's grand exam are tied to the city's resource allocation. You should know that, right? Dustwind nodded. This he knew. The Dragon Kingdom had limited resources, and in order to incentivize the development of each city, resources were allocated every year based on the results of the grand examination. The better the grades, the more resources you get, and vice versa. We, Yang Chang, have been at the bottom of the grand examination for several years in a row. There was a hint of helplessness and exhaustion in City Lord Gu's voice as he said slowly, each word like a boulder weighing on his heart. Resources are getting scarcer every year, and talent is withering away every year. He raised his head and looked at Dustwind, his eyes filled with complex emotions. What's more, this year's big test is much more important than any previous year. So, no matter what, I need a seed, a hope, City Lord Gu said, looking at Dustwind with anticipation in his gaze. Listening to these words, Dustwind also understood the reason why City Lord Gu was looking for his meaning. After pondering for a little while, he once again opened his mouth in doubt. However, City Lord, isn't it a bit hasty of you to believe in my potential and talent just because of the secret realm breakthrough record for this one reason? The smile on City Lord Gu's face grew even wider, as if he had long predicted that Dustwind would ask this question, and he gently shook his head, a hint of mystery in his tone. Then naturally I have other sources to ascertain the information. As for what exactly, I'm sorry, I promised that person to keep it a secret. I can't tell you for now. Dusty Wind frowned as a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This City Lord Gu, always speaking in half and leaving half, making one's heart itch, but there was nothing one could do about it. If it's just this kind of thing, there's no need for City Lord Gu to come see me personally, right? What exactly do you want me to do? Dustbreeze bowed his head slightly, his fingers gently rubbing the rim of the teacup, a hint of helplessness and doubt in his tone. He still didn't understand what drug Lord Gu City was selling in this gourd. It doesn't really require you to do anything, it's just a squad for you. The smile on City Lord Gu's face grew even wider as he looked at Dustwind's thoughtful look, and he spoke slowly, his tone relaxed. Although they are not as powerful as you, they are still considered to be the talented newcomers who can barely hold their own among the transmigrators who are at the same time as you this year in our Yang City today. City Lord Gu paused, seemingly giving Dustbreeze time to digest. While there's still a day before the big test, you guys are just in time to brush up on your replicas and grind a little bit. As City Lord Gu said that, he took out a scroll and a staff directly from his system backpack and gently placed them on the table. The scroll was golden in color, with complex magical patterns drawn on it, emitting a faint glow. The staff, on the other hand, was made of an unknown metal, with a brilliant gemstone set on it that flowed with color, and was not a mortal product at first glance. This is a gold level copy teleportation scroll, leveled at around level 15, and can be used twice. City Lord Gu pointed at the scroll and introduced it, then pointed at the staff. This, on the other hand, is a gold-grade staff specialized for healing professions. It's considered my investment in you. What do you think? When City Lord Gu finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and gently took a sip, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he quietly waited for Dustbreeze's reaction. Dustwind's eyes swept over the scroll and staff, his mind quickly calculating. Gold-level copy scrolls. This was a good thing. It couldn't be bought on the market at all. Only the officials had them. A gold-level copy at around level 15. Although the level might be slightly lower for him, the gain from the gold level would be enough to fill the gap. As for the gold-level staff, gold-level equipment for milkmaids, it's only a problem if you say you don't want it. What's more, this staff was also a personal gift from City Lord Gu. The significance of this was much more than just a piece of equipment. This represented the regard of City Lord Gu and the tilting of Yang City's resources. Dustwind raised his head and looked at City Lord Gu, a glint of essence flashing in his eyes. I appreciate City Lord Gu's kindness. It's just that, the members of this squad. Dusty Wind didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already obvious. He needs to know who his teammates are, how strong they are, and if they can be trusted. After all, in a copy, there were rapid changes, and an unreliable teammate would probably get everyone killed. Don't worry about this, their strength will definitely not hold you back. City Lord Gu seemed to have anticipated that Dustwind would ask this question, and he said with a slight smile and a confident mind. Dustwind frowned slightly. He didn't doubt City Lord Gu's vision, it was just that, for something like forming a team, strength alone wasn't enough. The tacit understanding and cooperation among teammates, and even whether their personalities are compatible, will directly affect the team's fighting strength. City Lord Gu, as you know, there are many dangers in the duplicates. If teammates can't trust each other and work together silently, it's easy to. Dusty Wind paused and didn't say the words to death, but the worry in them was already self-evident. City Lord Gu laughed, as if he had expected Dustwind to ask this question. You can rest assured of this, these few students I've selected are not only strong, but they are also, well, how should I put it? They are all young people with a lot of personality. As City Lord Gu spoke, there was a hint of playfulness in his tone. Between them, there may be some small friction, small conflicts, but this, on the contrary, can stimulate their fighting spirit and make them grow faster. Dustwind listened to City Lord Gu's words, but his heart was a little drummed. Young people with character? That's a nice thing to say, but in all honesty, aren't they just a bunch of pricks? Ahem, City Lord Gu, when you say personality, you specifically mean? Dustwind asked tentatively, needing more specific information. City Lord Gu smiled mysteriously and slowly spat out a few names. Lin Yuan, Li Wei, Li Guang, and Su Muqing. When Dustwind heard these names, his brows instantly furrowed into a Chuan character. Lin Yuan, Li Wei, Li Guang, Su Muqing. What kind of people are these? Lin Yuan, the son of the Lin family of Yang City, had good talent, but his character was extremely arrogant, with his eyes high above the ground and no one else in sight. Li Wei and Li Guang, a pair of siblings from the Li family in Yangchang. Li Wei has excellent talent and is a rare ice mage, but her character is extremely cold and unapproachable. As for Li Guang, he was the younger brother of that Li Guang from before, and with this matter of Li Guang in place, he would definitely not look at himself favorably. As for Su Muqing, the eldest young lady of the Su family in Yangchang, her talent and strength were not bad, but she was pampered and spoiled, and appeared to be very timid under Su Jiner's suppression, and cried when she didn't move. Dustwind felt his temples jutting. What kind of team did City Lord Gu put together for him? Is this going to be a copy or a babysitter? It's a good thing these guys got together and didn't get into a fight. City Lord Gu, are you sure they can work well with me? Dusty Wind's voice was a bit dry. He really couldn't imagine himself going down the copy with these few people. Ha ha, young people, a little friction is normal. I believe that with your strength and charisma, you will definitely be able to convince them. City Lord Gu said with a smile, seemingly full of confidence in Dustwind. Besides, isn't there a gold-level copy scroll here? With this in place, they'll have to obediently listen to you even if they're no longer convinced. City Lord Gu pointed to the scroll on the table with a hint of temptation in his tone. Dustbreeze looked at the golden scroll and was torn in his heart. Gold-level copy scrolls, the temptation was indeed great. But, to go down with these troubled boys. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and forced down the helplessness in his heart. City Lord Gu, can I meet them first? Dustwind asked. He needed to see for himself what these guys were really like. Sure, they're waiting right outside. City Lord Gu said and clapped his hands. The door to the room was pushed open and 4 figures walked in. At the head of the group was a tall, cold-faced young man who wore a black mage's robe and had eyes as sharp as eagles. None other than Lin Yuan. Right behind them was a pair of young men and women. The man was handsome but with a hint of impatience on his face, while the woman was dressed in ice blue mage robes, with a delicate face but a cold expression. It was Li Guang and Li Wei's siblings. Walking at the end was a petite, sweet-looking girl. She was wearing a pink mage robe with a hint of timidity in her eyes. It was none other than Su Muqing. As soon as the 4 men entered the door, their gazes fell on Dustbreeze in unison. Lin Yuan's eyes held a hint of scrutiny and disdain. Li Guang's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with hostility and provocation. Li Wei's eyes remained cold, seemingly indifferent to everything. Su Muqing's eyes, on the other hand, were a bit evasive, not daring to meet Dustwind's gaze. Dustwind looked at the reactions of these 4 people and became even more helpless in his heart. Is this team, really going to work? Dustwind, These are the teammates I've chosen for you. City Lord Gu smiled as he introduced himself. You guys, get acquainted too. Lin Yuan was the first to speak, his voice low and cold. My name is Lin Yuan, profession Thunder Swordsman. Li Wan Air, Frostwalker. Li Waner's voice was cool and sparing. Li Guang, Berserker. There was a hint of arrogance and disdain in Li Guang's voice. Su Muqing, Yuan, Elemental Archer. Su Muqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. Her head was buried low, hardly daring to look at anyone. Dustwind looked at the self-introductions of these four people and felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. This team, is a disaster. Ahem, my name is Dustwind, and my profession, reply Warlock. Dustwind Hardhead said, he already had a feeling that the next copy of the journey, will be a bloody rain. Reply Warlock? Li Guang let out a snort when he heard Dusty Wind's occupation. City Lord Gu, you're not mistaken, are you? Didn't we all say we don't need assistance? Isn't that holding us back? Li Guang's voice was filled with skepticism and dissatisfaction. Although Lin Yuan and Li Waner didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces showed that they weren't satisfied with Dust Breeze's profession. Su Muqing, on the other hand, still kept her head down, not daring to make any comments. Dustwind looked at the reactions of these few people, and a bitter smile ran through his heart. As expected, not surprisingly, these guys didn't give a damn about him as a secondary. Li Guang, don't be rude. City Lord Gu gulped lightly, stopping Li Guang's questioning. Dustwind's strength is far beyond your imagination. There are only benefits and no disadvantages for you guys to team up with him. City Lord Gu's words made Li Guang's face even more ugly. City Lord Gu, what you're saying is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's just a support. How powerful can it be? It's hard to believe. He can still be stronger than us combat professions? Li Guang's voice was filled with defiance. Humph, isn't it stronger? Don't we know if we try? Dusty Wind snorted coldly. He was not a soft persimmon to be rubbed. Since these few people looked down on him, he would show them that AIDS could also carry the entire field. Great, let's try it then. Li Guang's eyes flashed a flash of excitement. He has long wanted to teach this do not know the high ground guy a lesson. City Lord Gu, look. Li Guang looked at City Lord Gu for his opinion. City Lord Gu smiled faintly and nodded. Since you've all said that, let's cut a deal. But point blank, don't get hurt. City Lord Gu's words made Li Guang even more complacent. Don't worry, City Lord Gu. I have a sense of proportion in what I do, Li Guang said, directly taking out a huge battle axe from his system backpack and walked towards Dustwind. Boy, are you ready? I'm going to show you what it means to have true power. Li Guang's voice was full of provocation and threats. Dustwind looked at Li Guang's arrogant appearance and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Any time, Dustwind said indifferently, his voice calm and cold, as if he didn't put Li Guang in his eyes at all. Good, have guts, Li Guang roared, brandishing his battle axe and charging towards Dustwind. Chapter 56 A nurse crushes a warrior in close combat? Li Guang's huge body was like a small mountain, wrapped in a strong wind. His battle axe sliced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing whistling, and slashed down straight at Dustwind's head. Look out! City Lord Gu's voice sounded in the distance with a hint of worry. Even if Dustwind was powerful, he was only a legal aid. How could he possibly be able to fight against a warrior? However, Dustbreeze stood still and didn't move a muscle, as if he was stunned. Li Waner and Lin Yuan glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. That's getting scared out of your wits? What a loser! Li Guang was even more pleased in his heart. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Dustwind being split in half by his axe. Die! Li Guang roared angrily, and the battle axe in his hand added a few more points of force. Just in the nick of time, Dustwind moved. He slightly sidestepped, avoiding Li Guang's powerful strike at an incredible angle. The battle axe grazed the corner of Dustbreeze's coat and slashed down, hitting the ground hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground was smashed out of a large pit, and debris flew. Li Guang's blow fell short and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect Dustbreeze to be able to dodge his attack. Kind of. Li Guang laughed harshly and swung his battle axe once again, sweeping it towards Dustwind. Dustwind's feet changed pace and his body was like a ghost, weaving in and out of Li Guang's attacks, narrowly avoiding them each time. How is this possible? A trace of surprise flashed through Li Waner's eyes. She did not expect Dustbreeze's stance to be so exquisite. Lin Yuan also frowned slightly, realizing that he seemed to have underestimated this aid. You only know how to hide? Fight me head-on if you can. Li Guang was unable to attack for a long time, and his heart became more and more agitated. He roared angrily, and his attacks became even more furious. The corner of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. As you wish, Dustwind said indifferently, as the star staff in his hand flicked. A white light flashed, and Dustbreeze's figure disappeared into thin air. Li Guang froze as he lost track of Dusty Wind. In the next moment, Dust Wind appeared behind Li Guang. The star staff smashed hard against Li Guang's back with a cracking sound. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Guang's huge body stumbled forward a few steps and almost fell. You. Li Guang turned around and looked at Dust Wind with a shocked expression. He didn't expect Dust Wind to be able to hit him. Dust Wind didn't say anything as he waved the star staff in his hand once again. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out, and Li Guang was knocked back and forth, unable to fight back. Is this still an assist? Su Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Waner and Lin Yuan were also completely shocked. They had never seen such a violent auxiliary. A hint of a smile flashed in City Lord Gu's eyes as he watched the scene in front of him. I told you, Dust Wind's strength is far beyond your imagination. Li Guang was beaten and battered. The anger in his heart had burned to the extreme. I'll kill you, Li Guang roared, a powerful aura erupting from his body. Berserk! Li Guang roared as his body began to swell, his muscles gnarled, and his eyes became red. This is the Berserker's Berserk skill? Li Waner let out a cry of shock. She didn't expect Li Guang to be pushed to this point. Li Guang in his Berserk state, his strength and speed will increase dramatically. Dust Wind is in danger, Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Roar! Li Guang, who had entered a Berserk state, let out a beastly hiss as he wielded his battle axe and charged towards Dust Breeze once again. This time, his speed was faster, his power was stronger, and his aura was even more appalling. Berserk Li Guang, like an out-of-control beast, the battle axe wrapped in a strong wind. Whistling too, Dust Wind's eyes narrowed slightly, without the slightest intention to retreat. He knew very well that facing an enemy in this state, a single-minded dodge would only put him in a more passive situation. The star staff turned gently in his hand, and the light on the staff became softer. Since you want to play hardball, let's do it. Dustwind's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. Li Guang's speed was extremely fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Dustwind. The battle axe brought with it the power of opening mountains and cracking rocks as it slashed down on his head. Dust Breeze did not dodge, and the star staff flicked upwards. Clang! A clear sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. To everyone's surprise, the star staff had blocked Li Guang's battle axe. Moreover, Dust Breeze's body did not move at all. A trace of shock flashed through Li Guang's eyes as he looked incredulously at the scene in front of him. How is this? How is this possible? An auxiliary that could use a staff to block his full-strength strike in his berserk state? Not only Li Guang, even Li Waner, Lin Yuan and Su Muqing, who were watching the battle, all froze. They were completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them. A trace of appreciation flashed in City Lord Gu's eyes as he nodded slightly, as if he was not surprised by Dust Wind's performance. The power is good, but unfortunately, it's too slow. Dust Breeze's faint voice rang out, interrupting Li Guang's thoughts. Li Guang came back to his senses, and the shock in his heart was quickly replaced by anger. He couldn't accept that he had been despised by a support. Roar! Li Guang once again let out a roar, his arms muscles bulging and veins rippling as he poured his entire body's strength into his battle axe. The light on the battle axe grew even brighter, carrying an aura of destroying everything as it pressed down towards Dustwind once again. Too slow. Dusty Wind's voice sounded again, still so calm, so disdainful. Only a slight sway of his figure was seen, and the star staff traced a mysterious trajectory in the air. Bang! A muffled sound. The star staff hit Li Guang again, this time in his chest. Li Guang in his berserk state had amazing defense, but he still couldn't withstand Dustwind's attack. His huge body, like a kite with broken strings, flew backwards. Boom! Li Guang fell heavily to the ground, smashing a large crater. Dust and debris were flying. Ahem! Li Guang struggled to stand up, but he couldn't help but cough a few times, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Dustwind with disbelief and a hint of fear in his eyes. You, Li Guang, you half a day, but cannot say a complete sentence. He really couldn't understand how Dustwind, an auxiliary, could possess such a terrifying power. Li Waner and Lin Yuan glanced at each other, both seeing deep shock in the other's eyes. They finally understood why City Lord Gu had such a high regard for Dust Breeze. This aid was simply not an existence they could comprehend. Su Muqing opened her mouth wide, completely speechless. She felt like she was dreaming. City Lord Gu smiled slightly and stroked his beard with an expression that said, "Everything is as expected." Dustwind ignored the crowd's reactions as he slowly walked over to Li Guang and looked at him condescendingly. "Shall we continue?" Dust Breeze asked lightly, no emotion audible in his tone. Li Guang looked at Dusty Wind, his eyes flickering. He wanted to keep fighting, but he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. The time for the berserk state was almost up, and he hadn't even touched the corner of Dust Wind's coat. To continue would just be self-defeating. Li Guang opened his mouth, wanting to admit defeat, but dignity made it difficult for him to speak. Admit defeat, Li Guang. Right at this moment, Li Waner's voice suddenly rang out. You've done your best, there's no point in holding out. Li Waner looked at Li Guang with a hint of heartache in her tone. Lin Yuan also nodded and said, there is no fear of not having wood to burn when you leave a green mountain behind. If you lose this time, just win it back next time. Hearing Li Waner and Lin Yuan's words, the struggling color in Li Guang's eyes intensified. He took a deep breath and finally lowered his head. I concede. The voice was low, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Dust Breeze nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked towards City Lord Gu. Li Waner rushed forward and helped Li Guang up. Are you okay? Li Waner asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Li Guang shook his head and didn't say anything. He looked at Dusty Winds departing back, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. There was resentment, anger, and admiration. Lin Yuan walked over to Li Guang and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't be discouraged, Li Guang. That Dust Wind is indeed very strong. We all underestimated him. Li Guang nodded and remained silent. He knew that Lin Yuan was right. Dust Wind's strength had far exceeded their imagination. It's not a bad loss this time. Su Muqing looked at Dusty Wind's back with a strange color in her eyes. She suddenly felt as if she had discovered an unsettling secret. City Lord Gu looked at Dust Wind with appreciation in his eyes. Dust Wind, you've done well, City Lord Gu said with a smile, his tone filled with relief. Next, it's all yours. Dust Breeze nodded slightly as a yes. Afterwards, he turned to look at Lin Yuan and the others and said indifferently, gather in the duplicate hall in an hour and prepare to depart. After saying that, he left the room straight away without the slightest bit of procrastination. Lin Yuan and the others looked at Dustwinds departing back with different expressions. Li Guang still had a hint of indignation in his eyes, but more than that, it was scorn. Li Waner's eyes were still cold, but upon closer inspection, a hint of hidden curiosity could be detected. Su Muqing, on the other hand, looked at Dustwind's back with a face of adoration, little stars twinkling in her eyes. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, let's go too. Go back and get ready. After saying that, he also left the room with a few people. As City Lord Gu looked at the empty room, a pleased smile appeared on his face. Now, Yang Chang, there is finally hope, he murmured, anticipation in his voice. Chapter 57, Dust Breeze's Plan. The four of them walked slowly out of the room, but they didn't disperse individually as they usually did to prepare for their next move. Instead, they went in the same direction unanimously. That was the Lin family's branch compound in Yang City. Along the way, Li Guang was still immersed in the loss he had just suffered, and his mouth kept complaining as if he wanted to pour out all his unwillingness and anger. Damn, that Dust Breeze, he's just a monster. I didn't even touch the corner of his clothes before I was knocked down. It's really suffocating. Auxiliary? AIDS. What auxiliary could be this sick? Li Guang's voice was loud, and his tone was filled with resentment and anger, even mixed with a hint of fear. Li Waner still looked as cold as ice, but her footsteps unconsciously sped up a bit. It seems, and wants to get there as soon as possible. Su Muqing, on the other hand, had an excited look on her face as she followed closely at the end of the group, her eyes glittering with curiosity and admiration. She felt as if she had discovered a secret of unimaginable proportions, and couldn't wait to verify it. Lin Yuan walked at the front. He was silent and his face was terribly gloomy. He knew that this time, it would never end so simply. Dustwind's appearance had completely disrupted their plans, and they had to come up with a response soon. Soon, the few people arrived at the Lin family residence. This was a manor that covered an extremely wide area, with an ancient and elegant architectural style, permeated with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Unlike the simplicity and atmosphere of Young City's City Lord's mansion, the Lin family's residence showed the heritage of a great family and luxury everywhere. The few people walked through the layers of courtyards and arrived at the Lin family's hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Linihan sat on top of the main seat, his face as gloomy as water, his body exuding a chilling feeling that no one should get close to him. Beside him, Li Wei sat quietly, his face similarly not looking too good. Unlike Li Guang's straightforwardness, Li Wei's mind was deeper and more sinister. You've seen Dust Breeze, haven't you? How does it feel? Linihan opened her mouth, her voice cold, without a trace of emotion. She slowly picked up her teacup and gently took a sip, but her gaze never left the four people who had just entered. Upon hearing Linihan's inquiry, Lin Yuan, Li Waner, and Su Muqing were all silent. Their gazes, coincidentally, landed on Li Guang's body. After all, of the people present, only Li Guang had actually fought Dust Wind. Li Guang felt the gazes of the crowd and could only stand up stiffly. He lowered his head, not daring to look into Lin Yihan's eyes, his voice carrying a hint of guilt and unwillingness. Missy, I went one-on-one with him. As a result, I lost. And, losing badly. Li Guang's voice became lower and lower, and by the end of his words, it was almost inaudible. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was still ashamed of the loss he had just suffered, totally outmatched by him, and teased by him, Li Guang added, his tone filled with frustration and a hint of imperceptible fear. He couldn't help but feel a shudder in his heart when he recalled Dustwind's glib attack, the seemingly ordinary but terrifyingly powerful staff. After listening to Li Guang's narration, Lin Yihan didn't react immediately. After all, she couldn't beat Dust Breeze either. She just quietly put down her teacup, her gaze lingering on Li Guang for a moment before slowly turning to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what do you think? Lin Yihan's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of inquiry in her tone. Eldest Miss, based on Li Guang's description, as well as our observations in the room, we can determine that Dustwind's strength far exceeds our predictions. Not only does he possess powerful fighting skills, but he also has an unimaginable fighting style. For a support profession to be able to utilize such a terrifying physical attack power, this is completely out of character. Lin Yuan's voice was low and strong, and every word seemed like it had been spoken after deep thought. He paused and continued. Moreover, it seems that he has hidden his strength. In the fight with Li Guang, he didn't use any skills and completely suppressed Li Guang just by relying on ordinary physical attacks. This means that his true strength may be even more terrifying. Lin Yuan's words caused everyone present to fall silent. They all understood that Lin Yuan was right. Dustwind's performance had completely exceeded their understanding. This Dust Breeze, what exactly is his origin? Lin Yihan's voice sounded again, with a hint of doubt and scorn in her tone. She tapped on the desktop with a rhythmic pitter-patter, as if she were thinking about something. Eldest Miss, according to the information we have so far, Dust Breeze is just an ordinary civilian. Lin Yuan replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Lin Yichan let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with disdain. Do you think that an ordinary civilian player can do these things? He's either hiding his identity or he's gained some sort of special opportunity. No matter what, if he dares to reject this young lady, then he has a way to take his death. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Yihan's eyes, and her tone became even colder. Oni Ai-chan, then what should we do? Li Wei couldn't help but ask with a hint of urgency in his tone. He, like Lin Yihan, was extremely disgusted with this Dust Breeze. What to do? Lin Yihan repeated Li Wei's question with a hint of playfulness in her tone, as if to say, is there still a need to ask? Of course, find a way to get him. She slowly opened her mouth, her voice cold and determined, each word as if it was squeezed out from between her teeth, with a thick killing intent. Lin Yihan's eyes flashed with a malicious light. She couldn't forget the shame that Dustwind had brought to her, and even more so, she couldn't tolerate that a punk in her eyes would dare to be so arrogant. If you can't beat them alone, then the four of you should go together, Lin Yihan said lightly, as if she was discussing a trivial matter. In her opinion, the death or life of Dustwind was not important at all. What mattered was that her Lin Yihan's dignity was not to be trampled on by anyone. Didn't the Yangcheng City Lord ask you to go down with him? The corner of Lin Yihan's mouth hooked up into a cruel sneer, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. It's a godsend, she said slowly, her tone full of calculation and anticipation. In Lin Yikan's opinion, in the copy, life and death are hard to predict, and no matter how strong Dustwind is, he is only one person, while there are four of them. Moreover, it was still four professionals of notable strength. As long as they used a little bit of tactics, Dust Breeze would definitely die. Lin Yihan's words caused a glint of excitement to flash through Li Wei's eyes. He had long looked at Dustwind with displeasure, and now, he finally had the chance to take revenge. Li Wei rubbed his fists and jumped into action, itching to rush into the copy and break Dustwind into pieces right away. Lin Yuan, Li Waner and Su Muqing, although they did not say anything, in their eyes, they all flashed with a trace of a different look. Although they were wary of Dust Breeze's strength, they were more confident that the four of them would definitely be able to put Dust Breeze to death when they joined forces. After all, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists, and a good man can't beat a crowd. What's more, the four of them, none of them were anything. Good. Missy is wise, Li Wei complimented, his tone filled with flattery. Lin Yihan ignored Li Wei's horse's ass. She slowly got up, walked to the window and looked out the window. A hint of sinister flashed in her eyes. Dust Breeze, aren't you crazy? I'd like to see how long you can still be wild. Lin Yihan sneered in her heart, her tone filled with resentment and anticipation. It was as if she had already seen the scene where Dustbreeze was surrounded by the four of them and the duplicate and ended up dying miserably on the spot. An hour passed like quicksand at the tip of a finger. Dustbreeze stood quietly at the entrance to the replica's main hall. His mind, long ago, was immersed in thoughts about the upcoming copy challenge. Soon, four familiar figures appeared in Dustbreeze's field of vision. It was none other than the four people, Li Wei, Lin Yuan, Li Wei and Su Jiner, who had previously accepted the city lord's mission with him. The four walked side by side, their steps consistent, vaguely forming a kind of huddle. Dustwin's brows furrowed slightly, his keen intuition telling him that something was not right. The gazes that these four people looked at him were very different from before. It was a complex look that mixed hostility, pity, and even a hint of anticipation. It was as if they had already set a trap and were waiting for their prey to throw themselves into it. Are they arranging some kind of plan against me? Dustbreeze pondered in his heart, but his face did not move. He had returned from rebirth and had experienced countless lives and deaths, and had long since developed a cautious character. He would not take it lightly in the face of any threat that might exist. Within this group of people, other than Li Wei's siblings, who are related to Li Wei, it should be impossible for anyone else to be hostile to themselves. Dustbreeze quickly analyzed the backgrounds and possible motives of the four. Can it be that Lin Yuan is from the Lin family? Su Jiner is Su Mingyu's person? A thought flashed through Dustwin's mind, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. If that were true, then wouldn't this team, all of them, be their own enemies? Thinking of this, Dustwin's eyes became even sharper. He secretly worked the magic power in his body, ready to deal with unexpected situations at any time. While he is not afraid of any challenge, he is not blindly arrogant. After all, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists. Not to mention, these four people, neither are any lesser lights. The four of them walked up to Dustwind and stopped in their tracks. Li Guang took the lead and extended his hand towards Dusty Wind. I was wrong earlier, I apologize to you, and I hope that we can live in harmony in the next copies. Chapter 58, Team Up Again. Go down. Looking at the suddenly weak Li Guang in front of him, Dusty Wind raised an eyebrow, and a hint of coldness flashed under his eyes. This sudden gesture of goodwill from Li Guang made him smell a hint of conspiracy. In his previous life, he might have been mesmerized by this false appearance, but now, having lived a new life, he had long since ceased to be that rash person who was easily gullible. Harmony is even. Dustwind's voice was cold, without the slightest bit of temperature, and directly rejected Li Guang's good intentions. He glanced at Li Guang, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking arc. Aren't you afraid your cousin Levi will come after you if you befriend me? Besides, we're just working together. After the big exam, we can be people from two worlds. Dusty Wind's words were like a pot of cold water, directly dousing the false enthusiasm in Li Guang's eyes. Li Guang's hand froze in midair, and the smile on his face became a bit awkward. He did not expect that Dustbreeze would be so disrespectful and directly poke through his disguise. He. Li Guang laughed dryly twice, trying to ease the atmosphere. Brother Dustwind is joking. How could I be malicious? Dustbreeze ignored his defense and only swept him lightly with a hint of playfulness in his gaze. Yes? Dusty Wind's light sentence, but it made Li Guang feel as if he was on the back of his head. He forced down the uneasiness in his heart and forced out a smile. Of course, we're teammates. We should help each other. Teammate? The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, tracing a mocking arc. Let's hope so. After saying that, Dustbreeze no longer paid attention to Li Guang, but turned his gaze to the other three. Lin Yuan, Li Wei and Su Jiner all had different expressions at the moment. Lin Yuan's brows were furrowed as if he was thinking about something, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. Li Wei, on the other hand, looked at Dustbreeze with a worried expression, wanting to say something. Su Jiner, on the other hand, was expressionless, unable to see any emotional fluctuations. Dustwind laughed coldly in his heart. These four people, they really did have their own minds. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to enter the copy. Dustwind spoke up, breaking the silence. His voice was calm and cold, as if the little episode earlier had never happened. Li Guang looked at Dusty Wind, who turned to leave. A hint of sinister in his eyes flashed, and in his heart he said, let you be complacent for a while. When you enter the copy, you'll have a good time. The five of them walked into the duplicate hall together, and as soon as they entered the duplicate hall, Dusty Wind took out the staff and duplicate scroll gifted by the city lord at the first opportunity. An hour's preparation time might be a mere adjustment for others, but for Dustbreeze, who possessed the healing brave phrase, it was enough to change his strength drastically. That originally gold grade staff had been upgraded to platinum grade by Dustwind at this point. Scepter of Eternal Light, grade, platinum, level, LV20, spirit, plus 300, durability, 2000. Skill, Sacred Surge, active consumes 200 MP, releases Sacred Light, Restores 300% of spirit's life value to all teammates and an additional 25% of maximum life based on the target's current life value. Inflicts the same value of damage to the enemy and has a 70% chance to cause the enemy to suffer a 3-second silencing effect. CD, 45 seconds. Equipment effects. Radiant Shelter. The effect of all healing skills is increased by 50% and the MP consumption of healing skills is reduced by 40%. Eternal Shelter. Whenever the staff casts a healing skill, the target gains a 5-second Eternal Shelter effect that restores 2% of the target's maximum life per second, stacking for up to 3 layers. The new skills and equipment effects have given Dustbreeze a qualitative leap in its ability to assist. Dustbreeze waved the staff in his hand with satisfaction. Then he set his eyes on the 4 people behind him. Invitation to form a team has been sent. The system prompt sounded in Dustwind's ears, and at the same time, the prompt box for the group invitation appeared in front of the 4 of them. Lin Yuan, Li Wei, Su Muqing and Li Guang. The 4 chose to agree with little hesitation. Since everyone agrees, let's get going, Dustwind said indifferently and took the lead towards the depths of the replica hall. The other 4 followed close behind. Li Guang followed behind Dustwind, his eyes flickering as he secretly calculated something in his mind. Humph, an auxiliary profession. Also dare to be so arrogant. When you enter the copy, there will be a time for you to cry. Li Guang snorted coldly in his heart, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a grim smile. The 5 quickly arrived at a portal. It was a portal that emitted a golden glow, clearly the entrance to a gold-level copy. Without the slightest hesitation, Dustwind directly opened the gold-level copy scroll in his hand. Buzz! The scroll instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into the portal. The originally calm portal was suddenly flooded with ripples, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. Go! Dustwind's voice remained calm, as if everything in front of him could not cause the slightest ripple in him. He took the first step into the portal. The other 4 followed suit and disappeared into the portal. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Dustbreeze found himself in the middle of an unfamiliar forest. Copy, Dark Forest, Gold Level. Mission, kill the Dark Wolf King, the boss deep in the forest. Time limit, 24 hours. Current team size, 5/5. The system beep sounded in Dustwind's ears. He looked around and realized he was in the middle of a thick forest. The sky-high ancient trees covered the sky, and the sunlight shed dappled light through the gaps in the leaves. The air smelled damp and earthy, with a faint hint of blood. The dark forest was filled with an oppressive aura, as if something was lurking in the shadows, peering at all the beings that entered the place. Li Guang walked at the very back of the group, his eyes shadowy, sweeping over Dusty Wind in front of him from time to time, calculating in his mind how he could put Dusty Wind to death without arousing suspicion. This hellhole, it's uncomfortable. Li Guang deliberately broke the silence with a hint of annoyance in his tone. Lin Yuan glanced back at him and said indifferently, a gold-level copy. Naturally it won't be a safe place. Be careful, don't get caught in the gutter. Li Waner also chimed in. Brother, you'd better collect yourself. Don't forget what we came here for. Although she had concerns about Li Guang's plan, she ultimately chose to side with her brother. Su Muqing, on the other hand, didn't say a word and followed closely in the middle of the group, trying to minimize her presence. Her heart was filled with fear and uneasiness, yet she didn't dare to disobey Su Mingyu's orders. Everyone be careful, there's movement up ahead. Dustbreeze suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes looking sharply ahead. His mental power was far beyond normal, and he was able to clearly perceive the subtle changes in his surroundings. As soon as the words fell, a rustling sound came from the bushes in front of them, and immediately afterward, several huge wolf-shaped creatures appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Roar! Several giant wolves with pitch-black bodies and scarlet eyes violently sprang out of the bushes and pounced towards the crowd. Name, Phantom Wolf. Grade, Silver. Level, LV20. HP, 5000. MP, 1000. Power, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 100. Skills, Bite, Shadow Claw Strike. Talent, none. Dustbreeze quickly used the scrying technique to obtain information about the Phantom Wolf. Roar! The 3 Phantom Wolves raised their voices to the sky, their voices filled with bloodthirsty desire. Their scarlet eyes stared deathly at the 5 people in front of them, as if they had seen delicious prey. Sharp claws and teeth glinted coldly in the sunlight, and saliva dripped down the corners of his mouth, leaving corrosive marks on the ground. 3 silver-level Phantom Wolves. Watch out! Dustbreeze's voice remained calm, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit flustered by this sudden attack. He quickly swept a glance at the 3 Phantom Wolves and already had a plan in mind. Li Guang's eyes flickered, and he had originally wanted to use the appearance of the Phantom Wolf to find an opportunity to lay his hands on Dustwind. However, Li Waner behind him pulled tightly on the corner of his coat with a hint of warning in her eyes. Li Guang cursed in his heart and could only temporarily suppress the killing intent in his heart. He knew that now was not the time. This kind of small monster, There is no need for Brother Dustwind to take action. Just leave it to the few of us. Li Guang forced down the displeasure in his heart and squeezed out a smile and said. He brandished the huge axe in his hand and took the lead in charging towards a phantom wolf. Lin Yuan and Li Waner followed suit, each choosing their own targets. Su Mucheng, on the other hand, stood still and seemed to be somewhat hesitant. She gripped the bow and arrow in her hand tightly, her knuckles slightly white from the force. Su Mucheng bit her lip and finally raised the bow and arrow in her hand. Flame blast! An arrow with flames flew out from Su Mucheng's hand and shot towards a phantom shadow wolf. The phantom wolf let out a miserable cry, and a blazing flame ignited on its body. Great job! Li Guang praised, and the huge axe in his hand slashed even more ferociously towards the phantom wolf. Lin Yuan and Li Waner also executed their respective skills and fought fiercely against the phantom wolf. For a while, the entire forest was filled with the glow of skills and the hissing of spectral wolves. Dustbreeze stood on the sidelines, quietly observing the battle. He didn't have the intention to make a move, and just silently watched the four fight. His eyes were deep and calm, as if everything was under his control. After all, he was just a nurse, and battles were usually not his turn. These guys, their strength is pretty good, but the coordination is still a bit lacking. Dustbreeze commented secretly in his heart. He noticed that although Li Guan was the strongest, he was a bit impatient and his attacks were unorganized. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, is relatively calm but slightly less aggressive. Li Waner's frost control skills were quite impressive, but lacked an effective means of output. Su Mucheng, on the other hand, was completely paddling, her attacks soft and unthreatening, but for them Dustwind hadn't had much hope, mainly coming to replicate their abilities and talents. As for their battle, Dustbreeze was completely indifferent. Chapter 59 Dustbreeze is powerful, shocking the crowd. Roar! Right at this moment, a phantom wolf suddenly broke through Li Guang's defense and pounced towards Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng's face turned white, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously tried to back away, but it was too late. The sharp claws of the phantom wolf instantly hit Su Mucheng. However, right at this moment, the eternal radiance staff in Dustbreeze's hand flicked. Healing, an emerald green light surged out from the staff, instantly enveloping Su Mucheng and the spectral shadow wolf. Plus 3800. Ding! Healing Valor triggered successfully. Talented elemental transformation copied. Elemental conversion. All your attacks can have attributes attached to them under your control, and the attributes can be converted at will. Trigger Afterglow. A series of system beeps rang in Dustwind's ears. A wave of green light suddenly erupted from the body of the phantom wolf. 3000. 1500. Two huge damage numbers floated up from the top of the phantom wolf's head. The phantom wolf let out a mournful scream as its body directly flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ding! You killed the phantom wolf. Experience value plus 150. Su Mucheng stared blankly at what was in front of her, disbelief in her eyes. She hadn't expected at all that Dustbreeze would step in to save her. Moreover, it was still a silver-ranked phantom wolf that had been killed in seconds in such an easy manner. Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Waner were also stunned by this sudden scene. They stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at Dustwind. How is this possible? Li Guang's voice trembled a little, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. He couldn't believe that a support profession could have such a terrifying output ability. A hint of horror also flashed in the eyes of Lin Yuan and Li Waner. They had originally thought that Dustbreeze was just an ordinary support profession and was not to be feared at all, but now it seems they were very wrong. Dustwind's strength was far beyond their imagination. What are you fuming about? Keep attacking. Dusty Wind's voice sounded again, pulling the three back from their shock. The three of them woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly continued to fight the two remaining phantom wolves. But at this moment, their hearts were already filled with scorn for Dustbreeze. Dustwind didn't pay any more attention to them, but instead turned his gaze to Su Mucheng. Are you okay? Dustbreeze's voice was very soft, and no mood swings could be heard. Su Mucheng shook her head, her voice a little choked. I'm fine, thank you. You're welcome, Dustbreeze said indifferently, without any emotional color in his tone. I just don't want to waste time. After saying that, Dustwind turned around and left. He stepped aside and waited quietly for the fight to end. Su Mucheng looked at Dusty Wind's back, her heart filled with complex emotions. Soon, the remaining two phantom wolves were also killed by Li Guang and the others. The battle ended, and calm was restored throughout the forest. Li Guang walked up to Dusty Wind and squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face. Brother Dustwind, I'm really thankful to you just now. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Su Mucheng would have been in danger. Dustwind glanced at him and said very casually, we're on the same team. It's only right that we help each other. Yeah, we're on the same team. Lin Yuan and Li Waner also came over. Brother Dustwind, that was really awesome just now. I didn't expect you to have such a strong output ability for a support profession. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, a hint of testing in his tone. It was just a fluke, and that attack of mine only works on monsters, Dust Breeze said in a half-truth. Hearing this, Lin Yuan and Li Wei glanced at each other, a hint of skepticism flashing in their eyes. Well, let's not waste time and move on. Dust Breeze interrupted their thoughts and took the lead towards the depths of the forest. The other four looked at each other and hurriedly followed. At this moment, in their hearts, they had already developed a deep fear of Dust Wind. They knew that this seemingly harmless auxiliary profession was definitely not something they could mess with. The original plan, I'm afraid, will have to be reconsidered. This Dust Wind, his strength is surprisingly so strong. It seems that we have to change our plans. Li Guan lowered his voice and said to Lin Yuan. Lin nodded far away. A hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. True, but we still have a chance, as long as we. Lin Yuan's voice became lower and lower, and in the end it was almost inaudible. Both Li Guang and Li Wan'er's eyes flashed with a grim light. They knew that Lin Yuan was right. As long as they planned properly, Dust Breeze would surely die. Su Mucheng walked at the very back of the group, her heart filled with struggle and uneasiness. She didn't know what she should do. Will they stay involved in their plans, or betray them? Su Mucheng, what are you thinking about? Li Wan'er's voice suddenly rang in Su Mucheng's ears. Su Mucheng was startled and hurriedly returned to her senses. Nothing. Su Mucheng's voice was a bit flustered. Li Wan'er gave her a deep look and didn't say anything else. She knew that in Su Mucheng's heart, a wavering had occurred, but she believed that Su Mucheng would eventually make the right choice. Because they're in the same boat. The five continued on, each with their own secrets hidden in their hearts. Deep in the dark forest, the sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. An indescribably depressing feeling, like a spider's web, quietly entangled itself in everyone's heart. Sasha, a subtle sound, coming from the bushes ahead, broke the suffocating silence. The five instantly stopped in their tracks and looked warily in the direction from which the voice came. Li Guang gripped the battle axe in his hand tightly. Veins rippled on his thick arms, and beads of sweat slid down his rugged cheeks. What is it? He asked in a low voice, a tremor in his voice that was hard to hide. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, the thunder longsword in his hand flickering with dangerous arcs of electricity as he scrutinized his surroundings, trying to identify the threats hidden in the shadows. I don't know. Everyone be careful. Li Wan'er's face was a little pale as she tightly gripped the staff in her hand. An icy cold aura lingered around her as if she was ready to unleash a powerful frost magic at any time. Su Mucheng stood at the very back of the group, her body trembling slightly, the longbow in her hand gripped tightly, the arrowheads flashing with a cold light. She felt an inexplicable uneasiness, as if something terrible was about to happen. Dust Wind stood at the front of the group, his expression still calm, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. He turned his ear slightly sideways, as if listening for something. Suddenly, he spoke. It's a phantom leopard. There are quite a few of them. Everyone prepare to fight. His voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so black shadows violently sprang out of the bushes in front of them, like ghosts, pouncing towards the five people. Name, Phantom Leopard. Grade, Silver. Level, LV 18. HP, 8000/8000. MP, 3000/3000. Power, 250. Agility, 300. Spirit, 110. Physical fitness, 100. Skills, Shadow Strike. Tier, Shadow Claw. Talent, Sneaking. The speed of the Phantom Leopard was extremely fast, and it rushed in front of the five people almost in an instant. Dustwind looked at the leopard in front of him and frowned. Level 18? Didn't it say that this was a level 15 copy? Could it be that the level of the copy would change according to the user's level? Their sharp claws, slicing a cold light in the air, attacked towards the vital parts of the five people. Look out! Li Guang roared. The battle axe in his hand swung out violently, bringing up a gust of wind and slashing towards a phantom leopard. Lin Yuan also waved the thunder longsword in his hand, and a streak of lightning shot out from the sword, blasting towards the surrounding phantom leopards. Li Wan'er, on the other hand, chanted an incantation, and a wall of ice instantly appeared in front of her, blocking the phantom leopard's attack. Su Mucheng also drew the longbow in her hand, and an arrow shot towards the phantom leopard like a meteor. Dustbreeze stood still and did not immediately strike. He quietly observed the situation on the battlefield, as if waiting for something. Although the attacks of the phantom leopard were ferocious, it was difficult to gain an advantage under the combined efforts of the five. Li Guang's battle axe was powerful, and each strike knocked the phantom leopard back. Lin Yuan's thunder longsword was incredibly powerful, and each bolt of lightning could cause great damage to the phantom leopard. Li Wan'er's frost magic, on the other hand, effectively limited the speed of the phantom leopard. Su Mucheng's arrow was even more precise in hitting the vitals of the phantom leopard. The fight has reached a stalemate. Suddenly, a phantom leopard broke through Li Guang's defense and pounced towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing's face changed drastically as she hastily retreated, trying to dodge the attack of the phantom shadow leopard. But the speed of the phantom leopard was too fast for her to react. Seeing that the sharp claws of the phantom leopard were about to grab Su Muqing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It's the dust wind. He did not know when he arrived in front of Su Muqing, and the staff in his hand was lightly waved. A soft light instantly enveloped Su Muqing. Coyote light shield. A translucent shield appeared around Su Muqing's body, blocking the attack of the phantom leopard. Roar! The claws of the phantom panther slammed hard against the pale wolf-like shield, emitting a deafening roar. But the translucent shield didn't move at all. Tough beyond imagination. Su Muqing was in shock. Her pale face was filled with fear. She could even feel the fishy breath exhaled by the phantom shadow leopard spraying on her face. Li Guang and the others also noticed the movement on this side and drew closer to this side, wanting to support Su Muqing. However, the number of phantom leopards was simply too many, and they couldn't get out of the tangle for a while. Damn! These! Li Guang cursed angrily, and the battle axe in his hand swung even more furiously, splitting a phantom leopard that tried to sneak attack out. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, kept releasing his thunder sword chi, and a bolt of lightning exploded in the phantom leopard group, causing widespread damage. Li Wanner's frost magic also played a key role as she kept releasing skills such as ice pick and ice wall to slow down the phantom leopard and create opportunities for her teammates. This won't work. We must find a way to break out. Li Wanner's voice was a little anxious. Her magic power was consumed greatly and she could no longer support herself somewhat. Li Guang gritted his teeth and looked towards Dustwind, who was not far away, and roared, "What are you gawking at there? You obviously have such a strong attack. Do it!" Upon hearing this, Dustwind but laughed strangely. "We're here to rub it in. If I make a move and you guys have nothing to do, wouldn't that be boring? Now this situation. What do you care if it's boring or not? People are dying." Seeing this movement of Li Guang, Dusty Wind smiled helplessly, while the staff swung once again. The sacred surge. A holy light erupted from the staff, instantly enveloping everyone. Warm light sprinkled on the body, and at once everyone's life value was completely back to full in an instant, and the original sense of exhaustion was swept away. Not only that, but according to the Eternal Shelter special effect, they also gained the effect of continuously restoring their life value. Plus 5850, plus 5850, plus 5850. A series of green numbers floated up above the heads of the five. That was the healing effect of Sacred Surge. What kind of healing is this? Chapter 60, The Dagger in the Sky. What kind of healing is this? Li Guang's eyes widened with incredulity. He had never seen such a powerful healing skill before. It was practically unheard of. Lin Yuan and Li Wanner were similarly shocked, and their gazes towards Dustwind were filled with doubt and surprise. Su Muqing was even more excited that she couldn't speak. She felt as if she was in heaven. Her body was full of power. Roar! The phantom leopards felt threatened, and they let out angry roars as they attacked the five even more frantically. Although Dustwind's healing spell had the effect of an attack, this time Dustwind was shutting down after glow impact. What are you fuming about? Counterattack while you can. Li Guang and the others were like amnesties. Each one of them rushed towards the phantom leopard group wielding their weapons as if they were pumped with chicken blood. Kill! Li Guang roared. The battle axe in his hand carried a whistling wind sound and ruthlessly slashed at the head of a phantom leopard. 852. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the phantom leopard's head, and this unlucky phantom leopard didn't even have time to scream before being directly killed in seconds. Lin Yuan did not show any weakness either. The long sword in his hand flashed with lightning. Each swing of the sword was accompanied by a piercing thunderous sound. 789, 812, 795. A series of damage numbers continued to float up, and the phantom panthers were like paper mache in front of his thunder sword chi as they fell to the ground. Li Wanner, on the other hand, stood at the back of the group, constantly releasing frost magic. At the top of her staff, a crystal-clear ice crystal flashed with a cold light, and as she swung her staff, an ice cone, ice wall, and ice ring kept flying out, freezing, slowing down, and knocking back a single phantom leopard. Su Muqing also finally came back from the shock. She bent her bow and strung an arrow, a flickering arrow with elemental light, accurately shooting at the vitals of the phantom leopard. 654, 688, 672. Although her attack power wasn't as good as Li Guang and Lin Yuan, it was better because the frequency of her attacks was fast, and the elemental damage attached to the arrows could pose a considerable threat to the phantom leopard. The five of them cooperated well and attacked like a tidal wave, and the group of phantom leopards, who were still dominant, were actually hardened by them and knocked back a few steps. Good, that's it, take out all these. Li Guang roared excitedly, swinging the battle axe in his hand even harder. Dustbreeze stood on the sidelines, quietly watching all of this, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He didn't strike out to attack, only occasionally releasing the crow wolf-like shield to protect his teammates and prevent them from being killed by the phantom leopard in seconds. Dustbreeze knew very well that the reason why this group of people were working so hard was partly because of the healing effect of the sacred surge, which left them without any worries. On the other hand, it was because they saw the hope of victory and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, no one wanted to spend one more second in such a crisis-ridden forest. What's more, they have a more important mission to accomplish. Thinking of this, Dustwind's eyes turned cold. He'd like to see what kind of tricks the group could play. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. The group of phantom leopards, which had already been beaten back by the 5 people, suddenly seemed to have gone crazy and once again pounced on them in a frenzy. What's going on? How did these suddenly become so fierce? Li Guang's face changed as he somewhat struggled to fend off the attacks of the phantom leopard. Lin Yuan also frowned. He felt that the strength and speed of these phantom leopards seemed to have increased quite a bit from before. Everyone be careful. These phantom leopards may be fighting for their lives. Li Waner's voice trembled a little. Her magic power had already consumed most of it, and her face became a little pale. Su Mucheng was even more frightened. The bow and arrow in her hand was a bit unsteady. Damn! Are these crazy? Li Guang cursed angrily and slashed a phantom leopard that was pouncing on him out with an axe, but immediately afterward, more phantom leopards pounced on him. No way! We'll be exhausted at this rate. Lin Yuan shouted. Several wounds had appeared on his body, blood staining his shirt. Dustwind, are you still watching the show? Make a move. Li Guang anxiously looked at Dusty Wind and yelled. Dust Breeze, however, smiled faintly and shook his head. I told you, we're here to grind. It's not time for me to make a move yet. You! Li Guang was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He really wanted to chop this asshole with an axe. Roar! Just then, an even louder roar came from the rear of the phantom leopard group. Immediately afterward, an extraordinarily large phantom leopard slowly walked out. This phantom leopard was 3 meters long, with hair as black as ink, eyes flashing with scarlet light, and a suffocating sense of oppression emanating from its body. Name, Phantom Leopard King Lord. Grade, Silver. Level, LV 20. HP, 25,000/25,000. MP, 8,000/8,000. Power, 350. Agility, 420. Spirit, 180. Body mass, 280. Skills, Shadow Raid. Ripping Claw Strike. Shadow Roar. Talent, Shadow Body. Silver Class Lords. Li Guang and the others' faces changed drastically as they cried out in shock. How could they not expect that there was even a silver-ranked lord hidden in this group of phantom leopards? One had to know that the strength of a silver-ranked lord was far beyond that of an ordinary silver-ranked monster. In their current state, there was no way they could be a match for this phantom leopard king. What to do? Are we going to die? Su Mucheng's voice was tinged with tears. She was completely desperate. Don't be afraid. We still have a chance. Li Guang clenched his teeth and said with a strong composure. Dustwind, I know you're strong. Please step in and save us. Li Guang looked at Dustwind with pleading in his eyes. As long as you're willing to make a move, I promise I'll never go against you again. Lin Yuan also said in a hurry. Dustwind, what happened before was all our fault. We apologize to you. Li Waner also lowered her head, her tone filled with remorse. Dustwind looked at the group of people in front of him with a playful smile on his face. He slowly raised the staff in his hand and said faintly, well, since you've all said so, I'll reluctantly take a shot, but I'm not here to save you. With that, Dustwind walked quickly to the Lord's face. Looking at the dusty wind in front of us, Li Guang tightly gripped the huge axe in his hand. His eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into an imperceptible cold smile. He slightly sidestepped his head and exchanged a look with Lin Yuan beside him, the flavor of intrigue almost overflowing in that look. Are you ready? Li Guang asked in a low voice that only a few of them could hear. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The thunder sword in his hand was already flickering with lightning at some point, emitting a ZZ sound, as if it was a snake lurking in the shadows, ready to deal a fatal blow to its prey at any time. Li Waner's face was still pale, but her eyes became unusually determined, and the staff in her hand was gripped tightly, her knuckles white from the force. Everything, it seems, is going according to their plan. The Phantom Leopard King took slow steps. Each step was like stepping on the heartbeats of the crowd, heavy and depressing. Its huge body was like a moving fortress. Its black fur glittered with a ghostly cold luster under the moonlight, and its scarlet eyes stared at the approaching dust breeze with a deadly gaze, as if it was looking at a prey that was seeking its own death. The air was thick with the smell of blood, the traces left by the previous battle and a preview of the coming killings. Dustwind's expression remained calm, even with a faint hint of a smile, as if he didn't see the killing intent in the eyes of the Phantom Leopard King, nor did he notice the bizarre atmosphere of the few people behind him. He just slowly stepped forward, the eternal radiance staff in his hand, emitting a soft golden light that was out of place in this bloody battlefield. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the attributes of this lord monster in front of him. A silver-level lord was nothing more than a slightly larger experience pack for him right now. His gaze swept over every single statistic of the Phantom Leopard King, and he already had a rough plan in his mind. Roar! The Phantom Leopard King seemed to sense Dustwind's contempt and let out a deafening roar. A huge wave of sound that shook the leaves of the surrounding trees. It lunged at Dustbreeze, its huge claws carrying a whistling sound that tore through the air as it slapped at the top of Dustbreeze's head. Good timing! Dustwind let out a light laugh, and instead of retreating, his body flashed, and he even directly met the attack of the Phantom Leopard King. Just at the moment when the claws of the Phantom Leopard King were about to slap Dustwind, Dustwind's figure suddenly disappeared. Gale steps, Dustwind's figure instantly appeared on the side of the Phantom Leopard King, and the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, without hesitation, smashed towards the waist of the Phantom Leopard King. However, just as Dustwind's attack was about to arrive, ding! Your teammate, Li Guang, has withdrawn from the squad. Ding! Your teammate Li Wei has quit the squad. Ding! Your teammate Lin Yuan has quit the squad. A series of system beeps, like cold blades, instantly cut through Dustwind's heart that was originally as calm as water. He didn't even turn around, and the golden light brought by the Eternal Radiance staff reflected the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Ha! True enough, Dustbreeze sneered, a hint of mockery in his voice, as if he had already anticipated all of this. He didn't even look back at those former teammates behind him, because he knew that from the moment they chose to betray, they were no longer teammates, but enemies. At the same time, the attack that came from behind Dustwind had reached his immediate vicinity. Li Guang's huge axe, with the might of opening mountains and cracking rocks, ruthlessly slashed at Dustbreeze's back. Lin Yuan's thundersword, glittering with piercing thunder light, was like a viper spitting out a letter, stabbing straight at Dustwind's heart. Li Wei's staff, too, condensed a cold ice cone that shot towards the back of Dustbreeze's head. 3 different attacks, from 3 different directions, came at the same time, sealing off all of Dustbreeze's paths of retreat. At the same time, the Phantom Leopard King also launched an attack towards Dustwind along with him. As if it had made an appointment with Li Guang and the others, they attacked Dustwind together. In all directions, the killing machines were bitterly cold. Instead, Dustbreeze laughed, contemptuously and recklessly. He didn't even raise his eyelids, as if the attack coming from behind him was nothing more than a breeze on his face. Not worth mentioning. Swish! Li Guang's huge axe, wrapped in a gale, was about to split Dustbreeze in half. Lin Yuan's thundersword, with its zippy electric light, stabbed at Dustwind's heart like a viper. Li Wei's ice cone, emitting a piercing coldness, headed straight for the back of Dustbreeze's head. The huge claws of the Phantom Leopard King fell from the sky with a fishy wind. Any one of these 4 attacks was enough to instantly kill an ordinary player. What's more, it was a 4-fold attack coming at the same time. However, just in the nick of time, Dustwind moved. He didn't dodge or defend, just gently, a step forward, just one step. Li Guang's huge axe stopped half an inch from Dustwind's back, and could no longer advance the slightest bit. Lin Yuan's thundersword, stabbed in the air and the thunder light dissipated. Li Wei's ice pick shattered inch by inch at a distance of 1 finger from the back of Dustbreeze's head. The huge claw of the Phantom Leopard King slapped on the ground, smashing out a deep pit and sending dust flying. All the attacks, they fell short. Chapter 61 Killers Will Die. When the crowd saw that Dustwind had dodged their attacks so easily, disbelief was written all over their faces, as if they had seen something incredible. Their attacks, they all fell short? One must know that this was a quadruple attack, and it was a sneak attack that had been planned for a long time. So how could Dustbreeze dodge it? How is this possible? He's just taken a step forward. Did he anticipate our attack in advance? Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Wei had waves of shock in their hearts as they were completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them. Dustbreeze did nothing but accurately predicted the trajectory of their attacks with his memories of his previous life and his knowledge of these 3 people's attack methods. After all, in his previous life, he had died under such a sneak attack. Regarding the attack from behind, Dustbreeze had long been as wary as a scared bird, alert to the extreme. Unless it was an existence whose strength far exceeded his, there was absolutely no way that he could sneak in behind his back and win. What's more, these few in front of us are nothing more than clowns. Dustwind slowly turned around, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold arc. He didn't pay any attention to the Li Guang trio, but instead turned his gaze to the petite and tender figure not far away, Su Jiner. Instead of quitting the group like the others, she stood alone, looking a bit overwhelmed. Aren't you going to quit the team? Dustbreeze's voice was light, faint, but with a hint of playfulness, a hint of mockery. Su Jinner's delicate body trembled as she slowly raised her head, those clear eyes filled with fear and uneasiness. She bit her lip and didn't say anything, just shook her head gently. Dustbreeze looked at Su Jiner, and a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. Although Su Mucheng was involved in that betrayal, she didn't do it directly. Perhaps she was just a pawn wrapped up in the middle of it, unable to help herself. Dustwind narrowed his eyes slightly, his deep gaze as if he wanted to penetrate Su Mucheng's heart and see all her secrets. Su Mucheng was a little hairy from Dusty Wind's look, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet Dusty Wind's eyes. Why did you join them if you weren't willing to kill me? Dustwind spoke again, his voice still calm, but with a hint of a forced question. Su Mucheng's body trembled slightly as she bit her lips tightly, her nails sinking deep into her palms. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately no sound came out. Is it because Su Mingyu? Su Mucheng jerked her head up, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect that Dustwind would directly say his father's name. My father had to make me do it. I couldn't help it. Su Mucheng's voice was small, with a hint of crying, as if it was an injured beast. But I don't want to do this kind of thing. Before Jiner's sister left, she also told me that you're a very good person, and that if I need to I can look for you to bring me upgraded. I really don't want to hurt you. Hearing Su Mucheng's explanation with a sobbing voice, Dust Breeze froze slightly. So Mingyu is actually her father? So, this is still the first lady of the Su family in Yongcheng? Moreover, it was not difficult to hear from her words that her relationship with Su Jiner seemed to be extraordinary as well. It seems that whether it's because Su Mucheng didn't do anything, or because of her relationship with Su Jiner, one shouldn't liquidate her together. Just as Dustwind was pondering, Li Guang's few people were burning with rage. They hadn't expected at all that Dustbreeze would dare to ignore them so much. Dustwind, you seek death, Li Guang roared, and the huge axe in his hand swung once again, with a furious power that seemed to tear the air apart. Humph, you really don't know what you're doing. Lin Yuan also snorted coldly. The thunder sword in his hand flashed with electricity, and his powerful sword chi pointed directly at Dustwind's vitals. Dustwind, I'm sorry. A trace of guilt flashed in Li Wanner's eyes, but with the staff in her hand, she still condensed a cold ice cone and aimed it at Dustbreeze, seemingly forgetting about Dusty Wind's bizarre stance earlier, or their anger had overwhelmed their minds. The three of them once again attacked Dusty Wind. This time, their attacks were even more severe and vicious, and it was obvious that they had been moved to true anger. The Phantom Leopard King, however, narrowed his eyes and did not attack directly. It seemed to be watching, waiting for an optimal time to strike. As a silver-level boss, its intelligence was far beyond that of an ordinary monster. It could tell that this besieged human was much stronger than the other three. It would be better to kill the other three than deal with Dustbreeze. Looking at the three attacks that were coming at him again, the Eternal Radiant staff in Dustwind's hand waved lightly, and the golden light flowed as if it were alive. Swish, swish, swish. 3 attacks, wrapped in different powers, came from 3 directions, but were precisely blocked by the staff the moment they touched Dustbreeze's body. Blocked, blocked, blocked. 3 system beeps sounded crisply in Dustbreeze's ears, like the music of victory. Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner, the expressions on their faces instantly froze, and the anger in their eyes was replaced by shock. If Dustbreeze had evaded their attacks with his strange stance earlier, it could barely be explained by prejudgment. Now, then, this near-miraculous block by Dustwind was completely beyond their comprehension. That's 3 attacks in 3 different directions and with different attributes. He actually blocked them all? And, still, so lightly, as if he had just waved his hand to chase away a few annoying flies. Dustwind's gaze, however, never left Su Mucheng, the petite figure, still standing alone, like a deer lost in the forest, helpless and uncertain. Su Mucheng, Dustbreeze spoke slowly. You quit the copy now, and I'll pretend you weren't involved in what happened between them. His tone was calm, as if he were stating a fact, an end that had long been predetermined. If it remains here, Dusty Wind's voice gave a slight lurch, and a cold, chilling aura flashed in his eyes. Then don't blame me for treating you the same. These words, like a bitterly cold winter wind, instantly blew into Su Mucheng's heart, causing her to shiver. Su Mucheng took a deep breath, as if she had gathered enough courage, and as if she had removed some kind of heavy burden. She slowly raised her head, and those eyes, which were originally filled with fear and uneasiness, now flashed with a hint of determination. I'm sorry, Dustwind. Before the words fell, Su Mucheng's figure disappeared in place, transforming into a white light and directly exiting the copy. At the same time, the system beep sounded in Dustbreeze's ears. Ding! Your teammate Su Mucheng has quit the squad. Ding! Your teammate Su Mucheng has exited the copy. At the corner of Dustwind's mouth, a faint smile curled up. He turned around and faced the Li Guang trio, and in his eyes, a cold aura flickered. Rubbish! I told you we couldn't bring her along. Li Guang roared, his voice filled with chagrin and anger. He had not expected at all that Su Mucheng would choose to withdraw at this time. This not only disrupted their plans, but also put them in a passive position. Whatever, go all out. Li Guang's eyes were red, like a furious beast, and the huge axe in his hand, once again swung up and, kill him. If he doesn't die, it's us who will die. Looking at the several people who were attacking towards him, Dust Breeze, however, just smiled coldly. Sculpture. Before the words fell, there was a sudden distortion of the shadows beneath Dustwind's feet. Swish, swish, swish. 3 black shadows violently sprang out of the shadows, as fast as lightning, instantly appearing behind Li Guang, Lin Yuan and Li Wan Air. It was the shadow soldiers of Dustwind. What? Li Guang, Lin Yuan and Li Wan Air only felt a flash before their eyes, and a huge force came from behind them, suppressing them to death. They didn't even have time to react in any way, and were completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Li Guang only felt an irresistible force that clamped his huge axe firmly, making him unable to move. The thunder sword in Lin Yuan's hand was also gripped by a huge black claw, dead center, unable to advance any further. Li Wan Air's staff, moreover, was taken directly from her hands by a black shadow and thrown to the side. What the? Is this? Li Guang shouted in horror as he desperately struggled, but he realized that his body, as if it was being pressed down by a huge mountain, was unable to move at all. Shadow. This seems to be a shadow-type summon. Lin Yuan barely managed to squeeze a few words out of his teeth, his face pale and his eyes filled with disbelief. He could never have imagined that Dust Breeze would still possess such a bizarre ability. How can? Li Wan Air's voice trembled as she looked at the 3 black shadows that had them firmly under control, her heart filled with fear. 2 of them were huge black wolves, each taller than them, with sharp claws that flashed with an eerie cold light. The other, a humanoid black shadow, exuded a hauntingly dark aura, like a demon from the abyss. The aura of each of these 3 shadow soldiers was far above that silver-ranked Phantom Leopard King. This can't be possible. How could you possibly possess such a powerful summon? Li Guang growled frantically, unable to accept the facts in front of him. For a support profession to possess such a powerful combat power, this simply overturned his perception. Nothing is impossible. Dustwind's voice, like the whisper of death, rang in their ears. He slowly walked up to the trio and looked at them condescendingly, his eyes filled with indifference and mockery. Do you guys really think that I'm still the same trash that was slaughtered in my previous life? Dust Breeze's voice was light and faint, yet it carried a suffocating sense of oppression. Past life? What the hell are you talking about? Lin Yuan held back the fear in his heart and asked in a trembling voice. Oh, you don't need to know. Dust Breeze sneered as he slowly raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, a golden light that coalesced at the top of the staff. Now, you can all go to hell. Dustwind's voice was like a pronouncement from the 9 hells, causing the 3 to instantly fall into an ice cave. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Li Guang completely collapsed, and he frantically begged for mercy, tears and snot flowing down his face together. Dustwind, I was also forced. Please let me go. Lin Yuan also began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. He was still young. He still had a great future. Dustwind, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. Li Wan Air's voice, with a sobbing tone, she regretted. She shouldn't have participated in this betrayal. However, there was no expression on Dustwind's face. He looked coldly at these 3 former teammates, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Betrayers, all deserve to die. Chapter 62, Living and Dying Again. Betrayers, all deserve to die. Dusty Wind's voice was cold and unfeeling. No! Accompanied by 3 desperate screams, the golden light on the Eternal Radiance staff suddenly erupted. Sacred Surge. The dazzling golden light instantly engulfed Li Guang, Lin Yuan and Li Wan Air. 10 minutes may be a snap of the fingers for the average person, but for Li Guang, Lin Yuan and Li Wan Air, these 10 minutes were like suffering in hell for centuries. The effect of Heal the Brave keeps them on the brink of death. Healed again and again, then bloodied again and again. This feeling of dying and living is more cruel and desperate than any torture. Their spirits, long ago, were broken. Their will, long ago, was destroyed. All that remained in their eyes was an endless emptiness and numbness. Finally, after experiencing the torment of countless deaths, the system's beep sounded once again. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. This target's attribute point acquisition has reached its limit. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. This target's skill and talent has been completely copied. It cannot be copied any further. This meant that Dustbreeze had already extracted the last ounce of value from these 3 people. He had gotten everything he wanted. And these 3, too, could finally be completely relieved. Dustwind closed his eyes and felt the power surging within his body. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Although the talent of this group of guys are not very good, but the mosquito is also meat. At least there is a full 60 points of attributes. What the hell do you want? Li Guang lifted his head with difficulty. The muscles on his face twisted from the pain. He stared dead at Dustwind, his voice hoarse as he questioned. Anger and fear intertwined in his eyes. Dustbreeze indifferently gazed at the three people in front of him who had completely lost their ability to resist, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes filled with fear and despair. However, before he could finish his words, he was mercilessly interrupted by Dustwind. Dustbreeze didn't even look at him, just gave a gentle wave of his hand, as if he was driving away an annoying fly. In the next moment, the shadow soldiers that bound the three of them instantly moved, and they were like evil spirits from hell as they carried out Dustbreeze's orders without mercy. The sharp claws of the abyssal shadow wolf easily tore through Li Guang's proud berserker defense. The shadow sentinel's icy gaze, like the gaze of a god of death, caused Lin Yuan and Li Wanner's hearts to stop beating instantly. Put, put, put. Three dull voices sounded almost simultaneously. Blood, instantly staining the ground. Ding! You have killed player Li Guang. Ding! You have killed player Lin Yuan. Ding! You have killed player Li Wanner. The system's beep, which sounded in Dustwind's mind, was cold and merciless, like a witness to this killing. On Dustwind's face, there was no expression, as if he had just stepped on a few insignificant ants. He slowly turned around, no longer looking at the three corpses that were getting cold, and walked towards the depths of the dark forest. His steps were light and steady, as if each step was on the edge of life and death. Betrayers, all deserve to die. Dustbreeze's voice was light and faint, yet it carried a suffocating chill that echoed in this air filled with the smell of blood. Dustwind slowly turned around, his gaze landing on the phantom leopard king not far away. That leopard king, which was originally quite majestic, was now stiff and shivering as if it was being stared at by the god of death. It instinctively sensed the danger, and its huge body, actually unconsciously retreated backward, trying to escape from this place of death. Trying to run? The corner of Dustwind's mouth hooked into a cold arc. He didn't even move his feet, he just lightly waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Three pitch-black silhouettes instantly sprang out from his shadow, stopping the phantom leopard king's path in a swift manner. It was none other than Dustwind's shadow soldiers, two abyssal shadow wolves and shadow sentinels. Ouch! The phantom leopard king let out a low roar of despair as it tried to resist, but its struggle seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the three shadow soldiers that far exceeded its strength. The sharp shadow claws easily tore through its fur, and the abyssal grip was a direct stranglehold on its throat. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking clearly reached Dustwind's ears. The huge body of the phantom leopard king collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the phantom leopard king lord. Experience value plus 800. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained phantom battle blade *1, phantom leopard bone *1, phantom leopard skin *1. The system's beep sounded in Dustwind's mind, but on his face, there was no expression of joy. These things, to him, no longer held much appeal. He slowly walked over to the corpse of the phantom leopard king and looked down on the former forest overlord. Although the strength isn't great, it's at least a lord-level monster. Make do as a soldier. Dustwind muttered to himself. He had already decided to transform this phantom leopard king into his own shadow soldier as well. Stand up. Dustbreeze let out a low gulp, and the magic power within his body began to surge. Swish! On the corpse of the phantom leopard king, a black shadow began to twist and distort violently. A moment later, a panther with a pitch-black body and eyes flashing with a ghostly light slowly stood up from the corpse. It lowered its head in submission to Dustwind. Name, Shadow Leopard King. Grade, Silver. Level, LV 20. HP, 30, 000/30, 000. MP, 9000/9000. Power, 380. Agility, 450. Spirit, 200. Body mass, 300. Skills, Shadow Assault, Rending Shadow Claw Strike, Shadow Roar. Talents, Shadow Body, Shadow Claws, Shadow Hunt. Dustwind looked at the Shadow Leopard King in front of him and nodded slightly. Although the strength of this Shadow Leopard King was not as good as the Abyssal Shadow Wolf or the Shadow Imperial Beastmaster, it was not bad as cannon fodder. After all, a silver-level monster, at this stage, was considered a strong party. After taking care of the last enemy, Dustbreeze took big strides towards the depths of the copy. The depths of the dark forest were filled with an oppressive aura that was different from the outer perimeter. Ancient trees, interlaced with branches and leaves, shaded the already dim light of the sky even thinner. Under the feet is a thick rotting leaves. Every step will make a subtle rustle sound. In this silent environment, seems particularly clear. The two abyssal shadow wolves and shadow imperial beastmasters, like loyal guards, followed closely behind Dustwind. For this copy, Dustwind had no interest whatsoever. If it wasn't for the fact that city Lord Gu had also attached a staff to it, Dusty Wind didn't even bother to come. The only thing that the entire copy was good enough for Dusty Wind to look at was the gold-level boss in the depths of the copy, the Phantom Wolf King. The rest of the journey became exceptionally smooth, with three powerful shadow soldiers opening the way. Any monster that dared to block Dustwind would have only one end: death. Roar! A low growl came from up ahead. Dustwind stopped in his tracks, knowing that he was already close to the final boss of this copy, the Phantom Wolf King. Come on out, Dustbreeze said faintly. Swish! As his words fell, a black wolf of enormous size slowly stepped out from the shadows. It was several times larger than an ordinary phantom wolf, exuding a powerful aura all over its body, and its eyes flashed with a cold green light. Name: Phantom Wolf King. Grade: Gold. Level: LV 20. HP: 20,000/20,000. MP: 8,000/8,000. Power: 650. Agility: 750. Spirit: 400. Body mass: 800. Skills: Shadow Raid. Tier: Shadow Roar. Phantom Split. Talents: Shadow Body. Ghost Hunt. Wolf Lord Pressure. Dustwind looked at the Phantom Wolf King in front of him, and a glint flashed in his eyes. This one was the only guy he was interested in. The other little monsters, he wasn't even interested in extracting into shadow soldiers. Dustywind's eyes lit up slightly, and the corner of his mouth curved up in a playful arc as he spoke softly to himself. He was not in a hurry to make a move, but instead, he sized up the Phantom Wolf King in front of him with interest, as if he was admiring an interesting toy. The spectral Shadow Wolf King was gazed at by Dustwind's unbridled gaze like this, and a trace of uneasiness actually arose in his heart. It instinctively sensed the danger, but its pride as a gold-level boss wouldn't allow it to retreat. Ow dash! The Phantom Wolf King raised his voice to the sky and tried to overwhelm Dustwind with his aura. Wolf King's might, as the ghostly Wolf King's natural skill, had an extremely strong suppression effect on similar monsters, and could even lower the opponent's attributes. However, Dustbreeze acted as if he was not affected in any way, and still had a relaxed expression on his face. That's it? Dustwind laughed contemptuously. He didn't even make a move to dodge. He just stood still and waited for the Phantom Wolf King's attack. Roar! The Phantom Wolf King was completely enraged by Dustwind's contempt. It roared. Its huge body violently pounced at Dustwind, and its sharp claws, with a whistling sound that tore the air, fiercely grabbed at Dustwind's throat. Shadow Raid! The speed of the Phantom Wolf King was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Dustbreeze almost instantly. However, the moment its claws were about to touch Dustbreeze's figure, like a ghost, disappeared from the spot. Gale steps. Dustwind's figure appeared behind the Phantom Wolf King, and the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand gently swung. Swish! A golden light instantly enveloped the Phantom Wolf King. Sacred surges. Ow! The Phantom Wolf King let out a wail of pain. Its body, deadened by the golden light, unable to move. -7,650. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the Phantom Wolf King's head. The damage is not bad. Dustwind nodded, satisfied with the damage done by Sacred Surge. After all, it was just an incidental skill, and it was already pretty good to have this kind of damage. Dustbreeze hemmed and hawed and said directly, "Little ones, catch it." With Dustwind's command, the two abyssal dark shadow wolves were like two black lightning bolts, taking the lead in pouncing on the spectral Shadow Wolf King, one on the left and one on the right, in perfect coordination. The Shadow Sentinel then followed closely behind. Its huge body, each step seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, and the ground trembled slightly. Ow dash! The Phantom Wolf King felt an unprecedented threat as it raised its voice to the sky, black mist rolling around its body as its aura skyrocketed. Wolf King mighty! However, this was useless to the abyssal shadow wolves and shadow imperial beasts that had become Dustwind's shadow soldiers. The gift of absolute loyalty allows them to ignore any form of mental suppression. Put! The abyssal shadow wolf's sharp claws and two large mouths viciously bit the body of the Phantom Wolf King, deadlocking it in place. Chapter 63, Can Shadow Soldiers Wear Equipment? Ow! The Phantom Wolf King was in pain and struggled frantically, but the abyssal dark shadow wolf's bindings were like maggots on its bones, making it difficult for it to break free. The Shadow Sentinel then took the opportunity to close in, and with his huge palm, he ruthlessly slapped at the Phantom Wolf King's head. Grip of the Abyss. -1,200. A damage number that floated up from the top of the Phantom Wolf King's head. Although the damage wasn't high, the control effect attached to Abyssal Grip added to the Phantom Wolf King's already difficult situation. Dustbreeze quietly watched the scene without the slightest intention to intervene. He knew very well that with the strength of the Phantom Wolf King, he couldn't pose any threat to his shadow soldiers at all. This battle, from the very beginning, had no suspense whatsoever. Roar! The Phantom Wolf King roared with unwillingness as it tried to mobilize the magic power in its body and release its skills. Phantom Split. Swish, swish, swish. 3 doppelgangers, identical to the Phantom Wolf King, appeared beside it. These detachments, however, seemed so fragile in front of the abyssal shadow wolves and shadow imperial beastmasters. Put, put, put. Almost instantly, the 3 doppelgangers were torn into pieces. It doesn't work. Dustwind said indifferently. His voice, like the death sentence, made the heart of the Phantom Wolf King sink to the bottom. Ouch! The Phantom Wolf King let out a despairing wail as it had already given up its resistance. It knew that it was, today, in the thick of things. Dustwind looked at the Phantom Wolf King who had completely given up resistance, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. He walked slowly to the Phantom Wolf King's body, and the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, gently pressed against the Phantom Wolf King's forehead. Since you are so obedient, let me relieve you, Dustwind said softly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Immediately afterward, a soft white light lit up on the Eternal Radiance staff. Healing arts. White light instantly enveloped the Phantom Wolf King, and its life value began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. As time passed by, the life value of the Phantom Wolf King rose and fell under Dustwind's careful treatment, always maintaining a delicate balance. Finally, after countless times of dying and living, the breath of the Phantom Wolf King completely disappeared. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you've killed the Phantom Wolf King boss. Experience value plus 6,400. Ding! Congratulations on completing your copy quest. The Phantom Forest has been cleared. Reward Spectral Shadow Treasure Chest *1 experience value plus 2,000. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50. Gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 21. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50. Gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 22. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP, MP plus 50. Gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 23. A series of system beeps sounded in Dustwind's mind. He let out a long sigh of relief. Well, at least it's something. Not a waste of time. Saying that, Dustwind slowly walked over to the corpse of the Phantom Wolf King and once again activated Shadow Extraction. Dustbreeze nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the black shadow that was slowly coalescing and molding in front of him. Ding! Shadow Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Shadow Overlord, the Shadow Wolf King. A system beep sounded, and in front of Dustwind's eyes, the attribute panel of the Phantom Wolf King appeared. Name, Shadow Wolf King. Grade, Gold. Level, LV 20. HP, 23,000/23,000. MP, 10, 000/10, 000. Power, 700. Agility, 900. Spirit, 450. Body mass, 1000. Skills, Shadow Raid. Tier, Shadow Roar. Phantom Split. Talents, Shadow Body. Shadow Hunt. Wolf Lord Pressure. Well, the attributes are not bad. Dustwind sized up the Phantom Wolf King in front of him, calculating in his heart. This Phantom Wolf King, whether it was its attributes or skills, was much stronger than the previous Abyssal Shadow Wolf, especially its natural skill Wolf King Pressure. If used properly, it was definitely a great help. When Dustwind's mind moved, the Phantom Wolf King transformed into a black shadow and merged into his shadow. Done and dusted. Dustwind clapped his hands and turned around, ready to leave. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a treasure chest to open. Dustwind opened the Phantom Treasure Chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Skill Book Phantom's Stash. Equipment Phantom's Claw, Gold. Material Phantom's Core *3. Gold coins *500. Oh, there's even a skill book? A hint of surprise flashed in Dustwind's eyes. He hastily picked up the skill book and checked it out. Phantom Stash, active skill when used on a target. It causes the target to enter a state of invisibility and boosts their movement speed by 50% for 30 seconds. And when they show up to attack, they deal 150% extra damage. Consumption, 200 MP. CD, 5 minutes. Concealment, enter a state of invisibility. Hide all sense. Not lockable. Not detectable. Great stuff. Dustwind used the skill book without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations. You've learned the skill Phantom Stash. This skill, whether it is used to escape or sneak attack, is an excellent choice, and it can also be given to others to use. It is definitely worth every penny. Dustbreeze looked at the Phantom Claws, again. Phantom Claw, Grade, Gold. Level, LV 20. Strength, plus 150. Agility, plus 200. Skill, Spectral Shadow Strike. Active launch 3 quick attacks against the target. Each attack dealing 120% physical damage. Consumption, 150 MP. CD, 3 minutes. Equipment effects. Shadow Erosion. When attacking, there is a 30% chance that the target will enter the Shadow Erosion state, taking 5% of their maximum life value in shadow damage per second for 5 seconds. Phantom Speed. Attack speed increased by 20%. This equipment isn't weak. It's a pity that I can't use it. Dustwind smacked his lips. The claw belonged to a special class of equipment. Although it was also a melee, the melee proficiency that he had copied was unable to have an effect on this equipment. Thinking of this, Dustwind's gaze fell on the few magical beasts beside him, and a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. This, Phantom Claws, can't be used by myself, but it seems to be very suitable for the Shadow Wolf King that was just extracted. I wonder if these shadow soldiers can use the equipment. Dustbreeze's heart stirred and he immediately began to try. He handed the Phantom Claw to the Shadow Wolf King. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Wolf King actually took over the claws of the Phantom Shadow and directly equipped it on his front paw. Click! With a soft sound, the claws of Phantom Shadow fit perfectly with the Shadow Wolf King, as if it was originally part of its body. Phantom Claw, the pitch-black claw blades flickered with a ghostly cold aura, adding a bit more ferocity to the Shadow Wolf King's already hideous appearance. Oh, I can't believe it's really possible. Dusty Wind's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curved up in a touch of excitement. That's a real surprise. If shadow soldiers could use equipment, then wouldn't their own strength, again, be increased by a large margin? Dustwind immediately checked the attributes of the Shadow Wolf King after equipping the Phantom Claws. Sure enough, both attributes and skills had been attached to the Shadow Wolf King's body, and even his own attributes had been raised together through the bloodline connection. So, then the rest of their own shadows can attach equipment to them as well? Dustwind looked at the refreshed Shadow Wolf King in front of him, and an unspeakable excitement surged in his heart. This was more than just an extra piece of equipment. It meant a whole new set of possibilities. If shadow soldiers can be equipped with weapons, what about defenses? What about jewelry? Isn't it all possible too? Countless thoughts instantly flashed through Dustbreeze's mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't wait to take out all of his belongings and give his shadow soldiers a full-body armament. However, the most important thing at the moment was to verify his conjecture first. Dustbreeze turned his gaze to the other two abyssal shadow wolves and shadow sentinels. With a thought, he took out a piece of silver grade armor that had been exploded from the monsters he had fought earlier from his storage space. It was a heavy armor with a black body, a hideous shape, and at a glance, it was not bad in terms of defense. Dustwind tried handing the armor to one of the abyssal shadow wolves. As a result, just like the previous Phantom Claw, the abyssal shadow wolf received the armor without any hindrance and wore it directly on his body. Clicky-clacky, a metallic friction sound rang out, and the armor fit perfectly with the abyssal shadow wolf's body without the slightest discomfort. Sure enough, the corners of Dustwind's mouth widened into a big grin. He forced down the excitement in his heart and took out another silver grade necklace, handing it to the shadow sentinel. As a result, it remains unhindered by the success of the equipment. By now, Dustwind could be completely certain that his own shadow soldier was truly able to equip any type of equipment. This discovery made Dustwind ecstatic. It was as if he saw a well-trodden path to the pinnacle unfolding in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Dustbreeze couldn't hold back any longer and let out a loud laugh. His laughter, echoing through the empty forest, was full of smugness and glee. With the equipment, my shadow soldiers, their strength will change drastically. Dusty Wind's eyes glittered with excitement. He couldn't wait to see the sight of his own army of shadows, sweeping away all enemies. But now is not the time to be complacent. Dustwind took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The first order of business is to get my shadow soldiers. First, with a proper set of equipment. Dustbreeze began to take stock. He didn't have much gold right now, but it was still more than enough to purchase a few pieces of gold-level equipment. Moreover, he had some materials that he had accumulated earlier that could be used to build equipment as well. Well, first give the Shadow Wolf King a set of equipment that focuses on agility and attack, and then give the two abyssal shadow wolves defensive outfits. As for the Shadow Sentinel, Dustwind rubbed his chin. This guy is a spellcaster in his own right, so why not pair him with a kit that increases his spell strength and control? Dustwind quickly got an idea. He decided that he would first make a trip to the trading house to see if there was any suitable equipment. If not, you'll have to build it yourself. Come on, boys, let's go sweep. With a wave of Dustwind's hand, the shadow soldiers entered his shadow with it, and then strutted out of the spectral shadow forest. Dustwind's figure appeared like a ghost in the teleportation array of the replica hall. The light around them instantly became brighter, and a cacophony of people's voices rang in their ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly, adjusting to the sudden change. However, before he could fully acclimatize, an anxious figure swooped in, nearly knocking him over. Dustwind, you run! Su Muqing's voice, with a sobbing tone, as if she was going to break down in the next second. She tightly grasped Dustwind's arm, her knuckles whitening from the exertion, and her body trembled slightly, showing the extreme fear and uneasiness within her heart. Dustwind frowned. He can feel the anxiety in Su Muqing's words is not false. But, run? Why run? The Lin and Li families came looking for you, said they want you to pay for your life. Su Muqing added sharply, panting heavily, her chest heaving violently, fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead, her eyes filled with worry for Dustwind. Payback? Dustwind sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He's not scared. I'm alone. I'm not afraid of the barefooted ones, so I'm not afraid of them. Besides, it was obvious that they had moved first to put themselves to death, but now they were the ones who were evil and came to trouble themselves. Do you really think you're made of clay and can't be rubbed by others? Su Muchang, calm down. Dustwind patted Su Muchang's hand, signaling her to relax. Who are they to say that I killed their people? It's obvious that they died at the hands of the replica monsters because they were not as skilled as they should have been. So who's to blame? If they say I killed them, then I also said that the monster invasion was staged by the Lin family. People's mouths have two skins, so I'm not going to let them spread rumors. Although Dustwind said so on his lips, he was very clear that the person was killed by himself, but there was no evidence. Even Su Muching, who entered the copy together, was driven out by herself before she did it, and didn't see the scene where she did it at all. As long as he bit out that he hadn't done anything, there was nothing they could do even if they were more forceful, and if they dared to make a move, Dusty Wind was even more unafraid. This was the main city. As long as they dared to make a move within the city, then the ones who were at a disadvantage would be them. With City Lord Gu around, he didn't believe it. These guys would really dare to get themselves killed? Chapter 64, Pressure from All Sides. Dust Breeze sneered in his heart, secretly calculating his countermeasures. He had already prepared for the worst, and if the other party really dared to make a move, he didn't mind going on a killing spree. Anyway, I'm all alone, and I'm not afraid of the barefoot ones, so who's afraid of them? Outside the duplicate hall's teleportation array, a large crowd had already gathered at this moment. They were all players who had just come out from various copies, and were originally exchanging their harvests with each other in high spirits, but they were attracted by the scene in front of them. In the crowd, two groups of people stood clearly separated. One set was led by the Lin family, while the other was led by the Li family. Each of them had grim faces and fierce eyes, emitting a strong killing aura, as if they were a group of beasts that chose to devour people. The two groups of people surrounded the teleportation array, and the air was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder, as if the slightest spark could set it off. Where's Dustwind? Tell him to get his ass out here. Murder pays for life. Debt pays for debt. He must give us an explanation today. The majesty of the Lin and Li families cannot be provoked. The representatives of the Lin family and the Li family were constantly clamoring, their voices hoarse and frantic, as if they were a pack of rabid dogs that had lost their minds. Their words were filled with threats and intimidation, trying to use the pressure of public opinion to force Dustbreeze to show himself. The players on the sidelines, whispering and talking. What exactly did this Dustwind do? How could he have caused the Lin and Li families to make such a big deal out of it? I don't know, but by the looks of it, it must have stirred up a hornet's nest. This is going to be a good show. I don't know if this Dustwind can carry it off. I think it's hanging by a thread. The Lin family and the Li family aren't ones to be messed with. This Dustwind is afraid that he's going to have bad luck. Some people sympathized with Dustbreeze's encounter. Some gloated, and some were purely watching to see what was going on. But no matter what, it was clear to everyone that it would be difficult to make things right today. In the air, it was as if a substantial killing intent had condensed, so oppressive that people could not breathe. Every nerve was on edge, waiting for further developments. Dustwind, you despicable villain. How dare you kill someone from our Lin family? Today you must pay in blood. The representative of the Lin family, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and eyes like knives, scolded Dustwind in a stern voice, his voice echoing through the crowd like explosive thunder. He approached Dustbreeze step by step, and the aura on his body continued to climb, as if it was a huge mountain, pressing toward Dustbreeze. There's also our Li family. You killed our Li family's young master. You must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, our Li family will never let you go. The representative of the Li family, a burly man with a big body, followed suit and roared angrily. His voice, like the roar of a tiger, shook the heart. He waved the weapon in his hand, the cold light flashing and killing. Humph, an explanation? What explanation do you want? Dustbreeze sneered and met the gazes of the two without fear. He straightened up and stood as proud as a javelin. Your Lin and Li family members, who were not as skilled as the monsters and the copies, were killed by the monsters, and this can be blamed on me? Dustwind asked rhetorically, his tone filled with mockery. Do you guys think that this copy is run by your family? You can kill whoever you want? Dustwind's words were like knives stabbing into the hearts of the representatives of the Lin and Li families. The representatives of the Lin family and the Li family choked on Dustwind's words. They did not expect that Dustbreeze would be so sharp-tongued and turn the tables on them. Dustbreeze, don't try to weasel your way out of this. The representative of the Lin family roared angrily. Our men, with their own eyes, saw you make a move on them. How dare you deny it? see it with your own eyes? But that copy was a scroll given to me by the city lord, and of the people who joined together. Aside from Su Muching who escaped at the very beginning, I was the only one who escaped. Dustwind sneered. Who saw it? Let him come out and confront me. Dustwind looked around, his gaze like a torch, scanning everyone. I'd like to see who is so bold as to slander me. Dustwind's voice, loud and clear, echoed through the crowd. He emphasized the fairness of the rules of the game and implied that his opponent could not afford to lose. Voices began to waver in the crowd of onlookers. Yeah, isn't it normal for people to die in this copy? Can we still blame others? That's right. Who knows if they were not strong enough on their own and were killed by the monster. The Lin family and the Li family are too overbearing. Losing is losing, and they're still looking for trouble from others. Dust Breeze, don't you dare try to change the subject. The representative of the Li family roared angrily. Even without witnesses, you can't get away with it. You killed our men. That's a fact. Facts? Dustwind sneered. You guys say it's the truth. So it's the truth? Dust Breeze's eyes became sharp, stabbing at the other party like a blade. I could also say that you guys premeditated to set me up before entering the copy. Even, I suspect that this monster invasion is all related to you. Dustwind's words were stone cold and shocked everyone. The faces of the representatives of the Lin and Li families instantly turned pale. They didn't expect that Dust Breeze would be so cunning as to bite them back. You're full of. The representative of the Lin family roared in exasperation. How could we have anything to do with the monster invasion? You are slandering. Naked slander. Whether it's a slur or not, you know in your hearts. Dust Breeze said coldly. Dusty Wind, walk the walk and sit upright. I'm not afraid of you curmudgeons. Dusty Wind's words were so loud and clear that the players who had gathered around him increased their trust in him by a few more points. Unbridled. Suddenly, there was a roar, like thunder exploding. The representative of the Li clan couldn't hold back any longer, as he violently swung the huge axe in his hand, and with the sound of whistling wind, he slashed his head towards Dust Breeze. Little bastard, how dare you slander our Li family? I'll split you today. His eyes were round, his face was fierce, and his muscles were gnarled, as if he was a huge bear in a rage. Stop! The Lin family representative's face changed drastically and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He secretly grumbled in his heart. This Li family's recklessness was really a success. Dustwind, however, laughed coldly and stood still, not moving at all, as if he didn't even see the huge axe that smashed down on his face. Humph, out of your depth. Just at the moment when the giant axe was about to hit Dustwind, he suddenly raised his hand and his staff gently moved forward, directly blocking the giant axe. What? The representative of the Li family was shocked. He only felt a huge force coming from him, and the huge axe in his hand even nearly came off. What kind of strength does this guy have in the end? Stop it all. Right at this moment, a majestic voice, like a loud bell, echoed throughout the replica hall. A figure, like a ghost, appeared in the field. He wore a long green-colored robe and had a majestic, unruffled face. A powerful aura emanated from him, like a mountain, weighing people down. It's Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord is here. This is going to be a good show. The players on the sidelines, one by one, exclaimed out in surprise, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The person who came was none other than the City Lord of Young City, Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan first scanned the wretched scene and frowned. Afterwards, his gaze landed on the representatives of the Lin and Li families, his eyes filled with a sense of majesty and oppression. Do you know your sins? Gu Qingshan's voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the ears of the two. The representatives of the Lin family and the Li family immediately trembled in fear and fell to their knees with a thud. Lord City Lord, spare your life. We just had an impulse. The two men kowtowed like pounds of garlic, their voices trembling, no longer having the arrogance they had before. Gu Qingshan snorted coldly and didn't pay any attention to them, instead turning his head to look at Dustwind. How long has it been? And why are you boys causing trouble again? Dustwind man sniffed but shrugged. I can't just let them slander me, can I? Hearing Dustwind's words, Gu Qingshan sighed helplessly, his gaze once again looking at the Lin and Li families. You guys are claiming that Dustwind killed your people. Do you have any proof? The representative of the Lin family's face stiffened and stammered for words. Lord City Lord, even if there are no witnesses, but Dusty Wind he has the motive to kill. The representative of the Lin family's eyeballs rolled as he hurriedly added. He's had problems with our Lin and Li families before, and this time in the copy, he must be holding a personal vendetta. Motive? Dustbreeze interrupted the Lin family representative with a cold smile. According to you, if there's a motive, it's a murderer? His eyes swept over the two with contempt, his tone filled with mockery. His eyes swept over the two with contempt, his tone filled with mockery. Then can I say that Li Wei and Linihan had trouble with me and also had a motive to kill, and then your two families joined forces to deliberately frame me? You're bloodthirsty. The representative of the Lin family was so angry that his face turned green and he trembled. Enough! Gu Qingshan impatiently interrupted the two men's quarrel. Without evidence. Don't mess around here. He turned his head to Dustwind and said in a serious tone, Dustwind, although they have no evidence, this matter involves two lives after all. In order to convince the public, I need you to cooperate with the investigation. Dustwind nodded in understanding. Lord City Lord, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation, he said frankly. However, if it is finally ascertained that I was wrongly accused. Dustbreeze paused, his eyes steeply sharpening. I demand that the Lin family and the Li family publicly apologize to me and compensate me for my moral damages. The representatives of the Lin family and the Li family's faces changed drastically, not realizing that Dustbreeze would make such a request. Dustwind, don't go too far, the Li family representative roared. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us to apologize for compensation? What? Don't dare? Dustwind sneered. Or do you have a ghost in your hearts, afraid of being found out? You, the representative of the Li clan choked on Dustbreeze's words. Alright, I'll stop arguing. Gu Qingshan frowned and said, I will personally investigate this matter. If Dustbreeze is innocent, I will naturally return justice to him. He looked at the representatives of the Lin and Li families and said in an icy tone, if you guys are really framing him, when the time comes, don't blame me for not being polite. The representatives of the Lin and Li families were instantly silenced, not daring to say another word. Gu Qingshan turned his head to look at Dusty Wind, and his tone eased a bit. Dustwind, you come with me. After saying that, he turned around and headed inside the replica hall. Dustwind nodded and followed behind Gu Qingshan. The two of them disappeared from sight, one after the other. Hey, you guys, what's going on here? Who knows? But looking at Lord City Lord's appearance, it seems like he trusts Dustwind quite a bit. This Dustwind, what exactly is the origin of this? How could it make Lord City Lord think so highly of it? The players, who had gathered around, were talking and speculating about what was going on. On the other hand, Gu Qingshan brought Dustbreeze and arrived in a room in the replica hall. Dustwind, tell me honestly, did you kill the people? Gu Qingshan opened the door and asked, his eyes locked on Dustwind. Dustwind was silent for a moment and nodded. Yes, he didn't deny it or hide it. I knew it. Gu Qingshan sighed. You kid, you're so impulsive. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for himself, even though he had guessed the truth. However, don't worry, I'll help you smooth this out. Gu Qingshan patted Dustwind's shoulder and comforted. As long as you bite the bullet and don't admit it, there's nothing they can do to you. At the words Dusty Wind froze. You want to help me hide it? I also know a lot about the beginning and end of this matter. With your character you shouldn't be able to do anything to them easily. I think they must be the ones who put a hit on you, right? Chapter 65, Sharpening Your Guns Before the Exam. Brush your copy alone. Dustwind was silent at his words, but finally nodded slightly. Indeed nothing can be hidden from Lord City Lord. What's wrong with that? Since our blue star has become what it is today, this kind of thing has been a common occurrence. If we were to trace all of them back to their roots, each and every one of these all the lineages would have to lose their heads. Gu Qingshan let out a long, helpless sigh. So, it's just a matter of convention. So if I can help you out a little, I'll help you out, and it'll be worthy of Jane's girls please. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Dustwind said gratefully. What are you thanking for? You are the hope of our Yang Chang. Gu Qingshan smiled and said, by the way, in a while, it will be the national examination. You should prepare well for the test. The big national exam? A glint flashed in Dustwind's eyes. Aha! Gu Qingshan nodded. As I said last time, this big exam is an opportunity for you. As long as you can stand out in this grand examination, you will be given the opportunity to enter a higher institution for further study. It's even more likely that you'll be among the top brass. When the time comes, your future will be unlimited. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, I won't let you down, Dustwind said in a firm tone. By the way, old man, I'll say one more thing. This great examination is not only a test for you young people, but also for us, the City Lords. If you can do well in this great examination, we, the City Lords, will also be rewarded accordingly. Moreover, there are also many great powers watching back at this examination. If you can get into the eyes of a certain big brother, you won't have to worry about anything in your life. So go for it. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, I will do my best. Dustbreeze nodded, stating that he would do his best. Well, I believe you. Gu Qingshan smiled and said, alright, you go back first. Prepare well and don't be influenced by outside distractions. Yes, Lord City Master. Dustwind nodded and turned to leave the chamber. Returning to the replica hall, Dustbreeze realized that the people from the Lin family and the Li family had already disappeared. Onlookers players also has dispersed most of the Dustwind also lazy in this too much stay directly to the trading house. Dustbreeze walked into the trading house with an unhurried pace, his eyes sweeping over the various stalls. This hellhole, it's still just as messy as it was in my previous life, he muttered in his heart, but his face didn't move. Players came and went around, mostly in a hurry, minding their own business. Occasionally, a few gazes landed on Dustbreeze, but they were only brief glances before they moved away again. After all, a level 20 player, in a place like Yang City, was just too ordinary. Silver-grade cloth armor, with high defense, preferably with some spiritual attributes. Dustbreeze silently sifted through his targets in his mind. He didn't go straight to the stalls that seemed to be the hottest. Instead, he specifically picked some corners that were less crowded. Suddenly, Dustbreeze's eyes rested on a piece of armor. It was a somewhat old-looking silver armor, and there were even a few tiny cracks on the surface. Name, Broken Moonlight Armor. Grade, Silver. Level, LV20. Defense, plus 180. Spirit, plus 50. Durability, 800/1200. Special effect, Moonlight Guardian, passive when attacked. There is a 10% chance that Moonlight Guardian will be triggered, forming a shield that absorbs 100 points of damage. This armor, Dustbreeze's brows furrowed slightly. In terms of panel properties, this armor is only average, and the durability is low. In theory, this kind of equipment shouldn't even be in his eyes. However, Dustbreeze sensed a hint of an unusual aura on this armor. This crack is not right. He reached out and gently stroked the cracks in his gauntlet. A cool touch came from his fingertips, as if there was a faint energy that flowed through the cracks. Boss, how do I sell this armor? Dustwind turned his head to look at the stall owner, a short and fat middle-aged man. 500 gold coins. The stallholder lazily quoted a price. A few players around them couldn't help but shake their heads when they heard the price. 500 gold coins? This boss wants money like crazy, right? That's right, a broken silver armor. And you still dare to sell it for so much? I guess I saw that the armor was not a bad shape and wanted to make a pit stop. The murmurs reached Dusty Wind's ears, but he didn't care. 300 gold coins. I'll take it, Dustbreeze said faintly. 300? No, that's too little. The stallholder shook his head back and forth. 350. Can't go any lower. 300. One bite. Dustbreeze's tone was undeniable. The stallholder hesitated for a moment, but finally bit the bullet. Okay, 300 is 300. Sold. As he spoke, he handed the armor to Dustwind. Deal. Dustbreeze received the armor and sneered in his heart. These fools don't even know the true value of this armor. The reason why he took a glance at this armor was because he had seen similar equipment in his previous life. This kind of armor, the cracks on the surface, were not really broken, but a special kind of seal. As long as the correct method was found and the seal was lifted, the attributes of this armor would change drastically, and the way to lift the seal, Dustbreeze happened to know. When I get back and fix this gear, then, his heart was filled with anticipation. Instead of returning directly to his residence, Dustwind took a detour to the duplicate hall. The opportunity for a copy gifted by the Lord of the City can't be wasted. His footsteps quickened by a few moments as he made calculations in his mind. After all, strength is the root of everything. The only way to meet the next challenges is to keep getting stronger. After the transaction was completed, Dustbreeze didn't stay in the trading house for much longer and turned around to leave. However, he didn't notice that not far behind him, a gloomy gaze was staring intently at him. It was a slim young man with a wry smile on his face. Returning to the replica hall once again, Dustbreeze did not hesitate and walked straight to the previous portal. Does it consume a chance to challenge a gold-level copy of Spectral Shadow Forest? Yes. A familiar feeling of vertigo struck Dustwind as he once again entered the Spectral Shadow Forest. It was still an eerie environment, foggy and with minimal visibility. This time, however, Dustbreeze looked extraordinarily relaxed. With the experience of the last time, he knew this copy like the back of his hand. Ow dash! The howls of the phantom wolves rose and fell, more in number than before, and more ferocious in their attack. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Good timing. He let out a low gulp and the staff in his hand began to shine brightly. The original sinister and incomparable gold-level copy was as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables in front of him. In less than half an hour, Dustbreeze completed the last challenge of the Spectral Shadow Forest. The system beep came as promised. Ding! Congratulations! You've killed the Phantom Wolf King boss. Experience value plus 6,400. Ding! Congratulations on completing your copy quest. The Forest of Shadows has been cleared. Reward skill points *50. Experience value plus 2,000. The system beep echoed in Dustwind's ears, announcing that he had once again conquered this gold-level copy. He slowly opened his eyes, and his surroundings had returned to the appearance of a replica of the Great Hall. Phew! Dustbreeze took a long breath and felt the power surging within his body, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Worthy of being a gold level copy, the experience value is just plentiful, he whispered to himself, excitement shining in his eyes. With these experience values and skill points, his strength would be raised another notch. Instead of leaving in a hurry, Dustwind took out a token from his backpack. The token was dark gold in color, with intricate patterns carved on it, emitting a faint glow. This was a special token gifted to him by Gu Qingshan, which allowed him to ignore the group restrictions of the replica hall and directly challenge it solo. This kind of good stuff may be useless to others, but to me, it's a godsend. Dustwind hemmed and hawed, holding the token in his hand. He stepped towards another portal and chose the solo challenge without hesitation. Does it consume a single challenge opportunity? Yes. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Dustwind's figure disappeared into the portal. Inside the replica hall, the originally noisy crowd was suddenly quiet for a split second after Dustwind disappeared through the portal. Where's that kid? Why is he gone? Holy, he's in the copy? It's not wrong, is it? I think I saw that he was heading for the hell difficulty portal. After a short silence, a whisper erupted from the crowd, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha, this kid is afraid he hasn't lost his mind, right? Going to brush the hell level alone? I guess he was scared out of his wits by the Lin and Li families just now and wanted to find a place to hide? Hide? Does he think the copy is a shelter? Hell level difficulty. He'll be lucky to come out alive. I'm guessing he'll be crying and escaping in 20 minutes tops. 20 minutes? You're too high on him. I'll bet 15 minutes. The surrounding players, you a word and I a word, wantonly ridiculed Dustwind's self-consciousness. In their opinion, a level 20 support profession that dared to solo a hell level copy was simply asking for death. No one thought Dustbreeze would make it, or even that he would make it out alive. As time passed by, some of the players inside the replica hall had already left, while some continued to stay here, waiting to see Dustwind's joke. It's been 25 minutes, why hasn't that kid come out yet? Maybe it's already dead inside, and there's not even a chance to teleport out. Ha ha ha, it's possible. Hell-level monsters are no joke. Just as the crowd was talking, the portal suddenly flickered and a figure slowly walked out. Out. It's out. I told you he'd be. Right at this moment, a system tone resounded throughout the replica hall. Ding! Congratulations to player Dustwind for soloing through the hell-level copy of Snake Venom Pit, setting a new clearance record. The system beep, like thunder, echoed within the replica hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could they not have imagined that Dustbreeze not only came out alive, but also actually cleared the hell-level copy? And it's still a solo pass, setting a new record. It's nothing short of a miracle. This is impossible. He's just a support. Cheating. He must have cheated. Right. There must be an error in the system. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted into a chorus of skepticism. They couldn't accept that a support profession could do this. It completely turned their perceptions upside down. The system beep, however, doesn't lie. Dustwind, indeed, had accomplished the seemingly impossible task with his own strength. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Dustbreeze only smiled faintly, not explaining or arguing. He walked straight to another portal and once again chose the solo challenge. He's going to continue? Crazy. He must be crazy. He's definitely dead this time. The crowd looked at Dustwind's back and once again murmured. But this time, in their tone, there have been a few points of ridicule less, and a few points of shock and fear more. Dustwind ignored the comments around him. He knew that strength was the best proof. He's going to shut everyone up with win after win. Chapter 66. Come. He slowly walked out of the replica hall, the afterglow of the setting sun spilling over his body and stretching his shadow. It's time to go back, Dustbreeze whispered to himself and turned towards his residence. He didn't notice that the players around him were looking at him with a strange gaze. After all, for a level 20 support profession to single-handedly clear a hell-level copy, this was an extremely rare thing in Young City, and even the entire Blue Star. The Dustwind passed through a street, gradually moving away from the hustle and bustle of the replica hall. As night fell, the streetlights came on, dimly lit, illuminating the street in a somewhat hazy fashion. Dustwind walked around a corner and entered a remote alley. Here, it's a shortcut home, but at the same time, it's also an excellent place for an ambush. The alley was narrow, flanked on both sides by towering fences, and the light from the street lamps, blocked by the fences, seemed even dimmer. It was so quiet around them that only Dustwind's own footsteps could be heard. Sasha. The sound of footsteps was loud and clear in the stillness of the night. Dustwind frowned. He stopped and looked around warily. Come on out, Dustwind said coldly, his voice echoing in the empty alley. In response to him, there was only a dead silence. Dustbreeze's brows slightly furrowed. He could feel that the atmosphere around him, something was wrong, but what exactly was wrong? He couldn't say. Whoosh! Right at this moment, several black shadows suddenly sprang out from all directions, and directly attacked Dust Breeze. The speed was as fast as a ghost. In the dark shadow's hands, the sharp blades that glittered with cold light looked particularly hideous in the dim light. Sure enough, it's here, Dust Breeze said in his heart, but his face did not show the slightest bit of panic. He had expected that the Lin and Li families would not let up, and even the Su family might make a move against him. I just didn't expect that they would choose to do it here. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air rang in Dustwind's ears. The assassins were well trained and coordinated, blocking off all of Dustwind's retreats. They had obviously planned this for a long time and wanted to put Dust Breeze to death. Just you guys? Dustwind sneered, his body slightly sidestepping a dagger that was stabbing at his chest. At the same time, he staggered his footsteps like a ghost, weaving in and out of the swords and shadows. Every dodge was just right. Unharmed. How is this possible? The assassins were shocked in their hearts. They had originally thought that Dustwind was just a support profession that could not take a single hit. I didn't realize that he was so agile. This kid, he's a bit evil, the assassin leader whispered, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. Everyone be careful, don't be careless, he reminded his companion, and at the same time, with the dagger in his hand, he stabbed at Dust Breeze even more quickly. Ding 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 ding, the sound of weapons clashing echoed in the alley. Dust Breeze fought one against many, but was not at all defeated. With his far superior reaction speed and agility attributes, he deflected the attacks of the assassins. One by one, Dustwind's speed reached a terrifying level. In the eyes of the assassins, Dust Breeze's figure, which had turned into a stump, was difficult to catch. Damn it! The assassin leader cursed as he realized that he could not hit Dust Breeze with his attacks. At this rate, let alone killing Dust Breeze, they were afraid that they themselves would be exhausted. It can't go on like this, the assassin leader said in his heart. He had to think of a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over and he saw an opportunity. As Dustwind dodged an assassin's attack, his body leaned forward slightly, revealing a crack. It's now! A hint of viciousness flashed in the assassin leader's eyes as he took a fierce arrow step and rushed towards Dust Breeze. The dagger in his hand, with a sharp cold aura, stabbed Dustwind straight in the back of his heart. Go to hell! The assassin leader roared in his heart, as if he had already seen the scene where Dust Breeze would be killed by his blow. However, just as his dagger was about to stab Dustwind, Dust Breeze's body, however, suddenly twisted strangely, narrowly avoiding the strike. What? The assassin leader's pupils shrunk violently. He could never have imagined that Dustwind would be able to dodge his attack in such a situation. It's just not going to happen. The moment he froze, Dustwind moved. He made a sharp turn and blasted his fist into the assassin leader's face. This punch, extremely fast and powerful, carried a whistling wind sound. The assassin leader was simply too late to dodge, and could only watch as Dustwind's fist, in his line of sight, grew larger and larger. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dust Breeze's fist viciously slammed into the assassin leader's face. The high amount of attack power allowed Dust Breeze's punch to reach an astonishing level of power. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking clearly reached everyone's ears. The assassin leader's nose was directly broken by Dustwind's punch. His body, like a kite with broken strings, flew backwards. Put! The assassin leader fell heavily to the ground, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. He struggled to get up, but realized that his body was completely out of control. The assassin leader's eyes widened as he looked at Dustwind, disbelief in his eyes. He could never have imagined that he would be punched and seriously injured by a support profession. Chief! The assassins cried out in shock, their voices filled with disbelief and fear. They could never have imagined that their leader, an experienced assassin, would be knocked down by a punch from a support profession. This can't be, an assassin muttered, his eyes filled with confusion. He's just a support. The other assassin's voice, already beginning to tremble. Dustwind ignored their shock as he coldly scanned the remaining assassins, his eyes filled with killing intent. That look was like looking at a dead person. The assassins were shocked by Dustwind's aura, and they realized that the ambush had been a complete failure. Continuing to dwell on it will only be self-defeating. Withdraw! One of the assassins was the first to react, shouting and turning to run. The other assassins, too, returned to their senses and fled in all directions. They fled, faster than they had come, wishing they had 2 more legs. Trying to run? Dustwind sneered. He had expected that these assassins would escape. Extreme divine speed. Dustwind instantly turned on his active talent, and his speed, once again, skyrocketed. The figure that was already like a ghostly figure was even faster than the naked eye could capture at this moment. Whoosh! Dusty winds traveled through the alleys, reaping the lives of the assassins like a god of death. Ah! No! Help! Screams and pleas for mercy echoed through the alley, but soon enough, it fell into place. Each of Dust Breeze's strikes was precise and deadly. There was no assassin that could have gotten a single move under him. In just a few breaths of time, only one of the assassins, who were still raging, was left. That assassin was none other than the leader of the assassins who had previously clamored for Dustwind to be put to death. At this moment, he collapsed to the ground, trembling, with fear in his eyes. He looked at Dustwind as if he were looking at a devil. You can't kill me, the assassin leader's voice, tinged with sobs. I am a member of the Lin family. If you kill me, the Lin family won't let you go. He tried to use the Lin family's name to threaten Dustbreeze. The Lin family? At the corner of Dustwind's mouth, a disdainful sneer hooked up. Even if the Lin family head himself comes, I'll still kill him. Dustywind's voice was cold and unfeeling. He took one step towards the assassin leader, and with each step, it was as if he was stepping on his opponent's heart. No, don't! The assassin leader completely collapsed, and he backed up repeatedly, only to realize that he could no longer retreat. Please, let me go. He fell to his knees and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. I was wrong. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. I can give you money. Give you lots and lots of money. He tries to use money for his life. Money? Dustwind's eyes, even colder. Do you think I would be short of money? Dustwind slowly raised his hand and aimed it at the assassin leader's head. In your next life, remember not to mess with me. The voice of the Dusty Wind was like the pronouncement of death. No. The assassin leader let out one last wail of despair. Bang! Dustwind threw a punch, and the assassin leader's head, like a watermelon, burst open. Blood and brains splattered all over the place. Dustbreeze withdrew his fist, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and turned to leave. His figure disappeared into the darkness as if he had never appeared, only left behind a mess and a strong smell of blood. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Dustbreeze directly whispered, "Get rid of the body." As Dusty Wind's voice fell, 5 figures sprang out of his shadow and flew apart. Like hungry beasts, they pounced on the cold corpses, greedily devouring everything without leaving even a trace of blood. When they came back, Dustwind realized that after eating the corpses of these people, the attributes of these shadow soldiers of his had increased a little bit. I didn't realize that this could even raise their attributes. A glint flashed in Dustwind's eyes. Looks like we'll have to try and get Shadow to eat the monster corpses from now on. He was secretly calculating in his mind that this unexpected discovery might become a shortcut for him to rapidly increase his strength. After all, in this world where strength was paramount, any opportunity to become stronger could not be missed. After dealing with the scene, Dustbreeze turned around and left the gloomy alley. It was late at night, and the streetlights gave off a dim glow that stretched his figure. He weaved his way through the silent streets toward home. Tonight's encounter, while thrilling, was what he had expected. After all, it was only today that the replica hall hit them in the face, and they bit the bullet that they had killed their man. They won't let themselves go, even if there's no evidence. After all, for them behemoths, they only want results, regardless of the process. But it's not easy to kill yourself. Chapter 67, Broken Moonlight Armor. After making sure that there wasn't any following around or any traces left behind, Dustbreeze returned to his place. He had just stepped into the room when a sharp knock sounded abruptly. Dusty Wind's brows furrowed as he thought to himself, could it be another ungrateful fellow looking for trouble? The body also entered a state of alert. He just wanted to open his mouth to ask, but the door of the room was pushed open with a bang. Zhang Kai's familiar face appeared in Dustbreeze's line of sight. Seeing that it was Zhang Kai, Dusty Wind's taut nerves relaxed, and his entire body directly collapsed onto the bed. So it's you. I thought it was another one of the big families coming to trouble me. There was a hint of exhaustion in Dustwind's voice, as well as a hint of relaxation. What did you want to see me about at this late hour? Zhang Kai shook his head somewhat helplessly as he looked at Dusty Wind's look of complete relaxation. I say, madman, you're so big-hearted for not reacting at all after all the fuss in the daytime, aren't you? After being taken away by the city lord, could you at least squeal to me? Causing me to worry for so long for nothing. Dusty Wind sniffed and an awkward smile appeared on his face. Ah ha ha ha. Too much going on. It slipped my mind. So, what's up with you? He tried to change the subject. Seeing this, Zhang Kai sighed helplessly. This guy, still with this heartless look. I said, have you forgotten what you asked me to do? Zhang Kai reminded. Dustbreeze froze, apparently completely unresponsive. His recent experience was so exciting and thrilling that he had almost forgotten that he had asked Zhang Kai to help him dispose of the loot. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Kai directly pulled out a black card from his pocket and casually flung it, and the card landed precisely beside Dusty Wind. Nah, this is the money I made from helping you with those drops and equipment, about $8 or $9 million. Zhang Kai paused and added, I have to say, you combat professionists are really making money. It's obvious that you've only just switched professions for a day or two, and you've made so much money. There was a hint of envy in Zhang Kai's tone of voice. Only then did Dustwind react. He picked up the black card and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I see, I almost forgot. Thanks a lot. Saying that, Dusty Wind casually pulled out a money bag from his own backpack and threw it to Zhang Kai. The money bag was heavy and filled with shiny gold coins. This is the gold coins I exploded from fighting monsters today. It's not much, probably a small few tens of thousands. Consider it your payment. Dustwind's tone was casual, as if these tens of thousands of gold coins were nothing to him. Zhang Kai took the money bag, weighed it, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. You guys, did you blow up the monster nest? Brush out tens of thousands of monsters a day? He really couldn't imagine how on earth Dustbreeze had managed to do that. One must know that even for those top combat professionals, it wasn't an easy task to swipe so many gold coins in one day. Dustbreeze hemmed and hawed, and instead of directly answering Zhang Kai's question, he said, you just carry on. Between brothers, where's all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Dustwind's tone was sincere and honest. In his mind, it was only natural for friends to help each other. If everything was so clear, what kind of friend was it? He didn't trust many people, and Zhang Kai was one of them, so he naturally wanted to make his life a little better. Hearing Dusty Wind say that, Zhang Kai also stopped being pretentious as he sighed lightly and said, alright, I'll take it then. A few tens of thousands of gold coins. Old me would have to build at least a dozen pieces of equipment to earn that. Zhang Kai's tone carried a hint of helplessness in it. As a forger, he was considered to be a little successful, but compared to those combat professionals who could make huge fortunes at every turn, he was still far from it. Get some rest. I'm just here to deliver the money, so I'll go first, Zhang Kai said, and prepared to turn around and leave. Keiko, hold on, I have a favor to ask you. Dustbreeze called out to Zhang Kai, who was about to leave. Zhang Kai turned around with some suspicion and asked, what's wrong? What else is going on? How many levels are you in forge and equipment repair? Instead of answering directly, Dustbreeze asked in return. Zhang Kai froze for a moment, then replied, this is the skill I eat. Forging is at level 6, repairing is a little higher, to level 7. What? You want to build equipment or repair it? Zhang Kai added. As a forge master, he was naturally clear about the importance of these two skills. Hearing this, Dustwind raised an eyebrow, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You're trying really hard, he exclaimed. After all, Zhang Kai's transfer was only a year old, and practicing two skills to level 6 and 7 in a year's time was definitely hard work. Zhang Kai blankly glanced at Dustbreeze breathlessly. You have to eat to feed your family. Big brother, I'm just a living profession, so I can only work my ass off. Dustwind hemmed and hawed and took out a piece of equipment directly from his backpack. It was the broken moonlight armor he had bought earlier at the trading house. He tried to repair this armor after he got it, but his repair art level was too low. It had to be level 5 to repair it, and it had to be coupled with a level 5 forging art in order to complete the hidden repairs and activate its original attributes. Here, help me with this. Dustbreeze smiled and handed this moonlight armor to Zhang Kai. It was said to be armor, but it was actually the cloth armor used by mage-type professions. Light and soft, with faint moonlight-like traces remaining on it. Only that the traces had now become dull and even broken in some places. Zhang Kai received the armor, and his hands were cold. He carefully felt every inch of the gauntlet, his fingers rubbing back and forth over the broken areas, and his brow grew furrowed. Broken equipment? Zhang Kai muttered with some confusion. But soon, his eyes changed, becoming focused and sharp. No, there's something odd about this equipment, he said in a deep voice, a hint of surprise and excitement in his tone. Zhang Kai turned the moonlight armor over and over, tapping his fingers on it a few times every now and then as if he was feeling something. His expression also became more and more grave, as if this broken armor was hiding some shocking secret. Dustwind looked at Zhang Kai's serious face and was a little curious in his heart. He knew that this moonlight armor wasn't simple, but he didn't expect that it could make Zhang Kai show such an expression. Well, see anything in the way? Dustwind couldn't help but ask. Zhang Kai did not answer immediately, but continued to carefully observe the armor. His fingers, following those fine lines on the gauntlet, moved a little bit, as if he was tracing something. Suddenly, his fingers stopped at a broken spot. There was an almost invisible crack that could not be detected without a closer look. In Zhang Kai's eyes, a glint flashed. This armor is not simple, he said slowly, a hint of awe in his tone. It's not just a broken piece of equipment, it's hiding a deeper secret. Zhang Kai raised his head and looked at Dusty Wind with excitement in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, this armor, its original grade, is definitely more than simply silver grade, he affirmed. Dustwind's heart stirred as he heard the words. Sure enough, this armor, is something fishy. So can you fix it? Dustwind asked directly, a hint of anticipation in his tone. After all, if this armor was really as extraordinary as Zhang Kai said, then after repairing it, one's strength, again, could be increased by quite a bit. Zhang Kai sniffed and with a shake of his hand, a forging hammer appeared in his hand. He tapped on the moonlight armor with a soft clang, as if confirming something. He then nodded and said, I have enough skill levels for all of them. That is. Zhang Kai paused, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. It's just that. Need something that's a little outrageous. Dusty Wind's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pursued. What did you say you wanted? I'll go get it right away. To him, as long as he could improve his strength, paying some price was completely acceptable. What's more, he was now considered a small tycoon, so he should still be able to afford the usual materials. Zhang Kai looked at Dust Wind with a somewhat odd expression and said, It would have been better if you had taken it out earlier. To repair this thing, you need to use 3 pieces of silver equipment, and a gold level equipment, in order to completely repair it. What the hell? Hearing this, Dust Breeze froze. What kind of equipment repair requires devouring other equipment? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? He couldn't help but spit. This type of restoration is simply unheard of. You have to know that silver equipment, which is already considered very good equipment, not to mention gold level equipment, that is a treasure that cannot be found. Using so many good things to fix a broken piece of equipment felt a bit uneconomical anyhow. Zhang Kai laughed bitterly. I haven't seen this kind of demand either. Should I not count it? It's a bit of a big loss. In case the attributes are bad after repairing it, it'll be a big loss. Although he wanted to help Dusty Wind repair this equipment, he also knew that the risk involved was just too great. No, Dust Wind, however, shook his head decisively. It's just equipment. I have it. Saying that, Dust Wind directly opened his backpack. Today, I have brushed 2 waves of gold level copies, so there may not be any gold equipment, but there is still a lot of silver. And, even if there is no gold level equipment, one can still sublimate one out by healing points. This equipment, the previous life of their own but heard of it, attributes, although said to be too strong to go anywhere, but the accompanying effect is able to make all the combat class professionals tend to rush. Looking at Dustwind's determined expression, Zhang Kai also knew that he could not persuade him. He sighed and said, Alright, since you've decided, I'll try for you. I can't guarantee, however, that it will work. Zhang Kai added, after all, this particular type of repair was the first time he had tried it. It's okay, I trust you. Dusty Wind patted Zhang Kai's shoulder and said with a smile. He believed that with Zhang Kai's forging skills, coupled with the materials he provided, the chances of success should still be high. Zhang Kai nodded and said nothing more. He took a deep breath and placed the moonlight armor on the workbench in front of him. Seeing this, Dustbreeze also hastily took out 3 pieces of silver equipment from his backpack. Another additional piece of equipment that shimmered with a faint golden light was taken out. It was a gold equipment that he had temporarily sublimated with healing points. Seeing Dustbreeze's movements, Zhang Kai's eyelids couldn't help but jump fiercely twice. Holy, you guys are too rich. It's only been half a day since I've seen you, and you've gotten so much equipment. Zhang Kai's voice was filled with surprise and envy. He really couldn't imagine how Dustbreeze managed to get so many high-level equipment in such a short period of time. One must know that even those top bigwigs who wanted to gather so much silver equipment would find it hard to do so in a short period of time. Not to mention that there was also a gold-level equipment. It's a mobile treasure trove. Dustwind placed the equipment piece by piece on the workbench, arranging it neatly. He looked at Zhang Kai's shocked look and said with a smile, Over to you, Keiko. Don't stress. It doesn't matter if you fail. Dustwind's tone was relaxed, as if these precious equipment were nothing to him. Chapter 68, Reaction of the World Family. Repair completed. Meanwhile, inside the hall of the Lin family, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. The crystal chandelier emitted a cold light, reflecting the different looks of the several people present. Linihan sat on the main seat, and her exquisite makeup couldn't hide the gloominess between her brows. Her long fingers gently tapped on the desktop, making a clattering sound that stung in the silence of the space. Tell me, how's it going? Linihan's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion, as if she was inquiring about an insignificant matter. The Li family spokesperson, a short and fat middle-aged man, had a layer of fine beads of sweat oozing out from his forehead at this moment. He cautiously raised his head, glanced at Linihan, and quickly lowered his head again, his voice slightly trembling. Ms. Lin, the team that we sent earlier to assassinate Dustwind has already been out of contact. Most likely they're all dead. His voice grew fainter and fainter, the last few words almost inaudible. What? Linihan's voice rose steeply, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. What did you say? She slammed the table and her entire body stood up, glaring condescendingly at the Li family talker. Didn't I tell you to send more people? How come they're dead? That Dustbreeze is just a support. How can he be so powerful? Linihan's voice was sharp and piercing, full of questions and anger. She couldn't believe that her carefully planned assassination would fail so completely. The Li family's talker was scared by Lin Yihan's aura and shivered, and hurriedly explained, Lin, you don't know. Yangchang is originally a small place compared to Kyoto. There aren't many people who do this kind of thing. There are only so many people in total. He let out a bitter laugh, a helpless look on his face. I guess they have long been targeted by the city lord, and as soon as they did it, the city lord directly sent people to wipe them out. He guessed that it was most likely the Yang city lord who had struck. After all, in the boundaries of Yang City, if one wanted to take care of a group of people without a sound, I'm afraid that no one other than the city lord would have the ability to do so. Waste. Are you all trash? Lin Yihan was so angry that she was trembling. She pointed at the Li family's talker and the Su family's talker who had been silent next to her and angrily rebuked. This lady has paid you a lot of money. Raise an army for 1,000 days. And the result? Is this how you repay me? Lin Yihan's voice echoed in the empty hall, filled with disappointment and anger. She had originally thought that these local forces, although not as good as the big families in Kyoto, would at least be able to do something practical, but now it seems that they are simply a bunch of unworthy losers. In the face of Lin Yihan's anger, the Li family and Su family's wordsmiths got up, lowered their heads, and apologized repeatedly. Miss Lin, calm down. We'll do our best. Yes, Lin, you give us another chance. We promise to complete the mission. They were also screaming in their hearts. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary auxiliary professional would be so difficult to deal with? If they had known this, they would not have said anything to take this hot potato. Looking at these two obsequious guys in front of her, Lin Yihan only felt a pang of distraction. She took a deep breath, forced down the anger in her heart, and said coldly, all right, shut up, all of you, don't assassinate. Since it didn't work the first time, it certainly won't work the next few times. She rubbed her brow, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Wait until he's out of town. Since he can't move inside the city, let's wait for him to leave the city. And when he reaches the wilderness, he's still at his mercy. Speaking here, Lin Yihan suddenly paused for a moment as she raised her head and looked at the Li and Su family's wordsmiths and asked, what do you guys think about doing something about the national exam? Her voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable majesty. The national exam, a test that all transferees must take. This exam not only concerns everyone's future, but is also a stage for various forces to secretly compete with each other. If we can do something in the national examination, so that Dusty Wind cannot pass the examination, or even die directly in the examination hall, wouldn't that be cleaner than an assassination? The leaders of the Li family and the Su family glanced at each other, both seeing hesitation and worry in each other's eyes. It's no small thing to tinker with a big national test. Once discovered, the consequences are unimaginable. However, if they didn't agree to Lin Yihan's request, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in Yang City. Lin Yihan looked at the two men's hesitation and said with a cold smile, what? Don't dare? Or do you simply not have it in you? Her words were full of contempt and mockery. The Li family's speaker gritted his teeth and said stiffly, Lin, this is something we need to think long and hard about. The big national exam is not a big deal. Enough. Lin Yihan impatiently interrupted him. I don't want to hear your excuses. I just want results. Her gaze was like a knife, sweeping over the faces of the two men. If you guys can't even handle this little thing, then there's no point in existing. Lin Yihan's voice was cold and cruel, causing the Li and Su families' men of words to shudder. They knew that Lin Yihan was giving them an ultimatum. If they couldn't do something about the national exam and make Dusty Wind pay, then I'm afraid that what awaited them would be the wrath of the Lin family. Both of them couldn't help but shiver at the thought. They knew that there was no turning back. 10 minutes seemed to be stretched out indefinitely. Every second tugged at Dusty Wind and Zhang Kai's heartstrings. On the workbench, the originally tattered moonlight armor was now silently suspended, a faint halo of light surrounding it. One piece of equipment, under Zhang Kai's exquisite skills, turned into pure energy and slowly integrated into it. First, there were 3 pieces of silver equipment that silently disappeared into the halo like ice melting. Immediately after that, the equipment that shimmered with golden light also began to gradually decompose. Golden points of light, like fireflies, danced around the moonlight armor, seeping into it little by little. Each fusion made the moonlight armor glow 1 point brighter. The originally dull silver color gradually became brighter, even faintly transmitting a hint of golden luster. Dust Breeze stood aside, watching quietly, his expression seemingly calm, but inside, he had already set off waves of shock. The memories of his past life came like a tidal wave. He clearly remembered what a sensation this equipment had caused. At the time, countless combat class professionals frantically scrambled for it, even going so far as to fight over it. And now, this piece of equipment is about to be recreated in his own hands. It's a feeling that's just amazing. Time passes by. Finally, when the last piece of gold-grade equipment turned into a stream of light and flew into the armor, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A slight buzzing sound emanated from the gauntlet. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light instantly erupted. The entire room was enveloped by this sudden glow. Dust Breeze and Zhang Kai subconsciously closed their eyes. When the light dispersed and the two opened their eyes again, the sight in front of them left them completely stunned. The original tattered moonlight armor had disappeared. In its place was a brand new robe. The base color of the robe, a pure moon white, was outlined with intricate patterns. The silver-colored threads flowed like moonlight, while the golden lines looked like stars dotted in the night sky. The two colors, intertwined, looked both gorgeous and mysterious. Success? A trace of excitement also flashed in Dustwind's eyes. He took a deep breath, forced down the excitement in his heart, and slowly walked forward. It's done! Zhang Kai got up violently and grabbed Dusty Wind's shoulder as he shouted excitedly. As a forger, being able to personally repair such a perfect piece of equipment was definitely the most glorious moment in his career. Dustwind nodded and didn't say anything. He reached out and gently stroked the surface of the robe. Phew! Dust Breeze let out a long breath, calming the excitement in his heart. He opened his eyes and a scrying spell was released towards the robes. Name, Moon God's Guardian. Grade, Platinum. Level, LV20. Spirit, plus 280. Physical fitness, plus 150. MP limit, plus 5000. Durability, 3000. Skill, Moon God Blessing. Consume 300 MP to apply a layer of Moon God Blessing to yourself and all friendly units within 10 meters around you, causing the target to recover 2% of their maximum life value every second and increase their movement speed and attack speed by 20% for 10 seconds. CD, 30 minutes. Lunar God Shadow, summons the shadow of the lunar god, and the person covered by the shadow will be forced to take control and enter a state of confinement. Lasts for 5 seconds. Equipment effects. Moonlight Healing, the effectiveness of your healing skill is increased by 100%. Moonlight Shelter, provides the user with a layer of shield equal to 5% of magic power value. Being shattered deals 10% magic damage to the surrounding area. Lunar God's Gift, Blessed Equipment. Its level will increase along with the user's level. Platinum. Dustwind looked at the attribute panel in front of him and muttered. After seeing the attributes of this equipment, Dust Breeze's heart became even more excited. This was really the same equipment from his previous life, although the grade was relatively low today. But that didn't hinder the excitement that Dust Breeze was feeling inside at the moment, because he possesses a unique healing point. As long as there were enough healing points, not to mention the platinum grade, even if it was the legendary god grade, saint grade, or even that supreme heavenly Jedi grade, he would be able to pile it up hard. What's more, what attracted Dust Breeze the most to this equipment, the Lunar God's Guardian, was not its magnificent attributes, nor was it the powerful skills. Instead, it was that equipment special effect called Moon God's Gift, a piece of equipment that could follow the user's level up. This was simply a godly artifact that all professionals could only dream of. It is important to realize that in this era of universal transfer, the speed of equipment replacement is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. A piece of equipment, even if its skills and effects are no longer powerful and rare, once the level can't keep up with it, it can only end up as a collector's item in the warehouse or being eliminated. Only exclusive equipment can escape this fate. However, the difficulty of obtaining exclusive equipment, as well as the harsh conditions for leveling up, are enough to discourage the vast majority of people. And now, the appearance of Moon God's Guardian has broken this iron law. It didn't require any extra materials or any tedious rituals. It only needed to be worn quietly on the body and would evolve as the user's level increased. It was simply a supreme treasure made for itself. Chapter 69, The Lord's Invitation. Crazy, what are you gawking at? On the side, Zhang Kai's voice pulled Dust Breeze back from his thoughts. He couldn't help but open his mouth to ask as he looked at Dustwind's obsessed look. How are the attributes of this equipment? Zhang Kai rubbed his hands and asked with full Lena pride. All he knew was that this piece of equipment that he had repaired with his own hands was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Dusty Wind came back to his senses as he glanced at Zhang Kai and said with a smile, "The attributes are very good." When Zhang Kai heard this, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth as he patted Dusty Wind's shoulder and said proudly, "That's for sure. Don't even look at who made the move." As a forge master, being able to repair such a powerful piece of equipment with his own hands, this sense of accomplishment was not something that could be compared to just anything. Dust Breeze looked at Zhang Kai's smug look and couldn't help but smile without saying anything. He knew that although this Zhang Kai fellow was usually big-headed, he did have extraordinary talent and passion when it came to forging. As a forger, he knew the advantages and disadvantages of a piece of equipment better than anyone else, especially the skills on this Moon God's Guardian, which shocked him. "Thanks, Keiko," Dustwind said sincerely, with gratitude in his tone. He knew that Zhang Kai must have gone through a lot of effort to repair this equipment. "Hey, who are we?" Zhang Kai waved his hand, looking like he didn't care. But then again, madman, this robe of yours, it's really evil. It's the first time I've seen such an odd piece of equipment. He scratched his head and seemed a little puzzled that, especially those skills, it's so hard to see my eyes. If you hadn't let me fix it, I'd have to charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars just for this handwork. Hundreds of thousands? Dustwind's heart shook slightly when he heard this number. He knew that in this era of universal transmigration, the purchasing power of money had declined, but several $100,000 was still a huge sum for an ordinary family. What's more, Zhang Kai was only a living professional with a limited source of income, and this several $100,000, I'm afraid, was his savings for a very long time? For repairs, Dust Breeze was just about to open his mouth to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Zhang Kai. Crazy, why are you being polite to me? Zhang Kai glared at Dust Breeze in feigned anger. We grew up wearing the same pants. Your business is my business. Besides, to be able to restore such a treasure with my own hands is a rare experience for me. So don't be so formal with me. Zhang Kai's tone was resolute and unquestionable. Dust Breeze looked at his naive face and a warm current surged in his heart. He knew that Zhang Kai really treated himself as a brother, and only then would he help himself in such an unrewarding manner. Good, then I won't be polite to you. Dust Breeze took a deep breath and pushed down the gratitude in his heart. If you need any help in the future, just ask. That's more like it. Only then did Zhang Kai nod in satisfaction. Alright, it's getting late. I'll go back to rest first. You go to bed early too. With that, he turned and left the room. Dust Breeze watched Zhang Kai leave until his figure disappeared in the doorway, and only then did he slowly retract his gaze. In the room, Dust Breeze was the only one left. He walked over to the table and gently picked up the Lunar God's Guardian robe with an excited gleam in his eyes. This piece of equipment, finally repaired. Dustwind set the robe aside and took out the exclusive equipment scroll that had fallen from the alienated boss from his backpack. The scroll was dark gold in color, with intricate patterns drawn on it, exuding a mysterious aura. Dust Breeze gently stroked the surface of the scroll, his heart filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, a second transfer is still required to open it. Dustwind sighed lightly, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. A second transfer was still an unattainable goal for the current him. His current level was 25. And there was still a long way to go before the level 40 required for the second transfer. The attributes of the exclusive equipment will definitely be very amazing, but the materials required will definitely not be simple either. Dustwind muttered. It looks like it's time to plan for the next few hours. He slowly collected the scroll and put it back in his backpack. Dust Breeze once again turned his gaze to the Lunar God's Guardian on the table. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement and slowly reached out his hand, gently stroking the surface of the robe. The cool touch, coming from his fingertips, lifted his spirits. Ding! Will you use 100,000 healing points to sublimate this equipment? A system beep sounded in Dustwind's mind. 100,000 points. Dustwind looked at the system prompt in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch viciously twice. He knew that the higher the grade of the equipment, the more healing points were required for sublimation. However, he didn't expect that a platinum level to diamond level would require a whole 100,000 healing points. That number, for him now, was astronomical. It was important to realize that all of his current healing points combined were only a few thousand. This is too much, isn't it? Dust Breeze couldn't help but spit in a low voice. And further back, still, he simply didn't dare to imagine what a horrifying number of healing points would be required to sublimate the crimson grade, dazzling color grade, and even higher grade equipment after the diamond grade. However, Dust Breeze only complained slightly. He knew very well that the difficulty of obtaining healing points was directly proportional to the difficulty of the equipment's sublimation. It is an unchanging truth that the more powerful the equipment, the greater the cost required for sublimation. Dustwind's eyes moved away from the system alert and, after directly putting the Moon God Guardian into his backpack, he shuffled around and fell into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. The next day, Dust Breeze came to the duplicate hall early, as usual. Inside the replica hall, there was a lot of noise, and various colors of light intertwined and flickered, the fluctuations generated by the professionals as they entered and exited the replica. Dustwind stood in the corner of the great hall, his eyes sweeping over the figures entering and exiting, but his heart was calm. He was used to the hustle and bustle and being alone. Name, Corrupted Jungle, Inferno level, grade, Silver, level, LV25 LV30. Description, a forest infested by evil forces, in which all kinds of mutated monsters grow, full of danger. Just like yesterday, without the slightest hesitation, Dustwind directly chose the most suitable copy for the current level and stepped into the portal. With a flash of light, he appeared in the middle of a dark and damp forest. All around, tall trees covered the sky, and only a little sunlight spilled dappled spots of light through the gaps in the branches and leaves. There was a sickening scent of decay in the air. Not far away, there was a low hissing sound, that of monsters moving about. A quick battle, Dustwind whispered to himself, and with a flash of light in his hand, the lunar god's guardian was already equipped, and the staff was held in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly rushed towards the direction where the monster's voice came from. The system beeps kept ringing out, and Dust Breeze's level, too, was slowly rising in this constant battle. Time passed, and Dust Breeze was like a tireless machine, constantly brushing copies. Level 26, level 26 and a half, level 27. It was already mid-afternoon when the level was raised to 27. Dusty Wind estimated the time. One more last copy for today and he could almost go back to rest. After all, the big test is tomorrow, so it's better to make sure you're in good shape. Just as Dustwind was about to enter the copy again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Excuse me, is this Mr. Dustwind? The visitor was dressed in standard armor and wore the crest of the city lord's office on his chest, clearly a guard. Dustwind frowned slightly. He didn't recognize this person, let alone know what the people from the city lord's mansion were looking for him for. I am. Dustwind replied lightly, a hint of caution in his tone. He didn't recognize this person, let alone know what the people from the city lord's mansion were looking for him for. After all, although his own strength had risen greatly, he was not considered a big shot in a place like Young City. Mr. Dustwind, City Lord Gu Qingshan has an invitation, the guard said respectfully, a hint of awe in his tone. He was as upright as a javelin, but when he faced Dust Breeze, he bowed slightly as a sign of respect. Lord Gu? The doubts in Dust Breeze's heart increased. I only saw you twice yesterday. Why did you come to see yourself again today? Could it be that the Lin family, the Li family, and their outbursts had caused the city lord to feel the pressure? A thought flashed through Dustwind's mind. Or did the city lord find out that he killed so many people last night? But the ones he killed were all killers. Dustwind narrowed his eyes slightly as he surveyed the guards in front of him. He tried to see something in the other man's expression. What is it that City Lord Gu is looking for me for? Dusty Wind asked in a deep voice, a hint of testing in his tone. He wanted to find out what City Lord Gu's intentions were before deciding whether or not to go. The City Lord didn't go into detail. He just asked me to tell you that it's definitely a good thing, so don't think too much about it. The guards still replied respectfully, without any extra expression on their faces. He seems to be just a messenger and doesn't know the inside story. Definitely a good thing? Dust Breeze raised an eyebrow slightly. This Gu City Lord even predicted what he was thinking? Dust Breeze pondered in his mind. He could sense that Gu Qingshan seemed to be overly kind to himself. This goodness is even a little beyond normal. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Dust Breeze didn't believe that Gu Qingshan would be so kind to himself for no reason. He wasn't some innocent white boy who would be swept away by a few kind words. After a few moments of silence, Dust Breeze had a decision in his mind. No matter what Gu Qingshan's purpose was, he would know if he went to see for himself. After all, in the main city, this city lord wasn't so bad as to join forces with other clans to directly take action against himself. Okay, lead the way. Dustwind nodded and said in a calm tone. He would like to see what kind of drugs the city lord Gu was selling in his gourd. When the guards saw that Dust Breeze agreed, a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. He sidestepped slightly and made a pleased gesture. Mr. Dustwind, please follow me. After saying that, he turned around and led the way in front. Dust Breeze took a step to follow, but remained vigilant in his heart. In his previous life, he had never been to the city lord's mansion. After all, at that time, he was just an ordinary professional, far less powerful than today, much less experience in dealing with these upper-class people. I didn't expect that now, before the big test had even started. It would make these upper-class people think so highly of themselves. Dustwind lamented in his heart. Strength, indeed, is the hard truth. Without strength, not to mention the city lord's mansion, I'm afraid that even this guard will not look at himself. Dust Breeze followed the guards and walked through the bustling crowd towards the outside of the replica hall. Along the way, many professionals noticed them. Some people recognized Dust Breeze, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Isn't that the reply warlock from yesterday? Why is he with the people from the city lord's mansion? I don't know. Did he commit something? It can't be. Yesterday City Lord Gu personally stepped in to bail him out. That's hard to say. Who knows if he's offended some big shot. Various murmurs rang in Dust Breeze's ears, but he didn't change his face, as if he hadn't heard. The arguments of these people meant nothing to him. All he wanted to know now was what purpose Gu Qingshan had in finding himself. Soon, the two of them walked out of the replica hall. Dust Breeze followed the guards all the way through the busy streets and around a few quiet alleys, eventually arriving in front of an imposing building. Chapter 70, Content of the Great Examination? Gu Qingshan's request. The city lord's residence. Majestic and solemn. Vermilion red door is closed. Two stone lions stand on the left and right. Angry eyes. Not angry and authoritative, Dustbreeze followed the guards through the wide courtyard and stepped onto a path paved with green stones. Mr. Dustwind, please wait for a moment. I'll go and inform. The guards led Dustwind to a side hall and said respectfully, "Aha." Dustbreeze nodded and swept his gaze around the hall. Walking over to the table and sitting down, he quietly waited for the lord of the city to call. He closed his eyes and began to organize the recent events in his mind. Everything, one by one, flashed through his mind like movie images. Strength, still not enough. Dustwind sighed softly in his heart. Although his current strength had far surpassed that of the same time in his previous life, it was still not considered top-notch in a place like Yang City. What's more, it wasn't just these clans in Yang City that he had to face. There were also those dangers hidden in the shadows. The big test. Must get first place. Only by getting the first place in the grand exam can you get more resources and improve your strength faster. It is the only way to deal with the next crisis. Just then, a sound of footsteps came, interrupting Dustwind's thoughts. He raised his head, only to see Gu Qingshan striding in with a smile on his face. Little friend Dustbreeze, it's been a long time. Gu Qingshan arched his hand and said in a kind tone. City Lord Gu is polite. Dustwind rose to return the greeting and said in a calm tone. Gu Qingshan laughed cheerfully, then his words changed. Little friend Dustwind, I invited you here today because I have an important matter to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Dustwind raised his eyebrows slightly and asked without moving. It's about this big test. The big test? Dustbreeze's heart fluttered. What's wrong with the big test? Not a problem, but, Gu Qingshan paused and lowered his voice, saying, I've gotten word that the Lin family, the Li family, and the Wang family, all three of them, seem to be preparing to make a move against you at this grand exam. Lay hands on me? It's a national exam and they have the nerve to get their hands dirty? A cold glint flashed in Dustwind's eyes. What do they want to do? I don't know the exact details yet, but they'll certainly make trouble for you as far as the rules allow. Gu Qingshan said in a deep voice. After all, you do realize that what you've been doing the last few days has made them look up a bit, and they're certainly not going to let you off the hook that easily. If it's other people in the family it's okay, but you messed with that Lin family's young lady Lini Hanso. Humph, a bunch of jumpers. Dustwind snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. He had expected that these clans would not stop. Little friend Dustwind, don't be careless, Gu Qingshan reminded. Although these three families are all just subfamilies, they have been operating in Yang City for many years and have a deep heritage that should not be underestimated. Thanks for the reminder. City Lord, I'll be careful. Dustwind nodded and said in a calm tone. He already had a plan in mind. Well, it's good that you have a sense of proportion. He paused, and his gaze grew deep. Since you're here, I'll take the opportunity to tell you about the big test. Upon hearing this, Dustbreeze also froze. Is this something that can be said in advance? Ordinary people may not be able to know in advance, but usually those people from the big families can know in advance. But it's just a matter of spending some money. It's nothing. Gu Qingshan laughed. Do you want to hear more? Dustwind nodded again. Listen. Gu Qingshan continued with a slight smile. This grand exam is different from previous years. It's not a joint exam for Jiangnan province, but the entire Dragon Kingdom, with 9 provinces participating together. It's just that the content of the big test is pretty much the same as previous years, looking at points based on the number and strength of monsters killed and ranking them by virtue of how many points they have. Dustbreeze listened quietly, but his mind was racing. The entire Dragon Kingdom, 9 provinces, that's 36 main cities. This is much bigger than the previous life. It seems that the variables in this life are greater than one could have imagined, but the content of the great examination doesn't seem to have changed much. But, Gu Qingshan's voice sounded again, interrupting Dustwind's thoughts. This year's also has one more test. After the replica is over, a PvP competition will be launched for the top 10 in points, with extra rewards and arrangements for those who finish in the top 3. PvP competition? Dustbreeze raised his eyebrows slightly. That's kind of interesting. However, with his current strength, there should be no problem. Thank you, City Lord, for informing me. Dustwind nodded and said in a calm tone. He didn't show much surprise or excitement. After all, the information, to him, was a bit of a surprise, but it was manageable. Gu Qingshan looked at Dustwind's calm demeanor and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Little friend Dustwind, do you know what the reward for this great examination is? He suddenly turned his words around and asked mysteriously. Reward? Dustbreeze's heart fluttered. He hadn't participated in the great examination in his previous life, so he wasn't really sure about the rewards of the great examination. I would also like to ask the City Lord for clarification. Dustwind arched his hand and said in a respectful tone, the rewards for this big test are very generous. Gu Qingshan said slowly, a hint of essence flashing in his eyes. In addition to tons of resources and money, there is one very special item. A very special item? Dustwind became even more curious in his heart. What in the world could make Gu Qingshan, the city lord, pay so much attention? This item, named transfer voucher. Gu Qingshan's voice rang in Dustwind's ears. Transfer credentials? Dustwind's heart shook. Of course he knew what it was. This was a prop that could allow a professional, no matter how many times they transferred, and no matter how difficult the transfer quest was, to complete the transfer quest directly. In his previous life, his second turn quest was to heal 2,000 people, and he had done it for 2 months before completing it. In his previous life, this kind of thing was only possible for those top powers to have. I didn't expect that the great examination of this world would take out something like this as a reward. But, Gu Qingshan's voice, once again, rang out. It's not easy to get this transfer voucher. He looked at Dustwind and said slowly, this grand examination brings together the entire Dragon Kingdom, all the talented professionals. Among them, there is no lack of some, who are strong and have a deep background. Just like that big miss of the Su family, Su Jiner. It's very difficult for you to stand out and get first place. Dustwind nodded. He knew, of course, that it wasn't easy, but he won't back down. This transfer credential, he was bound to get it. Don't worry, City Lord, I will do my best, Dusty Wind said in a deep voice, his tone filled with determination. Gu Qingshan looked at Dustwind's determined eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I believe you. He paused and added, little friend Dustwind, besides the matter of the great examination, I have one more thing that I want to tell you. I hope that you can agree to it. It's considered my personal request. Dustwind raised his eyebrows slightly. What is it? To make the city lord say the word request. I'm afraid this matter won't be simple, right? It's about you personally. Gu Qingshan said slowly, his tone becoming somewhat serious. I hope that you, after the great examination, will not join any other power, but only the national power. Dustbreeze froze slightly, then a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. He knew that the old man wouldn't be so kind to himself for no reason. Turns out he was waiting here for himself. However, Dustbreeze was not surprised or offended. After all, whether it was nowadays, or in his previous life, he had extremely deep feelings for the Dragon Kingdom, for this country he was in. City Lord, what do you mean? Dustwind asked tentatively, wanting to hear exactly what Gu Qingshan had to say. Little friend Dustwind, you should know that today's Dragon Kingdom seems to be calm, but in reality, it is surging with dark currents. Gu Qingshan said slowly, a hint of gravity in his tone. All the major powers, they are secretly building up their strength and competing for resources, and a talented professional like you is even more of a target for them to clamor for. I hope that you can stand on the side of the country and contribute to the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Gu Qingshan's words were blunt and sincere. He didn't press Dusty Wind with any great righteousness, but rather, he put the stakes on the table. Dustwind was silent for a moment. He knew that Gu Qingshan was telling the truth. In his previous life, although he hadn't been exposed to these high-level matters, he had vaguely heard about some of them. City Lord, Dustbreeze was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Qingshan. Little friend Dustwind, don't rush to answer me first. Gu Qingshan waved his hand, signaling Dustwind to be at ease. I realize that you may have some concerns right now, or that you don't quite trust me yet. That's okay, I'm not forcing you to make a decision right now. I just hope that you will seriously consider my suggestion. After all, it would be good for you to join the national forces. Gu Qingshan paused and continued, by joining the national forces, you will receive more resources, better training, and a broader platform. Also, you have access to some secrets that ordinary professionals don't have access to. All of these will be of great help to you in your future. Gu Qingshan's words caused Dustwind's heart to move slightly. He had to admit that what Gu Qingshan had said was indeed tempting. City Lord, can I ask you a question? Dustwind raised his head and looked at Gu Qingshan, asking seriously. You asked. Gu Qingshan nodded, signaling Dustwind to continue. Why do you think so highly of me? Dustwind asked the doubt in his heart. Is it because of my talent? Or is it because of my strength? Or, perhaps, because of something else? Dustbreeze's gaze, tightly fixed on Gu Qingshan, trying to discern something from his eyes. Gu Qingshan smiled faintly and did not directly answer Dustwind's question. What do you think, little friend Dustwind? He asked rhetorically. Dustwind frowned. He didn't like this feeling of being led by the nose. I don't know. Dustwind shook his head. Honestly, I don't think, however, that you should be just because of my talent and strength. After all, there aren't many talented professionals like me, but there are definitely quite a few. You should have other purposes. Chapter 71, Resurrection Skill? You should have other purposes. Dustwind's words were direct and pointed. A trace of appreciation flashed in Gu Qingshan's eyes when he heard this. Little friend Dustwind, you are indeed very smart. He nodded, acknowledging Dustwind's guess. That's right, The reason why I think so highly of you is indeed not just because of your talent and strength. More importantly, it's because of the person you are. Gu Qingshan looked at Dusty Wind and said slowly, there is, in you, a very special aura. This aura reminds me of my younger self, the kind of spirit that defies the odds, dares to take on challenges, and never gives up. That kind of spirit is rare in today's youth. Gu Qingshan's words caused Dustwind to be slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Gu Qingshan would say that. City Lord, you flatter me, Dustwind said modestly. I just did what I had to do. No, you did. Much more than that. Gu Qingshan shook his head and said in a firm tone, you killed people from the Lin and Li families, yet you were still able to remain calm and unperturbed. You were able to remain calm and unassuming even in the face of my temptations. All of these are enough to prove that you are a person with guts, courage and commitment. And people like that are exactly what the country needs. Gu Qingshan's words slightly warmed Dustwind's heart. He felt Gu Qingshan's sincerity and his expectations of himself. City Lord, I understand. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and said slowly, I will seriously consider your suggestion. I need some time, though. Okay, I'll give you time. Gu Qingshan nodded in understanding. However, I hope you will make a decision soon. After all, everything will be different after the big test. Gu Qingshan's words made Dustwind's heart flutter. He knew that Gu Qingshan was telling the truth. After the big test, one will face more challenges and more choices, and the decisions you make will affect your future. Don't worry, City Lord, I will give you an answer as soon as possible, Dusty Wind said in a deep voice, his tone filled with determination. Gu Qingshan nodded in reassurance. Well, that's enough for today. Little friend Dustwind, rest well. I look forward to your good news. After saying that, Dustwind turned around and left the side hall, leaving Gu Qingshan standing alone. Gu Qingshan slowly pulled out a letter from his bosom. There was no signature on the envelope, only a few simple words, Yongcheng City Lord personally. The letter, which arrived 2 days ago. The content of the letter was very short, but it made Gu Qingshan's mood unable to calm down for a long time. He slowly unfolded the letter paper, his eyes once again falling on the familiar handwriting. Each word, as if carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, pressed on his heart. Toki's girl, I'm putting all my bets on this kid this time. I hope your vision won't be wrong. Gu Qingshan murmured, his voice low and hoarse, as if he was talking to himself, and as if he was speaking to someone far away. His eyes were complicated and, the Sure family, one of the top families in the Dragon Kingdom, was deep and powerful, and even Gu Qingshan didn't dare to offend it easily. The contemporary head of the Toki family was one of the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, with an esteemed position and great power. The letter was written in the handwriting of the eldest miss of the Sure family, Sure Xiaoxiao. In the letter, Sure Xiaoxiao recommended Dustbreeze to Gu Qingshan and hoped that Gu Qingshan could give Dustbreeze the greatest support and help. In her letter, Sure Xiaoxiao spoke highly of Dustbreeze, even describing it as hard to come across in 1,000 years. Gu Qingshan didn't believe it at first. How capable could a young man who had just switched jobs and was only 18 years old be? It was not until he witnessed Dustwind's strength with his own eyes and felt the unique aura of Dustwind's body firsthand. He was just beginning to believe that Toki wasn't exaggerating. Dustbreeze, indeed, was a young man with a difference. On him, there was an unspeakable charm, a charm that made people want to get close and trust. Perhaps he really can work miracles. Gu Qingshan carefully folded the letter paper and put it back into his arms. He lifted his head and looked out the window. The night was deep and starry. His eyes, gradually, became firm. Now that the choice has been made, there is no going back. He trusted his own vision, and even more so, he trusted Sure Xiaoxiao's judgment. Dustbreeze, it was worth betting everything he had. Phew. Gu Qingshan let out a long breath as if he wanted to release all the pressure in his heart. He turned and walked slowly out of the side room. On the other hand, Dustbreeze returned to his room. He did not rest at once, but sat down at the table and fell into deep thought. Gu Qingshan's words kept echoing in his mind. Joining a national power was not an unfamiliar choice for him. In his previous life, he had had such an opportunity. Only the status is extremely low. It's equivalent to being the captain of a main city medic. But in the end, he chose to decline. After all, this is not only a loss of freedom, but also extremely low status. Not to mention he just wanted to be free to live his life and do what he wanted to do. But now, everything is different. He returns reborn, with memories and regrets of his previous life, and with visions and hopes for the future. He's no longer the young man who just thinks about being left alone. He wanted to change things, wanted to do what he could for this country, for this world. Besides, with their potential and strength today, even if they joined, they wouldn't restrict their freedom. Joining a national power is, perhaps, really a good choice. Dustwind muttered, a glint in his eyes. Dustwind shook his head, leaving all the mess behind, and closed his eyes once again to fall into a deep slumber. Early in the morning, The sunlight poured onto Dustwind's face through the cracks in the curtains. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, which was then replaced by clarity. It's a new day, Dustwind muttered, sitting up from the bed. He stretched, feeling the relief in his body, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Yesterday's conversation with Guqingshan had given him a clearer plan for the future. Dustbreeze simply washed up and changed into a clean outfit. He pushed open the door to his room and walked out. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and felt the rare tranquility. Such tranquility, he knew, would soon be shattered. He needs to work harder. Dustbreeze took a step in the direction of the transfer plaza. There were already quite a few people gathered in the transfer plaza. They were all young men who had completed the transfer together 3 days ago, each with a look of excitement and anticipation on their faces. Dustwind's arrival caused a commotion. Look, it's Dustwind. He's the fierce man who killed the Lin and Li family members. I heard he's also a support profession. I really don't know how he does it. Whatever. He's great anyway. Murmurs rose and fell, but Dustbreeze acted as if he didn't hear them as he walked straight to an open space and waited quietly. He didn't like being mobbed or being the center of attention, but he also knew that it was unavoidable. After all, what he had done was just too shocking. Among the crowd in the transfer square, a clear and pleasant sound suddenly rang out, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Quite impressive. I was only gone for 3 days, but you made such a big commotion. TSK, 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 not worthy of my family's little wind. There was a hint of teasing in this voice, and a hint of unspeakable intimacy. Dustwind subconsciously looked at the sound, only to see a young girl in red vestments, standing outside the crowd with a smile on her face, a pair of bright eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky, flashing with a moving light. The young girl's skin was as fair as snow, her features were delicate and picturesque, and her long, black and shiny hair was casually draped over her shoulders, gently fluttering with the breeze, adding a bit more spirituality and drift. She stood there silently like that, as if a burning flame, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire square. A hint of joy flashed in Dustwind's eyes. He walked quickly to the young girl, a helpless smile on his face. Who's in your house? He said in a mock scolding manner, but with a hint of favor in his tone. I can't do anything about it these days. Who made them seek death 3 times? Dustbreeze shrugged his shoulders in an innocent manner. And I didn't kill anyone. Don't listen to them. Although Dustwind trusted the young girl in front of him, but, after all, this place was crowded with people, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for himself. What's more, I'm afraid that what he's done will cause an uproar once it gets out. He didn't want to be a target. Su Jiner looked at Dustwind's here but not here look and couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh. She stretched out her slender hand and gently nudged Dustbreeze's forehead. Okay, I know you're good, okay? Su Jiner said with a smile. However, you have to be careful. The Li family is alright. I'll go back and tell Jailing and it'll be fine. But that Lin family, it's not that easy to mess with. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Especially the Lin family. Behind them stands a great man. Big man? Dustbreeze froze slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. What big man? Su Jiner didn't even think about it and directly shook her head and didn't answer. That's too soon to tell. When you are later, you will naturally know. Dustbreeze looked at Su Jiner's serious appearance, so he stopped pursuing the matter. Okay, then I'll wait. Dustbreeze shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, by the way, where have you been for the past 3 days? He changed the subject and asked curiously. Me, went back to Kyoto. The clan came to me with something and I couldn't say no, she said gently, but it's done now. Dustwind looked at Su Jiner's clouded appearance and frowned slightly. He always had the feeling that it wasn't something trivial that. However, he also knew that since Su Jiner didn't want to say anything, she definitely had her reasons. He couldn't very well pursue it. Okay, Dustwind nodded in understanding. Right, Su Jiner suddenly remembered something. She pulled out a delicate book from her bosom and handed it to Dustwind. This is for you. What is it? Dustwind asked curiously as he took the books. A skill book. I just realized in the past 2 days that reply warlocks are so special that they can only learn skills from skill books. So I picked up a healing skill book for you at home for you. Su Jiner said with a smile. You open it. When Dustwind heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Carefully flipping open the skill book, golden light instantly gushed out from the pages in a dazzling manner. This is. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the skill book in his hand, and his breathing became rapid. On the cover of the skill book, 4 large, ancient characters, as if they possess life, slowly flowed with a golden glow. Life Salute, Diamond Grade. Life Salute LV1, Diamond consumes 500 MP to apply a Life Salute buff to the target for 10 minutes. If the target dies while the buff lasts, it will be revived immediately and will restore 50% of its life and magic value. CD, 24 hours. Tip: this skill is extremely special and can only be upgraded through the number of times it is used, and cannot be upgraded using skill points. Resurrection skill? Chapter 72, The Great Exam begins. Difficulty selection? Resurrection skill? Dust Breeze's heart, beating violently, as if it was about to pop out of his chest. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was a resurrection skill. In today's world, the resurrection skill is definitely the rarest and most heaven-defying of all skills. Having the resurrection skill is equivalent to having a second life. This was a dream treasure for any professional. What's more, Dust Breeze's profession was a reparative warlock, a profession that focused on healing and assisting. With the skill Life Salutation, he could not only defend himself, but also protect his teammates, allowing the entire team's survivability to get a qualitative leap. Jiner, this is too expensive. Dustwind raised his head and looked at Su Jiner, his voice trembling slightly. He knew that the value of this skill book was absolutely incalculable. For Su Jiner to be able to give such a precious skill book to herself, this friendship, it was just too heavy. What's so expensive? Su Jiner, however, waved her hand without any concern and said with a smile, "It's just a skill book. It's nothing to me." She paused, a hint of pride in her tone. "Besides, this skill book, but I shunned it from the family treasury. They don't even know about it." Dustbreeze was speechless. He could see that Su Jiner, this girl, is definitely a recidivist. However, he was more moved in his heart. "Jane, thank you." Dustwind took a deep breath and said seriously. He knew that the reason Su Jiner had done this was all for herself. It's a friendship he'll always remember. "What are you thanking me for? Between us, do we need to be so polite?" Su Jiner blankly glanced at Dusty Wind and said without a trace of anger. She walked over to Dustwind and gently patted his shoulder. "Alright, don't just stand there. Hurry up and learn the skills." "Aha." Dustwind nodded, no longer pretending. He took a deep breath and pressed the skill book to his brow, a golden light that instantly enveloped him. "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully learned the skill Life Salute." The system's beep sounded in Dustbreeze's mind. He slowly opened his eyes, excitement shining in his eyes. From now on, he was also the man with the resurrection skill. Su Jiner looked at Dusty Wind's expression and couldn't help but smile. This was the first time he had ever seen this kind of expression on Dusty Wind's face. You look like you're having fun." Su Jiner smiled with a hint of flirtation in her tone. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Dustwind's face as he scratched his head, trying to hide his inner excitement. "Ahem, it's okay, after all, it's a resurrection skill. Whoever gets it will be happy." He pretended to be calm, but his eyes drifted away unconsciously. "When the big test comes around later, I'll make sure to assist you properly and make sure you're the prettiest pup in the room." Dustwind patted his chest and assured him, his tone full of confidence. He couldn't wait to experience the powerful effects of Life Salutation. Su Jiner looked at Dustwind's look of conviction, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a complex look. "What's wrong?" Dustwind keenly perceived Su Jiner's difference. He frowned slightly, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Could something have gone wrong? Su Jiner lightly bit her lower lip, a trace of apology flashed in her eyes, and her voice became low. "The family side has a temporary arrangement. This big test, I may not be able to be on the same team as you." She raised her head and looked at Dustbreeze with a hint of helplessness and apology in her tone. "Sorry, arrangements on the family side?" Dusty Wind raised his eyebrows and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed by him. He nodded softly with a smile on his face as if nothing had happened. "Well, I understand. After all, it's the Su family, so it must have its own considerations." Dustwind's tone was flat, as if he was just stating a fact, making it impossible to see what was really going on in his heart. He knew that for a behemoth like the Su family, every decision could involve countless entanglements of interests, and it was never child's play. When Su Jiner saw that Dustbreeze was so understanding, her heart became even more upset. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to explain something, but didn't know where to begin. A tangle of guilt flashed across the delicate face. "Actually," Su Jiner's voice was very soft, as if she was talking to herself, but also as if she was confiding in Dustbreeze. "This big test is important for the family." She paused, as if weighing her words, and as if hesitating to tell the truth. "In the end, she chose to be honest. My career is special and the family wants me to achieve an absolutely dazzling result." Su Jiner raised her head and looked at Dustbreeze with a hint of apology in her eyes, as well as a hint of helplessness. She knew that her words might make Dustwind feel that she was showing off or implying that he was not strong enough. "It's not that you're not strong enough," Su Jiner hurriedly added, a hint of panic in her tone. She was afraid that Dustbreeze would misunderstand and hurriedly explained. "It's the old guys in the family. They haven't seen you fight." So, the more she spoke, the more anxious she became, and a blush rose on her fair cheeks. making her look a little overwhelmed. Dustbreeze couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Su Jiner's anxious explanation. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed Su Jiner's hair, his movements gentle and, "Alright, I know, I understand." Dustwind interrupted Su Jiner with a smile, his tone gentle with a hint of appeasement. "The special young city lord of this grand examination has told me all about the Su family's situation, and I can understand it." He paused, a flicker of playfulness in his eyes. "Since that's the case, why don't we have a competition to see who has more points?" The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. "In these 3 days, I've improved quite a bit, so don't let me throw you off too much." Seeing that Dustbreeze isn't angry, Su Jiner let out a long breath of relief, her delicate face as if she was relieved. She patted her towering breasts, her plump curves quivering slightly, bringing out a tantalizing arc. Dustbreeze's gaze, unconsciously drawn over, darted away again. He coughed lightly to hide his inner turmoil. She hummed softly. The mood that had been soothed by Dustbreeze's understanding was now ignited again by his weak look. "Oomph." Her delicate pretty face slightly flushed. Su Jiner glared at Dustbreeze without any good reason. "Since you want to compete, then this young lady will accompany you to the end. You've grown, and my lady hasn't fallen behind." Su Jiner's voice carried a hint of defiant stubbornness, as well as a hint of inexplicable anticipation. She wanted to see just how far Dustwind had grown in these 3 days of absence. How dare he boast about competing with himself for points? Right at this moment, an old voice slowly resounded in the square. The old but medium voice exploded over the square like thunder, echoing in every corner. "I am the young city lord, Gu Qingshan." Dustbreeze and Su Jiner stopped talking at the same time and looked at the sound. Only Gu Qingshan could be seen standing on top of the high platform, his posture erect and his gaze like a torch as he scanned the densely packed crowd below. "Today is the most important day of your lives." Gu Qingshan's voice paused, as if he was waiting for something. "The big test that will determine your future. It's up to you to become human, or to die out." His tone was impassioned, and every word seemed to strike the hearts of the crowd, stirring up ripples. Dustwind wasn't too interested in Gu Qingshan's impassioned speech. He had experienced the cruelty of the end times and knew the importance of strength. These empty slogans meant nothing to him. Su Jiner also seems to be not interested in these nonsense. She slightly sighed head, looking at the Dustwind, red lips lightly opened. "Seems to want to say something." "Kids," Gu Qingshan's voice sounded again, interrupting Su Jiner's words. "Show your courage, show your strength, and go for the glory that is yours." He waved his hand violently, pointing to the center of the square. "The portal, it's open. Go and create the miracle that belongs to you. All candidates, enter the portal in order." As Gu Qingshan's words fell, a huge light door slowly emerged in the center of the square. The door of light flowed with a mysterious aura, as if it was connected to another world. Dustbreeze looked at the light door, his eyes flickering slightly. He knew that behind this door of light was the examination hall of the Great Examination. "Go." Su Jiner's voice pulled Dustwind's thoughts back to reality. She took the first step towards the portal. Dustbreeze didn't say anything and just silently followed behind Su Jiner. Side by side, the two walked through the crowd toward the door of light. The light flashed, and Dustwind only felt a white flash before his eyes, as if his body was being pulled by an invisible force, instantly traveling through the endless void. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a whole new dimension. It was vast and boundless, as if it had no boundaries, in stark contrast to the crowded square before. All around, countless figures flashed, all candidates who had just entered through the portal. "Is this the exam room for the big test?" Dustbreeze whispered to himself as he swept his gaze around, trying to find Su Jiner's figure, but there were so many silhouettes that it was difficult to distinguish them for a while. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge curtain of light, slowly rising in the center of the space, attracted everyone's attention. Above the light screen, there were countless names densely arranged, each of them flickering with a faint light. Dustwind's gaze, which quickly swept across the light screen, soon found his name. Below the curtain of light, 4 huge portals stood silently, emitting different lights. Normal, moderate, difficult, hell. Dustbreeze looked at the 4 teleportation portals and his heart was clear. These 4 portals, which represent different levels of exam difficulty, can be freely chosen by candidates according to their strengths. I wonder which difficulty Jane would choose. Dustwind secretly guessed in his heart that Su Jiner was very strong, so he thought that he would choose the difficult or hellish difficulty. He looked around and realized that most of the candidates were gathered in front of the normal and medium difficulty teleportation portals. Only a few, standing in front of the portal on hard difficulty, jumped at the chance. As for the portal on hell difficulty, it was empty. After all, hell's difficulty, just hearing the name, was enough to put people off. Without the slightest hesitation, Dustbreeze walked straight towards the one that represented the highest difficulty among the 4 portals. This scene caused the surrounding candidates to instantly explode. casting incredulous gazes as if they had seen something incredible. Am I reading this right? There are actually candidates for hell difficulty? Is this guy crazy? Or is he absolutely confident in his strength? In all the years of the Great Examination, it's not that there were not many who chose the hell difficulty, but there were only a handful of those who managed to come out alive. There's a good show to watch. I wonder how long this kid can last. Whispers spread through the crowd like a tidal wave, and everyone's eyes were focused on Dust Breeze. Su Jiner's silhouette appeared beside Dust Breeze, a faint smile on her face, her red lips lightly opened. I knew you'd choose this. She didn't seem to be surprised at all by Dust Wind's choice. Dust Breeze was just about to open his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by an abrupt sound. 4 figures, like ghosts, appeared between Dustwind and Su Jiner, separating the two. The leader of the group, a tall man with a cold face and eyes as sharp as a blade, looked at Su Jiner with an icy tone without a trace of emotion. Eldest Miss, you have a noble status, and this kind of commoner is not qualified to stand with you. Chapter 73, Team Up? It doesn't exist. Eldest Miss, your status is honored, and this kind of commoner is not qualified to stand with you. The tone of the person in the lead was cold, without a trace of emotion, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade, as if he wanted to pierce Dustwind alive. The powerful aura emanating from him was even more suffocating. Dusty Wind's brows tightened as a strong displeasure welled up in his heart. These guys, they're a little too bossy, aren't they? Su Jiner's face, too, was instantly gloomy, a layer of frost shrouding her delicate pretty face. On her body, she vaguely exuded a powerful aura, going toe-to-toe with the man in charge. Get out of the way. Su Jiner spoke coldly, a hint of unquestionable majesty in her voice. She had already agreed to her family's request not to team up with Dusty Wind for the grand examination, but that didn't mean that she would let these guys be rude to Dust Breeze. Eldest Miss, this is an order from the head of the family. The man at the head, however, did not budge at all. He bowed his head slightly, with a hint of respect in his tone, but his attitude was exceptionally resolute. We have to make sure that you are able to do the best you can on the big test. Any factor that could affect you must be eliminated. He paused, and his gaze swept towards Dust Breeze once more, a hint of warning in his eyes. And please, Missy, don't make it difficult for us. Humph. Su Jiner snorted coldly. She naturally understood that these people were the elite sent out from the family, specifically to cooperate with her for the grand examination. Even though their battle strength was inferior to her own, they were the die-hard loyalists of the family head. Although she was the eldest young lady, it was impossible to disobey the orders of her father, who was the head of the family. If she strongly disobeyed them, they would definitely have to go back and complain. You guys. Su Jiner was just about to open his mouth to reprimand him, but Dustwind gently patted his shoulder. She was slightly stunned and turned her head to look at Dust Breeze with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Dustwind turned to Su Jiner and gently shook her head, signaling her not to be impulsive. On his face, he still wore that as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't even put these people in front of him in his eyes. Jiner, since it's the family's arrangement, then you should listen to them. Dust Breeze's tone was flat, as if he was just stating a fact. Anyway, we've agreed to compete to see who has more points. When the time comes, don't lose to me. Su Jiner's heart moved slightly as she looked at Dust Breeze's confident demeanor. She looked deeply at Dustwind and, good. Su Jiner gently nodded and turned to the side. Missy, please. Seeing this, the person in charge bowed slightly and made a pleased gesture. The other 3, too, immediately followed, protecting Su Jiner in the middle. The 4 of them flanked Su Jiner and slowly walked towards the hell difficulty portal. Dustwind looked at Su Jiner's departing back, his eyes flickering slightly. He knew that although Su Jiner had agreed to the family's request on the surface, there must still be some reluctance in her heart. But that's normal. After all, there just aren't many who know their true strength. Most of the people who even knew about it are dead. Hey man, are you really going to pick hell difficulty? Just then, a voice rang in Dust Breeze's ears. Dustwind turned his head to look, only to see a short and fat boy with a simple smile on his face, standing beside himself. Want to team up with me? There's a way to take care of each other. The boy scratched his head, a little embarrassed. My name is Wang Chang. My occupation is shield warrior. My defense is very strong. He patted his chest in an attempt to show his strength. Dust Breeze looked at the self-centered boy in front of him and frowned slightly. Things like the national examination are usually organized a few days in advance. Where is there a temporary run over to organize a team? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Dust Breeze's first reaction was that there was something wrong with this guy. However, reaching out was not a good idea, and the other party did not say anything, so Dust Breeze would naturally give a little face. No, I'm used to being alone. Thanks for the offer. A trace of disappointment flashed across Wang Chang's face, but he didn't give up and continued to persuade. Brother, don't look at me like this. My defense is really strong. The difficulty of hell is no joke. There are more people to take care of. As he spoke, he slapped his chest hard, making a muffled thumping sound, as if he wanted to prove his strength. Dustwind's brows frowned slightly, and his eyes became a little cold. He hated such stalkers. Just as he was about to reject it outright, or even consider whether or not to make a move, Wang Chang's eyes, however, suddenly became a bit flickering. He seemed to be a bit weak, not daring to look directly into Dustwind's eyes. This subtle change did not escape Dustbreeze's eyes. Dustwind sneered in his heart. There was indeed a problem. He didn't move. His tone remained flat. I said no. Wang Chang saw Dusty Wind's resolute attitude and seemed to know that it was useless to dwell on it any longer. He sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. Well, since you insist, forget it. Good luck. He dropped that and turned to leave. Dusty Wind looked at Wang Chang's departing back, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had a premonition that this guy would never just stop. Immediately after Wang Chang left, a few people surrounded him. Well, did he say yes? A tall, thin boy with a few shady features asked eagerly. The others also cast inquiring glances, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Wang Chang shook his head, a dejected expression on his face. No, the guy was greasy and ignored me. Upon hearing this reply, several people's faces became a bit ugly. Damn, this guy is too ungrateful. The tall, thin boy spat viciously, his tone filled with resentment. Kung, so what now? MS, Lin's plan. An average-looking boy asked with some concern. Wang Chang glanced at them with a grim smile on his face. Afraid of what? Plans change. It's all to be expected. He lowered his voice, a hint of amusement in his tone. I've already taken what MS Lin gave me and put it on that guy. When the big test starts, just start it straight away. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Hearing this, several other people were relieved, and smiles appeared on their faces. It's still Kung who's great. Now that kid is dead. Dared to offend Miss Lin. You really don't know how to die. Several people spoke out in agreement, their tones filled with gloating. Wang Chang smiled smugly, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He turned his head in the direction of the hell difficulty portal and sneered in his heart. Kid, you just wait to die. Dustbreeze naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by a group of people. He stood in front of the hell difficulty portal, quietly waiting for the big test to begin. The candidates around him were still talking about him, all sorts of gazes, constantly sweeping over him. There was curiosity, surprise, disdain, and bloating. Dustwind, however, always remained unchanged, as if he didn't even notice the gazes. Right at this moment, an old voice, like a great bell, echoed out in this vast and boundless space, shocking everyone's mind. The national exam is about to begin. The voice seemed to possess some sort of magic power, instantly silencing the boisterous crowd, all of them holding their breath and waiting for the next instructions. For this grand examination, the rules are as follows. The voice paused, as if to give the crowd time to digest, and then continued. The grand examination scene is an independent copy space, and you will be randomly assigned to different areas. Within the copy, there are no restrictions, and anything is possible if you are capable of doing it. Dusty Wind narrowed his eyes slightly and thought in his heart that there were no restrictions. This is interesting. There are two ways to get points. First, monster hunting. Second, kill all the monsters in the current area and go to the next area. Depending on the level of the replica, the points offered by each monster varies. Normal monster, 1 point. Medium monster, 3 points. Difficult monster, 5 points. Monster from hell, 10 points. If you encounter an elite monster or boss, the points will be stacked on top of the original. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. That's a simple and brutal rule, but he likes it. Also, a special reminder is needed. That old voice sounded again, with a hint of admonishment in its tone. Among the copies, life and death are not mattered. So, please be judicious in choosing the level of difficulty that is right for you. Do not be overly ambitious and seek your own death. These words were like casting a huge stone on a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Candidates looked different. Some were eager to try, some looked worried, and some looked grave. After all, this was no child's play, but a true test of life and death. Well, all that needs to be said has been said. The voice fell slowly, as if it had accomplished its mission. And now, the great examination officially begins. All candidates, prepare to enter the duplicate space. As soon as the words fell, those 4 gigantic teleportation portals bloomed with dazzling light at the same time. As the light went on, an information panel lit up in front of everyone's eyes, asking which copy they were going to choose. Just as Dustbreeze was about to choose, Su Jiner's voice suddenly rang out. Cheer up, Dustwind, oh, don't get left behind too much by me. Su Jiner's voice, like a clear spring, resounded in Dustbreeze's ears with a hint of playfulness and encouragement unique to young girls. Dustbreeze smiled faintly, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. He didn't say anything and just silently watched Su Jiner. The moment she stepped into the hellish portal, the platinum staff in Dustwind's hand flicked. A rich green light, like lightning, cut through the air and instantly disappeared into Su Jiner's body. Su Jiner's figure gave a slight lurch, as if she had sensed something. A trace of surprise flashed across her face, followed by a slight frown on her brow, as if she was a little puzzled and a little worried. She subconsciously turned back, wanting to say something, but the light of the portal had already completely enveloped her, and she only had time to see Dustwind's face with a faint smile and his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. In the next moment, Su Jiner's figure disappeared into the portal and was transported to the unknown copy space. Ding! Life Salute Alienation Effect triggered. Chapter 74, Inferno Difficulty? But that's all. Ding! Life Salute Alienation Effect triggered. A crisp system beep suddenly sounded in Dustwind's mind. It was a voice that made him blink slightly. Salute to life? Dustwind whispered to himself with some surprise. He had indeed used the life salutation skill on Su Jiner just now. This was the diamond level skill that Su Jiner had given him earlier. Originally, Dustbreeze had intended to use it for himself at a critical moment. After all, the effect of this skill was so powerful that it could revive you immediately after death and restore 50% of your life and magic value. However, just now, when he saw Su Jiner lead those few trash into the hell difficulty copy, Dustwind was still a bit relieved in his heart. He knew that Su Jiner was very strong, but a hell difficulty copy was, after all, full of unknowns and dangers, and hell knows if her teammates were reliable. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use this life-saving skill on Su Jiner, as he possessed more than enough life-saving abilities anyway. Dustbreeze had also heard from Linehan that all of the Reply Warlock's support skills would produce an alienation effect. I just didn't expect it to be triggered so easily. Salute to life, alienation effect duration increased to 12 hours. Consumption raised to 20,000 magic points. Dustbreeze's gaze fell on the system panel. The introduction about the life salutation alteration effect. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly twice. This alienation effect is really exaggerated. Dustbreeze secretly sighed in his heart. Originally, the duration of life salutation was only 10 minutes, but now it was directly raised to 12 hours. This is certainly an extremely buggy enhancement. However, at the same time, the consumption of the skill, from the original 500 points of magic power value, directly soared to 20,000 points. The exertion, it was simply horrifying. If Dustbreeze's magic value cap wasn't as high as over 100,000, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the qualifications to unleash the skill. Still, the effect does justify the exertion. Dustbreeze was soon relieved. With a duration of 12 hours, you can cover almost the entire course of the big test. This meant that throughout this period of time, Su Jiner possessed a chance to be revived. This is certainly a huge safeguard for her. Thinking of this, Dustwind's heart, too, settled down a little. He believed that with Su Jiner's strength, coupled with the protection of life salutation, he would definitely be able to achieve good results in the hell difficulty copy. Dustbreeze withdrew his thoughts and returned his attention to the situation at hand. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. Talent SSS Grade Cthulhu's Gift. Duplicated. Looking at the information that surfaced in front of him, Dustbreeze was stunned, and then his face was filled with ecstasy. Had this talent himself finally copied over? However, in the next moment, Dustbreeze's brows furrowed. But if he remembered correctly, previously, this talent of Su Jiner seemed to be SS grade, right? How did it become SSS grade? Isn't this talent level also capable of evolution? Dustwind hurriedly opened the talent panel and browsed through it. Heaven's Gift, all your skills have no cooldown when used. When there is not enough MP to release a skill, you can force a skill to be activated even if there is only 1 point of MP left. Can only be triggered 3 times per day. Looking at the information in front of him, Dustbreeze couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Was this the top talent of the future Flame Queen? No wonder that guy in the future can release so many destructive skills in one breath. So that's why. Dustwind forced down the ecstasy in his heart, shook his head, and once again kept his mind on the big test in front of him. At this moment, those 4 gigantic teleportation portals were still standing there silently, emitting different lights. The candidates around them, all of whom had already made their choices, entered the portal of their choice. The originally crowded space had now become much emptier. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and his eyes became determined. He took a step towards the hell level portal, which represented the highest level of difficulty, and slowly walked towards it. His steps, steady and strong, each step seemed to step on everyone's heart. At this moment, he was the center of attention. Everyone's eyes, focused on him, waited for the moment he entered the portal. Dustwind stood in front of the teleportation portal and felt the powerful energy fluctuations that came over him. On his face, there was no fear or hesitation. only a faint touch of anticipation and excitement. Hellish difficulty? I'd like to see just how hard it is, Dustbreeze said secretly in his heart. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and prepared to choose to enter the hell difficulty copy. Just then, a panel of information appeared in front of his eyes. Please select the difficulty of the copy you want to enter, normal, medium, hard, hell. Without any hesitation, Dustwind directly chose hell difficulty. In the next moment, the light of the portal suddenly lit up, completely engulfing his figure. Dustbreeze only felt a blur before his eyes, and it was as if his body was pulled by an invisible force, instantly traversing the endless void. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a whole new world. Instead of a whole new world, it's a vast, sprawling plain. The breeze carried the scent of grass, and the sun poured down, warm and soft, but Dusty Wind was not interested in enjoying the view. His gaze, tightly fixed ahead. As he entered, the plains, which were originally empty, began to shimmer with a burst of light. The light dispersed, and a wolf-type monster with a large body size appeared above the plains. Their fur was grayish-brown, their eyes were fierce, their fangs were exposed, and saliva dripped from their mouths, so it was clear that they weren't any good. It's still a real affinity for wolves. Dustbreeze shook his head helplessly and whispered to himself, from the pale wolves in the novice secret realm, to the Wolf King, and now these unknown wolf-like monsters. He always seemed to have trouble with creatures like wolves. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Jiangnan Province, in a certain room full of screens, all the city lords of Jiangnan Province were gathered here, and they were all observing the screen, the students who were valued by them. Gu Qingshan is also here. He was looking at the screen as Dustwind walked into the hell-level copy alone, and his brows furrowed. As the city lord of Yang City, he naturally hoped that Dustbreeze would be able to achieve good results in the hell-level replica, but at the same time, he was worried about Dustbreeze's well-being. After all, the difficulty of a hell-level copy was no joke. What's more, Dustbreeze was only a recovery warlock who had just been converted. City Lord Gu, this is that genius in your young city with a talent value of 200 points, isn't it? Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang in Gu Qingshan's ears. Gu Qingshan slightly sidestepped his head and looked in the direction the voice came from. The one who spoke was a short, fat, middle-aged man with a lewd face. He was the city lord of Linhai City, named Zhao Dizhu. This person had always been at odds with Gu Qingshan, and there was constant open and secret fighting between the two. This big test is also an important opportunity for them to compete. City Lord Zhao, what can I teach you? Gu Qingshan glanced lightly at Zhao Dizhu and asked in a calm tone. He wasn't angered by the other party's provocation. Instead, he appeared to be very subdued. I don't dare to instruct you. I'm just reminding City Lord Gu. Zhao Dezhu sneered and said in a conspiratorial manner. I've told you not to be overly ambitious. He's a reply warlock who dares to go to a hell-level copy and go alone. He really doesn't want to live. It's normal for young people to be a little arrogant. Gu Qingshan remained calm and said indifferently. However, I believe that Dustwind has his own considerations. He's not the type of person who would do something he's not sure of. Consideration? I think he's blinded by lard. Zhao Dezhu snorted and mocked without mercy. A support profession. Does he really think he's invincible? Does he really think he's a genius? Wait for his corpse. City Lord Zhao, be careful what you say. Gu Qingshan's eyes, finally, went cold. He could tolerate Zhao Dezhu's provocation, but he would never allow him to curse Dustbreeze like that. What? Am I wrong? Zhao Dezhu, however, didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself, but instead intensified his words. A support profession. Soloing a hell-level copy. What's the difference between that and looking for death? If he comes out alive, I, Zhao Dezhu, will eat this table on the spot. Zhao Dezhu pointed to the solid wood table in front of him and swore. His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of the other city lords around him. The crowd turned their gazes to Gu Qingshan and Zhao Dezhu, with a look of watching the show on their faces. City Lord Zhao, words can't be too full. Gu Qingshan coldly looked at Zhao Dezhu and said word for word, when the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you. Humph, just wait and see. Zhao Dezhu snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Gu Qingshan, and turned his head to look at the screen. He would like to see how this Dustwind, who didn't know the sky and the earth, died in a hellish copy. Gu Qingshan also withdrew his gaze and looked at the screen again. Although he had never seen Dustbreeze move his hands, based on everything he knew, Dustbreeze, the reply warlock, was definitely not simple and his strength was definitely not simple. At this moment in the copy, Dustwind looked at the wolf-like monster in front of him and casually released a scrying spell that, name, Prairie Wolf Elite, grade, Silver, level, LV 15, HP, 8000/8000, MP, 2000/2000, power, 180, agility, 220, spirit, 80, body mass, 120, skills, blistering bite, barking frenzy, predator shock, Talent, Wild Force, Prairie Wolves? 15 level elite. This hell level copy is still a bit short of meaning. Dust Breeze sighed helplessly, a hint of disappointment showing in his eyes. He had originally thought that the hell level copy would bring him some surprises, but now it seemed to be nothing more than that. Just as he was about to raise the platinum staff in his hand and release his skills to resolve these stragglers, Dustwind's movements suddenly stopped. He subconsciously raised his head and looked around, and although his field of vision was empty, he knew that somewhere, there were countless pairs of eyes watching. This is, after all, a big test. A big test for the entire Jiangnan province, and one's own skills are still a bit too outrageous for ordinary people and the perception of the higher-ups. Thinking of this, Dustwind gave up on the idea of using skills, and those alienated and outrageous skills were better left for later. The corners of his mouth rose slightly in a playful smile. Since you can't use skills, let's fight in the most primitive way. Dusty Wind directly copied his staff and slowly walked towards the prairie wolves, each step seeming so calm and unhurried. Those prairie wolves also seemed to have sensed Dust Breeze's presence. Their scarlet eyes flashed with bloodlust, and low hissing sounds echoed in the air. In the next moment, they rushed towards Dust Breeze from all directions, extremely fast, like an arrow off the string. Dustwind's eyes were still as calm as water, without any panic. Chapter 75, The Shock City Lords. Observe the room at this time. Gu Qingshan frowned tightly, staring at the screen with dead eyes. He could clearly see that Dust Breeze was surrounded by several prairie wolves in the center, yet he was as motionless as a statue, as if he was stunned. What's this kid doing? Gu Qingshan was anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Although he believed in Dust Breeze's strength, the scene in front of him still made him unable to stop sweating. After all, Dust Breeze was only a replied warlock, and blood was the biggest shortcoming. City Master Gu, you can't do it with this student. Zhao Deju's gloating voice, echoing in the observation room, was particularly harsh. A few wolves scared him like that. Looks like he's bound to die. TSK. Zhao Deju shook his head while letting out a strange laugh, as if he had already seen the image of Dust Breeze dying tragically on the spot. Gu Qingshan forced down his anger, his forehead veins bulging. He clenched his teeth, his fists tightly clenched, his knuckles whitened from excessive force, and the veins on the backs of his hands twisted like earthworms. He really wanted to smash Zhao Deju's disgusting face with his fist, but reason told him that now was not the time to be impulsive. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to explode, the picture on the screen abruptly changed. Dust Breeze moved. His movements were as fast as lightning, and the platinum staff in his hand seemed to transform into a silver stream of light, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air. Bang! 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 Dull crashing sounds rang out one after another, as dense as beating drums. Each sound, with precision, struck a prairie wolf on the head. These prairie wolves, without even being able to wail, fell to the ground and dissipated into a streak of white light. The whole process, just a few seconds. It's incredibly fast. It's so fast you can't see it. The wolves that had pounced ferociously a moment before had disappeared without a trace, leaving Dustwind alone, standing proudly. He was holding his staff, and his expression was bland, as if what had just happened was nothing more than an insignificant trifle. The smile on Zhao Deju's face instantly froze, and his mouth opened wide enough to stuff down an egg. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen in death, a look of disbelief in his eyes. How can it be? How is it possible for a support profession to solve so many elite monsters so quickly? And, still, knocked to death with a mace? Zhao Deju's voice was trembling a little. He felt that his worldview had received an unprecedented shock. Inside the observation room, there was silence. They had also looked at Dust Breeze together earlier because of the conflict between Zhao Deju and Gu Qingshan. Everyone was shocked by this amazing performance of Dustwind. They had the same thoughts as Zhao Deju, originally thinking that Dust Breeze would be caught in a bitter battle and might even be torn to pieces by the wolves. But I didn't expect that the fight would end in such a way. So dry and so unbelievable. Gu Qingshan took a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The corners of his mouth rose slightly in a pleased smile. I knew it. This kid is not simple. He was secretly pleased in his heart, and at the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Dustwind's strength. Dustwind's performance was far beyond his expectations. Gu Qingshan turned back to look at Zhao Deju behind him with a playful smile on his face. He walked to Zhao Deju, reached out and patted the wide solid wood table, making a thump sound. City Lord Zhao, do you still remember the bet from earlier? Gu Qingshan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The people who were still in shock had now returned to their senses and turned their gazes to Zhao Deju. They all wore expressions on their faces as they watched to see how the city Lord Zhao, who had sworn an oath just a moment ago, would end up now. Zhao Deju's face, a burst of green and white. How could he not have expected that Dust Breeze would actually walk out of the hell level copy alive? and that he would easily take care of those elite monsters in such an amazing way? This is a naked slap in the face. Zhao Dizhu opened his mouth to say something, but realized that he was surprisingly speechless. He can't really eat this table, can he? That's solid wood, but I'm talking about him walking out of the copy alive. Zhao Dizhu's voice rose steeply. This is only the first wave of monsters. It doesn't count. He pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling slightly from excitement. This is a hellish copy. If he really makes it out alive, I'll eat it all. Zhao Dizhu this time aggravated the pronunciation of the word eat all, as if he wanted to pour out all his resentment and anger on these two words. Gu Qingshan snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He didn't bother with a jumped-up clown like Zhao Dizhu any longer, and directly returned his gaze to the screen, locking it firmly on Dusty Wind's body. In the middle of the replica, Dust Wind was holding a platinum staff, and his body was like the wind as he maneuvered through the wolves. Each swing was accompanied by dull thuds and the wails of prairie wolves. In his hands, the staff seemed to have transformed into an indestructible divine weapon, each strike landing precisely on the prairie wolf's head without mercy. Although these prairie wolves were ferocious, they were as unbeatable as papier-mâché in front of Dustwind. Dust Breeze's movements seemed simple and rough, but they contained an ineffable rhythm and beauty. Each swing of his staff seemed like it had been practiced 1,000 times, precise and efficient. There was not a single superfluous movement, not a single moment of hesitation. Dustbreeze was tempted to use the skill to trigger his talent to copy the attribute points of these elite monsters, but he knew that now was not the time. During the big exam, countless pairs of eyes were watching this place, and it was better to hide those extraordinary abilities of his own for the time being. After all, it was not a wise thing to expose your bottom card too early. The corners of Dustwind's mouth hooked up slightly, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He wanted everyone to think that he was just an ordinary replied warlock, a support profession that could only rely on staff tapping to fight. In this way, you can give the enemy a surprise at the critical moment. Bang! 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 The crashes still continued, and the number of prairie wolves was decreasing rapidly. Dust Breeze's movements became faster and faster, more and more fluid, as if it was a tireless machine, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these monsters. His eyes were always as calm as water, without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if these ferocious prairie wolves in front of him were just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered, unable to pose any threat to him at all. Bang! With another muffled sound, a prairie wolf wailed and collapsed, dissipating into white light. The platinum staff in Dustwind's hand was like the scythe of the god of death, mercilessly harvesting lives. His movements became faster and faster, and it was almost impossible to see the trajectory of the swing. Only a silver residual shadow could be seen. Bang! 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 The crashing sound was continuous, like a dense drumbeat, beating on everyone's heart. The number of prairie wolves plummeted at a rate visible to the naked eye. On Dustwind's face, there was always a faint smile, as if he was enjoying this killing feast. He knew very well that the strength he was showing now was already enough to deter those with bad intentions. But, it's not enough. What he wanted was absolute crushing, a strength that would make everyone tremble. Only then can you control your own destiny in this cruel world. Dustwind's eyes gradually became cold, like ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. He wanted to make these people realize that there was a price to pay for provoking himself. Ouch! As the last wolf howl dissipated into the wind, the originally densely packed wolves had now disappeared without a trace. Only Dustwind was left, holding his staff, standing proudly above this empty grassland. The breeze blew by, raising the corners of his coat and hunting. At this moment, he seemed like a god of war, looking out of the corner of his eye. No one dared to compete with him. In the observation room, there was dead silence. Everyone was completely shocked by this amazing performance of Dustwind. Their mouths were open and their eyes were wide, as if they had seen something incredible. Is this still a support profession? This is simply more ferocious than a warrior. It's horrible. Is this really the kind of power an auxiliary can have? Various exclamations, one after another, echoed in the observation room. Zhao Dizhu's face had long since turned iron blue. Gu Qingshan let out a long breath, his hanging heart finally letting go. He looked at Dustwind on the screen with appreciation and relief in his eyes. Good boy, I wasn't disappointed. Gu Qingshan was secretly pleased in his heart, and at the same time, he was full of expectations for Dustwind's future. He believed that with Dusty Wind's talent and strength, he would definitely be able to achieve amazing results in the big exams to come. It was even possible to become the pride of Yangchang, and even the entire Jiangnan province. City Lord Zhao, what else do you have to say now? Zhao Dizhu forced down the anger in his heart and said stiffly, Humph, this is just the beginning. The difficulty of a hell-level copy is not as easy as you think. It's still unknown if he'll make it out alive. Gu Qingshan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. He didn't bother with a jumped-up clown like Zhao Dezhu any longer and directly returned his gaze to the screen. As the last prairie wolf fell, a dazzling light suddenly lit up in the center of the grassland. As the light dispersed, a huge black wolf appeared in front of Dustwind's eyes, covered in pitch-black scales that flashed with an icy luster in the sunlight, its scarlet eyes staring at Dustwind as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Black-scaled giant wolf? A lord-level monster? Dusty Wind raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Thought it was a boss. No fun. He smacked his lips as if he wasn't satisfied with the lord-level monster. Inside the observation room, a group of city lords once again revealed a look of surprise. They couldn't understand how a support profession could still be so relaxed when facing a lord-level monster. Even dislike? Zhao Dezhu's face can no longer be described as difficult to look at. He felt like his face, as if he had been viciously slapped dozens of slaps, hot and painful. Gu Qingshan, on the other hand, had a bashful look on his face. He had long since gotten used to Dustbreeze' amazing moves, and was even vaguely looking forward to what amazing move Dustbreeze would make next. Dustwind naturally didn't know the thoughts of the people in the observation room. He was currently thinking about how to secretly copy the attributes of this black-scaled giant wolf. Even though it's only a lord, it's still better than an elite monster. Dustwind muttered in his heart. A mosquito is still meat. Not to mention, a lord-level monster must have attributes that are quite a bit stronger than an elite monster. As he thought about it, he walked slowly towards the black-scaled giant wolf, the platinum staff in his hand, glittering brightly in the sunlight. The black-scaled giant wolf seemed to sense Dusty Wind's threat as it let out a low roar and violently pounced towards Dusty Wind. The speed was as fast as lightning. The corners of Dustwind's mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Instead of dodging, he simply swung his staff and met it. All the while the mind was pondering what it would take to sneakily copy this guy's attributes. Bang! The platinum staff in Dustwind's hand accurately smashed on top of the head of the black-scaled giant wolf with a dull thud. The black-scaled giant wolf ate the pain and its figure trembled violently, a trace of pain flashing through its scarlet eyes. However, it was after all a lord-level monster with extremely tenacious vitality, and although this strike injured it, it was not fatal. Ow! The black-scaled giant wolf raised its voice to the sky, its voice filled with anger and violence. It was completely enraged by Dustbreeze's strike, and the black scales on its body began to emit an eerie glow as a powerful aura erupted from it. Dustwind felt the aura and raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, going to get real? He sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he still looked careless. Just then, a faint green glow quietly flowed from Dustwind's staff. This green light, extremely hidden, was not detected even by the black-scaled giant wolf that was close by. The green light silently surged into the black-scaled giant wolf's body, instantly replenishing all the blood it had just lost. The black-scaled giant wolf froze. Its scarlet eyes stared at Dustbreeze with death, its eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. It clearly felt injured. But why did the injury suddenly heal? Ding! Healing Valor triggered. Strength +1. Chapter 76. Just do not beat it. What a direct second. Interesting, really interesting. Dustwind grinned. Feeling the increasing power in his body, his heart grew more and more excited. He had been completely sure that he could control the glow of the skill. What does that mean? It means he can steal attributes with impunity. The feeling of being in plain sight, doing something that only you know how to do. It's exciting. Dustbreeze licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. He can't wait to continue wool gathering. Only this operation of Dustwind in the eyes of those city lords, but it could not hold up to expose his true strength, and could not beat the monster in front of him. Ha, that's pretty strong. Zhao Dezhu sneered, not hiding the contempt in his tone. What's so great about fighting small monsters? It's so hard to encounter a lord. What about the bosses later on? He looked askance at the screen, as if he had already seen the image of Dustwind being torn apart by the monster. Although the other city lords didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces said it all, and they obviously also thought that Dustbreeze was holding on for dear life. After all, it was already unbelievable for a support profession to last this long in front of a lord-level monster. As for defeating, that's simply not possible. Gu Qingshan's brows were tightly locked and his gaze was fixed on the screen. Although he still believed in Dustwind, the sight in front of him made him worry. Every attack of the black-scaled giant wolf carried a thunderous momentum, and although Dustwind was barely able to support himself, he had clearly fallen into a disadvantage. Alas, this child, still too feisty. Gu Qingshan sighed in his heart. He knew Dustwind's character. He would not give in to defeat. He would not resign himself to his fate. But when he faced a lord-level monster, this energy, sometimes it would harm him instead. Zhao Dezhu's heart was even more pleased when he saw Gu Qingshan's appearance. He sneered and mocked nonchalantly. City Lord Gu, is this the genius you have high hopes for? I don't think it's much more than that. To be in such a sorry state when facing a lord-level monster. I really don't know what you were thinking. But you still have expectations for him? He purposely raised his voice for fear of not being heard. The other city lords around them also expressed their opinions. Yes, City Master Gu. Young city this time, I'm afraid it's going to be at the bottom again. It's already pretty good for a support profession to make it this far. It's just a pity that he's facing a lord-level monster. Yang Chang has not been much better over the years, and I'm afraid that this big test will be reduced to a laughingstock again. These words, one more unpleasant than the other, reached Gu Qingshan's ears, causing a pang of annoyance in his heart. But he didn't retort. He just silently looked at the screen, praying in his heart that Dusty Wind would return safely. Even just coming back alive is better than dying in a copy. As for the rest, he no longer dared to hope. The other students of Yang Chang were also fighting in their respective areas, but their strength, compared to Dust Breeze, was far too poor. But now, Dust Breeze was also in trouble himself. Yang Chang's hopes, it seems, have been dashed. Just as the city lords were discussing and expressing their disapproval of Dusty Wind, inside the copy, a sudden change occurred. Ding! Healing Valor triggered. The maximum number of attribute points has been reached. A crisp system beep sounded in Dustwind's mind. Is it full so soon? Dustwind smacked his lips, and a hint of unfulfilled desire flashed in his eyes. He originally wanted to woolgather for a while longer, but he didn't expect to reach the upper limit so quickly. In that case, there's no point in continuing to waste time. A cold aura flashed in Dustwind's eyes, and he decided to fight a quick battle. With a thought, he instantly unleashed a certain physical skill that he had copied earlier. Blast Strike! Dustwind let out a low gulp and his figure disappeared like a ghost, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the black-scaled giant wolf. The platinum staff in his hand turned into a silver lightning bolt and viciously stabbed at the back of the black-scaled giant wolf's neck. The black-scaled giant wolf was currently in a period of weakness after the release of the skill, and it was simply too late to react. Put! With a muffled sound, the staff accurately pierced into the back of the black-scaled giant wolf's neck, bringing up a shower of black blood. A huge red number floated up from the top of the black-scaled giant wolf's head. Ouch! The black-scaled giant wolf let out a mournful wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a puff of dust. Ding! Congratulations on killing the black-scaled giant wolf, Lord. Experience value plus 150. Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the first area and gained 200 points. Are you going to the second area? System beeps sounded one after another. Dustwind glanced at the corpse of the black-scaled giant wolf on the ground without the slightest hesitation. Yes, he replied blandly. As soon as the words fell, Dustbreeze's figure disappeared in place and was teleported to the second region. In the observation room, there was dead silence. All the city lords stared with wide eyes and open mouths, with expressions of disbelief. What did they see? Didn't Dustbreeze fight for half a day just now? This boss shouldn't have very much blood left. What's with the sudden spike? What the hell is this? Is this guy hiding his strength up front? Playing tricks on this lord? It's a national exam. You're kidding. This kid has a big heart. The voices of the city lords were trembling a little. They couldn't comprehend what was happening in front of them. Zhao Deju's face couldn't be described as difficult anymore. He felt his face, as if he had been viciously slapped dozens of times by an invisible slap, and it was hot and painful. He had just taunted Dustwind, saying that he couldn't do it, saying that he was in such a sorry state facing a lord-level monster, but in the blink of an eye, Dustbreeze killed the lord in seconds. This is a naked slap in the face, and it was also in front of so many city lords, ruthlessly smacking him in the face. Zhao Deju only felt a surge of qi and blood in his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He stared dead at the screen, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How can a support profession kill a lord-level monster in seconds? He must have cheated. Right. Must have cheated. Zhao Deju roared as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. His voice, in the silence of the observation room, stung. Although the other city lords didn't say anything, their expressions said it all. They also couldn't believe that a support profession could do this. Cheating? Gu Qingshan frowned and coldly glanced at Zhao Deju. City Lord Zhao, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Who dares to cheat on a national exam? Who can do cheating? If he's capable of that, why does he need to come to the big exam? Are you questioning the fairness of the great examination? Zhao Deju's aura weakened when he was glared at like that by Gu Qingshan. He opened his mouth to retort, but didn't know what to say. After all, the fairness of the big national exams cannot be questioned. If he really questioned the fairness of the grand examination, the consequences were not something he could bear. Humph. Zhao Deju snorted coldly and stopped talking. However, the resentment and unwillingness in his heart had not diminished at all. He stared dead at the screen, secretly praying in his heart that Dustwind would fail in the next test. City Lord Gu, take it easy for now. City Lord Zhao didn't mean that either. It's just that it does seem a little outlandish. A support profession that kills Lord-level monsters in seconds. This is out of this world. A city lord stepped forward to round off the conversation, his tone also filled with doubt and incomprehension. The other city lords also nodded in agreement. Yes, City Lord Gu. This is just too incredible. We're not questioning the fairness of the big test. It just seems a little out of character. A support profession, even if it's strong, it can't be this strong, right? Gu Qingshan looked at these city lords and felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. He knew that these people weren't intentionally targeting Dust Breeze. It was just that they couldn't comprehend how powerful Dust Breeze was. After all, an auxiliary profession that kills Lord-level monsters in seconds. This kind of thing, who would believe it when told? But he didn't bother to explain it to the guys, and he certainly didn't know how to explain it. After all, he also felt that this strength of Dustwind was too outrageous. When the other city lords saw that Gu Qingshan stopped speaking, they couldn't say anything else. They could only return their eyes to the screen and continue to watch Dusty Wind's examination. Only, their hearts were still filled with doubts and incomprehension. They couldn't figure out how on earth Dust Breeze had done it. This guy, is it hard to really play in front of it? A city lord couldn't help but mutter. His voice was small, but in the silence of the observation room, it was crystal clear. When the other city lords heard these words, their hearts were shaken. They suddenly realized that this might be the truth. Dustwind, perhaps, was really teasing that black-scaled giant wolf. Hiss. Thinking about this, the city lords couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If that was the case, then Dustwind's strength was too terrifying. Not only was he able to kill Lord-class monsters in seconds, he was also able to tease Lord-class monsters. Is this still human? This kid, what a big heart. A city lord shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't know what to say anymore. What Dustwind had done had completely exceeded his knowledge. National exam. This guy actually. The other city lord couldn't help but sigh as well. Suddenly, he wondered if he had underestimated the auxiliary professions too much in the past. Look at the time. Though he tangled with this lord for a long time, but Dustwind's speed in killing lords still far exceeds that of ordinary combat professions. Not to mention he's still only one person, a city lord suddenly said. His words caused the other city lords to freeze. Only then did they notice that Dustwind's speed in killing the black-scale giant wolves was even faster than those combat professions. This is unbelievable. Demon. This kid is definitely a demon. A city lord couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His voice was filled with shock and admiration. The other city lords also nodded in agreement. They no longer knew what words to use to describe Dustbreeze. Demonic is perhaps the best word to describe it. Yang Chang, I'm afraid I'm going to have to rise up this time, a city lord muttered. His voice was filled with envy and jealousy. When the other city lords heard these words, their hearts sank. They suddenly realized that Yang Chang might really be on the rise. Chapter 77. There's a ceiling for this too? Then, punch the list. After the first area of the test, the city lords in the observation room became more and more curious about Dustbreeze. They stared intently at the screen, trying to catch more information from Dustwind's every movement. Soon a pattern became apparent. Dustwind seems to follow a specific pattern in every fight. He first maneuvered around the monster, dodging and moving in seemingly perilous ways, but always skillfully avoiding deadly attacks. Then, at a certain moment, he would suddenly explode and kill the monster in seconds with a thunderous force. At first, the city lords didn't quite understand Dustwind's intentions, thinking that he simply liked to toy with his opponents. But as time passed, they gradually realized that Dustbreeze was sharpening his fighting skills. This guy, a city lord murmured in a low voice, a hint of disbelief in his tone. He seems to be using these monsters as a chaperone? Another city lord answered, his voice trembling a bit. This is a national exam. I can't believe he. Is he rather displeased with himself as a support profession? Trying to train yourself to be a melee priest? That's a crazy idea. 2. The city lords murmured, shock and doubt written all over everyone's face. They couldn't understand why a support profession would be so obsessed with melee combat. This completely subverted their perception of the auxiliary profession. Dustwind's behavior was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The hearts of the city lords were filled with questions and speculations. They desperately wanted to know just where Dustbreeze's limits were. How many more surprises can this enigmatic teenager bring them? On the screen, Dusty Wind's figure was still athletic. He weaved in and out of the monsters like a dancer, leaping on the tip of a sword. Each attack was precise and deadly. Every dodge was just right. The way he fights is both full of skill and carries a unique aesthetic of violence. This contrast fascinated the city lords even more. It was as if they saw a brand new profession, an existence that overturned tradition. Rising, unbeknownst to this guy, Dustwind, he merely wanted to copy some more attributes. 3 hours passed like a white horse. Dustwind sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily, sweat sliding down his cheeks and soaking his lapel. he felt as if he had been emptied, without a single ounce of strength in his body. How many areas are there in this crappy test? Dusty Wind couldn't help but break into a hoarse voice that was thick with exhaustion and helplessness. The old man is tired of fighting. He punched the ground hard, venting his frustration. It wasn't like Dustwind had never brushed a monster before. On the contrary, he was an unabashed monster-brushing fanatic in his previous life. He had always prided himself on his physical strength and energy. However, whether it was a copy, a secret realm, or a spatial rift, the monsters were sporadic. Whereas now, one area after another, it was simply endless. There were still several waves of monsters in each area, and Dustbreeze had to circle the monsters for half a day each time in order to copy as many attributes as possible. This high-intensity battle, coupled with the high level of mental concentration, made him feel unprecedentedly tired. Ding! Healing Valor Trigger. The current attributes have reached the upper limit of the first turn profession, and cannot be further improved. Ding! You have reached level 30. The current experience has reached the first turn career limit and cannot be gained any further. A crisp system beep sounded in Dustbreeze's ears. Dustwind froze and blinked in some confusion. A turn 1 cap? Attributes and experience are at the cap? The attribute thing has a turn 1 cap too? This is really rare. He hastily opened his attribute panel and carefully examined it. Character, Dustbreeze. Occupation, Reparative Warlock. Level, LV 30. HP, 18500/18500. MP, 43000/4300000. Strength, 1500, plus 280. Agility, 1500, plus 240. Spirit, 1500, plus 350, plus 300. Physique, 1500, plus 20, plus 280. Looking at the various attributes that had reached their limits, a complex look appeared on Dustwind's face. There are surprises, and so much regret. To his surprise, he had finally reached level 30, and all of his attributes had reached the peak of his current stage. Unexpectedly, this so-called one-turn ceiling came so quickly that he was somewhat caught off guard. As for regrets, naturally, it was because he could no longer continue to improve his attributes. After all, this big test looks like there's quite a bit of area left. Dustywind slowly stood up and moved his limbs that were slightly stiff from staying in one position for a long time. He grinned a confident smile, as if all his exhaustion had dissipated in the moment. Since the attributes have reached the upper limit, there's no need to be so careful anymore. A sharp glint flashed in Dustwind's eyes as he tightened the staff in his hand, feeling the familiar cold touch. Next, he paused, his voice low and strong, as if declaring something. Just slaughter your way through. Inside the observation room, the atmosphere, which had been fairly quiet, was a bit subtle at the moment. The crowd of city lords stared intently at the screen, watching the teenager who had risen again, each with a different expression. Some were surprised, some puzzled, and some with a hint of anticipation. Their gazes, from time to time, would glance at the scoreboard on the side. On the list, Dustywind's name was still prominent, but the ranking had slipped to a rather backward position. After all, he was soloing in a hell-level copy and had spent a lot of time honing his combat skills. It makes sense to be behind in the points standings in this situation. Even though Dustbreeze has already broken into the 50th region, there's no upper limit to the number of replica regions in this one. A city lord stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "Speed is still crucial. Although Dustwind's strength is amazing, if he can't keep up with his speed, I'm afraid he won't be able to become a national scholar." There was a hint of worry in his tone, and a hint of regret. After all, the strength that Dustbreeze had displayed was enough to make everyone look at him. After witnessing Dustywind's strength, a group of city lords began to bet on whether Dustywind could become the national scholar. Although they recognized Dustywind's strength, Dustywind was after all only one person and had this habit, so there weren't many city lords who thought that Dustywind could reach the scholarship. Dustwind's strength is certainly powerful, but single-person challenge hell-level copy, and also so arbitrary. Want to win the first prize? The difficulty is really too big. Gu Qingshan stood quietly, looking at Dustywind's name on the list without any expression on his face. He knew that these city lords had a point, but he trusted his instincts more. He believed that this teenager, Dustwind, would definitely not let them down. Right at this moment, Gu Qingshan suddenly realized that Dustywind's points on the list had begun to rise crazily at an astonishing rate. That speed, it was like a rocket ride. It was jaw-dropping. "Look!" a city lord cried out in shock, his voice filled with disbelief. "This little guy isn't exercising himself anymore? He's starting to speed through." He pointed to the screen, excitedly. The other city lords also cast their gazes towards the screen, only to see Dustywind's figure, like a ghost, weaving in and out of the swarms of monsters. The staff in his hand, with each swing, took away a piece of the monster's life. Those monsters that were originally still ferocious and abnormal were now like lambs to the slaughter, powerless. A brilliant skill glow flashed on the screen, as bright as fireworks. Dust Breeze's attack was crisp and clean, without any delay. With each strike, the monster's vitals were hit with precision. His speed, which was so fast that it dazzled people. His figure, as if transformed into a bolt of lightning, wreaked havoc among the monsters. In just a few breaths of time, Dust Breeze had already cleared an entire area of monsters. His points, too, soared wildly. Inside the observation room, there was silence. All the city lords stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They had never seen such a terrifying speed of brushing monsters. It was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Is this still a support profession? A city lord muttered, his voice filled with incredulity. This is simply more terrifying than those top combat professions. Another city lord chimed in, shock written all over his face. Demon, absolute demon. Time flew by, but Dusty Wind was brushing monsters even faster. In just 10 minutes, the Dust Wind swept through 5 areas like a whirlwind. With his mind-boggling attributes and the increase of extreme divine speed, Dust Wind didn't even need to use other skills. Simply waving the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand was enough to crush everything. Those monsters were as fragile as paper mache in front of Dust Breeze, and almost no one could carry 3 of his attacks. Even those so-called bosses would find it difficult to last more than a few rounds under him. In order to cater to the level of the majority of the candidates, the level and quality of these monsters was limited to gold level 30. This further made Dust Wind's monster brushing speed reach an appalling level, although he could also choose to copy the skills of these monsters. To be honest, Dust Breeze couldn't even look at these skills. At this moment, Dust Wind's figure was speeding through the battlefield like a tireless meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the surrounding monsters. He didn't even use any attacking skills, but simply put a layer of Crow Wolf-like shield on himself. The tough shield shimmered with a faint glow, deflecting all attacks. The monsters swung their weapons in vain, but they couldn't even break Dustwind's shield. A cross-pollination. The momentum is overwhelming. The Dustwind swept across the battlefield like a gale, leaving nothing but wreckage in its wake. On the scoreboard, Dusty Wind's name climbed at a jaw-dropping speed. The second and third places that were originally far ahead of him were now far behind him. Moreover, the gap was widening as if there was no end in sight. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Dusty Wind's ranking soared all the way up, eventually coming to a steady stop at the number 1 position. First up, inside the observation room, a city lord exclaimed out in shock, breaking the originally tense atmosphere. His voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. The other city lords also cast their gazes towards the scoreboard, and shock was written all over everyone's face. Dusty Wind's name, as dazzling as the sun, firmly occupied the top spot on the list, and in second and third place, it was clearly Shi Xiaoxiao and Su Jiner. The strength of these two girls was also not to be underestimated, and the points had been tightly bunched together, indistinguishable from each other. Originally, the competition between them was a big part of this exam. Everyone assumed that they would be in a fierce battle for the first place throne. However, Dust Breeze's sudden rise completely broke this situation. He left everyone behind in a devastating manner. The competition between Shi Xiaoxiao and Su Jiner was thus rendered meaningless. They could only accept the reality reluctantly and turn their goal to second and third place. After all, first place has become a distant dream. This is too much, isn't it? A city lord rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In less than half an hour, it rushed from over 100 to number 1. That's faster than a rocket ride. Another city lord chimed in, his tone filled with awe. Gu Qingshan stood quietly, looking at Dusty Wind's name on the scoreboard, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He knew that he hadn't been wrong about anyone. This teenager, as expected, did not let him down. Chapter 78, Terrifying Talent. The Shi family, the Su family. At the same time then, inside a certain hell-level copy, Su Jiner's last fireball was released. Finally, this boss is completely resolved. It was only then that he dropped to the ground, panting, and looked behind him to the group of his teammates, who were already in pieces. How's the points situation? Is that Xiao Xiao guy really that powerful? He's obviously an SSS-ranked professional. Su Jiner asked while gasping for breath. Her delicate face was covered in beads of sweat, and her fiery red vestments were somewhat disheveled, but it was still hard to hide her stunning face. Behind them, several of his teammates were lying on the ground in a heap, obviously exhausted as well. This time, the difficulty of the hell-level copy was beyond imagination. If it wasn't for Su Jiner's strong strength, they were afraid that they would have been killed in a group long ago. One of the team members, bracing himself to squeeze out a small smile, said, "Don't worry, miss. The first place is definitely yours. You are the youngest talented mage in our Dragon Kingdom." With that, he opened the points panel with a shudder. However, In the next moment, his smile froze on his face, his eyes glaring as if he had seen something unbelievable. Seeing this, Su Jiner's brows furrowed slightly as an ominous premonition surged in her heart. What's wrong? Her voice was still cool, but with a hint of anxiety. The man opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word, only shaking his head vigorously and muttering under his breath. This can't be. This can't be. His voice grew lower and lower, and finally almost inaudible. Su Jiner's patience finally ran out as she violently stood up and snatched the points panel from the man's hand. What's impossible? It's so hard to talk to you. I'll see for myself. She looked down at the panel, and her otherwise cool demeanor froze instantly. On the scoreboard, Dusty Wind's name shone as brightly as the blazing sun, firmly occupying the top spot, leaving the original competitors far behind. Su Jiner froze for a moment, and on her delicate face, a trace of dismay first flashed, followed by a flash of disbelief that quickly spread out. First place, Dust Breeze? She rubbed her eyes and double-checked several times before she dared to believe that what she was seeing was not an illusion. You know, just half an hour ago, she had deliberately checked the scoreboard, and at that time, Dusty Wind's ranking was still outside of 100, so how could it be that in the blink of an eye, it had skyrocketed to the top of the list like a rocket? This speed is also too unbelievable. In Su Jiner's mind, a thought involuntarily surfaced. This guy, it couldn't be that he was hiding his clumsiness from the start, right? With her knowledge of Dustwind, this kind of thing, he could really do it. After all, Dust Breeze's character had always been like this, low-key and introverted, never revealing his full strength easily. Thinking of this, Su Jiner's complexion became more and more odd. She bit her lip slightly, both shock and a hint of inexplicable emotions swirling in her heart. After confirming once again that the name at the top of the list was indeed the Dust Breeze she knew, Su Jiner's originally taut nerves suddenly relaxed. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a shallow smile that carried a few moments of helplessness, a few moments of joy, and a few moments of pride. You guys won again, Su Jiner murmured softly. Her voice was very soft, as if she was talking to herself. That's annoying, she added, with a hint of rancor in her tone, but more than that, an ineffable joy. Although she said she hated it on her lips, Su Jiner's heart was heartily happy for Dust Breeze, the guy who always surprises her. Once again, or rather, shock. Su Jiner exhaled gently, calming her excitement. She knew that the gap between herself and Dust Breeze was no longer something she could catch up with just by working hard. This guy, he's a monster. However, Su Jiner was not discouraged by this. She looked up, her gaze renewed. Since we can't catch up with Dusty Wind, let's try to hold on to second place. At least, you can't lose to that Timothy guy. A hint of wariness flashed in Su Jiner's eyes as she tightened the staff in her hand, preparing for the next challenge. Meanwhile, in another unknown copy space, Toki noticed the change in the standings just as well. She was originally brushing the monsters in high spirits, preparing to compete with Su Jiner. However, when she saw Dust Breeze's name suddenly leap to the top of the list, her entire body froze. This can't be right? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was slightly toned, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously, as if she wanted to see through the scoreboard in front of her. Her delicate little face was filled with disbelief, and the redness that had originally flushed from continuously brushing the monsters had faded quite a bit at this moment. Dustwind? That guy. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice came to an abrupt halt as she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have been treating Dust Breeze as a B-ranked auxiliary. But now, this B-rank auxiliary had surpassed both her and Su Jiner, the two SSS-ranked professionals, with an unimaginable speed, and was steadily occupying the top of the scoreboard. This is like a dream. Shi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She once again looked at the scoreboard. Dustwind's name was still hanging high at the top of the list, and the points were still rising, with the gap between her and the second place getting wider and wider. This guy wouldn't really be open, would he? Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter. She really couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. A B-ranked auxiliary that crushed SSS-ranked professionals in terms of monster brushing speed was completely beyond her knowledge. She even began to wonder if something was wrong with the rules of this world. However, very quickly, Shi Xiaoxiao shook her head and threw this ridiculous thought to the back of her mind. She knows that the world is real and the rules are real. Then, the only explanation is that Dusty Wind, this guy, hides his strength. And, hidden deep. Thinking about this, Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes became complicated. She suddenly felt as if she had never really understood Dustwind. This guy, how many more secrets are hidden in his body? Humph, interesting. Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly let out a light laugh, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she revealed a playful smile. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had found an interesting toy. Dustwind, you guy, you really didn't let me down, Shi Xiaoxiao said to herself, her voice with a hint of anticipation, a hint of excitement. and a hint of wariness. Originally, she had thought that this exam would be boring. After all, with her strength, getting first place was almost a sure thing. But now, Dustwind's appearance completely broke this situation. It made her feel excited, thrilled, and even challenged for a long time. Little ones, Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly turned back to her teammates behind her, who were also dumbfounded, and shouted. Her voice was clear and loud, full of energy and fight. Go all out. Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes shone with determination, and her voice was strong and resounding. Even if we can't grab first place, we have to hold on to second place. She gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Roar! The crowd roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth, full of wariness and determination. They were infected by Shi Xiaoxiao's passion, and each of them excitedly rushed towards the monster group as if they were pumped with chicken blood. The atmosphere in the luxurious observation room was solemn and solemn. Numbers pulsed on the huge screen, tugging at the heartstrings of everyone in the room. An old man with white hair stood silently, his gaze, as sharp as a falcon's, locked onto the name on the scoreboard that was climbing rapidly. Dustwind. The old man was dressed in a simple tang suit, upright, although already old, but hale and hearty, exuding a long time in the upper position of the majestic momentum, so that people do not dare to underestimate. Dust breeze, the old man murmured in a low voice, his voice hoarse with a hint of age, as if he was reminiscing about something. The name, it seemed, touched a corner of his deepest memory, and sent him into deep thought. Elder Su, have you forgotten? A middle-aged man walked slowly to the old man's side, bowing and whispering with respect in his tone. The young man that Miss Jiner mentioned from time to time is called Dustwind, the middle-aged man reminded softly. His voice was soft for fear of disturbing the old man's thoughts. Oh, right, it's him. Elder Su slammed his forehead and realized with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He finally remembered. Dusty Wind, the teenager that his granddaughter Su Jiner often talked about. That teenager who had made Su Jiner praise him so much that he even vaguely showed a few moments of admiration. This kid is really not simple. Elder Su couldn't help but marvel as he watched Dusty Wind's amazing point growth rate on the screen. His eyes were filled with appreciation and relief, as if he had seen the future of the Su family. No wonder it can make my family Jiner move. It seems like we have to let the two little ones get in touch more often. Elder Su stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, an imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Don't you dare! A cold humming sound, like thunder from the ground, exploded in the observation room, instantly breaking the originally harmonious atmosphere. In his voice, there was an obvious mockery and disdain, like a sharp thorn, pointing directly at Su Lao's soft underbelly. If I remember correctly, it seems like your Su family is trying to do everything they can to prevent this little girl from establishing a good relationship with Dustbreeze, right? Cold grunts continued, the tone sharp and aggressive. Elder Su's face, which was still smiling, instantly clouded over as if it could drip water. He turned around violently, his gaze like a torch, staring dead on in the direction where the voice came from, as if he wanted to eat the other party alive. Surname Toki, don't think that just because you have a guardian's name, you can just make up rumors. Elder Su's voice was low and hoarse. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of anger and warning. He clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were rippling, enough to show that he was extremely unsettled inside at the moment. We Sus are the most respectful of our children's feelings. Elder Su's voice rose steeply, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. He struggled to calm himself, trying to preserve the reputation of the Su family. In the face of Elder Su's angry glare, Elder Shi was not the least bit afraid, but instead let out a cold laugh, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. You fart, Elder Shi nonchalantly retorted. His voice was loud and clear, like a loud bell. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Su Lao's heart. He straightened his back, his gaze like a torch, and went toe-to-toe with Elder Su, not losing any momentum. My family Xiao Xiao has specially written a letter of recommendation to the city lord of Yang City for this little guy. In Shi Lao's tone, there was a hint of complacency and bragging, as if this was such a great thing. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes filled with provocation, as if he was demonstrating to Elder Su, with this relationship, this little guy is definitely mine. Shi Lao's voice was decisive and unquestionable, carrying a strong sense of confidence. His gaze, moving away from Elder Su, landed on Dusty Wind's name on the scoreboard, and a hint of imperative light flashed in his eyes. He firmly believed that with Shi Xiaoxiao's strength and charisma, coupled with this relationship he provided, Dusty Wind would definitely choose to join the Shi family. After all, a genius like Dustbreeze was far too rare to be encountered in 100 years. Elder Tim took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He knew that now was not the time to rejoice. Everything was still up in the air. However, he was confident that the final victory would definitely belong to the Toki family. He turned his head to look at the screen, and Dust Wind's points, still soaring, were far ahead. Elder Toki's eyes flashed with essence. Chapter 79, Hidden Test? Within the replica space, light and shadows flowed, and the aftermath of the energy had yet to completely subside. Dustwind's figure was like a ghost, weaving through the edge of the twisted battlefield. Another area cleared. The only thing left on the ground were the specks of light left behind after the monster dissipated. Like broken stars, there was no pause in his movements, as if the previous slaughter was just a warm-up. Under the extreme speed enhancement, his movement was almost invisible to the trajectory, only the faint ripples left behind when the air was torn apart. Ahead, the boundaries of space began to blur, and a transparent barrier like waves of water blocked the way. This is the entrance to the next area. Without the slightest hesitation, Dustbreeze took a step in. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and it was no longer the familiar barren battlefield from before. There was a stronger, more dangerous scent in the air. However, just as he was about to start a new round of cleaning like before, an icy system prompt sounded in his head without warning. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 70th level in 5 hours. Triggering the hidden test. Dustwind's footsteps snapped. Hide the test? He frowned slightly, an imperceptible flash of surprise in his eyes. Those 4 words were completely foreign to his memory. The national exam. There's this setting? He clearly remembered that when he participated in this great examination in his previous life, the process was brutal but simple and straightforward, which was to constantly break through the levels, kill monsters, and gain points. Never heard of any hidden assessment mechanisms. Did. A thought crossed Dustwind's mind like lightning. Is it because of your own rebirth? This butterfly that flaps its wings has finally begun to trigger an even more violent storm, and even the rules of this nationally standardized test have an unknown variable? Dustwind's eyes became deep. He looked around. This so-called 70th level didn't seem to be much different from the previous area. Still a dim and depressing environment, with the outlines of monsters vaguely swaying in the distance. After pondering for a little while, Dustbreeze didn't bother to think about it. No matter what, it doesn't make any difference to himself anyway. Dustbreeze had just taken a step forward at the thought of. Ding! Starting from this area, enter the boss round battle. Monster level restriction cancelled. Monster quality restrictions are lifted. The system's icy cold beep, like a second thunderclap, exploded in Dustbreeze's mind right after it. The corner of Dustbreeze's eyes, uncontrollably, twitched slightly twice. Level restrictions are removed. Quality restrictions are removed. And, boss rounds? This hidden test is a bit too much of a surprise. He could almost predict that from this level onwards, the difficulty would soar exponentially. Could it be that from this area onwards, there are all bosses? Ding! The 71st region challenge has begun. Please kill the region's boss *3. The system's confirmation mercilessly shattered his last flicker of luck. Dustbreeze gently smacked his lips, a playful smile appearing on his face instead. Boss is boss. It's kind of challenging. After all, it does get a little tedious crushing it all the way through. Perhaps this so-called hidden examination would truly allow him to move his muscles. Meanwhile, in the observation room of Jiangnan province, the atmosphere changed abruptly. The huge light screen that had been clearly projecting the image of Dustbreeze's copy had, without warning, completely fallen into a dead blackness. It was like having the power cut off instantly. Gu Qingshan's pupils suddenly shrunk. He subconsciously straightened his body, dismay and disbelief written all over his face. What's going on? Not only him, but the other people in the observation room who were always watching the movements of the top candidates also froze. Screen. Blacked out? This usually represents only one possibility: the candidate is killed in action in the copy and is completely disqualified from the exam. However, they clearly saw that Dustbreeze had just stepped into the gate of the 71st region. With that amazing amount of points still flying around, how can you go in one foot and be gone the next? This bizarre situation was beyond everyone's knowledge. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, a piercing snort broke the stagnant air. Zhao Dezhu leaned back in his chair, his hands clasping his chest, his face an undisguised gloat. See, he spoke eerily, his voice not loud but clear throughout the observation room. Young people just don't know the sky. Still think you're so good. You have to show off. That's good. It's a straight-up play-off, isn't it? Zhao Dezhu shook his head, his tone filled with false regret. What a shame about such a great talent. I told you to take it as it comes, but you didn't listen. Zhao Dezhu's conspiratorial words were like a needle sticking in Gu Qingshan's heart. His face instantly sank, and his eyes swept icy coldly towards Zhao Dezhu, the anger contained in them almost spilling out. Elder Su and Elder Shi also stopped arguing and frowned at the pitch-black curtain of light with different expressions. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to open his mouth to rebuke, bang! The heavy metal door of the observation room was violently pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man in a straight uniform with a serious face and sharp eyes appeared at the door. His gaze was like a falcon's as it quickly swept over the people in the room. finally settling precisely on Gu Qingshan. Which one of you is the city lord of Yang City? Gu Qingshan? The man's voice was low and strong, with an undeniable majesty. Gu Qingshan's heart flinched as he subconsciously stood up and responded, I am. He tried to suppress the doubts and worries in his heart and asked, May I ask if you are? The middle-aged man didn't answer his question, and there were no unnecessary pleasantries. He just expressionlessly took out a token with a dark golden luster from his bosom and displayed it in front of Gu Qingshan. The elaborate dragon pattern on the token and the obscure but majestic aura made Gu Qingshan's heart jump. The head honcho is invited. City Lord Gu. The middle-aged man withdrew the token. His tone was flat but carried an irresistible power. Please come with me. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of them, the other city lords in the observation room froze. They could see that token clearly just now. The dark golden luster, the intricate dragon pattern, and the hidden but palpitating majestic aura. That's a token that symbolizes a feudal official. A token that could only be possessed by a personage who had so much power that he could make a party shake with the stomp of his foot. The screen on Dustwind's side had only gone completely black on the front foot. A big shot of that caliber sent for you on the back foot? Is Dust Breeze not dead? Was the footage just cut off by someone from above and arranged otherwise? Countless thoughts tumbled through the crowd's minds, and their eyes became complicated as they looked at Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan's heart was equally alarmed, but he didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. Yes, I'm coming with you. Gu Qingshan hurriedly followed the solemn-looking middle-aged man and quickly left the observation room, leaving behind a room full of city lords with different faces and minds. In the meantime, inside a certain antique-colored room that was filled with the faint scent of tea, 2 men and 2 women, 4 middle-aged men with very different temperaments, were sitting around a rosewood tea case. Their demeanor was relaxed, sometimes whispering a few words, sometimes lifting the delicate tea to sip. Their gazes, however, both intentionally and unintentionally, swept over the even more gigantic light screen in the center of the room that projected countless images. On the light screen, it was densely divided into countless small windows, each of which corresponded to the figure of a candidate who was fighting within the examination space. One of them, a middle-aged man with an elegant face and gold-rimmed glasses, gently put down the teacup in his hand, and the lid of the cup collided with the body of the cup to emit a crisp and light sound. He raised his eyes to the remaining 3, a gentle smile on his lips. It's about time now. Gentlemen, what do you say? Will anyone be able to trigger that hidden test in this year's national examination? The elegant man's voice was calm, with a hint of probing. The woman sitting across from him, dressed in a snow-white robe with a cool temperament, sniffed and gently shook her head. She moved with grace, but with an undeniable certainty. Difficult. The triggering conditions for this test are too harsh. The white-robed woman's voice was as clear as spring water. Break through 70 consecutive zones in 5 hours. It's an almost impossible task, pure and simple. She paused and lifted her teacup, her gaze seeming to look through the curls of tea smoke in some unknown direction. I really don't know what those people up there were thinking, setting such an almost impossible threshold to reach. On the side, a middle-aged man with a stout figure and a few rough faces, picked up his tea and poured a mouthful of it, letting out a soothing sigh of relief. He grinned. That's not a sure thing. If I were designing this test, I would definitely have to set the bar skyward. The big man's voice was so loud that it shook the teacup slightly. After all, what's that saying? He scratched his head as if he couldn't think of the right words for a moment. Sitting across from him, a woman with a gentle, soft temperament and a bookish brow added softly, It's better to have no one than no one. The woman's voice was like a spring breeze, a stark contrast to the big man's gruffness. The big man sniffed, slapped his thighs, and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, that's what it means. Those who can trigger this thing are bound to be dragons and phoenixes, unusual geniuses. They can't even touch the edge. Just as the 4 of them were chatting and savoring the fragrant tea in their cups, a strange change occurred. The huge light screen in front of them, which had been clearly projecting the images of countless candidates, suddenly plunged into a complete blackness. There was no warning. It was as if the entire core of the system had been instantly siphoned off. All 4 froze at the same time. Next moment, the center of the dark curtain of light was violently illuminated with a glow. Immediately afterward, a separate image suddenly enlarged and took over the entire screen. On the screen was none other than Dust Breeze, who had just stepped into the 71st region. The young man's posture was erect, his eyes calm, as if the dangerous aura that permeated the surroundings was nothing more than a fresh breeze to him. And in the upper left corner of the screen, a few large golden letters that burned with light stood out. Hidden test trigger. Silence. A brief dead silence fell over the room. A pin drop. Only the curls of tea smoke, still hovering noiselessly rising. The rugged big man was the first to break the silence. He stood up violently, his huge body trembling slightly from excitement. Pointing at the screen, his voice changed tone. Triggered. Someone really triggered? 5 hours. Nope, it's only just after 4 hours now. That's breaking through 70 levels. This kid. His latter words caught in his throat, leaving him with a ragged gasp. The white-robed woman's clear and cold face also rarely surfaced a touch of movement. Her eyes, which seemed to be able to see through the world, were filled with disbelief at the moment. No way, she murmured subconsciously, her voice so soft it was barely audible. How did he do this trigger condition? The elegant man put down his teacup, and his gaze behind his lenses shone with an amazing brilliance. He stared intently at Dusty Wind's figure on the screen, and the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth had long since been replaced by intense interest and inquiry. Interesting, that's really interesting, he repeated in a low voice, his eyes growing bright. It seems that this year's big test is going to be much more exciting than we expected. The four of them glanced at each other, and in the next moment a panel appeared in front of several people at the same time, which was all of Dust Wind's basic information. From Yangchang? How did you let Yu Huadong pick up this bargain? The rough big man said with great displeasure. The head of South China, the very same middle-aged man who was full of that refined. The elegant man laughed. It seems that I've been lucky this year. Just then the door of the room was suddenly knocked, and the next moment the door opened and Gu Qingshan walked into the room with quick steps. East China Region, Jiangnan Province, Yang City Master Gu Qingshan. Meet all the chiefs. Chapter 80, Three Bosses to Face Together? Looking at Gu Qingshan in front of him, a gentle smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged man with an elegant face and gold-rimmed glasses. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Gu Qingshan. Hello, I'm Chu Tianque, the head of the East China region. The voice was calm, but carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. Gu Qingshan only felt his head buzzing, and his whole body was a bit confused. Head of East China, Chu Tiango. This is the true meaning of the feudal official. The power of the heavens usually only exists in the legend of the big man. Almost subconsciously, he darted over to his clean city lord's uniform and vigorously wiped the fine sweat seeping from his palms. The gesture seemed a bit rushed, one might even say rude, but under Chu Tianque's gentle gaze, it seemed to be easily accommodated. Gu Qingshan hurriedly bowed slightly, his hands trembling a little as he took hold of Chu Tianque's outstretched right hand, the warmth and sense of strength coming from his palm causing him to settle down slightly. Chief Chu, greetings, I'm Gu Qingshan. His voice was tinged with incredible excitement and a hint of imperceptible nervousness. Seeing this, the smile at the corner of Chu Tianque's mouth deepened a few points, gently patting the back of Gu Qingshan's hand, signaling that he didn't need to be so nervous. Although Chu Tianque looked like a middle-aged man, he was much older than the old man like Gu Qingshan in front of him. In today's world, the transmigrants all have a long lifespan. The stronger they are, the younger they appear instead. Afterwards, Chu Tianque's gaze turned to the huge light screen in the center of the room, and his eyes fell on the lone teenage figure in the center of the screen. In the upper left corner of the screen, the words hidden exam trigger in big golden letters still stood out. He asked in a casual tone as he pointed at the screen. This little guy, is he from your Yang city? When Gu Qingshan heard Chu Tianque's question, the bit of nervousness in his heart was instantly washed away by great joy and pride. He straightened his slightly stooped back, his face flushed with irrepressible excitement. Yes. Gu Qingshan nodded his head repeatedly, his voice plucked up a few points from excitement, carrying obvious pride. Chief Chu, this little guy is called Dust Wind, and he's our Yang City's awakening candidate this year. He took a deep breath, as if to proclaim the amazing news with all his might. Moreover, Xiao Fengyi, his talent value, as high as 200 points. It's a true supreme genius. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the room, which had just eased, froze once again. 200 talent points. These 5 words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The white-robed woman's fingers holding the teacup tightened slightly, her bones whitening as storms coalesced in her cool eyes. The gentle smile on the elegant man Chu Tianque's face also completely disappeared, replaced by an almost sharp scrutiny. The gaze behind the lenses seemed to penetrate the screen and see every detail of Dusty Wind. What the? The first one to erupt with a sound was still the big man with a stout figure and rough breath. He slammed the table, splashing tea in all directions, and the sheer force of it made the solid wood tabletop groan with the weight of it. Old Gu, you're not kidding, are you? The big man glared roundly, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets as he stared at Gu Qingshan dead in the face, as if he wanted to make sure he wasn't talking nonsense. 200 talent points? Long Qingyu, have lived for more than 100 years and traveled extensively, and the highest talent value I've ever seen. That is, the strongest guardian in our dragon kingdom. Her talent value is only 148 points, 150 never seen. You're telling me 200 points? Long Qingyu pointed at Gu Qingshan, his fingers trembling slightly from the force he exerted, absurdity and unbelievability written all over his face. The shockwave caused by the 200 points of talent value even overshadowed the shock caused by the hidden exam trigger. Long Qingyu's heavy breathing echoed in the silent room as he stared at Gu Qingshan, seemingly still digesting the huge impact of the 200 points of talent value. On the solid wood tabletop, spilled tea meanders and leaves dark-colored water stains. The air seemed to solidify into substance with a sinking sense of consternation. Right at this moment, the white-robed woman Ling Xuanyue, who had been silent and had a cool temperament, finally slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was flat, not much emotion could be heard, but it was like a clear spring trying to wash away the rolling shock. Isn't it normal to have a high talent value? Ling Xuanyue raised her eyes, her sight sweeping over Long Qingyu who was still in shock, her tone carrying a hint of rightful coldness. If not, on what basis can he, with his own strength, fulfill the triggering conditions of that hidden examination? Yeah, hidden appraisal. That was a legend that even those of them in high positions had only seen in top-secret files. The harshness of its triggering conditions would have been beyond imagination. Having a talent far beyond common sense seems to be the only explanation. Next to her, the woman with a gentle temperament and soft eyebrows, Su Jiner, also gently nodded her head, a light smile of approval appearing on her face. What Sister Su said is very true. Her voice was soft and melodious, with a soothing power. Without such an astounding talent, how could one possibly break through the 70 regions and reach such an unimaginable level in just 4 hours? Su Jiner gave a slight lurch, and a trace of complexity passed through his gaze, seeming to be a feeling, but also seeming to be a comparison. That little Jiner of our Su family, her talent is also considered top-notch, with 120 points, but she's still struggling in the 60th region even today. With these words, the terror of Dust Breeze's 200 points of talent value was emphasized to the fullest. The 120 points of talent of the Su family's heavenly pride was still advancing hard in the 60th region. And yet, this dusty wind, with a counterintuitive talent of 200 points, had stepped into the 71st region within 4 hours, and had also triggered that legendary hidden examination. The gap between the two was already like a heavenly rift. Chu Tianqua's gentle gaze swept over the shock that hadn't completely faded from the faces of the crowd, and then gently waved his hand, breaking the almost stagnant atmosphere. He redirected his gaze to the massive curtain of light, his tone carrying a few just the right hints of guidance. Well, the talent is certainly astounding, but there's little point in dwelling on it now. Chu Tianqua's voice was calm, but naturally pulled everyone's attention back on track. He tapped his fingertip, pointing to the center of the screen, the teenage figure that looked exceptionally subdued in the 71st region. There are less than 3 hours left until the end of the big test. I'd rather see how this little fellow will deal with this legendary hidden examination next. Chu Tianqua's mouth held a hint of a rakish smile. It's all about being able to actually pass the level and get that ultimate reward in the limited time available. Gu Qingshan on the side also heard some curiosity. This big exam has a reward. Long Qingyu took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell violently a few times. And what Boss Chu said, I'd like to see how much more this kid can surprise us. Ling Xuanyue's cool eyes also refocused on the screen, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the warm walls of the cup, the inquisitive meaning in her eyes intensifying. Su Jiner also nodded slightly, his soft gaze filled with anticipation. Inside the room, after a brief commotion, everyone's attention was once again highly focused on the light screen. The curling tea smoke is still hovering, but no one has the heart to sip tea anymore. Gu Qingshan was the only one who stood still, looking a bit overwhelmed. The excitement and pride that had surged just now due to Dust Wind's talent had yet to fully subside, but at this moment it was replaced by an inexplicable bewilderment. He watched as several big shots turned their eyes back to the screen, discussing the hidden test that he was completely unable to interject, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. That's the end of it? Had he been called over urgently just to report a talent value? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, such as describing the rest of Dustwind's performance in Yang City, or inquiring about the follow-up arrangements. However, looking at Chu Tianqua and the others' focused expressions, as well as the majestic aura that was invisibly emanating from them, the words reached his mouth and were swallowed back by him. He felt like a rushed announcer, left out to dry after the most explosive announcement. Gu Qingshan secretly wiped the corners of his forehead. That straight uniform of the city lord actually made him feel a little uncomfortable at the moment. Not, what the hell is going on here? Called yourself in for this? At this time, within the copy of the Great Examination, the 71st region, the surroundings were not the expected lava or glaciers, but a vast but empty stone platform, its edges engulfed in a thick darkness that could not be seen to the end. In the center of the platform, 3 massive shadows slowly emerged. Not one, it's 3. Dusty Breeze's footsteps paused. He had originally thought that the so-called test would be a case-by-case model. The sight before him was clearly beyond conventional expectations. 3 gigantic figures, their outlines distorted in the dim light, exuded a suffocating pressure. They did not appear in sequence, but descended at the same time, vaguely surrounding him in the center. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze like the most accurate scanner, quickly sweeping over the three massive silhouettes. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face, only the instinctive gravity when facing a strong enemy. 3 bosses together? It's worthy of being a hidden examination. Difficulty is great. Dustwind gently licked his somewhat parched lips, the dry touch carrying a hint of rusty slight sweetness. The mind moved slightly. Scrying technique was instantly released. Invisible fluctuations swept over those 3 behemoths, and a massive flow of information surged into Dustbreeze's mind like a flood that broke the dike. 3 distinct panels, clearly presented in his consciousness. The first, a colossal statue located in the front left, with a body made of pitch-black rock and glowing with a cold metallic light. Name, Abyssal Rock Guard Boss. Grade, Gold. Level, LV35. HP, 120. 000/120. 000. MP, 50,000/50,000. Power, 1800. Agility, 500. Spirit, 1000. Body mass, 1900. The second, hovering in front of it on the right, surrounded by leaping shadowy flames, had the form of a twisted mage. Name, Shadow Flame Witch Demon. Grade, Gold. Level, LV35. HP, 70. 000/70. 000. MP, 200,000/200,000. Power, 900. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 4000. Body mass, 1800. The third, on the other hand, lurked at the very back, his figure blurred and uncertain, as if he would blend into the shadows at any moment, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. Name, Void Ripper. Grade, Gold. Level, LV35. HP, 90. 000/90. 000. MP, 100,000/100,000. Power, 1000. Agility, 1800. Spirit, 1300. Body mass, 1000. Sure enough, clearly a level 35 gold class boss. And it's 3. A thick-skinned physical tank, a high-burst legal output, and an incredibly fast assassin who specializes in sneak attacks and applying negative statuses. The combination, it's perfect. Any one of them, taken individually, would be enough to make the top candidate teams at this stage despair. Not to mention the fact that all 3 are working in tandem with each other. Looks like this is one. Can't hide anymore. Chapter 81, This is a second? Meanwhile, inside the central monitoring room, 3 virtual panels emitting an eerie glow suddenly appeared in front of Chu Tianque and the other 4 feudal officials. It was the detailed data of those 3 gold-level bosses that Dustwind's scrying technique had obtained. The atmosphere in the room, once again, became odd. A level 35 gold boss, and it's 3. The attribute panel is a luxury, with a clear division of labor that works well together. To an existence of Chu Tianquo's level, such a boss was naturally nothing. A snap of the fingers can extinguish it. But the problem is, Dusty Wind, just a newbie candidate who had just awakened, whose level was only 30, and who had yet to complete his second turn. Isn't the difficulty of this hidden test a little too outrageous? Gold level? An ING3? Long Qingyu's eyes glazed over, his rough voice filled with disbelief. He pointed to the 3 panels as if he had seen something heavenly. A physical heavy tank, a legal turret, and an assassin who plays sneaky? That combination, the perfect stranglehold lineup. Next to her, the temperamentally gentle Su Jine's face also showed obvious concern. Isn't this, too, for a newcomer? She didn't finish her words, but the meaning was self-evident. The difficulty, it's no longer harsh. It's downright desperate. Even for those heavenly prides that the top families had poured all their resources into cultivating, I'm afraid that they would still have to drink in the face of such a lineup. Chu Tianque, an elegant man, had a deep gaze behind his lenses. The gentle smile on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a serious scrutiny. Hidden examination. It really lives up to its name. He spoke slowly, his voice still smooth but with a hint of imperceptible heaviness. Just what's the point of setting the difficulty like that? Ryukin scratched his hair in annoyance. Are you kidding me? Not to mention 3, even 1 would be enough, right? How long has this kid just awakened? Level 30 to fight level 35 gold, or 3? There's no way this is going to pass. Ling Xuangyue also shook her head slightly, her tone cold and objective. Theoretically, it's impossible to pass. The attribute suppression is too obvious. Rank, grade, and number, crushing on all fronts. The 4 bigwigs' expressions became grave. If the difficulty of the hidden examination was really so perverse, then what was the point of triggering it? Was it just to make the genius experience utter despair for once? Chu Tianque's gaze moved away from the screen and landed on Gu Qingshan, who was still somewhat at a loss for words. At the doorway, his tone remained calm, but with an undeniable searching. City Lord Gu. Gu Qingshan had a jolt and hurriedly straightened his body. Shift Chu, Chu Tianque pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his gaze sharp. How much do you know about this little friend Dustwind's fighting style? When Gu Qingshan heard this, a look of difficulty and bewilderment instantly appeared on his face. Subconsciously, he wanted to go wipe the sweat again, but forced himself to hold back. Chief Chu, truth be told, he organized his words with a bitter smile on his face. This is also the first time I've seen Little Windham actually make a move. Previously, I only knew that his talent was frighteningly high. As for the specific battle power, especially if it's still a battle of this level, I'm really not sure. He paused, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, and his voice lowered a few notches. And, Chief Chu, and the chiefs, Dustwind his profession, is the auxiliary system? The atmosphere in the room, which had only just eased a little, froze once again. What the hell? Assist? Long Qingyu almost jumped up, his voice shaking the ceiling as if it was trembling. Say that again, Lao Gu? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He stared at Gu Qingshan dead in the face, as if he wanted to see traces of lying on his face. Su Jiner also covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Auxiliary? How is this possible? An auxiliary, single-handedly breaking through the 70 regions? An auxiliary that triggered the legendary hidden test? A support who now had to face 3 level 35 gold bosses? That sounds almost more ridiculous than 200 talent points. Chu Tianque pushed his glasses violently and quickly pulled up Dustwind's details, his eyes firmly locked on the occupation column. Occupation, reparative warlock? Those 3 question marks stung at the moment. Ling Xuanyue, who had been silent all this time, finally opened her mouth again, her voice carrying a trace of strange fluctuations. Reply warlock. Her cool eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was caught up in some long-ago memory. This profession, has it appeared again? Her tone was soft, like she was talking to herself or stating a forgotten fact. If that's the profession. Ling Xuanyue raised her eyes and looked at the lone figure in the center of the screen with complicated eyes. Possessing a battle power beyond common sense is not completely unfathomable. Within the copy space, the dead silence was abruptly broken. Dustbreeze moved. He didn't choose to retreat or meander. Instead, he met the terrifying pressure emanating from those 3 golden bosses and brazenly charged forward. Coyote Light Shield. A layer of light shield as hazy as moonlight instantly covered the surface of his body, flowing with a faint cyan-colored halo. This is not the end. Almost at the moment the light shield was formed, Dustwind's figure was like an arrow off the string, aiming straight at the shadow flame witch demon in front of him on the right. It was so fast that it only left a residual shadow. The shadow flame witch demon suspended in midair also seemed not to have expected that this tiny human would dare to take the initiative to charge, and the shadow flames jumping around his body slightly stalled. It's now! The eternal radiance staff in Dustwind's hand lit up like never before, but it was not for casting spells. He actually swung this platinum staff, a symbol of holiness and healing, like the roughest of warhammers, fiercely at the twisted head of the shadow flame witch demon. Bang! A dull thump rang out across the empty stone platform. Unlike the imagined sight of the staff shattering, on the contrary, the shadow flame witch demon let out a mournful shrill whine, and the shadow flames around his body fluctuated violently. So it was obvious that this strike was powerful and did not deal a low amount of damage, but that's just the beginning. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in Dustwind's eyes, only cold calculations. The mind is electric. Active talent, double casting, open. Active talent, Fury Strike, activated. Active skill, healing, is activated. Equipment effect, healing, trigger. Almost at the same instant, a series of operations were completed in a flowing stream. Emerald green light erupted like an erupting volcano from the crystal at the top of the eternal radiance staff. Under the effect of the double casting and healing special effects, the healing technique, which was originally just a single recovery skill, instantly split and multiplied. 1, 2, 3, fully 6 columns of life energy light so dense that it almost turned into substance, like precision-guided missiles, ignoring the enemy and us, simultaneously enveloping the 3 huge figures in the center of the platform. Abyssal rock guards, shadow flame witch demons, and void rippers, to name a few. Next, a jaw-dropping sight happened. Plus 51875, plus 51875, plus 51875. A whole 6 huge numbers, emitting a soft green aura, simultaneously floated up from the tops of the heads of the 3 gold level bosses. Each of these numbers represented a terrifying healing of over 50,000 points. In an instant, it was as if the entire stone platform was filled with this rich breath of life. Inside the central monitoring room, time seemed to freeze in this moment. Chu Tianque, Long Qingyu, Su Jiner, and Ling Xuanyue, the 4 big shots who could make a party shake when they stomped their feet, at this moment coincidentally stared wide-eyed, staring dead-on at the unimaginable scene in the center of the screen. The air was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, until a few seconds later, Asterisk 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 asterisk? Long Qingyu violently bounced up from his seat, the chair sliding backward farther as he brought it with him, making a piercing scraping sound. His copper bell eyes stared even wider than a moment ago, almost bulging out of their sockets, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at the still slowly dissolving green numbers on the screen. More. How many? 50,000? His voice was plucked up and even somewhat pitchy from the extreme shock, filled with a sense of incredible absurdity. A ING healing spell milked over 50,000? Isn't this kid only level 30? And is that double casting? How could he? A series of questions spewed out of his mouth like a barrage, each one like a heavy hammer that struck the other three in their hearts. Next to her, Su Jiner gently covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes similarly filled with disbelief, her brow furrowed with worry. But more than that, it was an incomprehensible confusion. Why is he healing boss? And it's such a huge amount of healing. This is completely illogical. Rushing up and tapping it with his staff was odd, but perhaps it was some sort of special battle technique. But pouring a total of over 300,000 life points on 3 bosses right afterward? What's going on here? Is the boss dying too fast? Just as Su Jiner's questions were still lingering in the monitoring room, the unbelievable healing figures had yet to completely dissipate. Inside the copy space, the change was steep. Those 6 thick green auras that had originally surged into the 3 bosses seemed to have reached some sort of critical point. The light shuddered violently. The soft breath of life suddenly twisted and crumbled. In the next instant, the green light ceased to be healing and turned into destruction. 2 waves of emerald green light, condensed to the extreme, violently erupted with dust wind at the center, like invisible ripples, savagely sweeping in all directions. Wherever the waves of light passed, space seemed to tremble slightly. 50,000-25938. A dizzying series of scarlet damage numbers, interspersed with white numbers characteristic of true damage, crazily emerged from the heads of the Abyssal Rock Guard, Shadowflame Witch Demon, and Void Terror. That number jumped around incredibly fast. Each of these numbers represented horrific damage that was enough to make any player's heart skip a beat at this stage, especially the -25,938 real damage, which just doesn't make sense. The 3 gold level bosses that had previously been filled with mighty pressure and were raging, were now like being thrown into a meat grinder. The impenetrable rock body of the Abyssal Rock Guard was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the flickering cold metallic light quickly dimmed. The Shadowflame Witch Demon's shadow flame around its body swayed crazily, letting out an unwilling shrill whine, but it was completely drowned out by the ensuing damage. The Void Terror, who had been lurking in the shadows, violently solidified its figure for a split second, and then as if it had been crushed by an invisible hand, its scarlet eyes instantly extinguished. Just a few breaths. Didn't even put up a decent fight. Boo, boo, boo. 3 dull thuds rang out on the empty stone platform one after another, the sounds of huge bodies crashing to the ground. Smoke filled the air. The original suffocating pressure was gone. The only thing left on the platform was Dustwind's lone figure, and the 3 boss corpses that were rapidly starting to data materialize. Ding! You've killed the Void Ripper, LV-35, Gold Class Boss. Ding! You've killed the Shadowflame Witch Demon, LV-35, Gold Class Boss. Ding! You have slain the Abyssal Rock Guard, LV-35, Gold Class Boss. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 71st region. Are we going to the next area? A crisp and pleasant system beep sounded in Dustwind's ears, breaking the dead silence. Dustbreeze looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly, as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing. Chapter 82 Robbing People. The Coming End. Meanwhile, inside the central monitoring room, it was as if time had been pressed on the pause button. Long Qingyu had just bounced halfway up from his seat, his body frozen in mid-air, his mouth so open he could stuff a fist into it. Su Jiner's hand covering her mouth trembled slightly, and only pure bewilderment and shock remained in her beautiful eyes. The scrutiny and seriousness on Chu Tianqua's face was completely frozen, and his gaze behind the lenses lost focus as he stared blankly at the screen. Ling Xuanyue, who had always been ice-cold and indifferent, also rarely slightly widened those clear and cold eyes, the depths of her pupils reflecting the rapidly dissipating damage numbers on the screen, as well as those 3 huge figures that collapsed with a loud bang. Looking at the 3 gold-level bosses that were almost instantly emptied of their blood bars and turned into data. Inside the surveillance room, a dead silence fell. You can hear a pin drop. All that remained was the slight humming of the instruments as they ran, mirroring the eerie silence. Gulp! A clear swallowing sound stood out in the dead silent surveillance room. It's Gu Qingshan. He rolled the knot in his throat with difficulty, as if to force down the emotions that filled him with shock and disbelief. This subtle sound, like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly broke the atmosphere that was as solid as substance. Chu Tianqua exhaled a long breath, his breath carrying a trace of imperceptible disorder. This little guy is really a monster. He held the frames on the bridge of his nose, and his gaze behind the lenses refocused, but still retained a look of incredulous amazement, as if he had just witnessed a miracle. Regarding the unique alienation skills of the profession of reparative warlock, those of them in high positions naturally had a considerable degree of understanding in filing. Alienated healing spells that can cause damage are not unheard of. Chu Tianquo's voice was low, carrying a strong sense of subversion of inherent perceptions, as well as a hint of excitement that even he himself hadn't noticed. But, he paused slightly, as if he was quickly searching for the right words in his mind to describe that heaven-destroying scene just now. To be able to do such horrible, such out-of-the-ordinary damage at level 30, those were 3 gold-level bosses, not some roadside monsters. It's unheard of and unseen. Chu Tianquo's tone was decisive, giving the final definition for the sight just now. Not waiting for Chu Tianquo's words to fall completely, Long Qingyu fiercely took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the surrounding air into his lungs. His body, which was frozen in midair due to shock, suddenly straightened up, and his eyes erupted with an unprecedented blazing light, as if he had discovered an unparalleled treasure that was enough to change the future of the entire region. Come on, man! A low roar, with unquestionable majesty and urgency. Notify down at once. His voice echoed in the not-so-spacious surveillance room, full of decisive determination. All the colleges in our West China region. Starting now. Immediately. Immediately. Prepare the resources. Each word was bitten extremely hard, showing his excitement at the moment. Bring out the highest level of treatment. S-class. No. SSS rank. Give all the permissions you can. Mobilize all the resources you can. Think of everything. Do whatever it takes. Long Qingyu almost growled as he gave the order, spitting on the screen in front of him. Make sure to get this dust breeze to our West China region for me. Hearing Long Qingyu's undisguised, almost snarling declaration of robbing someone, Chu Tianquo's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. I say, old dragon. His voice drew up a few degrees steeply, with a strong note of dissatisfaction and warning. You guy, openly trolling in front of me, the head of East China? Chu Tianquo violently turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing straight through Long Qingyu, his tone quite unkind. Isn't that a bit much? This is a naked slap in the face of his East China region. Long Qingyu sniffed, but he didn't care in the slightest and waved his hand, even stalking his neck, with a few points of justification. Hey, I say, old Chu, words can't be said like that. He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Tianquo, his eyes filled with the meaning of, what can you do to me? What do you mean? Digging in? It's a national exam now. Long Qingyu aggravated his tone, emphasizing the reasonableness of the rules, the potential shown by this dust wind, not to mention you. There's one here, who isn't jealous. His gaze swept over Su Jiner, Ling Xuanyue, and the other 2 people in charge. With his grades, wouldn't all the top schools in the country be at his disposal? Where he ultimately chooses to go, that's up to him. It's the talent's freedom. Long Qingyu grunted with an air of determination. Whether or not it will stay in your East China, that's hard to say. This kind of demonic student that is hard to come by in 1,000 years is alive and well in front of you. Do I still have to talk to you about gentlemanly manners? He snorted, making no secret of his determination. Unless I, Long Qingyu, am out of my mind, I won't grab it. Although Long Qingyu's words sounded overbearing and brutal, they were also like a thunderbolt, instantly waking up the other few people present. Yes, who wouldn't want such a heaven-defying demon? The stage of the national examination is supposed to be a battleground for the regions and universities to speak from their strengths and grab people by their skills. Ling Xuanyue, who had always been cold and indifferent, as if everything did not haunt her heart, also had a rare flash of a different kind of luster in those clear and cold eyes, although it was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it. Su Jiner covered her mouth. The shock still hadn't completely faded from those beautiful eyes, but she also quickly realized the crux of the problem and the fierce competition that came with it. Almost at the same moment, they also picked up their respective encrypted communication devices and quickly and in a low voice commanded, with the same expression of determination on their faces, immediately, mobilize all available resources, assessing the highest level of treatment. Contact the head of the enrollment office immediately at, whatever it takes. A single instruction was passed through a special encrypted line and conveyed to the top academies and relevant departments in their respective regions at the fastest speed possible. A silent smoke has already quietly filled the air between the regions, and the degree of intensity is even far more than previously expected. The clamor in the surveillance room had nothing to do with Dust Breeze. He didn't even look back at the damage numbers that sparked the furor. At this moment, he was half crouching in front of the 3 boss corpses that were beginning to data materialize and glow. His figure was just right to block out all the prying eyes from the surveillance view. No one could see that a deep and obscure black mist was filling his spread palm. The mist, as if it possessed life, silently probed the ground. The abyssal rock guards, shadow flame witch demons, and void rippers, the shadows of them remaining on the ground, began to twist and wriggle under the erosion of the black mist. It was as if a new will had been given. Immediately afterward, 3 solid and incomparable pitch-black shadows, like tired birds returning to their nests, silently merged into the shadows at Dustbreeze's feet. They quietly replaced the 3 relatively weak shadow soldiers that originally existed in Dustwind's shadow. New powers lie dormant in the shadows, waiting for their master's call. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. You have acquired Shadow Commander, Abyssal Rock Guard, LV35, gold level. You have obtained the Shadow Commander, Shadow Flame Witch Demon, LV35, gold level. You have acquired Shadow Commander, Void Ripper, LV35, gold level. Current number of shadow saves, 5/5. The system beep sounded in his head. The corners of Dustwind's mouth curved up slightly in a few imperceptible curves, but it quickly returned to that indifferent expression. That's good. Shadow extraction can really do the trick. A gold-level boss contained a power far beyond that of an ordinary monster. Transforming them into Shadow Commanders would undoubtedly give him another significant boost in strength. How could he let go of these 3 powerful gold-class bosses so easily? After doing so, Dustbreeze slowly stood up. There is not the slightest lingering. He turned, stepped away, and walked straight toward the door of light that led to the next area. The figure quickly disappeared into the light. The ensuing battle seemed to become a constant reenactment of that previous scene. Different areas, very different environments, increasingly powerful bosses. From the searing inferno of tumbling lava to the frigid winds of the frozen snowfields, from giant arachnid mothers hissing and spewing venom, to ancient witch spirits wielding elemental staffs, the enemy's attributes were getting higher and higher, their skills were getting more and more treacherous, and their battle power was climbing with the naked eye. However, Dustbreeze's speed of breaking through the barrier increased instead of decreasing. He seemed to be completely adapted to this rhythm of fighting. Each strike was precise as a machine. A huge amount of healing was poured in, followed by the devastating emerald green wave of light that erupted. 65,000-31024. The scarlet and pure white intertwined damage numbers were still jumping crazily. Only the values became even more astonishing. Gold-level bosses, which were like a heavenly rift in the eyes of players at this stage, were as fragile as papier-mâché in front of him. Often, they had just shown a hideous gesture, and the next second they were completely engulfed by horrific damage. The battle is ending faster and faster. Without realizing it, 2 hours slipped by. When Dustwind stood up again, at his feet was the cold corpse of the 99th area boss. Dustbreeze felt the surging power coming from the shadow, his face still cold. At that exact moment, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 99th region. Does it enter the last area? The last area? Dustbreeze was slightly stunned. He remembered the information he had learned earlier that this Tower of Heaven seemed to have no upper limit before. Is this hidden copy different? Doubt flickered in his mind, but it was only a flash. He stroked his chin, a hint of inquiry sweeping through his eyes. Whatever, just go inside and see for yourself. With a thought, Dustbreeze's figure disappeared into the light door leading to the next area. Inside the central monitoring room, the atmosphere was still grave, but there was a trace of unspeakable fervor compared to the dead silence before. Everyone's gazes were deadlocked on the main screen, looking at the point of light that represented Dustbreeze, climbing upwards in the region's numbers at an unimaginable speed. 72, 85, 91, 99. Long Qingyu's rugged face was written with undisguised shock and excitement. He couldn't help but sigh out again, his voice shaking a little. This kid is a ING monster. 2 hours, just rushed to the 99th floor? His eyes swept over the timing displayed on the screen with disbelief. How come it feels like he's entering this hidden copy, but instead he's fighting faster and faster? This is completely out of character. The difficulty is clearly spiking. Long Qingyu violently turned his head to look at Chu Tianque with a hint of inquiry and anticipation in his eyes. Old Chu, you said, will he, this time, get through? The moment these words came out, Su Jitong and Ling Shangyue, as well as the other few people in charge, also subconsciously held their breaths as their gazes focused on Chu Tianque. Chu Tianque sniffed, but slowly shook his head. He held the frames on the bridge of his nose, his gaze deep and grave behind the lenses. I see hanging. 3 simple words are like pouring cold water on your head, greeting the crowd's uncomprehending gazes. Chu Tianque's voice was low and clear. After all, this 100th floor, it's a crimson-level monster. Chapter 83, The Strange Last Floor. As Dustbreeze took a step forward, what was in front of him was what made Dustbreeze frown. The previous areas, both the lava hell and the frozen snowfield, were dangerous but structurally intact, and both were fairly common-sense copy environments. The place where he was at the moment was hauntingly empty. A pure nothingness pervaded the surroundings, with no boundaries or references, as if it were an initial space that had not yet been filled with rules and substances, as if it were a half-finished space that had not yet been completed and erected. Silence, a deathly silence enveloped everything. not even the sound of air moving. Ding! You have reached the 100th region. Good luck. A very different system tone rang in his ears, cold and mechanical, but with an extra meaningful blessing. Dust Breeze's eyebrows raised slightly. Wish me luck? In the previous 99 floors, the system had never had such a humanized prompt. This layer, what exactly is hidden? Is it really that difficult? Just as Dustwind's mind was racing with thoughts and secret speculations, his vigilance was at its highest. A slightly old, yet playful voice suddenly echoed out in the empty and void space. Ha! The laughter seemed to come from all directions, and seemed to be close at hand. What a surprise! What a surprise! There really is a little guy who can break in here. There was a hint of imperceptible surprise in his voice, as if he was surprised by Dustwind's arrival. This is greatly out of old man's expectation. When it was first designed, it was not designed at all with the idea that people would be able to pass this level. You little fellow, when you are really not simple nah. Dustwind's pupils suddenly shrunk. His gaze was instantly sharp as a knife, and he scanned the empty surroundings warily, trying to locate the source of the sound. Who is the owner of this voice? Is it the boss of this final level? Or some kind of special NPC? He instantly tensed his body, vigilantly scanning the empty surroundings, his mental power highly concentrated. That old voice didn't seem to care about Dustwind's vigilance. Instead, it sounded again with a bit of playfulness. Ha! The voice gave a slight lurch, as if it had found something interesting. It seems like someone else is peeking in. In the next second, the voice's tone became a bit unpleasant. What a lack of manners. Just as well, there's no rush. I'll get rid of these eyesore peepers first. Inside the central monitoring room, almost the instant that pale voice fell, on the main screen, the image that was originally incredibly clear, relaying Dust Breeze's every move in real time, flickered violently. Zira! A piercing murmur of electricity rang out. Immediately afterward, the screen went completely black. The signal, it was forcibly cut off. All that was left was the monotonous hum of the instruments running, echoing in the dead silence of the room. The expressions on the faces of Long Qingyu, Chu Tianque, and the others who were originally staring at the screen with full attention, even with a bit of fervor, instantly froze. Holy! Long Qingyu violently bounced up from his seat, and because of the violent movement, the chair was brought to slide backward a long way. His eyes widened, shock and disbelief written all over his rugged face, and his voice changed tone as he pointed at the pitch-black screen. What the hell? Black screen? Signal cut off? He turned his head violently, looking towards the technician, but soon realized something, and swept his gaze over Chu Tianque and the others, his tone carrying a strong sense of astonishment. Did you guys hear that sound? Just now? He said he was going to drive out the peeps? Long Qingyu's voice rose steeply, carrying a sense of absurdity. Asterisk. There are still people who can cut the highest level surveillance signal of our military? What kind of authority does this have to be? What level of existence can do this? He muttered as if he had thought of something and blushed oddly. It can't be that people higher up are watching too and think we're in the way, can it? Long Qingyu's voice carried a strong sense of uncertainty and a hint of absurdity that even he himself did not notice. Chu Tianque's face was similarly grave to the extreme. He held up the frames on the bridge of his nose, his gaze deep behind the lenses, staring intently at the pitch-black screen, as if trying to discern something from it. Hearing Long Qingyu's words, he slowly shook his head, his voice low. It shouldn't be a matter of permissions as we perceive them. Su Jitong covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with the same uncertainty of astonishment as she asked softly, Minister Chu, what do you mean by? Chu Tianque took a deep breath, his tone carrying an awe of the unknown. To be able to trigger a hidden copy and fight all the way to this last layer of this situation is in itself beyond all of our records and preconceptions. Ever since there has been a national examination, not to mention hitting the last floor, even the candidates who have successfully triggered the hidden copy and gone deeper into it are few and far between, not to mention that they have never left behind such detailed image data. His gaze swept over everyone present, including Ling Xuanyu, who had been silent but whose eyes had also visibly changed at this moment. We are now facing what is likely a completely unknown territory, existence far beyond our current level of understanding. That voice just now, as well as the means of cutting off our signals, I'm afraid it's not from a power system we're familiar with. Chu Tianque's words caused the surveillance room to fall into silence once again. After a long time, Su Jitong's soft voice broke the stagnant air, with a hint of helplessness. Since you can't see it anymore, let's not look at it. She tore her gaze away from the darkened screen to look at a few of her fellow officers who also had complex looks on their faces. Why don't we go to the exit of the big test and wait for him? With his record, if he is willing to serve his country, I think he will be able to reach our level soon. It's never a bad thing to go over there now and make some good impressions on this little guy first. These words were like a small stone thrown into still water, rippling through the hearts of the crowd. Long Qingyu's rough face, The shock had not completely faded, but at the words, he nodded heavily and in his voice, "Ms. Su has a point. It's not a good idea to stand here and stare." Chu Tianque pushed the frames on the bridge of his nose. His gaze behind the lenses remained deep as he slowly nodded his head in agreement. Ling Xuangyu's cool eyes also flashed a trace of recognition. Although she didn't say anything, the subtle change in her expression already indicated the attitude. The 4 feudal officials who could make a region shake when they stomped their feet rose almost simultaneously. The heavy seats rubbed lightly on the floor. Just then, their movements lurched in unison, and their gazes unanimously turned to the doorway. There, Gu Qingshan was standing uneasily, his hands not knowing where to put them. A look of wanting to enter but not daring to enter, wanting to leave but not daring to leave. From the moment he was ignored by a couple of people, he stayed in that position, not daring to breathe. Seeing the 4 bigwigs looking over at the same time, Gu Qingshan was even more nervous to the point that fine sweat oozed from his forehead. The several people in charge froze slightly, and then a few smiles of understanding appeared on their faces. Long Qingyu grinned, striding over and slapping Gu Qingshan's shoulder heavily twice with his big bushy hand. "Let's go, City Lord Gu. Rather forgetting about you. Come with us to the exit and wait. With such a demon under your hand, you have a bright future ahead of you." It was said in a joking tone, but it carried a few real implications. Gu Qingshan was flattered and hurriedly nodded his head and followed the 4 bigwigs, his heart already turning over. He understood that he, the small city lord, was afraid that because of Dustwind, he would really have to be a chicken and dog. The group left the depressing surveillance room, leaving behind only the pitch-black screen and the cold instruments still in operation. Meanwhile, inside the void space of the 100th region, with the fall of those old words, the prying feeling that lingered in Dustwind's heart, like a substantial one, suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if the invisible shackles that had been weighing down the body were instantly undone. Dustwind's eyes slightly condensed, his tense body did not immediately relax, but his heart was already clear. It seems that what the voice said just now, "drive away the peepers," means to cut off the surveillance from the outside world. This tactic is really unbelievable. He remained on the highest alert, his sharp gaze scanning the empty void around him, just as his thoughts were racing, guessing the identity and purpose of the owner of the voice. In the nothingness ahead, space rippled slightly as if it were water waves. A blurry shadow, turning from light to thick, slowly coalesced and took shape. That is not the entity, more like a hazy light and shadow outline of the human outline. Cannot see the face, also cannot feel any breath fluctuations, but on the other hand, give a person an incomparable ancient vicissitudes of the feeling. The silhouette hovered silently in front of Dustwind. The Dust Breeze's gaze was like substance, locked onto the blurry outline of light in front of him. This virtual shadow had no 5 senses and no specific form. It was just a hazy mass of light, but it exuded an ineffable antiquity and vicissitude. It was as if it had existed for endless years, witnessing the birth and destruction of the world. "Now, no one is watching you," that old voice sounded again, with a hint of imperceptible laughter. "That way, you won't have to hide it all the time." Dustwind's eyes were sharp and his voice was low with undisguised caution. "Who are you?" The old voice was silent for a moment, as if searching for something in a long river of memories. It was a long time before it rang out with a hint of bewilderment and a few hints of self-deprecation. "Who is the old man?" There was a pause in his voice, as if even he was a little unsure. "Oh, it's been too long, just too long. It's been so long that the old man himself has forgotten his own name. Countless years have passed since the old man set up this copy. Names and all that have long been a blur." Hearing this, Dustbreeze looked a bit odd. Set up this copy? This virtual shadow? Could it be a similar existence like a game developer or GM? A flicker of disbelief swept through his mind. This was beyond his regular knowledge of this world's copies. He suppressed the ripples in his heart, his gaze still fixed on the mass of light. "Are you the boss guarding this last area?" That was his best immediate guess at the moment. After all, according to previous experience, there should be a powerful guardian at the end of each floor. The silhouette seemed to think for a moment longer, and the vague outline shifted slightly. "Boss?" The pale voice repeated the word with a touch of playfulness. "Oh, you could say that, I guess." There was an ambiguity in his voice. "But, not exactly." Dustwind's frown tightened. "You could say that, but not exactly? What kind of answer is that?" He could sense that this mysterious shadow in front of him was by no means comparable to any of the monsters he had encountered before. It was an unspeakable gap in the hierarchy. "What do you mean by that?" Dustbreeze's voice was low, with undisguised caution and probing. That old voice sounded again. This time, the smile was even more pronounced, and even carried a few moments of relief like ease. "It doesn't matter." The silhouette shook gently, as if shaking its head. "What matters?" The voice gave a slight lurch, and there seemed to be a gaze in that blur of light that was cast toward Dustwind, with a kind of scrutiny, or perhaps a kind of anticipation. "There you are. The old man, at last, can be relieved. Chapter 84, Crimson Level Bosses. Relief? Dusty Wind's eyes were suddenly sharp as knives, and his voice was low, carrying a sense of undeniable oppression. What the hell do you mean by that? He stared intently at the blurry mass of light, his entire body's muscles in a state ready to explode. Don't play dumb with me here. The blurry light shadow did not directly answer Dustwind's questioning. Instead, that old voice echoed once again, carrying an almost maniacal smoothness. Ha ha ha. The laughter vibrated in the void of space, as if even this dead silence was going to be torn apart. Relief is relief. Accompanying these words of unknown significance, the hazy mass of light expanded violently. The light twisted and coalesced violently. What had been a vague outline began to rapidly become clear and concrete. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were using light and shadow as materials to mold something in the void. Ancient vicissitudes of life. Armor with the aura of iron and bloodshed killing appeared out of thin air, covering that gradually forming body. Between the seams of the armor, a dark luster flowed, as if it had been satiated with the blood of endless gods and demons. A long sword with an ancient shape and a broad blade coalesced in its right hand, and the cold light above the blade was biting, exuding a sharpness that was enough to cut through the soul. A few short breaths, the hazy mass of light that represented the ancient and the unknown, had clearly transformed into the shadow of a majestic war general who stood on top of the sky and held a long sword. Although it was still in the state of a shadow, and it was impossible to see the specific face, the terrifying aura of looking out of the world and conquering the 8 directions was like substance crushing down. This shadowy figure was clearly the final boss that Dustbreeze had to face this time. Dustwind's pupils contracted slightly. The suddenly clear figure in front of him exuded a sense of oppression that far exceeded any of the bosses he had encountered before. He could even feel the sharp aura that lingered on that long sword and almost cut through space. Without the slightest hesitation, Dustbreeze's mind moved. Spotting technique. An invisible fluctuation swept across the war general's shadow in front of him like a ripple. The next second, a line of information surfaced on his retina. Name, War God's Shadow. Grade, Red. Rank, HP, MP. Power, Agility, Spirit, Physique, Skill, Talent. Dustbreeze's brow furrowed a few imperceptible times. All the information except for the name and rank. But all the question marks? Even the most basic levels and life values could not be probed. This was the first time that Dustbreeze had encountered such a situation. This undoubtedly meant that the rank of this, War God's remnant, in front of him, or the special nature of its own existence, had already far exceeded the limits of what his current scrying technique could peer into. On the panel, the lines of shocking question marks were like cold branding, piercing deep into the depths of Dustwind's consciousness. Reddish grade. These 4 words, in and of themselves, represent an insurmountable rift. Dustbreeze clearly remembered the crimson level boss that he had once encountered. A mere 10th level existence possessed a terrifying might that made it almost impossible for him to resist. If not for the fact that the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent and was merely acting as a special presence in an area, he was afraid that he would have long since fallen in that area. And the War God remnant, in front of me, the grade is equally crimson. The grade was a series of question marks. What this meant could not be clearer in Dustbreeze's mind. The opponent's level definitely exceeded his own by at least 10 levels, perhaps even beyond more than one large class. The failure of the scrying technique was the most direct and cruel proof. Is this really an opponent one can defeat? Dustbreeze's breathing, involuntarily, slowed down a few points. The air seemed to freeze with a mountainous heaviness. The war general's shadow merely stood still and did not move, and the invisible aura it emitted was already like a 10,000 feet mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. The dark luster flowing from the ancient armor seemed like a sea of congealed blood. The sharpness of the broad long sword in his hand seemed to cut even the line of sight. A sense of wariness that originated from the depths of his soul crept along his spine. It is the warning of life's instincts when faced with absolute power. Reason was frantically calculating the gap between the two sides. There's no intelligence to back it up. There are no obvious weaknesses to exploit. This is almost a battle that can't see any chance of winning. Running away? This thought was like an ice-cold viper that crept into Dustbreeze's heart. In the face of this crimson level, War God's remnant, that could not even detect its level, escape seemed to be the only rational choice. But did he really have to run away? He had already escaped once before. It was hard not to run this time. He clenched his fists so violently that his nails almost dug into his palms. It was not easy for him to be reborn once. Should he choose to flee in a sorry state once he encountered a seemingly unbeatable enemy? He knows better than anyone that crises are often accompanied by unimaginable opportunities. Not to mention, Dustbreeze's sharp gaze once again swept across this endless nothingness. Here, is there really a way out? He took a deep breath, forcing down the chills that churned in his heart and snuffing out the cowardly thought instantly. No escape, and not necessarily the need to escape. In the midst of desperation, there must be life. His strengths, A thought crossed his mind like lightning, dispelling some of the gloom. Su Jiner. Su Jiner gave him life salute, that powerful buff that can resurrect people after death. Plus, the talent he copied from Su Jiner, gift of the heavens. These two effects stack. Dustwind's heart skipped a beat. Although the life salute itself has a cooldown of up to 12 hours. However, the effect of gift of the heavens has the potential to break this restriction. Wouldn't he have the power of near infinite resurrection? The idea was too crazy, but it was like a light piercing the darkness and illuminating the abyss of despair. Perhaps, maybe it really can. When this thought came together, it was like a prairie wildfire, instantly igniting the light under Dust Breeze's eyes. Grind with your life. With infinite resurrection, he would grind this terrifying war god's remnant in front of him. Alive! Dust Breeze's eyes suddenly became incomparably bright, filled with a certain kind of madness that bordered on paranoia. This is an absolutely insane idea to the extreme. But right now, it seemed to be the only silver lining he could grab. Dust Breeze couldn't help but gulp, his heart beating violently at this bold plan. It has to work. Right, that's it. His mind raced, instantly formulating a battle plan. Hard contact is a death wish. One must maximize their strengths. First, the defense. Coyote Light Shield. Guardian of the Wind. Add all the shields that can stack. Next, there's dodge and block. Rely on the high sensitivity from extreme divine speed and the passive block to avoid as much damage as possible. As for healing, Dust Breeze's eyes stared slightly. With the unfathomable strength of the war god's shadow, its life value was absolutely astronomical. His own healing spell maybe triggers a blast on the first hit, and the overflow healing can do some damage through afterglow impact and the alienation effect. But what happens after that? Once the other party's life value far exceeded their own healing amount, then the subsequent healing spells, I'm afraid, would really just be giving the other party back blood. Even if it triggers a fivefold blast, I'm afraid it won't be able to fill the monster's blood bar in front of me. That's why healing technique can't be used easily. Must rely on other skills. Flaming Soul Fireball, Wind Blade Chaos, and additional damage from Thunderbolt Power. A little bit of grinding. As for healing, it was mainly used to maintain one's lifeline. As long as he didn't die, as long as he could keep resurrecting, he could exhaust it even if he consumed it. Dustwind no longer had the slightest hesitation when he thought of this. He violently raised the Eternal Radiance Staff in his hand, and the light at the end of the staff suddenly blazed. Life Salute. A complex and sacred talisman appeared in the air and instantly merged into Dustwind, bringing a warm and resilient feeling, as if the flame of life had been rekindled and endowed with an indestructible characteristic. A whopping 20,000 magic power points were instantly consumed, but Dusty Wind's eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Coyote Light Shield. Spiritual energy surged, and an energy shield emitting a faint greenish-gray light coalesced into shape, and the shadow of a pale wolf could be seen faintly galloping on the surface of the shield. Guardian of the Wind. The light wind elements quickly converged and formed a flowing transparent barrier around him, emitting a subtle humming sound that carried the lightness and guardian power of the wind. The triple rays of light overlapped and enveloped Dust Breeze, emitting layers of defensive radiance. Just the moment the glow of the last skill stabilized, the war god's remnant, on the opposite side, moved. There was no extra movement, no words. The pair of gazes hidden under the shadows of the armor seemed to have traveled through endless time and space, coldly locking onto him. That majestic silhouette that stood atop the sky did not make any unnecessary movements. The arm covered in ancient armor lifted. The long, broad sword that emitted a biting cold light was held in its hand. Then, without warning, it chopped down brazenly. There was no earth-shattering outburst of momentum, only a heavy and sharpness that returned to the basics. Immediately after that, the giant sword chopped down blatantly. A pitch-black crack, as if it had torn through space itself, accompanied the blade of the sword as it slashed down towards Dustwind's head. Quick, fast to the extreme. So fast that Dustwind's dynamic vision could barely capture it completely. It wasn't mere speed, but also contained an invulnerable force of law, as if everything in the heavens and earth had to give way when this sword was cut out. The target, straight at Dust Breeze, that sword, wrapped in the will to tear apart heaven and earth, arrived in an instant. The pitch-black crack was like a demon's open mouth, devouring all the light and nothingness along the way, and falling straight down towards Dust Breeze's head. Dustwind's pupils reflected the enlarging pitch-black crack, as well as the terrifying sharpness contained within it that was enough to decimate a divine soul. The smell of death was stronger than ever. A close call. Dustwind reacted, almost instinctively. There was no time to think, not even enough time to mobilize more defenses. The pitch-black crack, with an aura of annihilation, had pressed to the top of the head, right here in life and death. Several distorted shadows violently sprang out from the shadows under Dustwind's feet, expanding and coalescing rapidly like living creatures. The shadow at the head of the group was precisely one of the bottom cards he had been hiding, Shadow Imperial Beastmaster. The moment Shadow Imperial Beastmaster appeared, there was not the slightest bit of stagnation. Its illusory body shook violently, and more and smaller shadows erupted out of it like a tidal wave, densely packed and filling the entire space. These were all low-ranked shadow creatures that Shadow Sentinel had summoned through his own skills. There are a lot of them, but they seem incredibly fragile. It all happened in a flash. Dustwind had quietly opened the soul link long before the battle began, connecting himself to the Shadow Sentinel. The Shadow Sentinel was also closely connected to all the shadow creatures it summoned through its own skills. Harm, cascading, put. There was no earth-shattering bang, just a toothsome cutting sound. The pitch-black sword blade that was enough to tear through space landed precisely on Dustwind's body. Those little shadows that had just been summoned and hadn't even had time to fully stabilize their forms couldn't even let out a single wail before they instantly evaporated the moment the Dustwind touched the sword's awnings, completely turning into nothingness. Chapter 85, 7 seconds. Millions of damage. Stage 2? Just a breath. All the shadows, including that gold-level Shadow Sentinel, were all destroyed. However, Dustbreeze stood still, not even fluttering the corner of his coat. He clearly felt that the terrifying power that was enough to kill him instantly in seconds was passed in a portion through the layers of shadows, and what was eventually passed to him was already minimal, and even his outermost layer of Guardian of the Wind was not shaken. On the retina, the long green bar representing life value rippled. 18500/18500. The bet is right. Deep within Dustwind's eyes, a trace of celebration flashed, but more than that, it was an icy cold gravity. Soul Link, together with the sacrifice of the Shadow Legion, it managed to block the surefire blow. It was good to know that the shadows you extracted were able to come back to life. It took a bit longer, but it was worth it. But that's just the beginning. The War God's remnant, on the opposite side, slowly retracted his long sword, and that gaze hidden under the shadow of his armor didn't seem to fluctuate in the slightest. It was as if the sword that destroyed the sky and the earth just now was just a casual wave of the hand. It was also as if the shadows that were instantly annihilated were not worth mentioning at all. The powerful sense of oppression had not diminished in the slightest. Dustbreeze took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the throbbing of returning from the dead, and gripped the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand tightly. The cool touch of the staff caused his troubled mind to quickly settle down, leaving him with nothing but the ultimate calmness. Gambling on the right first step, using the Shadow Sentinel and the Shadow Legion to eat the opponent's surefire sword hard. But it's not enough. That War God's remnant Shadow merely retracted his sword and did not show any decadence, and even that indifferent aura did not weaken in the slightest. The pressure, like a substantial mountain, remained heavy on the heart. Must fight back, and it is important to capitalize on this brief, tiny lull that the opponent may have from a missed blow. Opportunities that are fleeting. Dustwind snapped his staff up, and the jewel at the end of the staff lit up with a bright and cool light. It was as if invisible moonlight was being drawn and gathered in the air. The originally existing, faint layer of moon-colored halo on his body, that was the effect of a certain persistent guardian skill, suddenly became incomparably bright at this moment. Shadow of the Moon God. A low drink was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending out layers of ripples. Dazzling moonlight instantly erupted from Dustwind like a liquid silver glow, sweeping towards the War God's remnant. That light was pure, cold, and carried an absolute will that could not be questioned. War God's remnant, that huge body, which just now seemed to have the tendency to raise its huge sword again, violently froze under the shroud of this moonlight. It was as if time was frozen. The majestic silhouette that stood atop the sky and the ground, along with the huge sword in its hand that emitted a chilling aura, was frozen in midair so abruptly and against common sense. It was like being completely locked up by an invisible force, unable to move. Shadow of the Moon God's absolute control effect, triggered. Even in the face of this unknown great and ridiculously strong War God's shadow, this bug-level control skill was still forcibly effective. Dustwind's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, without the slightest bit of elation, and his movements flowed seamlessly, connecting seamlessly. Control, just to create the output environment. The Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, the light at the end of the staff instantly shifted from a bright moonlight to a blazing crimson. The temperature in the air rose steeply. Huge amounts of magic power surged out of his body and was transformed through his staff. In the next moment, countless fist-sized, flame soul fireballs, burning with blazing flames, appeared out of thin air and hovered densely in front of Dustwind. The surface of the fireball pulsed with unsettling dark red runes, emitting a shocking aura of heat and destruction. Go! Without any extra buildup, the staff pointed forward. The meteor shower-like, flame soul fireballs, trailing a long tail flame and emitting sharp air-breaking sounds, crazily bombarded towards the War God's remnant shadow that was fixed in midair. The fireballs were so numerous that they nearly obscured the view ahead. creating a blazing barrage of death. However, in the midst of this raging rain of fire, a bit of very different light was quietly hidden. It was a holy, life-giving green light. Pure. Moreover, before releasing this healing spell, Dustwind did not hesitate to utilize Fury Strike. For the next skill, it is bound to blast. This healing spell, which was bound to trigger a five-fold effect, was skillfully hidden behind a Flame Soul Fireball, and followed the trajectory of the fireball as it shot towards the War God's remnant, Shasta. The emerald green light that was skillfully hidden in the sky of fire and rain, precisely and unerringly disappeared into the War God's remnant Shadow's huge body that was imprisoned by the moonlight. There was no expected collision of energy, not even a ripple. The holy, healing arts, light was supposed to bring life and restoration. However, with the forced blast of Fury Strike and the terrifying enhancement of the Healing Brave talent, everything was twisted. A single scarlet, heart-stopping damage number violently exploded from the top of the War God's Shadow's head. 9695, plus 131650, 658225, 121955, close to 180,000 terrifying damage. This scene that completely defied common sense was enough to make the eyeballs of anyone who knew the effects of the healing technique burst. Destruction in the name of healing. Dustbreeze's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest, as if this shocking strike had been within his calculations. Control time is limited and he won't waste a second. Almost at the same instant that the terrifying damage numbers jumped out, the Eternal Radiance Staff in Dustwind's hand turned its light once more, and the wind element coalesced rapidly. Wind Blade Chaos. Without the slightest pause, the skill articulation was as smooth as breathing. Snort Dash. A massive amount of wind blades, emitting a greenish-colored sharpness, appeared out of nowhere around the War God's remnant. Each wind blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, but carried a sharpness that cut through everything. As if they were given life, they formed a chaotic and deadly storm of blades, accompanied by the J-Flame Soul Fireball that had not yet completely fallen, and together they strangled madly towards the huge figure that was fixed in place. The explosive roar of the fireballs and the sharp cutting sound of the wind blades were endless. 11080, 5540, 9695, 19390, blazing heat and sharpness intertwined, exploding in a cloud of piercing light on that topsy-turvy shadow. However, that's not all. Dustbreeze's attacks were like a raging wind and rain, one wave after another, before the crimson flames and green wind awnings at the end of the Eternal Radiance Staff had completely dissipated. A layer of pure white light that was even more sacred and majestic suddenly lit up. On top of the staff, ancient and complicated patterns were lit up, emitting abundant magical power fluctuations. Sacred Surge. The active skill of the staff was launched blatantly. A soft but majestic torrent of holy light erupted from the end of the staff, blasting without a moment's pause on top of the War God's remnant's chest armor. This light, which was supposed to be a gospel of healing for friendly forces, but at this moment, when it fell on the enemy, it turned into the purest destruction. Another huge damage number, followed by another, surfaced above the War God's Shadow's head. 103875, a dizzying array of negative numbers, each one representing a terrifying output that was enough to kill the top players at this stage. The bursts of fireballs, the cuts of wind blades, the burns of holy light, and the devastating backlash from that bizarre healing spell. Dustbreeze's attack was like a carefully choreographed music of death, playing its climax in a matter of seconds. 7 seconds. From the time the Moon God's Shadow control took effect to the time the Sacred Surge light fell. No more, no less. Exactly 7 seconds. The total damage stacked up from the firepower that Dustbreeze had poured out in those 7 seconds had already broken through a threshold that would make anyone choke on it, nearly a million. Such a horrific outburst is enough to give any top team a run for their money. However, Dustbreeze's eyes did not have the slightest joy. Instead, they became more and more gloomy. His gaze was deadlocked on top of the blurry outline of the War God's remnant, trying to capture the faint feedback that represented the state of life. The data doesn't lie. Nearly a million damage sounds ruinous, can be fed back to this mysterious God of War remnant. The actual effects caused are far less dramatic. Dustbreeze was able to vaguely sense that although the other party's aura had declined, their roots had not been damaged. The blood bar on his head, however, had only dropped by less than 40%. This guy's life value, it's desperately thick. Right at this moment, the bright moonlight that bound the War God's remnant Shadow suddenly dimmed and dissipated as if it had run out of energy. Shadow of the Lunar God's forced control effect. Time's up. The War God's remnant Shadow that had been bombarded repeatedly did not directly collapse as Dustwind had expected in the worst-case scenario, nor did it show any signs of exhaustion. It slowly raised its head. The gaze that was hidden under the shadow of the ancient armor, which was originally indifferent beyond time and space, seemed to be infused with some kind of furious emotion at this moment. Rage. A near-substantial rage. enough to burn the soul, radiated out from the depths of that shadow. Roar dash! A deafening roar violently erupted from the chest of the war god's remnant. This roar was not a mere sound, but more like a spiritual impact that contained endless battle intent, sweeping across the entire space and causing the air to tremble. Immediately afterward, the change was steep. The war god's remnant's huge body, which was originally standing on top of the sky, began to violently twist and contract without warning. Those lights and energies that made up its body seemed to be pulled by some irresistible gravitational force, frantically collapsing and coalescing inward. The ancient armor covering the surface of his body emitted ear-piercing sounds of metal friction and shattering, and the light flickered madly, brightly and uncertainly. The process was incredibly fast. It was almost just a blink of an eye. That majestic silhouette that was originally as lofty as a mountain unexpectedly shrunk drastically, eventually settling at a height similar to that of an ordinary human. After shrinking, the war god's remnant shadow's figure became abnormally solid, no longer as illusory as before. The ancient armor that covered the entire body became incomparably clear in its detailed lines, as if it was a truly existing divine weapon that had undergone countless baptisms of blood and fire, emitting a cold and heavy metallic texture. It stood there quietly, like an undefeated god of war coming out of an ancient battlefield. The only thing that remained the same was the broad longsword it clutched in its hand. Compared to its shrunken form, the sword appeared even more massive and heavy, and the cold light flowing from its blade seemed even more compelling. The shrunken war god's remnant raised his helmet. The pair of gazes hidden under the shadows were locked dead onto Dustwind, no longer the coldness and majesty from before, but filled with pure, undisguised berserk killing intent and destructive will. It was as if a thoroughly enraged flood beast had finally broken free from some kind of bondage and revealed its most primitive and dangerous fangs. The next moment, there was no warning, nor the slightest excess of movement. The shrunken war god's remnant moved. The ground underneath its feet seemed to have slightly caved downward for a fraction of a second because it couldn't withstand that instantaneous burst of power. Its figure suddenly became blurry, as if it was instantaneous, and it directly disappeared from its original spot. When it reappeared, it had already transformed into a black stream of light that tore through the air and sprinted towards Dustbreeze. The huge longsword was dragged by it with a terrifying strength and speed that completely defied physical common sense, and the heavy sword body friction with the air under the high-speed movement, emitting ear-piercing to the extreme shrill whistles. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Dustwind's heart. This overwhelming sense of oppression was even more direct, berserk, and suffocating than the previous heaven-destroying sword. Quick, faster than the previous chop, swifter. Dustbreeze's pupils, the moment that black stream of light lit up, violently contracted to the size of a pinpoint. His brain, almost instinctively, flashed a thought. This sudden change of form, this sudden surge of terrifying aura and speed, could it be Phase 2? Chapter 86, A Tough Fight. The black stream of light that tore through the air, wrapped in an unrivaled berserk killing intent, had rushed in front of Dustwind in an instant. The tip of the sword gulped with a cold aura, pointing straight at the heart's vitals. This overwhelming sense of oppression was even more direct, berserk, and suffocating than the previous heaven-destroying sword. Quick, faster than the previous chop, swifter. Even though Dustbreeze had subconsciously pulled away for a distance during the period of control of the lunar god's shadow, the speed of the shrunken and condensed war god's remnant shadow was in a completely different dimension. Dustbreeze's pupils, the moment that black stream of light lit up, violently contracted to the size of a pinpoint. His brain, almost instinctively, flashed a thought. This sudden change of form, this sudden surge of terrifying aura and speed, could it be Stage 2? The thought crossed his mind like lightning. Common form transitions in boss battles often mean stronger attributes, more terrifying skills, and lower tolerance. It's too late to think about it. The huge, wide, long sword that flashed with a cold aura was already almost touching his chest. The shadow of death looms again. Extreme divine speed, Dustbreeze shouted angrily in his heart, and without hesitation, he unleashed this crushing agility, increased talent. An invisible power was drawn from space and madly surged into his limbs and bones. His agility attribute, with the addition of his equipment and talent, instantly broke through an astonishing threshold, breaking through 2,500 points hard, pushing straight for the 3,000 mark. The air around him seemed to become sticky, and the extremely fast charge of the war god's shadow finally slowed down a little bit in his dynamic vision, but it was still ridiculously fast, just barely able to keep up with the other's speed profile, even a little reluctantly. That's not enough. That heavy giant sword was as light as nothing in the hands of the war god's remnant shadow, and every subtle angle adjustment carried a deadly threat, forcing Dustbreeze to be fully focused on capturing and anticipating it. The space to dodge was compressed to the extreme. Remote casting? With that kind of speed and close pressure, there was no time to chant and lock on. Dustwind clenched his teeth. Inescapable. Since he couldn't completely shake it off in terms of speed, he had to fight hard. Melee. The thought carried with it a decided viciousness. He was a repo warlock who had to fight a suspected war god's existence in close quarters? This sounds like a no-brainer, but at the moment, it was the only way to live. In the midst of his thoughts, Dustbreeze flipped his wrist. The Eternal Radiance Staff, which had accompanied him for a long time and had made great achievements in battle, flickered with light and disappeared in an instant, being taken back into his storage space. In its place, there was a slender sword blade that shimmered with a golden luster. The sword's body was ancient and simple, with hidden runes flowing, and it was precisely a gold-grade longsword that he had gotten his hands on from the extremely low drop probability by virtue of his far superior efficiency in brushing monsters in the previous copy of the Great Exam. Although it was only gold-grade, and its attributes were far inferior to the Eternal Radiance Staff, at this moment, it was his only choice. It's better than nothing, better than bare hands. The moment he gripped the hilt of the sword, a cold and solid touch came, very different from the warmth of the staff. When the long sword entered his hand, the cold touch spread along his palm, dispelling some of the chill of facing death and bringing a hint of a solid sense of irony. Just the moment the long sword appeared, that War God's Remnant's terrifying jab that trailed remnants had already arrived. The cold tip of the sword almost touched Dustwind's chest. Dustwind violently raised his arm, and the golden longsword came out in a horizontal file at a tricky and precise angle. Dang dash! An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly exploded. Sparks were flying. A huge force, surging madly along the sword, shocked Dustwind's arm, and his tiger's mouth almost cracked. The ground underneath his feet all sunk slightly due to this impact. Blocking, passive talent precision trigger. The strike that was enough to pierce through the mountains was blocked by him, though woeful, though thrilling, but he, in the end, blocked it. The deafening aftermath of the gold and iron clash had not yet ceased. The horrifying recoil force was transmitted madly along the sword and arm, like a dike-breaking torrent washing over Dustwind's internal organs. He let out a muffled grunt as the hard ground under his feet cracked inch by inch, and his entire body slid out backwards uncontrollably, plowing 2 deep furrows. Almost at the same time, the shrunken and condensed War God's Remnant shadow was also shaken by this tremendous reaction force and staggered back, its heavy armor rubbing against the ground with ear-piercing sounds. Both sides were shaken back several steps by the terrifying power of this strike. However, just at the moment when his body slid backwards, Dustwind's eyes were sharp as a falcon. His left hand, which did not hold a sword, opened its 5 fingers violently, and in the center of his palm, blazing energy converged at an astonishing speed. The fire element in the air was forcefully extracted and compressed, emitting a low hum. Flame Soul Fireball. Under the drive of his mind, several human head-sized fireballs burning with blazing flames suddenly took shape, trailing scorching trails, tearing through the air, and blasting straight towards the War God's Remnant, which was also in the process of retreating. The fireball hadn't even arrived yet, and the terrifyingly high temperatures had already caused the surrounding air to start distorting. The scarlet gaze of the War God's Remnant didn't even fluctuate in the slightest. In the face of the whistling fireball, it merely casually swung the huge sword in its hand. The broad, heavy sword that seemed to be able to cut through mountains swept out with a brutal and domineering aura. There were no earth-shattering energy bursts or flashy light and shadow effects, only pure power and speed. Poof, poof, poof. Several dull pops sounded. Those few Flame Soul Fireballs that contained amazing flame energy were like fragile bubbles the moment they came into contact with the sword's blade, and were easily chopped up and torn apart, turning into sparks that flew all over the sky, not even being able to hinder them by the slightest bit. Contempt, unconcealed contempt. It was as if the fireballs, which were enough to melt steel, were nothing more than a few annoying flying insects. However, just as the War God's Remnant shadow swung his sword to crush the fireball, his sight was slightly obscured by the fire and energy turbulence that instantly burst apart. Just moments before that spark was completely extinguished, Dusty Wind, who was supposed to be retreating to stabilize his figure, had his silhouette like a ghost, leaving a faint shadow in place. Truly, with the help of the terrifying explosive power brought about by extreme divine speed and the force of the blocking recoil just now, his figure forcefully twisted and catapulted at an incredible angle. The air was torn apart with a barely audible pop. His figure was like an instantaneous movement, directly crossing the distance between the two and appearing behind the War God's Remnant. The ancient armor-covered back was exposed to him defenselessly. Opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dustwind's eyes were so cold that they did not have a trace of temperature. All emotions were suppressed to the limit, leaving only the purest, most primitive killing instinct. The golden longsword in his hand seemed to merge with his will at this moment. There was not the slightest hesitation, not a moment's hesitation. The power and spiritual energy in his body was catalyzed to the extreme in this instant, madly pouring into the longsword in his hand. Instant kill truth, with a low roar in his heart. A Dustwind's life-fighting technique. which had been temporarily combined and named based on his own understanding and combat experience, was blatantly unleashed at this moment. On the golden blade, the light steeply converged inward, and all the sharpness coalesced in a point at the tip of the sword, flashing with a palpitating cold light. This sword did not have a heaven-shaking momentum, but it contained a terrifying intent that pierced through everything and extinguished life. Quick, quasi, tough. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the gap where the armor connected at the back of the War God's Remnant's heart. That was the only weakness that he had instantly captured and theoretically could have existed with his extraordinary dynamic vision and combat intuition. The touch of the tip of the sword piercing into the seam of the armor was minimal. 36404-1300. Two damage numbers emerged from the top of War God's Shadow's head almost simultaneously, one eye-catching and one insignificant. However, at the same moment that the damage numbers surfaced, an indescribably terrifying power, like a volcano that had been dormant for billions of years suddenly violently erupted from the body of the War God's remnant. It was not a mere physical impact, but more like a mixture of berserk battle intent and destructive will condensed to the extreme, transforming into an invisible storm that swept towards Dust Breeze, who was close at hand. Boom dash! Dust Breeze couldn't even react in time. He felt like he had been hit hard by an invisible, giant hammer that was strong enough to shake the stars. Coyote Light Shield. Crush. Guardian of the Wind. Breaking. Even the faint, continuously recovering film of life from the eternal shelter, stacking effect that remained on his body before the eternal radiance staff, which was completely vaporized in an instant. The 3 layers of defense, like paper mache, went up in smoke in an instant. The overwhelming force penetrated all defenses and heavily blasted Dust Breeze's chest. Click. The subtle sound of bones breaking was drowned out by the loud impact. Dusty Wind's eyes went black, a fishy sweetness welled up in his throat, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, drawing a wretched arc in midair. The vision rolled violently, the sky spinning. The sharp pain instantly flooded his nerves like a tidal wave. HP, 18,509. The life value drained wildly like an avalanche, instantly falling to just single digits. Just a little bit. It was so close that he would have been killed in seconds straight away. If it wasn't for that 3-layer shield absorbing the vast majority of the damage, that strike just now would have been enough to completely erase him from this world. Bang! The body slammed heavily onto the hard ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, as if the bones had fallen apart. Dustwind coughed out a mouthful of blood violently, and his eyes went black. This, War God's Remnant, second stage attack power, is simply outrageous. The aftershock of the recoil alone nearly killed him. However, just at the moment when his body landed and rebounded, and the sharp pain hit his brain, Dustwind's lax pupils suddenly recoalesced. The threat of death wrapped around his heart like an icy viper. Can't stop. Once you stop, you're dead. The low War God's Remnant Shadow's icy cold gaze that contained endless killing intent had locked onto him once again. There was no time to breathe, no time to think more. Almost by virtue of 1,000 battle instincts, Fury Strike. At the same time, he forced himself to endure the severe pain that was almost falling apart in his body, and pressed his left hand fiercely on the ground in an extreme roll to unload his strength. Almost as soon as he tumbled, he unleashed that fighting technique again. Instant kill truth. Not an attack, but a forced displacement using its instantaneous burst. His figure became blurred again the moment he landed, and like a ghost, he narrowly avoided the War God's Shadow's pursuing heavy stomp that followed close behind and was enough to crack the earth, and flashed behind it once again. Familiar backs, cold armor, opportunities that are fleeting. Right at the moment the figure stabilized, Dustwind didn't hesitate in the slightest and unleashed the skills that had been prepared long ago on himself. Healing technique, accompanied by the mandatory bludgeoning effect of Fury Strike, as well as the 500% strike healing increase from the Healing Brave talent. A pillar of almost blinding divine light that far exceeded its usual level of brilliance violently descended from the sky, enveloping Dustwind itself. Plus 131650. A huge green healing number exploded above Dustbreeze's head. The life bar, which was on the verge of shattering, was instantly pulled full. Next moment, with Dustwind as the center, a terrifying shockwave mixed with divine light and pure magical energy, like a torrent that broke the dike, fiercely blasted towards the back heart of the War God's Remnant, which was close at hand. 65825-113150. Chapter 87, The Shocked Su Jiner. At the same moment when Dustwind was fighting to the death with that War God's Shadow, operating at the limit between life and death, and narrowly stabilizing the situation, outside the duplicate space, above the real world's examination square, a cold, grandiose will suddenly descended. Joint National College exam. Time. All candidates. Forced teleportation out of the copy. Buzz. Almost the instant the words fell, the candidates spread across each individual copy space. No matter what they were doing, whether they were fighting furiously, exploring, or hiding, were all wrapped up in an irresistible soft power. In the next second, white light flashed. Like seawater at low tide, countless points of light emerged from the void and quickly coalesced into a single figure, scattering all over the huge square. Noises, shouts, and gasps from the hijacking instantly filled the space. Su Jiner's figure also stabilized in the white light. The fury and wariness from the battle still lingered between her delicate brows, but it was quickly replaced by the familiarity of her surroundings. It's over? She subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, her taut nerves relaxing slightly. However, as her gaze quickly swept over the bustling crowd around her, her pretty brows immediately tightened. No, that familiar figure was not among them. Where's Dust Breeze? He didn't come out? A hint of unease crept up like a vine. With his strength, it's impossible for something to happen at the last minute. Just as her mind was racing and her eyes anxiously searched through the crowd, several youths dressed in the Su family's uniform walked over quickly, with the leader bowing respectfully. Miss Jiner, the grand examination has ended. Please follow us back to the clan. The elders are waiting for your news. These were the elite sons and daughters of the Su family who had arranged to follow her into the replica, nominally as aides, but in reality, they also had the implication of supervision and protection. It was just that at this moment, Su Jiner's mind was not on them at all. Without finding Dust Breeze, how could she be in the mood to go back? The mind, already a little irritated by worry, was completely ignited by this urging. She turned her head, her cool gaze sweeping over several people with an unquestionable tone of command. I'm not going back for a while. You guys go ahead. The youth at the head of the group looked embarrassed and wanted to persuade again. But, miss, on the side of the family head, I said, don't, go back, go. Su Jiner aggravated her tone, and the aura belonging to the Su family's eldest lady faintly emanated out, causing those few youths to blanch and not dare to say anything more. The atmosphere was a bit stagnant for a moment. Right at this moment, a gentle but with an aura that could not be ignored voice rang out behind Su Jiner. Little Jane, is something wrong? This sound, Su Jiner's body stiffened slightly, and she jerked her head back in some disbelief, only to see a well-dressed mature woman with a graceful and luxurious demeanor looking at her with a gentle smile. Those beautiful eyes contained the wisdom to see everything and the majesty of a long time in power. Auntie? Su Jiner lost her voice and exclaimed, her tone filled with surprise. Why is she here? Those few Su family children even instantly tightened all their expressions when they saw the visitor, respectfully lowering their heads. Greetings, Lord Kittang. Su Jitan didn't pay any attention to those few sons and daughters, but only dotingly reached out his hand and gently touched Su Jiner's head with a warm smile. It's been a long time. Our little Jiner has grown up quite a bit. Well done on this big test, oh auntie, I saw it all. Her voice was laced with laughter and her tone was full of approval, worthy of being the young genius of our Su family's generation. Seeing this aunt, who was rare to see on weekdays, the worry and anxiety in Su Jiner's eyes was instantly washed away by a great surprise. That sense of closeness originating from her bloodline made her temporarily forget her hang-ups about Dust Breeze, and she happily took a step forward and directly embraced Su Jitan's warm and soft body. Auntie, what are you doing here? The leap in her tone was like that of a fawn, with the peculiarly girlish delicacy of a young girl. However, this cozy reunion didn't last long. Not waiting for Su Jiner to say a few more intimate words, those few Su family children behind her once again spoke out of turn, their tone carrying a few anxious and difficult words. Miss Jiner, it's getting late. The elders are still waiting for you. They obviously didn't grasp the meaning represented by Su Jitan's appearance, and remained obsessed with accomplishing the tasks explained by the family. Su Jitan's arm holding Su Jiner gave a slight lurch, and a trace of imperceptible displeasure flew across the depths of his eyes, but she still had that gentle and graceful smile on her face, as if the momentary coldness just now was just an illusion. She turned her head, her gaze falling on the youth at the head, her voice soft but carrying an undeniable weight. You guys go back first. I will personally send Jiner back. The words were soft, but they were like an invisible mountain that pressed down on those few Su clan children's breathing. They looked at each other with hesitation written all over their faces. Returned in person? Lord Guetang personally. This. Su Jitan looked at their hesitant appearance. The mildness in his eyes gradually faded, and a faint hint of coldness began to permeate. What? Can't trust me? This light sentence, however, caused those few youths to instantly turn pale, with fine cold sweat oozing from their foreheads. What a joke! Questioning the head of North China? Questioning this powerful man of the Su family? They wouldn't dare even if they had 100 guts. Don't dare! Don't dare! We will retire. The youth at the head hurriedly bowed and saluted, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. The rest of the few people even dared not utter a single breath and followed in a panic to salute. And then, as if fleeing, they disappeared into the bustling crowd at great speed, looking at their backs as they left in a sorry state. Su Jiner finally couldn't help herself and gave a disgruntled cold snort into the air. Humph, those old guys at home. They just know how to control me and annoy me. Her tone held a distinct whine and a tiny hint of rebellion. When Su Jitong heard this, he couldn't help but smile, dotingly pinching Su Jiner's puffy cheeks. Who made you a little girl who didn't like to stay at home since she was a little girl and always went outside? Her voice resumed its gentleness, with the indulgence of an elder to a younger one. Su Jitong smiled, his words gently turning with a few hints of derision. Speaking of which, after our little Jiner has been in Yang City for so long, have you met any young talents that can catch your eye? These words were like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly rippling circles in Su Jiner's heart. The figure of Dustwind flashed through her mind uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed red, and even the roots of her ears were tinted a suspicious pink color. Auntie! Su Jiner stomped her foot, her tone tinged with shyness, but it was nothing intimidating. Well, Auntie won't talk about it. Seeing this, Su Jitong's eyes smiled more intensely and stopped the topic with good grace. She gently patted Su Jiner's back and steered the conversation to the just concluded grand examination. Alright, get down to business. You've performed very well in this examination. Oh, Auntie just looked at the real-time rankings. 690,000 points, even though it's second place. This is a new record for the optimal record of our Su family juniors in all the great examinations. Su Jitong's tone was filled with genuine approval. And you managed to squash that over-eyed little girl from the Toki family. Well done. Upon hearing this news, Su Jiner's eyes instantly lit up, and her previous shyness and worries about Dustwind were temporarily suppressed by this joy. That's for sure. She raised her tiny chin, a hint of pride on her face. Being able to overpower that Toki girl who had been at odds with her since she was a little girl did make her feel better. But soon she remembered something more important and eagerly pursued the question. Right, Auntie, what about that first place? How many points did he get? It's that Dust Breeze. Although they could also open the ranking panel, the points could only be seen for themselves, and now that they had managed to run into the person directly in charge of the grand examination, of course they wanted to ask a question. When Su Jitong heard this, there was a hint of exploration and realization in his gaze toward Su Jiner. Oh, you know this little guy called Dustwind? She raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Hearing these words, Su Jiner's cheeks once again reddened uncontrollably, and even her fair neck was colored with a light pink halo. She averted her eyes in a bit of a panic and looked away, but her mouth forced a calm retort. I am just curious about how much better than me that guy who surpassed me is just. Her voice held a hint of imperceptible undercurrent of, looking at Su Jiner's look of being tongue-tied and wanting to cover up. Su Jitong already had a number in his heart. The smile on her face deepened, and the tenderness in her eyes almost overflowed. Oh, just curious? She lengthened her tone with a hint of derision. Well then, let him tell you himself when he comes out. The words were light, but like a stone thrown into a lake. Su Jiner froze violently and subconsciously asked back, waiting for him to come out? Her clear eyes were filled with doubt. Hasn't the great examination already ended? He wasn't forcibly teleported out? Was there an accident? The uneasiness that had just been suppressed crept back up. The smile on Su Jitong's face slightly tightened, and a touch of seriousness surfaced in his expression. She nodded softly. Aha! Remember what I mentioned to you before, about the hidden test in the big exam? Su Jiner sniffed and immediately nodded. That was a mechanism that existed almost exclusively in legends, and it was said that the triggering conditions were extremely harsh and the rewards were unimaginably rich. Well, I remember. Her tone dropped a little, with a hint of regret. I tried hard, but couldn't really keep up with the physical and mental exertion in the second half and didn't succeed in triggering it. Su Jitong reached out and patted her shoulder soothingly. Normal, don't be psychotic. The threshold of that hidden examination is extremely high, and it's almost like it doesn't even try to let ordinary candidates open it. There was a pause in her tone, a hint of meaning in her gaze. Nothing but, this little fellow, Dustwind, is clearly not an ordinary person. Su Jitong's words fell. Su Jiner's intelligent head instantly turned a corner. She jerked her head up, disbelief glinting in her eyes, her voice rising a few notches. You mean, Dustwind he is still conducting a hidden examination? Su Jitong's gentle eyes reflected Su Jiner's incredulous expression as he gently nodded. Aha! A simple syllable, yet it seemed to contain the strength of 10,000 pounds, confirming that crazy guess in Su Jiner's heart. The Dusty Wind he really is still in there. He triggered the legendary hidden test. The great shock was followed by an unspeakable sense of being with honor. It was as if the one who triggered the hidden test was not someone else, but herself. But what followed was a deeper concern. Hidden examinations are bound to be accompanied by unimaginable dangers. Will he be able to make it alone? In there? The color of worry was almost overflowing from Su Jiner's clear eyes. Su Jitong took in her reaction, and the smile at the corner of his lips grew milder with a hint of realization. She reached out her hand and gently patted Su Jiner's tense shoulder, signaling her to look to the other side of the square. There, far away from the hustle and bustle of the ordinary candidates, a few figures stood quietly, creating their own aura. I'm not the only one waiting. Su Jitan's voice was soft, but carried a weight that could not be ignored. Her gaze followed, landing on top of the figures. See those guys? Su Jiner followed her aunt's line of sight, only to see that not far away, 3 figures with different temperaments but all exuding a powerful aura were standing with their hands folded, their gazes likewise intentionally or unintentionally casting towards a certain place in the void, the supreme head of the 4 major regions of the Dragon Kingdom. Apart from the one sitting at the center, it can almost be said that the 4 feudal lords with the heaviest authority, they are actually all here? Su Jiner's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This battle is not too big. Su Jitan's voice sounded again with a faint hint of emotion. We, the 4 bannermen, are waiting for him to come out. Chapter 88, finally winning. We, the 4 bannermen, are waiting for him to come out. He should, right now, be in the final challenge of the hidden examination. Su Jitan paused, with a hint of helplessness and a hint of marvel in his tone. The difficulty of that level is beyond imagination. Even the 4 of us don't have permission to watch the battle. It's just going to have to wait here. The ultimate challenge that even the 4 regional heads can't get a peek at. Su Jiner only felt a chill creeping up her spine. What a horrible scene that would be. What exactly is Dusty Wind he is dealing with? Her fingertips curled slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her palms. The previous joy from the end of the examination, ranking second, and pressing the outdated family girl was washed away in this moment. In its place, there was a sinking feeling of apprehension, and a hint of pride that even she had not noticed. This guy, he always does such amazing things. Su Jitan looked at the changing color on Su Jiner's face, and the smile under his eyes deepened. She didn't say anything more. There are some things that are just fine to point out. To be able to make the heads of the 4 major regions all put aside their business at hand and personally wait here, the value and potential of that youngster named Dustwind was already self-evident. In the depths of the duplicate, within the space that was isolated by an invisible force, the battle had already entered a white-hot stage. The attack of the war god's remnants became more and more furious. Each strike seemed to tear through space, carrying a destructive aura. The golden gunshots fell like a sudden rain, so dense that it was suffocating. Dusty Wind's figure shuttled rapidly through the rain of gunfire, like a flatboat in the midst of a shocking wave. His nerves were tightened to the extreme, relying on his beyond normal reaction speed and block talent to narrowly avoid deadly attacks time and time again. Clang! A crisp block sounded, and a great concussive force came from his arm, almost making him unable to hold his weapon. The pale wolf-like shield on his body had just coalesced into shape when it shattered in response to the next wave of attacks, scattering light debris in all directions. Immediately afterward, a new shield was instantly added. Broken, cohesive, and broken again. This cycle is repeated over and over again in a very short period of time, and it's dizzying. His life value bar was like a runaway roller coaster, jumping wildly between the safety line and the edge of danger. The light from healing technique almost never stopped, and with the special effects of the Eternal Radiance staff, it was barely able to maintain the bloodline. However, the depletion of MP value was equally huge, and even with the Healing Brave talent to reduce the depletion, the blue bar was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. Dustbreeze panted heavily, sweat soaked through his shirt and slid down his cheeks. Every dodge, every block, and every heal consumed a tremendous amount of his physical and mental energy. While he tried his best to maintain the rhythm of dodging, he detached a sliver of his mind and glanced at the system panel, eyes focused on the Shadow Save column. Of the 5 grayed out names, only one was flickering slightly, about to light up completely. Almost there. It was close. Dustwind's eyes sharpened steeply. It's now. With that name completely illuminated, he didn't hesitate and his mind communicated instantly. Come out. With a low hiss, the shadow behind him twisted and swelled violently. A cold, deadly, yet incomparably powerful aura suddenly descended. Who dash? The silent dragon's whistle seemed to explode at the soul level. A shadow bone dragon, so large that it covered the sky, broke free of the shadow and appeared in this space. The morose white bones flickered with a dark luster. 2 deep purple soul fires burned in the empty eye sockets, and the majestic dragon's might instantly swept across the entire field. The remnants of the god of war, who were attacking frantically, had their movements stalled violently. Those emotionless eyes, for the first time, turned to the target beyond the dusty wind. The bone dragon that had suddenly appeared seems to be judging this emerging threat. It's this moment. The light in Dustwind's eyes exploded. Soul resonance. He unleashed the skill without hesitation. The huge body of the shadow bone dragon that had just appeared shook violently. In the next moment, its massive skeleton instantly disintegrated and exploded. Instead of dissipating, it turned into countless streams of the purest shadow energy. These streams of energy were like guided torrents, frantically surging towards Dustbreeze's right hand, Thumbs up. Shadow energy coalesced and molded rapidly. A hideously shaped, immense, bow-like giant sword quickly manifested and took shape on Dustwind's right arm. The body of the sword was composed entirely of eerie white bones, with wisps of darkness entwined around it, emanating a palpitatingly terrifying pressure. The moment he gripped the hilt of the sword, an indescribably powerful feeling of strength instantly filled Dustbreeze's limbs and bones. It was as if he had become one with the dragon. Last wave. Feeling the surging power within his body, as well as the remaining will of the bone dragon, Dustwind let out a low roar that had been suppressed for a long time. His eyes became incomparably frantic, with a kind of broken determination. Die for me. He no longer dodged. His feet slammed down, his body transformed into a stringed arrow, and he took the initiative to charge towards the war god's remnants. With a swing of his right arm, the huge bone giant sword cut through the air, carrying a keening like whine as it chopped at the illusory figure. Break the sky and crack the earth. Duststorm gulped out, each word seeming to contain the aftermath of a bone dragon's roar. The hideous bone giant's sword on his right arm responded to his will and instantly erupted with a piercing and eye-catching crimson light. The light did not originate from flames, but was a pure to the extreme cohesion of power, as if it was going to ignite and tear apart space itself. Opposite the war god's remnants, those empty eyes seemed to fluctuate slightly. In the face of this destructive strike, it actually let out a deafening roar. The roar carried a sense of anger at being provoked, even imitated. The standardized heavy sword in its hand actually also synchronously erupted with the exact same crimson light, the degree of fierceness not weaker at all. Same starter. The same energy rushes in, the same aura of destruction. The remnants of the god of war took a step that was just like Dustwind's, heavy, yet with an unrelenting and furious aura. It swung its heavy sword that shone with red aura and slashed ferociously and overwhelmingly against the Dustwind. This move was precisely the strongest attack skill that Dustbreeze had managed to copy from this war god's remnant after a certain thrilling healing blitz during the long tug-of-war. Relying on the healing brave talent, break the sky and rupture the earth, LV1 swing the heavy sword and launch a destructive attack, dealing physical damage that ignores defense to all enemies within a straight line in front of you. With damage equal to 1000% of their current strength value plus 500% of their physique value. Consumption, 100,000 MP. CD, 12 hours. This was a replica of the most powerful strike belonging to the god of war. It was also the finishing technique that Dustwind could wield at this moment. After fusing the power of the Shadow Bone Dragon, betting everything on it, two figures, two huge swords shining with the same crimson light, drew two destructive trajectories in the narrow space. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched in this moment. The air let out a shrill whistle of overwhelm. The next instant, boom dash, the two furious and incomparable attacks, without any frills, intersected and collided head-on. The crimson energy exploded like a dike-breaking torrent, illuminating the entire space in a blood-red color. The indescribable shockwave centered on the collision point and spread wildly in all directions. Dustwind only felt a force that was so overwhelming that it hit the bone sword, instantly spreading throughout his body. The same was true of the war god's remnants. Pust. Almost at the same moment, the two figures flew backwards in unison as if they had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. Dustbreeze tumbled in mid-air, his bone sword flying out of his hand and smashing heavily into the ground. And that war god's remnant, as it flew backwards, its already illusory body became even more transparent. The crimson glow quickly dimmed. The energy particles that made up its body began to escape uncontrollably. In the end, that last portion of its energy that symbolized its life value completely went to zero before it hit the edge of space. The huge figure completely dissipated without a sound, turning into dots of golden light debris, as if it had never existed. At the same time, Dustbreeze fell heavily to the ground and tumbled a few times before coming to a stop. His eyes went black, and it was as if the bones in his entire body shattered open, and the intense pain instantly drowned out his consciousness. In the corner of his line of sight, his own life value bar, under that terrifying collision and recoil, was likewise rapidly emptying. HP 0/18500. Zeroed out. Consciousness was sinking rapidly as if it had fallen into a cold, deep sea. However, just at the moment when the consciousness was about to completely dissipate, a soft yet incomparably tough emerald green light violently erupted from his body, like a beacon of hope lit up in the darkness. Salute to life, effect triggered. The green halo instantly wrapped around Dustwind's tattered body, and pounds of life energy madly surged in. The fire of life, which was on the verge of being extinguished, was forcibly rekindled. Dustwind jerked violently, his pupils, which had been out of focus, recoalescing. HP 9250/18500. Life value instantly restored by half. He coughed violently, each breath tugging at a sharp pain throughout his body. But the cold touch of death had faded. He's alive. The remnants of the god of war disappeared. This final hidden examination. He passed. Chapter 89. Reward? Legacy? Equipment? Curse? Dustwind struggled, trying to hold up his aching body. Each breath felt like a tug on broken ribs, bringing a sharp stab of pain. The dark remnants of his near-death still lingered at the edges of his vision, reminding him of the ferocity of what had just happened. But he survived. Although the emerald green light of life salute had already converged, the majestic life force was still slowly flowing through the body, repairing the damaged body. He looked down to his right hand. The hideous bone sword that had fused the power of the shadow bone dragon was currently disintegrating inch by inch. The morose white bone transformed into the purest dark energy, curling up and losing its physical support. Immediately afterward, the energies did not completely dissipate. Instead, it strangely recoalesced. At his side, the silhouette of the massive to suffocating shadow bone dragon briefly surfaced once again. In the empty eye sockets, two deep purple soul fires rekindled, though much dimmer and not as powerful as before. A bony tail made of pure darkness and shadow curled carefully around and gently rested against his back, holding the faltering man steady. With that, the bone dragon's figure collapsed once again, turning into a stream of light that disappeared into the shadows at his feet. Returning to the space of shadow preservation, Dust Breeze gasped for air, his eyes casting towards the place where the remnants of the war god's shadow had dissipated. All that was left there were dots of golden light fragments that were about to be annihilated, like candles in the wind, telling of the tragic nature of the previous battle. What a shame! He couldn't help but smack his lips in a low voice, his tone filled with undisguised regret. Such a powerful guy, but he's just an energy body. If only we could extract shadows. With the strength displayed by this war god's remnant shadow, if it could be transformed into a shadow soldier, it would definitely be a powerful aid beyond imagination. However, as soon as the words fell, a sudden change occurred. Those golden light fragments that had already dimmed to the extreme and were about to completely dissipate seemed to be pulled by some invisible force. They stopped annihilating and instead began to rapidly rewind and converge. The light blazed up again. In the void, the majestic, cold, and destructive emitting remnant of the god of war unexpectedly recoalesced and took shape in a few breaths, exactly the same as before. The sense of oppression emanating from it did not even diminish in the slightest. Dust Breeze's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart felt like it was being clutched by a large invisible hand. The muscles of his entire body instantly tensed. The nerves that had just relaxed were once again pulled to the extreme, and he subconsciously assumed a defensive stance. I'm leaning? Still coming? Could it be that this final examination was to be an infinite will battle until the candidates were completely exhausted? Just at the moment when Dust Breeze thought that he was going to experience another desperate death battle, the old voice that had penetrated the entire hidden examination space once again resounded leisurely. There was a hint of laughter in his voice as if he had seen it all. Ha ha ha. Don't be alarmed, little one. You, who have passed the final test. Hearing this familiar voice, Dustwind's taut nerves did not immediately slacken. His gaze was deadlocked on the recoalesced figure in front of him. It's not right. This war god residual shadow seems to be a little different. Although the silhouette was still majestic, and the aura emanating from it carried the meaning of destruction, the degree of solidity was far less than before. The golden particles of light that made up its body appeared thin and dull, as if they would fall apart when the wind blew, compared to the posture that had almost condensed into substance and suffocated with oppression just now. At this moment, it was more like a candle flame swaying in the wind, so illusory that it could go out at any time. It was even a bit more illusory than when Dustwind first saw it. The power is about to run out? A flash of realization flashed through Dustwind's mind. Confirming this, the sense of crisis that had tightened to the extreme finally receded like a tidal wave. Dust Breeze only felt that his strength was instantly drained from his body. Poof! He could no longer support himself, and his body, which had just barely held itself together, once again fell limply to the ground. The cold touch of the ground came through the tattered clothing, but it gave him a hint of reassurance. He gasped for air, the sharp pain in his chest still evident, but at least he didn't have to face that destructive blow anymore. He raised his head and looked at the blurry figure in the void, squeezing out a smile worse than tears on his face. Elder, your joke, it's too big. The voice was hoarse with the weakness of a hijacker. Almost, really thought I was going to die again. The pale voice sounded again. This time the laughter was more pronounced, with a hint of old boyish urgency. Ha ha ha, it's the old man's fault for scaring you. Make amends to you. Dustwind tugged at the corner of his mouth, not having the strength to count on this. He just wanted to get the hell out of there now. So, he caught his breath and asked directly, now that I've passed, isn't it time to let me out? The illusory remnant of the god of war, or rather, the will that resided within it, gently nodded. Although it was only a fluctuation of energy, it clearly conveyed the meaning. Naturally, the pale voice affirmed, you have proven yourself worthy, and the bonds of this place are no longer meaningful to you. But, the voice lilted slightly with a hint of mystery, since you've passed the final examination of the old man's guardian, according to the rules, this thing, too, should be handed over to you. Hearing this, Dustbreeze was slightly stunned. Something? He struggled to half sit up, the sharp pain causing him to suck in a breath of cold air, but his eyes locked on the illusory figure. Reward? He asked hoarsely, his voice tinged with exhaustion but also a hint of imperceptible anticipation. After all, after fighting tooth and nail to beat this perverted test, there should always be something decent to gain. The illusory remnants of the war god, or the will that boarded in it, rippled slightly in energy. As if nodding, the old voice sounded again, this time with an unspeakable gravity. A bonus, so to speak, but, one could also say, is a mission, a pressure. Mission? Pressure? The exhaustion and slight anticipation on Dustwind's face instantly solidified, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. What does that mean? He looked somewhat puzzled at the increasingly dimming golden shadow in front of him. Having just gone through a life and death struggle, all he wanted to do now was rest, not take on some inexplicable mission. The old man seemed to have read his mind, and it was as if a deep gaze was projected from that illusory figure, scrutinizing him carefully. Next moment, altered regeneration. Right in front of Dustwind in the void, the air twisted slightly. Dots of collapsed golden aura and wisps of escaping dark energy were strangely pulled and converged. Light and dark shadows intertwined and eventually coalesced. An object that emitted an ancient, barbaric aura was quietly suspended in midair. That's a bracelet. The whole body showed a deep dark green color. The material was like some kind of unknown bone polished, and the touch seemed to be able to feel the coldness of 10,000 years of age. On the surface of the bracelet, there was an intricate and broken dragon pattern carved, as if telling a broken ancient legend. What was even more palpitating was that above the ring body, there were 9 vaguely visible blood-colored chain shadows wrapped around it. The chain shadow was not solid, but it emitted a soul-stirring sense of bondage and foreboding. Just by looking at it, Dustbreeze felt an inexplicable chill rise from the bottom of his heart. This thing, before he could think about it in detail or even react in any way, the dark green bone bracelet seemed to have a life of its own. Phew! It transformed into a blurry green shadow that ignored the distance and space and came straight towards Dustbreeze's wrist. The speed is as fast as it can be. Dustwind's pupils contracted violently, and subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to block or dodge. But having just gone through a great battle and having suffered a heavy wound, his body's reaction was completely unable to keep up with his consciousness. A cool, hard touch instantly plastered his skin. Click! There was a soft thud, as if some ancient latch had closed on its own. The dark green bone bracelet entwined with the shadows of blood-colored chains had been firmly placed on his left wrist. It was a tight fit, as if it had been customized for him. The 9 blood-colored chain shadows were even slightly twisting like living creatures, emitting a palpitating sense of bondage and an ominous aura. Dustwind's heart sank as a strong sense of unease instantly exploded. This thing feels very wrong. The inexplicable chill and throbbing just now was by no means good. This is not a reward. It's more like a curse. Almost subconsciously, he violently grabbed the bone ring on his left wrist with his right hand and tried to forcefully rip it off. However, the bracelet didn't move as if it had grown on his bones. The hard, cold bone seemed to fuse with his wrist bones. Dustbreeze clenched his teeth and used his remaining strength to break and pull. A stinging pain like bones rubbing together came from his wrist, but the dark green-colored bracelet was still as solid as a mountain. Sweat slid down the corners of his forehead, mixing with the blood stains from earlier. How this thing wears up. That foreboding feeling was so strong just now. He didn't want it at all. Just as Dustwind was so shocked and angry that he was almost about to use what was left of his power regardless. The old voice that had been heard throughout, with a hint of calmness as if it had been long anticipated, once again resounded leisurely. No need to waste your breath, little one. This object is called the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. Once it recognizes the host, no one will be able to remove it unless it chooses to leave on its own, or the host dies. It has chosen you. The voice was flat, but carried an undeniable undertone. Dustwind's movements jerked. Recognize me? Choose me? Elder, what exactly does this mean? What the hell is this thing? He lifted his head, his vision cutting through the golden shards of light that filled the air, trying to make out the increasingly blurry remnants of the war god. The energy fluctuation of that residual shadow, or rather the will that boarded in it, became even weaker, and it seemed that even maintaining its form was already very reluctant. This item, it's the weapon of our Dragon Kingdom's heritage. The Dragon Kingdom? The artifacts of the legacy? An inherited artifact from the Dragon Kingdom sounded like a supreme honor and opportunity. However, the cold, ominous touch on his wrist, as well as the 9 blood-colored chain shadows, were constantly reminding him that things were by no means that simple. Sure enough, the pale voice paused, and its tone became more grave. Nothing but, it's broke in the middle of some war we've almost forgotten, and tainted with a curse that should never have been there. Curse. These 2 words were like ice picks, piercing hard into Dustwind's heart. He jerked his head down to his wrist. On the surface of that dark green colored bone ring, originally it was just a complicated and ancient dragon-shaped pattern, but at this moment, when looking closely, one could actually find countless fine cracks all over it, and those 9 blood-colored chain shadows even exuded a near-substantial sense of resentment and bondage. A broken artifact of heritage? Tainted with a curse? This is not a reward. It was clearly a hot potato to the extreme, perhaps even a bomb that would detonate at any time. Senpai. Dustwind's voice rose steeply, carrying incredible anger and a hint of humiliation at being deceived. You call that a reward? He felt like a little cutie, having fought hard to pass the test, only to have a cursed item forced on him. The pale voice was silent for a moment, seeming to deliberate, or just plain out of energy. It's a reward and a destiny. The voice came out ghostly, with an almost cold calmness. It chose you, and this is your destiny. As for the curse, perhaps it may not be all bad for you, not necessarily a bad thing? Dust Breeze was practically laughing. All he wanted to do now was get the damn bone ring off his hand. He tried to exert force again, and the sharp pain of his bones rubbing together came, but the 9 reverse dragon ring remained motionless, as if it had become part of his body. The old voice seemed to sense his struggle and sounded again. Give it up, little man. The benefits it will bring you will definitely outweigh the inconveniences the curse will bring you. The Dragon Kingdom needs someone, to fix it. Chapter 90, The 9 Reverse Dragon Rings. Fix? Will the benefits outweigh the curse? When Dust Breeze heard this, his expression became more and more odd. That old voice carried an unquestionable certainty, as if this broken and cursed contraption was really some kind of heavenly chance. The futile struggling movements of his hands stopped subconsciously. The bone ring, which was almost embedded in the flesh because of the forceful pull, suddenly lost its power to fight against it. The piercing pain that had been drilled into his heart then instantly disappeared without a trace. It's as if it never existed. The only thing that came from his wrist was the cold, hard touch of that dark green bone ring. Dustwind subconsciously raised his left hand. His eyes fell on top of the uninvited 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist. The dark green colored bone carried a sense of vicissitude through endless years. Those complicated broken dragon-shaped patterns on the surface. At this moment, when looked at closely, the cracks were even more obvious than what was felt before. It was as if it would shatter completely at the slightest touch, and the 9 blood-colored chain silhouettes entwined around them still emanated a palpitatingly ominous aura. Ice cold, bound, with some kind of resentment originating from the distant past. Just the moment he gazed at it, a curtain of light blue light, visible only to him, silently unfolded in his field of vision. The details of that weird bracelet were presented directly in front of him. 9 reverse dragon rings, unique, rank, none, full attributes, plus 100, durability infinity, the dragon's soul is indestructible. It will never be destroyed. Binding effect, soul binding, no drop on death, no trade, equipment effects, immortal dragon soul, immediately resurrect after death, doubling all attributes for 10 seconds, consumption, none, cooldown, 24 hours, absolute attack, your attacks will ignore all defenses and resistances. The might of the 9 dragons, existences whose level is lower than yours will enter a state of fear after encountering you, and their effect can be enhanced by magic power values. Special curse, Dragon Grievance Eclipse, lose 1% of your maximum life per second. When your life is below 50%, the rate of loss doubles, and the effects of all your skills and talents are doubled. Enemy of all races, all monsters will regard you as their mortal enemy, and will launch an indiscriminate attack on you once they enter the hate range. If the target is a dragon, the dragon will double its strength and attack you. Ring of Reverse Scales, when you receive damage, the pain is increased to 200% and your attacks will increase the target's pain to 1000%. Bit of Adversary, 0/9. Introduction, the 9 reverse dragon rings, the deed of the Kingslayer. Before waking up to the scales, its power can already subdue mountains and rivers. The dragon's grudge eats away at the body, and blood flows into the river. Before the beginning of the reversal of life, looking at the light blue light screen in his field of vision and the detailed attributes of the 9 reverse dragon ring listed on it, Dust Breeze completely froze. It was as if his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, buzzing, and for a while it was actually a bit down. Immortal Dragon Soul, Absolute Attack, Might of the 9 Dragons. Each of these 3 equipment effects, taken out individually, was enough to be called a heaven-defying level of existence. Full attribute plus 100 is not too impressive, but it's quite a lot. However, when the line of sight moved down and saw those 3 scarlet-piercing, special curses, the hint of fluke that had just risen in Dust Breeze was instantly doused cleanly. Dragon Grievance Eclipse, 1% max life lost per second, below 50% and doubling it? What does this mean? It means that even if he stood still and did nothing, he would definitely die within 100 seconds. And the lower the life value, the faster he will die. How can this be fun? Enemy of all races, all monsters see you as a mortal enemy? They will attack you indiscriminately? When you meet a dragon, your opponent's strength is doubled? It's like being hunted to death everywhere you go. Ring of adversary scales, pain increased by 200%? Attacking a target increases pain by 1000%? What the kind of curse is this? Turning yourself into a super-sensitive masochist who's also a sadist? The corners of Dustwind's mouth twitched crazily, his face shifting and changing. Wonderful to the extreme. This thing. 3 positive effects that are godlike, paired with 3 horrific curses that are enough to cause instant violent death or social death. So much for fire and ice. This is not equipment. This is clearly a death wish. And that, bit of adversity, 0/9. Dusty Wind frowned as a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. 0/9? Could it be that this broken cursed ring needed to gather 9 of something in order to completely repair it? He subconsciously raised his wrist and looked at the dark green-colored bone ring, only to feel a palpitation. Fix it? With your life? Seniors. Dustbreeze just wanted to open his mouth, trying to ask something more from that remnant of the war god that was about to dissipate. However, before the words were uttered, a sudden change occurred. Rumble dash. The entire golden space shook violently without warning. It was like a 12-magnitude earthquake. Countless golden light flakes fell down like an avalanche, and on the surrounding space barriers, spider-web-like dense cracks surfaced, and were spreading wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura of destruction instantly filled every inch of space. Here is going to collapse. Dustbreeze's heart fluttered as he looked up sharply. The remnant shadow of the war god from before had long since disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Not even a trace of energy fluctuation was left behind. Run really fast. Dustwind cursed, but his heart sank. It was too late to think about it, and the ground slammed beneath his feet. The solid golden ground shattered apart like a mirror. The feeling of weightlessness instantly struck Dustbreeze, and Dustbreeze's body fell uncontrollably downward at great speed. The sound of whistling wind exploded in his ears, and below him was a bottomless dark void, as if it was connected to some unknown terrifying abyss. Just in the nick of time. Howl. A majestic, pale, dragon roar, as if from the ancient flood, exploded in Dustwind's ears without warning. Immediately afterward, a dragon shadow so huge that it was unimaginable appeared out of thin air above his descending path. The dragon's shadow was blurred, and only its sinuous body and outline covered with mysterious scales could be seen, emitting a terrifying pressure that made the soul tremble. Dustbreeze didn't even have time to get a full view of the dragon's shadow. It only felt a huge force that was overwhelming, ruthlessly pumping on his ass. Ow! A short, pitch-shifted cry of pain rang out. Dustbreeze's entire body was like being hit head-on by a high-speed train, and his body was completely out of control, transforming into a stream of light that flew backwards in a certain direction at a speed even faster than when he fell. The intense pain and the heavenly spinning sensation hit at the same time. Dustbreeze's eyes went black, and his consciousness appeared briefly blurred. I don't know how much time has passed. When he regained consciousness again, he barely opened his heavy eyelids, found himself lying in the midst of a familiar ruin. Gray broken walls, filled with smoke and dust, the smell of blood in the air if nothing else. Here is a copy of the big test? He's back? Dustwind sat up sharply and looked around. That's right, it was the previous copy seen before he entered that golden space. Everything just now seemed like it was just a dream of light. However, the cold, hard touch on his wrist, as well as the light blue attribute panel that remained in his field of vision, reminded him all the time. It wasn't a dream. 9 reverse dragon ring. This damned cursed ring was literally forced onto his hand. Just as Dustbreeze was shocked and angry, he was about to try to remove the damn thing again. In front of his vision, in midair, an illusory, 7-colored scale that seemed to be made of light was silently hovering there. The scales were palm-sized and ancient in shape, with the same complicated and broken dragon-shaped patterns on the surface, emitting an aura that was homologous to the 9 reverse dragon ring. It was just that, compared to the solidity of the bone ring, the scale seemed a bit unreal and untrue. It hovered silently, waiting. What's this? Dustbreeze looked at the illusory scale suspended in front of him, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Palm-sized and ancient in shape, it flowed with a faint 7-colored halo. On the surface of the scales, similarly inscribed with the 9 inverted dragon ring, were complicated and broken dragon-shaped patterns similar to the 9 inverted dragon ring. It was just that compared to the cold solidity of the bone ring on his wrist, the scales seemed a bit unreal, as if they would dissipate into the air at any moment. It hovered silently like that, emitting an ineffably ancient aura that vaguely echoed the bone ring on his wrist. Dustbreeze subconsciously raised his left hand, and the touch of the cold, 9 reverse dragon ring, was still clear. He tried to focus his mind, trying to probe the strange scales that had suddenly appeared. The light blue curtain of light reappeared in the field of vision. Mirage scale, a reverse scale from the Mirage Dragon clan that seems to possess the ability to change in 1,000 different ways. Mirage Dragon? The Dragon King scales? The ability to change in 1,000 ways? This introduction is too incoherent. Dustwind frowned slightly. Seems to have? What kind of introduction is that? He stared at the piece of phantom scale, and the doubts in his heart increased. After experiencing the pitiful reward of the 9 reverse dragon ring, he was instinctively wary of this kind of pie in the sky good deed. This scale, in particular, was also the same source as that damned cursed bone ring. Intuition told him that he was afraid that this thing was no good either. However, curiosity is ultimately hard to contain. He subconsciously stretched out his right index finger, the tip of which was haunted by a faint glow of magical power, and carefully, towards the suspended piece of phantom scale, gently pointed. The moment of touch. Buzz dash. The illusory 7-colored scale suddenly erupted with a blinding and eye-catching light. The light was so bright that Dustbreeze almost couldn't open his eyes. Immediately afterward, the scales twisted and expanded rapidly in the light. Howl. A deafening dragon's roar, filled with endless majesty and pale aura, violently exploded in Dustwind's ears. The light dispersed. In its place, there was a dragon shadow so huge that it covered the sky. It was the same blurry dragon shadow that had kicked him out in the golden space earlier. The sinuous body loomed, covered in mysterious scale outlines, emitting a terrifying pressure that sent a piercing chill through Dustwind's soul. Before Dustbreeze could react from this sudden turn of events, the huge dragon shadow, its scarlet, as if containing endless rage, fiercely locked onto Dustwind. Next moment, the dragon shadow let out a low growl, and its huge body carried a devastating aura as it violently charged towards Dustwind, straight at him. The speed was so fast that the gusts of wind it brought up even made the surrounding rubble of the ruins hunt. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Dustwind. Chapter 91, finally. The shadow of death, like a cold tide, instantly flooded Dustbreeze's senses. The dragon shadow that was so huge that it covered the sky, carrying a destructive aura that was enough to crush everything, rushed straight in. The wind howled and swept up the debris and dust on the ground as if the end had come. In the scarlet dragon's pupils was a fury that seemed to be able to burn everything, deadlocking the tiny Dustwind. Dustwind's breathing almost stopped at this moment. The heart seemed to be clenched by a big invisible hand, and even beating became extravagant. His mind went blank, with only the damned curse effect of the 9 reverse dragon ring echoing wildly. Public enemy of all races, all monsters will regard you as a mortal enemy. If the target is a dragon, the dragon's battle strength is doubled and they will launch an onslaught against you. Dragons, double the battle power. Just put on this broken ring. Just came out of that weird space, and ran into a dragon that looked ridiculously strong? And by the looks of it, it's definitely not a good one. How else is this going to play? It's killing itself. Dustbreeze's face instantly turned pale, his body trembling slightly from extreme fear. He could even feel the terrifying pressure brought about by that dragon shadow, squeezing his body and soul like substance, making it incomparably difficult for him to even move a finger. Done. This time, it's a real death. Just at the moment when Dustwind was almost waiting to die with his eyes closed, endless despair and unwillingness welling up in his heart, the expected sharp pain and feeling of the body being torn apart did not come. That huge and ferocious dragon shadow suddenly stopped the moment it was about to hit him. Immediately afterward, in Dustbreeze's stunned gaze, the dragon shadow that covered the sky was like an ink stain that had been thrown into the water, and quickly began to collapse. It transformed into billions of points of radiant 7-colored streams of light. The points of light converged like a brilliant stream of light. There was no more of the fury and destruction from before, only a pure and ancient aura remained. The streams of light were like guided fireflies, fluttering and converging towards Dustwind's left wrist. The target was clearly the 9 reverse dragon ring on his left wrist. Whoosh dash. The stream of light was as fast as it could be, and it instantly disappeared into that dark green colored bone ring. Buzz. The 9 reverse dragon ring shook violently, emitting a faint halo of light as if welcoming this homogeneous power. Dustwind looked down in shock, only to see that among the 9 clearly visible cracks on the surface of the bone ring, one of them, surprisingly, slowly closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, one of the 9 blood-colored chain shadows wrapped around the bone ring also disintegrated into nothingness. In its place, there was a small and delicate dragon shadow that emitted a 7-colored halo of light, quietly perched at the location of the original chains. The aura of the 9 reverse dragon ring seemed to have undergone a subtle change with it, with 1 point less broken and 1 point more complete. Right at this moment, an ice-cold system beep sounded right on time in Dustbreeze's mind. Ding! Phantom scale has returned to its place. 9 reverse dragon rings, unique, completeness upgraded, equipment attribute enhancement. Listening to the system beep that sounded again, Dustwind was slightly stunned. He subconsciously blinked, his gaze once again going to the eerie dark green bone ring on his left wrist. 9 reverse dragon rings. In the next moment, Dustbreeze's pupils suddenly tightened. In the field of vision, the pale blue curtain of light surfaced clearly once again. displaying the details of the bone ring. At the top, the phrase that originally showed, full attribute plus 100, had now turned into, full attribute plus 1000, a full tenfold increase. Dustwind's heart missed a beat, and a sense of disbelief and dismay surged through him. Plus 1000 full attributes? This is an unbelievable boost. He hurriedly gazed downward, carefully examining the other attribute information of the bone ring. Most of the curse effects didn't seem to have changed, and remained as touchy-feely as ever. However, below the rows of desperate negative effects, he noticed a new change. The line that was originally displayed as, bit of adversary, 0/9, clearly changed to, bit of adversary, 1/9, at this moment. This undoubtedly proved that the illusory scale, just now was indeed absorbed by this bone ring. And, right after the piece of information, bit of adversary, 1/9, a brand new line of description was added. Phantom scales, 1000 dragon phantoms. You can create phantoms as you wish, and can copy all the dragon phantoms you see to fight for you. Consumption, 500 MP/section. CD, none. Seeing this, Dustbreeze's breath couldn't help but shorten a few points. Create illusions at will? Duplicate the dragon phantoms seen fighting for themselves? This ability, the terrifying dragon shadow that covered the sky just now, instantly flashed through his mind. If you can replicate that kind of existence, even if it is just a phantom, its power is absolutely unimaginable. This is simply a divine technique. A trace of uncontrollable excitement ran through his limbs like an electric current. Perhaps, what this 9 reverse dragon ring brings is not all despair. However, just as a flicker of fiery hope had flared up in his heart, his eyes fell on the last line of that added description. Mirage Dragon Grudge. When the illusion collapses, there is a chance that this summoner will suffer a damage backlash equal to the life value of the illusion. The trace of excitement on Dustwind's face instantly froze. The corner of his eye twitched slightly as a familiar, pitted feeling came over him again. Sure enough, he knew it. This damned 9 reverse dragon ring. How could it give him such a powerful ability for no reason at all? Dustwind let out a long, helpless sigh. The ability to copy a dragon phantom to fight for yourself does sound powerful, even to the point of being anticlimactic, but the Mirage Dragon resentment that followed this was simply a life-altering talisman. That's a dragon. I'm afraid the life value of any dragon is astronomical. Take damage backlash equal to the illusion's life value when the illusion collapses? What's the difference between that and suicide? Dustbreeze only felt blackness in his eyes and nearly cried out directly. This 9 reverse dragon ring, it really didn't have good intentions. He tried again to pick at the bone ring on his wrist, and the cold, hard touch didn't budge, as if it had grown into his bones. The breath of that piece of phantom scale also seemed to be completely integrated into the bone ring, and there was no more separation. That's just it. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Dustbreeze muttered in his heart, a trace of bitterness appearing on his face. The big deal was that in the future, he would not summon any dragon phantoms even if he was killed, so he would just pretend that this ability didn't exist. He settled down, his gaze falling back to the bone ring whose aura had subtly changed. However, putting aside that fatal ability to duplicate the phantoms of the dragon race, the description of creating phantoms at will made him a bit curious. This illusion, how exactly is it going to be created? The thought had just flashed through his mind. Buzz dash. The 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist once again lit up with a faint 7-colored halo. The light flickered. Next moment, howl. The familiar and majestic dragon's roar was not as deafening as before, but it still carried a majestic aura. The terrifying dragon shadow that was so huge that it covered the sky earlier had unexpectedly appeared in front of Dustbreeze once again. Dustbreeze was so scared that he almost jumped up, his heart missing half a beat. He subconsciously took a step back, his whole body muscles tensed, ready for the impact. However, the expected terrifying pressure did not descend. Although the dragon shadow in front of him was still huge, with a clear outline and 7-colored streams of light flowing over its scale shadow, it was less destructive and substantial, and was more like a projection that was realistic to the extreme. Dustwind's eyes widened slightly. Is it that easy to create up? Just a thought? Tentatively, he focused his mind and tried to control the massive dragon shadow in front of him. Like an armchair, that huge 7-colored dragon shadow actually did move slowly with his intention. A hint of surprise and excitement flashed in Dustwind's eyes. He controlled the shadow of the dragon and carefully let the huge dragon head crash towards his body. It didn't pack the punch that I thought it would. The dragon shadow's head, like passing through a layer of air, passed straight through his body without causing any substantial contact or damage. Surely, it's just an ordinary illusion? Can't touch the entity? Dustwind's heart was slightly settled, and then another thought rose. If you can create illusions, what about replication? He tried to give a command in his mind. Copy the dragon shadow just now and fight for me. This time, the 9 reverse dragon ring did not respond. An icy system beep sounded in his head at the right time. Ding! You have not yet duplicated any dragon targets and cannot use the 1000 dragon illusion duplication ability. Dust Breeze froze slightly. Do you have to see a real dragon body to make a copy? He looked at the 7-colored dragon shadow in front of him, which still emitted a faint pressure, and pondered. Although it can't be used directly in combat, this illusion, it seems to be very effective when used to scare people. Just when Dustwind was getting a little excited, a slight vibration once again came from the 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist. This time, it wasn't a 7-colored halo, but a deeper, more obscure aura that flickered. Immediately after that, the icy cold system beep sounded again without warning. Ding! Condition reached. The 9 reverse dragon ring skill is unlocked. Dragon Mirage. Mirage covers one target's concept of existence for 5 minutes. Consumption, 90% MP. CD, 12 hours. Dust Breeze only felt a chill that crept up his spine, instantly spreading to all his limbs. Covering one's concept of being? This sounded almost like a means only possessed by the gods. Though it was only 5 short minutes and consumed a great deal, the cooldown time was even longer than 12 hours. However, the effect of this dragon illusion mirage was too overbearing and bizarre. He didn't even dare to think about what overriding the concept of existence really meant. Is it simply forgettable? Or is it a rule level that erases a person's existence for the time being? Dust Breeze didn't dare to think deeply. 90% of max MP drain. There's also a 12-hour-long cooldown. The costs are enormous and the limitations are equally enormous. This rather confirmed the terrifying power latent in this skill. This 9 inverted dragon ring. It was true that every step stepped outside of common sense, bringing forth something that was always laced with thrills and unknowns. Just as Dust Breeze's mind was shaking, trying to digest this sudden concept level skill, a grand and cold voice rang out without warning. This time, it wasn't just echoing in his mind. Instead, it was like rolling thunder in the sky, resounding in every corner of the entire copy of the Great Exam. Joint National College Exam. Time. All candidates. Forced teleportation out of the copy. This sudden announcement interrupted all of Dustwind's thoughts. He flinched slightly. In the next moment, an irresistible spatial force wrapped around him. The sight of the ruins in front of him was instantly distorted and blurred. Lights and shadows change. When his vision cleared again, he had already left the space of the previous copy of the Great Examination. Just stand still. A voice full of surprise and eagerness suddenly sounded behind him. Dustwind, you finally came out. The voice was clear and pleasant. With a concern that was hard to hide, Dustwind subconsciously looked back. What came into view was a familiar fiery red. It's none other than Su Jiner. At this moment, her pretty face, which usually always carried a bit of coolness, was written with obvious anxiety and relief. And behind Su Jiner, a woman with a decent dress and a gentle and graceful temperament was standing quietly. She had a gentle smile on her face, and her gaze fell on Dustwind with a few moments of scrutiny and a few moments of approval. It was the head of the Dragon Kingdom's North China region, Su Jitong. Only Dust Breeze didn't recognize this high and mighty feudal official. Chapter 92, Recruitment from Many Sides. Looking at the red figure that jumped like a flame, rushing towards him with undisguised eagerness and concern, Dustwind quickly suppressed the palpitations and confusion in his heart brought about by the 9 reverse dragon ring. The icy touch of the 9 reverse dragon ring, and the exhaustion from the fierce battle with the Wu War God's remnant, seemed to remain in the senses. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a fairly natural smile on his face as he looked at Su Jiner, who almost crashed into his arms. Look at you in such a hurry, as if you've been waiting for a long time. His tone held a few deliberate hints of relief, trying to hide what he had just experienced. Shouldn't the end time of a copy of the Great Exam be uniform? Su Jiner finally stood in front of him, her white forehead carrying fine beads of sweat, her chest slightly heaving, obviously having run all the way here in a hurry. Hearing Dustwind's words, she glared at him in an ungraceful manner, and in those bright eyes, the residual worry hadn't completely dissipated, and a few points of rancor had been added at this moment. And you have the nerve to say it. Look, is there anyone else around here besides me? Her voice was crisp, with a hint of imperceptible afterthought. Dustwind froze and subconsciously turned his head to look around. Empty. The teleportation area that was originally supposed to be crowded with people seemed unusually cold at the moment. Aside from Su Jiner in front of her, there were no other candidates as far as the eye could see. There were just a few silhouettes standing still in the distance, emitting a powerful aura if nothing else. Su Jiner looked at his bewildered appearance, and her tone carried a few hints of helplessness, mixed with a sense of relaxation after being relieved. I've been waiting here for you for almost an hour. She carefully surveyed Dust Breeze, as if trying to confirm that he was safe and sound, her eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. What exactly did you encounter in that hidden test? Last level? Why was it delayed for so long? Hearing the words hidden examination, Dustwind's heart stirred slightly and his brows unconsciously furrowed. You know about this hidden test? You triggered it too? Without waiting for Su Jiner to open her mouth again, a gentle and soft, yet strangely penetrating voice slowly sounded from not far away. The hidden examination is an extremely special mechanism in our Dragon Kingdom Grand Examination. The triggering conditions are extremely harsh, and the difficulty of the test is even far beyond the norm. Dust Breeze's heart fluttered as he jerked his head up to look, only to see that the four figures from earlier had already approached at some point, and at the head of them, it was that middle-aged woman with a gentle and graceful temperament. She had just the right amount of smile on her face, and her gaze fell on Dust Breeze with a few moments of scrutiny, a few moments of probing, and a hint of unspeakable approval. Behind her, there were also three middle-aged men with equally unfathomable auras, with different expressions, but their gazes were all focused on Dust Breeze, obviously not ordinary characters. Since the establishment of the Great Examination mechanism, very few candidates have triggered the hidden examination, and only a few have been able to pass it completely. The woman's voice paused, her gaze gazing gently at Dustwind as she clearly spat out the words that followed. So far, you're the first. Dustwind's heartbeat inexplicably missed a beat. Without waiting for him to digest this sudden information, the gentlewoman had already taken a step forward and extended her right hand towards Dustwind, the smile on her face deepening. Hello, my name is Suki Tong. Her gaze gently swept over Su Jiner next to her and added, it's little Jiner's aunt. At the same time, I'm also the head of the Dragon Kingdom's North China region. On behalf of the North China region, and also on behalf of the entire official Dragon Kingdom, I would like to sincerely congratulate you. Su Jitong looked into Dustwind's eyes with a sincere and bright smile. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the hidden examination and with an undisputedly excellent performance. You have become the of this year's National College Joint Grand Examination National Champion. Hearing these words, Dust Breeze's brain buzzed a bit. Head of North China? Su Jiner's aunt? A national champion? The barrage of information slammed down, causing his thoughts, which had just been detached from the shock brought about by the 9 reverse dragon ring, to once again fall into a certain degree of stagnation. He subconsciously reached out his hand and gently shook the warm, white palm. It was gentle to the touch, yet seemed to carry an undeniable power. I blanch. What level of bigot is this nigga? Dust Breeze felt like his heart was being clutched by an invisible hand. The feudal officials, the real top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, looking at Dusty Wind's slightly dumbfounded appearance, as well as the hand that was tightly gripping his own aunt's hand and not letting go. Su Jiner beside him snorted out a laugh, with a few teasing moments. Dustwind, let go. Are you trying to take advantage of my aunt? The crisp voice with flirtation instantly broke the somewhat stagnant atmosphere. Hearing this, Dust Breeze's heart jumped as if he was electrocuted, and he hastily let go of his hand. A hint of embarrassment quickly crept up his cheeks and was forced down again. When Su Jitong heard this, he turned his head in a good-natured and amused manner, stretched out his finger, and tapped Su Jiner's polished forehead not too gently but not too heavily. You little girl, no big deal. You even dare to joke about your aunt. The tone of his voice was doting, but it also had a hint of the majesty of an elder. Su Jiner covered her forehead, playfully spat out her tongue, and hemmed and hawed, and did not say anything more, except that in those bright eyes looking at Dusty Wind, the smiles became even more intense. Dustwind scratched the back of his head awkwardly and quickly adjusted his mind, putting the chaotic thoughts aside for the time being. He shook his head to clear it and asked the biggest doubt in his mind directly. Senior Su, how did you know that I am a national top student? He paused and added, according to the usual practice, aren't the final scores and rankings of the grand examination not announced until at least 3 days later, when all the data has been tallied? It's only been just an hour since the exams ended, so how could the national top scorer be determined so quickly? That's an outrageous speed. Oh, that's just information for the other candidates. Without waiting for Su Jitong to reply, a gentle and elegant voice, as if carrying some kind of stabilizing power, slowly sounded from the side. Dust Breeze followed the sound, only to see that the 3 middle-aged men behind Su Jitong, whose breath was equally deep, had come forward at some point. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an elegant and easygoing temperament. He had a warm smile on his face, and his eyes were clear and deep, as if they could penetrate the hearts of the people. He looked at Dustwind and explained in a clear voice, the assessment process and final results of a national top student like you, we, the regional heads, have the authority to view them in real time. So, your status as the top student was already predetermined even before the end of your examination. So it is. Dustwind heart understand. At the same time also once again feel the weight of the 4 words national scholar. The treatment, indeed, was extraordinary. That elegant man smiled faintly and took the initiative to extend his right hand to Dustwind. Hello, little friend Dustwind. Nice to meet you. My name is Chu Tianqua, the head of the Dragon Kingdom's East China region. His voice was gentle, but carried an undeniable confidence. Your Yang City happens to be under the jurisdiction of our East China region. Chu Tianquo's gaze fell on Dustwind with undisguised admiration and anticipation, his smile sincere. I wonder if little friend Dustwind, would you like to join our East China region? Join us in defending our country by defending our side? Dustwind's heart was still beating slightly faster. Head of East China, the supreme governor of the region to which Yang Cheng belongs. The weight of this sudden solicitation was incredibly heavy. However, without waiting for Dustbreeze to make any response, a rough and bold voice, even with a few moments of brutality, rang out violently like a thunderbolt, instantly tearing apart the short-lived harmony of the scene. Hey, 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 old Chu, you're not being decent. The voice was full of discontent and fire. Just digging in our faces like that. Dustbreeze followed the sound, only to see a middle-aged burly man with a stout figure, a tough face, and a pugnacious aura emanating from his body. At some point he also walked over. He crossed over to Chu Tianquo's side in a few steps, and his bushy hand unceremoniously patted Chu Tianquo's shoulder with such force that it caused that elegant head of the East China region to frown slightly and unnoticeably. I'll be the first to say no. The burly man glared viciously at Chu Tianquo. His eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire. With that, he turned his head. His face instantly piled up with an extremely warm and even somewhat exaggerated smile as he looked towards Dustwind. That bushy hand, with the sound of whistling wind, heavily slapped on Dustbreeze's shoulder. Bang! Dustwind only felt a huge force coming from him, and his shoulders sunk slightly, his chi and blood all flipped a little. I blanch. This power. Ha ha ha, good boy. Sure enough, a hero. The burly man's voice was so loud that it rattled one's eardrums. My name is Long Qinjiu, the chief leader of the Dragon Kingdom's West China region. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white, wobbly teeth and an extraordinarily rugged smile. Kid, don't listen to old Chu, that sour midget, fooling around. We, West China, are where the real men stay. As long as you nod your head, weapons below, immortal spirit, are at your disposal. Top-level techniques to learn at will. Cultivation resources are enough every year. I'll give you a direct army chief. How's that? Long Qingyu's eyes glared like bronze bells, filled with unquestionable dominance and seduction. The offer he made was simple and brutal, yet breathtakingly generous. All weapons below, immortal spirit, level, legionnaire position. Every word is enough to drive any newcomer who has just completed the big test crazy. Dustwind felt even more confused. What kind of goddamned bigots are these? Is it that straightforward to rob someone? Chu Tianquo looked at Long Qingyu's brash appearance. The gentle smile on his face remained unchanged, but a hint of helplessness flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He lightly dusted his shoulder that had been patted by Long Qingyu, as if he was dusting it off. Just as Long Qingyu was sputtering and trying to continue to raise the stakes, a clear, cold, like the tinkling of an icy spring voice, not high, but clear into everyone's ears. Brother Long, it's a bit too hasty. The crowd's eyes shifted again, only to see that the last woman who had been standing still, with an aura as cold as the frosty moon, also slowly walked over. She had a slender figure and a stunningly beautiful face, only that her eyes were as cold stars, as if they could freeze one's soul. At this moment, her 10,000-year-old ice-like face was rare, extremely subtle, hooked up a trace of arc if nothing else. That almost negligible arc was like the first melting of ice and snow, instantly causing heaven and earth to lose color. Hello, Dustwind. Her voice was still clear and cold, but it was a little less chilly in the sense that it rejected people. My name is Li Wei, the head of the Dragon Kingdom's South China region. She was not as passionate and fiery as Long Qingyu, nor was she as step-by-step as Chu Tianquo, just calmly looking at Dusty Wind. His gaze held a scrutinizing look as well as a hint of undetectable appreciation. South China, perhaps, is not as strong as West China, nor is it as deep as East China, but we have the most complete intelligence network in the Dragon Kingdom, the top prop resources, and the most secrets. Her voice trailed off, her cool gaze seeming to see through hearts. If you are interested in exploring the truth of the world, or mastering true power, South China, you are welcome. There was no promise of earth-shattering riches or a step up to a position of power. Ling Xuanyue's words, however, seemed to carry a strange magical power, pointing straight to the deepest hidden longings of the human heart. Dustbreeze felt his breath stutter a little. The 3 regional heads of West, North and South, plus Su Jiner, who was previously from North China, and Chu Tianquo, who represented East China, the highest power holders of the 5 major districts of the Dragon Kingdom had unexpectedly gathered here at the first moment of the end of the exams, and their targets, surprisingly, were all themselves. This battle, he's too much for a level 30 response warlock, isn't he? Just as Dustbreeze was a bit dazed by this succession of heavy solicitations, not knowing how to respond, a gentle voice with a bit of helplessness, mixed with a bit of anger, softly rang out. It's none other than Su Jiner. She looked at Chu Tianquo, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue and shook her head in a good-natured and amused manner. I said a few I'm obviously the one who was the first to talk to little Dustwind. Her gaze swept over the men with a hint of imperceptible food protection. Why are you all pulling him before me? Her tone held a hint of rancor, as if she were merely complaining about her fellow officer's lack of discipline. Su Jiner gently turned around, her jade hand naturally resting on Su Jiner's fragrant shoulder next to her. She slightly turned her head sideways, her warm cheek almost pressing against Su Jiner's slightly reddened ear due to her shyness. The movements were intimate and the gestures were natural, as if they were just the affection of elders for their juniors. She tilted her head slightly sideways and spoke slowly in a relaxed tone as if she were discussing the weather. If you will join us in North China, I'll just give you our family's little Jiner, straight away. How about that? Chapter 93, a high-level summoning? Hearing this, let alone Dust Breeze, even the several regional heads behind Su Jiner whose breath was abysmal were dumbfounded in unison. Chu Tianquo's elegant smile froze on his face. Long Qingyu's large bushy hand was still hanging in mid-air, forgetting to retract it. A trace of consternation also rarely swept through Ling Xuanyu's icy cold eyes. As for Su Jiner, who was the trade item, her pretty face, which was already reddened due to her annoyance, turned completely red. Like a ripe apple, the heat goes right to your head. Auntie, she let out a shriek of surprise, and with shame and indignation, her hands scrambled to break free from Su Jiner's seemingly gentle embrace. The slender white fingers, panicked, covered her burning cheeks, revealing only a pair of bright eyes that were shamed and angry. Those eyes glared fiercely at the innocent-looking Dust Breeze. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. No looking. The voice was urgent and angry, with a strong sense of annoyance and a hint of imperceptible panic. Dustwind sniffed and froze completely. This doesn't seem to be my fault, does it? How did the pot get dumped on me? Why are you still scolding me? Pure and simple unmitigated disaster. He spat madly in his heart, but on his face he could only squeeze out a bitter smile that was worse than crying. His eyes helplessly turned to the one who started it all, the head of North China, who was still smiling warmly. Su Senior. His voice was a little dry and hesitant. Isn't your a bit? He really didn't know what words to use to describe the big man's stone-cold operation. Ahem. Chu Tianquo was the first to react and coughed lightly twice, breaking the eerie silence. His face resumed its gentle and refined smile as he looked towards Su Jiner, his tone carrying a few hints of helpless exhortation. Ji Tang, your joke is a little too much. Yeah, old Su, you're out of line. Long Qingyu also came back to his senses. His voice was still loud, but his tone was full of dissatisfaction with Su Jiner's cheating behavior. How can you rob someone like that? Using your own niece as a bargaining chip? What's the point of spreading the word? Even Ling Xuanyue, who was always concise, slightly furrowed her pretty brows, her cool voice carrying a hint of disapproval. Sister Su, this move is indeed inappropriate. Several bigwigs, in a rare united front, unanimously crusade against Su Jiner's ridiculous proposal. Hearing the words of the crowd, especially seeing his own niece's face that was about to faint from shame, Su Jiner finally couldn't help but pfft and burst out laughing. She raised her hand and covered her mouth, her eyes flowing with flavor, yet with the gentleness of an elder. Gee, look at the rush you guys are in. Her voice was laced with laughter, and it drifted away softly. I'm just kidding, to liven things up. If anything, his eyes swept over Dusty Wind and landed on Su Jiner, who covered her face and didn't dare to see anyone, and his smile deepened. But she deliberately stretched her tone with a few hints of meaning. It looks like our family's little Jiner and little Dusty Wind's relationship seems to be really good. Seeing Su Jiner mentioning this, there was still that obvious flirtatious tone in his words. Su Jiner's pretty face, which was already so red that it was about to drip blood, boomed, and hot air once again shot straight to the top of her head. She raised her head violently, her watery eyes glaring fiercely at her own aunt, and then glanced quickly at the innocent-looking Dusty Wind in shame and indignation. Not at all. The voice was urgent and fast, with a hint of imperceptible panic. We are classmates. She seemed to think that explanation wasn't strong enough and added another. Nothing like that at all. 3 sharp denials in a row, but it was more like a desire for a denial. After saying that, she stomped her foot heavily, making a crisp ringing sound, as if venting the shame in her heart. Oops, not with you guys. The young girl's voice wasn't sure if she was angry or shy and couldn't stay here another second. She turned violently, lifted her skirt, and ran off into the distance without looking back. That slender back looked a bit hasty, almost fleeing in the crowd's complicated gazes. Looking at Su Jiner's near running back, the atmosphere of the scene once again fell into a subtle silence. Dustbreeze stood still and subconsciously raised his hand, scratching the back of his head somewhat awkwardly. What is this called? He sighed helplessly in his heart, and his gaze eventually fell back to the still smiling originator. Elder Su. Dustwind's voice was a little dry and hesitant as he tried to open his mouth to explain. Su Jiner and I really just have an ordinary classmate relationship. He emphasized the word ordinary. The kind of thing you were saying. I assume it was just a joke? And please, stop joking about it. He tried to keep his tone as respectful as a junior should be, but the pleading in his words was obvious. Hearing Dustwind's solemn explanation, Su Jiner finally let out another pft of laughter. This time, the laughter was a bit more cheerful than before, as if they were truly amused by the serious look of Dustwind. Gee, look at you getting nervous. She raised her jade hand and gently waved it, her eyes flowing with a soothing meaning. Don't worry, little dust breeze. I just saw that the atmosphere was too serious just now, so I'm just making a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Her smile was still warm and gentle, making it impossible to see what she was really thinking. But well, Su Jiner's words gently changed, and those gentle and beautiful eyes once again focused on Dustwind with a hint of seriousness. Jokes aside, our sincerity in recruiting you in the North China region is very real. Her voice softened, no longer the flirtatious tone it had taken a moment ago. As long as you're willing to join, we in North China are willing to gather the efforts of the entire region to train you. Not only that, she leaned forward slightly, her voice lowering a few notches as if she were sharing a secret with an ineffable allure. If you'll just nod and join us in North China, on the Su family's side, any future pressure that may be brought to bear on you because of your relationship with little Jiner, her gaze held a hint of meaning, as if she had foreseen certain possibilities. I, for one, can take it all on for you and fix it for you. How's it going, little dusty wind? Su Jiner's smile was warm and moving, but there was a hint of undetectable shrewdness under her eyes. This additional condition, you really don't think about it? Hearing these words, Dustwind's heart felt like it had been gently hit by something. Pressure on the Su family. It was indeed a thorn in his side if anything. As much as he wanted to harden his heart and show that he didn't care, the shadow of the behemoth that was the Su family wasn't something he could easily shake now. This additional condition of Su Jiner's accurately poked at his subconscious concerns. He has known Su Jiner for 2 lifetimes counting past lives. To say that you don't feel anything at all is absolutely self-defeating. That red-clothed girl who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, occasionally revealing her clumsy side, had long left an indelible mark in his heart. But, to admit all this on such an occasion, in front of 4 of the highest-ranking bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom, Dustwind wasn't that impulsive. He took a secret breath and suppressed the subtle fluttering in his heart, and was about to use the excuse of needing time to think about it to temporarily delay this thorny issue. However, just at the moment when his lips moved slightly and he was about to open his mouth, the change is steep. Standing in front of him, Chu Tianque, Long Qingyu, and Ling Shangyue, including Su Jiner who had just been smilingly looking at him, the 4 big men with unfathomable auras. Almost at the same instant, their movements were all in unison. Their gazes, as if pulled by some invisible pull, coincidentally focused on the void in front of them. There, a faint shimmering light was quietly emerging, quickly coalescing into a virtual information panel that only they could see. The brows of the 4 people, almost simultaneously, furrowed slightly. The expression on his face changed as his eyes intently scanned the information on the panel. The original relaxed, or scrutinizing, or eager look was gradually replaced by an unspeakable complexity. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The clamor around them seemed to have receded, leaving the area eerily silent. A few seconds later, the glow of that virtual panel quietly faded away. The 4 bigwigs withdrew their gazes almost simultaneously and gave each other silent glances. A similar touch of helplessness, and a hint of imperceptible realization, clearly showed in the depths of each person's eyes. It was as if something expected, yet inevitable, had finally happened. The first to break the delicate silence was Chu Tianque. He sighed softly, a rare hint of obvious regret showing on that gentle and elegant face. Alas, his voice was low, with a touch of frustration. Sure enough, we have no chance with this kind of heavenly pride. After all, it was spoken as if to himself and to his fellow officers around him. Long Qingyu heard this, but fiercely rolled his iconic big white eyes. Bushy hand forcefully patted his muscular chest, let out a thump muffled sound. The voice was still loud, but the tone was a little indignant. I say, old Chu, of all of us, you're the least qualified to say that. He stared at it with a look of entitlement. This kid is from your East China district. No matter what, this great credit must be credited to you, Chu Tianque, right? What are you pretending to do here? Listening to the inexplicable conversation between these 2 bigwigs, Dustbreeze only felt that his head was full of fog. No chance? Merit? What's going on here? As he looked at the almost identical helpless expressions on the faces of the 4, the doubts in his heart increased and he couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. A few seniors, is this what happened? As soon as his words fell, he didn't wait for Chu Tianque or Long Qingyu to speak again. Su Jiner had already moved lightly with lotus steps and arrived in front of him once again. This magnificent head of North China, the previous flirtatious smile on his face had already converged. and was replaced by a gentle but solemn look. She lifted the well-maintained hand that looked like a beautiful jewel of sheep's fat, with a kind of love and appeasement of an elder to a younger generation. Gently, he touched Dustwind's head. The movements were natural, as if they carried some kind of soothing power. Good for you. Her voice was still as gentle and melodious, but it was a little less casual than before, and a little more unquestionably serious. Her eyes fell on Dustwind's face with doubt, and she spoke slowly, spitting out her words clearly. The one in the center gave a direct order, calling you over. Her eyes flickered slightly, as if she was seeing further away through the dusty wind. Up there, some big shot wants to see you. Chapter 94, Going to the Hub. Dustwind's entire body froze at those words. Up there? Big shot? He had thought that the 4 regional heads with unfathomable aura in front of him were already the topmost existences of the pyramid of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, Ling Shangyue. These 4 people represented the highest will of the 4 regions of the Dragon Kingdom, the southeast, the northwest, and the west. But listening to Su Jitong, there is a so-called center above them? And, big shots? Can be Su Jitong, the head of the North China region, are solemnly called the existence of the big man. What kind of identity is that? Dustwind's heart, uncontrollably, pounded as if it was about to leap out of his chest. A thought that made his scalp tingle bubbled up uncontrollably. That hidden test. Could it be that? The one who is always being monitored in real time by the one, or the big ones, who are located in the center? This possibility made Dustwind feel a chill instantly run up his spine from the soles of his feet. If that's true, that himself in that hidden examination space, in order to pass the various means revealed, including the combat style that is far beyond the common sense of a revert warlock, and those special skills that may have aroused suspicion. Wouldn't it be? All of them were seen clearly by those existences that really stood at the peak of power in the Dragon Kingdom? Dustbreeze felt like his breathing was a bit unsteady. Although he didn't resist joining the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom, it could even be said that this was an important part of his plan after returning from rebirth. Being looked up to by the big boys is good in theory, but the reason why an undercard is that it is hidden in the shadows and can play a surprising role at a critical moment. Is it really good to be exposed to the highest levels too soon? Especially his profession and skills that have been alienated by the blood of the ancient gods, as well as the healing brave, a mysterious talent that even he himself is still figuring out. These were secrets that he instinctively did not want anyone to pry into. Thinking of this, Dustbreeze took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the vibration and uneasiness in his heart. He raised his head, his gaze once again falling on Su Jitong's gentle and moving face, which at the moment carried a few points of solemnity. He tried to make his voice sound smoother, with just the right amount of skepticism and caution expected of a late bloomer. Elder Su, you mean that hidden test just now? There was a pause in his tone, carefully worded. Is it also live-streamed in real time for the hub side? It was a question that he asked with extreme care, trying to hide his deepest concerns about the secret being exposed. Hearing Dustwind's inquiry, which was clearly tinged with a few nervousness, a hint of understanding flashed through Su Jitong's gentle eyes. She seemed to have seen through the uneasiness in Dustwind's heart, and the corner of her lips curled up into a soothing light smile. Don't worry, little one. Her voice was still soft, with a reassuring strength. The monitoring authority for hidden examinations is mainly in the hands of us, the regional heads, except for the last and most critical area, which even we can't watch in real time for the sake of absolute secrecy. Su Jitong patiently explained, his gaze gently looking at Dustwind. Usually, it is only when a candidate shows extremely exceptional, or amazing potential, that we will organize the relevant image data and then selectively present it to the central hub. As for real-time viewing, the one in the center of the day, it's not so much that he'll be keeping an eye on every candidate's assessment process at all times. Her gaze flickered slightly, as if she had thought of something. Your performance was truly amazing, and we had also planned to organize and report the images of your assessment, especially the part about clearing the hidden copy, as the highest priority. But, Su Jitong's words changed, a hint of meaning in his smile. We haven't gotten around to doing that yet. So, this time, the instructions of the center, the probability, is just because you managed to pass that hidden copy itself that even we find tricky, and not foreseeing exactly how you pass. After all, you're the first person to pass completely since the opening of the hidden examination. Su Jitong's words were like a tranquilizer, slowly injected into Dustwind's taut nerves. He nodded thoughtfully. The huge stone hanging in his heart seemed to have finally fallen a few points. Only these 4 regional heads control most of the monitoring rights. The last area, even they couldn't peer into. In Dustwind's mind, certain subtle details in the hidden examination space flashed. It does seem that, doesn't feel like it's being spied on the whole time. Though it was impossible to be completely sure if that center bigwig had higher authority. But at least, the worst case scenario, odds are, didn't happen, at least on the surface. A hint of imperceptible relaxation finally rippled across the corners of his pursed lips. He took a moment to organize his disorganized thoughts and looked up again. His eyes met Su Jitan's gentle and solemn gaze, and he spoke with deliberation, his tone carrying due caution. Then, Elder Su, am I to go over to see that lord now? Su Jitong nodded slightly, a trace of rightfulness on her stunning face. That lord gave instructions to all four of us at the same time to summon you. Naturally, the sooner the better, she said, taking a slight half-step forward in an affable gesture. Come on, I'll take you there myself. She moved lightly with her lotus steps, seemingly intending to move instantly. However, her words, which carried a hint of intimacy, had just fallen. The air next to him stood still abruptly. Long Qingyu's loud voice was the first to ring out. Shaking the air, he rounded those big, coppery eyes and his voice boomed like a bell with obvious displeasure. Why should you be the only one to deliver? This kid is the genius of our Dragon Kingdom. If he wants to meet the big shots, then we have to send the four of us together. This head of the West China region, with his brash tone, was unusually resolute. Chu Tianhua also put away the regret on his face, and his gaze behind the lenses flashed with a hint of sharpness. Although he was not as rough as Long Qingyu, his tone carried the same unquestionable insistence. Brother Prime has a point. This is a matter of great importance, and it is only right that the four of us should escort it together as a sign of solemnity. Even Ling Xuan Yue, who had always been silent and had an icy temperament, spoke faintly at this moment. The voice was cold, but loud. I agree. 3 words that made her position clear. For a moment, the 4 bigwigs, who had just been in a delicate atmosphere due to their lack of relationship, instantly confronted each other again over the question of who will send Dusty Wind to the center. There was an invisible smell of gunpowder in the air. Dust Breeze stood in the center, looking at this dramatic scene, and only felt a bit of tears and laughter. This, robbing people to this point? Dust Wind looked at the scene in front of him where the 4 big men were vaguely confronting each other over the right to escort, and felt his scalp tingle slightly. He hastened to speak carefully, trying to break the somewhat awkward impasse. Then, several seniors, his voice held a hint of tentativeness. Are we going to leave straight away now? Su Jitong turned her head, her warm gaze falling on him with a slight nod. That's natural. Her tone was undeniable, with an air of entitlement. The center calls, and there is no time to lose. She paused, as if she could see the flash of hesitation on Dustwind's face, and asked softly, why? Do you have any unfinished business? Dust Breeze subconsciously shook his head, then hesitated a bit. It's not a big deal. He weighed the words, his gaze drifting unconsciously to some direction in the distance. It's just that, I thought it would be a good idea to at least say hello to Su Jiner. At the mention of the name, the invisible smell of gunpowder in the air seemed to fade for a few moments. Hearing these words, Su Jitong's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of a promising smile as she ambiguously glanced at Dusty Wind, as if to say, you've got a lot of heart, kid, don't worry. Her red lips parted lightly, her voice tinged with reassurance. I've already messaged Jane just now, informing her of the situation. Just come with us in peace. After saying that, he did not wait for Dust Wind to digest this information, much less for those 3 big brothers beside him to open their mouths to fight for it again. Su Jitong's plain hand that looked like sheep's fat beautiful jade gently flipped. Buzz. There was a slight buzz in the air. A long staff with a radiant holy light flowing throughout its body and arcane runes entwined around its body appeared silently in her hand. The light emanating from that staff was not blinding, but it seemed to contain some kind of soul-shaking power. Dust Breeze's pupils, the moment he saw that staff, shrunk violently. The complex patterns inscribed on the staff, and the terrifying energy fluctuations that almost overflowed. This is ST. Extermination level, equipment? Dustwind's heart jumped hard. The head of the North China region in front of him had casually taken out a Saint Extinction grade staff. The gap between them was like a heavenly rift. Before Dust Breeze could recover from this huge shock, Su Jitong had already raised the sacred extinction staff in his hand, the tip of the staff gently pointing towards the ground. In an instant, a complicated and arcane magic formation, flashing with azure light, centered on the point where the tip of the staff landed, quickly expanded under the feet of the 5 people. The edges of the spell formation outlined ripples of spatial distortion, and the runes inside flowed as if they were living creatures, emitting palpitating spatial fluctuations. Dustwind just casually swept a glance at this underground spell formation. The look of shock in his eyes instantly grew even more. The construction of this spell, this way of using space energy, a space leap? Moreover, judging from the purity of this energy and the complexity of the runes, this was definitely a immortal spirit level teleportation skill. ST. Extermination level, equipment. Immortal spirit level, spatial teleportation skill. Is this the depth and strength of the 4 regional heads of the Dragon Kingdom? This is the power possessed by the feudal officials standing at the top of the pyramid of power in the Dragon Kingdom? Dustbreeze felt that his perception was ruthlessly refreshed at this moment. Not waiting for him to have more time to think, the blue spatial spell formation glowed violently, completely engulfing the silhouettes of the 5 people. In the next second, the light suddenly faded. There was only empty ground left in the original spot, as if those 5 figures just now, along with the arcane spell formation, had never appeared. Only a trace of spatial energy aftermath that had not yet completely dissipated was left in the air, proving that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. With a flash of light, when Dustwind opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the middle of a forest garden with birds and flowers. The blinding blue light dissipated, and a gentle light replaced the previous sense of distorted space. A never-before-smelled scent of elegant flowers lingered on the tip of his nose, mixed with the refreshing scent of wet earth. Dustwind froze. He blinked subconsciously, his vision slowly coming into focus. In front of us was a well-tended garden. Simple and elegant pavilions are covered in lush green trees and flowers, and underfoot is a smooth and warm green stone pathway that winds into the distance. The air was uncharacteristically fresh, and the energy was so dense that it had almost turned into substance, and every breath seemed to wash the body and mind. What is this place? Dustwind's mind was filled with doubts. Or is this the location of the so-called hub? Or is it the residence of the big man? To be able to make the 4 regional heads need to travel through immortal spirit level teleportation in order to arrive. It must be extraordinary. Dustbreeze felt his heart, once again, begin to beat faster without any argument. Chapter 95, The Big Man in the Center. Su Jiner looked at Dustwind slightly tense, carefully surveying his surroundings, and the corner of his lips curled up into a gentle, shallow smile. Nervous? Her voice was soft, with a soothing power that was especially clear in this quiet garden. When Dustwind heard this, his body subconsciously stiffened slightly. He turned his head and met Su Jiner's gentle eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and involuntarily, he gently nodded. Nervous? More than nervous. In his previous life, he was nothing more than an ordinary transmuter struggling at the bottom of the wilderness area. In order to survive, each day is spent on the knife's edge, fighting for their lives against various monsters, not to mention stepping foot in the mysterious garden in front of us that was like a fairyland, with energy so dense that it couldn't be melted. Even the legendary god and demon battlefield, which was the ultimate line of defense against otherworldly invasions, he had relied on his teammates to be able to barely catch a glimpse of it from the fringes. The so-called hub, the so-called big man. These words, for him in his previous life, were as distant as the stars in the sky, out of reach. Now, he was being personally escorted by the top leaders of the 4 major regions of the Dragon Kingdom, and was about to meet the existence that was located at the very top of the Pyramid of Power. This sense of great disparity and the awe of the unknown caused his heart to beat faster uncontrollably, and even his breathing seemed to carry a few moments of heaviness. Looking at Dustwind's demeanor, which was clearly somewhat unnatural, Su Jiner, who had been standing next to him, had a gentle smile on his face. He pushed the lenses on the bridge of his nose, his gaze behind them holding a few hints of encouragement and relief. Don't worry too much. Su Jiner's voice was elegant and easygoing, as if it carried a convincing power. This lord, he paused, as if weighing his words, and then said in a calm, sure tone, very kind. A hint of curiosity flashed in Dustwind's eyes at the words. The mind was muttering uncontrollably. Kind? An existence that can stand at the very top of power in the Dragon Kingdom would be benevolent? He imagined, mostly, an image of majesty, coldness, and even a touch of insensitivity. After all, that was an existence that truly overlooked all beings and ruled over the lives and deaths of billions of people. It seems that, maybe an elder in years. Just as Dustbreeze was secretly pondering, a slightly old, but neutral voice resounded in everyone's ears without warning. The voice seemed to penetrate the barrier of space and imprinted directly into the depths of the soul, carrying an unspeakable gentleness and majesty. All here, ha? What are you standing outside for? Come in, all of you. The instant this voice appeared, Su Jiner, Su Jiner, and the other 2 principals with equally unfathomable auras who were standing beside Dustwind, almost at the same time, their expressions were violently solemn. Previously that gentle or elegant, instantly disappeared, replaced by a kind of awe and solemnity from the bones. The 4 of them moved in a neat and tidy manner, and solemnly performed a standard military salute in the direction from which the voice came, that certain ancient pavilion hidden in the depths of the green trees and flowers. Yes, their voices were calm and strong, full of absolute respect and obedience, and they were especially clear in this peaceful garden. This sudden solemn scene saw Dustwind's hands scrambling for a while. He subconsciously tried to mimic it, but he wasn't sure what posture to use, or even which specific direction to salute in. After all, he hadn't even seen where the big guy was. For a moment, he froze in place, his hands slightly clenched, looking somewhat at a loss for words, in stark contrast to the posture of the 4 bigwigs next to him. Seemingly sensing Dustwind's embarrassment and nervousness, That old voice suddenly took on a trace of obvious laughter, dispelling the invisible pressure from earlier. Ha ha. The laughter was gentle, as if a spring breeze was blowing through the air. No need to be nervous, little one. Don't get as formal as these four guys. That voice directly pointed towards the four Su Jiner people, with a few hints of the casualness of elders towards their juniors in its tone. Come on in. With the fall of that old voice, the four Su Jiner people, who had previously been solemn, had a slightly relieved look on their faces. Chu Tianqua's gaze behind his lenses flashed with a hint of amusement, while Su Jiner shook his head helplessly, as if he had long been accustomed to this elder's flirting. Only Long Qingyu, who had the most brash personality, instantly piled a smile on his face, and with a fierce wave of his bushy hand, he directly wrapped around Dustwind's still somewhat stiff shoulders. Go go go! Long Qingyu's voice was loud and carried an undeniable enthusiasm. Let's get in there. I've been thinking about the aged wine here at the old master's for a long time. He hemmed and hawed, anticipation in his tone. I don't know if I can get 2 bites today. Dustbreeze was half pushed and half embraced by Long Qingyu, and his footsteps stumbled a little to keep up. He could feel the amazing strength coming from the palm of this Western China region head, as well as the undisguised intimacy, and the tension in his heart was slightly eased by a few points. The 4 feudal officials flanked Dustbreeze, like stars arching over the moon, and walked quickly towards the ancient and simple attic that was hidden in the depths of the greenery. The door to the attic was not closed, and it seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. As soon as he stepped into the threshold of the attic, the air around him seemed to condense slightly. It wasn't pressure, but rather an indescribable feeling of warmth and comfort that quietly wrapped around the entire body. It was as if every pore was stretching, drawing in some purer, softer power, a step above the gardens outside. It's an amazing feeling and hard to describe. Dustwind's heart moved slightly, secretly running the energy in his body to feel it, but could not tell the specific source of this strange feeling, only felt that his body was soothed, and even his spirit was much clearer. Just as Dustbreeze was secretly feeling the differences within this attic, a light footstep sounded, accompanied by the dulcet sound of a wooden staff pointing to the ground. From far away, an old man dressed in a Chinese mountain suit with white hair like snow, leaning on a plain-looking wooden cane, slowly walked out from the inner hall of the attic. His pace was slow, even with a few hobbles, but every step that fell seemed to merge with the pulsations of this heaven and earth, giving people a feeling of calmness and stability like a mountain. The old man's gaze was calm and deep, like an ancient well that had gone through endless years without ripples. The old man's gaze first gently swept over the 4 people, Su Jiner, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, with a few hints of the gentleness and understanding with which elders viewed their juniors, as in just confirming that they are all present. At first, the gaze remained gentle, with a touch of the curiosity and scrutiny of an elder sizing up a junior, but in the very next second, the old man's line of sight seemed to inadvertently rest on top of the inconspicuous green-colored bracelet on Dustbreeze's wrist. Shasta! The depths of the old man's originally calm eyes suddenly flashed with an extremely subtle, yet sharp and incomparable essence. It was as if that gaze had turned into substance, piercing through the barrier of space and focusing precisely on the bracelet, and even Dustbreeze's soul. Well, Dustbreeze only felt an indescribably terrifying pressure surging like an invisible tide. This feeling was even more direct and palpitating than when he had faced that mysterious dragon shadow that had almost suffocated him in the dragon shadow mystic realm before with a mere projection. It was as if all of his secrets, all of his disguises, from the inside out, were completely pierced through under this glance. His heart contracted violently, and the hairs on his body almost stood on end, subconsciously wanting to tense his body, but realizing that under that gaze, even moving his fingers became incomparably difficult. Well, the breathless scrutiny didn't last long. With just a moment's focus, the appalling aura in the old man's eyes quietly converged, as if it had never appeared. He withdrew his gaze, and that gentle smile appeared on his face once again, as if everything just now was an illusion of Dustwind. Ha! The old man let out a soft laugh, breaking the tranquility within the attic. It seems that this little guy this year is a bit different from those of previous years. His voice was still gentle, but it carried an undeniable certainty. I can't believe I managed to get all 4 of you to drop what you were doing and come running over here together. As the old man spoke, his gaze swept over the 4 of Su Jiner once again, his tone carrying a few hints of derision. Interesting, really interesting. Hearing the old man's words with a few hints of derision, Long Qingyu's large bushy hand immediately patted his chest and grinned. That's natural. His voice was so loud that it shook the air inside the attic with a slight buzz. After all, it was your old man who personally ordered us to bring in the people at fire speed. How could we dare to slack off? Long Qingyu looked around at Su Jiner's few people, his tone carrying a sense of entitlement. Doesn't that make sense, folks? When Su Jiner, Chu Tianqua, and Ling Xuanyue heard this, they also nodded their heads, with a deserved look on their faces, and their gazes toward the old man were filled with undoubted respect. As the old man listened to these words, the smile on his face did not diminish at all, but instead deepened a few points. His eyes, which were weathered but still clear, swiveled around the four bannermen and finally landed back on Dusty Wind. He waved gently at the crowd, moving casually as if he were merely greeting his juniors as they took their seats. Sit down, all of you. With just such a simple action, no energy fluctuations were even seen. Buzz. Dustwind only felt the scene in front of him sway slightly, and the surroundings instantly changed radically. A moment ago or simple and elegant hall on the first floor. The next instant, the five of them have been in a more elegant, wafting a light tea in the room. The room is located on the second floor of the attic, with a lush garden view outside the window, and sunlight pouring in through the carved wooden windows, dappling the light. The furnishings in the room were simple, and a set of purple sand tea set was placed on the mahogany tea table in the center, emitting a warm luster. Spatial transformation? And it was so silent that not even a single ripple of energy was perceived. Dustwind's heart was once again flooded by a huge wave of horror, and his entire body froze in place. What level of power is this? Teleportation? A field? Or some kind of spatial power he couldn't understand at all? He couldn't even see how his opponent did it at all. This old man's strength, I'm afraid, had already exceeded the scope of all his perceptions in his previous life. As if he had sensed Dustwind's almost frozen look of shock, the old man did not care. He walked slowly to the main seat of the tea table and sat down with a natural movement. The ordinary-looking wooden staff casually set aside. He raised his eyes, his gaze gently falling on the still somewhat stiff Dustwind, as if a neighboring grandfather was looking at his somewhat recognized grandchildren. Little one, your name is Dustwind, isn't it? The old man's voice was calm and carried a soothing power that dispelled some of the fear in Dustwind's heart due to the unknown power. Upon hearing the old man's question, Dustbreeze snapped back to his senses as if he had been electrocuted. He hastily collected his mind and suppressed the shocking waves in his heart, taking a step forward and bowing slightly, his tone carrying a trace of unconcealed nervousness and respect. Yes, senpai, late generation Dusty Wind, from Yang City, profession is, reply Warlock. He paused and added, current level LV30, have not yet performed the secondary transfer. When Dustwind reported his rank, the four people standing at the side, Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuan Yue, had their expressions slightly moved almost simultaneously. 30? They glanced at each other, and they could both see the look of surprise in each other's eyes. You know, how long has it been since Dustbreeze completed his transfer? A full count is only 3 days. In such a short period of time, it was surprising that he had already rushed to level 30 and was about to face the threshold of the second transfer. This upgrading speed, even if it was placed in the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even amongst the geniuses within the world, it was definitely a phoenix-like existence. However, just as the four regional heads were surprised by Dustbreeze's rank, the old man sitting in the main seat stroked his snow-white beard under his jaw, a look of entitlement on his face. 30 levels? That's normal. The old man's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. For a little guy who can pass that hidden examination, it would be strange if his strength is unusual. His gaze toward Dustwind carried a few moments of appreciation, and then he seemed to think of something and slightly shook his head, bringing a trace of imperceptible regret into his tone. It's just a bit of a shame. If you can complete the second transfer before entering that copy, maybe, after clearing the level, with the experience given by that thing, it might be possible to directly touch the threshold of 3 transitions. After the old man finished speaking, he no longer dwelled on this, his gaze falling back onto Dustwind, the smile on his face becoming more and more gentle and kind. Hello, little Dusty Wind. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the characteristic graciousness of an elder. It's been too long, names and all, long forgotten. As for the position, he waved his hand, unconcerned, all the more reason for you to leave it alone. It's all vanity, if you don't mind. The old man paused, and with a sincere smile in his eyes, he looked at Dustwind. Just call the old man my head grandfather. Chapter 96. Hearing the other party's ambiguous, yet undeniably affectionate address, Dustwind's heart tightened again. The chief's grandfather? This call. He subconsciously glanced at the 4 Su Jitong people next to him, the 4 feudal officials who stomped their feet, and the entire Dragon Kingdom would be shaken 3 times. At this moment, they were all looking at each other with their eyes and noses as if they didn't hear it, but the slightly relaxed standing posture revealed a sense of habit. Dustbreeze took a deep breath and suppressed the countless thoughts churning in his mind. He knew that in front of this kind of existence, any pretense and hesitation would be superfluous and might even lead to unnecessary trouble. He bowed slightly, trying to sound as calm as possible, with the respect he deserved. It's, head grandpa. Even Dusty Wind himself felt a bit awkward when these 4 words were exited, but it seemed that it could only be so. Ha ha ha. The old man sniffed and let out an even more cheerful laugh that was filled with satisfaction and pleasure, as if he had obtained some beloved toy. Good boy, The old man nodded his head repeatedly with undisguised admiration in his eyes. His withered-looking palm gently lifted. Buzz. Once again, there was an indiscernible fluctuation of energy in the air. A peculiar fruit with a glistening white body, emitting a soft halo of light, about the size of a baby's fist, appeared in his palm out of nowhere. The surface of the fruit flowed with a faint seven-colored haze, exuding a rich to the extreme energy breath and a strange fragrance. Just by smelling it, it made Dustwind feel invigorated, and the energy operation in his body seemed to speed up by a few points. With a twist of the old man's wrist, the peculiar fruit flew lightly toward Dustbreeze. Take it. The old man's voice was laced with laughter. Sort of a meet and greet gift from me. The old man. Dustwind subconsciously reached out his hand and caught the fruit that was hovering in front of him. It was slightly cool in the hand, warm to the touch like jade, and the interior seemed to contain a piece of star, with surging energy but incomparably gentle. His heart was stunned as his gaze fell on the strange fruit. Almost instinctively, he used some sort of probing ability. In the next second, a line of information quietly surfaced in his mind. Fruit of Illusion. After taking it, all attributes will be plus 50, and you will gain the talent Illusion Spirit. Illusory Spirit. When opened, it can conceal all information about oneself, and skills below the Saint Extinction level cannot be probed. Hiss. The moment he read the information about this fruit, Dustbreeze's pupils suddenly contracted and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Full attributes plus 50. This was already extremely precious, enough to drive countless transmutants crazy. What's more important is that talent in the back. Phantom Spirit. It can mask all information about itself and cannot be probed below the Saint Extinction level? This is simply a divine thing that is customized for him. His biggest secret was his identity as a reborn person, and a profession and talent that was different and might even lead to heinous trouble. With this, Illusory Spirit, talent, as long as he didn't encounter a legendary probing means like the Saint Extinction level, his safety factor would be greatly increased. This casual meet and greet gift is so expensive? Dustbreeze's hand holding the Illusory Spirit fruit couldn't help but tighten slightly. He once again looked up at the old man with the gentle smile, and the shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. Dustwind's knot in his throat rolled involuntarily and he gulped. The Illusory Spirit fruit in his palm was warm to the touch, and the surging energy contained within it along with that heaven-defying, Illusory Spirit, talent almost made his heart stop beating. This wasn't a meeting gift. This was clearly a gift in the snow, a divine object that could solve the biggest hidden problem in his heart. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his churning mind, holding down the ecstasy and excitement that almost came out of his mouth. Full attributes plus 50. There was also that heaven-defying, Illusion Spirit, talent. The meet and greet was so heavy that he was almost a little breathless. He raised his head and looked at the old man with the gentle smile on the main seat, his gaze filled with disbelief and deep gratitude. Taking a step forward, he bowed deeply once again to the old man on the main seat. This time, his posture was even more respectful than before, and his tone carried heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Chief, for your generous gift. It was a few simple words, but it seemed to take a lot of his strength. This thing is too expensive, he added, his tone sincere. After saying that, he didn't wait to swallow this fruit that was enough to change his destiny as a normal person would do. Instead, he carefully put away the Illusory Spirit fruit that emitted a seven-colored haze, moving with an almost pious solemnity. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the four people, Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuan Yue, who were standing next to each other, were slightly frozen almost simultaneously. Put it away? They exchanged an imperceptible glance, each reading the surprise in the other's eyes. You know, which one who can win this old master's favor and bestow a meeting gift is not an astonishingly talented and proud son of heaven. They've seen too many of these scenes. This old man didn't give things away easily either, but whenever he made a move, it was bound to be a fine product, or even a supreme treasure that was enough to change the trajectory of a genius destiny. They themselves had been fortunate enough to receive a gift from the old man back then, and the excitement and impatience was still fresh in their minds. They had also seen countless junior geniuses who were valued by the old master, and in the moment they received the reward, none of them were not ecstatic and used the treasures on the spot, lest they were slowed down for a second. After all, the temptation to give this being a gift is simply not something that ordinary people can resist. But this little guy in front of me called Dusty Wind, how dare you put away such a heavy treasure? Just like that? Couldn't he see the value of the fruit? No, it can't be. The fruit emitted energy fluctuations and a strange fragrance, and even from a distance, they could feel its extraordinary nature. Not to mention that there were things like scrying techniques, and a glance could tell how precious this was. Then this kid, how can you resist the urge to use it right away? This determination, this restraint, it was really a bit out of their expectation. A trace of amazement flashed across the eyes of the four regional heads coincidentally, and their gazes toward Dustbreeze gained a few more points of deep meaning. How could they know the true situation of Dustbreeze at this moment? It wasn't that his determination was really superb to the point of ignoring the temptation of the illusory spirit fruit, nor was it that he deliberately wanted to act differently. Rather, it's because his base four-dimensional attributes, not too long ago, had topped out at the limit of what the current level stage could bear. Any further advancement was not possible unless one completed a second transfer and broke the shackles of the equal rank. That was the real reason he didn't take it right away. The effect of illusory spirit fruit was truly unbelievable, enough to make any LV30 transmuter's strength skyrocket and give him an extra talent that he needed the most nowadays. But for the current Dustbreeze, that full attribute plus 50 effect could not be eaten for the time being. Such divine objects must be used on the edge of a sword. For Dustwind, who had returned from rebirth and knew that every bit of attribute in the future could determine life and death, this potential waste was absolutely intolerable. Of course, this was something that no one in the room knew except for Dustbreeze himself. If we let Su Jiner and the others know that a newcomer who has just been transferred for 3 days not only has his level soared to LV30, but even his basic attributes have touched the ceiling of the current stage, I'm afraid it's not as simple as being surprised. That would definitely lose it on the spot and even scream like you've seen a ghost. This was simply not the growth rate that an ordinary human should have. At this moment, looking at Dustwind's careful, even with a few solemn moves, a clear flash of surprise first flashed through the eyes of the old man on the main seat. This little guy. I can't believe you didn't eat it on the spot? It was important to realize that although the illusory spirit fruit was precious, for most of the transmutants, the greatest value still lay in the instantly recognizable plus 50 to all attributes. As for the illusory spirit talent, it was certainly magical, but without really realizing the importance of information security, or without a pressing need to hide one's secrets, the appeal was rather less than the former. But this little guy, in the face of such temptation, even put it away? The old man's gaze lingered on Dustwind for a moment, and in the depths of those seemingly cloudy eyes, it was as if there was a river of stars flowing through them, flashing with a hidden and unidentifiable light. Seems to have figured out some joint. Again, it seems to be a glimpse of some hidden secret that is not known. Then, the look on his face suddenly became a bit odd. It was a complex mixture of surprise, realization, and a hint of crying. He gently stroked the white beard under his jaw, his movements pausing. Then, only a light cough was heard from him, breaking the slightly stagnant atmosphere in the room. Ahem. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The four Su Jiner immediately collected their minds, their gazes once again focusing on the old man. The old man did not look at them, and his gaze still fell on Dustwind with that inscrutable and odd smile. He spoke slowly, his tone calm but with an undeniable undertone. That what? You four? Get out first. When these words came out, not only did Dustwind freeze for a moment, even the four people standing next to him, Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuan Yue, were all stunned in unison. Out? Let the four of them out? In the past, when the old master summoned the younger generation geniuses, which of them, as the regional head, did not accompany them throughout the entire process? One is as an introducer and the other is for observation and evaluation. How today? It hasn't even been a long time and you're going to kick all four of them out? And the old man's next sentence caused their hearts to shake even more. Me and this little guy, alone. The old man's gaze moved away from Dustwind and swept a glance at the four Su Jitong people, his tone still flat. But this bland tone fell in the ears of the four feudal officials, but no less than a thunderbolt. Talking alone? The four exchanged a look almost simultaneously, and they could all see the horror and incomprehension in each other's eyes. Individual communication? What kind of concept is that? You know, even the four of them, now in a high position, the power of a party, has never had the honor of being left alone to talk by the old man. What is the virtue of this little fellow? Is it because he passed that hidden test? Or is it because his strange behavior of putting away the fruits just now has aroused the old man's special interest? Countless thoughts tumbled through the four's minds, but they didn't dare to show the slightest bit on their faces. Shocked to be shocked, puzzled to be puzzled. They didn't dare to disobey the old man's orders in the slightest. Yes, instructor. The four of them responded in unison, bowing slightly and moving in a neat manner. Despite the doubts and curiosity in their hearts, they suppressed all their emotions and turned towards the door. Soon, the four big shots that would shake the Dragon Kingdom 3 times if they stomped their feet disappeared outside the door. The door to the heavy room was gently brought up with a dull, soft thud. Inside the room, only Dustbreeze and the old man who called himself Grandpa Chief were left. The atmosphere, all of a sudden, became somewhat delicate. Chapter 97. Do you know what this is? The heavy door of the room was gently closed with a dull click. Inside the room, only Dustbreeze and the old man who called himself Grandpa Chief were left. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. The invisible pressure that was present when the four bigwigs were there before suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by an even more unspeakable atmosphere. A subtle feeling as if being watched alone by some unfathomable existence. The smile on the old man's face was still gentle, and he did not continue to sit in the main seat, but slowly walked to the position opposite Dustwind. The tea table was small, and the distance between the two men closed instantly. The old man picked up the alabaster teapot on the table and in a natural movement filled the empty white porcelain teacup in front of Dustywind. The amber-colored tea broth is injected into the cup, rising up in a curl of heat and emitting a clear and elegant tea aroma. This act of pouring tea with his own hands caused Dustwind's heart to jump. Almost subconsciously, he tried to stand up, regardless of the other party's status. If the elder personally pours tea, how can the younger generation sit in peace? However, just as his hips lifted a fraction of an inch, a soft but irresistible force gently landed on his shoulders. The power was intangible, yet unmistakable. Dustwind only felt his body sink slightly, and that movement of wanting to get up was actually hardened and pressed back, sitting steadily on the chair, unable to move. He was appalled in his heart, but his face didn't dare to show the slightest bit, so he could only maintain his sitting position stiffly, as if the old man did not notice his difference. He gently placed the teapot back in place and raised his eyes to look at Dustywind, the smile on his face intensifying. "Oh, there's no need to be so polite." The old man's voice remained calm, with a soothing power. "Here, have some tea." He gestured to the teacup in front of Dustwind. "Don't worry." The old man paused, as if he had seen through the possible concerns in Dustwind's mind, and added another sentence. "This tea, it won't increase the attributes, so don't worry about wasting it." This light sentence fell on Dustywind's ears, but it was no less than a flat thunderstorm. "Won't add attributes? Don't have to worry about waste?" His move to put away the illusory spirit fruit just now was because the attributes had reached the limit of the current stage, and he was unable to absorb it for the time being. It was a matter that no one but himself ever knew about. But this old man in front of me, Dustbreeze's body, which was originally a bit stiff from being held down, instantly tensed up even more. He was just about to open his mouth to say something, maybe apologize, maybe explain, but all thoughts were washed away at this moment by the great shock. His pupils suddenly contracted, almost shrinking to the size of pinpoints. Snapping his head up, he looked across the room at the old man whose smile was gentle, but whose eyes seemed to be able to pierce through everything. His throat rolled, dry. "Grandpa Chief, you." His voice held a hint of incredulous trembling. Looking at Dustwind's shocked beyond words look, the smile on the old man's face deepened, with a few moments of realization in his eyes, and a hint of laughter as if he had gotten away with his mischief. He smiled softly and did not directly answer Dustwind's unanswered question. Instead, he nodded slightly, a hint of apology in his tone, though it sounded more like a walk in the park. "Oh, I'm sorry, little one. I looked at you a little bit without your consent. I apologize, old man." "Apologize?" Dustwind's heart almost jumped out of his throat. This being that needs to apologize to him? More importantly, the content of his words. Took a look at him? Sure enough, this head grandfather really saw through him. Not waiting for Dustwind to come back to his senses from this huge shock, the old man's next words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in his mind. The old man stroked the snow-white beard under his jaw and looked at Dustwind with a gaze filled with undisguised appreciation. "What a surprise. In just 3 days, you didn't just level up to level 30. The old man's tone was tinged with awe, yet it seemed as if he had taken it for granted. Even the basic attributes have surprisingly reached the limit of what can be achieved in a first turn. TSK. The old man shook his head in admiration. Truly worthy of heavenly talents. The knots in Dustwind's throat rolled up and down, dry as if they were going to stick together. "You." He spat out a word with difficulty, his voice carrying a huskiness and tightness he hadn't even noticed. The old man smiled again. The smile was gentle, as if it carried some kind of soothing power. "Don't be nervous." He gently waved his hand, signaling Dustwind to relax. It's true that ordinary scrying techniques can't detect the detailed attributes of a transmogrifier. The old man's gaze was calm, as if he was stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. But his words turned slightly, and his gaze landed on Dustwind's still tense face, as if he had seen through the waves of shock that were churning in his heart. "After the second turn, you can always learn some more advanced scrying type skills." The old man paused slightly as he spoke. He seemed to have sensed Dustwind's unspeakable uneasiness and vigilance that stemmed from his secret being peeked through. The smile on the old man's face remained unchanged, but his tone was put more slowly, carrying a kind of tolerance from elders to juniors. "Don't worry." These two words, light, but as if they carried the force of 1,000 pounds, slightly stabilized Dustbreeze's agitated mind. "Your secret, if you won't tell it, I, old man, will never ask." The old man's eyes were open and sincere, without the slightest desire to pry. Who in this world doesn't have a few secrets they can't tell? He picked up the teacup in front of himself and gently sipped it, his movements unhurried. Putting down the teacup, the old man's gaze resettled on Dusty Wind, and his eyes became a few points deeper. As long as you're human, the old man's voice settled down, carrying an unquestionable strength and conviction, willing to fight for the sake of humanity, for the sake of my dragon kingdom. It was as if his gaze pierced through Dustwind's eyes and went straight to the depths of his heart. Then nothing else matters. That's a statement that rings true. My dragon kingdom can have a genius like you. A trace of heartfelt relief and emotion flashed through the old man's eyes, a light that saw hope and a future. Old man me, I can see a demon like you in my lifetime. He chuckled to himself, with a few moments of relief. It's kind of not a wasted life. The old man's words were like a tranquilizer pill, temporarily soothing the shocking waves in Dustwind's heart that had been set off by the secret being peeked through, though the caution that originated in his bones had not completely dissipated. But at least, the surface was tight and slightly loosened. Looking at Dustwind slightly eased, yet still with a few complicated and odd expressions, a hint of a smile flashed in the old man's eyes. He didn't seem to want to dwell on this slightly heavy topic either. The gentle smile on his face tightened for a few moments, and his expression became a little more serious. Those eyes, which seemed to contain a sea of stars, once again fell on Dustbreeze with an unquestionable scrutiny. Come. The old man slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not high, but it carried an unspeakable weight. That thing? Show it to the old man. That thing? Hearing this headless sentence, Dustwind first froze. The brain went blank for a moment. What's that? He subconsciously pondered what else he had on him that was worthy of being left alone and asked for by this being with such solemnity. Is it an outfit? Or skills? Or? A thought crossed his mind like a bolt of lightning. Dustwind's pupils, imperceptibly, shrunk slightly. He snapped back to the thrilling hidden examination, thinking back to the end. In that mysterious space, the special item that was obtained. That bracelet. So it is. Dustbreeze's heart instantly realized. It seems that what this head grandpa really wants to talk to himself alone is not this small matter of his attributes being full. Instead, it was that special bracelet that he had gotten from the hidden test. 9 reverse dragon rings. Having figured this out, Dustwind no longer hesitated. In the face of this unfathomable old man who seemed to be able to understand everything, any concealment would pale in comparison and might even be botched. Dustbreeze did not hesitate in the slightest, not even showing a hint of hesitation. He raised his left hand directly. On that wrist, an unobtrusive-looking dark cyan-colored bone bracelet was exposed to the old man's sight. Quaint, with an indescribably bleak aura, it was as if it had gone through endless years of baptism. The old man's gaze instantly coalesced and landed on top of that bracelet. A flash of realization flashed through his deep eyes once again. It seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Again, it seemed that the appearance of this item confirmed some kind of speculation he had made earlier. He stared at the bracelet for a moment, his eyes calm and unperturbed, making it impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Only then did he slowly raise his eyes to look at Dustwind and ask in a casual tone, "Can't you take it off?" The question sounds like a casual one. Dusty Wind heard the words, but immediately nodded his head, with an appropriately distressed look on his face. It was as if the thing had caused him no end of trouble. "Yes, Grandpa Chief," he admitted it frankly. "Soulbound, can't take it off. Although this equipment has good attributes, the side effects are quite large." Dustbreeze's voice carried a hint of helplessness. It has a cursed effect that drains life points continuously." He pointed to the bracelet, a few imperceptible hints of depression in his tone. "If it weren't for the special environment here, which seems to have some sort of power that is continuously restoring my condition, I'm afraid I'd have to keep brushing myself with healing spells in order to stabilize my bloodline." The old man sniffed and his gaze lingered on the 9 reverse dragon ring on Dustwind's wrist for a few seconds. The dark green-colored bone was as if it had been steeped in the sorrows of the ages. Afterward, his line of sight shifted slightly upwards and landed on Dusty Wind's face that was pretending to be calm, but it was hard to hide a hint of depression. An imperceptible power fluctuation once again whisked silently over Dustbreeze's body. The old man caught the eerie and persistent effect of the loss of life force that originated from the bracelet. He sighed softly, the sound carrying a hint of unspeakable complexity. It was as if he was sorry, and as if he was helpless. Sure enough, the old man's voice lowered a few notches. "Is the resentment of the dragon clan still not dispersed?" Dustwind's heart skipped a beat. Dragons? Complaints? Originally, he only wanted to use the curse effect of the bracelet to slightly explain his previous abnormality, and in the meantime, see if he could get some words out of him. Unexpectedly, the moment this head grandfather opened his mouth, he threw out such amazing information. The look of distress on Dustwind's face instantly solidified, replaced by just the right amount of bewilderment and disbelief. He looked to the old man, his eyes full of curiosity. The old man took in Dusty Wind's change in demeanor, and a hint of realization swept through the depths of his cloudy eyes. Instead of directly explaining, he refocused his gaze on the ancient bracelet. Little guy. The old man's tone became serious, carrying a sense of historical weight. Do you know what this thing really is? His voice paused, as if he was giving Dustwind time to think. And why? It will be placed by us in the last level of the hidden examination of the national examination? Every word was like a heavy hammer that struck Dustwind's heartstrings. The final level of the hidden test. Surely that has something to do with it. Dustwind's mind was racing with thoughts, but on the surface, he still maintained that blank look. He met the old man's gaze that seemed to penetrate everything and gently shook his head. Head grandfather, I am not very clear. That senior at the last level didn't go into detail. Dustwind recalled the scene, his tone sincere. He only told me that this thing seems to be an inherited weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, and it recognized me as its master. Speaking here, Dustwind's tone gave a slight lurch, and a touch of heaviness that did not match his age appeared on his face. Senior said that this is both my reward and my mission and pressure. He raised his left hand with the bracelet and looked at it with a complicated gaze. As for the rest, that senior didn't say much more. Chapter 98, Endless Pain from Grudges? No. Is the mission stressful? The artifact of heritage? After listening to Dusty Wind's narration, a meaningful smile appeared on the old man's face as he gently nodded his head. That's a true statement. His gaze once again landed on the dark green-colored 9 reverse dragon ring, and an imperceptible and complex light swept through his eyes, seemingly reminiscent and emotional. The old man's words changed, and the look in his eyes toward Dustbreeze carried an indescribable amazement. The old man I really did not expect. You actually managed to make it recognize its owner. The old man's tone was light, yet it seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of weight, knocking on Dustwind's heart. Dustwind's heartbeat missed half a beat. He could sense that the old man's words were not polite, but rather a surprise from the bottom of his heart. Do you know? The old man leaned his body forward slightly, and those seemingly cloudy eyes were so sharp at the moment that they seemed to be able to pierce through the soul. Is it so difficult? The voice was not high, but it carried an invisible sense of oppression, causing Dustbreeze's breathing to stutter slightly. Difficulty? Fragments of the exchange with that mysterious senior in that mysterious space instantly flashed through Dustwind's mind. At that time, that senior did not seem to emphasize the difficulty of recognizing the owner. It was simply said that it had a destiny with him and was gifted to him. Could there be some hidden agenda that you don't know about? Looking at the hint of doubt that flashed across Dustwind's face, the smile in the old man's eyes grew a bit thicker, carrying a hint of realization. He didn't explain right away, but picked up his teacup and took another slow sip. There was a soft thud as he put down his teacup. In the silence of the room, it was crystal clear. The old man laughed out softly, breaking that brief silence. It seems that the gatekeeper didn't tell you everything. His tone was a little flirtatious and like he was talking to himself. Dustbreeze didn't answer, just quietly looked at the old man, waiting for the following. He knew that since this head grandfather had taken the initiative to mention it, he would definitely talk about it. As expected, the old man stroked his beard and his gaze became deep again. This 9 reverse dragon ring, rather than a reward, it is a heavy to unimaginable karma. It's not just as simple as the Dragon Kingdom's inheritance weapon. The old man's voice lowered, carrying a sense of the vicissitudes of history. More than that, is a witness to a history that has been forgotten, even deliberately erased. And the old man paused and looked at the bracelet with complicated eyes. The bearer of endless dragon soul grievances, dragon soul grudge. There's that word again. Dustwind's heart pounded once again. He forcibly suppressed the waves of shock in his heart and tried to maintain a surface calm. The old man didn't seem to care about Dustwind's reaction as he continued. The conditions that need to be met in order for it to recognize its owner are harsh to the extreme. Not only do you need to be recognized by the dragon soul, but you also need to withstand the monstrous resentment that is enough to erode the soul. It's not like the Dragon Kingdom hasn't had geniuses trying for countless years. The old man's voice held a hint of a sigh. There is no shortage of amazing people trying to take control of it. But the results? He shook his head, a flash of regret in his eyes. Without exception, all fail. The lighter ones are delirious, reduced to madmen who only know how to kill. The heavier soul is completely devoured by the resentment, and the form and spirit are destroyed. The old man's words were like twilight drums and morning bells, stirring up layers of ripples in Dustwind's heart lake. The form and the spirit are all gone. These 4 words, which carried a cold aura of death, caused Dustwind's fingers, which were holding the teacup, to tighten slightly. He could sense that the old man was not an alarmist. What shines in the eyes of this seemingly kind old man is the insight and certainty that comes with years of experience. Precisely because of that, the old man put down his teacup, and his gaze resettled on Dustbreeze with a kind of scrutiny, and even more so with a sense of relief. In the event that a suitable owner cannot really be found for it, that's why we had to do this. A hidden test so tough that almost no one can complete it is set for the big national exam. The old man's voice was not high, but it carried a heavy sense of helplessness. The purpose is to screen out those real ones, the demons among the demons. After all, he paused, his eyes lingering on the 9 reverse dragon ring on Dustwind's wrist for an instant. Perhaps only this kind of 1 in 10 million supreme genius is possible. Extremely tiny possibility. Go try to conquer this thing. Only then is it possible to withstand that nearly destructive dragon soul resentment. The old man's words were like a huge stone that was thrown into the sea of Dustbreeze's heart, setting off shocking waves. He described the difficulty, and his own experience of the recognition process, seems to be completely two concepts. Judging from the current situation, the old man looked at Dusty Wind, and an unspeakable light flashed in the depths of his cloudy eyes. Our guess, or our last hope, was not lost. You made it. Those 3 words, bland, carried a capping power. When Dusty Wind heard this, the bewilderment on his face increased, and he could barely maintain it. He was a little dumbfounded. What dragon soul recognition? What needs to bear a monstrous grudge that is enough to eat away at the soul? How do you, yourself, you don't feel anything? In that mysterious space, that senior just said that he had a destiny with this thing, and then gave it to himself directly. The process went so smoothly that it was as easy as picking up a kid on the side of the road. Assuming, of course, that one ignores the ordeal that nearly cost him half his life. But that test seems to have nothing to do with the so-called dragon soul resentment. The doubts in Dustwind's heart were almost overflowing. The change in his expression naturally didn't escape the old man's eyes. The old man looked at Dustwind's expression of who am I? Where am I? What happened? And the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a curve of understanding. Oh, it seems that old man, indeed, didn't tell you the truth. The old man's tone was a bit teasing, and as if he was confirming some kind of guess. Dustbreeze didn't say anything, but only expressed his confusion and disbelief with his eyes. The old man laughed softly and explained, the one you're talking about, the senior you met at the last level. His eyes became somewhat distant, as if they had penetrated time and space. He is the only dragon soul in this 9 reverse dragon ring that is still willing to believe in our dragon kingdom and is willing to give us a chance. Receiving his approval is equivalent to receiving the initial approval of this inheritance artifact. Dustbreeze's heart was shaken. That senior is actually a dragon soul? This information was more shocking than all the secret stories he had heard before. He forced down his churning mind and tried to digest the shocking fact. I see. No wonder that senior's aura was that ancient and powerful. No wonder he said to himself that it was a legacy, as well as a mission and pressure. But Dusty Wind's brows furrowed slightly as a key suspicion surfaced once again. He cautiously raised his head to meet the old man's deep gaze and asked tentatively, Grandpa Chief, but I did not feel the kind you said. What dragon soul resentment? Grandpa Chief, but I did not feel the kind you said. What dragon soul resentment? Dustwind's voice carried a hint of obvious confusion, and even a bit of caution, as if he was afraid that he had said something wrong. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment as soon as those words left his mouth. The smile on the old man's face instantly froze, and for the first time, undisguised consternation flowed from those deep eyes. No? His voice rose slightly with incredulous dismay. You don't feel pain? The old man's brows tightened, and his sight was like substance as it once again landed on the 9 reverse dragon ring on Dustwind's wrist. That cursed effect called dragon resentment eroding body. He clearly perceived it clearly just now. There's no mistaking that grim, continually life-robbing feeling. By all rights, this loss of life force should be accompanied by a soul-ripping pain that was enough to break even the will of steel. But this kid in front of me. The old man snapped his eyes up, his gaze sharply scrutinizing Dustwind. He carefully observed every subtle expression of Dustwind, trying to find even a trace of disguise in it. However, no, Dustbreeze's eyes were clear and open, with only bewilderment and disbelief in them, completely devoid of the slightest hint of distortion or suppression that should be present when enduring severe pain. How is that possible? Dustbreeze was a little bit furious by the old man's look and subconsciously scratched his head. He really didn't lie. Pain? Dustwind froze, trying to recall how he felt after wearing the bracelet, other than the life value falling down like an open faucet, making him feel a sense of insecurity at all times. It seems like there really isn't any special painful feeling. Not really, he answered honestly, his tone tinged with a bit of uncertainty. The only problem is that the lifesteal keeps dropping, and it's dropping pretty fast. If it wasn't for the fact that I feel like my status is recovering quickly here, I guess I wouldn't have been able to top it long ago. After saying that, he even raised his left hand and shook the dark green colored bone ring, as if to prove that what he said was true. The old man was completely silent. His hand holding the teacup hung in midair, and his cloudy eyes stared at Dusty Wind dead in the face, as if he wanted to see him through from the inside out. All that remained in the room was the occasional crackle of the wood fire in the fireplace and the silent but heavy silence between the two men. The old man's eyes shifted. Shock, disbelief, and doubt are all intertwined emotions that eventually dissolve into a deep sense of inquiry. He had lived for so long, seen countless strange people and experienced countless storms, but what was happening in front of him was completely beyond the scope of his cognition. The curse of the 9 reverse dragon ring, that was a collection of grievances originating from the ancient dragon race. The pain it carried was enough to erode the divine soul and wear down the will. Countless amazing talents have fallen at this hurdle. How come when it comes to this kid, it's just a simple blood drop effect? Did the resentment disappear? No way. He had clearly perceived that gloomy power just now. Then this kid. The old man's gaze was like a torch as he frantically surveyed Dustwind's entire body, as if he wanted to find out what was different from him. Is it a special body type? Or is it a different soul? Or was the dragon spirit that gave him the bracelet doing something? One thought flashed through the old man's mind, only to be rejected one by one. He even utilized some sort of secret method to carefully probe Dustbreeze's state once again. The life force is indeed draining away. Not slowly. That gloomy cursed power originating from the bracelet did exist as well. But on the contrary, Dustbreeze, who was carrying all of this, acted like nothing was wrong. This is so out of character. The old man took a deep breath and forced down the shocking waves in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to dwell on that, regardless of the reason. This young man in front of him had indeed withstood the 9 reverse dragon ring in an unimaginable manner. That, in itself, is a miracle. A miracle that the Dragon Kingdom has waited too long for. The chosen one, the old man murmured in a low voice, so soft it was barely audible. Immediately afterward, as if he had figured something out, the shock in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deeper, more complex light. He looked at Dustwind again, his gaze carrying a hint of relief and a hint of heaviness. The old man waved his hand, as if putting aside the doubts he had just had for the time being. Perhaps that's what makes you special. To be chosen by him means in itself to be extraordinary. His tone returned to its previous calmness, but the deep-seated amazement did not completely disappear. Dustbreeze was secretly relieved when he saw that the old man was no longer asking why he couldn't feel any pain. He was actually curious as to why, but now was obviously not the time to delve into it. He was more concerned about the connection between this 9 reverse dragon ring and the Dragon Kingdom. So, cautiously, he brought up the question he had just asked again. Grandpa Chief, then, why is this thing called the Dragon Kingdom's inherited weapon? Dustwind's tone carried just the right amount of curiosity and disbelief. I look at its attributes and effects, as if, and our Dragon Kingdom, there is nothing directly related, right? This question finally brought the old man's thoughts back on track. His cloudy eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze once again landed on the dark green-colored bone ring. This time, his eyes were no longer merely scrutinizing, but filled with remembrance and emotion. It was as if through this bracelet, I saw the years that had been dusty for a long time and even deliberately forgotten. Ha! The old man let out a low, soft laugh that carried the weight of history. No direct relationship? He shook his head and looked to Dustwind. Little fellow, do you know why our Dragon Kingdom, why it is called the Dragon Kingdom? This question caused Dustbreeze to faintly stare. Why is the Dragon Kingdom named Dragon Kingdom? Isn't that common sense? Because the dragon is the totem of the nation and the symbol of the spirit. He was about to open his mouth to reply, but was interrupted by the old man raising his hand. I know what you're going to say. As if the old man had read his mind, his tone was distant. Totems, symbols, these are correct. But, that's just what, said later. The old man's voice lowered a few points, carrying a sense of mystery like unraveling the fog of history. In older, if not completely forgotten times, this land of ours, this people of ours. The old man paused and said in a single word. Chapter 99, this thing still has something to do with the Dragon Kingdom's dragon vein? A covenant with the dragons? Hearing this, Dustbreeze was also stunned. His brain went down for a moment, although it was not clear when the more ancient and forgotten era in the old man's words referred to. The information of having made a covenant with the dragon race still left Dustwind completely confused. He's a born-again. In his previous life, he had encountered some powerful creatures called dragons, but those big lizards that incited huge fleshy wings and spewed flames or cold ice. How could they look at it? They didn't look like an existence that could sign some kind of alliance with humans. And the Dragon Kingdom, they are berserk, bloodthirsty, and of low intelligence, more like powerful beasts that act on instinct, attacks wildly at the sight of any living thing. Does a creature like that really have the intelligence and the will to make a covenant? The bewilderment on Dustwind's face was no longer a disguise, but was mixed with real confusion, as if he could see the doubt in Dustwind's heart that was almost ready to come out of his mouth. A hint of realization swept through the old man's cloudy eyes. He laughed, a laugh that carried a sense of insight into the vicissitudes of the world. The dragons I'm talking about. The old man's voice carried a unique flavor, as if he was brushing away the dust of history. It has nothing to do with the beastly lizards that occasionally burrow out of interdimensional rifts in this world today, or that are coiled up in certain dangerous secret places. He picked up his teacup and gently blew on the hot air, his movements unhurried. Our divine dragon of the East. The old man put down his teacup and his gaze fell back on dusty wind with an unspeakable pride and remembrance. It can be so much more powerful, ancient and also wise than those big lizards that only know how to destroy and kill. Dragon of the East. It's so much more powerful, ancient, and wise than the big lizards that only destroy and kill. The old man's words seemed to carry some kind of magic, making Dustwind's eyes seem to literally float in front of him with the image of a sacred dragon snaking through the sea of clouds, its scales and claws glowing. That was by no means comparable to the western dragon species that were encountered in the game in his previous life, which was in vain of brute strength. The shock in Dustbreeze's heart could not be calmed for a long time. If there really is such a being, a covenant with the ancient forefathers seems not entirely impossible. Looking at Dustbreeze's thoughtful and somewhat bewildered expression, a hint of a smile flashed across the old man's cloudy eyes. He picked up his teacup and took another sip, the heat misting his pale face. Ha! The old man put down his teacup and let out a low, soft laugh. About its passing, those dusty stories. His gaze once again landed on the dark green-colored bone ring on Dustwind's wrist, the 9 reverse dragon ring. You will, in the future, naturally be exposed to it slowly. The old man's tone carried an unquestionable certainty. Since it has chosen you, or you have borne it, then explore its secrets. Even. The old man paused, a hint of heaviness in his voice. Fixing it has become a mission you can't shirk. Fix? Dustbreeze's heart fluttered. This 9 reverse dragon ring still needs to be repaired? He subconsciously looked at the properties of the bracelet, but did not find any description of broken or repair degree. But the old man's words clearly meant something. As if he had seen through Dustwind's doubts, the old man waved his hand. There's no need to delve into that now. You only need to know why it is called the weapon of our dragon kingdom's heritage. The old man's demeanor became serious, with a solemnity that told of the fundamentals of the country. As the party said, we, in this land, had made a covenant with the true dragons. That covenant, more than just a piece of paper, involves the inheritance and guarding of power. He reached out and tapped his finger on the desktop, making a duck-duck light sound. The 9 reverse dragon ring is a remnant of those years, an important beacon, but it's called the weapon of heritage for an even more critical reason. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate the barrier of space and time, looking into the depths of this vast land. It is closely tied to the true roots of our dragon kingdom, even now that Bluestar has expanded its territory countless times because of the otherworldly invasion. The landscape has been cut to pieces, but that power, that legacy, still exists. The old man's voice was low and powerful, carrying a pride and determination that originated from the depths of his bloodline. That's the most important and hidden source of power in our dragon kingdom. Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein? Dustbreeze's pupils shrunk slightly. The word was not unfamiliar to him. In the late stages of the game, as the worldview continued to unfold and various ancient ruins were unearthed, the concept of dragon veins also appeared sporadically. It is usually considered to be a manifestation similar to the energy of the Earth's veins, or the power of the world's origin. It was said that occupying a dragon vein node could accelerate cultivation and even gain a special power boost, but that's only a legend, and no one has ever actually confirmed it. No one, moreover, can connect it with the fundamentals of a nation, of a people, with such certainty as the old man. Looking at the astonishment that once again surfaced on Dustwind's face, the old man smiled and did not continue to explain the specific mysteries of the dragon vein in depth. You only need to understand that this 9 reverse dragon ring is the key to sensing each other with the dragon vein, and even being able to channel and utilize the power of the dragon vein to some extent, though it is not complete in its present-day state. But this is the real reason why it is called the weapon of inheritance. What it carries is the power that belongs exclusively to our dragon kingdom, the fundamental thing that distinguishes it from any other power system in the world. The old man's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Dustbreeze's heart. Mutual sensing with the dragon vein? Channeling the power of the dragon vein? I'm afraid that the value of this 9 reverse dragon ring was much more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder the old man was that out of sorts before. This was not just a powerful piece of equipment. It could be related to the entire dragon kingdom's fortune and future. Dustwind looked at the bone ring on his wrist again, and his eyes completely changed. That cold curse power seems to still exist, but at this moment, what he feels is more of a heavy sense of historical weight, as well as a sudden responsibility. Fix it and become a mission unto yourself? Dustbreeze silently chewed on the old man's words. He glanced at his attribute panel, a whopping 430. MP, as well as the terrifying recovery ability and various alienation effects from the Healing Brave talent. Perhaps, I really have the ability to carry this heavy inheritance. I understand, Grandpa Chief. Dustwind took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Although there are still countless questions hovering in the mind, such as the specific role of the dragon vein, the repair method of the 9 reverse dragon ring, as well as the so-called Oriental Divine Dragon and where it is now. But he knows that you have to eat your food one bite at a time and take the road one step at a time. Now, he at least understood the significance of the bracelet to the Dragon Kingdom. Putting aside those grand narratives, at least for the moment, it seemed that the benefits that this 9 reverse dragon ring brought to himself were indeed far superior to that so-called curse. That's enough. What's more, after today's encounter, I'm afraid that the degree to which he was valued by the country had been elevated to an unimaginable level. The upheaval and struggle for survival that had been the trajectory of his previous life seemed to have changed completely. As for the disaster that swept the globe and destroyed everything a few years later, a strong urge to confide in Dustbreeze welled up in his heart. He was tempted to inform the clearly prime-like being in front of him about the future crisis right now. Reason, however, deadened the impulse. Things like rebirth are too unbelievable. The secret, until there was absolute certainty and a sufficient basis for trust, must remain rotting in the stomach forever. Perhaps, it would be better to wait until you are in a higher position and have more say and influence to say it. In the midst of his thoughts, Dustwind raised his head once again and looked into the old man's weathered but still sharp eyes. He thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Grandpa Chief, for telling me so much. Instead, the old man waved his hand, a gentle smile on his face as he stroked his white beard. The old man smiled again, but his smile carried a bit of helplessness and heaviness. About this 9 reverse dragon ring, his gaze once again fell on the dark green-colored bone ring, his eyes complicated and hard to understand. What I do know? Not much really. After all, those years were too long ago, and many truths have long been lost in the river of history. As for how to fix it, the old man gently shook his head, a hint of powerlessness in his voice. I, old man, really don't know much about it either. This is not a realm where manpower can easily interfere. Perhaps, requiring a specific opportunity or some kind of lost heritage. His frank tone caused the slight hope that had just been ignited in Dustwind's heart to cast another shadow. Even this unfathomable head grandfather doesn't know the fix? That. Dustbreeze was just about to ask a follow-up question, but was interrupted by the old man raising his hand. However, while I can't help you fix it directly, perhaps, can point you in a direction, the old man said, slowly standing up. He walked over to a quaint bookshelf in the corner of the room, his movements seeming a few moments slower than a moment ago. He reached out with a slightly dry hand and pressed gently at an inconspicuous corner of the bookshelf, only to hear a click sound. The side of the bookshelf unexpectedly popped out a hidden compartment. From it, the old man took out a scroll made from the skin of some unknown beast, with intricate and ancient patterns drawn on it. He took the scroll in his hands and gently rubbed it, his eyes filled with memories and solemnity. This is... The old man turned around and handed the beastskin scroll to Dustwind, an opinion map related to the dragon vein, though it is not complete, and may even be a bit off. After all, the landscape has changed so much in the vicinity of the sea, but some of the key nodes labeled therein may be helpful in your search for clues to repair the 9 reverse dragon ring. Dustbreeze hurriedly stretched out his hands and carefully received the heavy scroll. It was slightly cool in his hand, but it seemed to carry a burning power that shook him to the core. Thanks, Grandpa Chief. Kid, don't thank me yet. The old man waved his hand, his expression becoming serious again. About the dragon vein, about this bracelet, about what you might have access to, the fewer people who know, the better. His voice was lowered with an unprecedented gravity. The near annihilation of the dragon race back then was no accident, and behind it must lie an extremely terrifying unknown situation and enemy. Although a long time has passed, there is no guarantee that those enemies are still spying in the shadows. The old man's gaze was sharp as a falcon, scanning the window. Nowadays, our dragon country looks like the country is still prosperous, but inside, there has been some hidden worries of not being able to make ends meet. Not only is the threat from the other world growing more severe, even some of the forces on the blue planet are eyeing our dragon kingdom and making small moves. He sighed softly, a hint of imperceptible exhaustion in his tone. The old man I am after all old, can still stand here, deter those curmudgeons time. I am afraid, not much. Although these words were plain, they caused Dustwind's heart to tighten violently. He could sense that the old man was not an alarmist. This sea-pin of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be really close to not being able to hold on any longer. If at this time, then because of the matter of the 9 reverse dragon ring, and the dragon vein, the unknown great enemy of that year will be attracted. The old man didn't say any more, but the consequences of that spoke for themselves. So, little guy. The old man's gaze resettled on Dusty Wind, full of expectation and carrying a heavy mandate. You must grow up soon, until you have enough power to be able to deal with all the storms. Everything about the dragon vein and the bracelet must be kept deep in your heart and low-key. This opinion map, you must remember not to show it easily. Understood, Grandpa Chief. Dustbreeze tightly gripped the beastskin scroll in his hand and solemnly nodded his head. He felt unprecedented pressure and a heavy responsibility. This was not just a map, it was the hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. The heavy trust of this old man. Go on. The old man waved his hand, a gentle smile reappearing on his face. What you should have been told has been told. The rest of the way is up to you. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, the Dragon Kingdom will always be your most solid backing. Chapter 100, The Four Great Districts are robbing people again. The animal skin scroll was slightly cool in his hand, but it seemed to carry a burning power, weighing heavily on his palm as well as his heart. Repair, 9 reverse dragon ring. Grow as fast as you can. Keep your head down. Every word of the old man's instructions was like a huge stone that pressed down on Dusty Wind's not-so-broad shoulders. But he didn't back down. He had had enough of the upheaval of his previous life, and in this life, he would not only live, but live better, guarding everything he cared about. And all of this is predicated on power, as well as integrating into the huge collective called Dragon Kingdom and getting a solid backing. Dustbreeze took a deep breath, suppressed his churning mind, and solemnly, deeply bowed to the old man in front of him, who had worked so hard for his country and his people. Kid understands. I will live up to the chief grandfather's trust. He straightened up, the confusion in his eyes having faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. I just wanted to turn around and take my leave, to put this heavy secret and responsibility, as well as the public opinion map that might be hiding a shocking clue, away properly. Wait, the gentle voice of the old man rang out again, calling out to him. Dustbreeze turned back in confusion. The old man said with a hint of a smile on his face as if he had casually mentioned it. By the way, the national exams are over, right? With your grades, it's enough to enter any of the top schools in the Dragon Kingdom. Dustwind nodded. This was indeed true. Although the process was a bit choppy, the result was good. Old man, I remember. The old man stroked his white beard, and a trace of remembrance flashed through his cloudy eyes. In the Tsanglong Academy in Kyoto, it seems that there is a very strange scale in the collection. That thing is very odd. It is said to have existed many years ago, indestructible, invulnerable to fire and water, and even unable to be included in any storage space. Perhaps it has something to do with this 9 reverse dragon ring of yours. Can't get it into the storage space? Dustwind's heart jumped. This characteristic, on the contrary, was somewhat similar to this 9 reverse dragon ring on his own wrist. I suggest you can visit the Tsanglong Academy. The old man looked at Dusty Wind with a hint of meaning in his eyes. Perhaps there will be something unexpected. The Tsanglong Academy? Dustbreeze's heart fluttered. That was indeed one of the top few academies in the Dragon Kingdom, with a great reputation, on par with the top academies such as the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Xuanwu. But Dustbreeze's brow furrowed slightly and unnoticeably. Unlike other comprehensive schools, the enrollment standards of the Tsanglong Academy are extremely harsh, and can even be said to be somewhat extreme. It only recruits pure combat-oriented professionals. Whether you're a physical melee, an elemental mage, or specialize in offbeat combat professions like summoning or cursing, the only thing is, it doesn't take any support professions. Even if your support ability was heaven-defying, your healing was high, and your gain effect was strong, as long as you weren't a combat profession, the doors of the Tsanglong Academy would never open for you. One's explicit profession is, reply warlock, a standard, if not to many, on the weak side of B-rank support professions. Even if one possessed a strength that far surpassed his peers and even crushed many combat professions, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to pass the rigid and harsh entrance examination of the Tsanglong Academy. Unless reveals his hidden strengths and professional traits? Dustwind subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel and the series of talents and skills that could be considered perverse. No, this is not the time. The old man had just instructed to keep a low profile and hide his cards, but that strange scale cannot be included in the storage space. This characteristic is too special. Would it have something to do with the 9 reverse dragon ring? With the vanished Eastern dragon? And with the so-called dragon vein? In Dustwind's mind, there was some hesitation for a moment. As if he could see Dustwind's concern, the old man laughed and waved his hand. Sure, just a suggestion. Where the road takes you is ultimately up to you. Well, that's all there is to say. The smile on the old man's face gradually tightened and became serious again. Go on, boy. His gaze became deep once more. With expectation and with a heavy pressure. Complete the second turn as soon as possible, and grow up as soon as possible. The future of the Dragon Kingdom needs you young people. After saying that, the old man casually waved his hand. A soft but irresistible force wrapped around Dustwind. the scene in front of him was instantly blurred and distorted. In the next moment, Dustbreeze realized that he was already standing on the verdant stone path outside the ancient pavilion. The afternoon sunlight poured through the sparse branches and leaves, a little dappled and harsh. He squinted slightly, adjusting to the change in light. Then he saw the 4 figures waiting there. It was the same ones that he had seen outside the attic before. The 4 feudal officials whose breaths were abysmal and who represented the highest power in the 4 regions of the Dragon Kingdom. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and at this moment, the gazes of the 4 of them landed in unison on Dustbreeze, who had just appeared. In that gaze, there was scrutiny, curiosity, inquiry, and a hint of imperceptible gravity and anticipation. The air, as if at this moment slightly stagnated, the invisible pressure, used from all sides, was a different feeling than when he had just faced the old man inside the attic. Dustbreeze gripped the beastskin scroll in his hand tightly and put it into the storage space without moving. Fortunately, the opinion map itself was not that type of oddity that could not be stowed away. He straightened his spine and met the 4 gazes that could almost penetrate the heart. The afternoon sunlight poured through the sparse branches and leaves, a little dappled and harsh. Dustwind squinted slightly, adjusting to the change in light. Then he saw the 4 figures waiting there. It was the same ones that he had seen outside the attic before. Those 4 feudal officials with abysmal breaths, representing the highest power in the 4 regions of the Dragon Kingdom. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and at this moment, the gazes of the 4 of them landed in unison on Dustbreeze, who had just appeared. In that gaze, there was scrutiny, curiosity, inquiry, and a hint of imperceptible gravity and anticipation. The air, as if at this moment slightly stagnated, the invisible pressure, used from all sides, was a different feeling than when he had just faced the old man inside the attic. Dustwind gripped the beastskin scroll in his hand tightly, and with a slight movement of his thoughts, he put it into the storage space without moving. Fortunately, the opinion map itself was not that type of oddity that could not be stowed away. He straightened his spine and met the 4 gazes that could almost penetrate the heart. Before Dusty Wind could say anything, Long Qingyu, who was the most impatient in nature, had already stepped forward, his bushy hand almost slapping Dusty Wind's shoulder, his voice as loud as a bell. "Hey, kid, how's that? What did the old man, ahem, the instructor, his old man, tell you?" Long Qingyu's face carried undisguised eagerness and curiosity. "Did it say which of our districts you'd be allowed to join? Or is there some special arrangement?" Although the other 3 did not say anything, the concern in their eyes was obviously the same as Long Qingyu's in general. Facing the enthusiasm of this big brother of the West China region, Dustbreeze did not move and took half a step back, avoiding the bare paw that the other party might slap down. He shook his head and replied in a quiet tone, "Grandfather Chief didn't ask me to join any power, didn't give anything special either." He deliberately ignored the beastskin opinion map and the suggestion about the scales of the Tsunlong Academy. "I was just instructed to grow up and take on the responsibilities of the younger generation as soon as possible." It was a half-truth that fit part of the old man's mandate, but also hid the most crucial information. Upon hearing Dustbreeze's reply, a glint of realization flashed through the eyes of the 4 bigwigs at the same time. Growing up as fast as possible, Chu Tianque pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and thought. Ling Xuanyue was still cool, only her gaze lingered on Dusty Wind for a moment longer. Su Jiner smiled gently and was just about to say something, but it was as if he suddenly reacted. She glanced at the quaint attic behind her, then at the quiet surroundings, and said softly, "It's not a good place to stay. Let's talk somewhere else." Teachers, his old man's clean place. They are so surrounded by a young man warmth. Indeed a little inappropriate. The remaining 3 immediately understood. Su Jiner raised her plain hand again, and a soft white light lit up, more solid than before. The light wrapped around the 5 people, and the space distorted slightly. This time, they did not return to the temporary examination hall from before, and when the light dispersed, Dustbreeze found himself standing on a familiar street. The air was slightly hot and humid with tall buildings and traffic. Yangchang, his home. Su Jiner had apparently used some sort of higher-order teleportation ability to send them directly back to the city where Dustwind was located. Without waiting for Dustbreeze to survey his surroundings, the gazes of the 4 bigwigs once again focused over. This time, they no longer had any scruples, and they had also gathered some of the constraints they had just had outside the attic. Long Qingyu was once again the first to speak, his voice still loud. "Kid, since the instructor didn't assign you a place to go, how are you considering it for yourself? Come to our Huashi. Guarantee you'll have enough resources. What secret realm copies? You'll be given priority to pick." Chu Tianque smiled elegantly and followed closely behind. "Fellow Dustwind, we have a strong literary culture in East China, with many academic institutions and various research institutes that are among the top in the country. If you're interested in the deeper development of your career, or the exploration of knowledge, East China is the best choice." Ling Xuanyue was concise and her voice was clear and cold. South China, with the most resources directly under the Ministry of War in the front lines of the otherworldly battlefields, is the most capable of sharpening practical combat abilities. Su Jiner, on the other hand, took a step closer and spoke softly, with a kind of elder-like care. Dust Wind, come to our North China. You are still young. You don't need to rush to the front line to fight and kill. North China is relatively peaceful and stable, and the resources are equally abundant. Sister, Aunt, I can still take care of you for a while. The four big shots who stomped their feet and shook the entire Dragon Kingdom 3 times. At this moment, it was even as if they were snatching some rare treasure, throwing out olive branches to Dustbreeze one after another. This battle caused Dustbreeze to cry and laugh a little for a while. He could feel the goodwill and respect of the four, but this sudden scramble still left him somewhat helpless. That, chiefs, Dustbreeze weighed his words, trying to find a polite way to refuse. Can't just not join? I promised the city lord of Young City before that I would only consider joining a direct power at the national level. He tries to hold back with his previous promises. Who knew that? Instead of backing down, all four of them laughed at this statement. Long Qingyu waved his hand. Hey, boy, what were you thinking? These 4 regions of ours are, in themselves, the most important parts of the Dragon Kingdom, directly responsible to the instructors. We represent the national level forces. We are just divided into different regions. Shu Tianqua nodded in agreement. Brother Prime is right. No matter if you join any of our 4 districts, it's equivalent to joining the core power system of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Jiner also smiled and explained. Yeah, we're not some little local power. Now, Dustwind's last shield was gone. Looking at the 4 pairs of eyes with Pick Me written all over them, he felt a big headache. The old man told him to lay low and hide his strength. But in this case, it seems that any choice would immediately become the center of attention. Moreover, it seemed that he couldn't afford to offend any of these 4 bigwigs, no matter which one of them. He took a deep breath, and his mind quickly thought of a countermeasure. An outright refusal certainly won't do. Choosing any one side seems to upset the other 3. Is there a more eclectic option? Or is there a direction that is more in line with your current needs? Repairing the 9 reverse dragon ring, searching for clues to the dragon vein, and improving your strength as soon as possible. All of these require resources, intelligence, and more importantly, strong strength to back them up. Strength, on the other hand, comes most directly from fighting, especially against powerful enemies. Thinking of this, Dustbreeze's heart stirred as he raised his head to meet the 4 bigwigs' expectant gazes. He spread his hands somewhat helplessly with a bitter smile. The kindness of the chiefs is appreciated by the boy. Since I must be allowed to choose a direction, his gaze swept over the 4, finally settling on a certain point in the void, as if he was seriously thinking. Then, is there any department or force that is specifically targeting those high-difficulty copies, or specializing in hunting powerful bosses? Chapter 101, Stupidity is the Original Sin. Then, is there any department or force that is specifically targeting those high-difficulty copies, or specializing in hunting powerful bosses? Dustbreeze seemed to ask this question in a somewhat casual manner, with a young man's characteristic desire for coolness and power. However, once these words came out, the scene that was still filled with laughter and a warm atmosphere instantly quieted down. The smiles on the 4 bigwigs' faces all tightened slightly. Specializing in difficult copies? Specializing in hunting powerful bosses? This kind of organization, of course, exists in the Dragon Kingdom, and that is by no means a level accessible to ordinary people. Even within them, the feudal officials, it is highly confidential. Why is this kid asking this? Did you overhear something? Or is it? Long Qingyu was a nature that couldn't hide his words. His eyes widened and he almost blurted them out. Kid, how do you know? Dragon kills. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized that he had made a slip of the tongue, and the word team at the end of the sentence was swallowed back, and his face became a bit odd. The gazes of Chu Tianqua, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jiner almost simultaneously looked at Long Qingyu with a hint of reproach. This reckless man. Dustbreeze keenly captured the 2 words that Long Qingyu blurted out, as well as the instantly changing faces of the other 3 bigwigs. Dragon kill. Sure enough, it's that organization. In his previous life, it was only after he had reached a certain level of strength that he vaguely heard of the existence of the Dragon Killing Squad. It was a special team with a very small number of people, but every member could be called the top fighting force in the Dragon Kingdom. They are not affiliated with any of the regions and take orders directly from the highest levels, specializing in the toughest and most dangerous missions, hunting high-level or even top-level boss, exploring the forbidden land of death, dealing with the most critical emergencies, and even transnational hunting to grab the rare boss resources of other countries that are about to be raided. They are the sharp blades of the Dragon Kingdom, the guardians of the shadows. I didn't realize that I had swindled those 2 words by just trying a little bit. It seems that this team does exist and is in an extremely privileged position. While Dustwind's thoughts raced through his mind, his face showed just the right amount of bewilderment and curiosity at the right time. He blinked and looked at the chagrined Long Qingyu, and then at the other 3 bigwigs with different looks, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Dragon kill? What's that? It sounds like, is awesome? The air seemed to freeze. The smiles on the 4 big men's faces had long since disappeared. Long Qingyu rubbed his nose in chagrin, his eyes averted, obviously also knowing that he had just blundered. The gazes of Chu Tianque, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jiner more or less carried a hint of helplessness as they swept over this blabbermouth reckless man. Dustwind took it all in, his heart speculation becoming more and more certain, but his face still maintained that just the right amount of bewilderment. Dragon kill? What organization is that? It sounds like, is awesome? As if his curiosity had been genuinely piqued, he pursued the question. Seeing this, Chu Tianque sighed lightly and took the lead, breaking the slightly awkward silence. The kind of team you're talking about does exist. His voice resumed its previous gentle elegance, but the content carried an undeniable seriousness. But, his words changed, and his gaze landed on Dustwind with scrutiny. If you want to join, the threshold is extremely high, and you need to have at least a battle power of 4 turns or more to be able to do so. In your current situation, he shook his head slightly, his meaning unmistakable. Definitely ineligible. That's a direct but reasonable statement. The 4th turn, that was a huge watershed in the professional system, representing a truly strong sequence. Dustbreeze was only LV30 today, and there was still a long way to go before turning 4. Hearing Chu Tianxiao's words, Dustwind also fell silent. He lowered his eyes, making it impossible to see what he was thinking at the moment. Is it disappointment? Or was it expected? Long Qingyu saw this but broke the silence with a clap of his hand. This way. His voice was booming with unquestionable determination, as if the slip of the tongue he had just made had never happened. Kid, as long as you're willing to join us in West China. His gaze burned seductively at Dustwind. I'll call the old man and report it. Start a low-ranking dragon killing team just for you. Just take care of the special mutations and those difficult bosses in our West China region. How? The moment those words came out, not only did the faces of Chu Tianque, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jiner instantly become somewhat ugly. This guy, it's just nonsense. How dare you even freely promise such permissions in order to snatch someone? That is the name of dragon killing, even if it is a low level. It is not a child's play. Even Dustwind was dumbfounded. Can still play like this? Start a team just for him? That's a bit too big of a handful. Just as Dusty Wind's mind was racing, digesting this sudden pie, a familiar yet sharp and piercing voice rang out without warning from a short distance away, carrying a bone-deep hatred. You guys, you're really still alive. Linihan's voice was sharp and piercing. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Filled with bone-deep hatred, she stared at Dustbreeze dead in the face, as if she was going to use her gaze to pluck out flesh and blood from his body. That bunch of losers. What a useless bunch. Seeing this, Dustwind frowned. Linihan? Linihan's words carried undisguised anger, clearly feeling extremely dissatisfied with the person who had previously been sent to assassinate Dustwind. Her condescending sight swept over the 4 people around Dustwind, her brows furrowing slightly. Who are these 4 men? The dress is good. The temperament is okay. Is it a backer that Dusty Breeze, the country bumpkin, has found? It looked like they had some status, but Linichan did not recognize them as such. In her eyes, perhaps it was just the head honcho of Yang City or some nearby city that had been tricked by Dustwind's flowery words. Compared to the Lin family in Kyoto, what can these people be? The corner of Linihan's mouth hooked up into a sneering cold smile, and the eyes that looked at the 4 people took on contempt. Dustwind's brows tightened, and the disgust in his heart instantly climbed to the extreme. This woman, she's still a ghost. Before the big test, they were looking for trouble 3 times, even going so far as to use such underhanded means as assassination. If it wasn't for his own improved strength, I'm afraid that he would really have to fall into her hands. I didn't realize that the big test was over and this guy jumped back in. And, looking at her, she seemed even more frantic and reckless. What was even more ridiculous was that she couldn't recognize these 4 big shots in front of her who would shake the Dragon Kingdom 3 times if they stomped their feet. A trace of coldness flashed in Dustwind's eyes, with a few moments of pity like looking at a clown. If Linihan still wanted to seek death, he didn't mind giving her another ride so that she could die with a clearer understanding. Chu Tianque's elegant brows wrinkled slightly as his gaze swept back and forth between Dustwind and Linihan. He sensed that the atmosphere between the 2 was off, and also noticed the undisguised contempt that Linihan had when she looked at the 4 of them. Interesting. A hint of playfulness flashed through Chu Tianque's heart and he opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Dustwind, who is this? Chu Tianque's voice was still gentle, but those who understood him would hear a hint of coldness lurking under that gentleness. Without waiting for Dusty Wind to speak, Linihan raised her chin condescendingly, as if she were a peacock with an open screen, her tone full of disdain. This kid has offended our Lin family. She first pointed out Dusty Wind's sins before turning her gaze to the four of Chu Tianque, with a condescending and patronizing tone. You guys, you look like you're his elders or friends, right? I advise you to mind your own business, lest you get into trouble. Her words were full of threats, her eyes sweeping over the four as if she was warning a group of country bumpkins who didn't know better. Our Lin family's affairs are not for the likes of you to get involved in. Linihan directly brought out the name of the Lin family, his tone filled with the arrogance and dominance that was rightfully his. In her opinion, reporting the word Lin family would be enough to scare off these people who seemed to have some status, but in no way could be compared to the Lin family in Kyoto. Su Jitan's gentle smile completely disappeared and was replaced by an icy cold. The way she looked at Linihan was as if she was looking at a jumping clown. The Lin family? Su Jitan gently repeated. His voice was very soft, but it carried an invisible pressure. Ling Shuangyue's cool eyes also narrowed slightly, a hint of extremely faint mockery flashing across the bottom of her eyes. The Kyoto Lin family, in the eyes of ordinary people, might be a behemoth, but in the eyes of them, those who truly stood at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom, it was nothing more than that. Long Qingyu even barely managed to hold back his laughter, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He glared at Linihan, displeasure written all over his rough face. A little girl with a big mouth. Our kind of people? What kind of people are we? Long Qingyu's voice was low with suppressed anger. It was the first time he had ever been so belittled, and the other party was a little girl who didn't know what she was doing. The four feudal officials, at the same time, collected all their expressions and their looks became solemn and cold. The aura on their bodies was no longer deliberately restrained, and an invisible pressure slowly spread out. The air seemed to freeze. Linihan did feel a powerful aura pressing down on her, causing her breath to catch slightly, but instead it stirred a deeper pride and rebellion in her bones. When had the Lin family's eldest miss ever been overwhelmed with her aura? The more these people pretended, the more she wanted to let them know that the Lin family in Kyoto was not something they could mess with. Instead of showing the slightest bit of fear, she straightened her spine and lifted her chin even higher, an even more contemptuous and provocative smile on her face. Ha! Posturing. Linichan let out a cold laugh, her tone acerbic. What? Trying to scare me with your aura? She looked around at the four, her eyes like hardened knives. Let me tell you, not to mention you few bumpkins who came out of nowhere, even the forces behind you would have to weigh in front of my Lin family. Her voice rose steeply, filled with the ultimate arrogance and madness. Mess with me, mess with the Lin family, and I'll make you all suffer. If you don't believe me, just try it. Let's see who kneels and begs for mercy in the end. Linihan was already overwhelmed by anger and contempt, and her hatred for Dusty Wind was transferred to these four meddling people. In her opinion, the Lin family was the sky, the untouchable rules. Anyone who dared to provoke the Lin family's majesty would pay a heavy price. This deep-rooted cognition made her face the terrifying pressure emanating from the four bigwigs, and instead of backing down, she arrogantly let out even more harsh words. She wanted to use the prestige of the Lin family to crush the posturing of these people in front of her. Though I don't know what you used to immunize yourself against what I had someone put on you during the big test. Linihan once again pointed her spear at Dustwind, but the threatening implication in her words clearly encompassed the four Chu Tianque people as well. He was clearly dead. Fools Dust and you guys, since you're backing this kid up, you'll be buried with him. Her words, vicious and insane. This stupid woman is not only stupid, she's crazy. She didn't even know that the words she had just said had already sounded the death knell for the Lin family, and even for herself. Before Dustbreeze could respond, the four big brothers behind him, their faces completely sank. Making a move on a candidate during a big test? Long Qingyu's voice rang out like explosive thunder, shaking the entire space slightly. He stared at Linihan with anger in his eyes. Little girl, how dare you? Dustwind stood aside, watching Linihan's crazy death-defying performance, his eyes calm and wave-free. Only under that calmness was a deepening indifference. Stupidity, the original sin. As for Linichan, she was clearly beyond pardon.